While his peers are still sipping milk tea instead of eating meals, this young man tries so hard that he can do 1 million push-ups in one go. In the previous life, when the powerhouses were fighting against each other, Wangxing was nothing more than a tiny fly flying by, who unfortunately got hit by a stray bullet and perished. In this life, he silently made a vow: in my past life, I was just a small, wandering cultivator, and I didn't even know who harmed me. Now, the heavens have given me a chance to be reborn. I can't just waste it like this. This time, I must live up to the name, life, and give birth to a true human being. This afternoon, at 4 hours 15 minutes and 24 seconds, the rocket successfully launched. Time and place. Just like in the memories of a previous life. It means that I have truly reincarnated back to the age of 7, just as the rumors in my previous life said. A rocket brought something from the moon, causing spiritual energy to gradually recover over 1,000 years, disappearing without a trace, leading Earth into the era of universal cultivation. If I could be reincarnated and return to this moment, I must seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, the cultivation technique from my previous life, which was already ruined, can only enhance my physical strength a little now. It seems that, in order to change the fate of this life, that is the only way. Wangxing had just thought of this when his parents returned home. Indeed, the air conditioner is life. The ice cream has arrived. Taking advantage of the good mood of the elderly couple, Wangxing expressed his desire to go to Wudong Mountain to become a Taoist priest, experiencing a night of chaos. In the end, Wangxing managed to convince his parents to let him go to the Wudong sect to become a disciple, even though the price to be paid was somewhat tragic. Wangxing, with a swollen face, carried his suitcase out of the house. His mother, eyes brimming with tears, looked at her son, feeling nothing but frustration. Why can't you think this through, Wangxing? Darling, don't worry anymore. Wangxing has already said it's just taking a year off from school. Mr. Wangxing comforted her. He also knows that it's only a 1-year break from school. Look at him beating the child. Mother Wangxing was furious, using physical force that made her son scream in pain, begging for mercy. Afterward, both of them, still uneasy, decided to follow their son to Wudong Mountain. The reason Wangxing wanted to go to the Wudong sect was that it held a certain position in the heavenly list of immortal Dao experts. In the previous life, I couldn't see my master, so this time, I must seize the opportunity. In the previous life, I couldn't see my master, so this time, I must seize the opportunity. However, unfortunately, Taoist Master Gao Shui, the one Wangxing wished to apprentice under, was not currently on the mountain. Instead, he was abroad, performing, and would not return for several months. Taoist Master Gao Shui is a character ranked in the top 3 on the heavenly list in the future. Before the recovery of the world's spiritual energy, he was also considered a representative of the Wudong sect's martial arts. Now, during this period of time, he and the other Taoist priests were not here. Should I choose another immortal cultivation sect, find a master, and learn the ways? Wangxing, carrying his luggage, had just left the Zitiao Palace when he encountered a Taoist priest setting up a stall selling books in front of the door. The Taoist priest greeted him. At your age, you should be studying properly. Young master, don't be enchanted by the stories in novels. But if you truly wish to learn archery, I will introduce you to a few martial arts secret manuals from the Wudong sect. The price of the book is only 300. This is the ancient martial inheritance of the Wudong sect, truly capable of making you unrivaled in the world, laughing proudly across the universe. If the little monk requires internal energy, you may also attend the speed training class I teach, Little Monk. Today, you are very fortunate with martial arts. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please, revered Taoist, accept me as your disciple. I am willing to follow you and seek the Tao of immortality. Wangxing clasped his hands, bowed his head in respect, and felt secretly overjoyed. Yes, this is my opportunity. Isn't this person Qin Yanzi, the Taoist elder? In the previous life, this person was a top 5 Tao cultivator on the heavenly list. This time, I really got lucky. Qin Yanzi was puzzled by Wangxing's words. Little friend, if you are talking about martial arts, it would be somewhat believable. But the moment you speak of immortal cultivation and the Tao, have you ever met someone with true magic? The disciple feels that the Tao is a kind of spirit, an understanding that differs from others regarding the heavens, the earth, and the universe. I have not found the person I wanted to revere as my master in Wudong Mountain, but I have just met him. I know, the Taoist priest is no ordinary person. You are quite interesting. Always talking about the Tao, constantly seeking a master, yet you chose me at Wudong Mountain. Just someone with a reputation, but no real substance. In recent years, I have only taken in one disciple. Normally, I don't pay much attention to her. Are you sure you want to become my disciple? Moreover, you wish to become a disciple. Do your parents know about this? My parents came with me here, Taoist priest. I truly wish to follow you and cultivate. Qing Yinzi was satisfied as she looked at Wangxing. It seems that you are also very sincere, not someone who would leave home after watching too many movies or reading novels. Your answers to the 3 questions have pleased me. Then, let your parents come over to talk. What is the Tao? As far as the disciple understands, the Tao naturally has its order and principles. Question 2. What is the Taoist sect technique 5? The mountain robe of the fate general rises. Mountains are the Tao technique, immortal laws are the Tao medicine, fate is. Wangxing answered confidently, causing Qing Yinzi to nod in agreement. It seemed he was very determined. Then, what about the 3rd question? After paying respects to the master, your father and I fell into the water and were about to drown. Who will you save first? Rescuing the master first would be unfilial towards my parents. There is a saying in the Taoist sect, a person who is unfilial cannot become a true person. Saving your parents first is to disregard your master. A master is just like a parent. After a moment of hesitation, Wangxing made his decision. Answer, I will save myself first. Qing Yinzi accepted the answer and decided to take Wangxing as his disciple. The next morning, I spoke with your parents yesterday. Now you are just my apprentice in training. After the examination, I will decide whether to officially accept you as my disciple or not. This is where I usually live. It's just me and your senior sister here. During this period, stay with everyone. Yes, Master, Wangxing replied, secretly thinking to himself, I don't even know what Master said to my parents yesterday to convince them to let me stay at Wudong Mountain. No matter how you put it. Finally, it's a success. I have become a disciple. At this moment, Qing Yinzi stood outside the courtyard and called out loudly, Mu Guanxian, don't you want to see your junior brother in training? Come here quickly and have a look. From inside the house, a girl dressed simply stepped out. Qing Yinzi patted her head while introducing, this child's name is Mu Guanxian. She is your senior sister. Normally very afraid of strangers, but unexpectedly, I am not afraid of you. Hello, senior sister, my name is Wangxing. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Wangxing said, there's something vaguely suspicious. The Mu family is very rare. Mu Guanxian. Wait, Mu Guanxian. My senior sister's real name is Mu Guanxian. Qing Yinzi angrily shouted, what nonsense. This name was given by me. Is there something wrong with it? Calm down. I must stay calm now. But Taoist elder Qing Yinzi, Bu Yu Xianzi, Mu Guanxian. Why didn't I think of them as master and disciple? A top 10 expert on the heavenly list, a protector, they will become domineering in the future. Wangxing was thinking to himself and laughing, which made Mu Guanxian confused. He pointed at Wangxing, then pointed at his own head, as if to ask Qing Yinzi, is there something wrong with his brain? Qing Yinzi was silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, if all the people here were ordinary children, who would be willing to send their child up the mountain to endure hardships? You are to be the senior sister, so remember to take care of the junior brother in the future. A moment later, Qing Yinzi led Wangxing into the front hall, then seriously instructed, although you call me master, before I impart the teachings, there is still a period of time required for assessment. You must prepare yourself mentally. If you can't bear it, I won't force you to stay on the mountain, understand? As long as the master doesn't chase me down the mountain, no matter what is said, I will not give up, Wangxing replied with a determined expression. All right, do you see that mill over there? After you rest, go grind those 2 bags of wheat into flour. Wangxing immediately and obediently followed, focusing intently on grinding the wheat. Qing Yinzi couldn't help but feel pleased, and then called Mu Guanxian outside to practice cultivation together. Wangxing was still diligently threshing the wheat. Occasionally, when taking a break, he would glance over at the 2 masters and disciples, Qing Yinzi. Sure enough, even though the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is lacking, the cultivation inheritance has not been severed. Even during the process of calming the mind and focusing the spirit, this type of cultivation, which accumulates over many years, is still incredibly terrifying. No wonder, after the restoration of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the speed of these cultivators far surpasses that of ordinary people. After undergoing training and joining a sect, my master will definitely teach me a few cultivation methods. Indeed, standing beneath a towering tree is the most refreshing, but nothing is more important than one's own strength. Even though I'm not as good as senior sister, in the future, I cannot afford to fall behind. Thinking to himself, Wangxing was full of vitality again, continuing to thresh the rice without a care. The master, although in the middle of cultivating, still kept a watchful eye on him, silently evaluating. With his feet grounded, each step measured, not rushing or hurrying, his temperament was quite steady. Finally, the wheat transportation mission was completed. Although Wangxing had trained his body for several months before, this was his first time doing this, and he still couldn't fully adapt. The aching sensation was inevitable. At this moment, Mu Guanxian was holding a bowl of 8 types of water to hand to Wangxing. Thank you, senior sister. Wangxing smiled as he accepted. Inside the room, the voice of Qing Yinzi could be heard. Once you're done, go clean your room. Then, he led Wangxing to his room. The main house had 2 bedrooms, one for each person, Wangxing and Mu Guanxian. My room is on one side, and usually, if there is anything, you can come find me. After taking an afternoon nap, I will go down the mountain to meet my parents and ease their worries. A moment later, Mu Guanxuan was sitting and playing a game when Qing Yinzi was lurking outside the door. Wangxing suddenly waved his hand, signaling her to come over. Mu Guanxian was also curious, so he gently walked over and, along with his master, peeked into the room. Wangxing then noticed that he was sitting and cultivating. It seems that your junior brother is quite impressive. Qing Yinzi had just finished giving a compliment when he heard the sound of snoring coming from inside the room, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head. The humble words aren't really a compliment, haha. After resting, Wangxing descended the mountain to meet his parents as instructed by his master. When he returned, he carried a large bundle on his back. Senior sister's electric sandals are too old. I've asked my parents to buy 2 new pairs for me. Perhaps the master won't blame me, right? I did not hesitate at any cost to ascend the mountain. Certainly, it will break my parents' hearts. Although I don't know what to say, in an era of restoring primordial energy, everything is unknown. I need enough strength to protect them. But Wangxing was confused, looking at the 2 bags in his hands. Clearly, there was spring water available on the mountain for us to use. So why did the master specifically tell me to go down the mountain and buy the 2 cheapest bottles of spring water? Forget it. The master must have his own deeper meaning for doing this. I just need to follow along. The truth proves that Wangxing had overestimated his master. You look at your master, who is engrossed in riding the holy water of Wudong Mountain on each bottle you brought back, and you are speechless. This is his side job, especially since the lay Buddhists come to the mountain to pray for blessings and do this. Each bottle costs 20,100, and he can sell more than 10 bottles every day. All right, let's go to the backyard. I will demonstrate a set of martial arts for you to watch. Consider it a benefit for your initiation. Wangxing immediately smiled with his eyes squinted, following his master to the backyard. After a while, Wangxing practiced again the martial arts techniques his master had just taught him and could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. When performing the entire set of martial arts techniques, his whole body felt hot, as if a stream of energy was flowing through him. My master taught me this set of martial arts. Although it is simple, it unexpectedly contains the principles of the Tao. I never thought that I would learn such a profound martial art as a beginner. Today, I must practice this set of moves until I have mastered it. By the time Wangxing finished his training, it was already late into the night. At this moment, he finally noticed that Mu Guanxian was dozing off by the door. He gently shook her awake and said, "Senior sister, go to bed." Yeah, Mu Guanxian replied groggily before heading inside. It turns out senior sister is not only capable of saying I heard from master that when senior sister was young, she suffered from a severe illness, which caused her to be unable to speak like this. I am the junior disciple, and in the future, I must take care of Wangxing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a robe flew straight into his face. Mu Guanxian, and yet, he was taking off his robe. Senior sister, go into the room and change your clothes. Wangxing hurriedly pushed Mu Guanxian into her room, then closed the door. Afterward, he ran back to his own room to rest. The senior sister in front of me was completely unguarded, but as a standard junior disciple like myself, I couldn't take advantage of her. But now, senior sister is very different from the image of a celestial maiden. In Mu Guanxian's previous life, as soon as Wangxing moved slightly, a sharp pain surged from his arm. Official cultivation is indeed not as simple as that. It is better to simply sit and meditate. After meditating for a while, sleepiness suddenly overwhelmed him. In his drowsy state, Wangxing seemed to hear his master calling. "Are you awake?" Wangxing rubbed his sleepy eyes and was startled when he saw Qing Yinzi. Upon seeing Qing Yinzi enter the room, Wangxing's sleepiness was instantly swept away. He quickly sat up and softly called out, "Master." Qing Yinzi smiled and said, "Lie down, don't sleep just yet. You entered the sect a bit late, your meridians are blocked, and your body is too rigid. Just relax a little, and I will help you unblock your bones and activate your channels." Hearing this, Wangxing obediently lay down. Seeing this, Qing Yinzi immediately rolled up his sleeves. A stream of green qi appeared on his hands, constantly pressing onto Wangxing's body. During this process, Wangxing clenched his fist tightly and muttered to himself. It seems that master's hand carries a stream of alternating heat and cold to bring about a change. Could it be that this is the internal energy that martial cultivators always chase after? The Earth's spiritual energy has yet to recover. Master, based on your hard training since childhood, you have reached this level. Perhaps you have endured a great deal of hardship. My master used the heart to cultivate internal energy to open my bones and activate my meridians. If that's the case, I can't let my master down. The next day, Wang Xing woke up very early to practice. He secretly thought to himself, I wonder if it's the effect of psychology. Today, after waking up, I felt very light, and my spirit was much stronger compared to yesterday morning. Standing to one side, observing, Qing Yanzi nodded, smiled, and said, not bad. Looks good. Yesterday was just to help you get used to it. Today, I will not give you any more time to rest. You must prepare yourself mentally. Thus, time passed 1 month. Wang Xing is currently sitting cross-legged in his room. Around you are many streams of murky black mist. Although the master said he would increase the training, he did not assign any tasks to push your limits, unless it was to exhaust your stamina, making you feel overwhelmingly tired. Every 3 days. Master also helped me unblock my meridians. Therefore, the remaining internal energy of his is now within my body. After 2 or 3 times, I could roughly sense the location of the meridians. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I also have the body cultivator to try practicing the basic cultivation technique I obtained from my previous life. Although there was still no effect, the number of times the expulsion occurred and the quality of the turbid energy in the body had clearly leveled up. The only effect of the impure qi is quite clear. Lost in thought, Wang Xing suddenly noticed Mu Guanxian pinching his nose, standing outside the door, peering into the room. He shyly exclaimed, Senior Sister A, why are you here? Sorry, Senior Sister, I will open the ventilation door right away. In the courtyard, Qing Yanzi smiled secretly and said, Wang Xing is a good seed. After that, he waved his hand at Wang Xing. Master, did you call for me? Is there something you need? He asked Wang Xing while running to Qing Yanzi's side. Qing Yanzi stood up and smiled, saying, Wang Xing, you've been here for a month now. You've already joined the sect and undergone some training, and you've performed quite well. Tomorrow, I will invite a senior Taoist master to come and serve as a witness. I will transmit the method of cultivation to you. Tomorrow morning, wake up and bathe thoroughly. In the afternoon, you will officially begin your cultivation. Wang Xing happily exclaimed, Yes, master. The next afternoon, a full offering table had been prepared. Under Master Li's watchful gaze, Qing Yanzi seriously looked at Wang Xing. Wang Xing spoke. Wang Xing moves forward. Go. A disciple responded with a phrase, and Wang Xing immediately stepped forward, kneeling on the meditation cushion before Qing Yanzi, holding a wooden box and presenting it in front of him. Wang Xing said, If you have entered the sect, you must inherit the legacy of our revered master, Lu Zudongping. After you join, you will take the name and Taoist title of your senior sister, Mu Guanxian. Your Taoist title will be Fei Yu. Today, I will pass on to you the sacred scripture left behind by the pure young immortal of our sect. You have half a month to copy it. From now on, basically, cultivation will rely on this scripture. Wang Xing respectfully received the wooden box with both hands and said, Thank you, Master. The ceremony is over. My master will go with Master Li to have a meal. You too, clean up this place thoroughly. Farewell, Master and Uncle Master. After sending the 2 people off, Wang Xing smiled and turned to the side, speaking, Sister, let's go have breakfast. However, by your side, there was no longer the shadow of Mu Guanxian. When he turned around, Wang Xing was left speechless upon seeing her happily eating the offerings on the table. In his heart, he silently thought, Sister's movement technique is truly exceptional. No wonder she is ranked among the top 10 on the heavenly list. But with this appearance of hers, it's hard to see any connection to the image of immortal Mu Guanxian. A moment later, Wang Xing finished tidying up and, unable to wait any longer, immediately took out the Taoist text to examine. A person with 5 flaws in their Tao, possessing 5 types of vital energy, their spirit is at a standstill. The world only registers the wind. While you were reading, Mu Guanxian came over holding a plate of grapes. She gestured for Wang Xing to open his mouth and then fed him a grape. Wang Xing scratched his head and laughed, saying, Thank you, Senior Sister. Then he continued to read the sacred scriptures with great effort, the spiritual chrysanthemum with great effort. Taoist Ning raised one hand. Since then, Chuang Xin sat behind him. Mu Guanchuan clenched his fist tightly, showing his determination. At the same time, in her mind, she recalled the words her master had once told her. If all the people here were just ordinary children, who would be willing to take them up the mountain to endure hardship? You are the senior sister. From now on, I must take care of my junior disciple. Another 2 months have passed. After paying respects and performing the disciples' rites, Qing Yanzi began teaching Wang Xing the cultivation techniques and scriptures of the Tao. Among these, the essential focus of cultivation within the Taoist school could not be overlooked. Now, when practicing martial arts, to be precise, it is a way of cultivating and protecting the Tao. When there is still the primordial energy of heaven and earth, aside from cultivating the Tao, the cultivators also practice Taoist techniques, seeking to comprehend the great Tao. Using oneself to protect the great Tao, acting in righteousness, the art of mystic techniques, defense, the 8 trigrams, the duality of the Taoist gates, the grand formation talismans, pill seals, and Taoist alchemy. These methods were once very glorious in the past. Then, the primordial energy on earth gradually depleted. Taoist magic became nothing more than a formality. Tao cultivators, lacking primordial energy, had to protect themselves and use a portion of their skills in close combat to fight, unleashing greater power. This is martial cultivation, also known as the martial Tao. At this moment, Qing Yanzi sat on the chair, smiling as he said, "Your junior brother Mu Guanxian has been in the sect for 2 months now. You should replace me and investigate his situation." In the middle of the courtyard, Mu Guanxian gestured for Wangxing to come over. "Senior sister, please enlighten me." Shouting loudly, Wangxing immediately charged toward Mu Guanxian. "Attack!" Seeing this, Mu Guanxian smiled, and, using the Bagua footwork, his body gracefully evaded Wangxing's attacks. Then, taking the opportunity, he grabbed his wrist. His other hand moved swiftly, sneaking to his throat and lifting him up high. For half a day like this, Wangxing doubted life, sitting with his face pressed against the corner of the wall, silently crying. He had worked so hard, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his senior sister's robe. Was the gap between him and the great elders really this vast? Next, he looked at Mu Guanchuan with a pitiful expression and said, "Senior sister, if I am bullied by others in the future, you must definitely seek justice for me." Mu Guanchuan smiled and replied, "Qing Yanzi, get up," then smiled again and said, "All right, come over here. Today, I will teach you a set of Taoist techniques that can be on par with senior sister." This sword formation is called the 7-star sword formation, focusing on shifting body movements and transferring the center of gravity. If Tutan does not see the swordsman at Heart North Dual Forest, then the extermination of demons is inevitable. Then he used a branch as a sword and began to perform a demonstration for Wangxing to watch. Look closely at the swordplay. Lu Ying's foot strikes the 7 stars. Fighting is never without reason. Standing on the side and observing, Wangxing was secretly astonished and said to himself, "The mystical sword shadows, the will of the 7 swords merging into one. Is this being driven by the Tao force of the primordial qi? But hasn't the primordial qi still not recovered? Master, how did he finally do it?" Very quickly, Qing Yanzi had finished the demonstration. He placed the twig into Wangxing's hand and said, "You will cultivate this sword technique. If you achieve even a small accomplishment within 3 years, it will be considered that you possess great talent. No need to hurry, just start with the basics." Wangsheng was stunned at first. Then he shouted loudly, "I will never disappoint, master. As long as I keep striving without rest, there will surely come a day. Can I touch the edge of senior sister's robe?" Qing Yanzi flicked Wangsheng's forehead and scolded, "Look at your useless appearance." Wangxing covered his forehead and laughed, saying, "This is just a short-term goal. Right now, I am still far inferior to senior sister, but I do not want to be worse than her in the future. Anyway, with a senior sister as lovely as her, of course, she must be protected." Qing Yanzi smiled and said, "If you put it that way, it's acceptable." Time passed, and with the experience of 15 years from his previous life, aided by his cultivation, Wangxing was able to memorize more than half of the swordsmanship in just one afternoon. On his face, he could not hide his joy, secretly saying, "In my previous life, I was troubled because I didn't have the cultivation system's techniques. Everything in this life is right in front of me. If you don't try any harder, you'll really have to apologize for this reincarnation." However, when he looked over at Mu Guanxian, who was practicing swordsmanship not far away, he sighed and thought to himself, "Moreover, compared to senior sister, I am still far behind. I can only practice hard and give it my all." Summer passed, autumn arrived, and the cold winter swept in. Although it was very cold in the early morning, Mu Guanxian and Wangxing were still, as usual, practicing in the yard. While practicing his swordsmanship, Wangxing thought to himself, "I don't know when it happened, but I've been cultivating on the mountain for over half a year now. The longer I stay on the mountain, the more I understand Taoist Master Buwen and the immortal maiden Xianzi." The more he felt that he was a careless young man, falling into the spiritual immortal realm of his pure senior sister, without any distractions, his comprehension of the Tao nearly carved into his bones. If it is said that ordinary people like me can only chase after the Tao without cultivating, she is the one who walks the path in the mortal world. She just doesn't understand the fundamental difference between men and women. But, when compared to senior sister, the master is even more monstrous. When it comes to interpreting scriptures, crafting talismans, weaponry, ghost hunting, exorcism, alchemy, and the way, the master is proficient in all. I don't know either, master. In my short life of just over 45 years, how have I been able to acquire so many skills? As for myself, aside from sitting in meditation every day, cultivating, studying the Tao scriptures, and listening to my master's teachings, I devote all my remaining time and energy to practicing the 7-star sword formation. After half a year, I have become proficient in the 7-star sword formation. But in front of senior sister, I basically have no right to be arrogant. Because, in order to keep up with senior sister's pace and not let her distance herself from me, I had no choice but to constantly be strict with myself. At this moment, Qing Yinzi spoke up. Very good, very good. In just half a year, the 7-star sword formation has already achieved some results. It seems that your talent is even greater than I thought. The weather has turned cold, and the snow falling isn't as cold as the snow melting. Starting from tonight, you and Mu Guanxian should sleep in the same room. Wang Sheng continuously waved his hands, saying, Master, it's fine for senior sister to sleep alone. I'm all right. Qing Yinzi stroked his chin, pondering as he looked at him, and asked, What's wrong? Could it be that you won't even spare your senior sister? Wang Sheng forced a smile and said, How could that be? Is the disciple the type of person? Qing Yinzi did not tease Huang Tang any further. He patted his shoulder and said, Be a little simpler, young man. This can also be seen as a tempering of your mind. That's right. Remember to change the blanket for you and senior sister. The blanket on the bed has been used by that girl for 7 or 8 years now. It hasn't been warm for a long time. In the evening, in the bedroom, Wang Sheng wrapped himself in the blanket, turning his back to Mu Guanxuan, not daring to look at her. Master, could it be that you want to matchmake me with senior sister? You were lost in thought when Mu Guanxian poked your face with her finger. A clear look of displeasure appeared on her face because you had ignored her. Wang Sheng quickly sat up, smiled at Mu Guanxian, and said, Senior sister, it seems like you're really looking forward to me moving in here, aren't you? My reaction just now really wasn't quite appropriate. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng shyly scratched his face and said with a smile, I'm just a little embarrassed. Hearing that, Mu Guanxuan suddenly came up with an idea. A few minutes later, she placed a checkered board on the bed. Wang Sheng saw this and whispered to himself. As expected, senior sister is as simple as a blank sheet of paper. She has absolutely no concept of this matter. Then he looked at Mu Guanxuan and said, We can only play for half an hour. Otherwise, we'll be yawning all day tomorrow. Master will scold us again. Time passed like that until January 15th. Tonight is the Lantern Festival, but Wang Sheng is still in the courtyard diligently practicing his swordsmanship. He silently thought to himself, With a renowned master here, my cultivation during this period has improved significantly compared to my past life. Not sure when, but the recovery of the world's spiritual energy has arrived. At this moment, the voice of Qing Yinzi came from inside the room. Wang Sheng, the rice dumplings are ready. Finish your sword forging and come back quickly. Wang Sheng smiled and spoke. Yes. In the room, Qing Yinzi looked out into the courtyard and spoke. That day, when I gave you your Taoist name, it should have been Jian Mo Shi. Outside, Wang Sheng continued practicing his swordsmanship and silently thought, according to the memories of my past life, today is the day to restore my spiritual energy. I must pay attention and not let master and senior sister miss this opportunity. Not long after, Qing Yinzi seemed to sense something and his eyes widened. At the same time, Wang Sheng outside the courtyard had also sheathed his sword. He smiled as he looked up at the sky, silently saying, The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has arrived. Master, senior sister exclaimed joyfully. Wang Sheng was about to turn around and go into the room to share the good news with the two of them when he suddenly noticed Qing Yinzi had appeared right behind him. He placed a hand on his back, his expression serious, and softly shouted, Calm your mind. Do not miss the opportunity of your own fate. Sit in meditation, circulate the inner energy according to the school's heart method. Your senior sister's meridians have long been unblocked. Now they are stabilized. I will borrow the strength of your arm to open the meridians of my entire body. Wang Sheng was moved and softly said, Master. After that, he didn't say anything more and obediently sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly beginning to circulate his cultivation technique. At the same time, he thought to himself, the first primordial essence regained after 1,000 years is, for a cultivator, an invaluable treasure. Forget it. In this lifetime, you will never have that opportunity again. In such a situation, the master still remembers the meridians of this little disciple that have not yet been fully opened. How should I repay this kindness in the future? The meridians have been unblocked, and the circulation is now 10 times faster than before. Is this the celestial and earthly essence that promotes the cultivation breakthrough? It seems that, after today, Earth will usher in a new era. A moment later, Wang Xing opened his eyes and saw Mu Guanxian smiling as she stood in front of him. He immediately asked, "Senior sister, I have something I want to ask. Have you finished adjusting your breath?" Mu Guanxian used his finger to cover your mouth, then pointed in one direction. Wang Xing looked on and saw Qing Yanzi sitting cross-legged in meditation. He also noticed that the old man's cultivation level was rising rapidly. He excitedly exclaimed, "Master is cultivating his spirit, right?" In fact, the person was about to break through to the Void Pill realm, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, it was only slightly purer than usual. Ordinary cultivators could not rely on it to break through their cultivation level. One can rely on it to break through the realm. Clearly, it has taken over 10 years of cultivation to accumulate the achievements of today. The accumulation of the master is truly terrifying. One night passed like that, until dawn broke. Mu Guanxian and Wang Xing diligently continued their training. After practicing the 7-star sword formation once, Wang Xing looked at the wooden sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "Senior sister's natural talent is extraordinary. Upgrading is no longer a matter of discussion. And my cultivation level has also risen by 1 stage." In just one short night, the true essence within his body had become several times purer. The harvest was even greater than in his previous life, and more beneficial. As long as he activated the true essence within himself, his understanding of the 7-star sword formation reached an entirely new level. The wooden sword used for practice could no longer withstand the true essence and sword intent. As for his master, the primordial state from the day before, after awakening, had entered a stable condition. 3 days later, in the evening, Wang Xing was tasked with guarding Qing Yanzi. Leaning against the door, he had dozed off when a soft voice suddenly called out, "Wang Xing, wake up." Wang Xing dreamily opened his eyes, and, upon seeing that it was Qing Yanzi, he joyfully exclaimed, "Master, you're awake." Qing Yanzi smiled and said, "You all have worked hard these past few days, guarding me and escorting me to my bedroom. Come, later I have something I want to discuss with you." After resting, Qing Yanzi began to tell Wang Xing and Mu Guanxuan about the world of cultivation 1,000 years ago, while also warning them. He said that the Tao will change, and the fluctuations will naturally come. As cultivators like us, we of course bear great responsibility to eliminate demons. Time passed, and after the handover, within a short period, they resumed their previous cultivation days. Everything remained largely unchanged. But with the help of True Essence, they also already have true cultivation. In the courtyard, Wang Xing practiced the 7-star sword formation for Qing Yanzi to see. It was clear that its power had greatly increased compared to before. Qing Yanzi smiled and spoke, "Your 7-star sword formation has improved step by step. Not bad, not bad." A Mu Guanxian sitting beside also happily clapped and praised. Wang Xing humbly spoke, "It is all thanks to my master's guidance that I, as a disciple, have been able to achieve such accomplishments." Next, he shyly scratched his head, pointed to the large hole in the wall, and asked with a smile, "But master, wouldn't this also be considered ruining the efforts of Wudong Mountain?" Qing Yanzi smiled and replied, "Not counting." Then the three of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Time passed again, spring went, and autumn came. Wang Sheng had spent 3 years at Wudong Mountain. Today, the usual days of cultivation were disrupted when Taoist Li Shuwu came knocking at the door. From afar, Li Shuwu, with a worried expression, ran towards them and shouted, "Qing Yanzi, senior brother, the Wudong sect is in trouble." Qing Yanzi invited Li Shuiwu into the room. As soon as Li Shuiwu sat down, he exclaimed, "No matter what, you must help me with this." Qing Yanzi poured a cup of tea for Li Shuiwu, then smiled and said calmly, "Don't rush to drink. Let's talk slowly after the tea." According to Li Shuiwu's account, the recovery of the primordial energy had already taken 3 years. Most of the sects had regained their own inheritance, and naturally, no one would be idle. Not long ago, more than 20 prestigious sects intended to hold an exchange meeting at the Maoshan sect to probe one another's internal affairs. It was also because of this exchange conference that Li Shuiwu went to Qing Yanzi to ask for help. Li Shuiwu sighed heavily and lamented, "From the sect master senior brother to the 2 uncles, they all say cultivation is important, and then they push everything onto me. But my cultivation is low. What if someone deliberately tries to probe? I am unable to keep this job, so I have no choice but to ask junior brother for help." Qing Yanzi spoke, "If you want to find a cultivator in the embryonic soul formation realm to resolve this matter." "Hey, it's not that I can't go." Li Shuiwu heard this and anxiously asked, "Could it be that senior brother's cultivation level has been lowered?" "How could that be?" Qing Yanzi smiled and said, "It's not like it was brought down. A few months ago, I broke through to the Void Pill realm. It seems that this journey is not quite suitable. Hearing this, Li Shuiwu silently cursed in his heart. Damn it. A Taoist priest like you shouldn't pretend to be so clueless. Is having a high cultivation level really that impressive? The old Taoist is only in the divine gathering realm. How could he possibly understand my feelings? At this moment, Qing Yinzi continued, although I will not go, my two disciples are quite suitable for your requirements. Li Shuiwu was startled and exclaimed, huh? Mu Guanxian and Fei Yu have already broken through to the embryonic soul formation realm. Qing Yinzi purposely sighed and said, it's not too bad. Mu Guanxian broke through to the embryonic soul formation realm a few months ago. Wang Xing leaned towards the sword path and started his apprenticeship a bit late, so his cultivation level was slightly behind that of his senior sister. At best, he could only reach the late-stage divine gathering realm. Li Shuiwu silently cried again. I know your cultivation is higher, and your disciple's talent is great, but do you really have to flaunt it like this? If it weren't for the fact that your cultivation realm is not on par with mine, I would truly want to fight you to the death. Sitting outside the room, Wang Xing chuckled to himself, saying, Master's sarcasm skills are becoming more and more impressive. When it got dark, Li Shuiwu bid farewell and left. Qing Yinzi and Wang Xing went together to see him off. When he reached the door, Li Shuiwu turned around, clasped his hands together, and spoke. Let it be decided this way. Tomorrow morning we will depart. I will take my leave beforehand. Qing Yinzi clasped his hands together and spoke. Junior brother, take your time. Wang Xing also cupped his hands and spoke. Masterly, take your time. Not long after, Qing Yinzi assigned Wang Xing to bring Mu Guanxian along with Li Shuiwu to the exchange meeting. If compared to you, Mu Guanxian has grown up in the mountains since childhood, so naturally, she couldn't avoid Qing Yinzi's thorough instruction. Yes, after coming down the mountain, the phone should not be separated from you. If the battery is low, remember to use a power bank. Yes, you are not allowed to talk to strangers, nor get into someone else's vehicle. Yes, men down the mountain are not trustworthy. Whether something is going on or not, one must still be concerned about the junior disciple. Yes, on one side, Wang Xing was packing 10 pieces of luggage while quietly thinking to himself, the human heart is treacherous. From beginning to end, it cannot compare to the tranquility of the mountain. The simple thoughts of the senior sister, as beautiful as an immortal, are also very easy to be deceived by others. But over the past few years, I've also leveled up quite a bit. Now, I can help senior sister pack up the clothes, or I can change the realm. Suddenly, he accidentally grabbed an object, causing his face to turn red. He quickly put it into his backpack, muttering nonstop to himself, Dao Heart, Dao Heart. The next morning, Wang Xing wore the uniform of the Wudong sect and carried 2 large travel bags into the yard. Qing Yinzi walked over and asked, have you finished packing your things? Wang Xing smiled and replied, yes, we can depart at any time. Qing Yinzi placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke, advising, Wang Xing, this time when you go outside, do not abuse your strength to bully the weak. Don't go around boasting about your cultivation techniques. You must strive to be humble. Understood? Wang Xing patted his chest and assured, Master, don't worry. Humility is my profession. Qing Yinzi nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Then he shouted into the room. Mu Guanxian is ready to depart. Are you prepared? The sound of Mu Guanxian's voice echoed in the room. Yes. A few seconds later, she stepped out of the room. Wang Xing was immediately stunned by her current appearance, his face quickly turning red. Qing Yinzi pushed Wang Xing with her hand and laughed, saying, hurry, stand over there. Let's take a photo together. I'll post it on my friend circle. Wang Xing, feeling embarrassed, spoke up. Master, you said we should be humble. A moment later, Qing Yinzi's laughter echoed through the courtyard. Ha ha, smile. The truth is proven. Mu Guanxian's beauty is far from ordinary. Wherever she goes, she attracts the attention of all the boys, causing Wang Xing to worry incessantly, afraid that some rogue might get a face full of fists from his senior sister. Mu Guanxian, Fei Yu over here, and Li Shuiwu were standing in front of a bus, waving their hands to greet their martial uncle. Wang Xing and Mu Guanxian clasped their hands together in respect, truly living up to their status as disciples of Qing Yinzi, their courtesy earning admiration from others. Come, let's get acquainted a little. Li Shuiwu smiled gently and extended his hand toward the 3 people beside him. These 3 were disciples of 3 generations from Wudong Mountain, sent here. Coincidentally, they were of the same rank as the other 2. Sword Cultivator, Zhu Yinglong, Body Cultivator, Qiliang, Body Cultivator, Meng Hong each introduced themselves in turn. Greetings to my senior brothers and sisters. My senior sister speaks rather awkwardly. If any of you have any instructions, just let me know. Wang Xing replied, silently assessing in his heart, their aura has clearly reached the divine gathering realm as well. The strength of the Wudong sect truly cannot be underestimated. It is merely the Tao of the Wudong sect, with the central martial arts technique belonging to the true martial way. The majority of the orthodox Taoist methods are also closely related to martial arts. Today, the Tao of successive restoration, I'm afraid, will be looked down upon by other sections. All right, get ready to board the carriage and depart. Following Li Shuwu's words, the five of them stepped onto the carriage one by one. Mu Guanxian chose a position near the window, his eyes constantly directed outside, causing Wang Xing to chuckle, as if eagerly anticipating something. Mu Guanxian picked up the phone, selected a few stickers to show her excitement, and handed it to Wang Xing to see. This is their new way of speaking. Understood, Wang Xing replied with a smile. This is the phone that Wang Xing, the sorcerer who makes money, just bought. After switching from a brick phone to a smartphone, Mu Guanxian's meme game reached a new level. Now, fighting with her, the people sitting here are probably all just trash. In my previous life, I only lived until 31 years old. There were still many things I hadn't truly broadened my horizons on. This time, everything will change. Furthermore, Wang Xing subconsciously glanced at Mu Guanxian. He must protect the people around him. The car quickly took them to the hotel at the foot of Mount Maoshan. The Grand Tao Convergence will officially begin tomorrow evening. During this period, everyone should rest well. You can also go sightseeing around, but don't overexert yourselves. Li Shuwu gave a few instructions before leaving. The next morning, Mu Guanxian sat in front of the door, while Wang Xing played a game. Wang Xing stepped out of the room just as she had lost the match. Hee, senior sister is waiting for me? Mu Guanxian did not bother responding. Are you angry? Mu Guanxian held up the phone with the sticker label, quickly coaxing Laozi. Remembering the hurt look in Mu Guanxian's eyes yesterday when he had to sleep in the same room as Qiliang, Wang Xing helplessly explained, Senior sister. Now it's not like on the mountain. You and I sleeping in the same room, it's not really appropriate. How about going for a walk outside? It's not every day we come to Maoshan. It would be nice to buy some local specialties for the master on this trip. At this moment, the group from the Wudong sect also arrived. Zhu Yinglong smiled and said, What are you buying? We also brought it back for our master. Mu Guanxian saw them and immediately hid behind Wang Xing. Wang Xing respectfully greeted, Senior brother, senior sister, good morning. Zhu Yinglong casually draped his arm over Wang Xingfeiyu's shoulder, his junior brother. We are planning to go out for a walk to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Maoshan. I wonder if you and senior sister Mu Guanxian would be interested. Wang Xing happily agreed. On the way, the group of people chatted happily. Maoshan is also easy to climb, Qiliang said. Zhu Yinglong agrees. The main mountain of Maoshan is only a few hundred meters high, but the Taoist temples are very peaceful and easy to find. If the mountain is not high, how can it be spiritual? Wang Xing said, then turned to look at Mu Guanxian, who was happily eating a pastry, thinking to himself, of course, for senior sister, whether there is spirit or not doesn't matter. As long as there's food, that's enough. The group was preparing to continue their journey when another group approached to start a conversation. May I ask which sect you gentlemen belong to? This humble one, Lu Yunji of Maoshan, greets all fellow cultivators. I am Zhu Yinglong of Wudong Mountain, paying my respects to the fellow Taoists. Lu Yunji smiled and replied, So it turns out that you are the fellow cultivators from the Wudong sect. Everyone can do as they please. Any complaints regarding inadequate reception or rudeness are kindly requested to be forgiven. While both sides were exchanging greetings, Wang Xing noticed the unusual gaze of the two people accompanying Lu Yunji. What are the Maoshan people trying to do? Could it really be just a simple greeting? Wang Xing was just thinking about this when the group of people bade their farewells. As they passed by, Wang Xing accidentally overheard. Now, everything is about cultivating the Tao and understanding the law. What brings the disciples of the Wudong sect here to cause a commotion? Are you showing off your sword and fighting? It turns out they're looking for someone to fight, Wang Xing thought to himself. Isn't senior brother Lu Yunji trying to find the talented Longhushan talisman for his training? It seems he has failed and is returning. The blonde-haired man was still speaking when a strange object struck the back of his head, causing him both pain and anger. Who is attacking him from behind? Wang Xing immediately turned around and looked at Mu Guanxian, who was using his internal energy with a dumpling. I knew you would mention it here. Wang Xing grabbed Mu Guanxian's hand and quickly pulled her away. Let's go. You're doing something bad and yet you're not running fast. Staying behind means you're looking for a fight, don't you think? At the same time, the blonde-haired man was still looking around sporadically, his mouth continuously cursing. Who the hell dared to do it but doesn't have the guts to take responsibility? What kind of skill is it to ambush like this? If you find the disciple of Maoshan unpleasant, come out and teach me. His companion said, if it weren't for the two of you talking behind our backs, this wouldn't have happened. Lu Yunji calmly looked around, then bent down to pick up a dumpling that had fallen beneath the spot where the blonde-haired person had just stood. Showing off this cultivation level, compared to that arrogant name Long Hushan, is much better. Truly worthy of being called the Wudong sect. Among the younger generation, there are indeed formidable figures. In the afternoon, at the square in front of the Maoshan Palace, Li Shuiwu led 5 young men, smiling and greeting other sects at the exchange event, causing a few people to feel uncomfortable. Over the past few years, the Wudong sect had not only mastered sword techniques, martial arts, and footwork that could rival the world, but had also come to join the excitement. Moreover, they even find a few beautiful female disciples to go out and attract attention, perhaps paying money to hire them. Wang Sheng stood not far away, and upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel troubled. The Taoist path had just been restored to martial arts, and it was understandable that it wasn't given much attention, but could the voices of the Taoist priests discussing it be a little quieter? If not, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop my senior sister. Wang Xing turned to look at Mu Guanxian, who, of course, had also heard the gossip and was holding up her phone with the words, "I want to hit 10 times," displayed on it. Li Shuiwu, standing in front, spoke up at this moment. Perhaps everyone has understood the situation by now. The various sects are probably preparing to make us lose face. Later, the Taoist sect will hold an 80% exchange, and there will also be people who will ask you to go to the arena for training. Having said that, Li Shuiwu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Mu Guanxian. Mu Guanxian, just wait until that time. You strike and make a small impact. Today, we can watch the movie more peacefully. But martial uncle, our master has instructed us. Wang Xing had not finished speaking when he saw Mu Guanxian happily nod in agreement with Li Shuiwu. Therefore, you can only silently curse in your heart. As for the enemies, may they pray for their own luck. Soon, everyone gathered in the center of the arena. The referee spoke loudly. The grand tournament begins now. Today, the Taoist sect of Ming Mountain gathers at Maoshan. We are all legitimate Taoist heirs, all possessors of the method of reincarnation. Next, I invite all fellow cultivators to freely demonstrate their cultivation, research, and discuss the path of cultivation. After chatting for a while, Mu Guanxian couldn't help but nod off, feeling sleepy. Wang Xing gave a wry smile. This Taoist exchange conference is actually a conference to grasp the Tao, isn't it? Thinking of this, he turned to Mu Guanchuan and instructed, "Senior sister, if it really becomes necessary to go up on stage later. If it's not necessary, don't display too many skills. Just showing your cultivation level is enough." Qiliying saw him so serious and couldn't help but tease, "It seems like you are the senior brother after all." The 3 of them were laughing and joking happily when suddenly a voice echoed, "If that's the case, I, Maoshan, will go up first." Upon hearing this, both Mu Guanchuan and Wang Xing simultaneously turned to look at the person speaking in surprise. Immediately after, the person who had just spoken quickly stepped into the arena to showcase his skills. He took out a piece of yellow paper from his chest, identical to the kind used for offerings, then circulated his internal energy and spoke politely to Slander. As soon as he finished speaking, the paper in his hand quickly began to glow, transforming into a golden aura that surrounded him. Suddenly, the light streams gathered together like cotton candy, forming a solid sword. He began to draw his sword, performing a graceful sword dance, his movements decisive and incredibly agile. After finishing, the person just needed to raise their hand, say something under their breath, and the sword would dissolve back into its original form. Mu Guanxian and you stared in confusion. Is that all? Isn't it a bit too trivial to bring up for a competition? Wang Xing shook his head in frustration. Indeed, families could never share the teachings of their own sects with each other. Suddenly, a voice rang out, full of mockery. Is this the famous and renowned Maoshan Taoist technique? Impressive indeed. The crowd around them could all hear the mockery in the words, so they immediately turned sideways, then vertically, searching and discussing in a lively manner. Huh, where is that sound coming from? Someone from Maoshan spoke up. Who is speaking? The voice continued to echo. When I was young, under the bridge, with just 1 coin, I could watch the 7 sections and even earn money to buy snacks. It seems that Mu Guanxian has figured out where the voice is coming from. She gently tugged on his hand and then pointed in that direction. He lay down, basking in the sunlight, his mouth never ceasing to chatter. Indeed, this clever fellow, who never fails to show respect for my 3-sect tale, is Shitian Zhang. Wang Xing thought, according to the 3-sect scriptures, this person might be a disciple of the Longhu Mountain sect or Gazao Mountain. From his tone, could there be some kind of conflict with the Taoist priest? The referee was somewhat confused. The 3 sects' talismanic arts each had their own strengths, and naturally, they also had their own shining points. We invite the next heir of the house to present themselves. And the next performance belongs to the Tai E swordsmanship of the Wudong sect. Below, everyone excitedly discussed. The Wudong sect's sword is truly exquisite. But today, everyone is showcasing their sword techniques, which doesn't seem quite appropriate. Doesn't the Wudong sect have a way to control the sword? That's right. In the past, when there was no heaven and earth spiritual energy, the Wudong sect naturally would not have taken a liking to any sword control techniques. Hearing everyone talk about a sect like that, Zhu Yinglong felt a little confused, suddenly tense, and broke out in a sweat. Shi Tianzhong continued to tease. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the senior brother of the Wudong sect might strike with a single sword, urging the sword energy to swiftly kill you all. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. He spoke. Which fellow Taoist? At that moment, Wang Xing interrupted. Senior brother Zhu. Zhu Yinglong turned around and saw him walking toward him. He thought, Master Uncle has once said that junior martial brother's swordsmanship is profound. If he were to take the stage, it would indeed be much more suitable than mine. Thinking of this, Zhu Yinglong sincerely raised his hand to lift the sword and said, This is due to my lack of skill in the arts, troubling junior brother. Wang Xing bowed his head respectfully and humbly said, The sword technique of senior brother is also profound, beyond the understanding of ordinary eyes. I am just fortunate to have some knowledge of patterns. It is used to demonstrate. Just as you finished speaking, the figure swiftly slipped through a path. Wang Xing gently read, The sword awakens the spirit, the sword falls to change the fate. The moon sword technique. Mu Guanxian smiled gently, observing him. Over here, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The referee watched his sword play, his eyes widening in disbelief. That was Wang Xing, like an immortal, commanding the entire arena. He was astonished, thinking, this can't be considered mere martial arts. He looked at the halo of light constantly radiating from the boy. He was certain that this was the sword heart of intelligence. This was definitely the sword heart of intelligence mentioned in the ancient texts. Wang Sheng, like a martial skill at the intermediate stage, appeared and disappeared effortlessly, his long sword in hand, incredibly graceful. Next, he raised the sword straight up to the sky. Wang Xing's face was extremely serious. Immediately after, he darted forward swiftly with the treasured sword in hand. To the right, then to the left, his whole body continuously twisting and turning. Wang Xing continued to point the sword straight up to the sky. He channeled his inner strength, and the illusion of both himself and the sword multiplied into many clones. Shi Tianzhong was so surprised that he stood up, staring blankly at the display, not blinking once. The crowd was dumbfounded. What level of cultivation was that? Could there really be a swordsmanship comprehension so astonishing? Is that person the sword immortal? They're a third-generation disciple, right? And they've reached the divine gathering realm? Wang Xing slowly lowered the sword. The light around him gradually dimmed as well. The lost sword, the bustling and ever-changing Tenha Qin, seemed to sink into an all-encompassing emptiness. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The swordsmanship has been demonstrated. Wang Xing introduced, The intelligent sword heart is my path of cultivation. After finishing, Wang Xing happily handed the sword back to senior brother Zhu Yinglong. Your sword. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yinglong smiled bitterly in his heart. Junior brother Wang Xing covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, Then I'll change how I address you. I'll call you senior brother now. Is it still not too late? Wang Xing was speechless. Senior brother, you're joking. The referee said loudly, the seven-star sword of the Wudong sect, its reputation is well-deserved. The Taoist techniques and practices of the mountains also leave a deep impression on others. Today is the Tao of inheritance. Correcting each other's mistakes is a good opportunity to test and verify. Next, there is no need for any further restrictions. You may all freely ask each other for guidance if you wish to train together. It is best to stop here for now. Do not cause any harm. Upon hearing this, Mu Guanxian's eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing her so excited, he couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, what's wrong? Do you want to fly? She looked around, searched for a moment, then shot a glance at Wang Sheng and pointed in that direction. It is him. The person she mentioned is Shi Tianzhong. He had been sitting there the whole time, his face dark as he watched them. Realizing he had been discovered, he didn't try to hide and stood up directly, walking toward them. Wang Xing immediately became alert upon seeing it. This person harbored ill intentions toward his senior sister. But something felt off, because his gaze hadn't left him the entire time. Wang Xing thought, is it possible that I'm not the one he's looking for? Just as he was about to approach, someone else, quicker on their feet, made their way toward Shi Tianzhong. The person respectfully introduced himself. I, Lu Yunji, a disciple of Mao Shan, humbly wish to seek guidance on the grand principles of the talismans of the dragon and tiger heavenly sect. Does the Shitianzhang sect want to fight with a 1x0 disciple? Shitianzhang was stunned, then scoffed and let out a long sigh. He scratched his head, his face darkened, and said loudly, "Why are you still not convinced after being defeated by me last time? Anyway, it's not like I'm scared." The sword-playing brother from Wudong Mountain ran off, and it didn't take much time. "Come on, Wangxing, standing here, dazed and angry, thinking swordplay? Me." Immediately after, both quickly stepped onto the martial arts stage. Shitianzhang spoke. "Speak. What will we compete in this time?" Lu Yunji drew his sword. The golden talismans with red characters surrounded him. Naturally, they were magical runes. Hearing this, Shitianzhang couldn't help but feel intrigued, laughing loudly, his voice echoing through the arena. He held the talisman in his hand, which quickly burst into flames. Shitianzhang sneered at his opponent, saying, "Playing with talismans, huh?" Then, he took out a small-sized talisman string from the middle section, which seemed to have been upgraded. Immediately afterward, he looked at Lu Yunji arrogantly. "I don't bow to anyone." Wangxing stood from a distance, observing him, somewhat surprised. How could an object without origin possess such a miraculous talisman? Lu Yunji has been cultivating since childhood and has been supported by a large sect, so it's no surprise that he has reached the mid-stage of the Divine Gathering Realm. But Shitianzhang, has he really reached the late stage of the Divine Gathering Realm already? Over here, Shitianzhang has spoken. "Come here. I'll let you strike first." Wangxing couldn't help but wonder. The primordial chi of heaven and earth has just recovered, and any young cultivator who can enter the Divine Gathering Realm is undoubtedly a talent. That person, if not for possessing extraordinary aptitude, how could they have achieved such a feat? Perhaps it is the Tao legacy of Long Hushan. Is there a divine sign here? At this moment, Lu Yunji also began to draw his sword. His eyes revealed a sharp and resolute glint. As soon as his hand touched the sword's edge, a brilliant golden light immediately radiated from it. At the same time, talismans appeared and continuously flew around the sword. Lu Yunji quickly assumed a stance, ready for battle. "I seek your guidance." His attitude was extremely cautious, completely different from Shitianzhang. After finishing his words, he raised his sword and pointed it straight at the sky, shouting loudly, "Shangqing Law Decree." The thunderous lightning struck, and the talismans were quickly sucked into the clouds above. Then, they emitted a burst of golden light. And there, a massive, aggressive source of power surged straight down to the ground, where the target lay. But it seems like Shitianzhang was not at all panicked. He easily dodged. Again, it was this move. Truly, nothing new at all. Ventri still didn't stop there. He drew his longsword and shouted loudly, "Thunderbolt Justice." At the same time, two talismans, the Divine Action Talisman and the Lifting Talisman, were activated, adding more power to his strike. Shitianzhang, dodging while provoking, said, "I told you, can your Maoshan Shangqing talismans really do the job? Can the Thunder Law pack a little more power? Are these the only moves? Truly boring." Finally, he's making a move and still refuses to admit defeat. Lu Yunji? Did you think I would let it go? The two talismans used are the Spirit Serpent Talisman and the Transforming Crane Talisman. Shitianzhang was smug, disdainful, and mocking. "I've been wanting to ask you something for a while now. How would you look if you wore women's clothes? By the way, from now on, can I call you Lu Shimi?" It seems that Lu Yunji was somewhat flustered as the two talismans simultaneously rushed forward to attack him. Then, Shitianzhang took out a set of 4 talismans and looked at Lu Yunji with a cunning gaze. He laughed loudly. "I haven't even used my skills yet, and you've already taken some tattered talismans. If today you force me to use over 100 talismans to create a stage, then consider it my defeat. Is that all right?" At this moment, Lu Yunji seemed to have been provoked to the point of anger. He angrily shouted, "Shut up." The 4 talismans simultaneously attacked at once. The situation appeared to be rather unfavorable for Lu Yunji. He began to draw many yellow talismans beside him to defend against the fierce attacks of Shitianzhang. A surge of aggressive golden inner strength enveloped Lu Yunji, blocking the few talismans. Shitianzhang threw himself forward, simultaneously launching several more talismans. "Lu sister, couldn't you hold on any longer? The best part of the story is still ahead." 2 black talismans were thrown out, rapidly transforming into tiny black butterflies. They formed a swarm of hundreds, constantly surrounding Lu Yunji, leaving him somewhat surprised. They gradually flew out, not hundreds, but thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of black butterflies had completely surrounded Lu Yunji. At the same time, a burst of golden aura quickly erupted from within him. Lu Yunji successfully drove the black butterflies out of his body with ease. Wangxing was so shocked that his mouth hung open. That Tao treasure is actually a magical weapon? On this side, Muguanchuan was still continuously observing the battle. "You assess that. Although the quality of the Taoist robe didn't seem high, requiring a large amount of true essence and spiritual sense to support it, you could still see the Taoist sect's magical weapon. Truly, this trip was not in vain. Shi Tianzhong despised the 1,000-year-old inherited magic tools, yet he still handed them over to a disciple of the Divine Gathering realm? Mao Shan truly is shameless. But the old man of our Longhu Mountain is also shameless. He smugly looked at Lu Yunji. Unlucky. They gave me something like this before as well. The disciples on Lu Yunji's side were frustrated, glaring, while on Shi Tianzhong's side, the elders were pleased, nodding and smiling brightly. Shi Tianzhong glanced at the opponent. How would he challenge them? Now, no one cares about face anymore. Lu Yunji was on guard. Although unsure of its purpose, the piece of jade was clearly also a magic weapon. I've already used my trump card in this formation. I cannot lose. Then it's best to make the first move. Having said that, Lu Yunji quickly channeled his internal energy and struck a blow toward Shi Tianzhong. The light carried with it an extremely powerful internal force. The 5 divine beings of hue shattered the illusion of hope. Since earlier, Shi Tianzhong still hasn't shown any signs of hesitation. He gently dodges, just like that, not knowing his own limits. It's my turn now, and the moon-shaped stone is quickly pressed to his forehead by him. Shi Tianzhong began to chant the incantation. The demon seal's power lies within my hands. 6 profound techniques, heed my command and rise. Immediately after, from where he stood, that blue light quickly spread out, binding fiercely. Around Shi Tianzhong, a dense inner force surrounded him like a transparent glass cage. He summoned a series of black talismans, grinning with satisfaction as he looked at Lu Yunji. Lu sister, you're about to lose. As soon as the words were spoken, the talismans were quickly shot toward Lu Yunji. They sped through the air with a sharp whoosh. Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, he quickly leaped into the air, channeling his inner strength. Around Lu Yunji at this moment, a bright ball of light surrounded him. The black talismans flew towards him, suddenly starting to drip with fresh blood. It was unknown whose blood it was. The pile of blood continued to drip incessantly into Lu Yunji's circle of light. The strength quickly dissipated. He did not expect Shi Tianzhong to resort to this move, so he was momentarily stunned. The crowd was in an uproar. Damn it, are you really resorting to using black dog blood now? Have you completely lost your sense of shame? Suddenly, a black talisman swiftly flew past Lu Yunji's face, leaving a streak of blood on his cheek. He stood there dazed, raising his hand to touch his face, his eyes becoming hollow. And finally, the sword in his hand slowly fell. Lu Yunji sadly lowered his head and said, I have lost. Wang Xing watched from beginning to end, unable to help but sigh. The air of Longhu Shan is truly not simple. A familiar voice came from behind, drawing the attention of the 2 sisters. That Shi Tianzhong boy is no simple character. He was surprised. Senior apprentice uncle, do you know him? He stroked his beard. I've heard of him before. 6 years ago, while cultivating the Tao at Longhu Mountain sect, before the heavenly and earthly primordial energy returned, I had already grasped the basic talismanic methods. After the primordial chi returned, he gained insight into the contents of the books. In a short period of time, despite his young age, he had already created more than 10 talisman techniques on his own. Now, he is the leader of the younger generation of Longhu Mountain, directly taught by the Grandmaster of Longhu Mountain. The future ahead of him is wide open. You think to yourself, if Shi Tianzhong has such potential, then why did I not hear about this person in my previous life? Could it be that I am facing some kind of tribulation, causing me to die prematurely? If not based on his personality and tongue, why is it that no one knows about it? Over here, Shi Tianzhong was pleased with himself. How annoying. Starting this magical artifact even once is not easy at all. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Little brother, play with that sword from Wudong Mountain. Let's have a duel. Out of the blue, his name was called. The boy was momentarily stunned and pointed at himself, as if asking, is it me? Recalling the words his master had said, don't go around boasting about your cultivation. Try to be humble. Do you understand? He felt distressed in his heart because, before leaving, his master had reminded him to be humble. Zhu Yinglong and everyone else were now staring at him in bewilderment. He exclaimed in surprise, Fei Yu. On this side, you think, if you withdraw without fighting, it's likely to leave behind a reputation of cowardice and fear for the Wudong sect. Never mind. Then, Wang Xing stood up and said, Senior brother Zhu Yinglong, may I borrow your treasured sword for a moment? The arena was abuzz with constant chatter. Impossible. They even have to borrow a sword from the person next to them when they get on stage. How little does the Wudong sect actually value the future immortal sword? Does it matter to it whether it values it or not? At this moment, the cultivation of this young man has not yet reached its peak, and his sword cannot leave his hand. it is likely very difficult for him to win. That's right, the opponent can throw out dozens of talismans. How could he not be at a disadvantage? Mu Guanxian tugged at his sleeve, not saying anything, but her eyes couldn't hide the worry. Wang Xing knew her thoughts, so he comforted her. Senior sister, don't worry, it's fine. It seems that she has truly been swayed by his words. The young girl's cheeks turned slightly pink. Mu Guanxian immediately regained his composure and gestured with his hand. Do your best. Everyone quickly stood up. Zhu Yinglong handed the sword over to his junior brother. Be careful, Wang Xing said. Thank you, senior brother. You should apologize to your master. I want to take this opportunity to test myself. If I can't win, I'm afraid I will tarnish the reputation of the Wudong sect. He didn't care either, and then instructed Fei Yu. You should pay attention to your own safety. This kind of reputation isn't worth anything at all. The two fighters quickly advanced to the arena. Shi Tianzhang's face was also filled with confidence. Qiliang worriedly asked, Senior brother, do you think Fei Yu is confident he can defeat Shi Tianzhang? Zhu Yinglong was also anxious, finding it difficult to respond. He analyzed the highest level of talismanic skill of Shi Tianzhang, which was far from ordinary, and with the Jade Stone magic artifact that was enough to support the spiritual elevation of cultivators, the power of the talisman was formidable. At the same time, Shi Tianzhang briefly introduced the small Tao. Shi Tianzhang's master was the Taoist Longhushan Tianzheng. Zhu Yinglong felt that Fei Yu fighting against him was not an easy battle. On this side, Yu quickly introduced Master Wang Xing, with the Daoist title Fei Yu, to the matter at hand, mentioning Qingyanzi Shi Tianzhang. Brother, could you give me a way to contact your senior sister? Or how about we make a bet? Later, if you lose, you'll give me the way to contact your senior sister. How about it? His face remained unchanged. After the fight, he said, as if his inner thoughts were constantly screaming, this guy knows how to fight. It's not that easy. Shi Tianzhang, smug and combative, swiftly summoned his talismanic family. Then it settled with a single word. Immediately after, he quickly shot all the talismans toward Wang Xing. As they neared him, they transformed into large flames. Wang Xing calmly stepped aside, easily evading the first attack. Suddenly, at the same moment, a massive shadow appeared above his head, causing him to look up. A gigantic crane was fiercely flapping its wings toward him. That was the talisman he had used earlier on Lu Yunji. Its enormous foot stomped fiercely toward him with great force. But he still wasn't anxious at all, only gently dodging. Your legs kept moving without pause. Every place you pass through is illuminated by beams of light. It seems that this is not a coincidence, but rather Wang Xing had his own plan in mind. The crowd below the stage was abuzz. Look, the spot he passed through is the Big Dipper of the Seven Stars. Quickly, he stood in front of Shi Tianzhang, leaving him momentarily stunned and bewildered. Shi Tianzhang pondered as he glanced at the distant mountains. This person also has some skills. First, I must lure him far away, then use a talisman to drain his life and kill him. But before he could finish his thought, the boy was already standing right behind him. His movements were incredibly smooth and swift, causing the opponent to be startled. Sensing the danger, Shi Tianzhang quickly turned around and dodged. Around him at this moment, everywhere was the figure of Wang Xing. He was stunned. Damn, is this guy really that strong? At this moment, he finally began to draw his sword. Wang Xing's expression remained unchanged as he looked at his opponent. In no time, the tip of the sword was aimed directly at Shi Tianzhang's throat. He was so bewildered that he hadn't even figured out what was happening. His expression remained indifferent as he gazed toward the opponent. He had already yielded, and this display of his made everyone in the audience hold their breath, especially his brothers. They were all left dumbfounded. Shi Tianzhang spoke up. Big brother, don't be agitated. I absolutely have no intentions toward your senior sister. Seeing the opponent raise their hand in surrender, he did not make things difficult for them. The sword was quickly sheathed. Wang Xing fathered the sword into its scabbard, casually praising. The talismanic technique is profound. I've learned a lot. Suddenly, for some reason, Shi Tianzhang hurriedly called him to turn back. Wait a moment. The guy hesitated, so Wang Xing felt a bit dissatisfied. How about we have another match? If not, I'll bother you like Lu Yunji does in the future. Every day, I will go to Wudong Mountain to find you and spar. Hearing this, he turned pale, spun around, and looked at Shi Tianzhang helplessly. The eminent masters of the Longhushan sect, why aren't you taking care of this person? Shi Tianzhang saw him silent like that and began to flatter and plead. Wang Xing, will you be my older brother from now on? Let's fight another round, but this time, if we lose as quickly as before. From now on, I will absolutely never bring up the matter of competing with CA again. The crowd was in an uproar. Only you defeated the others. Cannot let others win. You are so domineering, my brother. Let the immortal sword fall. If it happens again, it will only bring more shame. Seeing him so sincere, he finally agreed. Shi Tianzhong was excited and jumped up. That's great. Immediately after that, he quickly formed a seal and recited the heart-concentrating red incantation. 5 actions to bind the body, tiger and crane combined strike, and the round shield to protect the body. Shi Tianzhong thought to himself, if he didn't make him admit defeat wholeheartedly, he would probably continue to cling to him. Since that was the case, he cunningly calculated, first making him expend all his strength, and then throwing a bucket of cold water on him. At the same time, Shi Tianzhong excitedly shouted, I'm ready. Come on. This time, he summoned 3 crane beasts at once. The tiger and the snake, all 3 of them, exuded an overwhelming and oppressive aura. Yet, Wangxing only swung a single sword, and in that instant, he severed the limbs of all 3 beasts. This has never happened before. Shi Tianzhong was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at him. The 3 beasts symbolized fire, ice, and water. At that moment, they launched their attacks simultaneously. It may seem like you're standing still, but no attack has hit you. Shi Tianzhong's mind was in constant turmoil at this moment. He was panicked and began to murmur to himself. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind swiftly blew through, tearing apart the pouch he carried by his side. The entire talisman flew out along with it. No one could see how he moved, they only knew that, at this moment, Wangxing was behind Shi Tianzhong, and the wind from earlier was the sword energy he had released. The elders below, with their eyes wide open, were stunned. That was a sword chi that could dismember the body. Impossible. How old could that young man be? But right after that, the sword couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces at the tip. You regret it unexpectedly. Even Brother Zhu's sword could not withstand my true essence. Then, he remembered that he should take a look. At that moment, Shi Tianzhong sat down on the ground with a sad expression. He respectfully approached and humbly performed the greeting. Shi Tianzhong motioned for him to go ahead. He was sad. Zhu Yinglong, senior brother, I'm sorry for ruining your sword. You are generous, Fei Yu. There's no need to be polite. This sword can be in your hands. I won't regret it. Qiliang excitedly said, Fei Yu, you managed to defeat that Shi Tianzhong again. You are truly impressive. Immediately after, he moved toward Mu Guanxian. She was still sitting there, watching him. Wangxing looked at her and gave a gentle smile. Senior sister, I have one. She smiled brightly and held up her phone. The content inside read, Yay, that's great. He laughed happily. Thank you, senior sister, for cheering me on. My thoughts have been a bit wild today, but in the following days, I still need to meditate in the mountains, so it should be fine. Suddenly, she realized that a gaze was fixed on her. And so, Mu Guanxian fiercely glared, shielding Wangxing in front of him, surprising the young man. Senior sister Shi Tianzhong's face darkened, holding her torn bag, looking at him as if she were about to cry. Everyone was tense, on high alert. Zhu Yinglong spoke up, fellow Taoist of Longwushan sect. What more do you want? Wangxing stepped forward and spoke. Everyone here, leave it to me. Then, he directly went up to Shi Tianzhong, Taoist friend. Is there anything else? As soon as he saw you, Shi Tianzhong aggressively grabbed the torn bag and rushed over. Everyone who saw the scene was startled, thinking that he would be avenged. Zhu Yinglong anxiously shouted, Fei Yu, be careful. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he cried out loud. Wangxing, brother, what should I say? Why don't you just cut me down directly? Wouldn't that solve everything? Why did you cut my talisman? Wangxing looked at him in confusion. Does this reaction seem like something a 3-year-old would do? Shi Tianzhong continued to complain. The material of these black talismans is really expensive. A set costs me almost 30,000. Suddenly, a foot fiercely kicked him. Shut up. The man, irritated, said, All right, stop embarrassing yourself. Go back and I'll have the sect double the materials for you. He was taken aback. Master Shi Tianzhong, shameless, said, How about I give you 10 sheets of golden paper to improve your fate? He punched the greedy disciple. Damn it, I haven't even used that paper myself. Don't talk back to me. Hurry up and go back to the city, be good for me, or else I'll take all your magical artifacts and disband you. Shi Tianzhong cried, shouting back, Wangxing's swordsmanship, Shi Tianzhong is convinced. The figure had already disappeared, but the voice still echoed, All right, friend, let's have a meal together later. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, after 3 opening matches, this exchange conference had finally moved on to the main issue. After stepping onto the stage many times, I have also regained the reputation of the Wudong sect, just as my martial uncle said. The entire arena has settled down now. Next, one can only experience the tranquility of the conference by quietly observing. The 2 people behind murmured, Taoist friend has already reached the embryonic soul formation realm. Why not go ahead and train with Little Sword Immortal? The other person smiled bitterly, turned away, his face full of shame. His sect was still young. Hearing the person's words, Wang Xing suddenly understood. It seemed that it was perhaps like this after all. Meanwhile, over here, a violent green whirlwind swept through like a storm. It turns out that it was the Battle of Mu Guanxian, and her opponent was being sucked into it. The terrifying power was so immense that it made the others dizzy, their mouths foaming. However, Mu Guanxian's face seemed somewhat melancholic, and it was unclear what was troubling her. Under the stage, a man smiled brightly. Master Zhang Dao of the Maoshan sect wanted to request training for Wang Xing, full of pride. As expected, the embryonic soul formation realm was no match for the senior sister. Finally, when the vortex passed, it was also the moment when the other person was thrown far away. Mu Guanxian had just turned around when he heard a loud thud as the person fell. She slowly descended the stage, with countless pairs of amazed and admiring eyes following her. Wang Xing quickly ran over, looked at her, and smiled brightly. Senior sister is amazing. Her sad eyes gazed at her junior disciple. Then, Mu Guanxian let out a sigh, as if she were releasing all the burdens from her heart. She also looked at him, breaking into a bright smile, as if all the worries in her heart before were nothing more than a passing breeze and drifting clouds. Around them, people covered their mouths and whispered, "At such a young age, they're already at the mid-stage embryonic soul formation realm. Is this an elder? Now this is a true elder." Mu Guanxian, at this moment, her face radiating with immense aura, walked forward with great confidence, disregarding the whispers and stares of the crowd. Remembering when they both were walking together, he had held up a sign. Living beings are not allowed to approach. If anything happens, just contact her junior disciple. Wang Xing felt guilty. Senior sister, I'm making it hard for you. You go ahead, think it through later. Today, the Taoist sects of each house have found their own path. As long as the primal energy of heaven and earth sustains existence, the great era of cultivation will come again. I fear that this prosperous and peaceful era will not last much longer. The Taoist sect can bind its disciples, but some Shui Dao cultivators, fallen cultivators, or demonic beasts may walk the path of demonization. The path of cultivation can be an easy one. But how should the competition for these things in the world be handled? Because he was lost in thought, he had fallen far behind Mu Guanxian. She noticed Wang Xing acting strangely, turned around to look at him, quickly quickened her pace, and walked away. What was the point of thinking about these things? Do as much as you are capable of. Even if the sky falls, there are those above who will resist it. No matter what, as long as I can walk the path of cultivation with integrity in the future, that will be enough. You see everyone laughing and chatting happily and can't help but think, although having gone through hardships. Finally, the exchange conference ended perfectly. I have indeed gained a lot from this event. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Wang Xing, wait a moment. Hearing this, his shoulders involuntarily trembled. Wang Xing smiled wryly, sweating, turned around, and looked at his subordinates. Is there something wrong? Shi Tianzhang, excited, held out his phone. Add me as a friend, Super Idol. We have already talked about this before. Everyone will definitely meet each other many more times in the future. You should care for each other more. He happily said in a rush, Wang Xing, let's go down the mountain together. This is a good opportunity for us to talk. Wang Xing helplessly said, fine, but those talismans, I can't just leave them unattended. Shi Tianzhang is generous. It's fine. It's fine. At that time, just let Senior Marshal Uncle help me find some materials. I'll report the false data. Aren't those talismans priced at several thousand yuan? Wang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, you're truly ruthless. Everyone was preparing to leave when someone called out, Feiyu, Taoist brother, please go a little slower. Wait for me. Lu Yunji stepped forward and said softly, today, I'm truly relieved that Brother Dao took action to teach that scoundrel a lesson. It has made me feel much better inside. Therefore, I must run to thank Senior Brother. Wang Xing also happily performed the greeting, then responded with a smile. Lingji, brother, you're too polite. Shi Tianzhang showed a look of disdain and said, who are you trying to impress with such refined speech? What era is this? How can you still be calling each other brother this and brother that? Lu Yunji grumbled, retorting loudly, it's still better than your rude words. Shi Tianzhang's mouth could no longer hold back at this moment. Even though his subordinate had been defeated, he still dared to cause trouble in front of me. They quickly looked at each other with two sets of bullet-like eyes. Wang Xing stood in the middle, unable to hold back a few coughs. You quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Both of you must be hungry, right? Let's go down the mountain and have something to eat. I'll treat you tonight. Shi Tianzhang rambled in thanks to Wang Xing, saying, Junior Sister Lu, you are from here, Maoshan. Do you know of any good places to eat? Lu Yunji seemed like he wanted to breathe fire. Wang Xing, however, reassured him. Lu Yunji, calm down, calm down. In the Grand Assembly, everyone represents their respective sects, so of course, they must be formal. But after entering the dining room for a short while, everyone started getting familiar with each other. Wang Sheng naturally served food to his senior sister. Introduction to Shitian Zhang, the same age as me, due to his childish personality. Being sent by their family to Longhu Mountain for discipline due to their exceptional talent and talismans, they have now attained the demeanor they possess. I am no longer unfamiliar with Lu Yunji. After all, in his previous life, he was one of the 36 extraordinary talents of the Taoist sect. Since he was young, he had gone up the mountain with his master to train in cultivation. Combined with his extraordinary aura, he gained a large following online. A few years ago, Lu Yunji went to Longhushan for training and was knocked unconscious by Shi Tianzhang. After that, the two became enemies. Later, Tu Vai made some progress and wanted to take revenge, but encountered difficulties several times. That is why today's scene exists. My senior sister and I, today at the Grand Assembly, extinguished the envy of many sections. The two of them, under orders, came to establish a connection. That's quite reasonable, but of course I won't become arrogant because of it. Anyway, the path of today should not be arrogant or impulsive. It is right to cultivate peacefully and steadily. On this side, a voice rang out. The Maoshan sect has sent the footage from the past 10 hours. Quickly extract any useful information from it and identify the girl standing in front of the screen. The girl was still leisurely holding a hot cup of tea in her hand, her eyes never leaving the screens. Suddenly, a female employee couldn't help but swear loudly. Perhaps something had triggered her. The girl asked, "What happened?" The girl's expression was extremely serious, her hands continuously pressing. "Team leader, look." She rewound the battle segment of Wangxing and cursed in surprise. Who was that? An immortal swordsman? This sword technique only exists in movies. She glanced around, then calmly took a sip of tea. Who is he? The person behind quickly reported. This person's name is Wang Xing, Taoist Hao Feiyu. Based on the information we overheard, his master's Taoist name is Qing Yinzi. It is said that he has already reached the embryonic soul formation realm. Upon hearing this, the teacup in her hand suddenly fell, shattering into pieces. Did you just say who his master is? A few days after the end of the Disciple Exchange Conference, Wangxing returned to the mountain. He anxiously reminded his senior sister, "Take it slow, be careful with your footing." Remembering back at home, your mother couldn't help but feel delighted when she saw Mu Guanxian. "Mu Guanxian, I didn't expect you to have become so beautiful." Your father muttered, "Wangxing, how far have you and your senior sister progressed? When will you prepare the birth celebration for me? You are cunning, don't worry, Dad. In the years I have left to live, I will make sure to give you 2 grandchildren." The reason I am able to talk like this is because, after the conference ended, Master Li specifically allowed me to take a few days off to go home, as a way to put my parents' minds at ease. Unfortunately, recalling that horrifying night, I was tortured by a storm of messages, the content of which was something like, "Wangxing, where is your home? Have you arrived home yet? Wangxing, when will you come to Longhu Mountain? I haven't seen you reply to my messages, and now I'm getting even more anxious." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. On the way, he even received several terrifying messages from someone. Everyone around the mountain couldn't help but whisper when they saw the two. "Aren't those senior brother Feiyu and senior sister Mu Guanxian? I heard senior brother Zhu Long mention them before. They were very impressive at the exchange conference." According to what you said, senior brother Zhu Long and the others returned to the mountain a few days ago. In the past few days, the story of the exchange conference has spread throughout Wudong Mountain, and now all the Taoist temples on the mountain are aware of my cultivation level and that of my senior sister. But I also won't let that make me arrogant. After all, both sides are practitioners of the Tao. Even though in my past life I was still looked down upon by those experts, I don't want to become the kind of vicious cultivator they were. Qing Yinzi had been standing there, waiting for them in advance. I don't know why, but his face was visibly gaunt and hollow. As soon as they arrived, Wang Sheng and Mu Guanxian immediately knelt and paid their respects. "Master, we have returned." He spoke. The two of you. Stop for a moment." Qing Yinzi furrowed his brow. "Didn't I remind all of you to be a little more humble on this trip to Maoshan?" Mu Guanxian was frightened and quickly hid behind him. Wangxing helplessly explained, "Master, there is a reason for all of this." His expression was so serious, but when he got to this point, he couldn't help it and burst into laughter, holding his belly. Qing Yinzi was pleased, looking at him. "Well done. Although it is said that we are guests of Wudong Mountain, not belonging to the Taoist tradition of the true martial great emperor, we can still be considered cultivators of Wudong Mountain." This time, you didn't embarrass the master, but next time, you should still return home and continue cultivating peacefully in the mountains. Yesterday, junior brother Lai brought some things. Inside, there are two things that aren't bad, considered a reward for the two of you on this trip. I still have to go to Taiwan for a meeting tonight, but I will bring food back for both of you. Wang Xing said loudly, "Understood, master." You watched the back of Qing Yanzi, unable to hide your surprise. It had only been a few days, yet why did it feel as though the master was about to break through? He looks completely ordinary, but he is actually an incredibly talented individual. If it weren't for having been reincarnated, you probably wouldn't have discovered your master's talent. He looked at the pile of gifts and couldn't help but think. Perhaps it was due to the gratitude for his hard work at the exchange conference that elderly Xue Wu had specially prepared quite a few gifts for me and my senior sister. In that, the number of fruits prepared for himself was clearly the result of considerable thought. Mu Guanxian seemed to really like the new clothes. He quickly drew out his sword to try it. This ancient sword, when yuan, looked quite ordinary. But when using it, one will understand that within the sword lies the implication of the original sword. Clearly, the sword cultivator specializes in forging weapons. There is no mystique like the golden silk robes of Luyinji, the moon-garbed jade of Shitianzhang, although a precious item. But it's not the best of the best. If it were the reward for this trip to Maoshan, it wouldn't be too bad. After trying on the good clothes, he quickly brought them to Mu Guanxian to show her. Take a look at this sword, senior sister. She picked up the sword, carefully observing every line and detail on it. Her hand lightly brushed along the blade of the sword. However, she still didn't feel happy and shook her head, signaling to him, "If you use this, it will not end well." Wang Xing quickly understood the intention and reassured his senior sister, "Don't worry, I didn't mean to bring it to the slaughter. The sword master is the one who punishes, senior sister. Are you worried that this sword will affect your Dao heart?" She happily handed him a piece of jade. Wang Sheng was startled. "Senior sister, I already have this sword. Of course, the jade pendant that calms the soul should be for you, senior sister. It seems like you are very determined to give it to him." She immediately typed on her phone, "I am the greatest in the world." He awkwardly declined. No. This is a gift that Master Uncle gave to you. How could I hold it, Mu Guanxian?" With tears welling up, she looked at him, as if the tears had some effect. Immediately afterward, he quickly ran off. "Senior sister, wait for me for a moment." Mu Guanchuan stared blankly as she watched him go. He quickly returned, still hiding something behind his back. His expression couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. Wang Xing hesitated. "Originally, I was waiting for senior sister's birthday to give it as a gift, but now I'm taking it out earlier." He shyly handed over the gift, saying, "If senior sister gives me a gift, I must also accept the gift I give to her." Mu Guanxian happily pressed the flute against her cheek, her delight evident. Her face couldn't help but blush. Scene transitions to a few days later. After everything was taken care of, our cultivation life has returned to peace. Now, what I need to do is, within a year, elevate my cultivation to the embryonic soul formation realm and also experience the process of fasting. After that, when we returned to the mountain, in less than a month, a certain Taoist priest, with a wealthy appearance, came to our small courtyard. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning when a loud scream is heard. Your master's senior disciple is frantic, his face pale, shouting loudly, "Run inside, Qing Yanzi. Senior brother, the demon is harming people. Please, senior brother, help." Hearing the word demon, both He and Mu Guanxian's faces turned slightly pale. As night fell at his sect, the scene was incredibly quiet and peaceful. The mountain clouds intertwined in a charmingly picturesque manner. You were sleeping when suddenly you groggily woke up, turning this way and that, and saw Mu Guanxian lying next to you. Wang Xing was confused. What exactly is going on here? He jolted awake, sitting up abruptly, his face reddening uncontrollably. Why is senior sister sleeping here? Her hand was still tightly holding onto Wang Xing's shirt. He suddenly sat up, causing her to wake up as well. Being abruptly awakened, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Wang Xing felt guilty. "Senior sister, did I disturb you?" Outside, the sound of the wind blowing through the door created loud noises, causing Mu Guanxian to instinctively shrink back. Wang Xing anxiously asked, "Senior sister, is it the sound of the wind that scared you?" Immediately after that, Wang Xing pulled the blanket up and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, go to sleep. Tomorrow, I must wake up early and set off again." At this moment, Mu Guanchuan's brows finally relaxed a bit. He patted her back to help her sleep more easily. The reason she is like this is because, after Senior Marshal Uncle arrived during the day, Senior Marshal's sister has been like this ever since. I never really thought about it. Remembering that moment, the elder master was filled with joy. "Thank you for your help. Catching ghosts, Mu Guanxian was terrified, hiding behind him. Back to the present, Wangxing gave a wry smile. Senior sister, how can a cultivator in the embryonic soul formation realm be afraid of ghosts? I heard Master say that, in the past, in order to make senior sister speak, he once used a stimulating treatment method by telling a ghost story. As a result, senior sister was almost left mute, and at the same time, she fell ill. To think that something could scare senior sister so much. What kind of potent medicine did Master use back then? However, at this moment, it is also the responsibility of a junior disciple to comfort senior sister, who is in such a state of panic and fear. The next morning, they quickly set off. The large car was parked right in front of the door and began to depart. The car drove for a while before finally stopping in front of a house with wooden doors, looking incredibly old-fashioned. The master looked at this place, his emotions inevitably flooding in. How many years had it been? Yet, he still hadn't returned. Zhu Yinglong glanced at Fei Yu. You've prepared well enough, haven't you? This time, he was sent in place of that girl who's afraid of ghosts. Wangxing laughed loudly. Just being cautious. What if it's a foreign ghost? What should we do then? Remembering these things, it was all prepared by Mu Guanxian. At that time, he was bewildered. Senior sister, how could you invite Jesus Christ and the Buddha to such a pure and peaceful place? Thinking of this at this moment, he couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. But this represents senior sister's concern for me. How could I dare throw it away? The door quickly opened. A voice came from within. Old second, you've finally returned. The old man stepped out wearily, his house plagued by demons, tortured into such a state. The martial uncle spoke. Big brother, didn't I return already? Zhu Yinglong's eyes widened. So this was the mortal dwelling of his senior apprentice uncle Wangxing. Upon further thought, no wonder his senior apprentice uncle had always kept it hidden. It seemed there was quite a strong sin of power and intrigue here. Wangxing introduces himself before setting up the altar. Only then did we know that the senior brother of the master uncle was named Li Shuixian. Because, for the past few years, we have been consistently investing in the Wudong sect. The Wudong sect has implicitly accepted our demon-slaying activities. On this side, your master uncle stood in front of the altar, forming seals and reciting the sacred incantations of the 5 directions, knowing the land and the heavens. He looked at him, unable to hold back his curiosity. What intrigued him the most was the martial uncle, who clearly had such a vast fortune. Why did you choose to leave the secular world and cultivate the Tao? Could it be that you encountered some kind of calamity, which is why you are so indifferent to worldly matters? On this side, the master uncle was still focused on his work. He threw the sword into the sky. The golden light shone brightly around them. The master uncle recited loudly, while the left and right Dharma protectors swiftly eliminated the demonic creatures in the area. The offering altar also began to glow in all directions due to his spiritual power. He recalled that, before expelling the ghosts, the master uncle had already discussed the plan with him. What lay ahead was merely the formation of the altar, while he and senior brother Zhu Yinglong were the true masters responsible for the extermination of the demons. This arrangement was primarily to help those around them gain a better understanding of cultivators, something that was mostly seen in certain films. Although everything is done by the disciples, the achievements and honors all belong to the master. As soon as the door opened, a wave of dark purple energy quickly surged out. Wangxing's face turned serious. Indeed, something was going on. The demonic aura from within that room grew increasingly intense. It could be said that it was like a whirlwind. From within that dimly lit room, 2 pairs of red eyes appeared, glaring fiercely at him. Wangxing quickly formed a seal and recited the 5-star sealing charm, with the light of great radiance shining through. The 5 heavenly demons of Xuanming, the ghosts perished, their forms destroyed. Immediately obeying the command, a strong aura emanated from him, shooting directly into the room. The light of power swept through like a storm. Wherever his strength reached, those dark purple shadows retreated. The room, surprisingly, became spotless in the blink of an eye. He stood there, resilient, with a hint of fear. As soon as the matter was settled, he walked out and closed the door. Before leaving, he still did not forget to say, Vo Luong Thien Tan. Zhu Yinglong and he quickly reunited. He spoke, we encountered more than 20 wraiths while making a round. Wangxing replied, I almost had the same. Zhu Yinglong wondered, strange, unless the feng shui arrangement is counterproductive, or someone from the Wangxing realm has been cautious enough to spray the wall, there must be someone. Think ahead, don't mention this matter. Go find the senior disciple. The gathering is ready, no matter what. This place is also Uncle Master's home. If there really is someone behind orchestrating this, we also cannot stand by and do nothing. This place seems to be hiding some kind of mystery, one that cannot be easily explained in just a few words. On this side, your master uncle is still performing the exorcism ritual. Everyone stands solemnly, silently observing. He thought, It's just about driving away the demons, right? Why hasn't he come back yet after such a long time? Are those two trustworthy? You raised your sword to the sky, to the point that your hand was trembling. From afar, the servant quickly shouted, "They're back. They have returned." From afar, Zhu Yinglong and Wang Xin quickly approached. Seeing that the last person had finally returned, Master Uncle let out a sigh of relief. The senior martial uncle turned to look and said, "Sorry to trouble you. Eldest brother, please prepare a quiet room for the three of us. To allow us to temporarily recover our spirits." Li Shuixian quickly responded, "I understand." The sky quickly darkened, and the three of them were settled in a quiet, cozy room. He spoke up, "Master, we went around and encountered dozens of wraiths. I suspect there are other cultivators up to something." The master uncle fell silent, stroking his beard as he thought. Another cultivator, this time it's troublesome. He seriously thought to himself. His current knowledge was slightly broader than that of his martial uncle. Of course, he was also aware of some of the darker aspects within the fairyland realm. But today's events may have been caused by Li Jia's assets binding him to some demonic cultivators, or perhaps it was because Li Shuixian offended someone, leading to revenge from the demonic cultivators. The elder asked in confusion, "Feiyu, what do you think? What should we do? You suddenly exposed the calculation. It's likely to make the other party panic." Zhu Yinglong proposed a solution. "Let's do it this way, like this." Wang Xing was excited. "So that's how it is." Good method, good method. That same night, half an hour later, the surroundings remained pitch dark. The two junior brothers were taking a walk in the courtyard. One asked cautiously, "Elder brother, in recent years, have you made any enemies?" Li Shuixian replied, "Recently, I've stayed at home. I haven't offended anyone." The senior brother pressed on, "Think carefully. Now, there are people who want to harm our entire family, but you still insist that absolutely nothing is happening. You were meditating in your room when you accidentally overheard this conversation." Li Shuixian continued, "In this lifetime, I have never done anything to be ashamed of, except for that year." You wondered, that year, could it be that Li Jia did something shameful? Wang Xing opened his eyes, contemplating the feng shui of the manor. The matter of his master uncle becoming a monk was something from years ago. Could these events be related in some way? The next morning, everyone quickly departed. The master uncle said, "Big brother, if the soul has already been eliminated, we must also return to the mountain to await orders. If there is anything else, let me know." Li Shuixian was overjoyed. "This time, elder, I am fortunate to have you." By late night, it was the scene at the eldest senior brother's house of the martial uncle. The atmosphere around was extremely quiet. At the Li Jia manor, Zhu Yinglong muttered, "Feiyu, how much longer do we have to wait?" He is gentle. Perhaps it's already midnight. At that time, the yang energy was at its weakest, and it was also when the demonic cultivators were most confident in raising demons. Li Shuixian's career was vast, and with a nanny, there would also be security, complemented by a complete surveillance system with no blind spots. He recalled that if that was the case, the evil spirits we exorcise today should also be around 78 to 10. Clearly, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in just a day or two. If there is an outsider causing trouble, there is no reason for there to be no trace left behind. Therefore, releasing the original culprit might indicate an inside spy. Zhu Yinglong quickly understood, so this was what it was. Therefore, during the day, we pretend to leave here, and at night, we come back, waiting like the tree waits for the rabbit. Although it is said like this, the intention of the one who releases the ghost can be considered very malicious. The kind that uses evil techniques to absorb souls and draw in yang energy, exterminating entire family. This is something that heaven cannot forgive. Zhu Yinglong whispered, "Does waiting here even serve any purpose? What if it's an insider? Your calculations are hard to avoid. The night is long with many dreams, and it's possible that you will take action today." Immediately after, he quickly sat up straight, focusing his internal energy to circulate. "Why don't you calculate now and see who among us will be more patient?" Immediately afterward, the flow of his power quickly spread throughout the Li Jia household. Zhu Yinglong was bewildered, unable to believe that Feiyu's spiritual sense could cover the entire residence. Not to mention that his cultivation was currently inferior to Feiyu's. Even if they were at the same level, he feared he wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. Thinking of this, he quickly drew his sword. If it was like this, he would go and protect Feiyu thoroughly. Very quickly, he sensed a strange breath. Wang Xing focused intently. You see a figure walking ahead. Over there is the building where Master Li is resting. A guard was secretly holding a flashlight, looking around with a highly cunning expression. Seeing that no one was around, he took out a tiny copper vial from his bag. He drew some blood, then recited a demonic incantation. The method of Bat Nin, the heavens always watch, and retribution shall surely follow. Reading up to this point, he quickly dripped blood onto it. Immediately, a shadow gradually emerged from within. He angrily glared towards Mr. Li Shuixian's room. Ah, Li Shuixian, I didn't expect you to invite someone from the Wudong sect to exorcise demons. Immediately after that, his face became fierce. If that's the case, then don't blame me for handling it quickly and decisively. Having said that, he and the green demon slowly made their way inside. He quickly stood in front of Li Shuixian's room door. The green demon viciously tried to pounce, but a beam of golden light appeared, causing the demon to momentarily freeze in fear. The bodyguard glanced and immediately recognized the talisman of the Wudong sect. Li Shuixian had indeed prepared for everything. He cunningly thought about the talisman. Although it could ward off demons, could it protect a living person like him? At that moment, from behind, Wang Xing quickly drew his sword and closed in, startling him with fear. He quickly leapt up, avoiding the demon behind him, and charged toward it. Wang Xing's sword shattered the wooden door of the manor. The demon quickly and aggressively aimed to strike him, but Wang Xing swiftly disappeared. At the same time, Wang Xing wielded his sword, leaped into the air swiftly, and slashed toward the demon. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his mind, causing Wang Xing to freeze in place. He didn't notice the sword swing through, but it didn't seem to have any effect on him. He angrily swung his hand down when, suddenly, the sound of a scuffle came from Li Shuixian's room, startling Wang Xing. A warning flashed in his mind. Then, Wang Xing quickly kicked powerfully toward the demon. Wang Xing borrowed the Duda sword toward his master's room, offering assistance. Inside, old Master Li had just woken up after a long, deep sleep. The guard, upon seeing him, glared fiercely and spat out, Li Shuixian. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, grabbing the old man's neck. Suddenly, swords from outside shot through, blocking the attack and causing the guard to freeze in shock. He leaped out to dodge the attack. His figure quickly stood outside the door. At the same time, he shot 3 hidden arrows, heading straight toward Li Shuixian, who at that moment was still in a daze. But luckily for him, he had managed to drive the 3 nails away in time. Wang Xing glanced at them and immediately knew that these nails contained the Shveta true essence. As long as it touches the old man's face, even immortals cannot save him. He quickly made a seal and simultaneously shouted loudly, "Disciple of the Wudong sect, do not meddle in other people's business." Wang Xing fiercely glared at him. Only by eliminating the evil demons that harm others and practicing the righteous path can one be worthy of such a strike. He shouted loudly, "If you want to stop me." Then, he charged quickly toward Wang Xing, his face filled with fierce aggression. The bodyguard, while striking, shouted loudly, "Fifth curse of the demon gods, soul destruction and body obliteration." Immediately, he obeyed the command. As soon as he finished speaking, the green demon from before fiercely pounced into the room. Its target is not Wang Xing, but Li Shuixian. It is unknown what he did to provoke such intense hatred. You wondered about the thoughts of this person. He would rather hold himself back than let the wailing spirit take Li Shuixian's life. What kind of hatred could there be between them? He shouted loudly, continuing to recite the incantation to control the wailing spirit, 5 stars of bright light shining in the dark abyss. Thousands of celestial beings, protect my true spirit. As soon as he spoke these words, the demon swiftly charged forward. Wang Xing quickly raised his sword to block in front of Li Shuixian. The overwhelming aura emanating from him made the old man unable to resist, covering his face. "The calculation you just made, I noticed something unusual, so I came over first. Senior brother Zhu Yinglong may have also noticed, so he is coming over as well. Before senior brother arrives, I will hold off this person, this demon." He raised one hand to form a seal, his mouth still speaking loudly. "Disciples of the Wudong sect, if you have chosen to get involved in this filthy matter, then I will have you die first." After saying that, he quickly ordered the demon to attack. You also refused to be at a disadvantage, quickly leaping up and charging swiftly towards it. 5 spirit formations emitted dazzling rays of light, shining with mysterious brilliance. "The myriad of celestial angels guard my true spirit." As he recited the incantation, he struck with his bare hands, and yet it caused the target to struggle somewhat. Then, Shirtian Zhang continued to shout loudly, raising his longsword high. 5 celestial demons, soul-devouring, body-destroying. Immediately, the command was issued. Over here, the guard also held the bottle in his hand, chanting the incantation, "The ghost does not harm, the direction and measure do not falter." At this moment, the wailing spirit had already been struck down by Wang Xing, cleaved in half. Its entire body quickly cracked open, a light line that appeared to be very deep. At the same time, the vial in the guard's hands quickly shattered, causing him to panic slightly. Wang Xing worked in a way that eradicated the weeds, eliminating them at the root. He swiftly launched 3 more shadow arrows at him. That person quickly collapsed to the ground. His wailing spirit couldn't hold on and quickly dissipated. Although he had been defeated, he was not yet dead, so Wang Xing remained cautious and stood guard in front of him. His entire body exuded a thick, ominous aura. He muttered in a low voice, "Grant me a soul to merge with my body." The moment his thoughts crossed to this side, the demon, after he recited that incantation, seemed to grow even more ferocious. Wang Xing felt that something was wrong as he did this. He silently groaned in his heart, "I'm doomed." The bodyguard laughed maniacally. "Li Shuixian, I want your entire family to die with no place to bury them. My 3 older brothers have been bloodstained for over 10 years, and finally, you have avenged everyone." From within the body, the wailing spirit gave birth to countless human skulls, which looked eerily grotesque. Wang Xing was startled. How many souls had this evil cultivator used to craft a wailing spirit like that? Behind him, a voice quickly sounded, "Zhu Yinglong, Fei Yu, Fei Yu. Quickly gather the guards, stand outside and shout loudly, 'Fei Yu, are you all right?'" He quickly embraced Li Shuixian, leaping out through the window. His senior brother, Wang Xing, immediately followed, throwing the person down and instructed, "Take good care of Master Li and keep the people from the Li family away from this place." Zhu Yinglong quickly grabbed him, while also giving instructions. "Got it, junior brother. You must be careful as well." At this moment, Wang Xing swung his sword a few times towards the wailing spirit to test it, but it didn't even leave a scratch. He thought to himself, Master Wan Yuan's swordsmanship is not specialized in using magical tools to kill ghosts, so its effectiveness against this type of ghostly soul is minimal. It's not as effective as using talismans like Shi Tianzhong or Lu Yunji. With that thought, he quickly remembered the talisman. You just dodged the attack of the wailing spirit while glancing at Zhu Yinglong, shouting loudly, "I just saw senior brother, the talisman of Master Li Shuixian. Remember the correct talisman quickly. Go get a few talismans and bring them over here." He let out a breath. "If it is impossible to kill you with a single strike, then I will make you exhaust yourself to death." Immediately after that, he began to soar through the air, swiftly darting forward. The sword of Starfall clashed with the 7-star sword intent. Wang Xing continued to weave his way through the crowd swiftly, causing the wailing spirit to become disoriented. He shouted loudly, 7-star sword formation." He thought to himself, using a spell that consumed soul power. A burst of energy erupted fiercely, surrounding the body of the wailing spirit. At the same time, Zhu Yinglong quickly threw an object and shouted loudly, "Fei Yu, catch it." He quickly advanced, grabbing the talisman in his hand, his mind calculating. Then came the exorcism talismans, the yellow talisman swiftly flying out of the pouch. It could be said that at this moment, around Wang Xing, a rain of talismans was appearing, and Wang Xing quickly and cleverly controlled his sword aura, combining it with the exorcism talismans. The aggressive talismans flew straight toward the wailing spirit. All the talismans attached to its body then continuously ignited, creating a great blazing flame. It burned with intense heat, screaming loudly without end. Seeing the demon writhing and screaming like that, he thought to himself, the talisman really is effective. The demonic cultivators in the towers have long lost their minds. Otherwise, the wailing spirit would not have let Daoist Li go without any supervision. If that is the case, then we must simply continue. The wailing spirit will definitely be defeated. From the outside, everyone observing could not grasp the situation inside. They only saw talismans flying through the air, constantly glowing. Suddenly, a loud voice quickly rang out from outside. "Where is the murderer?" The police stormed in from the outside. "We received a report. The police have someone causing harm to old Mr. Li. Now, where's the suspect?" Wang Xing panicked and shouted loudly, "Senior brother, block them. Don't let them get involved in this. Give me 15 more minutes. This won't last much longer." Li Shuixian stepped forward, anxiously. "Comrade, there really is a ghost. I swear I'm not lying to you." The police thought the old man must be senile. I said, "Hey, old man, what era do you think this is? Where do you think these ghosts and monsters come from?" At the same time, Zhu Yinglong, like a demon, glided toward the police officer. The officer was startled, aiming his gun in front of him and shouting loudly, "Who's there?" He smiled slowly, gently. "My junior brother, the first police officer, only needs 20 minutes to deal with that wailing spirit. Please, do not rush," he thought to himself with difficulty. "Why do I look like a swindler from the underworld now?" The police officer felt ridiculous. "I think you're trying to deceive this old man. The machine person, come here to guard the door. The others follow me inside. Don't let his companions escape." Zhu Yinglong swept forward again, as fast as the wind. "Officer, please listen to me." He fell silent, then raised his hand, signaling to the police officers. Immediately, they aimed their guns at Zhu Yinglong, preparing to fire. Old Li Shuaxian stepped forward to explain, "Comrade, this person is truly the Taoist priest of Wudong Mountain." The police officer still did not believe. "Old man, there are some people who simply cannot be trusted so easily." Zhu Yinglong still tried to hold him back. Junior brother already said, "Can't let anyone inside." He's made up his mind. Junior apprentice is exorcising demons inside. As a senior brother, I must definitely do something for him. Seeing that he seemed quite troublesome, the police officer didn't want to argue any further, so he pulled out his gun and aimed it directly at Zhu Yinglong's forehead. He coldly ordered, "Interfere with the work, capture him immediately." The subordinate quickly shouted, "Understood, give an explanation." Because the primordial energy has been restored, the Chinese government issued an order for the police to actively carry firearms. The specific situation may warrant the use of firearms. The police quickly handcuffed Zhu Yinglong. He helplessly thought, "Forget it, let them go in and broaden their horizons." With that, the group quickly entered Wang Xing's place to begin their investigation. Suddenly, as soon as he entered, he saw the soldiers sitting on the ground, each one trembling uncontrollably. He wondered, "What's going on? Why is everyone trembling, Captain?" He looked in the direction his subordinate was pointing and saw Wang Xing focused on fighting the wailing spirit. He was bewildered. Could there really be a ghost? The demon roared fiercely. Then it lifted a large rock and threw it toward the police. He and his soldiers could only stand there, dumbfounded, watching the rock hurtle toward them. Suddenly, a figure unexpectedly dashed towards the police. It was Zhu Yinglong. He swiftly removed the handcuffs with ease. In the blink of an eye, he stood in front of the police, using his internal energy to withstand the large stone. Zhu Yinglong was extremely skillful, gently reaching out to support. Then, he gently threw the stone far away, just within arm's reach. Wang Xing glanced at everyone, instructing the officers, "The wailing spirit is agitated. I hope everyone does not provoke or stimulate it." The police and imperial soldiers who witnessed this scene were all stunned, their mouths agape in shock. One of them whispered to him, "Captain, this is beyond our ability to handle. What should we do now?" He still kept his mouth shut. Afraid of what? "You just need to inform headquarters. Report on the situation here. Others, please stand here and cooperate with the Taoist inside to deal with the wailing spirit and begin shooting. You must stop it quickly. Wait, normal bullets won't harm the wailing spirit. They might even provoke its ferocity." Hearing this, the chief of police was somewhat confused. "So what should we do?" Wang Xing explained, "The wailing spirit belongs to the yin, so in order to eliminate it, we must find a few items that possess yang energy. Can you find some blood of a rooster here? Preferably the blood of a black rooster." One of them hurriedly said, "All right, I'll go right away." Immediately after, the wailing spirit continued to strike toward him. Wang Xing quickly leaped to avoid it, while simultaneously keeping his distance from it. But at this moment, a big problem occurred with Wang Xing. He had used up all of his talismans. At the same time, Zhu Yinglong quickly threw the bags of blood over and shouted loudly, "Junior brother, get out of the way." Hearing this, Wang Xing swiftly turned around and dodged the bags of blood, all of which flowed directly into the wailing spirit. It quickly began to gradually dissipate right after. The wailing spirit screamed in pain. The police officers cheered joyfully, shouting, "The rooster's blood really does work." Right after that, it angrily shifted its direction towards Zhu Yinglong. He panicked, "We're doomed. The wailing spirit is charging towards us." He quickly pressed his forehead against the sword in front of him, channeling his inner strength, and recited the true martial incantation aloud, invoking the protective law to shield his physical body. He calculated that the wailing spirit had been severely injured by the blood of the rooster. As long as he could block this strike. Zhu Yinglong trusted his junior brother greatly, believing that Fei Yu definitely had a way to kill this wailing spirit. After the close combat strike, Zhu Yinglong and wailing spirit were both sent flying at the same time. The police chief and the imperial guards quickly supported him. Zhu Yinglong, after the clash with wailing spirit, was seriously injured, his body trembling. Fei Yu then leaned heavily against him. He quickly leaped over the barrier in front of everyone, his expression extremely determined. "Leave it to me." Wang Xing raised his sword in front of him and recited, "The world, under the heavens, holds righteous qi, chaotic and flowing beneath its form. It becomes the top of the river's music. It becomes the sun and the stars." At that moment, a flash of light flickered, causing the wailing spirit to be unable to bear it and cover its face. Then, he pointed the sword at it and continued the incantation. "Step on the heavenly domain. Transform the heaven to encompass all. Heavenly medicine. Heavenly authority." The wailing spirit was now under a relentless attack, causing it to be caught off guard and unable to react in time. A wave of pain immediately surged through it. Wang Xing landed, his jade-like figure shifting as he drew the yang sword, intending to unleash the light of the seven-star demon array. His gaze at that moment was filled with fierce intensity as he faced these kinds of monsters. Wangxing was always serious and highly focused. Its entire body was now covered with countless slashes from the sword energy emitted by him. It couldn't hold back, trembling, standing dazed and confused. Finally, its entire body could not withstand it and exploded, lighting up the sky. Its limbs fell apart into many small pieces, scattering wildly, causing everyone to involuntarily cover their faces. Finally, the battle came to an end. Zhu Yinglong was being supported by the soldiers. The chief of police was busy organizing everyone to clean up the aftermath. He looked at the young man and couldn't help but praise. Fei Yu, you did well. He still didn't answer. The sword in his hand suddenly dropped heavily to the ground, as if he had used too much internal energy. It made it so that you couldn't bear it for a moment, gradually falling down. Zhu Yinglong, worried and ignoring the injuries on his body, stepped forward to support his junior brother. Unable to contain his panic, he shouted loudly, Fei Yu. His eyes gradually closed. Zhu Yinglong continued to ask, Han Fei Yu, how are you? Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Wangxing recounted, the evil demon has been eradicated. I fainted due to the exhaustion of the true essence in my body. Although I didn't remain unconscious for long, after waking up, I felt somewhat weak. After adjusting my condition, I gradually began to recover. Following this great battle, I also obtained an unexpected reward. Now standing at the threshold of the embryonic soul formation realm, it seems this journey hasn't been in vain. As he focused on circulating his internal energy and adjusting his physical condition, suddenly the door to his room rang out. Wangxing quickly went out to open the door, and he wondered, do you two have something to discuss? The girl blushed, stammering, Wangxing Daoist, I am a member of the Special Investigation Team, here to deal with the evil spirits that harm people. The man walking beside, with the rugged face, was Daniel, also a member of the Special Investigation Team. Are you wondering if the two of you are here to ask about the demons harming people? Mao Wei hesitated, then shyly added, before we discuss the main topic, may I speak about something personal for a moment? You can't refuse either. Immediately after that was a scene that left Wangxing stunned, too excited to move. He had actually met a sword immortal, still alive as idol. The sword you use is really cool. Can you sign for me? Can we take a photo together? Is it okay if you put your hand on my shoulder? He darkened his face and straightforwardly asked, oh, so you two are here just to take pictures of me? Realizing that she had been a bit impolite, she pretended to cough a few times before seriously addressing the main topic. Actually, our team leader wants to speak with you. Someone will call a car for you later. I'll wait outside, and once you're done calling, just call me directly. The video call started. Wangxing couldn't help but wonder, why had the team leader of the Special Investigation Team contacted him directly? As soon as he picked up the phone, the person on the other end of the line shocked him so much that he screamed out loud. What, Master Susu? Wangxing reminisced about the past. It was the first Chelnong festival since he had ascended the mountain. My master dragged me to drink wine. At that time, the master had said to him, Wangxing, in the future, if you want to marry, then marry. If you want to have children, then have children. I am very civilized. As long as you are devoted heart and soul to your wife, that is enough. You were very puzzled and seriously asked your master, why bring this up all of a sudden? In a drunken stupor, he sadly recounted, back then, I was in love with a girl. After that, they were opposed by their master's family. I originally wanted to ask my master for help, but that girl has a blunt personality. And from that moment on, the girl disappeared for several decades, leaving no trace behind. That girl had always been the obsession of his entire life. This is the letter that she asked someone to send to me last year. At that time, the master would realize, it turned out that I still had a child the same age as my own. A girl has been outside for several years. One could not know how many hardships had been endured, and upon remembering this, he stared blankly at the person on the phone screen. Immediately after, he quickly calmed himself and addressed her with the words, Master. The person let out a sigh, as if the memories of the past had come rushing back. She spoke, What can you call me? I have something I want to ask for your help with. Can you relay a message to your master for me? Tell him that if he still cares about his daughter, he should come to meet me as soon as possible. He quickly got straight to the point. Marshal Aunt, did Junior Marshal's sister encounter a few cultivators tailing her? I will call Master right away. At that moment, he quickly took out his phone, called his grandfather, and made sure to turn on the speakerphone. Wangxing schemed and thought, needing only to speak directly. The master will definitely find a way to save the soul of the mistress, but life is not as ideal as a dream. On the other end of the line, a mechanical voice echoed, Sorry, the phone number you just called cannot be reached. Wangxing hesitated. Well, the mistress's connection with the master might be poor. I will contact my senior sister. Aunt, please don't worry. She gently agreed. Sorry to trouble you. Wang Xing quickly replied to the master mother, don't be so polite. I'll make the video call later. On the other side, he immediately sent a message to senior sister Mu Guanchuan. Where has master gone? She said, leaving a letter, running off without saying a word. I will take a picture of the letter for the disciples to see. The content of the letter is, Wang Xing, Mu Guanxian, the master, is about to ascend to the Golden Core realm and must seclude himself at Mount Dong'an for a period of time. After returning, he will teach you all again. He gave a bitter smile, silently breaking into a sweat. Master, is this the lonely fate you must endure? The timing of your breakthrough is just too coincidental. Wang Xing thought about this and couldn't help but sigh. Afterward, he recounted the events to his senior sister, Mu Guanxian. That's exactly how things happened. A moment later, he walked out the door with a dark expression. Mao Wei quickly approached. Elder Wang, has everyone finished talking? Wang Xing said, this time, my senior sister will also participate. We will return to Wudong Mountain to pick her up, he said, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but feel excited. Buyu Xinzi is joining the action too? That's great. When will we set off? Wang Xing thought, if something happens to the master's wife and daughter, of course, senior sister will not stand idly by. But the master's wife Dudong contacted us. It seems like there's some trouble. But no matter how dangerous it is, I will still rescue junior sister. 2 police cars stopped in front, exchanging words with the Maoyue group for a long while. Then she reported the situation to him. Elder Wang, that evil cultivator has been controlled by us. There is no longer any opportunity to harm others. Next, we will head to Wudong Mountain to Buyu Xianzi. Let me say a bit about the hatred for that evil cultivator. According to the intelligence provided by Maoyue, the 3 bodyguards and the eldest brother have long since died. Because that area was the property of the Li family, the revenge target was placed on Li Siyushi. Suddenly, Maoyue panicked and shouted, we're doomed. Wang Xing asked, what happened? She continued, our colleague just contacted us. It was just a moment ago. The bodyguard's name has music. He's already dead, she said as she handed the phone over to Wang Xing. Wang Xing looked at his corpse, utterly horrified and bewildered. Wang Xing examined it for a while. This way of dying, this type of poisonous insect. Could it be a direct attack? He noticed a glowing seal in the shape of a yin-yang bagua near the man's wrist. At that moment, Wang Xing realized it was indeed them. You guessed that the bodyguard probably died from the yin-yang devouring bloodworm. This type of poisonous insect has both yin and yang, so it reacts to both. Ancient texts record that they can enhance the poisoner's spiritual sense, and they can also cause death from a distance of 1,000 miles. Maoyue panicked. Is this true or false? You enlarged the image, and there's also this mark, which looks like a Tai Chi pattern, but it's actually not. It is possible that the pattern is the organization standing behind him. Everyone can investigate Wang Xing from this place, analyze the ancient patterns of yin and yang, the Tai Chi, and also the magical artifact, the wooden pinnacle, which I had destroyed before. These 3 things are enough to prove it. Some evil cultivation organization has already grown to a large scale. I'm afraid everyone must quickly get in touch with the major immortal sections. Maoyue, hurry. Elder Wang, please wait a moment. I will notify my colleagues right away. Wang Xing furrowed his brow in thought and eventually realized that it was related to the secret of his past life. I can't point it out exactly, but I hope this time I can be prepared. Anyway, this time we are also facing. But in my previous life, the evil cultivation organization that overthrew the entire world was the Yin-Yang sect. The next day, everyone quickly drove into the city. The tall buildings stood closely together. On the way, Maoyue couldn't help but exclaim, Buyu Xianzi is truly beautiful. Her body is also very graceful, and her skin is so fair. There's really no flaw in her at all. Wang Xing smiled brightly and explained, senior sister, she is a subordinate of the mistress, not a bad person. On the way, he had learned the true identity of the special investigation team from Maoyue, the team leader. Is there any arrangement yet? Meanwhile, this girl, with a hurt heart, muttered, not a bad person. Wang Xing recalled the ancient times of chivalry, when the ban on martial arts and immortals was enforced, and laws were used to overthrow civilization. Cultivation is now flourishing in the secular world, and naturally, a special organization is needed to maintain the order of the world. Maoyue replied, put away your thoughts. There hasn't been a specific order yet, but from the intelligence we've gathered, this event seems to involve the presence of cultivators. Our departure is entirely justified. According to your narration, this is a special investigation team led by the mistress, which is also one of the privileged departments that China targets in the cultivation world. Established specifically to oversee the cultivation world and mediate conflicts between the cultivation world and the secular world. Daniel spoke at that moment. Inside, it also concerns the biological daughter of our group leader. It would be best if the two Taoist priests did not pay attention to this matter. Wang Xing replied calmly, it's fine. This event is, to us, also a personal matter. After all, she is not only the daughter of the clan leader, but also our junior sister. Danielle was surprised. Junior sister? Are you saying that the clan leader and Qingyanzi Taoist, Maiwe? His eyes were wide with astonishment. Could it be? Oh my god, what a jackpot. Wang Sheng, slightly fearful, said. The two of them drive safely. After a while, everyone arrived. Maiwe introduced, Elder Wang, this is the location of our mission. You're being too polite. You've worked hard. You and Mu Guanxian quickly get out of the car, and then just leave the rest to us. Wang Xing recounted. According to the intelligence, a cultivator sneaked into the university grounds and used transmission techniques to spread cultivation methods. Junior sister is one of the students who was lured in. On this side, Mao Wei instructed, Elder Wang, we will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If you encounter a dangerous situation, please protect yourself. Wang Xing quickly replied, I understand. According to your thoughts, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has just recovered, cultivating the Tao in relation to the outside world. It is still a secret at this moment. If it were to be spread about the cultivation of the Tao to the outside world, it would be hard to say. It's not that there is another conspiracy, but rather the task they have now. It is to disguise themselves as a couple in order to enter the school, investigate the whereabouts of the opponent's cultivator, and rescue the little junior sister. At the same time, Mu Guanxian sent a message to call Potato, which was received. Please reply. Wang Xing quickly responded. Is something going on with you? She said. In the junior sister's room, I discovered residual spiritual energy, probably caused by the talisman. What should we do next? Wang Xing calculated that, for the time being, it was best not to stir up trouble. If possible, he should create an opportunity to get acquainted with the junior martial sister a little. He looked at the photo in his hand, and his senior sister had also entered the character. It was fun, wasn't it? Sweet Potato had received Mu Guanxian from over here, leaving a message. Sweet Potato, make sure to hide carefully. Just to mention briefly, junior apprentice Chiwen, who is a second-year student this year. According to the information provided by Maowei, it seems that some cultivators are sneaking into the university to spread their teachings. Junior apprentice Chiwen is also one of those who was deceived into it. Because of this matter, it caused a conflict with master and mistress, severing the relationship. Perhaps that's why the master's wife had to forcefully contact the master, hoping that he could help and bring the junior apprentice sister back. At Wangxing School, he moved closer to her and whispered, Sister, how is the plan to start a conversation coming along? Mu Guanxian mechanically nodded, perhaps because so many people were watching, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Wangxing comforted, don't put too much pressure on yourself. She is the master's daughter, just treat her like family. Wangxing was immediately surprised when he saw Chiwen. The true essence was exposed on his little junior sister. This type of true essence is quite similar to the true essence I cultivated with the technique in my previous life. It seems that things are not as simple as they appear. He quickly stood up. Sister, has the plan changed so that I can try contacting junior sister? Mu Guanxian happily nodded. Immediately afterward, he approached Chiwen. At that moment, she was still happily chatting with her friend, so she didn't pay attention to him. But before the words could leave his mouth, suddenly a voice rang out. Wangxing seemed to be in shock upon hearing this, to the point that the phone in his hand fell to the ground. He quickly turned around to see who had called his name. He was extremely surprised to see that it was Xin Chanlin, a senior from the upper class. She placed the tray of food on the table and then quickly rushed over to hug him. Is it really you? How come you're here? Her action struck Mu Guanxian and the boys here like a bolt of lightning. The crowd murmured, who is this? Even Ms. Shun has time to develop with a little lover? Jealous gazes turned to the boy from earlier. I saw that kid. He seems to already have a girlfriend, but I can't hold back. I'll teach him a lesson. Qianlin shouted, stop making noise. This is my junior from high school, who saved my life once before. Wangxing remembered the senior sister from his previous life, who had become disabled due to an accident. After his reincarnation, he helped her escape from danger. It seems that she is very healthy now, and it's well-deserved. He lightly tapped his senior's shoulder. He never expected to meet her here. Wangxing thought to himself, the spiritual energy in senior sister's body seems to be related to junior sister. Qianlin blushed and replied, that's right. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, cutting into his friend's conversation. Your phone fell. Wangxing was flustered. Huh? Thank you. He quickly seized the opportunity and chased after his classmate. Could you please help me with this? To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a meal later. But Chiwen waved his hand. No need to be polite. Qianlin teased. What's wrong? Could it be that you intentionally dropped your phone in their place? You laughed bitterly, senior. Let's go sit over there first, and I'll introduce you. Mu Guanxian's face at this moment also seemed to be quite unpleasant for her. She looked at the girl in front of her, suddenly feeling a bit on guard. Wangxing introduced Mu Guanxian. This is senior sister Qianlin, my high school friend. She nodded, indicating that she understood. Qianlin, upon seeing Mu Guanxian, couldn't help but compliment, this girl is so beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? Is it real or fake? On the other side, Mu Guanxian's face darkened, a series of questions swirling in her mind. Weren't you supposed to be investigating the situation of my junior sister? Who is this girl? Is the senior's status higher, or is the elder sister's status higher? How should I interact with her? Wangxing looked at her darkened face, momentarily feeling awkward. Senior sister, please calm down a little. You and Qianlin sat together, chatting. She looked bewildered, realizing the truth. No wonder, when we were in contact before, you were still at Wudong Mountain. Now you're appearing here again? Wangxing laughed loudly. Just consider me a temporary police officer, investigating the evil elements in the school. Wangxing thought, at first, after I saved my senior sister, the relationship between the two of us was quite close. Although she is the one who knows that she is going to Wudong Mountain. But there are still some details that are better kept secret. She wondered, are there really people in the school who are evil? Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, Senior, has anyone recently invited you to join any strange organizations? For example, something related to martial arts, magic, immortality, or even immortal cultivation. Qianlin said, I have seen a poster before. It seems to be related, just as you said. Let me send it over for you to take a look. He spoke about the Supernatural Intuition Society. Do you have any doubts about this world? Do you really understand this world? Are you willing to do an ordinary job for an average wage? Or do you want to reach the peak? It's time to leave this fake world behind. Are you curious about the guild's supernaturally sharp intuition? After finishing reading, he stood up. Senior, this is enough. I will send someone to secretly protect you. Next, just pretend that you haven't met me and my senior sister. Qianlin quickly understood the situation. All right. She watched as the figures of the two gradually disappeared into the distance. Is that the senior sister he always talks about in his messages? No wonder he seemed so happy on the mountain. If it weren't for meeting your senior sister today, I would have thought you were going to become a Taoist priest. The sky quickly turned to evening over a quiet river in the city. A group of people were sitting in a circle. The person in the center, with a noble tone, said, Don't complain about the high membership fee. Anything you do requires investment. Right now, we are investing in ourselves. Only in this way can everyone step onto the path of peak cultivation and truly begin their cultivation. Come on. Suddenly, he felt that something was off near the bushes, so he stared intently to observe, but he didn't notice anything. Wangxing has returned, fully. He wondered, are you two preaching? Since both of them have cultivation levels, they could hear very clearly. Wangxing observed the leader. Indeed, he possessed cultivation. If it were just cultivation, these people would not have violated the law. I will give these photos to Maoyue for them to investigate. He suddenly exclaimed, something's wrong. Look at what that guy is saying to the girl. Wangxing was surprised. Can someone practicing cultivation still play by the unwritten rules? He instructed Mu Guanxian, senior sister, stay here and keep an eye on things. Let me go see what's going on. She happily agreed. Right after that cultivation session, the sky began to darken as late night approached. The man led the girl down a deserted path, not sparing any words of temptation. If you follow my wishes. Don't talk about the membership fee, or even the cultivation methods and pills beyond the standard requirements. I will give them all to you. The girl felt shy, but suddenly, a powerful voice echoed, Shut up. You, who corrupt the family reputation, disgraceful. He still stubbornly argued. Two uncles. No. Elders, this is the person I just met. Isn't it to introduce to others? From the wind, a voice rang out. I didn't expect the supernatural society to arrive. Even the unspoken rules are being sneaky like this. The elders shouted loudly, Who is it? As soon as the words were spoken, a figure quickly appeared from the darkness. The shadow dashed swiftly through the Chung area. Several streams of aura were directed toward the girl and the old man, causing the talisman in the old man's hand to tear apart. The person was startled. The two elders of the divine gathering realm had been annihilated so quickly. Immediately after, he rushed over in a panic. This doesn't look good. Let's scram. But before he could run far, Wangxing had already pressed a sword to his throat at some point, saying, Tell me where your hideout is. The next morning, he quickly dealt with the scammer, luring him in by beating him to a pulp. In the courtyard, several old ladies were sitting together, eating, and the atmosphere was very lively. One of the old ladies said, The porridge today is very delicious. Add a bit more tea. From the outside, Wangxing quickly entered. He he spoke. Elders, as soon as the super spirit arrived, he already had a sword in his hand, smiling faintly. Good morning. The old men silently looked at each other, exchanging glances. At that moment, one of them shouted loudly, "Quick, deal with him." As the table flew across, Wangxing swiftly chopped it in half. His hands moved swiftly, wielding the sword in the air, fighting against all three of the old men. It's the old woman's turn. She quickly launched a fiery strike toward him. Kid, don't blame me for being cruel. But the attack flew by. Wangxing quickly slid past and dodged it. Extremely surprised, she didn't have time to counter. Wangxing swiftly charged behind her and struck hard at the back of her neck. In an instant, he had taken down 4 elders at once. The scene shifts to the university in the morning. The surroundings here are incredibly peaceful. At this moment, Maiyue quickly reported the situation to him. Elder Wang, those scattered cultivators have already confessed everything. The creator of the supernatural society claimed to be the Holy Fire Master. They selected 10 wandering cultivators to serve as guardians. Now, they had achieved great success in their Dao practice, and Qiwen, due to his wealthy family background, was a small leader among them, much like a lucky charm. Wangxing said, once again disturbed, send me a portion of their documents. I will pay attention to their direction. You think the Holy Fire practitioner disbanding the Super Spirit organization like this is indeed a criminal group with a cultivation background, but what exactly is their goal? Could it be that they simply want to become powerful and amass wealth? No matter what, we must quickly pull Junior's sister out of this muddy pit, or else the trouble will never end. Lost in thought, suddenly a mischievous hand poked his cheek. Mu Guanxian pouted. Junior brother, you're so mean, not letting me go fight. He happily fed her a piece of cake. She smiled brightly. Senior sister, it's time to go find Junior sister. The scene shifted slightly to a high-rise building at night. A voice rang out. What nonsense are you all talking about? Qiwen was stunned. My father passed away 25 years ago. Where did this disciple Wangxing get an old photo to give her? Take a look at this first. Qiwen looked at the photo, unable to stop sweating, trembling. It can't be. Please explain further. This is a photo my master has kept hidden all these years. He really missed both of you. Mu Guanxian as well. According to what he said, you're not wrong. Wangxing continued to present the evidence. It had been sent by her master, who was also her mother. Qiwen, Wangxing, and Mu Guanxian are the disciples of my 3 sons, and also the ones my mother trusts deeply. You should immediately leave the school with them. 2 hours later, mother will arrive there. Hearing this, she couldn't believe what was happening. Unable to hold herself back, she dropped the phone and shouted loudly, all of you are frauds. Mu Guanxian, the deceiver, did not know how to comfort others. She saw Qiwen crying, and was thus very confused. From a distance, everyone was focused on the little girl, unaware of the arrow aimed directly at Qiwen. As soon as the arrow was shot, Mu Guanxian quickly detected the anomaly. She tightly embraced Qiwen in her arms and simultaneously used her internal force to sweep powerfully, knocking the arrow away. Immediately after, the masked man quickly fled. He said to senior sister Mu Guanxian, protect junior sister, then chased after Wangxing. Fiercely, the masked man, who had been hiding his identity, finally couldn't endure any longer. That person used the fastest speed to escape. She blended into the nearby bushes. Everyone in the room was in uproar. At Elder Wang's place, there is a change. It is a cultivator. It is highly likely that he has discovered the higher levels of the supernatural society. You quickly mobilized the staff from the preparation units, immediately sealing off the entrances and exits, ensuring that the enemy could not escape. Of course, on this side, you quickly caught up with the strange figure. At the same time, you kicked her in the back, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. After taking this blow, she couldn't help but vomit syrup. Immediately afterward, she threw 2 hidden weapons toward Wangxing. But for these cheap, hidden weapons, all it takes is a flick of your hand to deal with them. 2 streams of purple smoke appeared from his hand. Without needing to observe closely, Wangxing already knew that there was poison in the needle. The other person trembled when they saw your strength. The 7-star shift position. Who are you? Wangxing did not answer, quietly thinking. The pill only needs half a step more to temporarily disable the action ability of someone in the embryonic soul formation realm. This woman's background is not small. I must capture her to extract information. Thinking of this, he quickly broke free. Behind him, in just a moment, Wangxing had seized the back of her neck. How could a cruel person take the lives of others and still keep their own? She was startled and screamed loudly, please spare me. I will give you 3 rolls of divine medicine. Upon saying this, he released her immediately. The woman seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. Wangxing calculated that her meridians had been destroyed and her cultivation had been ruined. The rest of the matter was left to the sect mistress. Suddenly, he sensed the murderous intent, and what's more, this murderous intent was in direct conflict with the Taoist cultivation technique. The stranger spoke. "Young man, this woman has stolen our belongings." They slowly advanced toward him. "Could you hand her over to us? We will definitely not let you suffer any losses." Wangxing observed carefully for a while and discovered a mark on the man's neck similar to the one on the bodyguard, the Yin-Yang sect. Immediately, he stood in front of the girl, his face cold, forbidding her. He did not expect to be rejected so bluntly, and immediately spoke up. "Do you know that today you have provoked an enemy you should not have provoked?" After saying that, both of them exuded a thick, killing intent. A dark purple cloud fiercely flew straight toward Wang Sheng. He remained unshaken, replying coldly, "When I say no, it means no." Then, Wang Sheng raised his long sword in front of him and began to channel his internal energy. Wang Sheng held his sword, channeling his inner energy, his figure emanating light to push back the large dark cloud. The tall man wearing a mask charged forward, shouting, "Look at my blade. I will go deal with that brat. Kid, don't think you can win so easily." After saying that, he swung his sword forcefully towards him, but it was just a replica of Wang Sheng. He quickly moved, aiming to strike from the side. "You won't be able to dodge." Wang Sheng was somewhat surprised. Could he really keep up with his 7-star step? It seems that he is not just boasting. He really does have genuine skills in his hands. If he weren't facing me empty-handed, I would really find it hard to resist him right now. Both of them leapt into the air, launching countless attacks around them, yet the outcome remained undecided. Wang Sheng looked on, feeling somewhat uneasy. Unknowingly, his spiritual energy formed swirling vortexes that wrapped around him. He said loudly, "Brat, your cultivation isn't even sufficient yet, and you want to play at forming a sword with your chi? Truly arrogant." Suddenly, he changed direction and charged straight at the short man who was trying to take her away. Wang Sheng, with a fierce expression, gathered his internal strength and forcefully shoved the short man aside. The short man cautiously dodged your attack. At the same time, Wang Sheng quickly lifted the other person up. "You were thinking that at the stage of hiding, you already possessed a master at the embryonic soul formation realm. This Yin-Yang sect truly has extraordinary strength, but this woman is an important clue in investigating the supernatural society. I cannot let her die here." At the same time, the skinny man viciously said, "Enough playing." Then, he drew his long sword from its sheath. It seemed like he was aiming for a finishing blow. He brought the precious sword before him, then gathered all his internal energy and struck quickly to secure a swift victory. Saying that, the sickly man swung his sword into the air. From the treasured sword, enormous serpents appeared, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Wang Sheng was slightly startled. This blade heightened the killing intent. It couldn't be blocked. He had barely finished his thoughts when another strike quickly landed. Wang Sheng also drew his sword and swung it in a sweeping motion to block. A loud explosion sounded, sending both him and the female spy flying. Fatty sneered contemptuously, "You brat don't know your own limits. You'll have to pay the price for this." The sickly man swung his sword fiercely toward him, causing Wang Sheng to be unable to defend in time. He arrogantly said, "Don't meddle in others' business in your next life." Suddenly, a surge of internal force in the shape of a sword unexpectedly struck, helping Wang Sheng block the attack at the last moment. The one who arrived was Mu Guanqian. Fortunately for him, she had arrived just in time to lend assistance. Both of the masked figures were quite surprised. They quickly retreated while shouting loudly, "Who is it?" Upon seeing Mu Guanqian, Wang Sheng immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Senior sister, the dry branch I used earlier to channel my internal energy spun several times in midair. After that, you reached out and grasped it firmly." Wang Sheng stepped forward, looked directly at the two of them, and said to her, "They are bad people." Upon hearing this, there was no need to know anything more. Mu Guanqian furrowed his brow, his face filled with murderous intent as he glared at the two of them, ready for battle. Chi Van had just woken up. She took a deep breath and then spoke. "First, you hugged me, ran for a while, and halfway through, you threw me down. What exactly are the two of you trying to do?" She had just spoken up when she saw everyone in front of her constantly fighting each other, so she was momentarily stunned. On this side, Mu Guanqian was fighting with the short man. She launched a Tai Chi strike at him. Her hand swiftly vanished and reappeared, spinning in midair. His barrage of attacks came relentlessly. Suddenly, from behind, the thin man drew his treasured sword and launched a sneak attack on her. "Little girl, are you seeking death?" At the same time, Wang Sheng immediately charged forward, shouting loudly, "Your opponent is me." He contemptuously turned around, drawing his sword and swinging it toward him. "What can you do?" Wang Sheng, at this moment, leapt through the air, jumping from place to confuse the sickly man. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Senior sister, don't let them go." She made a sound of acknowledgement, then frowned and began attacking fiercely toward the little man. He was momentarily unable to block the attack and had to endure a flurry of blows from Mu Guanxian. In the end, unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, hastily thinking, could this junior be a master of the Void Pill realm? How could that be? I shouldn't linger. I must leave here quickly. Suddenly, at the same time, a dark internal force from Qi-Wen aggressively shot toward her. Qi-Wen panicked, bent over, tightly hugged her head, and kept screaming in a low voice. At the same time, Mu Guanxian quickly gathered her internal energy, and the two of them were swiftly surrounded by her power circle. Mu Guanxian furrowed his brow deeply, sweeping his hand lightly. This was the Yin-Yang dual Qi-Hao-Yuan formation. The short man leapt into the air and shouted loudly, "Hurry up. If you don't leave now, you'll die here today." The sickly man was still delivering one final strike of the sword towards Wang Xing. He quickly dodged to the side, successfully evading his strike with ease. Before leaving, he did not forget to add, "Junior, your swordsmanship is not bad. Another day, I, Lao Tzu, will spar with you for 300 rounds." Immediately after that, Mu Guanxian rushed forward. It seemed that these two were no match for her. But Wang Xing quickly stopped Senior Sister. "Our important mission is to protect Junior Sister Mengyue. We have received the next piece of intelligence. It is their mission." Mu Guanxian tugged at his sleeve, and when she looked up, she saw her pouting, with tears welling up in her eyes. What she wanted to convey was, Senior Sister is useless. Clearly, I could have saved them. Master will definitely scold me. Wang Xing seemed to understand what his Senior Sister meant. Sister not only defeated the enemy but also protected the junior apprentice. Very impressive. The branch you used as a weapon quickly vanished, Wang Xing thought. But after going through this battle, Junior Sister should be able to understand what happened, right? On this side, Qi-Wen seemed unable to regain her composure. She sat down in the dirt, silent for a long while. Because of the chaos caused by Lijia's demonic activities, the special investigation team had started to deal with the Yin-Yang sect. Even so, they still failed to capture the two evil cultivators, only managing to kill one. The female cultivator you captured is named Jiwu, and she was originally an outer disciple of Medicinal Valley. 6 months ago, I accepted the commission to purchase the secret manual. Everything, after it was exposed, turned into a pursuit to silence me. When I fell into a trap set by the Veil of Stopping the Rain, I was saved by the Sacred Flame and joined Super Guild 02. From that point on, I made enemies. The scene that followed was the result of this. But for the Wangxing group, the real trial has only just begun. The scene shifts to the master, who is currently reprimanding Qi-Wen. Why did you have to give birth to such a foolish child like you? Are you really that stupid? Or are you intentionally doing this to make me look bad? After studying for so many years, it seems to have been in vain, if it weren't for those two. Now you are dead. Do you know that? Trat, Wangxing stepped forward, stopping her hand, and said, "Support the master. Calm down. Junior Marshal's sister is just bewitched." Thinking of this, the master mother couldn't help but purse her lips. She forcefully shook her hand out of Wang Xing's. Then, the mistress quickly left, instructing her subordinates. "You are responsible for Qi-Wen's matter. You must investigate and report the results to me within 2 hours." The person quickly accepted the task. "All right, team leader Wang Xing," he sighed. "Raising them without teaching. This is something the master and mistress are also responsible for." Then, he quickly stepped forward, smiling. "Junior sister, after you clear things up, come back to the mountain with us. Experience real cultivation for a bit, and conveniently meet your biological father as well." The scene transitions to Wudong Mountain. The familiar path they often traveled. Today, the sky is very clear. They quickly returned to their sect. Wang Xing introduced Junior Sister. These are the senior brothers and senior sisters of the Wudong sect. Zhu Yinglong cheerfully greeted. "It's an honor. From now on, we are all fellow disciples, so let's interact more often." She shyly introduced herself. "Hello, senior brother, senior sister. My name is Qi-Wen." Perhaps because they wanted to keep me away from danger, Master quickly agreed to my suggestion. The spiritual energy of Wudong Mountain is pure, and with the warm reception from my fellow disciples, my mood gradually became lighter. Everyone worked together and ate together. Qiliang was also very considerate. "Eat more." The food on the mountain is quite simple, but very beneficial for those who are just starting their cultivation. Qi-Wen felt a bit shy and thanked his senior sister. Wang Xing said loudly, "No need to be polite. Everyone eat more. Everyone, eat more." The sky quickly turned dark. Suddenly, Qi-Wen approached her third senior brother. "When will he return?" "You don't know, but you still answer her." This is also hard to say. The golden core realm that the master broke through. This is the cultivation of the heavenly sword. Isn't it difficult to step into it like that? If there is anything, just tell me and senior sister Mu Guanxin beside me. A sorrowful voice sounded. Right now, I want to make up for my mistakes. I don't want to burden mother, and I don't want to interfere with her work. What is possible? I want to learn some skills quickly and go to work at the special investigation team. Wang Xing silently felt satisfied. The junior apprentice's determination is not in vain. We have secretly been protecting her. He quickly spoke. Cultivating the Tao first emphasizes cultivating virtue, then cultivating the heart, and only then cultivating the Tao and techniques. Your father once taught me, cultivating the Tao is the pursuit of the realm of the Tao, not just powerful techniques. The path of oneself is the foundation. It must not be confused or mixed up, nor should the focus be lost. You think, although the danger has passed, the junior sister has not yet untangled the knot in her heart. However, there is hope that the master will return soon and use love to warm the junior sister. It is also unknown how things are progressing with the special investigation team. Night falls, and the city lights shine brilliantly. The dormitory of a certain school. The young man is engrossed in playing a game, his eyes never leaving the screen. Return to Wudong Mountain. The matters of the outside world have temporarily come to an end. You are not deeply involved. The next day, he began to continue his cultivation, aiming for the embryonic soul formation realm. At that moment, there was nothing troubling him. Now, Wang Xing has returned to the mountains. The first important matter, apart from continuing his cultivation, is that he soon entered the embryonic soul formation realm. Divine Gathering Realm receives the comprehension of heaven and earth, beginning to let oneself and heaven and earth initially resonate with each other. Embryonic soul formation realm, if one can independently grasp the connection to heaven and earth, will take the primordial energy from heaven and earth. Inside and outside of Chutian, the embryonic soul formation realm could be greatly completed, but how could one finish the inner Chutian without any mistakes? This is the direction of effort for Wang Xing now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, gradually bringing him back to his senses. Is Fei there? Wang Xing quickly opened the door, and it turned out to be someone familiar. He spoke up. Senior brother Zhu, is there something you need from me? Zhu Yinglong smiled brightly. This time, it is an elder of mine who wants to meet you. He quickly introduced, this is my martial uncle, Taoist Master Gao Shui. The old man looked at him. You are Fei Yu, right? Wang Xing quickly remembered that this person was martial uncle Gao Shui. After that, he stepped forward to greet him. Disciple pays respects to martial uncle Gao. He got straight to the point. Could you let me take a look at your sword for a moment? Wang Xing bowed, requesting his Shirshu's guidance. He recalled that year on the mountain, originally intending to become a disciple of Master Gao, but due to fate, he met both his master and senior sister. Wang Xing, while wielding his sword, thought to himself, perhaps life is like this, gains and losses, it's not just about one word, extinction. After pondering for a while, the ritual finally came to an end. You assess your swordsmanship realm to be very profound. Moreover, I am not on the same path as you, so I cannot offer any guidance. Wudong Mountain's teachings pass down the 7 stars sword technique, which is quite different from your 7-star sword formation. Pay close attention now. Watching him wield the sword with such skill and grace, the young man quickly realized that this sword technique shared similarities with the 7-star sword formation, yet it was not the same as any known sword technique. Pure and innocent, diligently guarding the central gate, with the spirit of refining and rising rapidly. The 8 directions truly live up to their reputation as masters of the sword path. At 20, when compared to him, my understanding is still too shallow. Gao Shui asked, how do you feel? Wang Xing thought, what I learned from my master is too complicated. He never passed it down. On the same path, the senior uncle followed the pure sword cultivation path. With his guidance, I will definitely be able to make progress. Thinking for a moment, Wang Xing bowed, his swordsmanship cultivation under his master. Above, he respectfully asked his master to guide him in his cultivation. He suggested, you and I will practice your swordsmanship cultivation together. Right now, it's uncertain whether you are beneath me. Let's try a few moves. He didn't hesitate to start picking up the sword. Chi-Wan, inside the room, looked at him and couldn't help but be puzzled. Is senior brother really that powerful? Mu Guanxian was already too familiar with this scene. She didn't even bother to glance over, just smiled brightly and hummed in response. From then on, Master Gao would come every few days to practice with him. The two sides' swordsmanship complemented each other. In the past few days, Wang Xing had also made a lot of progress. Until one day, a hearty laugh rang out from outside the door. You two can practice without problem, but if you fight, make sure no one gets hurt. Gao Shui Master was surprised when he saw the person. Master, Senior, why have you come here? The old man stroked his beard and happily said, your master and your senior uncle said. The one named Qing Yinzi was fortunate enough to have obtained the title of sword cultivator. As for me, throughout my entire life, I have practiced the sword, so naturally, I wish to come and observe, then evaluate it a bit. Wang Xing quickly stepped forward, circled, and bowed to pay his respects to the master. His heart kept screaming, "Master of the Master! Isn't that the highest position on the mountain? This person is the Immortal Punishment Sect leader. After you advance to pay respects to the master." He quickly broke into a gentle smile. "There's no need to be so formal." Immediately after, he began to teach. "You have become too obsessed with the sword and have forgotten the Tao. Training is training. Don't let both sides get hurt. Once you're not careful, it could injure the opponent's Tao realm." Immediately after, he sat down at the table next to him, looked at Wang Xing, and said, "All right, let's begin. You think of an immortal cultivator who is renowned and listed on the heavenly list of the cultivation world, but like the senior master, an old predecessor who rarely shows his face, of course, he would not appear on the list. To be able to receive his guidance, indeed, is a stroke of fate for a junior like me here." He stroked his beard leisurely and spoke, "Heaven and earth were never meant for me. Finding a place to settle is all I seek. Heaven and earth should have my soul, spirit, and energy in this body." He listened while battling Gao Shui. Suddenly, in front of Wang Xing, a powerful aura continuously rushed towards him. The streams of power flowed into the 7 orifices of Wang Xing. You quickly absorb all of it into your body. Very soon after, Wang Xing was able to achieve minor success in the embryonic soul formation realm. He was confused. His spiritual experience continued to grow, and his true essence became pure. This is the embryonic soul formation realm. You must immediately consolidate your realm and prepare to break through to the golden core realm. Over here, the girl standing behind the Qianfa leader couldn't help but be a little startled. "Senior brother is injured." Both seniors stood silently, watching him channel his internal energy to consolidate his strength. Tight, the Qianfa leader circulated his internal energy. Immediately after, he stepped forward and directed it to the top of Wang Xing's head. Gao Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Master." But upon seeing the look in Qianfa leader's eyes, he immediately understood. Gao Shui immediately bowed and performed the ritual gesture. Disciple takes his leave. He understood upon seeing this. It seemed that the master intended to stay and provide guidance to Fine Gu. Then, he looked down at Wang Xing, who was putting away Lim, the spiritual essence calming his mind and focusing on comprehending the Tao. The old Taoist has used the sword for many years. Today, I will gift this Tao to you. I hope you can comprehend it. You heard these words and felt a sense of gratitude in your heart. He began to lecture. Sword form, sword intent, sword state, sword Tao. The top 3 realms are sword form, sword intent, sword state, and sword Tao as the foundation. But if a sword cultivator achieves success, the majority will comprehend the 3 steps that follow and then make progress. Scene 4. A flying sword requires a sword embryo. Day and night, using one's own spiritual essence to nurture it, there will be an achievement in the art of sword flight. Scene 5. The heart of the sword abandons the sword for the sword, with a form that becomes formless. The will of the sword can extend infinitely, all the while remaining extremely sharp. Scene 6. The sword cultivator takes the heart of the sword as the sword's soul and the body of the Tao as the sword's foundation. Once the shell was taken out, it would protect the world. Wang Xing quickly opened his eyes, but the Qianfa leader had already flown away on the wind. He stood up. The 6th stage of the sword path from his master might not be the final stage of the sword path, but it had clearly pointed out the long road ahead for him. Later, you will gradually comprehend it. Before leaving, he left a few words. This old man gives you a portion of sword intent. Make sure to comprehend it well. Wang Xing was confused. Is this the Tao realm inheritance from my master? From behind, Mu Guanxian didn't know when she had arrived. She immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. It seems that because studying the Tao realm inheritance was too much for him, he just fell asleep like this in Mu Guanchuan's arms. She didn't wake him up but quietly watched him sleep soundly. After a while, Chiwen came out and spoke. "Senior sister." "Sister is back." Mu Guanxian quickly raised his hand to signal for silence. Under the golden hue of the setting sun, which was gradually descending, Mu Guanxian quickly embraced him. Jiwen was excited. "Senior sister, embrace the princess." 2 senior brothers, this is a rare photo. This is an image of a junior sister gradually being Qingyan's Yiafit. That day gradually passed. The scene shifted to Wudong Mountain, entering the nascent soul emergence realm, inheriting the comprehension that caused me to sleep for an entire day. But what Wang Xing did not expect was that a sword intent casually mentioned by his master turned out to be a sword intent of yin-yang, hard and soft, spring and autumn, transformation. It could all be called the yin-yang. His master only passed down the sword in 10th. Of course, it is because you have entered the realm of swordsmanship. Normally, obtaining the yin-yang sword in 10th is incredibly mysterious, and you also clearly understand the path of swordsmanship you must follow in the future. In just a short 20 days, upon returning to his sword Dao Mountain, he made another significant advancement. Later, the sword would become both the magical weapon and the guardian dharma of yours. Thus, the more Wangxing relied on the heavens and the earth, the more he looked up, savoring the morning air in the mountains and forests. Then, Mengwei hurriedly called him, speaking loudly. Elder Wang, something's wrong. Wangxing, hearing that it sounded like a bad situation, immediately asked, what happened? She quickly recounted. A few hours ago, the Holy Fire practitioner, through a secure internet network, announced to the entire country that they intended to auction off 2 volumes of the Supreme Zhangtian Heavenly Master secret record from the Longhushan sect. Upon hearing this, Wangxing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What? Where are you in such a hurry? Where can I buy the Heavenly Master talisman? How much money? Only the middle upper grade? Over here, Mu Guanxian only pays attention to food. Mao Wei was startled when she heard his urgent words. Elder Wang noticed that his reaction was a bit excessive, so he coughed a few times and continued, has there been any reaction from Longhushan? Have you been able to contact them yet? Long told himself, calm down. Now is not the simple time of the previous life. What use is a talisman from a heavenly master? Maui West sat amidst a pile of documents and said, that's right. Moreover, we have also confirmed the identity of the sanctified practitioner. The sanctified practitioner is a disciple abandoned by Longhushan. Guo Tianxing, his master, is Master Tianzheng. Longhushan, a year ago, was discovered stealing the power of the celestial talisman. After injuring a disciple, he fled. You think Master Guo Tianxing is Master Tianzheng? Could he be Shi Tianzheng's senior brother? Mao Wei continued, now Master Tianzheng has sent someone here, but other sects are likely to send people as well. Wangxing said calmly. It's not surprising. The Heavenly Master's secret records must have many sects eyeing them. Mao Wei continued. Once this gets out of control, I'm afraid the entire immortal cultivation realm will be in trouble. To prevent that, we have no choice but to ask Elder Wang for help to stabilize the situation. He frowned, thinking that this matter was of great importance. Let me think of a way, Wangxing calculated. If the Taoist masters of Dao Cheng show themselves, and my senior sister cannot say anything, then, if it is like this, I can only ask the master to step in. The scene transitions to Mount Zhongnan, which is quite far from where he is, but they are all fellow cultivators. An old man walking down the road laughed loudly and said, you are the disciple of that Qing Yanzi, aren't you? Wangxing replied, that's right, senior. Have you met my master, Qing Yanzi, before? He picked up the phone. Has he already reached Mount Zhongnan? I will help you ask. Immediately after, he became busy. Fellow Taoists, have any of you seen Taoist Qing Yanzi? His disciple Wang Feiyu is looking for him. The voice on the other side sounded. Qing Yanzi has finally arrived at Mount Zhongnan. The Taoist teachings he was asked about last time haven't been fully explained yet. Recently, there has been no news of Taoist Qing Yanzi returning to discuss the Tao. Qing Yanzi has not come to my place. Feiyu is the beloved sword disciple of Taoist Qing Yanzi, right? Where is he staying now? I will go over there to see if he has reached our Mount Zhongnan. I, as a humble cultivator, love sword cultivation the most. He sweated and thought. Each mountain has its own unique atmosphere for cultivating the Tao. The rules of Maoshan are quite numerous. Wudong Mountain is a place where one can live in seclusion. Unexpectedly, Mount Zhongnan turned out to be the place that revealed many facets of human emotions. On the other side, they were still talking. Taoist friend Qing Yanzi, it seems to be at Elder Jingyun Taoist's place. Finally, I have found him. He's at my place. What's going on? Where is Feiyu now? Wangxing was startled. A woman's voice. Jingyun Taoist Elder is a wise Taoist. Wise Taoist is a form of address for a female cultivator. Are you a bit nervous? Why does it feel like there is a prairie-like aura coming from the Grandmaster's side? Immediately after, he quickly went over to find his master and asked, is Jingyun Taoist Elder here? Wangxing thought. It is said that the cultivation level and talent of Jingyun Taoist Elder are extraordinary, so why was this person not on the heavenly list in the previous life? But if the master has chosen to stay here, then Jingyun Taoist Elder must be a very trustworthy Taoist friend. A voice sounded in his head. Has Feiyu arrived? Wangxing looked around. This is a sound transmission. They have always been walking along the small path to the west in the garden, so it was able to reach me. The two quickly entered. He was surprised. Is this the place where Jingyun Taoist Elder cultivates? Wangxing quickly found a cave entrance, which was blocked by stones, but it still continued to radiate light. He thought in the cave, it was the breath of his master. It seemed that he was in closed-door cultivation inside. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Feiyu. You stepped inside and gently said, the Ningxing Golden Core is very dangerous. You absolutely cannot disturb senior brother Qing Yinzi right now. Is there something you need to discuss with him this time? After a while of recounting, Jingyan Taoist elder quickly understood. So that's how it is. In this situation, you two seniors would indeed find it difficult to persuade the elders of those sections. Saying this, she frowned. Initially, Zhiling's sister-in-law said, if we go, we go. Qing Yinzi, senior brother, felt displeased because of her and the child in her womb. Now she wants senior brother to exert himself for her. What kind of reasoning is this? Wangxing silently groaned in his heart, looking at Master Jingyun's appearance. Could it be that he had feelings for his master? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the sky. The night sky was now brightly illuminated. Wangxing and Jingyun couldn't help but look up at him, surprised. Is this the heavenly tribulation for the master breaking through to the Golden Core realm? You can step forward. There's no need to be afraid. The Golden Core realm of our senior brother has been established. Next, he needs to undergo comprehension. After the breakthrough, do not disturb him. Right now, I can only go to my place. It's the perfect time for me to ask Sister Zhiling something. That day, what was the reason you left like that? It has caused the father and son of senior brother Tangan to be separated for more than 25 years. Wangxing couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. His heart was struggling, and this trip was likely to be full of turmoil. Everyone quickly descended the mountain together. A car immediately after that picked him up along with Jingyun. Maungwei spoke. Elder Wang, I'm troubling you again this time. Wangxing replied, it's fine, please tell me the specific situation over there. She quickly recounted. Now, the core members of the Supernatural Society have still not uncovered any traces, but according to the information displayed in the documents behind, the Saint Fire Practitioner has a cult of demonic cultivators operating in secret, such as the Heavenly Fire Sect and Five Deities Sect. He continued, among these organizations, only the Five Deities Sect has any scale. What about the news of the Yin Yang Sect? Five Deities Sect is the typical organization of the demonic sects from my previous life. I never expected to encounter them again this time. Mingwei said, the Yin Yang Sect has no clues, while the Five Deities Sect has a large number of experts infiltrating the city. They even said they would definitely obtain the Heavenly Master Talisman. Wangxing's smile stiffened, and he took the initiative to help the Yin Yang Sect attract the firepower. Should I praise them, or not? Jingyun commented, although it isn't on a large scale, it is ultimately just demonic cultivation. She came up with an idea. Feiyu, later you, and I will go up the road and take a look. If we encounter evil cultivators who harm others, they must be dealt with. He secretly sighed. I didn't expect that my martial uncle would have such a character cold on the outside, yet warm on the inside, with a heart of righteousness. Wangsheng said, my martial uncle has a friend, and during this time, he's also paying attention to the movements around. Through that, ask her to see. She was surprised. A friend? So the person you were talking about is Qian Lin. As soon as she looked at Jingyun, her eyes brightened. Is this really your master? They look very young. Wangxing introduced. That's right. This is my master's junior sister, and also my childhood friend, Jingyun Taoist elder. Jingyun cheerfully greeted. Nice to meet you for the first time. You are Fine Gue's senior sister, right? Wangxing quickly got to the point. Senior sister, is there anything unusual going on in the school right now? She raised her phone. I'm not sure if this can be considered unusual. You take a look. What is this kind of content based on? Can only cultivators practice cultivation? We can only be ordinary people. These are all schemes of the righteous sects of famous mountains. Even if one doesn't have natural talent, is it not enough to prolong one's lifespan and remain free from illness? Everyone has the right to cultivate. Based on what? The cultivation methods and resources are all monopolized by the cultivators. Wangxing read through it and immediately understood clearly. Someone here wants to add fuel to the fire. Moreover, it is possible that the so-called saint-like figure from the Supernatural Society is auctioning off cultivation techniques. Now, they are even inciting ordinary people. What exactly does he want to do? At the same time, Jingyun quickly alerted Feiyu. Something's wrong. Wangxing then looked over at the person, who was walking with a girl. However, the problem was that a dense killing intent was radiating from him, and he was an evil cultivator. All right, let's shift the scene to a large hotel in the middle of the city. A cunning voice echoed, Master, is this to your satisfaction? Inside the room, the old man was observing the girl that Wangxing had encountered at the inn earlier. The girl wasn't bad either. Her yin essence hadn't been depleted much. It's much better than the previous one. Wangxing and Jingyun quickly caught up to this point. The conversation inside, of course, they could also hear at this moment. He cunningly said, Master, I don't know what these women are usually like. The old man then instructed, all right, go sit in the room next door and wait. Once the master is done, I will share some benefits with you. As he spoke, he reached out and began to unbutton the girl's clothes. At the same time, the main door was quickly kicked open, swinging wide with a loud noise. The old man was startled and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, Jingyun quickly rushed forward to attack him. She channeled her internal energy and shouted fiercely, "Feiyu, don't let anyone go." As soon as she finished speaking, Jingyun charged forward and beat the old man mercilessly. The young man, in a panic, shouted, "Master." At the same time, a surge of aggressive power struck forcefully at the young man's acupoints, causing him to endure a wave of intense pain. Wangxing only needed one move to defeat his opponent. After finishing the task, he loudly announced, "The master uncle on my side has taken care of it already." Jingyun on this side is still enthusiastically exterminating the demonic sect. She said loudly, "Protect that girl." Wangxing observed that his senior apprentice uncle usually only practiced cultivation in the mountains and had little practical combat experience. Now, it only relies on suppressing cultivation. If used for a long period, there might be issues. Thinking of this, he quickly said aloud, "Master uncle, use your strength to subdue the enemy. There is no need to hold back." At that moment, Jingyun threw a punch straight at the old man's chest. He couldn't block it and was instantly knocked back a great distance. He was like a small bird, flying straight out the window. Suddenly interrupted like this, the old man shouted loudly, enraged, "You ruined my good deed. I will kill your entire family." Wangxing immediately guessed that this was a spiritual attack. The old man continued with filthy words, "I will humiliate the women related to you until death." Wangxing gritted his teeth and glared, "Do you want to die?" Hearing his perverted words, you couldn't hold back, and the anger kept rising. Wangxing grabbed his sword and rushed outside. He firmly believed that his cultivation in the Tao and his practice of the sword were all for the purpose of protecting his family. If I can't do this, then what? What does it even mean to be reborn? He thought to himself, then decisively pointed his long sword straight at the old man. He was momentarily flustered, quickly making hand seals while thinking. Still young, having just entered the embryonic soul formation realm, yet not afraid of the effectiveness of his spiritual attack. Who exactly is this kid? Even harder to deal with than someone from the Void Pill realm. Immediately after, thousands of sharp hands appeared from his body, aggressively striking toward Wangxing. But he was still not afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he continued to shout loudly, "Charge forward, hidden northern sword, the heart of the duality sword realm." And finally, the old man was successfully stabbed through the chest by him. Mao Yue and everyone else stood below, waiting. Suddenly, they saw the old man fall from above. They couldn't help but panic. He was stabbed directly in the soft part of his belly by your sword, but the sword broke in half. Because he had fallen from a great height, his legs were now covered in blood. Wangxing picked up the broken sword, and his eyes reflected a trace of sorrow. He looked at the sword, his heart heavy. The words, "I'm sorry," echoed in his mind. At the investigation department, Mao Yue quickly reported to the team leader, "The identity of the evil cultivator has been thoroughly investigated. He had once been a wanted criminal in numerous cases, having killed dozens of people. After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is restored, he will rely on the evil method of expelling Yin to replenish Yang, becoming a master. Not long ago, he became an elder in the Five Deities sect, with the Taoist title of Mach Am than Thien Hoa Taoist." Hearing this, Jilin couldn't help but let out a sigh. If the whereabouts of this evil cultivator had been discovered, then there would be more than 100 ways to deal with him. "You are really responsible, jumping directly from the 18th floor to give that person a sword strike." Wangxing forced a smile. "At that time, I didn't think that much." Jingyun angrily shouted, "If Feiyu hadn't gone down the mountain to help her, how could she have been injured?" The two women secretly glanced at each other with fiery eyes. The young man was momentarily startled and quickly intervened. "Master, martial ant." In the end, the two of them chose to turn their backs on each other. Wangxing breathed a sigh of relief, glad that they hadn't fought. At the same time, a gentle voice echoed, "Don't worry about others anymore. You've injured your tendons and bones. You should rest for a while. I also have to return to school tomorrow, and I'll cook a pot of bone soup to bring to you." Wangxing was also not being polite and thanked his senior sister. Qianlin smiled happily. "It's nothing. Taking care of a junior brother is something I should do." Immediately after, Qianlin went home alone. On the empty road, a car was already standing there, waiting. As if knowing something, Qianlin quickly approached. Another man dressed in guard attire stepped forward. "We've been looking for you for quite a while." At the same time, the old woman sitting in the carriage spoke. "Young sect master, this old woman is not convenient to get off the carriage to pay respects. Please forgive me." Qianlin was surprised. 3 Nanny, how come you're here? The old woman said, we are not at ease. I've come to protect you, young sect master. Tonight, you won't have peace. The auction will take place at midnight. Transactions can be made with cash or cultivation techniques in exchange. The Taoist talisman belongs to the top-tier techniques of talismanic arts, and naturally, it attracts quite a few cultivators. They, in order to obtain the cultivation method capable of killing, robbing, and injuring countless ordinary people. Wang Xing, due to being injured, has not been able to go there yet. Fortunately, Master Jingyun stepped in, helping the sect mistress stabilize the situation. With Jingyun here, the special investigation team and the cooperation between the two sides also proceeded smoothly. The scene transitioned towards Manuel's report. Now we just have to wait for the Fire Master to appear. Elder Wang, the heavenly net and earthly web we've set up with this formation will definitely be able to capture him. What day and month do you think it is today? Mingwei was curious. What's special about October 18th? Wang Xing pondered. What did I do during this time in my past life? I have a feeling that this event is somehow related to me in my past life. He suddenly remembered. The Sanctifier sanctifies the sacred fire. Could it be? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out loudly from outside the door. Wang Xing. Wang Xing. It's your Tianzhong again, he cried and hugged her legs. Wang Xing, I want to die. Wang Xing. Wang Xing was startled. Damn. Why are you here? Immediately, Wang Xing quickly signaled for Mao Yue to leave, leaving them alone in the room. Then, he smiled bitterly. If there's anything, just say it. Whether you want to live or die. What does that even mean? You are a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Don't let others mock you. Shi Tianzhong wiped his tears. Wang Xing, don't lecture me anymore. Wang Xing did not beat around the bush, directly exposing. You came because of the Saint Fire Master Guetianxing, didn't you? Wang Xing was not surprised. He had already guessed the relationship between them. However, he did not expect that the talisman of the Celestial Master was something you passed on to him. Shi Tianzhong recounted, saying that he wanted to do something big. He told me not to take action in searching for his whereabouts. But I really didn't know he would cause such a big incident, nor did I know how many people would die tonight. I have a way to find him, but I dare not, because he is my best brother. Wang Xing, please tell me what I should do. My heart is filled with confusion. Wang Xing said, for the merit you have in protecting the sect and inheriting the Taoist cultivation method, as for personal matters, you must go rescue your senior brother and stop his mistakes. The auction is about to begin. If you keep hesitating, I'm afraid it will be impossible to salvage the situation. Shi Tianzhong was put in a difficult situation. He couldn't help but scratch his head in frustration. In the end, he made up his mind. Wang Xing was right after all. I have to go find Guetianxing. It must be stopped before he causes even greater trouble. Wang Xing smiled brightly at Shi Tianzhong and said, it's good that you've come to understand. Suddenly, Wang Xing felt a strong, murderous aura approaching. A sense of alertness surged within him, and immediately, he reflexively pulled Shi Tianzhong over, while shouting loudly, be careful. Outside, Mao Wei had already been knocked unconscious and was lying in a corner. The outer door quickly opened, and the Taoist priest said, where do you think you're going? 3 strangers entered, grinning wickedly. The great matter of Taoist Tianxing has been accomplished. You should stop disturbing him. Shi Tianzhong stood in front of Wang Xing, fiercely on guard. Who are you? He observed the 3 people for a while. The cultivation level of the young one had not yet reached any stage, but the 2 following him were at the second realm of cultivation. It seems that today we have encountered trouble. The other person smiled brightly. Elder Wang, if you have already escaped, you should not get involved in this matter anymore. We just want to find the Taoist priest and have a chat. The nurse beside stepped forward to report. The young master of the special investigation team has sent someone here. He sighed in relief, and if that's the case, he could only ask the Taoist priest to go ahead first. Make a move, he said, and as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men beside him swiftly leaped toward Shi Tianzhong. She aggressively spun the 2 blades in her hands, and in the blink of an eye, they were right at Shi Tianzhong's throat. He quickly circulated his internal energy, using the diamond protective shield and the Nanshin sword. The person wearing the mask, how could he strike through the indestructible diamond? What's going on? Then I'll strike a few more times. He quickly leaped out, avoiding those deadly attacks. Shi Tianzhong swiftly flew through the window, wanting to kill. I'll go outside. Don't involve others. The young master gave the order. Don't let him survive out of this hospital. Both quickly charged after Wang Xing, observing him, only wanting to target Shi Tianzhong. As long as I don't get involved, perhaps I can overcome this danger. But he felt an immense sense of unease in his heart. Did he truly see death and choose not to save? Below, Shi Tianzhong quickly blew out a swarm of black butterflies to counterattack the 2 opponents. But the momentum of the masked man was not ordinary. He quickly broke through the deadly move from above. The nurse swiftly landed on Shi Tianzhang's shoulder. Only a divine gathering realm, yet you were able to endure in our hands for such a long time. You're quite impressive. He was startled. It was not good. The dagger was about to stab into Shi Tianzhang's eye. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a wheelchair was thrown from somewhere, directly towards the nurse, causing her to be thrown away from Shi Tianzhang. The person wearing the mask was also struck by a slash. He's angry because of you. The wheelchair slowly landed near Shi Tianzhang. A familiar voice rang out. Although Daoist Shi Tianzhang and I are not close. But we can't let him die here, Wang Xing said, then gently lowered himself down. The young master spoke. Elder Wang, it seems that you do not wish to accept my offer. Wang Xing drew his sword, ready for battle. Come at me, kid. Watching him ponder, this person had not made a move just now, and it was unclear what his strength was. Right after that, he snapped his fingers and ordered, the blade servant Elder Wang is entrusted to you. The man quickly agreed. Immediately after that, he charged toward the young boy. The last time, they had not yet decided a winner, and today they continued. He calculated that both of his legs were injured and he could not use the 7-star sword formation, but the current version of himself knew how to use it, and not just this set of sword formations. Your attack struck through that sword servant, disdainful of all those flashy things. They were nothing at all. Wang Xing calmly lifted his sword and asked, is that so? Immediately after, he raised the sword to the sky, its sword intent embodying the yin-yang, a force as heavy as 4 times the weight of the heavens. Immediately after, a powerful beam of light shot straight toward Downer. The attack caused him to temporarily lose his footing, kneeling down, his body slightly trembling. Not stopping there, Wang Xing continued with the 2 principles, for symbols, and 8 trigrams body. On this side, the female nurse is fiercely fighting. She seemed very confident in her abilities. Shi Tianzhang had some difficulty contending with someone stronger than himself like this. He quickly used the Spirit Serpent Talisman. At the same time, a fierce yellow snake lunged towards the female nurse. She looked down on creating another clone to fight the snake. She despised such trivial tricks. The snake was quickly dealt with. The nurse easily slashed through its body. Over here, her sword swiftly swept through. Shi Tianzhang, you were startled, your heart shook. This isn't good. After that, Shi Tianzhang swiftly leapt into the air, dodging the 3 Qing Xian orders, with 5 movements following, each step like a law command. At the same time, the attack quickly headed straight toward the female nurse, causing her to momentarily struggle. She was furious and charged forward, striking at Shi Tianzhang. You bastard! I will take your life. The blade's tongue was as fast as lightning, slashing across his neck. At that moment, Wang Xing shouted loudly, Master Jingyan directly used swordsmanship to kill someone. Immediately, a powerful aura appeared, blocking in front of Shi Tianzhang. I was momentarily stunned. There was only sword chi, not the sword control technique. Shi Tianzhang smugly said, thank you, Wang Xing, for mentioning it. It distracted the enemy. My little diamond shield is up again. Little girl, let's continue to fight 300 more battles. Suddenly, a beam of golden light emitted, surprising Shi Tianzhang. He wondered, is it a match? The young master laughed maliciously, striking at Shi Tianzhang and catching him off guard. He arrogantly said, sorry, time is of the essence. We will not waste Master Shi's time any longer. Wang Xing quickly ran over, anxiously asking, how are you? Shi Tianzhang trembled, but still forced himself to reply, I wasn't hit in a vital spot. I won't die. Soon, the investigation team arrived to provide support, surrounding the target. They must capture the enemy. The nurse quickly reported, the young master of the special investigation team has arrived. He looks very calm. I know. After that, the young master looked at Wang Xing with a cunning gaze. At the same time, the Dao slave mechanically stood up and walked forward. Wang Xing glanced over and immediately knew that this person had lost all reason. Immediately after, he left. The female nurse, surprised, called after him. Young master, he said our objective has been achieved. Let's go. They quickly entered the dark alley, leaving the slave soldier to fight. The person who just left was named Dao No, covered in blood, raising his sword to strike straight ahead. But very quickly, the long chains were shot out, wrapping tightly around his body, restraining the members of the special investigation team. Working together in perfect harmony, the chains grew tighter and tighter. At the same time, one of them struck a palm toward his chest. Finally, within just a moment, that sword servant could no longer bear it and collapsed. Wang Xing watched them, hearing that the special investigation team from his previous life had once formed a team for the evil realm. It seemed that it was them. The investigation team quickly reported via the walkie-talkie, one demonic cultivator has been subdued. There are still 2 evil cultivators who have run into the hospital. The voice on the other end of the line issued an order to the sect, sealing off the entrance to Sect 2 and sending people into search for anyone who resisted, permitting the killing of one of them. Moving forward, looking at you, Elder Wang said, do you need us to assist with healing? Wang Xing glanced over. This person was Shi Tianzhong, the Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain. Is there a way to find the Saint Fire Master? Those people, save him first. After this round, Wang Xing seriously thought, it seems that I know now. Why had I never heard of Shi Tianzhong's name before? Then, right after that, Shi Tianzhong was quickly given medicine and his wounds were bandaged. Wang Xing thought, the fake auction tonight in Tan Hoa could expose the cultivation world to the common people. It will definitely cause a stir in society. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the greater the benefits the Yin-Yang sect will gain. Shi Tianzhong holds the movements of the cultivator, directly determining the success or failure of the opponent's plan. The Yin-Yang sect, due to the plan of the saintly cultivator, would naturally not allow him to survive on this side. Shi Tianzhong gritted his teeth, feeling guilty. Tianqing Laozi, I'm sorry. In the next life, I will be a cow, a horse for you. After saying this, he released a bird carrying his blood, which soared into the sky. The special investigation team immediately began taking action. The first group stayed behind to protect the two Taoist priests, while the others followed. Immediately notify headquarters. Use all means to seal that talisman. Wang Xing looked on, releasing a bird into the sky. You are safe now. Tears on Shi Tianzhong's face couldn't help but fall like rain. He gritted his teeth to sew, making a sound. Wang Xing only said, after you cry, then wait with me for the result. Finally, we caught the person. Maowei reported, Elder Wang, the sanctified has been caught in the net. We are preparing to question him, Wang Xing said. Please, trouble yourself to take me there. At that moment, he was the only one sitting in the room. Everyone else stood outside, observing through the glass. He coughed a few times. Ask whatever you want. My whole body is severely injured, and there isn't much time left. You don't need to waste your effort torturing me. Jiling spoke up. Please tell us the schedule for the auction of the Celestial Master Talisman. He trembled, took out a packet of cigarettes from his sleeve, and lit one. There was basically no auction at all. Although I am a traitor of the Longhushan sect, I cannot possibly give the Heavenly Master Talisman to the demonic cultivators. As for the secret cultivation method that was intended for exchange, I have already entrusted it to someone trustworthy. Next, they will use the internet to transmit these cultivation techniques abroad. The investigation department quickly reported and immediately contacted the Internet Network Division. Monitor 2 websites, 2 Vietnamese names ending with E, and 2 names ending with Z. Top. Tianqing spoke. The primordial energy returns to Earth. Why can't everyone practice cultivation? He continued, I am just a forerunner. There must be others behind me. At the same time, Jiling suddenly screamed, cutting off the conversation. Enough, quickly escort him back. Be strict in surveillance. Tianqing calmly replied. No need to exert effort. My time has come. In the final moments of his life, he was once again concerned for his friend. Shi Tianzhong, he should be fine, right? Just now, you were looking for my cyan bird. Why did you bring the blood rain with you? Just as he thought of this, the cigarette in Tianqing's hand also fell. He lowered his head, silent, and would never be able to speak again. Jiling stood outside, angrily punching the wall, cursing loudly, that damned bastard. Then, she quickly ordered the news of the death of the saintly cultivator to be spread outside. With the fastest speed, everything must be returned to normal. The cultivators are still gathering and causing trouble outside. Whoever needs to be captured, capture them. Whoever needs to be locked up, lock them up. The subordinates quickly follow the orders. Wang Xing looked at him, his face somewhat sad. The cultivation method he practiced in his previous life was indeed passed down by a sanctification practitioner and spread outside, stealing the sanctification bestowed upon the suffering world. Gui Tianqing, in a certain sense, truly lives up to the title of Saint Maker. The Saint Cultivator has died, but the turmoil he caused has yet to be extinguished. But under the combined suppression of the Wang Xing side, those cultivators who relied on this to stir up trouble did not cause much of a disturbance. After this battle, Master Jingyan said, It is not suitable for me to be tainted by the filth of the mortal world, so I will return to the mountain and wait for my master to emerge from seclusion. But you are in the city recovering from your injuries. I hope to take this opportunity to strengthen my physical body. Scene transition at the Special Investigation Team, the Dao Inheritance Research Facility. After that, Jiling made other arrangements for herself. Turning back to Wang Xing, he awkwardly apologized for making her drop all her work to accompany him on such a trip. Meng Wei cheerfully replied, It's fine, touring with Elder Wang. This is probably the only vacation I have this month. Wang Xing heard this and became a little more polite. Then it must be hard on you. Suddenly, Chung received a message from him, which rang out. The person who sent the message was Mu Guanxian. He was extremely surprised, and the content was, "Wait there. I'll be there right away." Then came a series of threatening icons, and he broke into a sweat. Previously, his senior sister and junior sister had replaced their master uncle to descend the mountain and protect the master. Indeed, the elder martial uncle had just returned to Mount Zhongnan and shared his affairs with them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to startle. "Elder Wang, we have arrived." An old man among them spoke up. "Fei Yu of Wudong Mountain, it's been a long time since we last met." These individuals are respectively the representatives of the Longhu Mountain sect, the representatives of Maoshan Mountain, and the representatives of Gizhao Mountain. Wang Xing bowed his head and respectfully greeted the elders. He thought to himself that even the masters of the sixth branch of the three sects had come here. A man stepped out of the room. "If little Elder Wang has arrived, then let's begin the meeting. The main topic today is the secret of the heavenly aura and the restoration of heaven and earth." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. His mind kept shouting loudly, "What?" Inside the room, the person began to explain. "1 year ago, we began searching for the dark side of the moon. This can be said to be the great action of a nation. We are at the initial stage of the search. Has made an unbelievable discovery. Next, please watch this confidential video." This video was recorded before the night of Qi recovery, which was New Year's Eve of that year. Locked inside the cabin, it is also something we retrieved from the dark side of the moon. The beautiful girl appeared out of nowhere. She read aloud, "Jean T-Swan, where's the person? Where's the joy? It is beyond measure." Everyone was startled and began discussing. It seemed that the girl was emitting primordial energy from her body. Even through a veil, one could sense her cultivation level. It was terrifying. The woman was wearing a heavenly-grade heavenly robe. Who exactly is she? He continued, "This emperor was discovered by us while searching on the far side of the moon. At that time, he was always in a state of unconsciousness. Later, we went to the moon, studying everything around it to examine it, until we sent her back to Earth." After Wang Xing left that room, he continued to ponder. On the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, almost the entire family performed a ritual to honor the heavens and the earth. Could it be that this fairy has awakened and triggered the Earth's primordial energy? What is being hidden on the moon? Why is it that this fairy's aura can summon the primordial energy? And why do I keep feeling that this fairy and my senior sister are so similar? Suddenly, a voice rang out, pulling him back to the present. Little Elder Wang Wangxing, surprise. "Scholar Ma, step forward. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come into my office and talk. Mr. Lu Loi is searching for something. I heard that Jiling is your master, and my wife has been her close friend for several decades. Today, since you've come here, as your senior, I of course have to give you something good. I got this sword from a friend of mine. What do you think?" Wang Xing looked at the sword in surprise. He explained, "This is one of the results we've managed to research. Unfortunately, the cost is too high. It can't be upgraded." He continued, "Using the material to assemble it is quite good. The manufacturing cost is 3,000 per moment." Wang Xing was stunned. 3,000 per moment? Am I plucking the wool from the nation's sheep? Immediately afterward, he was greatly astonished when he opened the sword box. The sword lay on the red velvet lining, incredibly impressive and beautiful. Wang Xing quickly picked it up, carefully evaluating every line and detail. "You comment that the true essence flowing into this sword is exceptionally smooth. The creator even considered the growth amplitude of the true essence of the cultivator. Unfortunately, there is not the slightest trace of spiritual essence. It has no effect on cultivation and is only useful for fighting." You asked, "Scholar Ma, what is the name of this sword?" He replied, "It doesn't have a name yet. How about you name it?" Wang Xing gazed at the sword, then said, "Let's call it Wu Ling." The scene shifts toward the airport, with the airplane slowly descending into the city. Mao Yue, with bright eyes, never expected that Bu Xianzi would personally come here to take care of Elder Wang. How sweet. Hearing that, he could only force a smile. Wang Xing was surprised. "I didn't expect Master Jingyun to arrange a plane. What exactly is senior sister trying to do? Could it be that you want to win your junior sister's favor in order to build a connection with your master? This move is indeed amazing." From a distance, a young girl quickly approached with long, lustrous hair and a perfect, graceful figure. Mu Guanxian, at this moment, resembled a movie star, dazzling and brilliant. As she stepped in, a sparkling light radiated from her entire body. As soon as she saw Wang Xing from a distance, she quickly walked over, waving her hand and calling out loudly, "Senior sister." Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and she observed him carefully. "Senior sister, I'm really fine. Maybe my wound will heal by tomorrow." Mu Guanxian turned to look at Mao Wei, thanked her, and hurriedly waved his hand. "No need to be polite. This is something I should do." Wangxing smiled wryly. Senior sister. Are you starting to put on makeup too? Your inner thoughts are on alert. It seems like senior sister is still angry. You should calm her down a bit. Suddenly, a loud cry of 7 voices rang out. Was Failu Dao Zhang really a person? The ancestor had truly revealed himself. Hurry up, the old man shouted while walking. Come back with me. Saving the mountain is like saving the life of the girl behind. Chase after them. Master, wait for me. Mu Guanxian quickly became alert, standing in front of Wangxing. He politely spoke. May I ask, is this Taoist Wangxing? Wangxing silently speculated. This Taoist's accent just now was from Shu. Could he be the Taoist from the Shu Mountain Sword sect? He happily performed a respectful gesture, so excited that he forgot to introduce himself. I am Failian from the Shu Mountain Sword sect. I have come specifically to find you. Wangxing also bowed his head respectfully. The junior greets Failian elder. But Wangxing couldn't help but wonder, why would the sword sect want to find him? Immediately after that, everyone got into the car. Failian seemed very interested in him. He happily said, Feiyu, the captain of our sword sect, everything depends on you now. Wangxing forced a smile. The Taoist master is joking. After a short period of interaction, finally, you have learned the purpose for which Elder Failian came to find me before the vital energy of heaven and earth was cut off. The sword sect, in order to establish a trial, named it Sword 72. After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored, the trial was reopened. According to the records of the sword sect's silent point, as long as one can pass the trial, they can obtain the entire swordsmanship. The problem is, until now, not a single disciple of the sword sect has passed this trial, nor has anyone even been able to step inside it. Wangxing scratched his head. So that's how it is. But Elder Failian, my cultivation is still shallow. If I go, I'm afraid I might not even pass the trial. He was full of confidence. Why can't it be done? Feiyu, you are the leader of the new era of sword cultivators. This sword bone, this sword body, truly belongs to a sword immortal. You heard a flood of compliments directed at you, and your mind couldn't help but become dizzy. Your face stiffened, turning pale. Wangxing remained silent for a long while, his hands tightly gripping his knees, deep in thought. Then he spoke. This matter is indeed something I cannot decline, but I can try it once. Perhaps in 2 days, the wound on my leg will heal, and I will be able to set off toward the sword sect gate. He thought, the sword sect's sword control technique has been sought after by many for the past 1,000 years, yet few have been able to attain it. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Lianzi happily said, this is easy. I just happen to have brought the holy medicine from the sect here. Wangxing spoke up. The good intentions of the Taoist, I have received them in my heart. Actually, for me, right now, this wound is not difficult to heal. The wounds on my legs seem serious, but they wouldn't be difficult to heal. Just take this opportunity to temper your bones and muscles, and you might be able to rise to the next level. Mu Guanxian fiercely pinched his ear, her intention clear. Do you still dare to mention your legs? Wangxing pouted. Senior sister, I was wrong. The girl followed the mischievous Taoist priest and whispered, Master, could it be that you're referring to Taoist priest Feiyu and Immortal Buyu? Hearing this, he laughed and spoke. I understand. The vehicles of everyone were still moving through the city. A voice shouted loudly. What did you say? Maoiwa hurriedly said. Taoist, can your leg recover now? I just received some news. A part of us was infiltrated by demonic cultivators, resulting in severe deaths and injuries. Wang Sheng was stunned. What? Scene change. Everyone quickly moved by helicopter right after. Mao Wei reported, Elder Wang, those demonic cultivators come from the 5 deities sect. Now they have escaped to the island, relying on the fact that they have over 100 hostages in their hands, and said that they wanted to negotiate the issue of order in the cultivation world with the government. He frowned. It was the 5 deities sect. Is it possible that they have other requests? Mao Wei finished reading the report and trembled. They demanded that he and the team leader go negotiate. Otherwise, they would kill a hostage every 3 minutes. Now they have started to make a move with the hostage. Wangxing's face darkened. I understand. Then, he quickly let Mu Guanxian apply medicine to his leg. Wangxing calculated the wooden death curse in my hand. They let me go over there, unless they wanted to seek revenge to show off. Wait a moment, I will protect the mistress to buy more time. Everyone, just do it that way. He speculated that if the sanctification practitioner was just a troublemaker, then this would be a challenge from the demonic path to the government. The 5 deities sect was not afraid of such things. No wonder he had been taken away by a group in his previous life. He instructed, Mu Guanxian's senior sister, as long as I unleash the full potency of the medicine, my legs will recover completely. You should wait for me at the camp later. There's no need for you to intervene in this matter. Jigu didn't say anything, just silently stood up straight. Wang Xing was confused. Senior sister? Mu Guanxian opened his mouth and said something. Her mouth shaped the words as slowly as possible so that Wang Sheng could understand. He stared at Wang Xing, understanding that she meant to say, I will go with you. You know that I can't stop Mu Guanxian, so we will go together. On this side, everyone was discussing the plan. Everywhere, the islands had been sealed off. Team 5, the elite unit of the organization, would be able to reach it in 15 minutes, and with the advantage of numbers and external firepower, we would definitely be able to capture the enemy. The enemy is weak, but we should still ensure the safety of the hostages. Jiling thought. The Dark Sect held hundreds of hostages, clearly having made thorough plans long ago, but according to the organization's principles, preparations for battle must never retreat, and they absolutely cannot be allowed to escape from here. At the same time, he and everyone quickly arrived at the location. Wang Sheng spoke up. Master. Hearing his voice, she quickly turned to look at Wang Sheng. He anxiously asked, what is the current situation? Jiling said, not as expected, the enemy has several subordinates in the Void Pill realm, along with hundreds of evil cultivators. The key point is that they are still holding a hostage, telling us to throw the mouse while being afraid of breaking the jar. You are in a hurry, let me go there by myself. After all, I have cultivation, I can think of a way to buy some time. She spoke up, now is not the time to use emotions. The other party wants us to go there as well. Moreover, if my network is used, it could be exchanged for the safety of the two hostages. My sacrifice has already had its meaning. The subordinate flung it aside, and Hai ran in to report. The team leader of the information team has replied. Tatu has agreed to video call with us. Jiling hurriedly said, let me see what tricks they are going to play. Have we identified the identity of the other party? The subordinate quickly reported, it has been confirmed. According to the document display, the person speaking to us is the sect leader of the 5 deities sect, Shui Roshan. The voice on the other side resounded, as expected, you didn't just find anyone to deceive this old man. Jiling's old body even thought that if it weren't for you appearing in this video segment. Wait a moment, he continued. We will kill everyone here. She maintained her calm demeanor. If you truly have the confidence to face us, why must you capture innocent people? He retorted, you are wrong. Humans are the ones who bear the sins. To die at the hands of this old body, that is merely fate, he said without the slightest ripple in his heart. Jiling looked at the clock. I will be there in 3 hours, but you must stop the senseless slaughter of the innocent immediately. He continued, all right. If you do not appear within the next 3 hours, I will be before you. Kill them one by one. Now, this old body must face the sword cultivator who has the guts of the heavens, for killing my 4th sworn brother. Wang Sheng, step forward. I am here. That lecherous bastard was killed by me. If the senior wants revenge, come find me. Why should I vent my anger on others? Moreover, not only am I bold, but my heart is also kind. How about I perform a ritual for you later, free of charge, senior? He laughed heartily, full of confidence. If you have killed my 4th brother, or if you are scared, you don't have to come. Later, I will go find you myself. You remain calm. It's not like I'm that scared. As for me, should I come over empty-handed? Or do you want me to come over there? Although I am also a sword cultivator, if I were to accidentally injure my senior, then. Having said that, he let out a sigh and blew on his nails. I probably no longer have the face to continue staying in this cultivation world. He sneered. You little brat, all you know is how to talk arrogantly. So, bring your sword along, and bring the 2 people beside you as well. I am not afraid of anything either, Taoist priest. Come forth. Failian of the sword sect will surely learn from you in the future. Mu Guanxian was also in a ready stance. He continued with 3 more words. If any of you fail to appear before me today, I will destroy the island, and anyone who dares to interfere with the matters of the cultivation world will bring disaster upon themselves. Lianzi happily praised him. Feiyu, your provocation technique is not bad at all. He scratched his head. Fortunately, the Taoist priest reacted quickly and added 4 more people to the island. Jiling quickly responded. Instruct everyone to prepare thoroughly. Earlier, I reported an additional half hour, enough for the combat team and the major sects in the city to prepare. Lianzi calculated the combat teams and the major sects' readiness. Aren't those the senior experts of the Void Pill realm? These heretics aren't stupid either. They directly touch the guns. Wang Xing said, the senior experts who came to attend the exchange meeting previously happened to encounter this situation. But can we succeed by using experts to launch a surprise attack? He let out a breath. Even as a master of the Golden Core realm, it would be difficult to guarantee defeating so many cultivators in the blink of an eye. Moreover, at this moment, could one break through to the Golden Core realm? That would make the comprehension of the Tao realm seem somewhat unnatural. He was embarrassed. Elder Failian said, that's right, I was too naive. Wangsheng, the aesthetics of Golden Core Realm cultivators, we indeed possess them. But perhaps he won't make it in time. The scene shifts to Mount Zhongnan, an unnamed peak. At this moment, Jingyun and Qiwen were sitting in front of the cave entrance, where his master was in seclusion, cultivating. She monitored the situation through her phone. The Five Deities sect was a Taoist sect from before. Why were Feiyu and Mu Guanxian not in danger already? Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. It smells so good. Junior sister, have you finished cooking for me? Jingyun was startled. Senior brother, why did you go outside without saying anything? Qing Yinzi stretched out, not knowing why his enthusiasm suddenly faltered, and had no choice but to leave seclusion. He looked at Qiwen, somewhat confused. Huh, junior sister, where did you find this disciple? But as soon as he took a closer look, he couldn't help but show the surprise on his face. Indeed, she looked so much like her mother. Qing Yinzi's whole body seemed to turn to stone. He just stood there, staring at his son, Qiwen. Immediately after, Qing Yinzi quickly lunged towards her. Xiaowan, you are Xiaowan, right? Seeing Qiwen looking so confused, he was startled and suddenly remembered that he might have been a little rash. Qing Yinzi immediately let go of her and said sadly, Xiaowan, I am your father. Perhaps you have never seen me. He felt embarrassed, waiting for me to take a bath. Once I'm clean later, I will go meet you. Jingyan stepped forward. Senior brother, I'm afraid you don't have time to talk to Xiaowan anymore. Feiyu, and even sister-in-law Xiling, have encountered trouble. Hearing this, both father and son couldn't help but be shocked, and they simultaneously asked again, what? The scene shifts to the Wangshan group, and 3 aircraft swiftly land. Everyone quickly went inside the island. Everyone's faces were extremely serious. At the same time, the 2 of them stepped forward to greet, paying respects to the seniors and greeting the team leader. These 2 were Yin Zhong'an and Zhang Ziqiang. The old man stepped forward. I am here only to assist with the exorcism. Everything follows the arrangement of the elders. Wangxing thought. These priest cultivators seem to all be experts of the void pill realm. He quietly observed the 2 of them for a long while, continuously thinking. The handsome young man stepped forward and greeted. You are Feiyu, right? The plan is very simple. Everyone just needs to show up on time and distract the enemy's attention. Don't worry, we will protect everyone in secret. Wangxing and Mu Guanxian stepped forward, bowed, and expressed their gratitude to the esteemed seniors. Wangxing drew the sword from his back and held it out in front of him. Feiyu had heard that your sword was destroyed before. This sword is a gift for you. Wangxing felt embarrassed. Senior, this is too polite. Wangxing will graciously accept it as a gift for our first meeting. Otherwise, that Qing Yinzi will definitely pester me. Upon hearing this, Wangxing no longer held back and said, Thank you, senior. He awkwardly smiled. It seemed that this senior was also an old friend of his master and acquaintance. The sky on the island quickly turned to dusk, and the surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone had started to arrive at the meeting spot. Xiling instructed Feiyu, wait until we lure the void pill realm expert of the evil cultivators. The battle team will launch a strike with the fastest speed to rescue the hostages. Although it's a bit reluctant, we should still try to lure the evil cultivator to our location later. Go on. I understand. We can extend a little more time later. Lianzi was worried. Later, if we directly kill the evil cultivator, aren't we afraid they will get angry? Wangxing explained, they have said before that everything in the cultivation world should be handled by cultivators. We care even less about the hostage. They'll be even safer. They quickly arrived at the location. He calculated and decided to get closer to the shore and follow the plan. As soon as everyone set foot, countless sources of evil energy began flying around them. From the darkness, a voice rang out. Brat, you are the one who killed Elder Mach Am of my Five Deities sect, aren't you? He quickly drew his sword and casually replied, It was me. So what? The person screamed wildly. You all quickly raise your hands and surrender. If not, those who were captured, he had not finished his words when his neck was already filled with blood. Wangsheng, full of vigor, said loudly, You are speaking to the world of cultivation. The cultivators will handle it. Now I have arrived. Do you want to use an ordinary person to threaten me? He gathered his internal energy and shouted, If you want to kill, then kill. After all, I have come today to eliminate demons and eradicate the way. If I spare you, the road to survival. Who knows how many people will be harmed? At the same time, a voice rang out. Any disciple in the sect who kills this person will be rewarded with 15 levels of cultivation and a secret technique of 3 steps. Kill these 3 people and bring Xiling to the island. Right after that, he chuckled lightly and charged forward alone, fighting against the group of evil cultivators. The sword light was like bone, piercing through the clouds, tracing the moon. The momentum of his presence was so overwhelming that it caused the entire group to feel a sense of fear, standing there in a daze, staring. Lin Zi couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected that once Fei Yu severed his ties, he would become this terrifying. Just from this scene, it was truly hard to tell who the powerless mortal without the ability to resist was and who the demonic cultivator slaughtering without mercy was. One of them aggressively charged forward, and the group of useless trash worked together to kill him, dividing the credit for the kill. Wang Xing secretly felt satisfied. It seemed the enemy had fallen into the trap. Next, what we need to do is gradually increase the strength of our faction to lure out as many evil cultivators as possible. You quickly rushed toward them. None of them had the time to see Wang Xing's figure. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing on the shoulder of one of their leaders. They said to each other, "Now is the time to use magic to kill him. He is just a small embryonic soul formation realm. Could he really fly out of here?" At the same time, a sword of light flew through the air. Lianzi quickly recited the Tsan Dual Law incantation, using his qi to control the sword, sending it to exorcise the demons. In response, the Taoist aura on his back surged through the clouds and heavens. Waiting for you to land, he happily asked, "Fei Yu, how is my sword control technique?" He smiled brightly, his horizons broadened. Suddenly, they quickly retreated into the dark bushes. The two of them exchanged glances. Wang Xing spoke, "Taoist, do you dare to charge together and break through this battle?" Lianzi flew over and said, "Stay away from me. Absolutely do not underestimate the enemy." At this moment, only Mu Guanchuan and Jiling remained on the boat. Both remained silent, observing but saying nothing. Each had their own thoughts in mind. Lianzi quickly joined the battle. With one hand forming a seal, his other hand charged into the group of demonic cultivators. One of the evil cultivators, frightened, shrank behind a large tree. Who exactly was that Taoist? Had the legendary sword control technique really appeared? As for him, before he could gather his thoughts, the boy shouted loudly, "Beat him." Outside, continue speaking. This is the Five Deities sect. What you speak of will be dealt with by the cultivators of the Dao cultivation world. Are you asking us to kill more evil cultivators to destabilize our Dao hearts, leading us onto the demon path? The investigation team immediately panicked and reported, "Withdraw immediately. The enemy has a team of experts heading towards us." The opponent in the Void Pill realm has not shown any signs of movement yet. Everyone, please protect yourselves. If they really insist on holding the hostage, then we will begin a full-scale attack. Everyone immediately gathered together. Lianzi was somewhat worried. Trouble's coming. Be careful in dealing with it. Wang Xing reminded Mu Guanchuan's senior sister. Later, there was no need to hold back. She hummed in agreement, her meaning clear. They talked to each other. "Let us act together today. If we do not kill Wang Fei Yu, he will definitely become a threat to us in the future." Lianzi anxiously cautioned. "Fei Yu, be careful. These are all cultivators from the nascent soul emergence realm. Each one of them radiates killing intent. I'm afraid some of them have already cultivated demonic techniques." Wang Xing became vigilant. "I understand." At the same time, Mu Guanxian activated his internal energy and began to fly. The two forces of Yin and Yang, the most precious of the primordial qi. The Yin-Yang Hao-Yuan formation was activated at that moment, and she swiftly charged toward the group of demonic cultivators. Immediately afterward, Lianzi and Wang Xing exchanged a glance. Both of them tacitly understood each other's intentions and charged forward together into the encirclement. Mu Guanxian's internal power created a massive whirlwind that swept through the evil cultivators, causing them to panic and quickly retreat. She remained unmoved, continuing to charge forward. One of them screamed, "No! The primordial energy of heaven and earth has been disturbed. We can't use any of our spiritual power." How terrifying. What kind of cultivation level does this little girl actually have? At the same time, deep within the island, a group of people gathered around. The girl sitting in the center, surrounded by a powerful aura, spoke. "These worthless things, not even a few juniors can handle them. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we join forces to capture Jiling and then escape directly? She is Shui Roshan." The immortal practitioner of the Heavenly Forest sect spoke. "It is easy for us to leave, but what about those disciples?" Next to them was the Kongming troop. Shui Roshan tumbled to the center, and after capturing Jiling, we immediately fled. Keeping them behind to draw the attention of the Imperial Guards was enough. The chaotic era is coming. With your strength, are you still afraid of being unable to recruit followers? On this side, the storm of Mu Guanxian grew increasingly violent. It continued to expand and spun fiercely through the air. The group of demonic cultivators was stunned. This person is truly formidable, indeed. Quick, run. At the same time, a streak of purple light carrying a skull flew toward them. Whoever ran would be killed without mercy. Wang Xing quickly blocked in front of her, fiercely and decisively drawing his sword to slash strongly at the skull, but it seemed that this attack didn't even scratch the skull in the slightest. Wang Xing, do you still have any shame left? Do we still need to use the Void Pill Realm to deal with the three of them at the opening realm level? The group of Shui Roshan had just arrived, and she spoke. I tell you, brat, today you will die here. The group quickly rushed forward, and the leader shouted loudly, esteemed individuals who have achieved great success, it is tonight that we enter. Spare no cost. We must capture Jiling. As for the others, hold back for a moment. She grinned wickedly, pointing towards Wang Xing's group and coldly ordered, kill them all. The voice on the other end quickly reported, as for Jiling, the rescue team leader has already set out toward the central area of High Island. The operation has entered its second phase. She frowned and said, understood, I know. Right after that, Jiling's expression became serious as she spoke. Everyone, take action. From underwater, everyone charged forward eagerly. Feiyu, you all fall back. From now on, leave it to us. Shui Roshan did not expect this turn of events and immediately became enraged, glaring and shouting loudly. Dare to ambush again? Despicable. Wang Xing charged forward, mocking the war, unafraid of deception. The lone cultivator, Yin Jingnan, received guidance from Shui Roshan. A single strike from him sent her into a panic. Damn it, this person's cultivation is no lower than mine. In such a short time, I won't be able to shake him off. Thinking of this, Shui Roshan quickly shouted a command. Tai, hurry and catch the lone wolf. Lianzi quickly became on guard. Feiyu, be careful, the difficult one is about to pass. Suddenly, a slender, soft hand quickly touched the shoulders of both people. It turned out to be Mu Guanxian. She skillfully threw the two men behind her. Wang Xing, in a panic, shouted loudly, Senior sister. At that moment, in front of Mu Guanxian stood a large, ferocious man, much bigger and stronger than her. On this side, the old man Kong Ming took a puff of smoke, then exhaled a thick stream of poisonous gas towards the two people. The evil practitioner sneered and said, the Three Talisman sect does not cultivate on the mountain. Running here to make me do bad things. It's not good. Killing you all at this moment, I can still speak to the world. What is called a prestigious sect is merely a name. After finishing his words, he channeled his inner energy, preparing to strike at the two Taoist priests. They quickly circulated their internal energy, using the talismans of demonic cultivation to create chaos. Naturally, I had to step in and stop them, so you could understand what the righteous path truly is, Tian Song. Right after that, a tremendous force surged violently toward the Steel Eagle, startling him momentarily. Under the attack of the two Taoist priests, he was like a small bird, quickly being flung away. The two old men, stroking their beards with arrogant, roguelike demeanor, believed they could rely on their own strength to move mountains and drain seas, but they didn't realize that the clowns were actually themselves. Today, your fate has come to an end. After speaking, a continuous beam of blue light surrounded him. He quickly used the Heavenly Thunderfire, 5 thunder redirecting talismans, urgently, as if following a command. You just finished reading. The entire sky in this area is almost covered by that evil power. On this side, Mu Guanxian and Taishan are also facing off against each other. He looked at her and couldn't help but admit, you are very strong, but you're only at the embryonic soul formation realm. The Void Pill Realm blockade is too foolish. Today, you must die. At this point, he immediately channeled his inner energy and then charged toward her. Mu Guanxian remained unfazed. She also leapt into the air and swiftly chanted, Tin Ni becomes Yin, Dong Ni becomes Yang. Yin and Yang follow the mind, guarding the distant realms. Immediately afterward, a green dragon appeared beside Mu Guanxian, exuding a mighty aura. Immediately after, the dragon opened its mouth wide toward Taishan. He scoffed, too slow, too weak. It's nothing at all. With that, he charged forward and pounced. Mu Guanxian looked at her at that moment, so small in front of her opponent. Yet she still showed no fear, quickly gathering her internal energy to perform a move. The Hao Yuan Ji Nu was unleashed once again. The petite figure of Mu Guanxian quickly slid down her hand, decisively delivering a strike to Taishan's chest. His eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but praise, the girl is truly impressive. Outside, Lianzi marveled. I've heard before that Buyu Xianzi's strength is extraordinary, but I never expected even Taishan would be powerless in her hands. Flatterer. The Taoist praise is too much. Lianzi continued, No, I'm speaking from the heart. Dealing with Xian, the 7 gods need only her. We should still protect the captain well. It's better that way. Everyone was so focused on watching the fight that they didn't notice what was behind Jiling. A dark shadow was slowly rising, but Wang Xing quickly noticed it. He shouted a warning. Master, Be careful. At the same time, he leaped backward, missing his target. The man was furious. You brat, you're asking for death. Don't blame me. His blow left a gash on Wang Xing's face, but fortunately, Wang Xing was still able to fight back. Lianzi anxiously shouted, Fei Yu, quickly take the captain away from here. Immediately after, he slipped his hand around her waist. I'm sorry for the offense. Shuai Roshan glanced at Old Third, yet another failure. The opponent was only at the embryonic soul formation realm, and as long as he could delay for a little while longer, he was certain to capture them. He only needed to slightly disturb the spirits of these people to buy a bit more time for Old Third. Just as she thought this, Wang Xing ruthlessly slashed forward. Shuai Roshan screamed in pain. 5 deities sect, listen up. Kill all those mortals. Leave not a single one alive. At the same time, a voice echoed, announcing that all the hostages on the island had been rescued. The 3 of them were all taken aback. What? Everyone began to implement the plan, entering the second phase, unifying the entire strategy to wipe out all the demonic cultivators. The special team must surround the demonic cultivators, ensuring that not a single one escapes. On this side, everyone was still splitting up to deal with the leaders. The announcement rang out again, signaling their escape. One person immediately crippled their cultivation. At the same time, Wang Xing brought Jiling to a safe place and then instructed, Master, I will go over there to help. Jiling crawled out of the box, unable to hold back her vomit. She warned, Be careful. He opened the box again, and light flashed. Wang Xing smiled resolutely. I understand now, Master. On this side, the man laughed triumphantly. The sword sect's control technique is interesting, but... Stop for a moment, he continued. Just a mere formation realm, and it dares to block the path of my master? It doesn't know its own limits. Immediately after, he quickly released a surge of power towards everyone. Lianzi thought, I must obtain the authority to stitch and control the flying sword. Otherwise, I will only be able to be killed by him, let alone stop him. Right after that, a shimmering ray of light appeared in the sky, drawing his attention. Wang Xing finally arrived. He plunged his sword down from the air. Great demon, die. You, the heretic cultivator, standing there arrogantly, ready for battle. Come here, let me see just how powerful you are. After speaking, he swiftly transformed, his entire body enveloped in armor. Wang Xing thrust his sword forward, but the other remained calm and unhurried. 7-star sword of the Wudong sect, is that all you've got? Suddenly, something made the evil cultivator stop in his tracks. It wasn't right. The long sword he wielded thrust violently into the center of his chest, sinking deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. At the same time, an explosion echoed, sending Wang Xing flying far away. He quickly thrust his sword into the ground to maintain his balance. Severely wounded, he couldn't bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Guanxian looked over with a worried expression. Afraid that his senior sister might be distracted, he shouted loudly, Calm me down, it's fine. Hearing you say that, Mu Guanxian quickly regained his composure. The demonic cultivator angrily shouted, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lianzi approached, and Fei Yu surrounded the members of the Special Operations team. Let's join forces to capture him. Don't let him escape. Hearing this, he quickly stood up, gritted his teeth, and looked ahead. On the other side, everyone was still fighting separately against Shuai Roshan's group. Lianzi looked at him, the good lad. Here, leave it to us. Go rest for a bit. Your merits will be counted. Wang Xing bowed and said, Thank you, senior. Shuai Roshan assessed the situation and realized it was hopeless, quickly calculating the general trend and deciding to retreat. Taishan swiftly pulled back, but as they tried to escape, they were blocked by a large Yinyang 8 trigrams formation. She panicked and exclaimed, What is this? Could it be from this side? Taishan roared and charged toward Mu Guanxian. The young girl, Mu Guanxian, gently extended her hand and, using her internal energy, struck a powerful punch into Shuai Roshan's chest. She was startled, encountering a ghost. Does this little girl really only have the embryonic soul formation realm? At the same time, Wang Sheng, with a face full of murderous intent, shouted loudly, The calamity is severe and cruel, so let's end the conversation here. He then thrust his blade straight toward Shuai Roshan, catching her off guard. Finally, Jinam successfully destroyed the villain. She lay motionless on the ground, no longer breathing. He raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, Shuai Roshan is dead. Everyone, unite to eliminate the battlefield. Tonight, the undying evil cultivators, we will fight to the end. Everyone, full of enthusiasm, do you understand? And in the night, Shuai Roshan was killed. The great situation was set, and all the evil cultivators had no strength to resist anymore. As for the leaders, under the combined efforts of all, they too were killed. Among them, Taishan was surrounded by 7 or 8 instructors, and he met a tragic end, with all his bones broken and his protective spiritual energy shattered. On the other hand, when launching the rescue operation, a Void Pill Realm expert led the way, and all the hostages have been rescued. The combat team has arrived, and the aftermath resolution is proceeding as planned. As for Yu and Mu Guanxian, after the battle ended, Wang Xing leaned wearily against her. The moonlit sea shimmered, glowing brightly. Wang Xing's chaos this time. Luckily, there were 2 people, and their voices gradually woke him up. Jiling continued, "Can everyone stay with the special investigation team for a while? Anyway, Yinjunan and the others are mainly responsible for guarding the border. The investigation team needs the help of both." Mu Guanxian hesitated and glanced at him. This, junior brother Wang Xing quickly understood. The senior sister wanted him to make the decision. Wang Xing spoke up, "Master, this matter should still wait until we discuss it with our master and then make a decision. Moreover, I have already promised Senior Failian that I will visit the Sword Sect." She saw him refuse, sighed, and then said, "All right then. So, what reward does everyone want this time?" Wang Xing quickly laughed loudly. "Feiyu? Is everyone here? This time, it's lucky that there are those 2 people named Qing Yanzi who talk nonsense on WeChat every day." The person said that he had accepted 2 genius disciples. At first, I thought he was just boasting. Meeting today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Wang Xing was confused. "Senior Yinjingnan?" Zhang Ziqiang laughed joyfully. "Stop talking about these useless things. Let's be straightforward, Feiyu. Are you 2 interested in joining the combat team?" Wang Xing snapped. "What are you doing? Kidnapping someone?" "They are now the advisors of the special investigation team." Zhang Ziqiang replied nonchalantly. Such a good opportunity. How could we let him go? Their master is Qing Yanzi. What cultivation does he have? It's better to let him fight me instead. The winner will receive 2 people. Wang Xing smiled bitterly. "Senior, please calm down a bit." Seeing the impulsiveness of the 2 seniors, he couldn't help but think of Shi Tianzhang. He could be considered a special product of the Longhushan sect. Wang Xing froze, unable to hold back a sigh. How similar the Longhushan sect is. Suddenly, everyone realized there was someone in the central area. Everyone was momentarily panicked. On the other side, orders for defense were quickly issued. The command was quickly given. Those with cultivation below the Void Pill Realm, quickly leave this place. He is a master of the Golden Core Realm. The units are ready to fight at any moment, swiftly. Wang Xing anxiously said, "Damn it, when did the 5 deities sect have experts in the Golden Core Realm?" Zhang Ziqiang also quickly prepared the ammunition. Wang Xing raised his hand and spoke. "The 2 seniors up there seem to be my master." Hearing this, Jiling suddenly felt a bit confused. She fell silent, staring at his face for a long while. Qing Yanzi rode the sword, standing in the sky, and shouted down in a thunderous voice, "Where are the evil cultivators?" Wang Xing shouted loudly, "Master, the evil cultivators have all been eradicated." "Master, or you can come down first." He spoke, and it seemed like he had made this trip in vain. "It's even better that the demons have been eradicated." "Tu Huin, Wang Xing, are the 2 of you injured? Your cultivation levels are quite low. Don't cause trouble for others." Zhang Ziqiang was surprised. "Those 2 still have low cultivation?" Wang Xing continued. "This statement does have some truth. Their master is a senior in the Golden Core Realm." Seeing Qing Yanzi hovering up there, Wang Xing looked up and said loudly, "Senior Daoist Qing Yan, why don't you come down and meet us?" Above, Wang Xing Dao brother responded, "I came in a hurry. My clothes are disordered. It is not convenient to appear." Wang Xing, Mu Guanxian, if the 2 of you have no issues, come over and talk with this master. Both quickly arrived at a desolate place, then spoke in unison, "Greetings, master." He turned around and said, You 2 haven't caused any trouble outside during this time, have you? I heard from junior sister Jingyun that you 2 ran into some trouble. As soon as I emerged from seclusion, I flew here on my sword." Wang Xing couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh until his face turned pale when he saw the old man's appearance. Mu Guanxian stood frozen, speechless. He felt somewhat embarrassed. The clothes he was wearing had been torn by the wind while he was flying, but it wasn't anything serious. Right after that, he quickly placed the items down, removed his garments, and became the useless disciple who made his master worry. Qing Yanzi immediately covered her face upon seeing this scene and shouted, "Why does this child have such an improper way of thinking about me? Your senior sister is so beautiful. Why would someone develop such a strange preference?" Wang Xing muttered in confusion. As expected, the master is still the master. He raised both hands with his robes. "Master, perhaps you have met Junior Marshall's sister before, haven't you? Marshall Aunt, the mother of Junior Marshall's sister, is here." Qing Yanzi couldn't help but let out a sigh, then walked away. "We will eventually meet each other." His face showed a hint of sorrow as he was about to change clothes. Before you all, please step aside a little. Immediately after, he mischievously winked at Mu Guanxian. Quick, go call the master mother here. She quickly and obediently complied. The couple stood from a distance, gazing at each other after so many days of separation. Qing Yanzi, dressed neatly in a Xiam robe, with his hair tidy, exuded an immortal aura wherever he looked. Jiling. Jiling raised an eyebrow. I still have a lot to do. Say what you need to say. But it must be as simple as possible. Immediately after, he rushed over and embraced her. You've been avoiding me for 25 days, torturing me to the point of madness. I don't want to lose you again. Jiling's face went from shock to gentle, finally accepting. She also hugged Qing Yanzi tightly. Back then, when I left in a fit of anger, I truly wronged him. Don't treat me like this. Moreover, right now, I no longer have the mood to care about anything other than work. Qing Yanzi said seriously, do you know that our special investigation team is still recruiting? I don't want to be separated from you anymore. Moreover, this way, we can also obtain some resources for Wangxing and the others. Jiling quickly agreed, saying, I will offer you the highest treatment and won't make you run errands. Wangxing and Mu Guanxian, following the standards set by Yin Jingnan, are each given medicinal pills and spirit stones every month. Qing Yanzi wondered, what about you? Jiling angrily yanked his hand, pulling him closer, and whispered, you have to work for me without pay. Qing Yanzi quickly compromised. What's the harm in working for free for his wife? Wangxing couldn't help but exclaim, is it done already? Master truly is a master. A deep voice resounded, who's your wife? Why is your personality so detestable? From behind the bushes, Wangxing crawled out. I told you, Fei Yu usually calls the group leader Master Nyang. There must be something wrong here. Zhang Ziqiang was dumbfounded. Damn, even the leader of the investigation team in the Golden Core realm can get away with this? Lian Zi was also excited. Vast Heaven Lord, this melon might just be very popular. Wangxing cried, in the hearts of you seniors, are you also free? Then he looked toward his master and mistress. But this is also good. Jiling was still questioning. Mind your image. Right now, I am your superior. You must call me team leader. Qing Yanzi happily replied. Understood, team leader. Wangxing was also happy, as his master's long-cherished wish had finally been fulfilled. A few days later, at the North Shu Sword Sect, Quan Lianzi said shyly, Fei Yu, this time you've really worked hard. Wangxing responded, Failian Elder, this is something I should do. He was moved to tears. Finally, our sword sect has been saved. His disciple shouted loudly, Master, your image. After handling all matters of the Five Deities sect, he went to Shu Mountain Sword Sect with Elder Failian. Although in name it was to help the sword sect, in reality, it was also an important part of his cultivation. He remembered that in his previous life, Wangxing had also visited the sword sect several times in search of opportunities. Unexpectedly, after reincarnation, I have come here once again with the identity of a helper. Everyone had just arrived when a group of people stood there waiting. The old man smiled happily. Fei Yu, little friend, you've been waiting for a long time. This is the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. He spared no words of praise. Though still young, he carried with him two sword intents. Fei Yu truly lived up to his reputation as a genius of the sword Dao. He bowed. Senior, you flatter me. The sword intent I carry was gifted to me by Masterly, the sorcerer. He was taken aback. Masterly, who would have thought he had already gained insight into the sword Dao, and even gifted it to someone else? Lianzi coughed a few times, reminding the elder, shouldn't we be discussing the main issue? Sword Sect smiled gently, not in a hurry. We also need to make some preparations. Fei Yu can rest for now, and once everything is settled, we will talk about the trial. He was simultaneously circulating his internal energy and thinking. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect took the sword as its main path, and the Wudong Sect also had its differences. It seemed that it had already led him to deep thought. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. How should I draw my sword in the future? Anyway, coming here this time. I have also shown some signs of being really hasty. Recalling what Qing Yanzi said, fight recklessly, kill the evil cultivator, the foot is injured, still not fully healed, and yet go up to save someone. Pride is inherently the nature of youth, but in cultivation, one must first cultivate the heart. To become an immortal, one must first be a person. Sword 72 is also your opportunity. I cannot stop you, but after the trial ends, I want you to return to the mountain and enter seclusion for 3 years to focus on your cultivation. Focus on summarizing the achievements gained during this period, writing the word steadfast in one's heart. You've seriously reflected on yourself since descending the mountain, and indeed, you have become somewhat arrogant. After all, you still lack the original blessings of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a loud sound made him widen his eyes. The bell rang in a strange way. Wangxing analyzed. This is the meditation sound beside the sword sect, and there is also a Buddhist temple here. In the morning, Yu and Lianzi practiced swordsmanship together. Upon hearing Wangxing speak, he seemed somewhat surprised. You're talking about Chuyin Temple? It has existed for over 1,000 years, but it was originally in decline. Because there is a complete inheritance of the Buddhist teachings. After the recovery of the world's primordial energy, it has gradually been restored. Upon hearing this, he could not help but wonder. Then why doesn't the sword sect allow them to transfer? Lianzi let out a breath. I also asked the sect leader. I heard that many thousand-year-old demon lords are sealed there. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been restored, I don't know if those demon lords will come back to life. Wangxing looked up at the sky. The secrets of this world were too many. If given the chance, one should still venture out to broaden their horizons a little. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and said to Master Lianzi, could you take me to Chuyin Temple? He smiled cheerfully. Sure, I was actually planning to show you around this morning. Wait a moment. We'll change into new clothes and head inside the temple to see the Buddha statues. Wangxing calculated that the matter with the sword master had delayed his time, so he needed to speak to his master first. Afterward, he would go to Chuyin Temple with Elder Feiyan to see how things were. Once everything was decided, he called his master. It's fine. As a guest at the Heavenly Sword Sect, one must never be disrespectful. Also, at Chuyin Temple, there is a monk named Rufeng. You can ask him to impart to you pure internal energy, level 25. Upon hearing this, he was somewhat stunned. Master, are you serious? Xing Yanzi calmly said. Of course, I was just joking with you. However, the Tanam Temple is not far from Sword Sect. If you have nothing else to do, you can go in place of your master and ask Monk Fong about a few things. He laughed happily, unable to help but exclaim, even in the Buddhist sect, there are people who are acquainted with the venerable master. Truly, this person is quite broad in making friends. On the other end of the line, the scent of love immediately wafted through. Darling, how is this strength? Jiling spoke up. It's okay. Wangxing could smell the intense scent of dog food. He turned off the machine, his mind still racing. After his vital energy had recovered, the teachings of the famous mountain sects swiftly revived. The Buddhist sect is completely different. There are only a few small temples and a few haimuks. I don't know if this temple of Xiyin is a place where hidden dragons lie in wait. After that, Yu and Lianzi arrived at the location. A voice full of determination rang out. You are Fei Yu, right? Some time ago, Xing Yanzi mentioned you to this humble monk several times. This person is Rufeng Master. He mischievously winked at him and asked, but has your master found his wife yet? Wangxing smiled happily. Thanks to Rufeng Master for remembering both master and mistress. Just a few days ago, they were finally reunited. Upon hearing this, Rufeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. It's good that he found her. His wholehearted devotion wasn't in vain. But you two arrived at just the right moment. Then he continued, Venerable Abbot, if that is true, the sword sect will likely be implicated as well. It is rare for Elder Feiyan and Fei Yu to come here. Perhaps we should let them take a look. The old man behind sighed. This person was the venerable abbot of Chuyin Temple, Xian Ku. The immortal doctor coming here today was also due to fate. Follow me to the well behind the back courtyard. Upon hearing this, both Yu and Lianzi felt a little tense. As soon as they arrived, the venerable abbot had already spoken. This place is called the Demon Wind Well. It is said to conceal a great formation of demon wind, suppressing an ancient demon from 1,000 years ago, when the world's spiritual energy was recovering. One can see a cave beneath this well. Lianzi didn't understand, so he asked again, Rufeng, Master, what does the venerable abbot mean? Rufeng quickly continued. After the vital energy was restored, the great formation in the well was activated. The underground chamber had disappeared, but last month, a change occurred here again. Specifically, everyone could tell right away. Wangxing immediately turned pale, realizing that this was demonic energy. He continued, That's right. The grand formation has endured for 1,000 years. It is no longer a burden. At any moment, it could be destroyed. At that time, the ancient demon, which had been suppressed, is likely to awaken, causing great chaos in the world. You couldn't help but feel bewildered. The ancient demon, after 1,000 years of suppression, still hasn't died? A cultivator of the Golden Core realm, under abundant spiritual energy, can only live for a little over 800 years. In a situation where the primordial essence has been depleted, still alive after 1,000 years, what realm of cultivation is this ancient demon in? If it could truly escape, it would undoubtedly be a great disaster for the mortal world. After learning that the ancient demon, which had been suppressed for 1,000 years, was within Chuyin Temple, Wangxing immediately contacted the Special Investigation Team. Feiyan also informed the elders of the Sword Sect and headed back to assist with the investigation. Although the ancient demon had not yet awakened, no one dared to provoke it carelessly. After all, it was related to the ancient demon from 1,000 years ago, and even the special investigation team could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. In the end, the special investigation team invited high-ranking monks to assist in purifying the demonic energy with a grand formation. At the same time, they also conducted geological surveys of the surrounding area to devise a combat strategy. On the other hand, the Sword Sect had also made a promise. Once the ancient demon showed any signs of disturbance, they would immediately provide reinforcements. Because of this, the Sword 72 trial became the most important event for the Sword Sect. Anyway, with the additional portion of the Tau inheritance, they each have one more way to deal with the ancient demon. The scene shifts, and at this moment, he is standing among a crowd of people. An old man among them spoke. Sword 72 is the blessed trial ground of our sect, with a total of 8 levels and 70 gates. As long as one can ascend to the 7th level, they can obtain the treasure that establishes the foundation of Shu Mountain Sword Sect. He instructed his disciple, starting from today, everyone in the Sword Sect will assist Fei Yu, helping him perfect his sword intent and successfully break through the barrier. Sword 72 has nevertheless been passed down for 1,000 years, with the focus on the sword's intent. Is there completeness or not? Because, in order to level up, the success rate of Wangxing can only be assured after successfully sharpening the sword intent. In the evening, after encountering thousands of sword intents, he was nearly drained of all his spiritual energy. Based on the method of the Sword Sect, this is the time when comprehension and breakthroughs are easiest. Sweat could not help but pour down his face like a waterfall. His face could not hide the exhaustion. The sky is no longer early, the Grand Elder said to him. Today, that's enough. Fei Yu must go back and reflect for the day. The next afternoon, continue the training. Wangxing stood up, his body trembling uncontrollably. He bowed his head and said, "Then, this junior will take my leave." Watching him gradually walk away, Lianzi let out a sigh and said, "What a pity. Why is this treasured sword not from our sword sect?" The elder smiled with satisfaction and continued, "The swordsmanship passed down by our ancestor is right before our eyes." On this side, Wangxing was meditating while thinking. Although the headmaster of the sword sect infused his sword intent into his 7-star sword formation, what exactly did he mean by perfection? Could it be that this is only the highest level of swordsmanship? The sword intent of the 7 stars is changing, but what if this is just one realm within it, and not the highest level? The Big Dipper's 7 stars take the Vermilion star as the axis, and the sword formation revolves around it as the foundation. However, if the Vermilion Emperor star does not control the Big Dipper star, then I can make the sword formation move with me, following my will, with no interruption to the sword intent. But with such a sword formation, how can one perform the technique of the Heaven and Earth sword? Wangxing was focused on his training, but it seemed as though there was a shadow in the distance that was constantly watching him. After using the Heaven and Earth sword, a wave of aura emerged, causing him to hesitate. Wangxing thought, the sword is a weapon. No matter how exquisite the technique, it is only used to kill the enemy. But if the changes in the technique are entirely discarded, only the sword intent can be preserved. Wangxing raised his hand towards the sky, and the 7-star sword formation instantly appeared, its powerful light shining directly into the heavens. Everyone on this side saw a flash of light and couldn't help but marvel. The sword intent was indeed powerful, but the direction it came from was where Fei Yu resided. Could it be that he has? In the end, the flash of light disappeared into the sky, leaving only tiny shimmering rays. He realized that, with his position in the constellation of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, this was the true 7-star sword formation. I understand now. Finally understand. Very quickly, Lianzi and the sword sect also arrived. He was panting. Fei Yu, what just happened? Wangxing awkwardly scratched his head. Senior, it seems like my 7-star sword intent has accidentally reached perfection. The scene shifted to Qingyanzi, who was surprised. What the hell is this? The 7-star sword formation can actually reverse like this? Remembering earlier, Wangxing had called his master. This is the real 7-star sword formation, isn't it? Then, he told everything in one go. Qingyanzi was somewhat satisfied. Unexpectedly, you managed to understand it on your own. Not bad. At this moment, he thought, is the sword formation really something the Grandmaster repaired based on the 7-star sword formation? Qingyanzi pondered as he took an item from his pouch. Could it be that they originally wanted to wait for Wangxing and Mu Guanqian, and after they ceased advancing to the Golden Core realm, open the sect's ultimate treasure together? Now I want to open it and see what exactly the ancestor left behind all those years ago. The scene shifts to Wangxing, and the sky quickly brightens. The 7-star sword formation is based on the 7-star young master's skill, which has reached the highest level. Yesterday, his sword intent reached perfection, and its power had clearly advanced to the next stage. After spending the night in quiet contemplation, he was now even more stable. Wang Xing immediately afterward opened his eyes and swung his blade straight forward. Have you completely grasped the sword intent of the sword sect from behind? Too bad. It seems that Fei Yu has completely mastered the 7-star sword intent. Fei Yu, we've discussed this entire morning. It's still better to let you decide for yourself. Do you plan to rush into battle now, or will you consolidate for 2 more months before going? Wang Xing bowed low and asked, May I ask, Senior, is Sword 72 only limited to the Dao realm of the sword? The sword sect replied, That's correct. Our cultivation level has limited effect within the formation. Hearing this, Wang Xing fell into deep thought. If that's the case, then today I will charge through the gate. Wang Xing immediately leaped towards a tall mountain. There, he entered alone, observing everything around him. Is this Sword 72? Inside the mountain, there was a stone door. There, he stood still, observing. A character with light appeared. Just based on one character, one could already probe into the level of the sword cultivator's sword intent. In fact, the cultivator could even reject the sword Dao. The cultivation base activated his internal energy, gradually moving inward. Wang Xing realized that, indeed, the inheritance of each sect was enough to make others observe it thoroughly. We also don't know if we can complete this commission. The stone door, after he exerted his internal power, quickly began to open. Wang Xing quickly entered. Here, this might be the first floor. You walk slowly, observing your surroundings. Above, it is recorded as the sword technique of the sword sect. It is said that those who entered before, this level only involves basic sword techniques. The sword intent is condensed, not strong, yet the depth contained within it. It is the stone door in front, constantly emitting power, a flame with 2 warriors holding swords, standing and waiting. As soon as they saw him, they charged forward to attack. Wang Xing gently drew his sword from its sheath. He lightly swept through a bit, his sword slowly slashing through the 3 fire people. The speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to react before being defeated. Immediately after, all 3 of the fire people quickly dissipated. He sheathed his sword. Although it was only the first level of sword intent, if the 7-star sword intent had reached perfection, even if I took it all in, it would not have been as easy as it was just now. Next, there is also the 7th floor. That said, he extended his hand and pushed the stone door open. A beam of light immediately flashed. He continued to fight with the sword souls inside the 2nd floor, then the 3rd floor. Next is the 4th floor. The 5th floor seems to be where the opponents grow stronger as you go higher. On the way here, the sword intent of the 7 stars was essentially a sweeping state, with very limited influence on his advancement. Therefore, Wang Xing seized the opportunity to refine his realm with the sword intent of the duality and had not yet stopped at the duality good beast. Therefore, behind him, he specifically practiced the 7-star sword intent, using only the 2E sword intent to respond to the trial of cultivation. Gradually, he also came to understand the 2E sword intent. The sword intent of the duality, freely switching between offense and defense. The foot descends, giving birth to an extreme state of nature. The light of Pisces transforms into a position of supremacy. Finally, you have comprehended the techniques of that sword intent. Although there were some injuries, in the end, he still managed to defeat them all. After that, Wang Xing sheathed his twin swords. He focused on channeling his internal energy. The sword intent of the duality was already sufficient, and the next level would likely be very difficult to deal with in the trial. As for the matters entrusted by others, they would be settled properly after a little more time. Next, I will charge into the 54th door, and then I will be able to reach the next floor. Immediately afterward, he walked into a room, surrounded by brightly lit torches. Inside, a powerful internal force startled him, causing him to stop. A voice rang out from within. The Shu Mountain Sword Sect is no longer cared for. Wang Xing was startled. Who is it? The voice rang out again. This is Sword Sect, Elder Qing Feng, the ancestor speaking. The sword spirit of the treasured sword is responsible for guarding the Great Formation. You are not a disciple of my Shu Mountain Sword Sect, so why have you appeared here? He respectfully introduced himself as the Wangxing Sword Cultivator of Wudong Mountain, having received an invitation from the senior of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. Come to the Sword Sect to search for the sword control technique of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, which has been lost since the vital energy was severed 1,000 years ago. The aura from the door gradually leaked out. The sword control technique is the foundation of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. How could those bastards allow it to be lost? The old man in front of you is Jianzong Zhenling. He continued. Moreover, what evidence do you have that can prove the spiritual energy has disappeared for 1,000 years? Wangxing stepped forward, smiling joyfully. Senior, how about I recount to you the events that took place many years ago? He pondered as he fell into a deep sleep, The primordial energy of heaven and earth truly seemed to be steadily thinning. Forget it. Speak up, what do you think? Then I will begin by saying that the street corner is like this. Immediately after that, he began rambling and recounting everything from the start. Wang Xing sighed with a wry smile. I really admire those protagonists who time travel to ancient times in online stories. They remember everything so clearly. That is why, over the past 1,000 years, the Dao inheritance of the Shu Mountain Sword sect has been relatively well preserved. Jianzong Zhenling said, So, you are the successor of Lu Dongbing? But why are you not cultivating the pure Yang sword technique, but instead the Ziwei heavenly sword? He was momentarily stunned. Forget it. You go ahead and charge into battle. I won't show any mercy either. If I happen to hurt you, don't blame the disciples of Shu Mountain Sword sect. Wang Xing did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately leaping up and thanking the senior for their assistance. He immediately jumped up nimbly towards him and said loudly, Please, allow me to ask for your guidance. Jianzong Zhenling also refused to back down. Immediately after, he unleashed a strike of sword intent illusion. Jianzong Zhenling quickly turned around and struck a blow toward him. Not bad. But if you have entered the Sword 72, your comprehension and aptitude are also among the top 10. Immediately after that, there was a more intense sword duel between him and Jianzong Zhenling. He couldn't help but praise. Good kid. If you were a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, I would have let you pass long ago. Unfortunately, you are not Wang Xing. With a slash of his sword, he humbly replied, Thank you for your kind words, senior, but I still have one more strike. Today, with great courage, he boldly continued, as the senior had said, standing on tiptoe and leaping forward. The Ziwei sword fiercely surged through, and Jianzong Zhenling glared, shouting loudly, Come at me. Let me see the limits of your strength. The surrounding earth and rocks could not withstand the strength of both, so they soared up violently. He struck while also demonstrating the sword control technique at doors 61 to 63, a total of 3 strikes. To obtain everything, you will need to put in a bit of effort. Soon after, he arrived at another door. Wang Xing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Finally, he had arrived. The 7th level of the trial hides the door to the sword control technique. The voice of Jianzong Zhenling echoed again. If the people of Shu Mountain Sword sect agree, you may cultivate freely. You might as well stay here with me for a while. He appeared in the form of a stream of light. So wait until after mastering the swordsmanship terminology. Then, you will try the 9th door behind. It will be very helpful to you. You hesitated, but senior, the disciples and grand disciples of Taoist Qingfeng are still waiting at Hung Sword Sect. In the art of sword control, before you could finish speaking, he charged forward. Why should they be blamed for their uselessness? He quickly drew his sword, smiling bitterly. We just fought a battle, and you want to fight again? In Sword 72, the difficulty of the back gate is naturally a bit higher than that of the front gate. The strength that each of the elders of the Lin Tian formation displays is based on the maximum limit set by the Grand Formation. Perhaps in door 54, both sides understand each other. The attitude of Senior Ling Tian in the battle became much friendlier. He said to you, The path of the sword has 3 principles. Heaven, earth, and man. Man is the one who takes humanity as the foundation. Earth takes the sword as the way. The sword of your destiny belongs to the sword path shaped by the power of heaven and earth. Not only did he frequently point out the flaws in your sword techniques, but every time Wang Xing was pushed back, he would also specifically offer advice or tease him with a few words. However, just after the fight, he would laugh wickedly and say, Kid, that last move wasn't bad. Keep going. Is a kid like you already unable to handle it? Do you need me to ask you for 3 moves? There's an old saying, a sword is like its master. Do you really suspect that Master Qinglong might have a tendency for abuse? If not, how could the sword he wields find joy in abusing others? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The stone door gradually opened. Wang Xing smiled brightly. Finally, I made it out. From inside, the voice of Jianzong Zhenling echoed. Kid, you forgot to take something with you. He quickly reacted and caught it. Wang Xing was puzzled. Is this you? It quickly appeared and spoke in the tone of someone younger today. How could you pass through the gate without receiving a reward? This is a complete sword, a finished flying sword. Just take it. The sword complete is a type of sword, encompassing the term sword, which is forged using immortal treasures and rare materials as the foundation to craft a matching sword. Normally, this would be taken into the Dao domain for nurturing, allowing one to use the flying sword to kill enemies. He bowed respectfully and gratefully, saying, Senior has bestowed a treasure, and this spiritual array, Senior, has given me a great gift. The elders had a hot temper. He immediately glared and said, Get out of here. The patience of the young was still insufficient. indulging slowly, secluding oneself for a year. Back then, every disciple had to stay for 3 to 5 years. He scratched his head, and the senior said, "That's correct. Junior accepts your teachings." Mentioning you makes me smile bitterly, my face stiffening. To be more precise, you just want to keep tormenting me, don't you? 6 months ago, he had already released the entire sword control technique and then secluded himself in Sword 72 for a year. But this time, after going outside, Wang Sheng decided to tell the seniors of Sword Sect about the matter of Senior Ling. You think that perhaps in the future, more young disciples will rush into battle. Furthermore, the battle of the Spirit Masters will no longer be boring. As soon as he saw you, the Grand Elder burst out laughing. Finally, Fei Yu, you've come out. Lianzi continued. Another year, and you wouldn't have come out. I was planning to dig up the entire mountain. The Grand Elder continued. This time, you have helped us greatly. We have decided to give you something. Looking at the shiny golden token, the smile on Wang Xing's face stiffened. With a sense of honor, he thought that perhaps the old man was worried that he would refuse, so he spoke first. This is a small token of our intentions, Fei Yu. Don't refuse. You are also someone who knows what comes before and after, quickly performing the ritual. From now on, I will also be considered a member of the Sword Sect. If the Sword Sect faces any difficulties, I will certainly rush to help. The trial has ended, and you should not stay here any longer. Currently, goodbye everyone, and leave the Sword Sect. Everyone came out to see him off. Fei Yu, take care. Elder Fei Yu. If there is nothing going on, then go back and enter seclusion. The scene shifts to Wudong Mountain, to the small courtyard of Qingyanzi. Wang Xing thought to himself. After all, there is still the small courtyard in the mountains of Wudong where I have lived for the past few years. And Master, Senior Sister, and I have lived together for several more years. It has been a year since I last returned, and I don't know how Master and Senior Sister are doing now. He quickly texted Mu Guanxian, then hurriedly tidied up his living space. The message read, Junior brother has returned to Wudong Mountain. On the other side, the woman's angry expression startled him. Wang Xing quickly explained, Junior brother has been in seclusion, and the phone ran out of battery, so I couldn't contact anyone. Think about it. Senior Sister has a strong opinion about me being out of contact for the past year. Must quickly change the topic to make Senior Sister happy. Huin was fuming with anger on this side, and he sent another message. At Sword Sect, I've learned many new skills. I'll show them to you someday. In the past year, your master has become a well-known figure with the title of Zhen Ta from the government, and most of the time, he either cultivates the Tao or is with the sect mistress. If compared, Senior Sister goes out at least 3 times every month, which is quite tiring. It seems that Senior Sister has even stronger opinions about the master. But because of this, Mu Guanxian was able to earn a considerable reward every time he completed a task. This year's cultivation speed not only did not slow down because of it, but there was also a possibility that he would break through to the Void Pill realm within half a year. He sat and pondered, realizing that his Senior Sister's speed was indeed the inherent efficiency of a great figure on the heavenly list. I don't know when I'll be able to catch up with her. There's also the sword core made of 5 golden stars as the material. If I successfully cultivate it, before I reach the flying immortal realm, I probably won't need to change my flying sword anymore, right? But the horoscope, the celestial sword, the immortal grade treasures, the flying sword, these things, no matter how precious or powerful, are merely methods for protecting the Tao. The true Yang Immortal formula is the real foundation for relying on oneself to become an immortal. The next step in the quest for the Tao should still be to cultivate properly. This time, you return to the mountain, too humble, not drawing attention from others. If it hadn't been for that time when we retrieved the item from the special investigation group that caused a stir with Zhu Yinglong, no one would have known. The two of them were surprised as soon as they saw him, dressed in full attire. Fei Yu, when did you return? After a year apart, it's inevitable that you fellows will gather and talk at least once. Besides, Wang Xing usually kept to himself and rarely interacted with the outside world. He followed his master's orders and secluded himself in meditation. Another year passed, and it was only a phone call from his master that stirred his spirit slightly. That night, Qingyanzi called Wang Xing. Surprised, the master asked, Are you saying that within the span of 3 days, the Taoist teachings of 5 sects were stolen? Qingyanzi replied, You've encountered a similar situation before. That's why I'm asking you, do you have any clues? Upon hearing this, he immediately said, Master, I think these matters are related to the Yinyang sect. Immediately after, Wang Xing recounted a series of past events. After listening, Qingyanzi reassured him, Do not dwell on this. Focus on your cultivation. You must follow the example of your senior sister. He quickly replied, I understand. Then, if I don't enter the Golden Core realm, I can't leave the mountain? As soon as he finished speaking, he added, It's not that. I still have something I want you to do. The next day, he was frustrated. The Special Investigation Team is holding the first Immortal Path Conference. Why do I have to attend this preliminary meeting too? On the other side of the phone screen were Mao Wei and Mu Guanxian. Upon seeing him, Mao Wei excitedly exclaimed, "Elder Wang is online." Mu Guanxian quickly pressed her face, which looked like it was biting into a chili, close to her junior brother. "Come here, or I'll be angry." Wang Xing smiled wryly. "Senior sister, it's been a long time." Over here, Mao Wei hurriedly reassured. "Bu Xianzi, calm down, calm down." Jiling spoke, "If everyone is here, let's begin." Mao Wei was the first to speak. It was over 2 years ago, under Elder Wang's reminder, that we became aware of this organization. Although this conference is being held for the first Taoist Immortal Assembly, recently the Yin-Yang sect has been making too much noise. It is inevitable that they will be mentioned during this meeting. Wang Xing felt that his master, in order to destroy the Yin-Yang sect, had organized this grand meeting. Jiling spoke, "Borrow the power of the righteous path to suppress the demonic cultivation." This was originally a policy set by us, to see if we could lure them out. The specific motto is that after talking for a while, it will eventually get dark. Wang Xing let out a deep sigh. The torment of the entire day has finally come to an end. Looking at this arrangement from the sect mistress, it seems the Yin-Yang sect may have just hit the target. Suddenly, everyone shouted anxiously, "This is bad. This is bad. The Taoist treasure hall is on fire. Hurry and put out the fire. Some disciples on guard have been injured, and 3 scrolls of scriptures are missing. Quickly seal off the mountain and investigate. Some disciples are seriously injured and have died. Anyone who knows how to save people, come and help quickly." You ran over quickly. Not good. The Yin-Yang sect has indeed made a move against Wudong Mountain. On this side, everyone was still buzzing in the embryonic soul formation realm, fully investigating the movements of the thief and following orders. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Xing's mind, causing him to stop. This is wrong. This huge fire is only meant to create chaos. The thief clearly knows that Wudong Mountain has so many experts. They must have used the confusion to disguise themselves and blend in with the pursuers. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Masters, uncles, wait. We can't let them escape like this. We must stop them. Yao Shui, hurry to your position. Feiyu, do you have any clues?" Wang Xing said anxiously, "Please, master, quickly stop the disciples who are chasing after them. The enemy is very likely to infiltrate inside." His face became serious. Gao Shui spoke up, "Let's split up and chase after them." He was chasing the target while assessing whether it was indeed the person he suspected, but neither this side nor that side was correct. Wang Xing silently thought to himself, "I have encountered several groups of people in succession, yet there is still no trace of the bandit. I wonder how things are going with Master Gao over there." He paused, then turned around, sensing the fluctuation of primordial energy. It was Master Gao. The two intruders spoke to each other, "Damn Taoist," calling for reinforcements again. "Hurry, kill him now. People from Wudong Mountain are almost here. Strike fast, win fast." "Order." A voice rang out. "You destroyed my Tao treasure and injured my disciple. How can Wudong Mountain allow someone like you to continue threatening us?" The 2 men, shaken by the sound, looked up at the sky and then at the ground in fear. Immediately, a massive hand appeared clearly in front of them. The Qianfa leader glared and grabbed hold of the 2 men. The others began to assess the damage to the Tao treasure halls. In addition, the elder has never entered seclusion and has gone to discuss matters related to the extermination of the deceased. Afterward, although the Qianfa leader took action to control the bandits, there were still losses. Wudong Mountain not only had its land deed stolen, but also had 4 gatekeepers killed, while senior brother Yinglong narrowly survived a great disaster. The poison of fire attacked his heart, and his external wounds were too severe. Even with help, he could only barely cling to life. Wang Xing brought a pill from the alchemist at your place. With that medicine, the elder can investigate and study. It may stabilize the injury for the senior brother at this current stage. A life should not be taken lightly. The actions of the Yin-Yang sect tonight have created enmity with Wudong Mountain. Immediately after, a meeting was convened. The opponent had killed, seized the scripture, and burned the Taoist treasures. The time frame before and after was truly too short. If Feiyu had not reacted quickly, the 2 thieves would have had the opportunity to escape amidst the confusion. Gao Shui raised his voice. "The lost classic is not with the 2 thieves. Perhaps it's hidden somewhere." Qianfa leader analyzed. The thief has clearly been plotting for a long time, with a detailed plan. If there are no scriptures on them, then they must have someone providing assistance, hiding within the Wudong sect. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. "So your meaning is?" Qianfa leader continued. "The Wudong sect has spies?" The man wearing glasses angrily said, I will go capture that spy right now, force a confession, torture him. Gao Shui stepped forward to stop him. Senior brother, don't be angry. Immediately after, the sect leader asked, Fei Yu, you have close ties with the investigation team. Do you have any intelligence? Wang Xing reported, in recent years, the Yin-Yang sect has been stealing the scriptures of various sections. Their methods are probably already figured out. The stolen scriptures are likely hidden on the spy's person. As for how to retrieve them, once senior brother wakes up, the enemy will certainly not be able to escape. Early in the morning, everyone had gathered together. One of them questioned, why has the sect leader ordered us to gather here? The person next to him spoke, there was a thief on the mountain. Perhaps they are trying to calm us down. Wang Xing sat in the room, listening to the continuous discussions of the others. I heard that there is a spy on the mountain. Want to investigate the disciple thoroughly. I don't know how Brother Zhu Yinglong's injury is doing. Master said that his injury isn't too serious, but he might have to remain unconscious for a while. Suddenly, in the large room, a fierce voice rang out. Who is it? Zhu Yinglong, you're awake. Who did he say the spy is? Good, I will not let him off. Wang Xing observed the actions of the disciples. Among them, there was one with a furtive expression, glancing around. He guessed that it was him. The person immediately became terrified, drawing a dagger from his sleeve and pressing it against the throat of the person in front of him. Suddenly, a sharp, aggressive sword chi cut into his hand, causing him to cry out in fear and stumble to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out relentlessly. It is Wang Xing, who, by simply sitting quietly in his place, managed to identify the spy and even struck him with the sword technique, sword seed flying sword. Immediately afterward, the spy was captured. The Taoist priests of Wudong Mountain were not concerned with trivial matters and proceeded with the judgment right on the spot. It turns out that after he led those demonic cultivators up the mountain, he had been constantly stealing the scriptures and hiding them in the mountains. The two demonic cultivators took advantage of the chaos to escape, but they also deliberately released fog bullets. In fact, a portion of the ancient texts is hidden on the spy's person. Prepare to finish the task, and then take the opportunity to bring it outside. Although the spy has been handed over to the special investigation team, this matter is considered resolved, but the deaths of the 4 prestigious disciples of Wudong Mountain and the severe injuries to senior brother Zhu Yinglong must have significant consequences behind the scenes. But luckily, with timely treatment, Zhu Yinglong finally escaped the dangerous stage. The Qianfa leader said, we have contacted Medicinal Valley. Invite them to lend a hand. Fei Yu, you don't need to worry. He let out a sigh of relief. Then I will go with the special investigation team that is gathering here. Wang Xing couldn't help but think. Based on the influence of Wudong Mountain, perhaps Medicinal Valley would not refuse. That would be more appropriate. If that's the case, I can focus on the matter of the Immortal Path Conference now. At the same time, Mao Wei also arrived, happily waving her hand. Elder Wang. She asked, do we have to go straight to the 3 Tan Mountains now? Wang Xing hurriedly replied, we'll go there right away. Just prepare a bit more. Your face looks tired. Although the exterior of this Immortal Ascension Conference appears to be the unification of the Tao inheritance from various sections. In fact, the appearance of the Yin-Yang sect indicates that a storm is about to brew. Suddenly, a package of cakes was brought to him. Wang Xing, still lost in thought, mechanically responded, thank you. Hearing a voice that sounded somewhat familiar, he turned around in surprise. Senior Sister Mingwei smiled in amusement, but Yu Xianzi, after hearing about the matters of Wudong Mountain, decided to follow us here. He was taking a piece of cake while thinking, Senior Sister must be worried about me. That's why she hurried over here. After that, Wang Xing couldn't help but smile brightly and thanked his senior sister. It's nothing, just a dislocation, Mu Guanchuan. He took out a yellow cloth pouch and handed it to him. As soon as you opened it, a mountain of food fell on top of you. Did senior sister prepare these as a reward for the winner? That brocade pouch is a newly researched magical item, yet senior sister treated it as just a snack bag. Wang Xing couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that after being in seclusion for a year, senior sister has already stabilized her breakthrough to the Void Pill realm. This is the biggest benefit of senior sister. That is, when snacking, she can play on her phone with both hands, right? In the previous life, with 15 heads of primordial energy recovering, the cultivator's rise would change every year. The personal desires and schemes of the demonic cultivators grew increasingly despicable, and so the government gradually became less lenient. He quickly arrived at a tall mountain, which was the headquarters of the Immortal Tao sect, the 3-City Mountain. The Immortal Tao Conference this time is not because the government is actively taking action against the heretical cultivators for the first time, but because they want to lure out this fish from the Yin-Yang sect. The master is preparing an even more tempting bait. He looked up at the sky. The plane hanging above was the one that discovered the female corpse on the moon years ago. It was the immortal stone tablet, also brought down. The legends had recorded that the supreme immortal method was meant to lure the Yin-Yang sect's grandmaster. Luong truly was willing to pay any price. His face darkened, but if only someone had helped him clear up the misunderstanding earlier. Whispers spread around. A suspicious Taoist priest entered the hall. Pay attention, we are currently in Section D3. The target has been identified. Perhaps it's a demonic cultivator infiltrating. Be cautious and report the combat strength. Notification of combat strength. Mao Wei angrily shouted, notify my head. Did you tell them that all the materials are in your belly? You are Buyu Xianzi's junior disciple, the second disciple of Taoist elder, the top advisor of the investigation team, and the execution team leader for this conference, Taoist Wang Feiyu. Did you hear Mao Wei mention a guy whose mind is also dazed by this kind of introduction? Why does that sound so familiar? After a few days of preparation, Mao Wei and the others had made all the necessary arrangements for the Immortal Path Conference. Soon, the conference was drawing near. Wang Xin was tasked with informing the Taoist masters not to step on the grass we had placed outside. He thought to himself, isn't this the kind of job for a background character? If I encounter a lazy author, they might not even bother to draw my face anymore, right? From afar, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. It was Lianzi. He joyfully shouted, Elder Feiyu, I've missed you so much. You've helped the Sword Sect regain the swordsmanship technique, and this time we will definitely assist you well. Wang Xing laughed loudly. Elder Feiyan is thoughtful. Gao Shui also arrived here. He looked at Feiyu with a smile. Your spirit seems good. Wang Xing stepped forward. Master Gao, you're here as well. How is senior brother Zhu Yinglong doing? He recalled. Luckily, the special investigation team invited the senior from Medicinal Valley to come help. Now, Zhu Yinglong has regained consciousness. Before I left, my master told me to give this to you. He quickly opened the box and thanked you for doing everything for the Wudong sect. This sword is called Bang Lai, a blade with 1,000 years of heritage. I believe you will not bring shame to it. You hold the sword, carefully observing. Within the sword is concealed a strand of icy energy, so much so that even the sword's hilt is affected by it. It seems that the quality of this sword can be called that of a magical weapon. Yinzi sighed. The sword is good. But it doesn't suit Feiyu, or should Wudongshan replace it with another sword for you? Gao Shui rebutted. This sword is an extension of the heart, originally an external object. Holding the sword in hand, one can be called a sword cultivator, so how is it not suitable? Ziluan also expressed his point of view. This statement is incorrect. Although the sword is a weapon, it is in harmony with oneself. Only in this way can one reach the realm of the sword cultivator. Gao Shui said again, this humble one does not agree that the sword Dao is one's fate. If what the Taoist master says is true, then wouldn't the sword strike cause harm to others? Ziluan replied. Although injured and affecting the spirits of others, I am still able to comprehend the essence of the swordsmanship. Gao Shui rebutted again. If not, perhaps all the heavens and earth, all things, are beyond the sword and should be regarded as the sword's heart questioning them. Yinzi would not admit defeat, and rightly so. All of heaven and earth, all things, were contained within the sword, and the sword resonated with him. Wang Xing watched both of them argue like this, unable to help but feel confused. Senior Master Feiyan Elder, Gao Shui, irritably said, in the end, it's all just a lack of evidence. Your cultivation level and mine are close. It would be better to refine it a bit. Lianzi, of course, I am not afraid of you. Since I happen to have this intention, how about we find a place where there is no one and avoid causing more trouble for Feiyu? He sweated and gave a wry smile. The two of you are just sparring. Please don't actually fight. Wang Xing sighed in frustration. Although the two won't fight for real, you should still inform Mao Wei. Everyone murmured excitedly. The two Taoist priests from the Wudong sect and the Sword sect are fighting. Don't misunderstand. They're just practicing with each other. Just go watch a movie. Wang Xing glanced at the Lai sword, a sword of ice. Although the enhancement effect of true essence had been applied, the upgrade to his technique was minimal. At that moment, his senior sister had no weapon in hand. This sword would be hers then. At the same time, a deafening scream rang out, startling him. My older brother, Wang Xing, immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the voice. No way. From a distance, Shi Tianzhang charged forward like a whirlwind, constantly shouting, how can you be so heartless, Wang Xing? The last time I was so seriously injured, he didn't even come to visit me. Wang Xing was surprised. How did he arrive so quickly? Suddenly, a bunch of long chains quickly shot towards Shi Tianzhang. Kid, be quiet for a moment. Wang Xing stepped forward and respectfully greeted, greetings, senior. The newcomer lowered their voice and replied, no need for such formalities. Shi Tianzhang smiled joyfully. Wang Xing, Thank you for your help last time. This time, I bring my gratitude to you. To briefly talk about cultivation, although elegance is emphasized, it does not mean that cultivators do not value reputation and the honor of their sect. Therefore, for the inner disciples to unexpectedly establish a renowned path, it is the best opportunity to widely introduce the teachings of their sect. Therefore, the paths leading to the Immortal Tao Conference were filled with enthusiastic cultivators. Lu Yunji stepped forward to pay his respects. Fei Yu had not been seen for a long time. Continue, not to mention that this is such a grand Immortal Tao assembly, from the time when the heaven and earth, Qi was restored until now. The Immortal Tao Conference this time is important for the strength of the young disciples, as they participate in the accumulation points competition. The rankings of their sects are based on the accumulated points. Finally, the sect with the accumulated points reaching the top 8, among which one of the rewards is gaining the qualification to participate in the Immortal Encounter Steel. Although this proposal is somewhat risky, your master arranged it not only to deal with the Yin-Yang sect. The more I hope to borrow the power of the Immortal Cultivation Realm, the further I can advance in analyzing the secrets of the borders. Qing Yinzi stated today, I am honored to invite all of you here. It is not easy. Everyone wants to obtain the magical treasures for training, to display the methods of various factions, taking advantage of this opportunity to frighten the thieves and to showcase the great power of the Immortal Path. I hereby declare. The first session of the Immortal Tao Conference officially began. Below, everyone was in constant uproar. This is some tool of a person responsible for officiating, and at the same time, must distinguish the evil cultivator Mao Wei standing next to Elder Wang. I feel that, based on the working style of the Yin-Yang sect, they probably wouldn't dare to manifest themselves. You explained that the allure of the Immortal Brew is truly immense, even without the Yin-Yang sect. We also cannot be negligent, as in the case of this person. He spoke while pointing at a monk who was calmly eating a pastry. Ming Wei glanced over. This is Buddhist cultivation. There is no fasting. What problem could he have? Wang Xing analyzed. Only old people have problems swallowing food. In a situation like his, either he has been fasting for a long time and isn't used to food after not eating for a while, or he simply doesn't like the vegetarian food of the Orthodox Buddhist sect, which lacks fat. Immediately after, Wang Xing quickly approached the man. Zen Master Shuren, just now your opponent provided a re-evaluation of the match's outcome. May I invite you to come with me for a trip? Is that all right? The character Zen Master Shuren responded joyfully. It's all right. Please lead the way, benefactor. Wang Xing inquired, may I ask where Zen Master Shuren resides? He replied, I am a child who was abandoned, taken in by my master, and raised on the mountain. Since I was young, I have grown up in the temple. At the same time, he passed by Mu Guanxian, secretly exchanging a glance. She quickly agreed, nodding her head. Both of them went to a secluded place. Wang Xing inquired, the Buddhist sect values the salvation of all beings and also participates in the conferences of the mortal world. Zen Master Shuren spoke. I have merely come here under the orders of the abbot. Before the sentence was finished, a sword flew past. Zen Master Shuren quickly turned around and smoothly used his hand to deflect the attack. Wang Xing watched how he quickly turned the situation around without the slightest hesitation. At this, he knew his guess had been correct. Mu Guanxian quickly entered a defensive stance. At that moment, he decided to remove his mask. He had never expected that in just a few short days, Zen Master Shuren had spoken less, and even his cultivation had broken through from the Divine Gathering realm to the Void Pill realm. It truly made him admire him. He clasped his hands together, and in the center appeared a glowing halo in the shape of the Buddha, radiating brightly. Wang Xing quickly formed a seal and pushed the chain around his neck. The beads on it broke off, striking his chest forcefully, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. He channels his internal energy to the Taoist school, yet suppresses my Buddhist sect in this manner. This is too much oppression. Mu Guanxian said nothing. She simply remained silent and focused her energy, striking toward him. Wang Sheng gave a faint smile. It was already at this point. Do you still not remember provoking the two Buddhist sects? Such behavior is also too dismissive of the great wisdom of the Buddhist monks. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Guanxian had already dealt with him swiftly. The man lay motionless on the ground after her attack. Wang Shen's strike. Immediately after, she removed his mask. I heard that people who have worked at the Yin-Yang sect for many years can now wholesale human skin masks. The final product has been updated with a new version. You told senior sister Mu Guanchuan to trouble her by contacting Mao Wei. They should come over and strip the clothes off this person. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be startled, her mind feeling as if struck by a lightning bolt. Wang Sheng hurriedly explained. What I mean is to investigate whether he has any markings of the Yin-Yang sect, not to stuff his ass. In the investigation room, the man lowered his head and whispered, Yin-Yang transforms all things, this body returns to the spirit. Through the medicine, to be honest, it was only recently discovered. Everyone found out that this evil cultivator's name is Wan Linqian, a small leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Through his evidence, we have obtained quite a bit of information from the Yin-Yang sect. Lam Keem's name was mentioned as he continued. All things are born of Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang clan is divine. Before long, our Yin-Yang clan will undoubtedly dominate the entire cultivation world. Briefly speaking about this organization, the Yin-Yang sect, formerly known as the Yin-Yang Wan Kuei sect, has two sect masters, one representing Yin and the other representing Yang. In addition to the 9 elder leaders under the sect masters, there are powerful experts similar to Wan Lam Keem, who have joined in recent years. To gain a position in the Yin-Yang sect, it is not only necessary to have cultivation, but also to be loyal to the Yin-Yang clan. Mo Noyet pondered, and then realized the scale of this. The Yin-Yang sect truly was terrifying. Wang Xing spoke up. Who stole the scriptures of Wudong Mountain? He said that it was the matter that Elder Zhke was in charge of because we had to find the Yin-Yang secret scroll that had been stolen by the Taoist sect. Are you surprised? The Yin-Yang secret scroll, huh? Could it be that 1,800 years ago, the inheritance of the immortal Qin, the Yin-Yang clan, was chased to the ancient Enterprise continent by the Tao sect? Mingwei was taken aback, not expecting that the Yin-Yang sect had such a deep background. We still haven't given him enough importance. You continue, not expecting that they have been hiding for thousands of years. It seems that in order to overthrow the Yin-Yang clan, one must rely on 2 sources of power, the government and the righteous path. On this side, Qing Yinzi quickly realized that the Yin-Yang sect was the same Yin-Yang clan from back then, the one that had been chased to the cherry blossoms by the ancestral patriarch. But earlier you mentioned the scripture that the Yin-Yang sect has been seeking. What is it called? Wang Xing said. It seems to be the Yin-Yang secret scroll. Master, if we continue to leave the Yin-Yang all things sect unchecked, it will undoubtedly cause great trouble. Qing Yinzi spoke. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he said loudly, trouble has come. Wang Xing, quickly go and summon senior sister here. The boy was momentarily confused, not understanding what was happening. He presented a book and explained, this was given to me by the elder from Mount Zhongnan before his passing, the art of Yin and Yang. The cultivation method your senior sister is studying is the technique recorded in this book. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised and shouted, what? Mu Guanxian was quickly called. She silently looked around, and at that moment, neither of the 2 people spoke. Wang Xing and Qing Yinzi paced back and forth in the room. She sat in the middle, watching the 2 masters and disciples for a long while. He scratched his head, thinking the Yin-Yang technique that senior sister uses is actually the Yin-Yang secret scroll. If this matter were to be exposed outside. If this matter were to spread outside. The Yin-Yang clan has many ancient lives, and they will fight for the secret texts, even to the point of killing their senior sisters. Thinking of this, Wang Xing came up with an idea. Master, how about I temporarily stop senior sister from practicing this technique? Qing Yinzi spoke up. In recent years, your senior sister has frequently gone down the mountain, so it's possible she has already attracted some attention. He frowned and asked, should we let senior sister go into seclusion on the mountain for a few years? After we eliminate these demonic cultivators, can they still emerge from the earth and cause trouble for us? Qing Yinzi was extremely serious. I will call Jiling first and ask about the scale of this Yin-Yang sect. At most, I will deceive the allied sects and call upon this group from the Yin-Yang sect. Mu Guanxian was now lost in thought. His master and junior brother were truly frightening. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying? I'm clearly quite smart, aren't I? Actually, I can help too. Thinking about being hungry like this is making me a bit antisocial. Qing Yinzi had just finished the phone call, his face growing even more tense. This time, it's a real mess. Wang Xing was also anxious. Master, what did the mistress say? He recalled, now the Yin-Yang sect has nearly recruited half of the martial experts from the heretical path. Your master wants to deal with them. But now we need an opportunity to provoke the sects, to make them unite. I, as a teacher, am thinking of using the Yin-Yang secret record to write an essay, but doing so would still involve Mu Guanchuan. If we link the Yin-Yang secret record and the immortal monument together, perhaps it will lure the Yin-Yang sect out, right? Mu Guanchuan was confused and hurriedly searched for his phone. The 2 people were busy figuring out a countermeasure when, at the same time, the message notification bell rang. Mu Guanxian sent a message, Master. If the disciple's cultivation method is targeted by demonic cultivators, let the disciple face them directly. Junior brother is still young, and our master's family has only recently been reunited. The disciple has no more worries, and the disciple also understands what it means to eradicate demons and destroy the Tao. Qing Yinzi patted her head, gently comforting her. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Your master can still handle it. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's smile froze, and he said to her, "However, senior sister, may I trouble you to explain something? May I ask, where is this humble junior brother of mine?" She quickly circulated her internal energy, rolled up her sleeves, and gave him a sly smile. Did she want to test him? Wang Sheng secretly broke out in a sweat, realizing something was off. Was there a dangerous aura? The next day, everyone quickly gathered at the competition stage. The scene was incredibly lively. Lianzi saw him and couldn't help but wonder, "Wu Lingjian, Fei Yu, why are you bringing it outside?" Wang Sheng said, "There are major demonic sects eyeing these immortal tokens. If we let them have their way, it will turn into a joke." Qing Yanzi continued, "As for the position of judge, you all went through a martial competition yesterday. The disciples of each sect do not tarnish the teachings of their own lineage. The strength and weakness of today do not represent the strength and weakness of the future." On this side, Lianzi looked at him, and it was not his turn to take the field. With so many skilled fighters here, what could someone as young as you contribute to the excitement? Gao Shui added, "That's right. This is not something that concerns just you alone. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself." Wang Xing also showed great receptiveness. "The two of you are absolutely right. I will pay more attention." Over here, Qing Yanzi was still speaking. Each person's path is their own, with no distinction of high or low, superior or inferior. Although rules are rules, and the immortal steel and immortal laws can only be presented to the top 8 who are most enlightened, if all of you are eager to elevate yourselves, this humble one should still share a little. The words spoken above do not affect the cultivation method. One breath transforms yin and yang, and from the extreme, all things are born. Upon hearing this, he let out a cunning smile, his lips curling upward as he waited to see if the fish would bite the hook. On this side, that evil name laughed loudly, then found a way to destroy the box. The universe conceals the sun and moon. This path follows the mysterious and majestic from within the darkness. An enigmatic figure, upon hearing Qing Yanzi read up to this point, immediately knew that this was the introduction to the Yin-Yang secret scroll. The process of preparing for the battle the next day. Although it is said to be random, in reality, there are covert manipulations. As long as there are a few suspicious participants, they will all be assigned to orthodox experts. Try not to let evil cultivation interfere before the top 8, in order to achieve the opportunity to meet the immortal master. Moreover, master and mistress have prepared quite a few contingency plans. Because only in this way can we ensure that the fishing plan goes off without any mistakes. At this, the referee spoke up. "Stop here. Everyone take 10 steps back." 2 people ascended the stage this time, one of whom was Monk Huijing from the Yunnan Tianlong Temple. Wang Xing had heard that he had been ordained as a monk and began his cultivation at Tianlong Temple from a young age, a promising candidate of the Buddhist sect. Long ago, he had participated in the plan to investigate the background. Behind him, the other person, a member of a scattered cultivation family under the age of 35, was in the void pill realm, and his flaws were already quite apparent. The referee's voice rang out. "Prepare." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Wait. The bow and arrow of Tan 2 are misaligned. It's plunging straight into the ground." You spoke up. "The match doesn't forbid the use of a bow and arrow, but you can't store up power beforehand. Otherwise, wouldn't your opponent just become a bulletproof target?" He was frustrated. What kind of reasoning is this? Why is it acceptable for others to prepare with talismans in advance, but not for me? Wang Xing immediately used his internal energy to overwhelm his fellow Taoist. Is he questioning the referee's professionalism? Of course, this person is no match for you. Wang Xing had just unleashed his internal energy, and it was enough to make him unable to withstand it. "You said the match continues, but remember not to use the bow and arrow to apply force." You glanced over and thought for a moment. "The morale was suppressed, and your Dao heart was affected by my sword intent. I don't believe you can win. Remember earlier, you told me to blow the black whistle, showing no sportsmanship at all." Maoyue said, "If we don't deal with these demonic cultivators, our plan can't proceed." Thinking of you, I smirked slyly. This is option 2 for fishing, pretending to have a black trumpet. Wang Xing glanced at Monk Huijing, gave him a look, signaling as if to say, "Hang in there. I'll back you up." He was bewildered. What's going on here? Because in order to make a move, lure the demonic cultivators out of your group, allowing the 16 strongest individuals in the rankings tonight to experience the contents of the Immortal's preface. Among them, we specifically left behind 2 individuals with suspicious identities. Mengwei immediately announced, "The treasure is too valuable. Please stay at least 5 meters away." Wang Xing said, "The master is once again participating in the encounter." At this moment, the main goal was to add more bait to lure the Yin-Yang sect into action. People whispered, the object above was indeed an immortal monument, not an item from the mortal realm. The inscriptions on it seemed to be far from the usual Yin-Yang scripture. It truly was strange. Lianzi suspected. Hey, Fei Yu, you're so calm. Could it be that you have a plan? You're smiling. I've actually seen it before. But on this stone tablet, it does not record any sword techniques. It has no effect on me. He sighed deeply, his face darkening as he pondered. Even counterfeit items could be considered exquisite, let alone one that was a temporary creation at best. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached him, and the person spoke. Amitabha, I am Monk Huijing of Tianlong Temple. Wang Xing quickly recognized the familiar face and respectfully stepped forward. Master, is there something you wish to instruct me on? Monk Huijing got straight to the point, his smile sly. During the day, Taoist Fei Yu secretly assisted me. Although this act is against the rules, I still want to express my gratitude. You're not hiding anything either, Mingwei said. The mage has gone through quite a lot for the investigation task. This is something that should be done. Yanzi coughed a few times, then said, Can you not discuss this so openly here? There are outsiders around. Both of them, without any prior arrangement, secretly agreed with each other. You were observing the crowd when you saw someone secretly take out a phone. Wang Xing secretly felt pleased. Very good. The bait has been taken. Before long, the Immortal Dao Conference reached its third day. Jiling spoke to everyone. Stay alert, focus your minds. Our task today is not just to protect the Immortal Tablet. Retreat. Everyone replied in unison, got it. The girl among them reported to the team leader. More than 10 low-level evil cultivators have appeared below Mount 3 Clear. In addition, more than 10 evil experts who are fleeing are also heading this way. As long as the bait is sufficient, and if the fish are a little more cautious, even then, we might not be able to keep the Yin-Yang sect. In the end, you all have finally surfaced. Next, it's time for us to take action. Outside, the army's helicopters and tanks were quickly assembled. Wang Xing calculated. As long as we deliver the Immortal Tablet to the required location, we can consider the mission complete. But this journey will definitely not be easy. Perhaps we should ask the Grandmaster to go up to the Golden Center and take a look. Monk Huijing sighed. Fei Yu, you must never let that scam game harm anyone. The Buddhist sect is no joke. Tianlong Temple, at the very least, has a reputation, and the 6th Meridian Divine Sword can also be considered our ADC. Wang Xing was surprised. Huh, even a mage likes to play games. Monk Huijing scratched his head. I only play a little occasionally. The little monk on the mountain is getting bored. Lianzi confessed, Indeed. At first I went down the mountain to visit the internet cafe, and quite a few people took notice. Suddenly, Lianzi and Monk Huijing exchanged a glance, and a flash of lightning appeared in their eyes. He spoke up sarcastically, going 10 miles up the mountain, barely having any fun, and then being brought back to be locked up. What kind of spirit is this? Lianzi retorted, It's just an internet addiction. Who dares to go to an internet cafe now? I'll ride my flying sword and cut off all their cables. The Immortal Monument was carried by a helicopter above the convoy below. The helicopter exerted a powerful external force on the vehicle, causing it to crack. The convoy immediately descended into chaos as one vehicle collided with another. You and everyone else were shaken. Even while sitting inside, you couldn't help but sway and lose your balance. Mu Guanchuan quickly circulated his internal energy and pulled you out of the danger zone. Both of them safely landed on the carriage. At the same time, Wang Xing anxiously shouted, Not good. The Immortal is here. He screamed frantically. The special investigation team is a bunch of useless trash. He fell to the ground and shouted, Die for me. As he spoke, he kicked the Immortal artifact box with all his strength. At this moment, the helicopter was heading toward the cliff. From a distance, a sword, filled with internal force, flew through the air. He saw the Immortal Tablet falling and quickly shot forward. The Immortal Tablet belongs to us. Lianzi stood at a distance, observing the demonic cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Wang Xing spoke. Taoist, kill the demonic cultivator first, and don't let any of them escape. Even though this is not the full strength of the Yin-Yang sect, their vital energy must still be damaged. The order was given. The units opened fire, firing freely for 3 minutes. Reinforcements may arrive in time. On this side, the evil cultivator laughed loudly, then sought a way to destroy the box. He was immensely satisfied with the wish of 1,000 years. Today, he had finally achieved his desire. But in response to his expectations, I am a sword aimed directly at his chest. Inside, it was not an Immortal Tablet, but Jing Yun. She had entered earlier to lure him. Wang Xing was fighting the enemy while observing the movements on the other side. He sighed. I didn't expect Senior Uncle to hide inside the Yang. Master's security measures are very effective. The demonic cultivators quickly recognized him and whispered to each other, That's Wang Fei Yu from Wudong Mountain. If we don't eliminate this brat, this battle will be hard to win. Isn't it just an embryonic soul formation realm? Let's join forces and eliminate him. They all rushed forward to attack him, but of course, Mu Guanxian could not just stand by. She quickly recited the incantation, Hangwen Tai Vu Am Dung, Tui Tam Luong Gi Chi Mon, then Keep Tin Thursday Truong. In that instant, a powerful surge of internal energy swiftly surrounded the group. They were a little scared at this moment. The Yin Yang Hao Yuan formation is the target, and my CNZ True Qi cannot move anymore. At the same time, Wang Xing also thrust his sword downward into the sky, beginning the path of death and destruction. The seven-star sword formation was summoned by him at that moment, surrounding the group of demonic cultivators. In that instant, they were shattered by the overwhelming power he unleashed. Wang Xing couldn't help but sigh. The Yin Yang Grand Primordial Formation of Senior Sister truly is the key technique that turns the tide of battle. Wang Xing remembered that unlikely friend of his. If Shi Tianzhong were here, knowing his senior sister's cultivation technique, he would say that the Yin Yang secret scroll of his family really did have its effects. On this side, Jing Yun is still fighting that evil cultivator. It seems he is not someone to be underestimated either. At this moment, everyone split up to fight. The main battlefield was between Wang Xing and the others. Jing Yun and Elder Qing Long were here, fighting against Monk Huijing. They said to each other, "Let's go, we have so many people. Perhaps we can crush them, leaving a few of those useless ones to hold back the experts. The others can go eliminate those mortals." Lian Zi spoke, "Fei Yu, the front line is about to collapse. We must join forces to wipe out these brats." Wang Xing quickly obeyed. Both of them worked together to establish an endless and boundless sword reputation. Wang Xing raised his hand towards the sky, chanting the San Convo Cuc, Shuyan Van Trui Fong spell. At the same time, a storm suddenly arose, and his sword sped through the air like the wind, slashing through the group of people. Lian Zi laughed joyfully. "This is great. With this, the front lines will be a bit easier." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wang Xing spoke. "Not good. They want to raid the immortal wine, attacking secretly. Don't let them take the immortal tablet away. You think about sneak attacking, but dealing with the Void Pill realm is effective only to a limited extent. We must block the opponent. We have to take action." You immediately afterwards said, "Failure and Elder, you should ride the sword and stop the evil cultivator first. I will come soon. Can you agree to that? Fei Yu, you must also be careful." He said loudly, "Does Monk Huijing dare to face them head-on and block them with me?" Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. Fei Yu was so bold. What would it matter if the young monk risked his life today? But seeing you fly like an arrow, Monk Huijing couldn't help but gape. "Huh, why are your movements even faster than mine?" Lianzi anxiously reminded, "Fei Yu, the evil cultivators are numerous. You must be careful." Wang Xing was confident. "Just leave it to me. I will start by using the death position to wield the sword of martial spirit and slay the demons." Immediately after, he quickly struck upward into the sky with the seven-star sword formation. A large sword shot straight up into the sky. A tremendous force surged forward, sending the demonic cultivators flying uncontrollably. Gao Shui charged ahead, while Fei Yu took the opportunity to recover. "We'll hold these demonic cultivators off," said Gao Shui. Monk Huijing also moved forward. "Amitabha Buddha, today this humble monk is also looking forward to the great massacre." On the other side, the dark power immediately spiraled into the sky. On this side, Jing Yun was also vigorously engaging in a battle with the demonic cultivator. Just now, his entire body suddenly trembled, and then cracks of light swiftly appeared. Jing Yun observed and was immediately startled. Something was wrong. Immediately after that, she leaped back to maintain her distance, while the other person, at that moment, tensed his body, and cracks of pink skin appeared. Jing Yun quickly recited the divine incantation of the mysterious ancient Northwater Mansion. Kan originally followed the path of the solitary beast. Immediately afterward, two streams of powerful force surged fiercely to either side. The name of that evil cultivator was no simple one. He strained his body and shouted loudly. Immediately, a dark circle surrounded Jing Yun's airship. He screamed loudly. "Just a mere insignificant dark fog. Do you think you can trap me?" It seems that this time, Jing Yun is not his match. Her mouth had spilled some blood. He looked at the group below with a disdainful gaze, then quickly shot straight down toward them. The stones and rocks soared into the sky in a chaotic scatter. Many people, unable to withstand the force of the impact, immediately retreated backward. Wang Xing and Mu Guanxian became more on guard after he revealed his power. Gao Shui quickly flew toward him. "Hurry and go." Monk Huijing spoke up. "The boundless Dharma, I will elevate you to the heavens." At that moment, the evil cultivator merely unleashed his internal energy, causing Gao Shui and the others to suffer heavy injuries, to the point of spitting blood. Lianzi quickly struck, but the cultivator sneered in disdain and mocked them. "Is this little cultivation supposed to hurt me? Wang Xing gritted his teeth after a moment. Earlier, the evil cultivators, willing to risk their lives, had revealed their true primordial power. Could it be that it was caused by some forbidden technique? He quickly calculated. I have the 7-star step technique, but senior sister is not easily driven back. Go, we must stop him here. He saw that your attack still showed no sign of hesitation. Childish tricks. Wang Xing, worried about Mu Guanxian, immediately charged forward. Senior sister, your sword has successfully cleaved through his neck, leaving a long gash. But this made the demon's name furious. He shouted loudly, Brat, this sword, this person of yours is truly detestable. As soon as the fist was thrown, it was delivered with such ferocity that Wang Xing couldn't hold back and spat out blood. Wang Xing, right after being struck by that attack, was immediately thrown far away. He was slightly startled. This power is truly domineering. It must be quelled immediately, or it will explode and kill him. As you were about to channel your inner energy, a gentle hand pressed against your back. Wang Xing turned around, and his senior sister from the group of evil cultivators shouted loudly, by the order of the Yin-Yang sect, kill them. But at that very moment, a fierce sword strike flashed past, cleaving their bodies in two. Jingyun quickly stood in front of his 2 junior disciples to protect the strongest demonic cultivator, then shouted, as a woman, I, Laozi, will kill you. From the sky, the military helicopter quickly arrived. Reinforcements had come, latch onto them. Don't let them escape. The name of the demonic cultivator quickly realized that a master from the Golden Core realm was hiding beside the immortal steel, desperately fighting against the righteous path. And those reinforcements, damn it. So, the immortal steel was just a trap. The reinforcements spoke. The formation is ready for battle. Prepare to advance, eliminate the demonic cultivator, and protect the righteous cultivators. Everyone quickly joined forces and attacked the evil cultivator. Surrounding him was a dense array of talismans. Hundreds of streams of sharp energy swiftly shot toward him, leaving him no time to react. He plunged his weapon into the ground, channeling his internal energy, and his entire body began to swell. The members of the Special Investigation Team quickly circulated their inner strength. Immediately afterward, they realized his intention. He wanted to self-detonate. He channeled all his internal energy, using the 10,000 Swords Supreme technique to strike a finishing blow toward him. The long, sharp swords tore through the wind, charging directly at him, leaving the cultivator no way to defend. Dozens of swords finally pierced through the body of the evil cultivator. He stood in the center, dazed, as blood slowly oozed from everywhere. In the end, he could no longer hold on, gradually letting out his final breath. In this immortal monument battle, the demonic cultivator of the Yin-Yang All Things sect was annihilated. The righteous sects also suffered no small losses. Perhaps this is the very brutality of the battle between good and evil. Yinzi spoke, Daoist Zhang, after this battle. When will we launch the full-scale attack on the Yin-Yang sect? Zhang Ziqiang replied, it's troublesome. The investigation team hasn't been able to locate their base in Yingdao Nation yet, and due to international circumstances, it's not easy to take action. However, this debt cannot be left unsettled. Immediately after, he whispered, wait until I break through to the Golden Core realm. I will definitely go deal with him. Lianzi also lowered his voice. The thoughts of the comrade are very dangerous. This humble one has decided to pass by that person and supervise you. Monk Huijing added, the Buddha is compassionate, rescuing neighboring lands from evil cultivation. The little monk will not refuse. On this side, Mu Guanxian sent him an icon of a cherry blossom. Wang Xing quickly replied, yes, it's indeed this cherry blossom country. Why are Senior Zhang and the others people who aren't afraid of the world descending into chaos? Hearing this, her eyes lit up. Wang Xing chuckled bitterly, almost forgetting that his senior sister liked comics. The first great battle between righteousness and evil has come to an end. The immortal tablet was successfully transported. The Yin-Yang All Things sect lost an arm. Starting from today, I will also become an enemy of the righteous path. The Longhushan sect was ambushed, and the 1,000-year-old Taoist heritage was consumed by a great fire. The righteous cultivators escorting the immortal steel survived, though injured. The righteous sects, terrified by the Yin-Yang sect, displayed their power and reached a mutual understanding to jointly eradicate the Yin-Yang sect. After the incident, Monk Huijing excitedly asked, Wang Xing, does your fixed team lack members? He forced a smile and replied, of course, we're short on people. On the other hand, Monk Huijing also officially joined Wang Xing's group. He thought to himself, the master's internet addiction is a disease, it must be treated. Anyway, working together with him, you and Mu Guanxian will also have the fighting power of a Golden Core realm expert. A few days after the great battle ended, Mount Zhangnan, Jingyun happily said, during this period, everyone can feel at ease and cultivate here. Mu Guanxian agreed happily, then she looked over at Wang Xing. I'll help you carry that rock. Why are you carrying it up the mountain for no reason? Wang Xing still persisted. Senior apprentice uncle, this is something that the senior from the sword sect lent me for cultivation. Jingyun expressed his viewpoint. Cultivation should always follow the natural order. This is forced. It is not right. Mu Guanxian also agreed with this. Wang Xing does not refute. Senior is correct. Immediately after, he quickly sat down to cultivate. After entering the Void Pill realm, cultivators can continue to accumulate true essence, but they cannot cease their cultivation. Moreover, once one ascends to the Void Pill realm, their true essence will completely transform into spiritual power, and it can no longer be refined. The sword sect lending me the sword spirit stone is precisely so that I can use it after refining my true essence to aid myself. Thus, after I reach the Golden Core realm, my spiritual energy will become even purer. While thinking, a cough pulled him back to the present. Looking at Chiwen, he was surprised. He didn't expect that his junior sister had also reached the early stage of the divine gathering realm. She mischievously looked at him and teased. Still haven't caught up with senior brother? Wang Xing felt a bit helpless. It was just his cultivation level that had risen, but his junior sister was increasingly becoming more like their master. Right after that, he immediately waved them off. Among the four-eyed cultivators, they exchanged glances and understood clearly what each side needed. That was enough. Go ahead. I must try this stone sword technique now. She still didn't stop. Senior brother, is this really okay? Immediately after that, Wang Xing continued to carry the stone on his back, following the cultivation method, and after channeling true essence into the stone, he infused it with the sword technique. It is necessary to use the sword intent to refine it. Now, it is time to test its effectiveness. He quickly grabbed the sword, immersing himself in practice with great enthusiasm. Qian sat from afar, watching intently without taking his eyes off him. Wang Xing, drenched in sweat, felt the weight of it all. Just a few simple steps, and he had already drained part of his true essence. But the greater the consumption of energy, the more evident the effect of the sword-pressing stone becomes, but no matter what. At the very least, I must finish practicing this swordsmanship technique before I can leave. Upon saying this, he immediately flew straight into the air, startling Chiwen, who was taken aback and unaware. She hadn't reacted in time before he fell straight to the ground. On the contrary, seeing a large crack form in the ground, Qian anxiously stepped forward. How's senior brother? You lay flat on the ground, your heart screaming. How could you have consumed your true essence in an instant like that? This sword talisman is indeed powerful. Sword forging carries risks. One should not force it, nor press the sword improperly. Fellow disciples shed tears. Although the process was excruciating, the true essence within his body had indeed become much purer. Therefore, Wang Xing always kept the sword-pressing stone with him, either repeating the process or preparing to be forced. Seeing you being constantly crushed by the rocks like this, Mu Guanxian couldn't help but feel worried to the point of tears. But thanks to this, your endurance also increased. You struggled to do push-ups while reassuring her, Mu Guanxian, senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine. 1 month later, the true essence meridians within his body had undergone a clear upgrade, and Wang Xing himself had reached the perfect stage of the embryonic soul formation realm. With just one opportunity, he could enter the Void Pill realm. Suddenly, on that snowy day, his father called. Wang Xing was a little surprised. Hello, Dad. Is there something you need from me? On the other end of the line, his father coughed a few times. Wang Xing, something big has happened at home. I need to ask for your opinion on something. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but be shocked. Right after that, Wang Xing kept texting on his phone while laughing foolishly. Ms. Yun couldn't help but look at her senior brother, who was practicing excessively, wondering if he had gone mad from overexertion. Mu Guanxian quickly showed her a picture of a baby wrapped in a blanket, looking incredibly adorable. Sister Van was so surprised that she exclaimed, "What? Senior brother is about to become an older brother." In the past, your parents, in order to improve the living conditions of your master and disciple, often spoke with your master. Later on, Qing Yinzi joined the investigation team and frequently sent them medicinal pills as a way of expressing gratitude. Although these pills were not particularly valuable, they could still help with body conditioning and enhance longevity. Perhaps it was for this reason that his mother finally became pregnant for the second time. Wang Xing was overjoyed. In my previous life, such a thing didn't happen. Obviously, it's because my fate was changed in this life. Later on, my sword will protect another person. Thinking of this, his mood became so excited that he soared into the sky, spinning around in a circle. The more passionate you are about training, the harder I must strive to practice the sword, to become stronger. Anyway, when I was weak, I had my master and senior sister to protect me. Later, my younger brother or sister will be weak. Wang Xing made up his mind. As an older brother, I must bear the weight of the sky. Unknowingly, the new year has arrived. The warm sunlight of spring shines down on the city, dispelling the chill of winter. At the cozy little house, Wangxing, upon returning, shouted loudly, "My father and senior sister have come to the house." He smiled happily. "Good, Dad. Go open the door for me right away." His mother was warm and welcoming, sitting beside Mu Guanxian, smiling brightly like a flower. Mu Guanxian ate a little more today. No need to be polite. With the new year approaching, the martial uncle took the martial niece to visit their master, then brought the martial sister back home to celebrate the new year. He ate and drank happily, observing everyone. His parents' attention was no longer on him. I'm not afraid of them misunderstanding anything. Fortunately, they still care about senior sister the same as before. But the situation on the other side was a bit of a bittersweet comedy. Recalling 2 days ago, when he arrived at the sword sect to return the sword suppression stone, as soon as he arrived, the disciples joyfully shouted, "Elder Feiyu has come home to celebrate the new year." Someone next to them immediately said, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's Elder Feiyu who brought the elder's wife home to celebrate the new year." Back to the present. Your father just brought the food up while instructing. "Wangxing, tomorrow morning, take the ancestral tablet out to help your grandmother." Now that all of you can cultivate the Tao, the 8 members also exist. You are happy. I understand. Just at that moment, Wangxing's phone rang. It was a message from Mao Wei. The whole family curiously glanced around, wondering what it was. Looking at the notice board, the uncle couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks so official. Wangxing, have you become a full-time employee now? After all, your master's status is there too." He said nothing, only responding with a soft Wangxing read the notice more carefully. Now, the government has implemented the management of the cultivator system. Perhaps this is the propaganda platform within it. He looked around and couldn't help but feel happy. Mu Guanxian's sister indeed made it to the board. He looked at the heavenly list, his face involuntarily contorting. The ranking on the heavenly list for the first department as master wasn't even in the top 5. Friday, heavenly list Luzamai, the successor of the Taoist elder with cultivation at the mid-stage golden core realm. He took a glance and couldn't help but feel happy for senior sister Mu Guanxian. Indeed, she had made it onto the list. Wangxing excitedly praised, "Senior sister, you were truly impressive. You've ranked again." She happily handed the phone over to him so he could see. Above, there was also the name Feiyu, briefly explaining, Xianzi Taoist Master, ranked 33rd on the heavenly list. His master is Taoist Elder, who uses the pure Yang immortal technique to control the Yin-Yang Tao. Tianzi is outstanding, with astonishing comprehension. Though his cultivation level is quite low, his combat strength is comparable to that of a golden core realm cultivator. Once upon a time, there was Taoist Feiyu, a disciple of the Taoist Elder. He was the junior brother of Buyu Xianzi, who practiced the pure Yang immortal technique, had reached the realm of Sword Tao, and had caught up with the renowned masters. And the 101st rank on the heavenly list is temporarily held by Lin Dia. Hearing this, Wangxing felt as if a heavy stone had been placed on his chest. A ranking can still be temporary? Mu Guanxian beside him couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. At the same time, your father walked over and looked at Wangxing. Just now, he had seen some kind of heroic, immortal figure. Are both of you usually this dangerous as well? At this point, he couldn't help but wonder, furrowing his brows. If that's the case, then what is the point of hiding on the mountain to cultivate the Tao? You are all young disciples, aren't you? He put the phone down, stood up, and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Grandpa. We're just insignificant, nameless characters. Hearing this, he couldn't help but let out a light sigh of relief, then instructed, Wangxing, you have grown up now. Matters concerning yourself should be handled by you. With these words, he steadfastly looked at his son and said, Your mother and I have always wanted you to be safe. That is enough. He looked at his father, nodded, and gave a faint smile. Don't worry, Dad. Immediately after that, his phone rang loudly. It was a message notifying Monk Weijing, wickedly congratulating Feiyu for being placed on the heavenly list. How much money did he spend to achieve that? Meanwhile, Lianzi sincerely congratulated Feiyu. Heavenly list, keep it up. Lu Yunji was happy for him, congratulating Feiyu for also being listed on the 2 heaven and earth boards. Of course, Shi Tianzhang's share was not missing. Wangxing, you're amazing. You've already warmed up the bed. Then came a barrage of congratulatory messages pouring in from everyone. Wangxing then looked over at Mu Guanxian. She was happily wiping the floor. Ever since the first time he brought his senior sister home, his parents had never treated her as a stranger. As for his senior sister, in order to let his mother rest properly, she had actively taken on household chores these past few days. His father felt guilty and said, Mu Guanxian, these small things, let me handle them for you. The scene shifts back to Wangxing's bedroom. He briefly talks about himself. These days, I lie on my bed, hand resting on my forehead, thinking, I've already reached the embryonic soul formation realm. My spiritual power is undiminished. My soul is fine. So why do I still feel sleepy? His eyes were half closed, but his mind still refused to listen to his master. Starting from the void pill realm, when one's cultivation reaches a breakthrough, most people will experience a strange phenomenon. Here, Wangxing quickly closed his eyes, but even in sleep, strange phenomena were hard to avoid. Suddenly, outside the living room, Mu Guanxian was working when a strange sensation made her startle. Mu Guanxian's entire body suddenly became restless. She stared fixedly in the direction of his bedroom. Seeing her strange reaction, his mother, while eating a cake, glanced at her husband. Mu Guanxian, what's wrong? He was also confused, not knowing what had happened. Immediately after that, she set the mop aside. This uneasy feeling prevented Mu Guanxian from focusing on anything else. And so, Mu Guanxian used his fastest speed, rushing straight to the front of your room. She just opened the door, and tears couldn't help but fall. Mu Guanxian anxiously looked around. What should we do now, junior brother? The void pill realm is almost complete, and the turbid spiritual energy of the mortal world will be detrimental when advancing to the next stage. On this side, Wangxing still lay motionless. Around him, he was surrounded by a surge of black aura. The situation seemed critical. Mu Guanxian gritted his teeth, thinking of a solution. Immediately after, she stepped forward and flipped his legs over. Her face could not conceal the seriousness of the moment. She fell silent, channeling her internal energy. A circle of yin and yang swiftly manifested. This is the qi of yin and yang, the yin-yang defensive formation that counters Mu Guanxian. As soon as she formed the seal and recited the incantation, she stood within her own yin-yang bagua, creating the technique of the semi-precious insight. Her face was grim. Both hands skillfully formed seals and pressed together. The primordial chaos itself used the Tao to gather qi, condensing the qi into emptiness. Mu Guanxian reached this part, and Wangxing's entire body swiftly soared into the air. Just a moment ago, you were still in a coma, and now, in an instant, your eyes snap open. At this moment, it seemed like he had begun to break through. His hands clenched into fists, and he shouted loudly, Void Pill Realm. Break. Time passed quickly, and it was now night outside. The surrounding air was extremely quiet. Wangxing, after successfully breaking through to the formation realm, had slept straight through until this moment. His eyes slowly opened. Wangxing sat up, a bit dazed. He looked around in confusion. Hearing someone's breath, he turned to look, thinking, it's getting dark. How long have I actually been asleep? Mu Guanxian was still meditating in the chair. She felt a bit tired, so she let her head droop up and down. He couldn't help but blush at the scene. Wangxing suddenly asked himself, why is senior sister here? Her intuition was also extremely sharp. Wangxing had just woken up, yet she had already awakened. Wangxing walked towards her and softly said, Senior sister. Sister, take a short nap. Let me watch over you. Mu Guanxian, still not fully awake, followed his words and murmured, MHM. Immediately afterward, she lay down on Wangxing's bed, peacefully drifting into sleep. He gently covered the blanket, unable to help but feel a pang in his heart as he thought, in order to help me smoothly break through, senior sister gave her true essence to replenish my primordial energy. Help me absorb everything up until now. Doing this is extremely exhausting. Senior sister takes care of me too much. Immediately after, he sat down on the chair and focused his inner strength. True essence surged, directly merging with the qi of heaven and earth. Only the void pill realm could advance in such a manner. He also did not know what the scenery would be like in the golden core realm. The internal energy gradually gathered. Wangxing thought about how, in the following months, he would need to slowly cleanse the divine punishment elixir in order to break through the mortal realm and transcend. After reaching a perfect state in his current cultivation, he would be able to attempt the breakthrough to the golden core realm. However, the most important thing was. Thinking of this, Wangxing smiled slyly. Now, he had already cultivated the skyward sword control technique of the void pill realm. Once his senior sister woke up, he would immediately send her to the skies. Do you think of the beautiful scene when you and senior sister ride the sword, soaring high above? And so, time quickly passed to the night of the 30th of the Lunar New Year. On the television, the reporter happily introduced. Hello, everyone. Your father was excited too. Good evening, Wangxing, Mu Guanchuan. Do you two have any wishes for the new year? He cheerfully said, my wish is for our whole family to be safe and sound. Master, senior sister, and junior sister can all smoothly cultivate the Tao on this side. Her mother handed over an envelope. Mu Guanchuan, don't be polite, take it. She nodded and responded with a sound. And looked at her and smiled brightly. Mu Guanxian, how is it different from Wangxing? She held the phone screen in front of her, showing that her junior disciple and the others were safe. Everything went smoothly, the cultivation of my junior brother advanced, and he would never fall into the path of demonic deviation. Master will soon defeat the evil cultivators and ascend the mountain to cultivate alongside Mistress. I will also strive to cultivate the Tao, protecting my junior brother and junior sister well. As the eldest senior sister, I have a responsibility. Seeing his mother so happy, he smirked slyly and whispered to his senior sister, "You really are a professional." Immediately after that, of course, he was punished for daring to speak like that. Wangxing laughed loudly. Senior sister has once again struck my funny bone, breaking the rules. Suddenly, his phone rang. Wangxing laughed and said, "Senior sister, I have to take this call. I admit defeat." After calming Mu Guanchuan down, he answered the phone. "Hello, it's so late, and you're still calling to wish me a happy new year? How thoughtful." On the other end of the line, Maiyue hurriedly said, "Elder Wang, we need your help." Mingwei quickly got to the point. The moon-colored woman, who had been taken from the moon, suddenly began to move and burst out of the research room. Hearing this, he quickly thought of the girl he had once heard Master and the investigation team mention. At that moment, she was flying in the sky. Mingwei continued, "Right now, she's flying towards your place. She might pass by your area in a little while." Hearing this, Wangxing couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" She continued, "Perhaps the female corpse will head towards some archaeological site. Right now, it's probably less than 20 minutes before it passes your location. I will pick you up immediately. Coming right now. Hurry up and get up, all right? I will leave right away." Wangxing hurriedly instructed, "Mu Guanxian's senior sister, stay at home with your parents. Don't go out for a walk." Your mother asked, "Wangxing, it's so late. Where are you going?" The three of you are worried, yet still go to fight against the evil cultivators. As for Wangxing, he immediately returned to his room to prepare. Mu Guanchuan followed him in. He was putting on his clothes while speaking to her. An archaeological site has been excavated, and the magic weapon will help you watch over it for a while. This is for your security, just to be on the safe side. She didn't say anything, but the expression on her face still showed concern. Mu Guanxian immediately took him outside. The investigation team's car was quickly waiting at the door. You looked at Mu Guanxian's expression. Her face was deeply contemplative. Since that phone call, it was clear that she still couldn't hide it from her senior sister. They quickly boarded the vehicle. You and Mu Guanxian were reported by the investigation team. Elder Wang, the instructor of the combat team, will directly head to the ruins. Perhaps it will arrive at the same time as the objective. We have completed the blockade of the surrounding area. Perhaps it will have a slight impact, Mu Guanxian said, looking at him with concern. Wangxing quickly replied, "All right, I understand." The driver spoke as he drove. The target appeared earlier than expected. Where to now? The target has already entered Elder Wang's house. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel worried, shouting, "What is Mu Guanxian?" She was equally worried, unable to hide the astonishment on her face. Wangxing was worried, so he quickly called his family. "How are Mom and Dad? Are they okay?" Your dad just answered, sweating profusely. "Wangxing, Mom and Dad are fine. There is a guest in the house. A celestial being has arrived. It is said to be searching for Mu Guanxian, seemingly referring to an old acquaintance who is hard to find, not a wandering spirit. Deep in my heart, I feel fondness. This is the immortal maiden that everyone has mentioned." He was somewhat uneasy at the moment, so he instructed his father to relay the message to the senior. "We will return immediately." You lowered your eyes, still lost in thought. According to the ancient records, during the immortal Qin era, there were immortal beings whose appearances left legacies behind. Up until 1,300 years ago, the majority of cultivators followed the immortal being's guidance. The primordial energy of heaven and earth was severed, and cultivation no longer existed. Thinking about this, he tiredly leaned his head back against the chair, his mind constantly calculating. For now, not mentioning where the immortals were, the celestial warrior was not the last survivor, but the other party was an immortal, so perhaps it wouldn't be harmful to his senior sister. He opened his eyes and observed Mu Guanxian, who was staring at him in confusion. Wangxing made his own judgment, but with an old acquaintance like this, the immortal senior sister descending to the mortal realm must have some hidden reason. The carriage carrying you and Mu Guanxian quickly returned home, but the seniors had arrived even before you. By then, they had surrounded Wangxing's house. Since the other party consisted of immortals, they temporarily held their positions. However, Qing Yanzi couldn't help but feel worried. He heard the sound of the car stopping in front of the house, then quickly looked down. His expression remained unchanged. Wangxing hurriedly ran in, unable to suppress his worry as he immediately asked, "Master, how's the situation?" Although aware of the dangerous situation, he still reassured his two young disciples. "Wangxing, Mu Guanxian, don't be afraid, your master is here." It was unclear when, but the fairy had appeared behind Qing Yanzi. Wangxing, worried, shouted loudly, "Master, be careful." But it seemed the warning came a bit too late. She quickly raised her hand and waved it lightly. Qing Yanzi only managed to glance over. Her speed was so fast that no one could react in time. And immediately after that, a burst of radiant power emanated from the form of the immortal maiden. Her robe fluttered in the air, just like the immortals described in stories. After dealing with the group of Qing Yanzi, she gently landed in front of Mu Guanxuan. Wang Sheng, worried, stepped in front of his senior sister. Everyone at this moment was under control. Qing Yanzi could not help. He could only worry and observe the situation. Mu Guanxian hesitantly shrank behind Wangxing, then glanced at the fairy with a wary expression. The girl slowly opened her eyes. The face of the person said to be the fairy exuded an indescribable coldness. She reached her hand towards Mu Guanxian, and Wangxing appeared somewhat anxious, sweating profusely. He respectfully spoke, "Senior, you have just entered my humble abode. If you wish to meet with an old acquaintance, it would be better to return with senior sister and sit down for a chat." The immortal maiden did not speak, only staring intently at the two of them. But a voice rang out, "Sorry to trouble you." Wangxing just heard it and couldn't help but be startled. This is sound transmission. His face stiffened as he observed the girl, silently appraising her. The black aura on her brow seemed to be deathly energy. Could it be that this immortal maiden has not fully recovered yet? And next, the three of them quickly moved to his room. Wangxing spoke to start the conversation. "Senior, do you have something you wish to say to my senior sister?" "My senior sister doesn't speak much. Whenever she wants to express something, she has to use writing or images." The fairy looked at Mu Guanxian, as his soul was damaged, and the 6 realms of reincarnation could not be completed. At this moment, Mu Guanxian was still fearful, quickly retreating behind him. Hearing this, Wangxing couldn't help but wonder, "Senior, why is my senior sister's soul injured? Did you meet her in a previous life?" She pondered for a moment, then said directly, "Asking too much will not benefit you." Mu Guanxian hesitantly raised his phone. "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing her like this, for some reason, the fairy seemed a bit lost in thought. She stayed silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke up to explain. "You may be able to return here, and perhaps some fellow cultivators will return as well. But my time is running out. I wonder if I can find anyone else." Wangxing couldn't help but be surprised. Is it just my illusion? Why does it feel like this fairy has become gentler? After saying that, she stood up directly. Her robes fluttered gracefully in the air as the fairy flew closer to Mu Guanxian. I opened the heavenly spirit seal, and it was then that I discovered the spirit still contained a trace of Tao power. From now on, you will be able to cultivate in peace. This world can be temporarily considered peaceful." Wangxing looked at the phone screen and, on behalf of his senior sister, asked the question. "Senior, my senior sister asks, is it possible for you to recover to your original state? Is there anything I can do to help?" She extended her hand and softly said, "In your past life, you were the immortal maiden of pure ice and jade, and in this life, you are Mu Guanxian." The soft hand was placed gently on the cheek of immortal Mu Guanxian, observing quietly. A saying of the Taoist among the mortal realm, the past is gone, the old friends have left, and this life has arrived. Right after that, Mu Guanxian immediately sat cross-legged and focused on circulating her cultivation. She continued to instruct, "Now, you have just entered the path of cultivation, temporarily stepping into the immortal way. After this, go and seek the answers to your questions. If you want to know, the Lunar Palace can answer all of your doubts. But without becoming immortal, one cannot find the Lunar Palace." The fairy soared into the air, simultaneously instructing, "Wangxing, use your purple star heavenly sword to protect her. In the future, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The wish has been fulfilled. I must go find the reincarnation stone left by this world. Perhaps there is still a chance of survival. Do not let her remember me. If she asks, just tell her that I have gone through the cycle of reincarnation." Wangxing stood there, watching the figure slowly fade into the distance. After the fairy left, the people outside hurriedly chased after her. Wangxing's parents were protected by the battle team and asked to move during the night. The window of your room, after the unexpected visit of that fairy, has shattered completely. To your parents, leaving here this time was equivalent to abandoning their current life. However, considering their safety, it was something that had to be done out of necessity. Your father, afraid that his son would worry, reassured him, "Wangxing, you just focus on cultivating your Tao. Your parents will never drag you into this." Now, except for Mu Guanxian, who is in a state of enlightenment, there is only one person left beside him. No one else but Maoyue. Looking at her right now, she seemed like a lost soul. "Elder Wang, where do you think the immortal lady will fly to?" Wangxing couldn't help but be startled by Maoyue's expression. She said she was a shattered soul, wanting to go through the cycle of reincarnation to see if she could find a chance for survival. Thus, based on the route, she will likely arrive at Pingdu Mountain. Maui heard this and immediately analyzed it carefully. Ancient Wu Du Mountain of Pingdu, but there is no transmission of the Tao, only a few remnants left. The image of that mountain quickly appeared in her mind. It was a rather peaceful place. However, over here, as soon as the word cultivate in the idol cultivation was mentioned, she immediately slumped her head and fell asleep on the spot. Mengwei, due to the fairy event, was drained, and Wangshen couldn't help but feel helpless. If you're tired, then go inside and sleep. Hearing this, Mengwei's spirit flared up again, and she shouted loudly, "No need. I can take the medicine." You know that you can't persuade her. You can only sigh in frustration. As long as she can endure, that's enough. As for Mu Guanxian, at this moment, she was still sitting, still serving Wangshen, quietly observing after meeting that fairy. Senior Sister has always been in a state of enlightenment. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, it seems that Senior Sister has broken through again. He sighed incredulously. "Sister, could it be that you're going to become a Golden Core Realm immortal?" The Golden Core Realm, over 20 years old, those immortals out there, I'm sure none of them would want to live anymore. After you provided the intelligence of that fairy to the investigation team, you focused on guarding your Senior Sister. The state of enlightenment of Mu Guanxian, after being maintained for a few days, stabilized, and his cultivation level stopped at the peak of the Void Pill realm. That night, the two of them were very happy. Fireworks were set off to welcome the new year. And of course, the biggest surprise was that Mu Guanxian's condition, the inability to speak, had improved significantly. She looked at the fireworks, unable to contain her excitement. "Junior brother, let's watch the fireworks together." Wangshen smiled stiffly, his one word turning into two. "Really great." And then, not long after the Lantern Festival, the two of them had to set off to return to Wudong Mountain. With the gift from the fairy, he had also unlocked a new skill. At this moment, they were standing on the second floor. Wangshen looked happily at his Senior Sister Mu Guanxian and asked, "Are you ready?" She eagerly nodded, replying, "Everything is ready." Wangshen raised his hand, formed a seal, and recited a spell. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. "Then let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them quickly mounted their sword chi and soared into the sky. Finally, he had fulfilled this long-cherished wish. Wangshen was so happy that tears streamed down his face. This was the romance of a sword cultivator. Later, we will wield the Tiao Dao sword, becoming a pair of senior and junior martial siblings. We can fight, and we can fly. You thoroughly enjoyed this moment. Mu Guanxian was tightly hugging his junior brother, Wangshen thought. Although now, this posture feels somewhat familiar. A few hours later, the sky quickly turned to evening, and the moon had already appeared. From a distance in the sky, Wangshen's speed seemed like a meteor streaking across. He was walking while listening to music when suddenly something made Wangshen halt in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Mu Guanxian. She was pouting, her tears almost about to spill over. Wangshen quickly understood her meaning and said, "Senior Sister, let's land and take a rest for a bit. I'll also recharge your energy." He pointed his finger down there, at the village below. "In a moment, we'll go around it. Don't let anyone see us." But at the same time, Wangshen saw a strange phenomenon that made him wonder. The sky on the opposite side appeared as a swirl of blue. He looked closer, the first direction of feng shui, the first harmony of the moon and stars. Wangshen quickly informed his Senior Sister, "There is someone practicing demon cultivation here." Briefly speaking about this, after the recovery of the heaven and earth's primordial energy, the plants and animals all awakened the spiritual energy within them, without creating any karma, focusing solely on cultivation. As you know, if one is infected with the disaster of the human aura, they are a demon. Wangshen flew closer, observing. Now, in front of them, at that very moment, a demon cultivation artifact appeared, absorbing the essence of the moon. Immediately after that, Wangshen quickly flew down below, where he discovered someone practicing demon cultivation. Before they could get any closer, Wangshen instructed his Senior Sister. "If we have met, then we should not stand by with our arms crossed. If we make a move, we must try to capture them." Mu Guanxian listened to his words and gave a quiet hum of agreement. Both of them hid behind the window, silently observing the situation inside. Surprisingly, this place held many animals captive, and there were also men dressed in black, armed with weapons, pacing back and forth, inspecting. Among them, a black dog, its entire body exuding rage, kept barking incessantly. The guard struck the iron cage hard, shouting, "What are you barking for? Even if the police come, you will all be slaughtered one by one. And you still talk about being human, only knowing how to cause trouble for me." Wang Xing entered Muguanxian and observed for a long while, then sent a message to Mao Yue. Someone is raising my senior sister, saying that there is resentment clinging to the spirit beast. The address is yours. Reply briefly in 10 minutes. And exactly 10 minutes later, the police quickly arrived, capturing this group of people. A staff member of the investigation team quickly reported the situation. Wang, the advisor, the preliminary interrogation has already been concluded. These people claim they were hired to work as farmers, but behind them, there is still a boss. You asked, where is the boss? He replied, he probably drove here about 10 minutes ago. We chased after him. As he spoke, the investigator handed over a bag. This was found at the scene. He immediately put on his gloves and examined the object he had retrieved from the piece of paper. The note had the following message. Elder Wang, check the phone. Unlock the password 4.396. He picked up the phone, looked at it, and thought to himself, maybe I didn't fly high enough earlier and was spotted by the allies of the evil cultivators. They must have thought I came to eliminate them, so they fled. He thought this as he pressed play on the video. His face was extremely tense. Both of them were silent, listening to the sounds inside. Again, it's the young master of the Yinyang sect. He arrogantly rides his sword beneath the moon, truly romantic. We meet again. Elder Wangxing couldn't help but be surprised, thinking about the missing sect master of the Yinyang sect. I didn't expect to run into him here. He grasps information quite quickly. It seems that senior sister Bu Xianzi's teaching involves the Yinyang secret records of the Yinyang All Things sect. Now, in our sect, there are a few experts, and it is likely that they will pose a disadvantage to both of you. I deeply admire both of you. How about you hand over the Yinyang secret tome to me? Wangxing glanced at his senior sister. Give me an emoji. The most malicious type of person is being cursed. Mu Guanxian quickly agreed. The idiot is still talking. We can grant rewards, but we can also stop those hot-headed elders. You just sent a message saying hello. Elder Wang, the young sect master, quickly responded, perhaps having come to his senses. Mu Guanxian quickly sent a teasing emoji. The notification appeared, young master, open friend verification. You are not her friend. He should activate the friend verification mode. After verification, it will be approved before any conversation takes place. On the other hand, he quickly called his master to report the situation. Xing Yanzi couldn't help but be surprised. Is that so? Then let's provoke them a little and see if we can make them fall for the trap. Wangxing asked his master. Does the mistress have any ideas? Xing Yanzi said in a low voice. She had always eliminated the escape routes of the Yinyang clan, but for the enemy to appear again, it wouldn't be that simple. He said seriously, unless something can be found to humble them. But the last time they learned part of the content of the Yinyang secret record, this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have any effect. Hearing his master speak, Wangxing remembered the well filled with ghostly energy from before. You quickly asked, Xing Yanzi, does your master still remember the ancient demon of Chuyan Temple? Xing Yanzi stood up from there and walked toward the window. I understand now. I've already instructed them to take care of this matter. You don't need to worry, but the architect from before may need another 2 or 3 months. You all can patiently wait. Wangxing, on the other end of the line, quickly replied. I understand. I hope that the master can announce the news that senior sister and I are going outside to carry out a mission. After all, both senior sister and I must return to the Wudong sect to enter seclusion, trying to avoid bringing disaster to the Dao inheritance of the Wudong sect. The husband murmured in admonition. Young Wangxing, you are able to think of such things, and for that, your master feels very proud. But my senior sister's personality is simple. Later, you must take better care of it. Don't let it be deceived. Here's the translation you requested. At this point, Xing Yanzi pretended to cough lightly. Do you understand what your master means? Wangxing felt uneasy, sweat pouring down incessantly. Master, have I done something wrong? Have I become too close to senior sister? On the other end of the line, he replied, it's fine, cultivate your path happily, but don't be too eager for achievements. Then, Xing Yanzi quickly said his goodbyes and turned off the device. Wangxing sighed. In the end, what is master's intention? Mu Guanxian, not understanding what was going on, curiously looked around. He looked at Mu Guanxian, who was bewildered, and silently thought, could it be that he's actively trying to set me up with that senior sister? A few days later, at Wudong Mountain, the scenery here was still as peaceful as it had always been. Inside, Lianzi seemed to want to scream with fury. That bastard. Which idiot is practicing the flame explosion technique behind the mountain? The door to your place is still closed, and the person inside hasn't come out. At the same time, Wangxing hurriedly ran in to meet his senior sister. Success, success. His face was covered in dirt, his clothes torn, but his excitement was unmistakable. Wang Xing quickly handed over the item, a sword. He said joyfully, "Senior sister, this is the sword I just forged, a returning sword, for you." At that moment, Mu Guanchuan's face couldn't help but show a smile of happiness. After resolving the matter of demon cultivation, you and your senior sister returned to Wudong Mountain to focus on secluded cultivation. The first thing Wang Xing did upon returning to the mountain was forge a flying sword for her. Remembering the times when he was violently blown up, and now seeing the joyful face of Mu Guanxian, he quietly felt satisfied. Since his senior sister was so happy, his failures over the past few days seemed worth it. Immediately after, he brought out the food, yet his thoughts still lingered. The path to immortality was something to look forward to, walking together side by side. Heaven had truly been kind to him throughout this life. If his senior sister did not mind matters of gender, then he would continue cultivating alongside her. They both ate their meal together happily. Wang Xing made a firm resolution. If one day, senior sister understands and truly feels moved, I will try my best not to let her feel lonely. Indeed, on the mountain, the surroundings at night are incredibly peaceful. After finishing the meal, you were lying on the roof, looking at your phone. While you and your senior sister were focusing on your meditation, the plan to catch fish set by your master was still going smoothly. Following Wang Xing's suggestion, the investigation team was building a fake Chuyin temple to turn the tables. Once the fake Chuyin temple was completed, all kinds of news started to appear. You were reading the news while furrowing your brows. The article also featured an image of the demonic cultivator sitting cross-legged by a well, practicing his cultivation. These news stories were meant to draw the attention of others toward Chuyin Temple, which was more than 100 miles away from Sword Sect. Currently, Chuyin Temple had a large group of martial artists from the Fengshan clan preparing for battle, stationed there, and sometimes even experts from the Golden Core realm would display their overwhelming pressure. There is also a special team from the government overseeing the network. Indeed, they have done so to the point where truth and falsehood are intertwined. On the other hand, my master led the special investigation team to continue carrying out strikes against the Yinyang clan. Anyway, only with enough pressure can the opponent be forced into desperation, taking risks, releasing the ancient demon, and seeking help. And just like that, 2 months passed. Mao Yue quickly called him. She had just said, "Elder Wang hasn't even let her say anything," and you eagerly replied, "Time, location, I can leave at any moment." Hearing you say that, Mao Yue couldn't help but be startled. Does he already know everything? Mao Yue said with a stern face, "It's fine. Buyu Xianzi is still breaking through to the Golden Core realm, right? Elder Wang, just protect her. This matter can be handled by someone else. The opponent's strength isn't very strong." Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised. The opponent's strength wasn't that great, so wasn't the investigation team a bit too confident? Then, he looked at Mu Guanxian, who was practicing diligently. Senior sister had not entered seclusion yet. The time for pill formation had not come. On the contrary, for this battle, I do not want anyone to replace me. Meng Yue replied happily on the other end of the line. "All right, I choose you for this. I will immediately send someone to pick you both up." After turning off the machine, he immediately said to senior sister Mu Guanchuan, "Pack up a bit. We have no choice but to go fight the Yinyang All Things sect." She then happily replied, "Okay." Very soon after, the two of them quickly packed up and set off. Both looked ahead, their eyes filled with determination. Wang Xing said, "Finally, this day has arrived." Suddenly, his phone rang. Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. "Mao Yue, has she arrived so quickly?" Mao Yue shyly asked. "But Elder Wang, did you actually know what I just said earlier?" He replied nonchalantly, "Chuyin Temple." She let out a sigh, knowing he had misunderstood. The plan was not yet at the right moment to act. Mao Yue continued, "Actually, Yingdao, Galan, and Jinta, the 3 countries, plan to come to our Great Hua Kingdom for a cultivation exchange. What do you think? Do you need to go there? I've heard that the Yingdao nation is very arrogant." Wang Xing couldn't help but break into a sweat. An international exchange conference? Why did I never hear about it in my previous life? Upon meeting an old acquaintance again, he happily greeted, "Monk Huijing, it's been a long time." He smiled brightly. The little monk has made some progress in his cultivation and has been wanting to find Fei Yu to show off a bit. At this mention, he couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected Fei Yu to have already broken through to the Void Pill realm. He glanced over at Mu Guanxian, who had forcibly ascended using spirit stones and medicinal pills, and still needed time to consolidate his cultivation level. Forcibly advancing to the next rank still came with some after effects. At this point, he looked over at Mao Wei with a puzzled expression. Weren't there supposed to be 2 more people participating in the exchange? She seemed a bit downcast. That's right, but it seems like they've gone off to settle their personal grievances. Mu Guanxian quickly noticed. She casually pointed over there. Lu Yingji smiled brightly and approached to pay his respects to the three individuals. Lu Yingji has been disrespectful, he said, with Shi Tianzhong standing behind him, entangled in the covering leaves. As soon as Shi Tianzhong saw him, he began to cry and shouted loudly, "Wangxing, SOS." Wangxing sighed in helplessness. "Senior brother, let him go. Don't let others laugh at us." Mengzui, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel confused. "We will go inside first, then I will explain the details of this assembly to all of you." Entering the classroom, she immediately reported, "Is the recovery of primordial energy beneficial? As for the Great Transformation, we, the nations, have had our own cultivation methods since ancient times. But because of their management issues, overall development has not been as smooth and peaceful as ours. That is precisely why. In recent years, there has been talk internationally about the threat posed by the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom. The main goal is to force us to publicly reveal our cultivation methods. To put it bluntly, they are simply too greedy. This time, the other party has come here actually wanting to uncover the true nature of our inner workings. Therefore, Shi Tianzhong excitedly whispered. Mu Guanxian couldn't resist her curiosity and leaned in to listen. Wang Xing, based on the information, said that a few cultivators had started becoming arrogant, but in the end, they were slapped back to their senses by Qing Yinzi Taoist, which is why they quieted down. Mao Wei, full of enthusiasm, said loudly, "In this exchange tournament, if we win all, there will be no need to purposely lose to them. Anyway, this is not table tennis. Don't care about this matter either. Elder Wang, your personality is usually very calm, so it's fine if you're a little arrogant this time." He smiled wryly. "This is why Mu Guanxian, after the meeting took too long, ended up resting his head on your shoulder and falling asleep." Shi Tianzhong excitedly spoke. "Don't worry, showing off is my specialty. If Wangxing doesn't understand anything, he can just ask me." He looked at the eager young man in front of him and couldn't help but smile lightly. "I understand now." Scene changed to a grand hall. Everyone had gathered here, all present. The elders were arranged to sit together. Qing Yinzi and Shi Tianzhong's senior disciples sat next to each other. Mu Guanchuan and Shi Tianzhong, along with Wang Xing, sat together in the same place. Next are Monk Huijing and Lu Yunji. Everyone is attentively watching from the stands above. From outside the door, the guests slowly began to enter. The three individuals represent their respective countries, each with different attire and styles. The first person is the representative of the Gulan country team, their attire exuding a royal aura. Next is the representative team of Yingao country, dressed in a Japanese-inspired outfit, followed by the representative team of Jinta country. This time, Qing Yinzi was the host. He stepped forward and said loudly, "The youth of the future, the hope. Today, 3 countries are visiting our China to conduct exchanges with each other." The aura of the elder was extremely majestic. Qing Yinzi continued, "I hope everyone can help each other, make progress together, and contribute to the stability and peace of the world." The representative of Yingao quickly stepped forward and said, "I lost to Qing Yinzi yesterday, and it feels regrettable for the first match. Let my eldest disciple compete against Qing Yinzi's disciple." Immediately after that, Wang Sheng was called up to the stage to compete first. The person stepped forward, his voice deep and somber, looking at you before introducing himself. "Jia Bui, I humbly seek your guidance here." He also smiled faintly and bowed. "I am Wang Xing. Please give me your guidance." Immediately afterward, Wang Xing gently drew his sword and assumed a stance. "I don't know why, but when standing in front of you, Jia Bui, I can't help but break into a sweat." Immediately after that, he used all his strength, gritted his teeth, and charged forward with his sword. Jia Bui fiercely glared at Wang Xing, as if he were seeing his longtime enemy. And just like that, he struck fiercely towards him. A powerful internal force was unleashed, but what astonished Jia Bui was that his attack, standing before him, felt like a gentle breeze. Jia Bui couldn't believe his eyes. He stood dazed, gritting his teeth as he stared at the boy. The sword struck, but was easily blocked by Wang Xing, as if he were merely practicing. Not even the slightest fluctuation could be seen on Wang Xing's face. The girl following the Yingao representative whispered, "Master Jia Bui." He paused for a moment, and she continued speaking. Jia Bui just now used all of his strength and placed his hope in a single strike, which could be said to be a desperate move. He observed your move, unable to hide his surprise. Yet, the young man, with only a small sword, easily countered it. Using a little force would send Jia Bui flying. A little less, and he would be affected by the pressure. It seems that the difference in strength between Jia Bui and him is too great. Despite being attacked, he remained utterly bewildered. His hand seemed strong, yet it appeared light, gripping the sword tightly, skillfully maneuvering against his opponent. Wang Xing swept through with the sword, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "That young man controls his strength with great skill. It's truly astonishing. The outcome of the match was clear. Wang Xing respectfully cupped his hands and said to Jiabui, "I concede." His eyes showed a trace of reluctance, while Bei glanced sideways at him. Immediately afterward, he launched a sneak attack toward Wang Xing. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, then raised his sword in front of him, thinking, therefore, cultivating the Tao must first involve cultivating the heart. The two words self-respect are also very important. With this thought, his gaze became even more determined. Immediately after that, thousands of sword energies were quickly unleashed toward Jiabui. Wang Xing radiated a brilliant light, while on the other side, he could no longer move. The representative of Yingyao had lost all face. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Turn back, Jiabui." Reluctant, gritting his teeth, lowering his head, he was truly unconvinced, but he couldn't defy the order, so he sorrowfully turned around and left. Shi Tianzhong covered his mouth, chuckling. With this level, he's already lost, and still attempting a sneak attack. How shameless. Our Chinese cultivators really can't learn this. Meng Huaijing joined in. You can't say it like that. It is a kind of indomitable spirit, one that will never submit. He cunningly replied. The Zen master is not wrong, but we should not follow it, lest we be expelled from the sect. Qing Yinzi was modest, a young disciple, a bit mischievous. Please do not take it to heart. Everyone who comes is a guest. This kind of spirit is something our China should still have. My disciples are fortunate to have won this match. Do you wish to continue? At this moment, Wang Xing still stood proudly on the platform, representing Gulan country, arrogantly stepping forward. The swordsmanship, transcendent and ethereal like this, had many differences from the swordsmanship we pursued in terms of strength and speed. Immediately after, the girl glared, drew her sword, and channeled her inner strength. Her power illuminated the entire arena. Meng Huaijing felt indifferent, the saintly aura of the enhanced state amplifying her power. Shi Tianzhong put on his glasses, aware of this move. Over here, Mu Guanxian remained calm. She thought to herself, after all, I can't beat junior brother. Might as well just enjoy the meal. On this side, the girl raised her weapon high and shouted loudly, Judge sword. While Alan follows the righteous path. At that moment, a blinding beam of light spread everywhere. Wang Xing couldn't help but laugh inwardly, secretly mocking. Why does it sound so chaotic? Immediately after, the representative of Gulan country fiercely slammed the sword into the ground. The sword energy was just moments away from striking him, but Wang Xing remained calm and composed. Immediately after that, he also gripped the sword tightly, channeling his internal energy, pointing it straight up into the sky. Wang Xing's sword emitted a brilliant light, no less dazzling than the sword formation of the representative from Gulan country. It shattered, and she was flung off the sword, flying far away. In the end, it was still not enough to defeat you. The representative of Gulan country lost with just one blow. Her sword flew through the air, spinning several times. Then, the sword was struck with great force, stabbing straight into the ground. It almost spelled doom. The girl couldn't help but be startled and bewildered. The crowd on this side of Shi Tianzhong cheered loudly, not expecting Wang Xing to be so strong, defeating the knight's younger sister with a single strike. Yunfei followed up. What do you understand? Although Fei Yu only needed to use the 7-star steps, it's true that the opponent couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. But wait a moment, he continued. In a place like this, one can actually defeat the enemy head-on. This method of fighting is the most effective. The representative of Gulan country raised his index finger, admiringly. Having witnessed my strength, you're still far from being comparable to me. But there will come a day when I will challenge you again, cultivator of the Hua Kingdom, Wang Xing. You do not take your victory as a source of complacency. With hands clasped together, respectful, always ready. Next is the third match. The man has arrived in our Jinta country. Not much time had passed, and the two stood silently. A sharp whistle of wind pierced the air. Shi Tianzhong, bewildered, took off his glasses and asked, what just happened? Lu Yunji, sulking, replied, it seems like Fei Yu suddenly unleashed a sword strike. The two of them stared blankly at the person lying on the ground, then thought, had they won already? Meng Huaijing explained that the opponent used illusionary techniques to attack, but the reverse words were broken by the sword intent. Therefore, on the surface, the two just stood still. Having said that, he pretended to cough, as the cultivator from Jinta country was skilled in illusionary techniques. The record stated that the other two were somewhat guilty. I see now. After the competition, he returned to where Qing Yinzi was sitting and humbly said, Master, your disciple is fortunate not to have brought shame upon your command. He looked at him, unable to hide his satisfaction. You've worked hard. After talking to the master, he returned to his seat. Mu Guanxian stared intently, blinked, and gave a thumbs up to show her approval. Well done. Wang Xing smiled brightly upon seeing her and gestured with his finger, thanking his senior sister. At this moment, Xing Yinzi said loudly, "Just now, the incompetent disciple made a fool of himself. But today, since it is a rubbing and exchange, how about this? The 5 young disciples following me. Everyone can choose someone to spar with however they like." Hearing him speak, everyone here fell silent and contemplative. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Tianzhong let out a wicked laugh, raised his hand, and said, "Taoist elder, may I introduce myself first?" The remaining 4 people were struck as if by a lightning bolt. "Speak, brother." Hesitating, I pretended to cough a few times, then paused for a moment, realizing I might have said something wrong. Shi Tianzhong quickly corrected. "What this junior dares to say is that, in fact, the seating arrangement for the 5 of us is with good reason. You may choose your opponent according to your own strength. This is also a small gesture of concern from our Hua kingdom." Shi Tianzhong began to explain. "To put it in terms of imagery, I am the embodiment of simplicity and difficulty." Then he pointed at Lu Yunji, the beautiful girl dropping her eggs beside me, as the level of difficulty. Normally, Lu Yunji glanced over and couldn't help but feel frustrated, as if she wanted to punch that chatterbox. Next is Monk Huijing, the celestial master beside him, whose difficulty level is also high. Then comes Wang Sheng, the sword cultivator, handsome and elegant, with extraordinary divine martial prowess. What was just now was the difficulty of hell. Finally, there is Mu Guanxian, the immortal maiden by his side. The difficulty of the heavenly realm is such that it could easily take people to heaven, yet she calmly ate her cake, indifferent to the world. He began to boast incessantly, "Even though your masters, I would estimate, would also be hung up by the fairy to be beaten." The last 2 sentences should not be translated. It was a slip of the tongue. Monk Huijing could not help but feel frustrated at this moment. Later, Wang Xing must definitely discuss the rights to expound the Tao with Shi Tianzhong. Lu Yunji was no exception. He glanced at Shi Tianzhong, thinking of calculating a portion for himself. His words were clearly meant to incite hostility between the 2 of us. Lu Yunji guessed, which family would be so shameless as to challenge Shi Tianzhong? But man's plans cannot compare to his opponents. Shi Tianzhong's face turned pale, and the layers of skin on his face seemed as if they were about to crack. Let alone the fact that there was actually someone with an arrogant face, holding a sword and advancing forward. The person quickly stepped onto the stage. "I am also the weakest contestant on our representative team." He looked at Shi Tianzhong with little goodwill. "Better to rub shoulders with you a bit. You and I can also prove things to each other." Shi Tianzhong, aggressive and enraged, grabbed the talisman and sought guidance. In his mind, he silently thought, "This script is wrong. Shouldn't you directly go and have a fight with Lu's sister?" Behind, Monk Huijing held back his laughter, mocking, "Ahmad Buddha. Dr. Shi Tianzhong, go for it." Lu Yunji also held back his laughter, his entire body trembling, then assigned him the simple difficulty level. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel irritated. The person immediately drew his sword and charged forward to strike. Before him, he shouted fiercely, "First book." Then, he lunged forward. But immediately after that, Shi Tianzhong's talisman gently flew over. He couldn't help but startle. A loud explosion rang out at the same time. Next, a pair of golden wings quickly appeared, illuminating the entire area. Shi Tianzhong smiled smugly and flew up to ask again, "Is it really just a simple level of difficulty? Why are you so hopeless?" He spoke, forming a hand seal. At this moment, the opposing side was somewhat shaken. That person fumbled, unsure of how to respond. At the same time, the fire of Shi Tianzhong fiercely shot straight through that person. Unexpectedly, the power of Shi Tianzhong was so terrifying. He could only look up at the sky in a daze. The protective wall built by the other person was ruthlessly destroyed by Shi Tianzhong. His fire sparks, like arrows, aggressively rained down. The representative of Yingdao, witnessing this scene, feared that his people would lose their lives at Shi Tianzhong's hands, so he shouted loudly, "We surrender." At this moment, Shi Tianzhong quickly landed. This spell of mine cannot control its power. Moreover, my strength is far inferior to Wang Xing's. He shamelessly explained, "Wang Xing might have held back in time, but I didn't retract my move, causing you to get injured. I truly apologize." The man lay flat on the ground, his head spinning. Although victory and defeat were common, the young hero could try again, yet even the simplest difficulty was beyond my reach. "Sir, how about restarting your life altogether?" And in the second match, Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Indeed, the warrior dared to speak of his tragic life in front of Lu Yunji. Also dumbfounded, but this one is clearly seeking death himself, isn't he? This match was Mu Guanxian's turn to take the stage, and her face showed no sign of hesitation. The person was wearing armor. His face was tense, looking extremely cool. Monk Huijing couldn't help but sigh. The boss of a small shop at level 1, Fighting a full-level novice monk, there's nothing more to say. And of course, it goes without saying, everyone knows the outcome. Mu Guanxian seemed like an immortal fairy, effortlessly defeating her opponent with a single strike. Shi Tianzhong covered his mouth and smiled slyly. I told you, the difficulty is heaven grade. After several rounds of duels, the momentum of the Yingniao people gradually faded. They were no longer as arrogant as they had been in the beginning. Wang Xing quietly observed them. Yingniao. From the beginning, it seemed like they were plotting something big. What exactly were they planning to do? Right after that, the representative of Yingdao took the stage to speak. The interpreter relayed, today, it is an incredibly rare opportunity to meet such an outstanding young cultivator. Although it does not align with our principles, we have one excessive request. He was targeting Wang Xing. Hopefully, the sword cultivator would step up once again and compete against our two contestants, who are skilled in strange techniques. He secretly laughed to himself, so it was because of this move. The translator continued, we do not wish to compete for victory in such a manner. Even if we win, it would bring no honor. We just want to verify our skills a bit. Can you gain any advantage over a sword Dao cultivator? Shi Tianzhong sneered and said loudly, have you no shame? Lu Yingyi couldn't hold back and cursed. Shameless. He remained seated in silence, not saying a word. Qing Yanzi quickly stepped forward and placed a hand on Wang Xing's shoulder. He gently said, Wang Xing, try to see for yourself how many people you can handle at once to have them all step onto the field simultaneously. If they want to embarrass themselves like this, then let them. Use the heavenly sword of the Zodiac to deal with them. You quickly obeyed and responded with a yes. And immediately after that, the representative of Yingdao led the two girls onto the arena. At the same time, Wang Xing quickly stepped forward. He immediately drew his sword, looked at the opponent, and said, it's just iron rubbing together. No need to be too particular about the form. You need not differentiate between young or old, big or small. Go for it in one go, buddy. As he spoke, he swung his sword in a slash. In the Void Pill realm, the central area of sword energy swept through, causing the two girls behind him to instinctively cover their faces with their hands. He stood firm, shouting loudly, if that is the case, please point out a few things for the two young ones behind me. The representative of Dao Island couldn't help but be shocked internally. His hand clenched into a fist. The strength of this young man isn't any weaker than mine? Indeed, the cultivators of China cannot be underestimated. Wang Xing silently observed his opponent, not daring to underestimate him either. The three of them stood in silence, staring at each other. The two girls were also filled with killing intent, beginning to channel their internal energy. Suddenly, the two quickly raised their hands to remove the discreet clothing they were wearing, gradually revealing the bold attire underneath, along with hidden weapons attached all over their bodies. The beauty of the two women was also enhanced by a touch of sharpness. Both quickly assumed their stances, looked at him, and said, please give us your guidance. 91 Shi Tianzhong, upon seeing the opponent, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Yunji glanced sideways and remarked, pay attention, don't embarrass us. Monk Huijing also added, Buddha, it is just pink bones. At the same time, all three couldn't help but panic as someone exuded an overwhelming killing intent, staring at the opponent. Mu Guanxian looked at the two girls in front of him like a demon, then shamelessly seduced his junior disciple, wanting to beat them so badly. Can you let me take the field instead? Wang Xing, with a face full of confidence, remained unfazed, looking towards the two fiery opponents. At the same time, two figures in pink swiftly disappeared, leaving only two streams of internal energy in their wake. Both of them aggressively charged at him, launching relentless attacks. But of course, it was only a replica created by Wang Xing. One of them quickly took a dart from her hand and threw it straight at him. Fuang Tang lightly dodged, but he couldn't help but think about the movement techniques of these two. It seems like I've met her somewhere before. Immediately, you recall the fierce battle back at the hospital. It was that nurse, no mistake about it. So, it was her. Wang Xing quickly gave an answer. The Yinyang clan is indeed connected to the higher-ups of the Cherry Blossoms. You began unleashing deadly swords. The family head made a firm decision. If that's the case, then I no longer need to hold back. Looking at those two women, Wang Xing felt disgusted. Old grudges and new ones. Today, he had to reclaim some interest. The so-called extraordinary techniques of yours are merely like this. As for techniques that are slightly more profound, without any form of footwork, they are simply a simplified version of the Hua Kingdom's 8 trigrams transformation technique. You began raising your voice. Back then, all of you in the Hua Kingdom followed so many different cultivation paths, unless you've all already gone through 7 reincarnations. The representative Yingdao, without changing his expression, said, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Immediately afterward, he stepped forward to introduce himself. Hikawa acknowledges your teachings. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but feel displeased. rushing forward to beat the child, but then an old man arrived. Was it still possible? Before you could finish speaking, Qing Yanzi interrupted. Wangxing, it's not your character to show off your talents like this. Why are you being so aggressive today? He silently observed. Could it be that he had discovered something over here? Wangxing spoke up, inviting. Immediately after that, he let out a loud shout, then used all his strength to charge toward you. Of course, Wangxing quickly turned around and dodged. But that was not all. Hikawa continued to charge forward with his sword after his failed attack on him. You used your bare hands to form a sword, slashing horizontally across the neck, causing Hikawa to let out a cry and be sent flying far away. As soon as his foot touched the ground, more than 10 sword chi quickly pierced through, leaving Hikawa momentarily stunned. You covered one of your eyes with your hand. The move you just used was the 7-star language sword technique. The sword chi he shot out slashed powerfully towards him. Hikawa, caught off guard, was struck by a blow across his shoulder. Shi Tianzhong cheered loudly. Wangxing's might. Take down that damn old man. On this side, Lu Yunji also eagerly asked, Monk Weijing, what do you think? He laughed heartily and answered indifferently. If he wanted to take Fei Yu's life, he would have already fallen. The swordsmanship of this person also reaches a certain level. If the immortal grade flying sword of Fei Yu were excluded, it wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Even though the chances of winning are slim, it wouldn't be as tragic as it is now. Hikawa, at this moment, his hair disheveled, couldn't believe his eyes. The demonic sect, how could this young man be so powerful? But he wondered. Unfortunately, the sword-controlling technique was Fei Yu's method. Why isn't he using Wangxing? I haven't even used half of my true power yet, so why don't you all join forces and attack together? If you can force me to use the family's strongest sword technique, how will I admit defeat today? Immediately after that, the group of people from Yingao Island charged forward together, ready to fight him. Shi Tianzhong shouted angrily outside. Is the DM bullying us because there are fewer of us? Qing Yanzi had to calm him down. Stay calm. Wangxing thought to himself. Evil cultivators are meant to be killed. Since they are evil cultivators, there should be no mercy. Even though China pursues peace, the enmity between Yingdao and China cannot be forgotten. As for myself, I must investigate whether there are members of the Yingyang All Things sect within the Yingyao nation. Now I represent China. I represent the seniors who have ventured into battle. The energy of heaven and earth has been restored, and ninjutsu and martial arts have been restored as well. Do you all think that you have been blessed? Stirring, probing, causing waves, revealing a sinister face. Today, you must know. The true hero of the Vietnamese people is the real powerhouse standing on this earth. Allow me to express some patriotism here. He drew his longsword and pointed it straight at Hikawa with a face full of challenge. Wangxing closed his eyes, feeling his opponent continuously moving around him. One could say that danger lurked everywhere. Some of them wielded swords and charged forward, while others threw darts. Although the enemies were full of energy, he still stood there motionless, with no sign of action. Suddenly, it was as if an electric current ran through his body. Wangxing was momentarily stunned. Immediately afterward, he swiftly swung his sword, making several light cuts in the center, sending the opponent flying far away. At the same time, he used his bare hands, forgetting everything, to reach the central acupoint, and a surge of internal energy rapidly and powerfully burst forth. Around Wangxing, a powerful circle of blue light enveloped him. Anyone who approached was struck and severely injured. He looked down upon Yingdao's swordsmanship, thinking that the techniques of the ninja were nothing more than this. If there were any other tricks, let them be used. Hikawa quickly pointed his finger up. At the same time, a group of masked assassins charged toward him, continuing their assault. At this moment, outside the arena, Shi Tianzhong could no longer hold back his anger. Frustrated, he rushed forward, cursing these shameless little demons. Wangxing, let me. Lu Yunji and Monk Weijing had to work together to restrain this battle-hungry horse. This is not your concern. Stay here quietly. Ba. Fei Yu has his own thoughts, so don't cause any more trouble. Shi Tianzhong struggled frantically, yet out of nowhere, a slender hand gently patted him, causing him to stagger in a daze. Mu Guanxian remained indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Lu Yunji and Monk Weijing, upon seeing this, were filled with fear. She didn't say much because the language of Mu Guanxian was inherently not fluent. Trust the junior disciple. On this side, the group kept shouting loudly to encourage each other, urging them to advance and not retreat. There is only one opponent left, and we are certain to win. Yingdao Cultivator, #1 in the world. You strike while observing carefully. Hikawa still stands motionless over there, as if watching a play. Wangxing, frustrated, still refuses to make a move. Finally, he took a step forward. He is just a young sword cultivator, yet his abilities have already overshadowed the majority of our people. The Taoist cultivation world of China is truly powerful. Ingdao, we must definitely fight against the enemy. Only now has he gained the ability to suppress them. It seems that the power of this sword formation is so immense that it prevents him from diverting his attention, using this strange sword technique. If that's the case, our side will definitely win. Thinking of this, he finally decided to charge forward. At the same time, behind him, a silver-haired death warrior with a dagger stealthily rushed toward him. But it seemed that Wang Xing could see the old man's actions as he revealed a sly smile. Immediately after that, the term Sword of the Violet Heavenly Sword was thrown out. He slashed quickly into the air, his movements so fast that no one could catch a glimpse of what he was doing. This attack was so powerful that the old man behind Hikawa was momentarily stunned. The internal force shot out like a rocket, piercing through the city wall. A loud explosion followed immediately after. Hikawa didn't even dare to look back. If he were hit by that move, his life would likely be in grave danger. But it was not only Hikawa, but everyone, including Qing Yanzi, who was all stunned by this attack. Wang Sheng immediately spoke up. I am still too young, and my swordsmanship cultivation is still not enough in the end. I have used my strongest move, and according to the rules, I have lost. Saying this, he let out a long sigh full of regret. Then, Wang Sheng continued to congratulate you on your victory. Hikawa, at this moment, was still in a daze. Over here, the three ruthless individuals covered their mouths and chuckled softly. Shi Tianzhang had a straightforward personality. This is the highest realm of admitting defeat. How did you learn this move from Wang Xing? Truly ruthless. Immediately after, he regretfully turned his face away, leaving behind the group of people from Cherry Blossom Island, standing stiff as statues. He approached Qing Yanzi, bowed respectfully, but had already transmitted a message through sound to inform his master. Wang Xing had just sat down when his phone rang. Messages poured in relentlessly. It turns out that they had formed a group called the Fixed Immortal Cultivation Team. Little Monk Huijing invited Lu Yunji from Mao Mountain to join the group and have a conversation. Little Monk Huijing invited Shi Tianzhang from the Longhu Mountain sect to join the group and have a conversation. Monk Huijing spoke. Ba, those young ones from Ingao are likely to be haunted by their thoughts. Shi Tianzhang replied indifferently, although it was Wang Xing who dug the hole. But no one is pushing them to jump down either. Having no shame, playing the game of surrounding and attacking, and still getting beaten. What's so pitiful about this? Lu Yunji replied. This makes a lot of sense. Ingao has a grudge against us, so there's no need for any face. Shi Tianzhang began torturing everyone. Wang Xing is formidable. Wang Xing VIP Pro, I want to bear children for Wang Xing. Immediately after, Shi Tianzhang of the Longhushan sect was silenced. Monk Huijing wondered, why is Fei Yu targeting Ingdao so specifically today? You explain. I suspect they are connected to the Yin-Yang All Things sect. For example, those ninjas, their body movements are somewhat similar to a nun from the Yin-Yang sect who once attempted to assassinate Shi Tianzhang. Hearing this, Shi Tianzhang couldn't help but stare blankly in his direction, his face filled with confusion as he had no idea what was happening. He continued, just now, I deliberately injured them. When I returned, I also reminded Master. Now, Master wants to use the excuse of healing them to probe their cultivation techniques. Here, Qing Yanzi is open-minded. The young person does not understand. Don't keep it inside. It didn't hurt your bones, did it? At my place, I have my alchemy apprentice, a sword fanatic, who acts recklessly and causes trouble. Mu Guanxian asked. If that's the case, wouldn't it be enough to capture them and use ROI to strike? Why does it have to be so troublesome? Hearing her speak, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Xing looked at his senior sister, a woman so strong, and couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. A moment later, he sent another message. I just received news that Okamoto Nishikawa has learned a bit of the martial arts technique from the Yin-Yang All Things sect. Now let them go ahead. After collecting 10 pieces of intelligence, we will take action. It may be possible to organize a delegation to Ingdao once. Be sure to keep it confidential. Haiken replied, although Ingdao's gaming skills have not been great in recent years, ACG is still worth experiencing. Lu Yunji spoke up. They have some ancient architecture that is quite interesting. One can enjoy it a bit. Someone else chimed in. Look, a human beheading. Immediately after that, Shi Tianzhang of the Longhushan sect was kicked out of the group by the leader of the sword cultivators, Fei Yu. Everyone fully agreed with this action of his. Time passed quickly, and eventually, the grand exchange event concluded at the hotel. Everyone was playing cards together. Li Ji spoke up. Wang Sheng, next, will you and senior sister return to the mountain to cultivate, or what? Shi Tianzhang interjected. If it's about going to fight against the demonic cultivators, count me in. Monk Huijing continued. Ba, why is the cultivator Shi Tianzhang somewhat dissatisfied? Be careful, You might be taken away by a group. He quickly became enraged. What nonsense is that filthy monk spouting? Wangxing laughed happily. Let's see how the master arranges it. If Monk Huijing isn't in a hurry, then we can wait a few more days. We have a great movie, and we want to act in it. Shi Tianzhong grinned wickedly. Wangxing, what kind of movie is this? Wangxing frowned darkly. You're so clueless, it's a secret. At the same time, a knock on the door echoed. Is Elder Wang here? Ming Wei came to report. The matter of the Purple Cliff Temple is settled. Although Master Shi and Master Lu were not originally on the list for the plan, their masters are participants in the operation, so it is acceptable for them to listen in as well. Through the plan, we have unraveled many hypotheses regarding the great battle between the ancient demon and the Temple of Ziyan. The demonic cultivators believe that the righteous cultivators suffered significant and heavy losses due to the battle, which lured them into taking action. According to the plan, the next few days, we will issue a nationwide extermination order against the demonic cultivators, but at this critical moment, chaos erupts at Ziyan Temple. By then, you will receive the news of the rescue. The rescue operation for Ziyan Temple will begin as planned. The plan was originally like this, but due to some reasons, it will change slightly. Elder Wang is truly sorry. Although the team leader had always helped the sect in stopping the research institute before, this time the institute has found support from higher-ups. It's possible they will meet with you and Buyu Xianzi. He sighed. I understand. Whatever is meant to come can't be avoided. He quickly sat down at the meeting table. The next day, Wangxing invited everyone here mainly to focus on the immortal maiden number 01 from before and the matter they had encountered. He reassured Scholar Ma, don't worry, I will definitely say everything I know. Qing Yinzi pretended to cough a few times. Regarding the immortal maiden, there was nothing as my two disciples had mentioned. The immortal being also did not know some of the news. I can add more. But I also hope that after you all listen, you won't be pessimistic or negative. Wangxing was confused. Master, isn't this the secret treasure of the sect that Master Lu passed down to us? Inside the golden tablet, it seemed as though a voice echoed. My lineage. Is there anyone left after me? Half an hour later, the professor was surprised. Tangan, that is the new immortal's spirit cave. Where did this image material come from? Why do we only see him there, speaking in a way that we cannot understand his language? Qing Yinzi speculated that this might be a communication jade talisman recently used by immortals. It could only be activated by someone at the Golden Core realm or higher. The language used by the ancestor might be the ancient dialect of the immortals. I have prepared the translation in the letter, writing. The ways of the world are truly unpredictable, making one sigh and lament. I never expected that one day, my journey would come to an end and I would leave behind a testament. I will recount everything that has transpired. I only hope that in the future, when you soaring immortals leave this world, you will not cause disasters due to linguistic discrepancies. Since ancient times, the myriad things of the universe were once a piece of chaos, gradually forming under the pull of the great Tao and the immortal and saint realms. Thus, the beings of the various tribes were born, and the immortals also appeared and drove the tribes out of the immortal sacred realm. Hundreds of millions of years ago, Emperor Hao Tian, after uniting the immortal saint domain and the star domain into the immortal realm, sought to assimilate the great Tao of the universe, but unexpectedly encountered the great Tao descending to block him. Not only did he fail, but it also entangled countless immortals, resulting in the loss of the immortal clan. Chaos ensued, with countless powerful beings, once driven away by them, seizing the opportunity to return and kill. In the end, the immortal realm was destroyed. The leader of the immortal clan at that time, Emperor Ziwei, along with the celestial court immortals, protected the children of Emperor Hao Tian, rushing into a forbidden place of the immortals. The professor was greatly astonished, saying, So, the beings known as immortals were a super-advanced civilization. After being defeated, they fled to Earth to seek refuge. Qing Yinzi interrupted. Let me finish what I was about to say. Initially, on Earth, there was a branch of a race that shared the same origin and lineage as the immortals, called the Hu Dam. After the immortals discovered Earth, they immediately used a formation to conceal it and transmitted their teachings to the Hu Dam clan, leading to a resonance with the Great Tao. Although the teachings had been passed down, the immortals were unwilling to fade away in such a manner, especially since time on Earth flowed 100 times slower than in the outside world. They cannot delay any longer. Therefore, 1,300 years ago, the immortals decided to break out of the immortal and restore their former glory. Before leaving, they had completely sealed off the Earth's chi to prevent the enemy from finding this place. But after the otherworldly beings learned that the immortal had appeared, they immediately united their forces to launch a full-scale assault on the immortal race. The casualties among the immortals were heavy. The 13th princess among them died on the way back to Earth due to the severity of her injuries. Having said that, he couldn't help but sigh, and the ancient organization that had waged the final Great War had brought this box back to Earth to warn us. If we have someone who can ascend, we must absolutely not reveal the location of Earth to avoid causing a disaster. Wang Xing wondered, isn't the ultimate goal of the immortal pursuit immortality and freedom? Why must one control all things in heaven and earth? Everyone is discussing the female corpse, and yet it turns out to be the princess of the heavenly court. The ratio between the speed of the Earth's rotation and the outside world is 100. What causes this? Wang Xing silently guessed. Emperor Hao Tian, driven by personal desires, caused the collapse of the immortal realm, leading to the tragic end of the Lord of the Heavens. Perhaps the heavenly court is not as splendid as we once thought. Right after everyone finished discussing, it was already afternoon. Seeing you dazed, Qing Yinzi spoke up. What's wrong? Did the content of the conference just now shake your doubt heart? The words he spoke startled him momentarily. Qing Yinzi continued. I originally planned to reveal the patriarchs when you were all ready to face the tribulation. However, becoming an immortal is not an easy task. Focus on your cultivation. Mu Guanxian quickly rubbed his head, offering a comforting gesture. Wang Xing smiled brightly and said, I understand now, master. Mu Guanxian made a gesture, speaking to him. Wang Xing was surprised and replied to his senior sister. You are saying that we should undergo the tribulation of the soaring immortal together, and then go outside to see how things are. You began to worry. In the previous life, senior sister was acquainted with the princess of the heavenly court. That's a background that surely isn't low with such talent. This life, there will likely be no obstacles 80% of the time, but I am just a mortal. What should I do if senior sister becomes an immortal and I can't keep up? What is unclear about this? I possess the Tao of Emperor Ziwei, and Master Lu has a master and a senior sister guiding him. Thinking of this, he smiled wickedly. If he couldn't become an immortal, then dying with his head buried in his senior sister's embrace would be just fine. Before he could finish his thought, he was punched on the head. Why did you suddenly not want to become immortal anymore? In the evening, everyone began to act. Shi Tianzhong shouted, Damn, are we starting the operation now? Wang Xing hasn't even arrived yet. There's no sense of safety at all. Lu Yunji glanced over. If you're scared, then step back a few paces. Monk Huijing and I will take care of it. Shi Tianzhong clicked his tongue and said, I, as a disciple of the Central Heavenly Master sect of Longhu Mountain, should be afraid of those heretical cultivators? Monk Huijing spoke. You two don't need to be so tense. Tonight is just a minor scene, after all. Very quickly, immediately afterward, the police shouted loudly, people inside, lie down on the spot. The police were chasing dangerous criminals, and the demonic cultivators, of course, would not cooperate. Kill these police officers, kill one, reward 5 pills of medicine. Mao Wei here reported the situation. The main ringleader of the enemy has taken advantage of the chaos to break out of the warehouse. Drone, quickly, lock onto the target. Teams 5 and 6, pay attention. They have gone in your direction. On this side, the rogue cultivators who had fled cursed loudly in frustration. Damn it, these government dogs. Their noses are too sharp. Monk Huijing immediately rushed out and blocked their way. You three, strike together. The Buddha is compassionate, and your heavenly sovereign will forgive you. Immediately after, Monk Huijing quickly shouted, channel your internal energy. The defense value increases, the upper limit of endurance rises, and the critical hit rate is doubled. He recites the Great Diamond Sutra, the Arhat Buddha's light shielding, protecting against 100 evil forces from invasion. The 3 evil cultivators were startled and said to each other, there is an ambush, kill this monk quickly. But of course, Monk Huijing could never allow them to have their way. He quickly drew his weapon and fiercely struck at one of them. The Buddha's light radiated, surrounding him, causing the man to be slightly startled. He opened his mouth in confusion. The talismans surrounded him. Monk Huijing continuously emitted a brilliant halo. At the same time, the evil cultivator was flung far away. At this moment, Lu Yunji also refused to fall behind. He quickly gathered his inner strength and charged forward, executing the technique, Shangqing Lu Ming Ti Lai Leijian. At this moment, the protective circle they were using to defend rapidly began to crack with long fissures. One of the evil female cultivators concealed her entire appearance. She said nothing, silently continuing to channel her inner energy. The attack was viciously launched toward Lu Yunji. At this moment, he was also filled with fighting spirit as he charged forward. Seeing Lu Yunji in danger, Shi Tianzhong quickly rushed to his aid. Lu Yunji, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. The two Vajra talisman and Vital Chi talisman were quickly affixed to Lu Yunji's body to replenish his strength. However, the damnable fellow went ahead and stuck them onto his two vital acupoints. Lu Yunji, enraged, shouted, "Damn it, when we get back, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Shi Tianzhong covered his mouth and grinned mischievously. "Ha, Lu Yunji, you really don't understand people's hearts." Both quickly coordinated to deal with the female demonic cultivator. One strike from Lu Yunji caused her to panic and flee in order to evade it. But in the end, she was still struck by that bolt of lightning. The female demonic cultivator screamed in pain. Below, another person was also fleeing. Just at that moment, he was hit by an attack, leaving him no time to retaliate. At the same time, another person struck fiercely toward the two of them. Both quickly glanced over, the sharp internal energy of the sword blade rushing toward them, and they were immediately struck with horror, realizing there was no time left. At the same moment, a powerful and sharp internal force rushed toward the evil cultivator, fiercely stabbing him in the chest. The female evil cultivator also had her throat slashed in one stroke. The fat evil cultivator, who was being electrocuted, watched as his comrades fell. He was somewhat afraid. Seeing Wang Xing standing tall there, Shi Tianzhong, as if meeting an idol, joyfully shouted, "Wang Xing." Immediately after, he quickly landed. Why is it that only everyone is blocking the demonic cultivators, but no one else has been arranged? Monk Huijing explained. Tonight, Team 5 has been too active. There's a bit of a crowding issue. Feiyu quickly entered, and it would be enough for us to keep watch here. Wang Xing smiled brightly. No need, senior sister, I've already gone in. Inside, loud noises rang out simultaneously. Mu Guanxian single-handedly wiped out a group of evil cultivators with just a gentle flick of her hand. No one knew what she did, but even the walls cracked. Shi Tianzhong turned pale. Wang Xing, senior sister, were short on attendance, not the kind who shout ding 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 like that. Wang Xing silently broke into a cold sweat. Perhaps we don't need to compensate for the construction losses, do we? A meeting was held immediately afterward. Maui reported that the result of the interrogation of the captured evil cultivator was that he was merely a lackey. Namtatu was killed by Elder Wang. That was the primordial immortal who had intelligence from the Yin-Yang sect. Monk Huijing wondered, how are the operations in other areas going now? Mao flipped through the documents. 3 out of 4 teams have successfully completed their missions. Right now, I'll share some of the results with everyone. As of tonight, we've captured 32 evil cultivators and killed 642 people. Wang Sheng sighed with regret. Sometimes, being too fast with the sword isn't a good thing. Mu Guanxian patted his head, offering a comforting gesture. Meng Yue continued. The main issue is that we didn't mention needing to keep a living witness before, not to mention we're short on people right now. The requirement of the Yin-Yang sect for the primordial immortal no longer concerns cultivation level, but instead whether the person is quick-witted. Shi Tianzhong pondered. So that's how it is. Is it really possible to become a primordial immortal just by having a flexible mind? Lu Yunji replied. That's true. Cultivation can improve, but expanding the mind is quite difficult. Monk Huijing also added. It can be seen that the Yin-Yang sect has already started to weaken. Mao Wei continued to examine the statistics table, which listed over 260 people from the Yin-Yang sect, the majority of them at the embryonic soul formation realm. Shi Tianzhong glanced at the embryonic soul formation realm, deeming it unworthy. So why would someone risk their life to reach the embryonic soul formation realm? Wang Xing was focusing on his research tonight, and it seemed like the results were not bad. It seemed that he had already used all the intelligence collected by the investigation team over the past period. Mu Guanxian thought to himself, as he couldn't play on his phone while studying, so he decided to mess with his junior brother. Based on that, he speculated that there would likely be new arrangements from the Yin-Yang sect as well. It's just that it's definitely different from the arrangement of these two people. Shi Tianzhong was excited. Wa Kingdom dares to touch my brothers. Gather the troops, let's risk everything and fight them to the end. Monk Huijing also chimed in. Our sect has suffered heavy losses, but we still have strength left. Quickly, go summon the 8 great gods. Lu Yunji on this side had a gloomy expression, wondering why he was dragged into playing the role of a character. Wang Xing also sighed deeply and walked away. As long as everyone was happy, Mao Yue covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. The report is finished, everyone. We have discovered the stronghold of the evil cultivators. We were just about to take action. Everyone soon found the place where the demonic cultivator was hiding. Monk Huijing murmured. Ba, this time it's actually a group of demonic cultivators using Yin to replenish Yang. Shi Tianzhong sighed. Why don't you see female demonic cultivators taking in Yang to supplement their Yin? Lu Yunji shot a glare, wanting to become the victim. Shi Tianzhong excitedly recounted. All right. If it hadn't been for my excessive indulgence back then, I wouldn't have ended up tumbling over when I was breaking through the embryonic soul formation realm. Monk Huijing was curious. What? Could it be that Master Shi Tianzhong had said before? All the trouble was caused by the ignorance of youth. That day, I ate vegetables 3 times a day without fail. The convoy of the special investigation team quickly rushed over, in haste. Mengyue hurriedly informed. You are in an emergency situation. Quickly, Wangxing, get on the carriage. What has happened? Mengyue delivered the items to Chuyin Temple. Something happened. Just now, we received a report that the ancient demon at Chuyin Temple has shown signs of activity. Currently, there are already 10 grandmasters working to suppress the demonic energy. We need all of you to assist. Wangxing quickly said, notify a few more experts. That way we can add some more assurance. Maoyue quickly replied, Elder Wang, don't worry. We are already mobilizing people. You don't need to be so anxious. The plan has already begun, but the reason is, I don't know why I feel so uneasy. The time shifted back several hours ago. At this moment, in a strange place, a seductive voice echoed, Master, 14 primordial immortals have been killed or captured. We have already lost 10.5% of our combat strength. The remaining name also continued. The sect leader of Hua Kingdom has been prepared for a long time and will definitely continue the attack next. We find it very difficult to find a hiding place. The sect leader instructed the various factions to continue hiding. The elders are to maintain their concealment. I have received reliable news. The Hua Kingdom is merely attempting to lure us into gathering our strength to take action. He has ordered a retreat. Remember this. No matter what happens, do not reveal any signs of movement. The 2 shadows bowed their heads, complying with the sect leader's command. Immediately after that, his phone rang. The voice on the other end got straight to the point. I've changed my mind. How about this time we use strategy against strategy, eliminate a few key righteous forces, and prepare for our future plans? The Sound Lord asked again, do you want to take action? The person who called said this time is not a bad opportunity. Even if we fail, it will not drain too much of our strength. I once visited Chuyin Temple and observed the layout there. Right now, the ancient demon may have regained some of its strength. I just need to find the right opportunity to release the ancient demon, and those righteous sects will naturally go all out, seeking their own death. The leader of the Yin sect quickly agreed. If you have already made up your mind, then let's do it that way. On this side, everyone fought fiercely together against a female ancient demon sorceress, the master of Shi Tianzhong. She shouted loudly, those beneath the void pill realm, retreat. Do not let this ancient demon cause disaster to all beings. After giving the command, the master quickly channeled her inner strength and yelled, Grand Demon Sealing Formation, activate. The ancient demon was swiftly suppressed by his inner strength. It struggled, using both hands to resist. The image of the ancient demon was quickly displayed on the laptop screen. At a certain corner of Nantujia's age, Monk Huijing couldn't help but exclaim, Adi de fat. This effect, this atmosphere. Perfect Lu Yunji also chimed in. Along the way we came here. How many videos is this now? The production team really pays a lot of attention to detail. Shi Tianzhong added, Master, I have one more line. Has the male lead, the handsome one, not run yet? Maoyue said, this is a video that we intentionally released to the outside. If this still can't shake those evil cultivators, then we can only accept our bad luck. Right now, the entire area at the mountaintop has been arranged with the Great Wind and Elemental Formation. There are numerous people stationed both on and beneath the mountain. Once the Yin-Yang sect enters, we will immediately activate the formation. At that point, they will be in a situation where they can neither advance nor retreat. Everyone must continue pretending to be dead. Shi Tianzhong said, to lure the evil cultivators, it's not just about building a fake temple, but making it look real like this. This trap must have cost quite a bit of money. But in the end, will those evil cultivators actually fall for it? Wangxing replied, the plan is bound to fail. At most, the opponent won't fall for the bait, right? Chuyin Temple truly cannot be neglected, Maoyue spoke. Elder Wang, rest assured. The preparation for the upcoming battle is almost complete. Moreover, the strength of those high monks is not to be underestimated. He fell silent and pondered. After ascending the mountain, he still could not sense his master's aura, nor did he know where his master had gone. The scene shifts deep underground. Chuyin Temple glanced around and then asked, what is the current situation? A staff member reported, Taoist Elder, rest assured, we have currently discovered over 60 Void Pill Realm demonic cultivators appearing beneath the mountain. They have gathered at the mountain's rear and have already started preparing to attack the mountain. You wonder why there are no Golden Core Realm cultivators? Could they have infiltrated the group? While thinking, the voice of the attendant rang out, Taoist Elder. At the demon abyss well, the demonic aura suddenly surged. This startled him. What? Immediately after, Qing Yinzi instructed everyone. Stay here and continue with the plan. Recently, I've been studying a bit about the 5 movement techniques, specifically earth movement, to see how it works. Hearing him speak like that, Jingyan felt a bit worried and instructed her senior brother to be careful. He turned to look at the old monk. Master Feng, your Buddhist teachings have the power to suppress demons. Come with me. Master Ru Feng smiled cheerfully. Are you truly not afraid of troubling this humble monk? Immediately after that, both quickly used their earth escape technique to assess the situation. Inside Chuyin Temple, the atmosphere was so peaceful that it became infuriating. At the mouth of the well, the monks sat together in a circle, working in unison to prevent the ancient demon from escaping. Qing Yinzi just arrived, glanced at him, and speculated. The ancient demon is about to break the seal, the fastest likely being at tonight's full moon. Right after that, he approached the well, not in a hurry. He took some water from the well to try it. At the same time, the eyes of Master Ru Feng suddenly flashed with a fierce gleam. He suddenly pushed forcefully towards Qing Yinzi. From behind, it seemed that Qing Yinzi had also sensed something unusual. He quickly activated his internal energy. But because the attack came too suddenly, he was unable to react in time. It's ruined. The plan was all ready. Before his thoughts could fade, fresh blood began to flow. Qing Yinzi was ambushed unexpectedly by someone no one could have anticipated. A loud voice rang out. I didn't want it to be like this either. Qing Yinzi was stabbed through the heart. Ru Feng cruelly continued. It took our entire sect a year and a half to find the demonic sword that could break your pure yang cultivation. Rest in peace. Qing Yinzi glared, his voice filled with fury as he shouted loudly. Feng, the monk. Immediately after, he swiftly circulated his internal energy and flew far away, shouting, Rise. Looking ahead, he saw the high monks gradually distort and become frenzied. In an instant, everyone was reduced to nothing but a pile of white bones. Nothing more, nothing less. The blood quickly stained the ground red. Qing Yinzi clenched his teeth, feeling uneasy. Ru Feng, he had again injected poison into the bodies of the high monks. The faith had been shattered, and they had fallen into his trap. Qing Yinzi roared in anger. Ru Feng. Immediately after, he fiercely charged straight toward Ru Feng Master with incredible speed. But he had already prepared everything in advance, as he sensed the threat from Qing Yinzi. He immediately shot away, allowing the 2 evil cultivators to join forces and charge toward Qing Yinzi together. He also refused to back down and rushed forward alone. The sword on his chest was still there, along with the serious wound. Qing Yinzi was thrown far away. Although injured, his strength was still enough to make the 2 of them struggle. However, things did not stop there. 2 long swords flew toward him from behind. Qing Yinzi looked back, unable to hide his surprise at the second ambush. Immediately, he dodged to the side, while simultaneously striking at the 2 men. A large hole was pierced in that spot by 2 swords. Qing Yinzi leapt into the air, thinking, although our attention was always focused on the fake Chuyin Temple, we did not neglect to keep watch over the Xinan Temple. I never expected the enemy would exploit this weakness. In the face of his imposing presence, the masked men were somewhat fearful. Ru Feng spoke up. This Taoist elder's meridians have been injured. Right now, it's just struggling to survive. You all caused him to suffer to the point of death. This one will go and release the ancient demon. Immediately after that, the men in black shouted loudly, Obey the sect leader's command, and then charged together toward Qing Yinzi. He had calmed down a bit by now. Ru Feng, today, I will definitely kill you. Chuyin Temple, hurry and report. Chuyin Temple is in danger. Ru Feng, Master, it is Yang, the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. He is currently at the peak stage of releasing his powers as a demon cultivator in the Golden Core realm. We must rush to assist, no matter the cost, and stop him from destroying the seal of the demon well. Another cultivator, stay behind to guard. Immediately activate the protective formation. Remain in place and await orders. On the other side, the source of demonic energy is pouring out uncontrollably. Demon sect leader, you all have exerted yourselves, inviting us here. Now you want to leave first? This doesn't seem to follow the rules, does it? Then he commanded, stop them. By time for Sect Master Yang. Don't hold back. Kill them all. On this side, Wangxing was worried. How's my master, Mao Wei? I never expected Master Ru Feng to be someone from the Yin-Yang sect. What about my master? Mao Wei quickly reported. The Taoist elder has been poisoned. His body is severely injured, and he is currently fighting alone at Chuyin Temple. This greatly concerned him. Immediately after that, he summoned his sword energy and said to senior sister Mu Guanxian, We go to help the master. As soon as you finished speaking, Both of them mounted their swords and flew swiftly toward Qingyanzi to provide assistance. Everyone scattered, with those at the Void Pill Realm and above following Elder Feiyu to support the Chuyin Temple. The Yinyang clan shouted, "Stop them!" On this side, the Grand Elder of Sword Sect and Shitianzhang's master were also fiercely attacking. He shouted loudly, "Feiyu, you all come here first." At the same time, Wang Sheng took out 2 talismans, the True Essence Talisman and the Return to Origin Talisman. You said to Mu Guanxian in a hurried voice, "Senior sister, give me the True Essence." She didn't say anything, simply nodding in agreement. He was angry, blaming himself. If I hadn't come up with the plan to use the ancient demon to lure the evil cultivators, today's situation wouldn't have occurred. Master Mu Guanxian seemed to sense his worry and whispered, "Master is fine. With these words, you will surely gain even more determination. Master is absolutely not so easily defeated." On this side, Ru Feng laughed triumphantly. "Qingyanzi, today you will definitely die here." He was struggling to fight against his army of lackeys, while still heavily injured, with blood splattered everywhere. Qingyanzi gathered his internal energy and set up a formation. This was the Yinyang Haoyuan formation. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly to himself, mocking his own folly. I never expected that as a master, there would come a day when I secretly learned a technique from my own disciple. His power rapidly shot up into the sky, fiercely stabbing toward those other masters. Qingyanzi at this moment seemed to be putting all his strength into circulating his internal energy, shouting, "Ru Feng, come and claim your life." He was stunned with fear, his body heavily injured, yet he was still able to force us to this point. A murderous and Tinneros. Qingyanzi, if you did not eliminate this threat within a day, we will never have a peaceful day. Immediately after, Qingyanzi shot forward, swiftly dodging the attack of the 2 masked men. He dived straight toward the ground, surprising them. Ru Feng couldn't help but wonder, is it an earth-shifting technique? The subordinates were about to give chase, but Ru Feng stopped them. No need to chase. Our goal is to release the ancient demon. Elder Masters, go and eliminate the righteous sect, then provide reinforcements to the others. Collect the blood of those monks and pour it into the well. He began channeling his inner strength, commanding them to carry out the task quickly. The group swiftly obeyed and vanished. Immediately after, a surge of powerful internal energy rose. I am ready to unleash this ancient formation. The scene shifts to Qingyanzi. He had escaped safely and, while still clear-headed, had to immediately return to the secondary target, the fake Chuyin Temple. Remind others of that news. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another mouthful of blood could not be suppressed and was spat out. From a distance, a familiar voice rang out, "Master." As the 2 words Wangxing were spoken, Qingyanzi's vision began to sway. "You quickly bring him to a remote place to treat him," Mu Guanxian said. Qingyanzi's voice was hoarse. "This time, it seems I have brought shame upon the 2 of you." The body is still weak. Upon saying this, he could not help but cough once. The boy anxiously interrupted, "Master, don't speak. Please don't say anything for now. He is not concerned about his own safety. Wangsheng, quickly go inform the others. If the ancient demon cannot be stopped from emerging, using modern weapons won't solve anything." Inside the broken statue in the main hall of Chuyin Temple, there is a relic. "The master's reinforcements will arrive soon," the person said to them. "Don't mess around. The rest of the work will be handled by your master. As for you, the government will surely be able to. If the ancient demon is released, Ru Feng will very likely leave immediately. I will not allow him to escape. Even if you're no match for them, you must hold them off and create more opportunities for the senior members." Mu Guanxian performed a spell. A beam of blue light, filled with internal energy, shot from her hand, heading toward Wangsheng. Around him, light filled the air. Beneath Wangsheng's feet appeared a massive Yinyang symbol. At this moment, Qingyanzi stood behind Mu Guanxian, gazing at him with a look of shock. It seemed that he had been significantly affected by the injury, as he coughed a few times. "Stop, don't force it." He frowned, his face clearly showing signs of exhaustion. "The old master couldn't die." "Wangsheng," he replied, still not turning to look at his master. "Just 1 more centimeter. If that sword were just a bit bigger, your heart would have already been severed." He sighed in frustration, his brows furrowed, teeth clenched. His eyes now showed clear traces of bloodshot veins. "The one who taught me the path of immortal cultivation, but my parents, my master, and even my senior sister, none of them are allowed to touch it." Mu Guanxian looked up at his junior brother with a surprised expression, his hands continuing to perform the spell without pause. Wangsheng continued. The light grew stronger than ever, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter. The Tao heart was broken, but decades of seclusion could make up for it. If the master is lost, where would I go to find him again? Today, I must be immortal, one who has not yet cultivated, and take revenge with a single strike. Today, if Ru Feng does not die, tomorrow I will chase him to the ends of the earth. After finishing his words, he shot into the air, riding on a strange beam of blue light, leaving his master and senior sister standing there with bewildered expressions. Wang Xing soared upwards with an expression of utmost seriousness and determination. I must kill him. A sudden explosion erupted in the sky, causing the helicopters to shake. The evil cultivator conjured large fireballs and threw them at the helicopters' bellies. He gathered his power into a giant dragon, charging straight into the helicopter, causing it to explode. Debris from the helicopter scattered across the blue sky. Wang Xing finally arrived at the demonic cultivator's location. He turned to glance at you, flying toward you while saying, "It's just a false elixir." Wang Xing did not hesitate for a moment, aiming the tip of his sword directly at him. The glare in his eyes was threatening, and the evil cultivator went mad, his body blazing with intense flames. His eyes flashed with sparks of electricity. He yelled loudly, "You want to die?" He stepped forward, grabbed the hilt of Wang Xing's sword, causing the beam of light surrounding the blade to vanish. At the same time, he quickly executed a spell, causing a burst of green light to scatter and sending two streams of energy straight toward the demonic cultivator. He tried to use his technique to push the demonic cultivator away, but was stopped by his opponent's own technique. The demonic cultivator threw a series of fiery punches toward Wang Xing. The infinite universe sword pierced through the void, and Wang Xing wasn't one to back down either. The sword had an endless reputation, a name without end. Wang Xing furrowed his brow, trying to push past the demonic cultivator's fiery punches, and thrust directly into his opponent's finger. The dagger pierced his chest. The evil cultivator let out a painful cry. Seeing his comrade stabbed, a large, muscular man charged forward, shouting loudly, "Brat, prepare to die." He swung his fist at Wang Xing's back. Two members of the investigation team charged forward, creating protective shields around Wang Xing. The man beside spoke. "Fei Yu, come down." The woman raised her voice. "Truly, young people, why get so excited?" The man said while performing a spell to control the demonic path, "Fei Yu, go kill those flies swarming around like the Feng Ma sect for me." Hearing this, he immediately flew down to the forest below. The surroundings were incredibly quiet, with only the sound of his agonizing groans of pain remaining. Blood poured from his mouth. Wang Xing leaned against the young tree, utterly exhausted. Leaning against the tree, he checked himself. Spitting out blood, the internal injuries had healed, and his bones were unbroken. You worriedly bit your finger to the point of drawing blood. Wang Xing glanced at you with his golden eyes, full of suspicion. "What are you thinking?" "Next, the person I want to kill is a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. I must stay calm. Only by maintaining the best condition can I succeed." To verify his suspicions, Wang Xing decided to use a spell for testing. Unexpectedly, he ended up striking one of the attendants in the group. Then, realizing that he was surrounded by a group of others, he thought, "Only then can I avenge my master." In the control room, Ziling was monitoring Wang Xing while reporting his situation to those around her. The Taoist elder was on his way back. He has now escaped life-threatening danger. 3 minutes later, reinforcements arrived near the demon sealing well. The others in the room also listened attentively to her and monitored the large screen. The two most effective reinforcements were 2 Golden Core Realm cultivators, and they would arrive at the mountain peak near Chuyin Temple in another minute. Jia had activated the Great Defensive Formation, and it could still hold for over an hour. Jiling's face grew serious. Her eyes were fixed directly on the large screen. "Please temporarily abandon the Demon Wind Well and direct 80% of the firepower towards the second target, the fake Chuyin Temple, at the moment the bomber strikes the target area. Use additional heavy firepower to attack, and employ air-to-air missiles to target the core formation evil cultivator. If 1 shot isn't enough, then 5 shots, 10 shots." She turned her head to look in the direction of the man. "Besides that, I need to ask my superior for permission to use the Heavenly Sword system." He responded to the threat from the Demon Clan leader, far surpassing heretic cultivation. "Team leader Ziling, don't you think this arrangement is too risky?" The rockets look very modern, appearing on the screen, their heads glowing as if ready to launch and fire at any moment. Team leader Ziling continued without pause. Your expression turned more serious. "All the risks are mine to bear. Allowing the enemy's spies to infiltrate the investigation team is my responsibility. I had prepared to resign on my own, accepting all punishments from the organization, but a group of people appeared. Leading them were 2 individuals in cloaks. Their surroundings were engulfed in flames. Above, there is the symbol of Yin and Yang. She continued, "You must retain the entire evil cultivation Yin Yang nation that appears in Hua Kingdom." Suddenly, a woman spoke. "Leader, the drone has captured the top ninja of the enemy. They are gathering and heading towards the main gate of Chuyin Temple." Another person reported, Leader, Master Feiyu has arrived at Chuyin Temple but is surrounded and attacked by ninjas. Jiling furrowed her brows in helplessness. She pinched the bridge of her nose, thinking, this master-disciple pair. A beam of azure light streaked through, forming beautiful cutting lines. Wangxing charged forward, moving incredibly swiftly. You created a crescent-shaped beam of light, trying to avoid the entourage. Jiling continued to think, why is it that no one can make others feel at ease? Wangxing tried to knock away the group of attendants, but they quickly leaped up, skillfully dodging his strike. Two of the attendants tried to restrain him with two swords infused with dark purple light. Failure. He surged up, using his own technique to knock back the two attendants. Then, Wangxing extended his technique, creating countless beams of light that blasted the group away. The light erupted like a blue flame. He stood before that fire, his posture incredibly majestic. Wangxing pressed his communication earpiece, and the voice on the other end spoke. Elder Wang, Taoist Elder has been brought back to the base. He glanced over at the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, there was a house. A strange green light was emanating from the tiles. The person continued, Buyu Xianzi is still transmitting true essence to him. His injuries have stabilized for now. After listening, with a serious expression, he replied to the other person, all right, then I can go all out. How's the situation on your side? Mengwei heard this and immediately replied, her smile filled with smugness, there's no need to worry about us. Just received news that the monsters have been attacking the mountain continuously. One of the monsters spoke, saying, ha, the so-called righteous path. Turns out they are all just turtles hiding their heads. Shi Tianzhong pouted in frustration and said, this time, the government has slapped itself in the face with such a big commotion. Ru Feng is the spy. I wonder how Wangxing is doing. Monk Huijing, while closing his eyes and meditating, said, even the demonic cultivators are not fools. They will also probe the government. He slowly opened his eyes, and his brows gradually furrowed. They are causing trouble by relying on Yingyao Nation. It's possible that this is a covert action by Yingyao against us. Shi Tianzhong jumped off the roof, creating a loud noise. Yes, once this is done, we, the Yingyao Nation, will shoot him with one shot. Lu Yunji raised a finger in front of him, signaling for the two to remain silent and listen. The two of them felt uneasy, their eyes widening. Shi Tianzhong asked in a low voice, has it exploded, Lu Yunji? Two long airplanes, looking advanced, ignited and shot off at very high speed. It started the engine, releasing missiles from behind and throwing them down into the Lu Yunji forest. With an expressionless face, he said, a large aircraft just flew over Monk Huijing. Sighing, Lu Yunji replied, there was also a paratrooper who made a surprise attack here. Taking pictures, huh? The members of the investigation team immediately reported that the first bombing round had ended. 70% of the evil cultivators had survived. The evil cultivators began fleeing in all directions. Jiling looked at the large screen and said, we need to review this data. It seems there are some errors. A voice came from behind her. What do you think about the new hypothesis the research team proposed? Jiling turned around, her gaze filled with concern. It's a bold move, but if the calculations are wrong, everything could collapse. She stood up, walked over to the desk, and continued, we need to check every hypothesis one more time. But it was only relying on their realm to resist the bombing. Their true essence wouldn't last long. She looked up again and said in a voice full of determination, immediately start the second wave of bombing attacks. They must not be allowed to escape. They immediately followed the team leader's orders as soon as they heard. Yes. The blue sparks flickered in and out of sight, covering the entire city. The ground shook violently, causing cracks to appear throughout the city. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. This city was none other than Chuyin Temple. Indeed, the eyes of Master Ru Feng were glowing. He performed a technique, making the beam of light grow stronger, sending the group of people flying, with one of their beads scattering into pieces all around. After eliminating all the people, with a tone of arrogance, he ordered his subordinates to throw the corpses into the phantom well. Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately obeyed the command without hesitation. Yes, Ru Feng continued to perform the technique, creating a large hole. Around the mouth of the pit were scattered the body parts of the unfortunate victims. The attendants were all frantically pulling those corpses into the pit. The master chanted, a deed of fat, and the attendants quickly threw the remaining body parts into the pit's mouth. While performing the ritual, Master Yang said, at this moment, the elder has yet to break through the barrier. His face was stern, his brows tightly furrowed. Below, the parts were immediately sucked down into a deep, seemingly bottomless pit, waiting for the right moment. Deep inside the pit, a fox was sealed by golden steel threads wrapped around its body, standing on a platform beneath, surrounded by the skulls of the unfortunate people who had been killed. An extremely hideous hand emerged from somewhere. The fox opened its eyes. Its eyes emitted a purple light. A beam of purple light immediately spread out, shooting straight up into the night sky. Its destructive power was immense, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter, sending a group of people flying far away. Rufeng laughed triumphantly. Haha, it's a success. The man in the entourage suddenly spoke up. Sect leader, the enemy reinforcements are about to arrive and kill us. Rufeng stood there, his face still not turning toward the man. He continued, you all, quickly escape and find a chance to leave. He was placing the sword in his hand while speaking to his attendant. Once the task is complete, the little monk will drop a few drops of blood from his hand onto the ground. I will use a blood incantation to assist the senior in exiting the meditation. Those who claim to be righteous will surely show disrespect to the senior. It's just a pity that I, as a junior, am weak and my influence is limited, so I cannot do much. A ray of light suddenly emanated from somewhere. Someone unexpectedly stepped forward and shouted his name loudly. Rufeng Wangxing rushed swiftly toward Rufeng, his eyes filled with intense resentment. He cast a spell, directing the tip of his sword toward him, the most lethal strike of the sword. From the sword, a beam of blue light appeared before the eyes, aiming directly at the meditation master. Rufeng also used his own spell. He channeled his internal energy, and the accumulated aura transformed into a giant figure resembling the Buddha, just as Wangxing was about to charge at him. He looked at you and smiled sarcastically. I also like you very much, but you have set your heart on killing me. I cannot spare your life. At that moment, the giant suddenly opened his eyes. Rufeng controlled the giant, delivering a powerful strike directly down to the spot where he stood. He shouted, die. Wangxing swiftly darted behind the statue and cast a spell on Rufeng. Rufeng looked in his direction. In his hand, he held a glowing orb, within which a lotus flower was encased. Wangxing swiftly used his technique, swinging his sword at Rufeng. Two giants appeared suddenly behind Wangxing, attempting to strike him. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Wangxing immediately turned to counterattack the two, with the blows causing such a significant impact that the surrounding earth and rocks shattered. Seeing the situation was not promising, Rufeng decided he could not afford to linger with this brat any longer. He conjured a lotus flower and mounted it, intending to flee. Rufeng continued to think, searching for an opportunity to quickly depart. At this moment, Rufeng had already flown a considerable distance above the ground. Below, Wangxing was still struggling to face the two giants from earlier. He thought that as long as the ancient demon awakened, the purple light continued to shine upon the sky, surrounded by small specks of light. Dust and rocks flew everywhere. Rufeng was utterly shocked and panicked. Not to mention him, the streams of purple-black light had vanished, leaving only the fox from earlier, still sealed. Its face had begun to show cracks. The fox's eyes shifted from vacant to more soulful, its black pupils, with the same red color, looking extremely eerie. The purple light suddenly surged forward once again. Rufeng continued to rest. Everyone present will die here. The light emitted from the pit illuminated the entire sky. The surrounding earth and rocks were displaced and deformed. At this moment, Rufeng had flown a considerable distance, high above the ground. In an instant, that light absorbed everything around it, like a tornado. It grew larger and began to wreak havoc around it, Wangxing thought, lifting his gaze toward the vortex. The demon wind well was once again devouring the surrounding heaven and earth's vital energy. He looked at it with an extremely serious expression. He suspected that the ancient demon had broken the seal. Wangxing was struggling to fight against the two lackeys while thinking about how the ancient demon was breaking the seal. At this moment, the giant was continuously roaring, admiring his achievement. Rufeng couldn't help but feel delighted. He said, the great matter has been accomplished. Rufeng flew farther and farther away. He shouted loudly, today marks the end of those who call themselves the righteous. Wangxing stepped onto the pile of rubble below and looked up at Rufeng. Wangxing's face suddenly grew serious, his eyes burning with killing intent as he shot a cold glance at Rufeng. He cast a spell, striking the man's cheek. The man furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth tightly, showing clear signs of discomfort. The massive string of beads around Rufeng's neck snapped, and blood splattered from his cheek. Wangxing continued to cast the spell. Multiple beams of blue light appeared simultaneously, creating slicing rays. Wangxing deliberately directed the beams to cut into the massive lotus flower. The flower shattered, causing Rufeng to lose his balance and fall freely downward. Rufeng was enraged, his eyes bloodshot, and his face covered in veins. The celestial master spoke. Do you wish to die here with me? As he spoke, he gently landed on the ground and stood facing Wangxing on the other side. He continued with his hands clasped behind his back, his face displaying a dangerous expression. This demon serpent was released by me. It has absorbed 3 drops of my essence blood, and it cannot kill me. Wangxing then recalled his master, his clothes torn, stabbed by a sword right through his left chest, blood flowing in streams. The fury within him surged. His eyes were filled with hatred, his teeth clenched, blood flowing down his jaw. Chanting the incantation with determination, he wanted to kill him, kill this demon. Countless powerful beams of light shot out one after another, heading straight for Rufeng. He held the orb containing the lotus flower while skillfully dodging Wangxing's attacks. He spoke, "Do you really think you can kill me?" Suddenly, the ball of spiritual power in Rufeng's hand was sucked into the tornado. Rufeng was taken aback, looking up at the tornado in shock as he thought, "Damn it, the ancient demon is absorbing the essence of heaven and earth." He stood on tiptoe, leaping into the air. He thought again, "What should I do now?" Yet even my spiritual power was consumed. Rufeng was like a raging storm, his veins bulging, and a shield materialized, enveloping his entire body. He then thought, "I can't waste any more time with this brat. Must quickly kill it and leave." After thinking this, he shouted loudly, "You want to exchange your life for mine? Do you think I'm afraid of you? I've been cultivating since I was 3 years old, and now I've reached the Golden Core realm." Wangxing furrowed his brow and glared in his direction. Rufeng continued speaking, his hands filled with numerous treasures. "The Yin Yang All Things sect. In my hands lies the key that has brought me to the peak of power today." Dark purple-black beams of light spiraled, drawing together, forming an incredibly strange shape in the sky. Rufeng continued and charged at Wangxing. "What makes you, a lucky little Taoist, think you can exchange your life for mine?" At that moment, he paid no attention to the beams of light that had gathered into a nine-tailed fox. Rufeng looked up with a horrified expression. Wangxing had now also looked up, his face filled with surprise. The fox suddenly opened its eyes, revealing its enormous mouth. The giant monster charged swiftly towards the spot where Rufeng was standing, looking incredibly fierce. Dark purple clusters of light quickly surrounded the body of the meditation master, despite his desperate efforts to resist. The fox circulated its internal energy, channeling its attacks toward Rufeng. He cried out for help. "Senior." The blow was so strong that he coughed up blood. He said, "Junior releases the senior." Blood spattered everywhere. In that moment, Rufeng was barely gasping for breath. He fell immediately, his blood spilling everywhere. Seeing this, Wangxing stood there, staring with a look of astonishment. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered in the sky, dispersing the black mist. The fox lifted its strange, glowing eyes to the sky. Wangxing also widened his eyes in complete amazement, his mouth agape. A beam of golden-orange light shot down to the ground, causing the earth beneath it to shatter. Wangxing gritted his teeth, squinting his eyes and trying to maintain his balance. The intense beam of light emanated from the spacecraft in the sky. It continuously fired beams of light at the enormous monster, causing powerful shocks that made the ground tremble violently due to the immense force. Wangxing lost his balance and fell to the ground, trying to prop himself up with his hands. He thought, "The heavenly sword's power is too strong. Once it erupts, there's no way I can stop it." The fox was still being suppressed by the beams of light from the spaceship. At this moment, Wangxing had already activated his magic. He sprang to his feet in an instant and thought, "I'll deal with the sharp end of this first, then look for an opportunity to act." Where did the smoke come from? Wangxing stood at the edge of the waterhole, looking confused. Suddenly, that light shone down on him. Wangxing looked up, astonished. The massive beam of light spread out, illuminating the entire night sky. In the pitch-black space, the abbot of Chuyin Temple from the three sects continued to awaken Wangxing. Little friend, you're unconscious, open your eyes." It must be the aftershock from falling into the ruins of the ancestor of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. "Little friend, I ask you, are you a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect?" Wangxing looked at the round object speaking in front of him and couldn't help but jerk awake. Damn, this thing's as big as a pot. Wangxing suddenly felt that the large relic before him seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? Hearing this, you are reminded of the words spoken long ago between yourself and your master, leaving you stunned with your mouth agape. Was it the relic that your master had mentioned back then? Wangxing immediately presented his token and said, "I am half a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The token states that I hold the position of honorary elder for life, with the Taoist name Wang Feiyu." Then, he also slowly explained the reason he had obtained the token. "This was given to me by the sword sect of Shu Mountain back then." This left the abbot utterly astonished. He murmured, "Is it the honorary elder for life?" The abbot couldn't help but nod and sigh. The Shu Mountain Sword sect has finally caught up with the times. Wangxing clasped his hands together and bowed his head, saying, "Senior, we should deal with the demon first. That is the priority." He couldn't help but feel anger. "You are the demon. That is a celestial beast I have raised. The abbot also mentioned, of course, it is in poor condition right now due to certain matters. But rest assured, this humble monk left the relic here precisely to soothe it in time. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been recovering for so many years, why is your cultivation only at the spirit void realm? The small spirit void realm dares to confront Xiao Yan, who has already undergone the tribulation of our family. But your sword intent is quite impressive. Upon hearing this, he felt completely at a loss for words and thought to himself, this man must have been quite the talker when he was alive. After talking for a while, he couldn't help but wonder, was it for revenge on the Golden Core Realm cultivator before that you risked your life to fight with that fake monk? Wangxing nodded. That person was my master's teacher. The abbot replied, oh, honoring your master and respecting the Tao, that's admirable. The important thing is to take risks. The body is over 20 years old. With 6 years of primordial energy, one can already form a void pill. He said, then flew into a triangular shape in front of him, expressing his admiration, along with the sword intent of the heavenly sword. On the contrary, it can also be considered not bad. Wangxing, hearing the praise he received, was at a loss for words. He silently thought to himself, Senior, you're not trying to pick a son-in-law. The relic quickly emitted a stream of golden light. The abbot casually said to him, consider it a fortunate opportunity for you. Then, immediately, he transformed into his original form in front of Wangxing. Your potential is not weak, nor can it be considered a disgrace, Xiao Yan said. Then the head monk pointed his finger toward him and made a request. Now, little friend, make your vow. The scene shifted back to the ongoing battle, and Xiao Yan's condition was far from favorable. The commands from the Jiling group rang out continuously, aiming directly at their target. Aiming at the target, the heavenly sword replenished more than 70% of its remaining energy. In 3 minutes, the launch pad will finish cooling. Right now, smoke is covering the area, making it impossible to accurately assess the target situation. Xiao Yan slowly crawled up from the rubble. His body was covered in blood, drenched from head to toe. The announcement sounded again, target detected. The target has been severely injured. The hand, which was bleeding profusely, suddenly recovered back to its original state. One person in the group exclaimed in astonishment, this isn't right, its wound is healing. The order above quickly changed, immediately locking onto the target and providing the exact coordinates for the heavenly sword. One person in the Jiling group asked the team leader, Jiling, do we need to use the ultimate authority? Jiling replied, let the cultivators buy some time and give it to the heavenly sword. It's not yet necessary to resort to the last measure. She continued, if the final strike can't kill this ancient demon. Looking at Xiao Yan, now surrounded on all sides by 3 groups of people, the pressure was so intense that he had to shrink back. Jiling affirmed, that is true despair. Xiao Yan was pushed to the brink, and in his rage, he gritted his teeth and glared at them. Then, Xiao Yan lifted his head and let out a howl, erupting with rage, sending every attack directed at him flying. One person in the Jiling group shouted loudly, everyone outside the Golden Core realm leave. Spread out in the surrounding area. This demonic beast might have become an immortal. Even a nuclear bomb might not be able to kill it. The people present there were all startled and horrified after hearing that. Some even had the intention of hesitating. Suddenly, from afar, a figure glided by, the faint light reflecting off the last rays of the setting sun. A voice rang out, clear yet serious. It seems we have reached the point where we must face the truth. The person opposite, with a slightly tense expression, responded, what do you mean by that? The figure smiled faintly, eyes full of implication. We no longer have time. Everything has gone beyond our control. They all felt a powerful figure approaching, and a voice continuously calling the name Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Wangxing appeared before him, exuding the aura of the first abbot of Chuyin Temple, Santong, causing Xiao Yan to be utterly stunned. Seeing that the person who had just arrived was him, the members of the Jiling group sighed in relief. Feiyu, that brat, really is lucky either not dying or running away. Why run right up to the old demon? He then directly faced Xiao Yan and gently advised, Xiao Yan, don't make a huge mistake. Under its wide-open gaze, Wangxing continued, this humble monk has waited 1,000 years just to tell you the truth of what happened back then. Upon hearing this, it lowered its head, as if it had understood. One person in the Jiling group furrowed their brows and said, Senior, please capture the celestial beast as soon as possible. Now, it is not as good as it was in the past. If the nation truly takes action, this mountain will be reduced to a wasteland in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, he reassured him, don't panic, it has been asleep for so long. The resentment in its heart has already faded a lot. Wangxing said to them, this old monk will naturally comfort her. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan before him transformed into human form. She knelt down, clasped her hands, and bowed her head as if she already knew she had done something wrong. Wangxing placed his hand on her head and said, "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. They are just protecting the peace of this place. Xiaolian, don't be afraid." Then he explained to everyone, "I am the first abbot of Chuyin Temple Santong. This fox is not a demon. It has never harmed any living being." Finally, before the witness of everyone, the presiding elder earnestly said, "I still ask all the benefactors to raise their hands high and strike lightly." At that moment, the figure of the one in charge appeared before him. A brilliant aura radiated around him. Wangxing stroked Xiaolian's head, silently thinking, "The demonic root within Xiaolian is entirely due to a lingering grudge. I have tried to eliminate it for over 300 years, yet I have not succeeded. To me, it is like a child. I even cut off my cultivation to protect it." Wangxing, in the form of the presider, held a glowing orb in his hand. He thought further. Later, this relic will be placed into Xiaolian's body, allowing it to form a great seal of life and death with him. If his demonic nature arises again, you can rely on the Great Seal to control his fate and soul, preventing him from causing harm to all living beings. After thinking for a moment, Wangxing repeatedly recalled the conversation between him and the first abbot of Chuyin Temple. "Senior Tong, don't worry about me. Is that so?" The host looked at him with a serious expression. "With your temperament, it is enough. Swear the oath with me." He said, "First, do not force Xiaolian to do anything it does not want. Second, in the future, if it is possible to become an immortal, you must do everything in your power to help it eliminate its demonic nature and restore its broken form. His Tame Si Tam Thong. Thirdly, if Xiaolian falls into madness again, he will do his best to restore its divine consciousness, not directly destroy its soul and fate." He, with a bewildered expression and a face covered in scratches, raised his hand, showing 3 fingers in a vow gesture. He replied, "Junior understands." The host smiled. He raised his hand, and a beam of light appeared in his palm. "Adita Fat, follow this old monk." A streak of light shot through, illuminating the entire space. It appeared both warm and brilliant. In the blink of an eye, both Wangxing and he were transported to an unknown place. "It is covered by pink clouds." He asked, "Who is the master of this place?" The old man sat down and replied calmly, "This is the celestial mansion of Xiaolian, and also the place where souls are entrusted. Your cultivation realm is still insufficient. You cannot go further." The host looked at Xiaolian, who was curled up in his arms, and smiled gently, stroking the little fox. Xiaolian curled up. The little fox shifted slightly, its eyes still tightly shut, looking as if it were sleeping peacefully. It let out a soft moan. The officiant continued to instruct Wangxing, "Xiaolian, from now on, follow this Wangxing. He will become an immortal, and naturally, he will help you remove the demonic root." He looked down with a solemn expression. "At that time, you may go search for the whereabouts of Daoist Qing." Wangxing looked at him in surprise. "You think Daoist Qing? Could it be one of the senior practitioners who followed the immortal back then?" The host continued, saying he channeled his inner strength into Xiaolian, then looked at him with a gentle gaze. In his lifetime, this old monk had met countless people and would never mistake him. Unfortunately, the time had come. His tone held a hint of regret. The fox widened its eyes, showing an expression of complete astonishment. The master had created a sphere that enveloped Xiaolian. He continued, "At that time, the 3 of us roamed the world and naturally developed feelings for Daoist Qing." He entrusted the orb containing Xiaolian to Wangxing. The boy immediately extended his hand to receive it. He spoke, but Daoist Qing, due to the heavy responsibility of being the sect leader of the sword sect, could not respond. This truly is a regrettable matter. Finally, Wangxing was able to touch the pale pink sphere, within which the little fox was contained. The master only said. Later, the immortals decided to purge the demon clan. Daoist Qing could do nothing and personally sealed you. The light from the orb was blinding. It emitted countless beams of light, forcing Wangxing to squint his eyes. The master continued, and before leaving, he kept reminding him. The orb emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entire space. He continued to wait for the storm to pass, then released you again. Unfortunately, in the end, this old monk could not rid you of your demonic nature. Xiaolian, once in the form of a little fox, had now transformed into a human. She knelt before Wangxing, her hands clasped together and her head lowered in respect. The words of the officiant still echoed, as though Xiaolian's spiritual energy had now returned, the ball that made you feel regret until this very moment. Wangxing, his eyes filled with sadness, gazed at the orb. He held it in his hands, his face lost in a daze. In a daze, the image of the presiding figure appeared with great majesty. Wangxing looked up at him with a respectful expression, filled with determination. Below, Xiaolian was also gazing up at him. At the Blue Death, the fake investigation team is trying to contact one another. Those evil cultivators quickly retreated, blocking their way, and launched a full-force strike. Below them was a gigantic shield shaped like a crescent moon against the night sky. Countless specks of light appeared. The investigation team was desperately fighting against the hideous monsters. Bright beams emitted from behind them, heading toward the monsters. The monsters were not to be underestimated. They continuously unleashed their attacks on the investigation team. One of them spoke. Didn't sect leader Yang say he wanted to release the ancient demon? The remaining one also spoke up. Why is it that these righteous factions still don't care about their own side? Suddenly, Shirtian Zhang's master and the man standing beside him changed their expressions. From the sky, a giant red symbol appeared. Threateningly, it descended towards the shielded area, and a massive beam of red light shot down with terrifying destructive power, causing rocks and debris to scatter in all directions. Red sparks flickered in and out of existence, looking strange and eerie. After the aftermath of the light's impact, the area beneath where the man and Shirtian Zhang's master had been hiding was covered in thick smoke, their bodies battered and bruised. The man spoke, asking, "What is going on?" Shirtian Zhang's master immediately replied, "Just now, I saw someone in the sky." In the sky, the figure of Xie Lian briefly appeared, channeling her internal energy. Beside her was Wang Xing, and both of them were floating. She spoke to Wang Xing. Her face was serious, her eyes glancing downward. "I have suppressed these young cultivators, but my inner demon has not been eliminated. If I make another move, I fear I won't be able to control the demonic energy and may fall into the demon again." Wang Xing immediately replied to Xie Lian with gratitude. "Yes, thank you, senior. Leave the next matter to us." She looked at Wang Xing with a sharp gaze and said, "My life is in your hands, no need to be polite with me." He laughed awkwardly, scratching his cheek while thinking, though he appears indifferent on the outside, his voice is soft and gentle. Such a thing can also withstand the cultivation and Dao heart of Daoist Qing. Indeed, he is no ordinary person. Finally, the sky cleared, with bright stars scattered across the heavens and the peacefulness of the night sky. Outside the house and inside, Xie Lian sat upright in the center, Shirtian Zhang and Monk Huijing seated in the corners of the room. They radiated a sense of indecision, looking towards Xie Lian. Wang Xing stood on the left side, glancing at him while lost in thought. He went to take care of the engagement for just a moment, raising his hand with a single strike that subdued the hundreds of cultivators. A half-immortal body, a half-demon heart. This was a human-shaped nuclear bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. Wang Xing stared intently at Xie Lian. He thought further. The life and death of such a master now lay in his hands, the pressure weighing down like a mountain. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across his face. His golden eyes widened. Mu Guanxian had just arrived at that moment. She looked up at him with a face equally surprised. She let out an ah. Wang Xing opened his mouth as if to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Mu Guanxian, who suddenly ran over and embraced him. Senior sister Wang Xing looked down at her with affectionate eyes, radiating a tender warmth. Mu Guanxian's face was now drenched in tears. She tightly closed her eyes. Wang Xing gently patted her shoulder while speaking in a tone full of affection. "It's all right now, senior sister." He immediately embraced his older sister tightly, comforting her and looking at her with eyes full of longing. He promised that such a thing would never happen again in the future. After this battle, aside from the leader of the demonic sect, several of the heretical cultivator leaders had already fallen into the trap. The wicked were quickly captured because of Xie Lian. The process of capturing the heretical cultivators went smoothly. Everyone was on high alert, escorting the criminals, but how to deal with Xie Lian had become the most troublesome issue for the investigation team. Xie Lian has reached the realm of a semi-immortal. Naturally, the government would not overlook such powerful combat strength. Wang Xing painfully explained, "Everyone, I have taken the great path. I myself will not force Senior to do things he does not like." Speaking of which, he darkened his face, smiled wryly, and wanted to pass the ball to himself, but there was no way. Suddenly, a sobbing sound behind him startled Wang Xing. Xie Lian was half sitting, half kneeling on the ground, his clothes in disarray, tears streaming down his face as he looked at him. "Right now, I can only rely on you. Even you no longer need me?" Wang Xing secretly broke into a sweat. "Senior, we're not that familiar with each other yet." He hugged his forehead, dejected, muttering to himself, saying this is having a bad influence. At the same time, Mu Guanxian walked over from behind, smiling wickedly as he looked at him. Monk Huijing, standing nearby, spoke up. "Amit Ba, Feiyu, this matter actually doesn't need to be pushed aside too much." Lian Ji also added, "Feiyu, right now, this senior indeed needs someone to take care of him." Shirtian Zhang saw the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help but feel excited. rushing forward to shout loudly. He raised his hand to volunteer. Wang Sheng saw the murderous look on his face, and Shi Tianzhong quickly got the hint, ignoring it. I feel like the weather today is quite nice, he said, then smiled foolishly. The next morning, just like that, everyone had finished arranging things. As for Senior Xiaolian, for the time being, he stayed with you and Senior Sister in a villa on the outskirts. After going through many setbacks, the ancient demon's plan to lure the evil cultivators seemed to have yielded quite satisfactory results, but the evil cultivators were defeated. Everyone became more certain about the relationship between the evil cultivators and Yingyao Nation, and the Taoist priests of various sects were filled with anger towards them. They planned to form a team to seek revenge in Yingyao Nation, but it seemed that the Hua Kingdom government had advised against it, causing delays and preventing any action from being taken. Xiaolian couldn't help but be surprised. Yingyao Nation is the same as Oe Nation, right? Speaking of magical treasures, she said while marveling. This phone of yours is not particularly special, and furthermore, anyone can have one. Mu Guanxian showed her the photo-taking function. After all, Xiaolian was from an older generation, so she was completely clueless about these things. But immediately after that, she felt excited when she saw her image through the camera. Seeing her beautiful face, Xiaolian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Immediately after, she and Mu Guanxian started taking photos together, striking various poses. Wang Sheng, sitting across from them, looked deeply into his heart, giving a silent warning. Then another person sank into oblivion. The scene transitions to the morning. Wang Sheng quickly arrives at the hospital to visit his master. Mu Guanchuan and Xiaolian also followed, but the two did not enter. Instead, they lingered outside. Qing Yanzi looked at him, smiling lightly, unable to help but wonder, Wang Sheng, why did Zen Master Santong not give you any benefits? He handed over an apple, modestly saying, with Senior Xiaolian by my side to take care of me, this benefit is already more than enough. Qing Yanzi could not help but feel pleased, quite good. In the future, if anyone tries to bully me, I will have you bring this great deity here. His face appeared somewhat hollow. Qing Yanzi recounted, my master is about to resign. Finally, I can relax a bit. Wang Sheng expressed his doubt. Master, I fear that the sect mistress won't be able to resign. The government has established a new department, with a supervisory team, to oversee each other. In fact, it's just a disguised way to reclaim some of the sect mistress's authority. In fact, this is not something that Qing Yanzi was unaware of, but hearing it from your mouth made him even more certain. He let out a long sigh. Then, holding a piece of orange in his hand, tears streaming down his face, he saw the happy life that was about to come. His mouth kept moving, yet he lost you, smiling bitterly, comforting his master. The capable ones work hard, and in the cultivation world, few can balance both cultivation, career, and love. Hearing this, he let out a tired sigh, leaned back against the pillow, and walked away. Master, I can't sell my life for the country forever. Wait until her will weakens, then I will take her to retreat into the deep forest. On the contrary, as the child spoke, he took out his phone. Your phone also rang at the same time. This is a message from Qing Yanzi sent to you, telling you to check your phone quickly. He felt that, in front of his senior, transmitting sound through his voice was not safe. Are we talking here? Qing Yanzi couldn't help but ask curiously. Is that senior of yours currently considered single or considered transformed? Wang Sheng recounted, right now, Daoist Qing's life or death is still uncertain. It's hard to say. At this point, he also felt a little guilty. But master, remember to delete the conversation record afterward. He continued asking, when do you plan to tell her what happened back then? After the heavenly court left, Wang Sheng decided, maybe when we're a bit closer. Besides, Daoist Qing is just life or death unknown. Qing Yanzi couldn't help but worry. What if this demigoddess, in a moment of vulnerability, gets involved with you, and then later runs into Daoist Qing? She's a sentimental one. This won't be easy to undo. You answered so calmly, yet you've cuckolded him. Qing Yanzi couldn't believe that his disciple had said such a thing. Wang Sheng pulled up the message from his master, saying that this semi-immortal was a hopeless romantic. This is no joke. Immediately after, he performed an action on his phone, and a message notification appeared. System, you have received a message. After that, Wang Sheng replied, Senior Sister will always be by my side. Master, please don't think too much. On this matter, my resolve will never waver. Seeing these words, Qing Yanzi couldn't help but pause for a moment. Immediately after that, he let out a hearty laugh, patting the boy's head. This little brat has finally awakened. Outside, Mu Guanchuan heard laughter and conversation from within and was momentarily stunned. Wang Sheng thought to himself, it seems that master really did have the intention of matching me with Senior Sister. All right now I also see it as being entrusted with the task by Senior Sister. I have to observe the situation and think about senior sister's future plans. As for the battle at Chuyin Temple, Senior Xiaolian took action to clear the battlefield and reduce the losses on our side. As a result, the government awarded a villa with a mountain view under the name Wangxing. Although Xiaolian had changed her environment, she remained indifferent. Everything seemed to be just a matter of chance. Anyway, it was all a misunderstanding. The demon has entered for 1,000 years, its demonic nature concealed, completely eliminating the resentment in its heart, and it can be understood. Wangxing glanced secretly, thinking to himself, matters of the heart cannot be forced, but who can unravel them? A person with cultivation nearing that of an immortal, thinking back and forth, if I truly want to eliminate her guard, I fear. At this thought, he immediately recalled Mu Guanqian. The only option was to invite the secret weapon who shared the same interests as his senior. Over here, as soon as Xiaolian saw Mu Guanqian, he leaped into the air. Time passed quickly, and before long, several days had gone by. At his villa, Mu Guanqian was sending her a pile of light novels with a message. Senior Xiaolian, I highly recommend a few of the most romantic comic series I have ever read. At this moment, she had learned to use the phone thanks to Mu Guanqian. Xiaolian excitedly replied, that's interesting. You don't need to call me senior. Just call my name. I don't have that many rules. Then, Xiaolian quickly finished reading. She then searched for Mu Guanchuan and sent a friendly message. Mu Guanchuan, why haven't you sent me more of these stories with illustrations? They're really interesting too. When she sent him another story, Xiaolian immediately sent a happy emoji along with a message. Thank you, senior, for the resources. Wangxing accidentally picked up the senior sister's phone. After reading the messages, he smiled wryly. As expected, the senior sister handled everything smoothly. Immediately after that, he continued calculating, and the secret operation number 2 was activated the following night. Everyone had a light gathering to say goodbye. Zhu Yinglong happily raised his cup. Feiyu. Tomorrow, you all have to leave. Today, there is no vehicle and no return. Wangxin was also excited, fearing that everyone would not allow the use of true essence to sober up, but drinking it straight away worked. After that, the two young men quickly raised their cups, cheerfully. Cheers, let's drink up. Qiliang anxiously reminded, Senior brother, you just recovered from illness. Drink less. Mao Wei couldn't help but feel heartbroken, almost in tears. Two Taoist priests, this bottle of wine is very expensive. After Zhu Yinglong and Hachlin left, Wangxing was slightly drunk, unaware of his surroundings. Mu Guanqian quickly took him back to his room. She had just stepped out when Mao Wei immediately asked, Bu Xianzi, has Elder Wang gone to sleep? Mu Guanchuan simply nodded. At this moment, Mao Wei revealed a sly expression. Bu Xianzi, Xiaolian, was now reclining on the table, asleep amidst the lingering remnants of the banquet. Mao Wei, with a seductive tone, spoke to Mu Guanqian. When will you be able to cultivate to fruition with Taoist Feiyu? Upon hearing this, Xiaolian's ears immediately perked up, straining to listen. It is unclear what she typed on the phone, but Mao Wei excitedly said aloud, when did you become an immortal? There are still many realms to reach before achieving true enlightenment. It must be done gradually. What I'm talking about is the matter of men and women. Right now, the two of you are considered a couple, aren't you? The story begins with a climax. Xiaolian slowly sits up, dazed. Xiaolian couldn't help but say, are you two childhood friends? Mu Guanxian handed over the phone. Isn't the relationship between me and my junior brother not good right now? And at this moment, the tea party with her close friend began. Mao Wei teased, but she could also take it a step further. Isn't there a term for calling a female cultivator? The relationship with a female cultivator must be closer than that of a senior and junior disciple, right? Mu Guanchuan asked in confusion, aren't my junior disciple and I already the closest right now? Closer than senior and junior disciples? Closer than legendary sisters? Blood sisters fight, but we don't. Meng Wei covered her mouth, laughing mischievously. Of course not. It seems like the two of you haven't kissed yet, still the closest though. Xiaolian propped his hand on his cheek, glancing over at Mu Guanxian. Ah, it's just that, because the Taoist priestess said these words to her, she wouldn't understand. But based on the current situation, it seems that Mu Guanchuan is about to be moved. Mu Guanchuan asked again, could you be more specific? Xiaolian boredly lifted his cup of wine and said, this matter is not something I can easily explain. Anyway, back then, I didn't truly experience it. Day and night are restless, it's just that when the heart is moved, it is instantly consumed by emotions. Meng Yue couldn't help but feel excited. Her face couldn't hide the look of curiosity. Xiaolian took a sip of wine, then continued. Take me as an example. Back then, whenever I didn't see Taoist Qing for a few days, my emotions would become chaotic. After meeting him, I would overthink things. Unfortunately, he only sees me as a junior. Then she slammed the cup down on the table, and spoke in the manner she currently used. If I could do it again. Stop for a moment. Xiaolian gathered his courage and shouted loudly. I must be determined to sleep with him. Mao Wei listened and, full of enthusiasm, kept cheering. Senior, you're so domineering. Mu Guanxian listened in silence, then diligently pressed on her phone. She couldn't help but wonder, Senior, have you never held a grudge against that person? Xiaolian explained, the origin of becoming possessed is simply a grudge against oneself. Why is it that I, not being a person, ended up falling into demonic cultivation? Therefore, after realizing my feelings for Daoist Qing, they became distorted. After that, she tilted her head back and continued drinking. So, if you think you can help me resolve the deep-seated resentment in the depths of my heart through this method, you are truly dreaming. Mao Wei, frightened, hid behind Mu Guanxian and quickly explained, No, it's just that I feel Senior has encountered too many hardships, and I wanted to help Senior feel a bit happier. Senior, we apologize. It was our mistake for being too abrupt. Xiaolian didn't mind. Come on, the three of us should have a drink. Do you think we'll get anywhere? I don't know, but you make me feel truly happy. Me too. Every time I'm with you, everything seems simpler and more comfortable. I think that's a good thing. But sometimes I'm also afraid. Can we overcome the difficulties ahead? I believe we can. The important thing is that we're always together. I hope so. I really want to believe in that. I want that too. As long as you're always with me, I won't fear anything. Actually, this is the first time I've had alcohol. After drinking, I feel much more at ease. Mao Wei's face darkened, and he grinned wickedly. Then let's continue the topic. She eagerly looked at Mu Guanxian. Bu Xianzi, do you like your junior brother? Mu Guanxian was naive. She was confused. Then, she quickly replied, I like it. Mao Wei scratched his head in frustration. It's not that he liked that kind of thing. It's just that, have you ever thought about kissing him? Hearing Mao Wei say this, Mu Guanxian was momentarily stunned. She felt a warmth spread through her body, and the young girl's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Mu Guanxian remained silent for a long while. Mao Wei looked at the phone screen and shouted loudly, It's here, it's here. This is about to stir the heart. Xiaolian replied, The heart has been stirred for a long time. Only Mu Guanxian seemed to have not noticed. The awkward atmosphere of Mu Guanxian was suddenly shattered by a shout from the drunkard. I must become the #1 sword cultivator under the heavens. He continued to lose control, shouting, Sword wine spirit. Hua Xiaolian couldn't help but darken his face, suspiciously thinking, could this person be similar to that cruel person, Qing Lan? Xiaolian then placed his hand on Mu Guanxian's shoulder, saying, Sister, I am someone who has been through a lot. She leaned in close, seriously advising, What's yours, keep it. What's lost, don't seek. Tonight, while he's drunk, the heavens will grant a fateful encounter. Mu Guanxian also seems to enjoy keeping it that way. Immediately afterward, all three quickly entered Wang Xing's room. He is still deep in sleep on the bed. Xiaolian mischievously said, All to elder sister, hurry. Call out loudly to elder sister. Mu Guanxian softly said, Elder sister. Xiaolian triumphantly said, Oh, one call and then a big laugh. His face was crimson from drinking too much. His mouth involuntarily opened, as if he had dreamed of something. Your eyes are tightly shut. At this moment, do you feel something different? Wang Xing slowly opened his eyes, a pair of full lips right in front of him. But Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't move. A kiss was then gently placed on his cheek. Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder, Senior sister? It turned out to be Mao Wei. She kissed him to demonstrate for Mu Guanxian. Afterward, she turned and looked away. This is the simplest way of kissing, the one used as a greeting in many places around the world. Wang Xing's heart at this moment felt like it was falling into an abyss. He screamed in his mind, Why her? But at this moment, he still chose to pretend to be asleep, his face stiff, thinking, All right, since we've gotten this close, it's fine if Mao Wei touches me a little. Immediately after that, Xiaolian rushed forward and pushed Mu Guanxian ahead. It was Mu Guanxian's turn, and she immediately kissed him on the lips. Don't worry, go ahead. I've already used the binding spell with Wang Xing. He won't disturb us. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly to himself. Sister, what have you done? Mu Guanxian was currently filled with an immense sense of determination. She clenched her fists tightly, resolute. Wang Xing silently thought to himself as the climax approached. Sure, please provide the full text, and I'll correct it for spelling and appropriateness while keeping the original style intact. Developing at this pace and thinking of this, Mu Guanxian also began to climb onto the bed. His heart screamed wildly as she moved closer. Could it be that tonight we could? As soon as their lips were about to touch, a scream suddenly rang out. Mu Guanchuan was startled and paused. Xiaolian was still excited, her ears twitching incessantly. Ming Wei blushed and spoke. But isn't this a bit off? It's my first kiss with a girl, you know? It's supposed to be really important. Xiaolian nodded. That makes sense. Having said that, Xiaolian stepped forward. Tonight, this is all the teaching Mu Guanxian will receive. Remember this well. Xiaolian happily glanced at Mao Yu, and she continued lecturing. Things like this. I really am not as good as you. Mao Yu blushed. No, it's just. Oh, I'm a bit embarrassed. Xiaolian laughed loudly. It's fine. It's just the three of us here. Xiao Fei Yu is still sound asleep. She spoke first. Let's see how women like men, and how men like women. Meng Yue coughed lightly, and said, we women need to pay attention to how men like us. In the middle of the night, feeling exhausted, he sat up, his mind tiredly wandering, uncomfortable for quite a while. In the end, the binding spell was lifted. He immediately shot a sideways glance at the people beside him, but upon seeing the three girls in disheveled clothing, he felt helpless. These three were really too careless around him, weren't they? Wang Xing glanced to his side, his gaze softening with warmth. Mu Guanxian naturally lay sleeping right beside him, a slight wariness directed towards him. Wang Xing gently looked at her. It seemed that after his senior sister drank the wine, she had fallen into a deep sleep. She wouldn't wake up like this. He reached out his hand, soft and smooth, and the sensation was quite pleasant. Looking over, Mao Yue's clothes were disheveled, and Wang Xing was secretly surprised. He never expected that Mao Wei was also an experienced hand, teaching the entire group. You guessed that even senior sister Xiaolian seems to have taught her a fair amount of things. Thinking of this, Wang Xing smiled cunningly. If that's the case, he should thank them properly. Immediately after that, the clothes flew, scattered in the sky. What happened after that, no one knows. Early in the morning, a loud scream of 7 notes rang out, echoing throughout the area. Xiaolian, her clothes disheveled, blushed deeply. We've ruined Xiao Feiyu's purity. Meng Wei felt incredibly guilty. She repeatedly slammed her head forcefully into the pillar. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. Mu Guanxian, trembling all over, stared blankly at Wang Xing. His body was completely bare, soundly sleeping on the bed. Xiaolian groaned in distress. Who among us did it? If it was Mu Guanxian, then it's fine. Mao Wei screamed in tears. It must have been me. Elder Wang is so handsome, and I'm such a fool for men. I even drank last night. They were so absorbed in their conversation that they didn't notice that. Over here, Wang Xing had been awakened by the noise. Xiaolian, the righteous man, spoke up. It's all right, little sister. Since you've taken this person in, this matter shall be shouldered by me. It's just a bit of honor, isn't it? I am a fox spirit. What is there to be afraid of? Mu Guanxian said decisively. But if not, let me confess to junior brother. Having heard this last night, Wang Xing couldn't hold back his laughter and ended up clutching his stomach in pain. He burst out laughing. The three of them stared at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, you were still rolling around on the bed, clutching your stomach and laughing like a maniac. The three girls were now seething with anger from being teased. Without needing to say a word, you already knew the outcome for yourself. A battle of fury immediately broke out. Wang Xing had to face this wrath alone. The next morning, at Wudong Mountain, Zhu Yinglong hurriedly and respectfully went out to greet several fellow Taoists who had come from afar. Apologies for the inconvenience. Please forgive us. Li Yi smiled brightly, being polite before adding. We merely wanted to meet the senior who sold the immortal realm. We still feel somewhat worried. Chilling immediately followed up. That senior is very approachable, completely like us younger generation, without any formality. After the greetings, Zhu Yinglong led everyone inside, happily saying aloud, Junior brother Wang, look who has come. As soon as the door opened, the scene before them startled Zhu Yinglong, Monk Huijing, and Shi Tianzhong. Lu Yunji was no exception. Qi Ling, on the other hand, shyly let out a scream, covered her face, and turned away. On this side, Xiaolian was sitting leisurely, eating fruit, his inner strength continuously striking the ROI at Wang Xing. He was hanging upside down while being beaten to the point of sweating. Xiaolian coldly ignored him. Zen Master Santong had once said that the more handsome a man was, the more charming and flirtatious he would be. She coldly looked at him, never expecting Xiao Feiyu, the one so full of affection, to also possess such a crafty nature. Mao Yue interjected, Elder sister Xiaolian, perhaps it's better to let it go. Elder Wang's friends are still watching us over here. Mu Guanxian, while transferring his internal energy to him, had tears welling up in his eyes. Elder sister, you are overthinking. Junior brother is injured. What should we do about the Dao heart in the Dao realm? Junior apprentice will be bound, causing pain to others while being watched. Seeing his beloved sworn sister in such pain, Xiaolian couldn't bear to watch and stood up. She made a serious face, looking at Wang Xing, warning, do you remember? Will you dare to bully Mu Guanxian again in the future? Her heart secretly laughed with delight. Wang Xing smiled wryly. Senior, of course I wouldn't bully my senior sister. It was just a joke earlier. Please let me off. He silently reminded himself, to have a firm Dao heart, one must have thick skin. Immediately after, she raised her hand. This time, she spared you, and the rope was quickly untied. Wang Xing gently landed and respectfully said, Thank you, Senior. I will go entertain my friends first. Mu Guanxian beside him immediately ran over with a coat. Qiliang happily walked over. Senior, I came to find everyone to play. Xie Lian smiled joyfully. All right, let's play our game. Tell me about those scoundrel men, she said, and after that, the girls pulled together to one side. Wang Xing, drenched in sweat, walked toward the group of Zhu Yinglong. Lu Yunji, who was usually silent, couldn't help but smile when he looked at his face today. Only Shi Tianzhang was the most impolite. He lay in the dirt, laughing maniacally. Wang Xing, who topped the local rankings and was listed on the heavenly list, the young genius of the Hua Kingdom's cultivation world, had come here and was now laughing so uncontrollably that he couldn't continue speaking. Shi Tianzhang wiped his tears and laughed loudly. Wang Xing, what have you done to be hung up by the senior and beaten with a small bucket like this? You feel a little embarrassed, cough once. It was just a joke. Lu Yunji spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. For the sake of Fei Yu's reputation, let today's matter be considered as if it never happened. At this point, Zhu Yinglong suddenly jerked and let out a cry. Wang Xing scowled, stepped forward, and grinned dangerously. Brother Zhu, let me borrow your phone for a moment. Zhu Yinglong broke into a sweat, hesitating. I forgot to bring my phone. Monk Huijing smiled cunningly, looking at him. It's already late. A few minutes ago, the 2 pictures we sent were already transferred. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Xing's face completely vanished. He stumbled, the corners of his mouth twitching, and sweat involuntarily started to bead on his forehead. Right after that, a series of comments emerged regarding the security of the cultivation world, not hesitating to use the bodyguard techniques of the high-minded Fei Yu. We all admire Taoist Fei Yu. If you wish to find more powerful cultivators, you may consider my senior sister. If Taoist Fei Yu can't handle it, I can share some of the burden. Wang Xing felt bored, crying silently. The reputation of my entire life. This time, the group of Wang Xing returned to the Wudong sect to move house. Today, several of the senior brothers, including Shou Yinglong, came to see them off. The Monk Huijing group planned to part ways with everyone after the farewell and then head back to their respective mountains for cultivation. Conveniently, they also had some matters to discuss. Monk Huijing spoke first. After this great battle, the Yingyang sect will not make any moves for a short while. However, their base is in Yingyao Nation, and I'm afraid they are still gathering strength to prepare for a counterattack. Zhu Yinglong followed up. If not for the government's suppression, the Taoist sects from various schools might currently be up on Mount Fuji, admiring the cherry blossoms. But I feel that I should follow each step of the government's suppression, taking the initiative both now and in the future. Lu Yunji agreed with this statement. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. That's right, diplomacy between the 2 nations isn't just about Yingyang. It requires comprehensive consideration. Shi Tianzhang was eating an apple while feeling excited. After all, coming to Yingdao Nation to fight, there must be a part for me. After returning to the mountain, I will enter seclusion to cultivate, making sure not to become Wang Xing's stepchild. Wang Xing smiled stiffly and complimented. Recently, on the contrary, you have grown quite a bit. About 3%, Zhu Yinglong looked at him seriously. Fei Yu, this time you go. In the future, perhaps we will have very few chances to meet. Wang Xing poured a drink and smiled brightly. You can't just sit in the mountains for hundreds of years either. There will also be an opportunity to meet in the future. Shi Tianzhang sat on one side, dejected. Only 3%? Lu Yunji also suddenly offered his opinion. How about this? Perhaps in a few months, the Taoist sect will have to go to Yingdao Nation to deal with the demonic cultivators. At that time, as long as we are not in closed-door cultivation, we will go together. How about it? When the time comes, we will gather again and fight against those evil cultivators. It seems that Wang Xing and Zhu Yinglong have agreed. He continued, Today we meet at the Wudong sect. Tomorrow we eliminate evil at Yingdao. What do you all think? Over here, Monk Huijing and Shi Tianzhang did not object either. All 5 brothers were excited, raising their cups and shouting loudly. All right. The next day, everything started again. Mao Wei introduced him. Elder Wang, this is the villa that the superior arranged for the 3 of you. Wang Xing happily looked around and said, Thank you. Excitedly welcoming the sunlight on the balcony, he couldn't help but sigh. Following Senior Xie Lian, not only has the treatment and welfare been elevated by a level, but the thermal wall system, the defensive system around, everything is available. The most important thing is, upon hearing the mention of the network, his face suddenly turned pale. Wang Xing couldn't help but exhale a breath. Mao Wei whispered, "We have designed the parents' management privileges. Elder Wang can cut off the network at any time." He dejectedly asked, "Do you think I dare to cut off their network?" A moment later, there was no one left in the house. Wang Xing heard the sound of laughter and, curious, went outside to take a look. Not knowing what he had seen, he hurriedly ran inside, muttering to himself, "Don't look, don't look, don't look." In the distance, a small hot spring flowed continuously through an extraordinarily picturesque landscape. Mu Guanxian and Skellian were soaking in it. Mingwei stood on the shore, using a telescope to observe the senior sister. "It looks like I've won," she happily continued. "I told you, based on my understanding of Elder Wang, he definitely wouldn't peek at us." Xiaolian stood up and walked towards Mu Guanchuan. "All right, as expected, his personality is similar to Daoist Qing." The naked body of the fox spirit slowly moved closer to Mu Guanchuan. She lifted Mu Guanxian's chin and said, "Mu Guanxian, you must hold on tightly." Mu Guanxian let out a confused sound. On the other side, Mao Wei felt wronged, touching her own chest, silently thinking, why is there such a big difference? Immediately after that, Xiaolian set up a barrier, fearing that Wang Xing might peep. A wicked voice suddenly sounded, and unexpectedly, Mu Guanxian was also quite well endowed. Comparing a little, Xiaoyu Mao was shyly said, "Big sister, if you say any more, we'll sever our relationship." And of course, you heard all of these words. Wang Xing spoke to himself to divert his thoughts. It had been a long time since he had been able to calm his mind and cultivate like this. Speaking of his senior sister, she was still stuck at the peak of the Void Pill realm, and he didn't know when she would be able to break through. Without finishing the sentence, Xiaolian shouted loudly, "Xiao Feiyu, Mu Guanxian is about to break through. Quickly prepare to guard." Wang Xing was still somewhat bewildered. Can this kind of thing really be brought up so casually? Immediately after, he mounted his sword and flew out, condensing his golden core. Everyone inevitably encounters danger. No matter what, I must protect this place well so that senior sister can break through smoothly. Thinking this, Wang Xing quickly flew far away. He stood guard while also feeling puzzled inside. It was strange at first. The master directly absorbed a large amount of the heavenly and earthly primordial energy, and only then did he condense the golden elixir. Wang Xing stood high above, gazing down at the hot spring, wondering why his senior sister had ascended to the golden core realm without the surrounding aura shifting in the slightest. Could it be that Wang Xing has thought of something? His gaze grew serious. According to your guess, senior sister wants to take this opportunity to completely switch to the Yin-Yang Taiji path. Then, based on the foundation of pure Yang cultivation, she plans to use the secret techniques of Yang to form a golden elixir. At this moment, Mu Guanxian had already begun to channel his inner strength. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel worried and quickly took out his phone, thinking to himself, I shouldn't. This still carries danger. Must immediately contact Master Qing Yanzi, who is still in the hospital for treatment. Hearing Wang Xing recount the situation, he couldn't help but wonder, does Mu Guanxian want to follow the Yin-Yang path? Why didn't this child consult with me, the master? Fine, let it try. If it fails, you can step in to help. But it seems that Wang Xing still did not understand the meaning. His uncle quickly asked the master again, please explain it more clearly. Qing Yanzi immediately explained, the foundation of all of you is the pure Yang immortal formula. If Mu Guanxian fails, I will immediately transfer my true essence to him, so that he has a chance to return to the pure Yang immortal formula. Wang Xing's gaze at that moment became even more resolute. He decisively replied, yes, I understand. At the same time, Xiaolian also flew up close to him, chattering, if you want to go to the grand ritual, I can't help with that. Go down and protect her. She relayed the situation. Mingwei has already returned to the villa. I'll guard for you all and won't let anyone approach. Wang Xing held the sword, respectfully clasped his hands, and cupped his fist in gratitude to his senior. Then, he swiftly descended near Mu Guanxian, his mind calculating. The two forces of Yin and Yang, mutually nurturing yet also in opposition, could not naturally reconcile. This time, his senior sister had indeed taken quite an excessive risk. Immediately after that, he crossed his legs and sat down beside her, silently making a firm resolution to protect his senior sister well. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng's expression softened slightly. He sat down opposite Mu Guanxian, then spoke to reassure his senior sister. It's here, don't worry. Mu Guanxian was closing her eyes, cultivating her inner strength, but she still heard Wang Sheng's whispered words, rest assured. She smiled faintly. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was evening, yet Mu Guanxian still had not completed his breakthrough. Wang Xing focused on observing. Cannot help but worry. For a cultivator, if the first attempt at forming the core fails, the chances of success in the future will decrease more and more. This is because, firstly, it will leave behind a demonic heart, and secondly, it will cause the loss of strength, which may not result in death but will damage the foundation. You look at Mu Guanxian, who is focused on comprehending the Tao. At this moment, she is channeling the yin-yang sword intent. You cannot stop worrying. That is why the master entrusted it to me. If senior sister fails to form the core, I will immediately transfer true essence to her. In order for the senior sister to quickly condense the golden elixir of pure Yang Dao, you thought so while observing her movements. The two extremes of yin and yang of Mu Guanxian were still continuously glowing, and the process had not yet stopped. Looking at the power emanating from Wangxing, I couldn't help but be astonished. I never expected these two yin-yang energies to swirl around like this. Even I almost couldn't keep my balance. Your hand touched the sword, your thoughts still lingering, but the two yin and yang energies had already intertwined, proving that senior sister was on the right path. As long as the void pill realm successfully condensed, the tribulation would lead to the transformation into the golden core. Before you could finish your thoughts, suddenly, Mu Guanxian's hand rose toward the sky. Pure strength continuously emanated outward. Mu Guanxian appeared to be an immortal, their clothes fluttering lightly in the breeze. Wangxing was momentarily stunned by this power. His eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped aloud. You couldn't help but be startled, staring intently. Your mind couldn't help but think, does senior sister think that the void pill realm can already condense into the golden core? If it's not the golden core, then how could it solidify into a star from Mu Guanxian's body? At this moment, a shadow detached from her and flew into the air. Another pure figure, similar to the soul of Mu Guanxian, gently ascended. That version slowly opened its eyes, and the face no longer held the innocent expression of Mu Guanxian. Instead, it was replaced by a sharp and keen look. Wangxing looked on with wide eyes, his mouth involuntarily hanging open. The soul kept rising, heading towards the path of lightning in the sky. Mu Guanxian seemed to be drawing closer to that lightning, her soul like a magnet, continuously flying toward it. Wangxing down here has always been monitoring every move. He speculated that this might be the pill tribulation. The source of power made him momentarily unable to resist. At this moment, Wangxing felt a bit confused. His inner voice kept sounding, this is not good. Right now, the void pill realm of the senior sister only achieves a balance between the yin and yang forces. If the lightning tribulation breaks this balance, the void pill realm could shatter at any moment. He tried to open his eyes, observing Mu Guanxian's soul while also pondering. At this moment, Mu Guanxian's soul had approached the thunder in the sky, and the pill tribulation was now striking even more violently. Wangxing began to grow cautious. He clenched his teeth tightly, gripping the long sword in his hand. Mu Guanxian was sitting in front of him, still circulating his inner energy to transfer power into the yin and yang, while Mu Guanxian's soul above had drawn closer to the thunder, his expression unchanged. So, at this moment, in the sky, the soul of Mu Guanxian had completely merged with the Tao tribulation. A brilliant light radiated outward. After a while, her soul gently descended in peace. Wangxing remained seated there, observing him. He did not dare speak, fearing that she would fall into madness. Finally, the soul and body of Mu Guanxian have reunited. Her body soared a distance above the water's surface, but Mu Guanxian was still in a state of enlightenment. Wangxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, startled but not in danger. Wangxing calculated that as long as he passed through the tribulation, his senior sister would be able to condense the golden core. Suddenly, he was startled and looked towards Mu Guanxuan. She was undergoing a strange transformation. A glowing circle appeared on her abdomen. Wangxing was surprised. It was a cake. He looked at it, unable to help but wonder, is this also a golden elixir? No. Did senior sister succeed in refining the elixir? Wangxing had just returned when Xiaoyan immediately asked, did you succeed? He replied, I succeeded. But senior, does the golden core realm have to be spherical? Xiaoyan explained, the golden core realm in Taoism is simply the state of complete integration, with no fixed state, much like the cultivation method of Buddhism. In fact, it does not necessarily involve the formation of the golden core. Knowing that Mu Guanxian was not in any danger, he let out a sigh. All right, I'll go tell the good news to Master, then guard senior sister and enter seclusion. You bring good news to Master Qing Yanzi. Senior sister has succeeded, but senior sister's golden core realm is a large yin-yang-shaped cake. He instructed not to worry, as the golden core manifests according to the grand Tao of oneself, and the round cake also symbolizes harmony. As long as it's not a stick, there's no need to worry too much. Upon saying this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is that so? Qing Yanzi asked in return. Are you afraid that when you form your core, the golden core will take the shape of a sword? Wangxing, on this side, spoke to himself. Master says there's no need to worry. But how can I not worry if Senior Sister's golden core encounters any problems? It is very likely to affect the entire cultivation path in the future, impacting the attainment of immortality and enlightenment. All right then, if this path has been chosen by Senior Sister herself, I cannot say anything more. If I really encounter the seventh bottleneck, I will do my best to help Senior Sister break through her realm. Mu Guanchuan is still in seclusion at this moment. He sat across from her and began to channel his inner strength. Senior Sister also hoped for immortality. After a long while, Mu Guanchuan successfully passed the tribulation. The only thing left was comprehension. There was nothing for him to worry about. Immediately, he calmed down, entered seclusion to comprehend the balance of yin and yang taught by his Senior Sister, and to deepen his understanding of the sword intent of ritual and etiquette. This time, it lasted for more than 20 days. Wang Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Xiaoyan was excited. That's right, Mu Guanxian is just like that. After attaining enlightenment and advancing to a higher level, Mu Guanxian's appearance changed a little. She looks more somber and pure than before. Xiaoyan happily congratulated junior sister Mu Guanchuan on advancing to the Golden Core realm. She could now ride a flying mount. This white dragon magical artifact is my gift to celebrate your promotion. Using it looks much better. Sword stepping with finger technique. Wang Xing also stepped forward and added, "Congratulations, senior sister, on entering the Golden Core realm. From now on, you've also become a cultivator of the Golden Core realm." Mu Guanxian placed her hands on her hips and looked at him resolutely. "Think about it. I'm a master. From now on, follow me, and you'll eat well, drink well, I'll protect you." Wang Xing laughed joyfully and asked his senior sister, "What do you want to eat today? Also, thank you, Senior Xiaoyan, for helping us with the gatekeeping. I will go cook. Let's prepare a celebratory meal." Mu Guanxian's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing about food, and her face couldn't hide her joy. Xiaoyan didn't understand why, but she felt irritated. She darkened her face and stared at Wang Sheng. Immediately after, Xiaoyan cracked his knuckles aggressively and threatened, "You still call me senior? Do you believe I can make you quickly understand the issue? Correct it. What would Xiaoyan Deji like to eat? She has been suggesting to me for a long time that I haven't eaten bamboo shoots. Let's try making some bamboo shoots." At this moment, Mu Guanxian was also landing. She excitedly grabbed her phone and typed out the menu: stir-fried spicy cabbage, egg-filled pastry, strawberry-filled donut, and chives. Stir-fried ginger with goat's ear, yam rib soup, ribs, and steamed tofu with fermented black beans. Grilled ribs with honey sauce, fried eggs, pickled radishes, smoked meat, shiitake mushrooms, fish soup, pickled cucumbers. So many dishes, but Wang Xing still happily agreed. He exclaimed loudly, excited, "All right." The scene shifts to another place. The surroundings here are extremely gloomy. A streak of blue light swiftly glides by, then shoots straight into the house ahead. Immediately, a powerful wave of dark energy shot out from within the purple mist, as if a person were present as well. This place is minor hell. The scene shifts to Wang Xing's villa. It was evening not long ago. He had just finished cooking, still wearing the apron, and carried 2 plates of food to senior sister. "Meal's ready. Let's eat." A table full of food was quickly served. Wang Xing was filled with happiness, thinking, "I don't know why, but seeing this scene makes me feel as if I've already married senior sister." He smiled bitterly, looking at Xiaoyan as she continued to think and prepare to raise her daughter into adulthood. She was extremely excited, looking at the table full of food, laughing loudly. "Let's eat." He looked at Xiaoyan's attire, feeling a bit strange, silently thinking, "I heard the eldest sister read some comic about a fox spirit or something. So is she playing dress-up?" Thinking of this, Wang Xing asked her, "Are you familiar with this place, Xiaoyan?" She replied casually, "It's much more comfortable than your little courtyard was." Mortals these days really know how to enjoy themselves, with so many different types of series and movies like this. Wang Xing remained silent, saying nothing. He glanced over at Mu Guanxian. Xiaoyan also looked at her and said, "Mu Guanxian, remember to send me more next time. I've already watched all of it." Wang Xing continued picking up food as if he were deep in thought. For a moment, Wang Xing asked again, "Senior Xiaoyan, have you found a way to purify the demonic aura?" Xiaoyan poured a glass of water and said, "Right now, as long as I don't use any magic and don't get angry, I won't fall into the demonic state. Probably, if I meet Daoist Qing again and talk with him, my demonic nature will be eliminated." Hearing this, Wang Xing's mood became more serious. He put down his chopsticks. Wang Xing said seriously, "Elder sister, you are now beginning to control your emotions. I will share all the information we have regarding Daoist Qing with you." Immediately after, her eyes turned dark and gloomy, no longer as cheerful as before. The high ponytails on both sides were quickly undone, her hair flowing like smooth white silk. The modest attire was replaced with a revealing dress. The fox-like allure quickly returned. She looked at Wangxing coldly and said, "Go." And after confirming that senior sister Xiaoyan would not easily succumb to the demonic path, he revealed the contents of the will left by the founder of the sect. This includes the difference in the speed of time passing on Earth and elsewhere, the story of the immortal, Xianlian, and falling into a predicament. Fortunately, despite the initial shock, Xiaoyan did not take too long to calm down, as if he felt that this situation was nothing unusual. Wangxing anxiously asked, "Elder sister, do you know about this?" Contrary to what you imagined, Xiaoyan was unusually cheerful as he said, "Of course. So that's why I'm not sure whether I can find Daoist Qing to eliminate the demonic nature. But when your cultivation can completely suppress mine, I won't need to worry like this anymore." Mu Guanxian looked at her in confusion. Wangxing silently thought to himself for a moment, could it be that I've been worrying for nothing? But after thinking this, he widened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyan, then said loudly, "Come on, Mu Guanxian, let's drink." Mu Guanxian quickly raised his cup. Xiaoyan was as happy as if nothing had happened. She hugged Mu Guanxian tightly, laughing as she spoke, but at the corner of her eye, a hot tear that Xiaoyan tried to hold back could not be suppressed and lingered. Wangsheng did not reveal it, but he couldn't help feeling a bit of heartache. Was the eldest sister really all right? Time slowly passed, and before long, a month had gone by. After a month, Mu Guanxian was still focused on circulating his internal energy. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was lying in the chair, fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, from outside, Wangsheng rushed in, shouting loudly, "Senior sister, eldest sister." His eyes shone brightly as he pointed at the phone. "Come over here quickly, junior sister, my real younger sister." Xiaoyan looked at the photo and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, so cute. Completely different from someone I know." All three huddled together and called out, "Bai Dao." Xiaoyan wondered, "What name?" Wangxing replied, "Wang Xiaoyao." He smiled brightly and said to the baby on the screen, "Wang Xiaoyao, I'm your big brother." The two girls also scrambled to look together. "Your mood right now is like spring coming to your heart," silently making a resolution. "Starting from today, I must cultivate diligently. No matter what, as an older brother, being able to let my sister lean on me is the least I can demand of myself." The sky quickly darkened. He fell into a spiral of repetitive thoughts, though, to be fair, it had to be said. Unconsciously, it had been over a year since they moved into this villa. Senior sister had reached the mid-stage golden core realm in her cultivation. Although unable to keep up, his cultivation had also reached the peak of void pill realm. At this moment, he and Mu Guanxian were practicing together. According to Qing Yinzi, this is the Yin-Yang Great Tao of senior sister, which greatly accelerates your cultivation speed. To verify this hypothesis, the master also specially suggested that they enter seclusion and cultivate in the same room. Mu Guanxuan slowly opened her eyes, glancing over at Wangxing. Immediately after, a gentle kiss was slowly placed on his cheek. Wangxing opened his eyes in confusion, while Mu Guanxian quickly retreated back to her seat, realizing the situation. He blushed, gazing at Mu Guanxian with a dazed look. Senior sister, she dared not look him in the eye, only gently murmuring a response, as if acknowledging his words. He seized the opportunity, moved closer, and was about to take Mu Guanxuan's hand. His words faltered, "Senior sister, I." Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the romantic atmosphere between the two. He was startled and said, "Take this." Both of them stared blankly in the direction of the sound, feeling a sense of unease in their hearts. At the doorway, a brilliant and dazzling beam of light shone through. Wangxing looked in that direction. It was Pingdu Mountain, an ancient internal force shining straight from the earth to the sky. In the evening, Wangxing and the others sat together. He was worried and called Mao Yu. As soon as you called, she answered the phone. Wangxing quickly got to the point. "What happened over there?" Mao Wei reported the situation. "There has been an energy disturbance at Pingdu Mountain. Recently, a major earthquake occurred. We are currently conducting rescue operations. Based on the current situation, it has been confirmed that this is the energy released by the female corpse buried underground." She continued, "Elder Wang, you and Bu Yu Xianzi were with senior sister before. I will add you to the group later, where intelligence will be shared in real time." Wangxing, focus and listen. Then he replied, "All right, if anything happens, immediately contact Mao Wei." After finishing the report, he hung up the phone. Immediately after that, he looked towards Xiaolian and said, "Big sister." Mu Guanxian also unintentionally looked in the same direction. Xiaolian was drinking water, and upon hearing him call, he responded with a word. Seeing him so serious, she didn't say anything, merely turned around in silence. After that, the fox girl pretended to blush. What did the two of them want to do? "Xiao Feiyu, are you about to start evolving from nothing into a beast?" Wangxing was at a loss for words. "You should be ashamed. Speak seriously to your big sister." Immediately after that, Wangxing also got to the point. Elder sister, you know so much about hell. This information is very important. If possible, I would like to record a video for Xiaoyan. Immediately after, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the words, wait. A while later, upstairs, in Xiaoyan's room, there was finally some movement. She stepped out, dressed in proper attire, her posture graceful, and looked at the two of them. All right. Starting to turn, how is it, big sister? Does this look good? Wangxing looked at her, speechless. Mu Guanxian smiled brightly, raised her index finger, and said one word, like. Immediately after that, Wangxing took the camera, following Xiaoyan's introduction. The hell we speak of is a place of reincarnation. That day, the heavenly realm opened the path for criminals to be reincarnated, calling it minor hell, which existed in a different space. The only entrance was the Demon Gate, 300 miles underground. Xiaoyan solemnly continued in front of the camera. The Demon Gate is usually guarded by tens of thousands of demon soldiers, and cultivators cannot approach. Of course, now the demon soldiers have all followed the heavenly realm, and there are no demons left. As for last night, if those three princesses had been reincarnated into this world, there would definitely have been an auspicious sign, not the sudden eruption of immortal light. Suddenly, Wangxing's phone rang. He thought to himself that it was probably a message from Mao Yu. Seeing the text in the message, Wangxing couldn't help but be startled, especially Mu Guanxian. She was eating a cake, but was so shocked that her face turned pale. The scene shifted to Pingdu Mountain, where Mao Yue quickly called him, announcing, Elder Wang. The gate suddenly appeared behind Pingdu Mountain. She is at the back mountain, Mao Yue said. Although it seems ordinary, any living or dead creature that is brought into it will disappear, just like a traditional gate. Wangxing quickly responded, all right, I understand. Everyone is projecting images onto the television. Mao Wei continued, I suggest that the team prepare for battle and go in to explore. The doctor anxiously said, the current situation is such that sending someone in is equivalent to sending them to their death. Your people are still monitoring the situation. The doctor continued, we must assess the situation inside. Only with a countermeasure can we allow people to enter. The man standing beside him said, in a situation like this, sacrifice is an unavoidable necessity. Jiling remained calm in the face of the situation. She glanced over and asked the Golden Core cultivator, is it possible to enter the Demon Gate? He replied nonchalantly, we are willing to try. If we don't enter and take a look, it will be hard to feel at ease. Scholar Ma continued, that would be perfect. I suggest only a few of the Taoist masters should enter. Xiaoyan asked, this person, Xiao Feiyu, really doesn't need to go there to help? Wang Sheng, still dealing with someone, observed and then continued, the matter with the Demon Gate is certainly unusual. On the other side, on the monitoring screen, the four cultivators began to enter. They stood in front of the mysterious door, observing it for a moment. It emanated a dense, murderous aura, its gravitational pull so strong that it seemed to want to devour them. The cultivators had to remain steady for a long while. One of them said loudly, signaled to the others to agree quickly. The white-haired cultivator immediately extended his hand as he gradually approached the door. The finger touched that place, as if brushing against a vast water curtain. As soon as it made contact, ripples immediately spread out. And so, they entered the gate of hell together. Wangxing, somewhat worried, asked, Senior Xiaoyan, can someone in the Golden Core realm reach minor hell? She recalled that 1,000 years ago, there were demon soldiers stationed at the Golden Core, unable to break through the Demon Gate. And now, as long as it is not an exceptionally weak Golden Core, it should be fine. Perhaps it can resist the attack of the Ghost Chi from the Netherworld. Hearing this, he couldn't help but think. The Yin-Yang sect has been quiet for 5 or 6 years, just recently rising for 2 or 3 years, was suppressed, and now the Demon Gate has appeared. There might be something even bigger happening behind the scenes. You are disappointed with yourself. It seems that the memories from your past life are now useless. Turning back to the cultivators, everyone saw the 4 figures at the door and joyfully exclaimed, they're out, they're out. The white-haired cultivator laughed loudly and announced, inside is truly the hell of the dead. But they didn't pay attention. Something unusual is behind me. Wangxing and Mu Guanxian both simultaneously realized that she had originally been afraid of ghosts, and they widened their eyes in surprise. Finally, the cultivator also noticed something unusual. He was startled, turned around, and his inner self warned that something was wrong. But what he feared more was that he could not channel the magic within his body. The door suddenly appeared, a strange phenomenon. The streams of golden light caused the 4 cultivators to stagger. It seems that after they entered, they were stirred up, which caused some strange phenomena to arise like this. Wangxing couldn't help but wonder and asked, Senior Xiaoyan, what is that? She guessed that it might be a trace of lingering consciousness left by the Prime Minister of the Demon Gate, Or perhaps the soul within the demon gate was calling out to them. Go, the cultivators in this world are still too weak. Pause for a moment. Xiaolian's gaze flickered over, and his voice hesitated. However, right after that, the mischievous fox spirit yelled loudly. Mu Guanxian, are you afraid of ghosts? What's there to be afraid of? The strength of a ghost cultivator is 7 or 8 parts weaker than that of a human cultivator at the same level. A few hours later, at Wangxing's villa, it was late at night, but the lights inside were still on. Xiaolian said seriously, absolutely do not act recklessly, even though the heavenly immortals sealed that place when they left. But the yin energy inside is too heavy. Perhaps it has nurtured some kind of powerful monster. Wangxing wondered, elder sister, didn't you say there were no ghost soldiers inside? Why is it that now? Xiaolian spoke up. The ancient demon Nam is self-taught. I can't help but wonder why this little brat is. At the same time, Wangxing's phone suddenly rang. The professor, not understanding what she had just said, asked again, Miss He, what did you mean by that just now? Xiaolian explained, that ghost hand. Well, it's probably because Wangxing over here was distracted by that call. He was wondering to himself, who is it? Why have I never seen this number before? Immediately after that, Wangxing quickly picked up the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is that you, Junior? You just heard and immediately realized. Senior, did you change your number? Why didn't you tell me? Qianlin said, when I graduated, I moved to another city, so I changed my phone. Sorry, Wangxing. No need to beat around the bush. Senior, did something difficult happen to you? As long as you can help me, just say it. Qianlin looks like she's in a mood right now. She was silent for a moment, as if this was something hard to say. Soon after, Qianlin spoke up. The demon gate has appeared at Pingdu Mountain. The government has begun sending people to garrison Minor Hell. Right now, 27 people have entered the demon gate and are about to reach the entrance to the Yellow Spring, aren't they? Hearing this, you can't help but be startled. His voice also faltered slightly. Senior sister, could it be that you've transmigrated back? Upon hearing this, Qianlin stared blankly and asked in return, Huh? Qianlin thought you were joking, so she smiled brightly and replied, I'm an alien myself. She asked again, aren't you at Pingdu Mountain right now? Wangxing said you are in closed-door cultivation and haven't gone there yet. The two pairs of eyes secretly glanced at each other, probing. You quickly got to the point. Senior, this should have been a secret. How did you find out? Qianlin fell silent. This is a bit difficult to explain. Just pretend you didn't hear it. I have another idea. On this side, Wangxing speculated and immediately asked, does senior sister want to contact the special investigation team? Qianlin fell silent for a moment, then let out a deep sigh, appearing lost in thought. Wait a moment, Qianlin asked him. Wangxing, have you ever heard of the Hidden Earth sect? Hearing this, he quickly pressed the record button and turned up the speaker so everyone could hear. Wangxing asked his senior sister curiously, aren't you the successor of some hidden sect or something? Qianlin continued, it can be understood that way, but the Hidden Earth sect is not really a sect. But he is a descendant of the immortals. Immediately after that, a young man named Qianlin recounted. When he turned off the machine, Wangxing quickly sent a message to Zhiling. She was surprised by the news. Your senior, from the Hidden Earth sect, is the direct descendant of the immortal Abaddon from ancient times, and even after so many years, they are still responsible for guarding Minor Hell. He replied, that's right, they have a treasure that can monitor the situation in Abaddon, as well as a sealed place on the Yellow Springs Road. As long as the seal is broken from afar. Then, countless demon soldiers will appear on the path of the Yellow Spring, surrounding and killing the Taoist masters who attempt to enter Abaddon. Moreover, for all these years, they have always been in charge of guarding the Minor Hell on this side. Zhiling quickly proposed a solution. I will inform the reconnaissance team not to enter the Yellow Spring recklessly and send someone to contact your senior. Wait a moment, she continued. As for other matters, we will decide after we make contact with the Hidden Earth sect. Once we've learned and transmitted the information, Wangxing quickly closed the laptop. He sighed wearily, his mind racing with thoughts. As long as the Hidden Earth sect is within the Hua Kingdom, finding them won't be too difficult. The problem is that the female immortal who failed in her reincarnation is desperately searching for another way in Abaddon. How should it be dealt with? You recall senior sister Xiaolian, with her semi-immortal strength, who was able to directly counter the powerful weapon strike that day. Wangsheng was a little tired. If a heavenly immortal were to fall into madness, I suppose the heavens and earth would tremble, right? Before he could finish his thoughts, the phone rang again, signaling the arrival of a new message. It is sent by Mu Guanxian. It seems like she's trying to say something to you. Mu Guanxian means that the senior immortal master only has a remnant soul left. If he doesn't reincarnate, will he cease to exist? Is there any way we can help her? Wang Xing thought to himself, senior sister actually shares the same thoughts as I do. I am merely a cultivator of the void pill realm, yet you quickly receive the message, still contemplating whether you wish to assist a heavenly immortal in reincarnation. He sent a message back to Mu Guanxian. All living beings in the world are born, and likewise, they must also perish. This female immortal has been severely injured and is on the verge of death. She herself speculates that she doesn't have much time left. Upon reading this, Mu Guanxuan's expression became slightly displeased. Wang Xing continued, with our current abilities, all we can do is light incense and pray for her. Upon seeing the words, light incense and pray for her, Mu Guanxian's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that she had come up with something once again. Thinking is doing. The two of them together offered incense and lit the sticks. Mu Guanxian and Wang Xing knelt solemnly, praying to the heavens for the female immortal's safety, for her reincarnation and cycle of life. Xiaoyan stood there, watching in confusion. The smile on Xiaoyan's lips froze, and she secretly broke into a sweat. Were they really being serious? Not long after, the investigation team arranged protection for the senior sister. Afterward, since the senior sister was not involved in cultivation, although the clan did not obstruct her too much, they also did not give her much influence. Right now, the only thing she can do is provide the Wang Xing group with some intelligence about the hidden sect. Jiling quickly called Wang Xing. She couldn't help but praise Qianlin, his senior, for being such a smart person. Jiling knew that she intended to borrow us to reorganize the Hidden Earth sect. Right now, the Hidden Earth sect considers itself the orthodox path of immortality, which is very dangerous. However, at this point, Jiling suddenly paused for a moment. Then he continued, just now, Ms. Shen mentioned you exactly 21 times, which is even more than the Hidden Thunder sect and her father combined. Wang Xing couldn't help but break into a sweat upon hearing this. Jiling teased, your rice is good, always inseparable from Mu Guanxian. Even a branch of plum blossoms can reach beyond the wall. Wang Xing anxiously replied, Master, in my heart, there is only one moon. She still wouldn't let go. What could be done? The night sky, the sea of stars shimmering. You are useless. If you keep dragging things out with the master, then the master is nothing. Jiling discussed it with you. Go contact Miss Shin. I feel like she has a solution. After all, we are descendants of the immortals. If we can bring the Hidden Earth sect onto the righteous path with us, it would naturally be a good thing. On the other end of the line, he whimpered, Yes, I'll hang up now, master. After inquiring about the situation from the senior female disciple, he called his senior, perhaps because he already knew how to resolve it. It seemed that his senior's mood wasn't bad. Wang Xing smiled brightly and, without hesitation, asked, Senior, what do you plan to do next? Do you have any ideas? Qianlin blushed and said, Actually, I need your help with something. Perhaps you won't be angry, right? Wang Xing turned to take the cup of water from Mu Guanxian's hand, then continued, As a disciple of the Taoist sect, someone like me values inner peace and calmness, so I won't get angry. Please, enjoy a sip. The brave young girl finally spoke her thoughts, Sister. On the other end of the line, Qianlin quickly said, How about you pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my father? Thus, we can use the excuse of visiting the parents to try and persuade him. Hearing this, his face turned ashen, and he nearly swallowed the entire cup. Wang Xing coughed a few times, replying to his senior, Can't you tell? I'm family. Don't you trust me to give suggestions, or should I introduce you to a handsome guy? Thus, saying love at first sight will not be suspicious. Qianlin was also curious, so he asked, Who is it? Send me a few pictures to take a look. Are they unphotoshopped? Immediately after, he quickly sent a message to the group. Does your immortal cultivation team, Maoshan, Lu Yunji, have time to assist with the task? He quickly responded, I've prepared for a trip to Yingdao Nation. I just made a breakthrough and am planning to go out for a while. Monk Huijing continued, Ba, let's wait until I finish this game before discussing it. I too have just made a breakthrough. You said the timing for Yingdao Nation is not yet ripe, and there are other matters. Seeing Wang Xing hesitate, Li Ji directly said, Fei Yu, just speak plainly. I will definitely do my best to help. So, you're not going to beat around the bush and send me a few selfies where you look really handsome and cool? Monk Huijing and Shi Tianzhong both simultaneously expressed surprise. Shi Tianzhong quickly said, Damn Wang Xing, when did you switch targets? Liu Xianzi, the celestial maiden, has descended to the mortal realm. Monk Huijing reminded, Fei Yu, you are a disciple of the Taoist sect. You must remember the principle, male and female are not eternal. Shi Tianzhong didn't bother to pay attention and said again, Wang Xing needs a selfie of me. Should I not wear any clothes? Monk Huijing quickly reminded, Ba Buddha, Fei Yu, you must also consider it. Lu Yunji must be willing. It cannot be forced or done recklessly. You read the message, unable to help but break into a sweat, thinking to yourself, how are these two typing so fast? After a round of back-and-forth messages, Wang Xing said, Lu Yunji, let's message privately. Immediately after that, his phone received a message. Over 40 pictures. He was surprised. This is a model's portrait, right? Xiaolian beside him excitedly shouted. Oh, this is great. He breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this. Even masters of the beauty world have this kind of style. Anyway, the fake boyfriend thing is more or less settled now. The photo of Lu Yunji was quickly sent. He calculated next and had to see if he could arrange a meeting with the senior's father. The man was sitting in the room, deep in thought. He frowned, looking at the phone screen. Lu Yunji, is this the boyfriend that Tian Lam just met? The next day, in a city located in a province in the east of the Hua Kingdom, the sky had already turned bright. The three of them were sitting together, eating and talking. Xiaolian said, why have I never heard of the name Hidden Earth Sect? She licked the ice cream while recounting, although I know there are a few immortal bloodlines cultivating in the mortal realm. They never expected that they had always been staying here. Wang Xing looked out the door. Just a little while longer, I will know, he thought to himself. I never expected the Hidden Earth Sect to be hiding within the bustling city. Looking at the stream of cars passing by, Wang Xing couldn't help but sigh. A true master hides themselves amidst the busy streets. This saying truly holds wisdom. Lost in thought, the door of the cafe suddenly opened. A handsome couple entered together. The tall, handsome young man stood next to the shy and graceful young woman. They looked like a perfect couple. As soon as Wang Xing saw them, he joyfully raised his hand and called out loudly, Senior Lu Yunji. Qianlin also smiled, playfully looking at him. Has everyone arrived? Lu Yunji, blushing with embarrassment, raised his hand and looked at Wang Xing. You seem like it's your first time doing this. Lu Yunji couldn't hide his awkwardness and quickly corrected his form of address. Fai Xing is Fei Yu and Wang Xing, but ended up mixing up the order. Xiaolian was satisfied as he assessed. This look of Lu Yunji is truly no less impressive than your seniors. Wang Xing smiled brightly. Lu Yunji draws all eyes. No one could be more fitting. Two people sat at separate tables next to each other. Wang Xing Qianlin ordered a cup of hot coffee. He lowered his voice. Has your senior sister thought carefully about what to say to her father later? Qianlin said, I'll advise him first. Do you all want to sit together later? Wang Xing worriedly said, what do you think? Did your father bring bodyguards with him? I bet he didn't. This time, he's here under the pretense of meeting my boyfriend. While they were talking, a slender hand touched his shoulder. Mu Guanxian raised the phone. Later, if a conflict arises, we will need to take action against Ms. Shun's father, right? Wang Xing raised his hand to block the phone screen of Mu Guanxian. You spoke softly. If necessary, take action, but don't let anyone get hurt. The Hidden Earth Sect is not a demonic cultivator. It only has the responsibility of guarding. Abaddon, we cannot ignore reason either. As soon as the words were spoken, the door of Lonnie's cafe opened once again. A person quickly stepped inside. Qianlin glanced over and immediately stood up, along with Lu Yunji. Father, the man with a benevolent face, looked at her and smiled brightly. Kid, you finally decided to come back and see your father, huh? Xiaolian glanced over and immediately assessed. Golden Core Realm, mid-stage, not bad at all. Wang Xing whispered, let them talk first. Later Master Mother will pretend to be Lu Yunji Sr. and meet him. Xiaolian looked at Lu Yunji and smiled mischievously. Something's wrong. Lu Yunji's acting is off. Isn't he afraid of being exposed? Wang Xing said in confusion. Maybe the other side will misunderstand, thinking this is just nervousness, making it easier to get past. Over here, Father Qianlin laughed heartily. The handsome young man, no wonder the well-behaved daughter of the uncle fell for him so easily. Lu Yunji replied shyly. Uncle, you're teasing me. At the same time, Wang Xing heard a notification by his ear. The team leader will arrive in 5 minutes. He quietly felt satisfied. Very good. The mistress is on her way, just waiting for her to arrive. Everything should go smoothly. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering rang out. Lu Yunji stood up in a daze, smiling brightly. Hey, how could you be so careless? Immediately after, he quickly approached and patted Lu Yunji on the shoulder. The restroom has a dryer. Go on, let me take you there to handle it. Lu Yunji cried out in distress in his heart. He had sealed his true essence. Lu Yunji remained motionless, then smiled and said, Don't be polite with Uncle Wang. Go ahead, stand guard at the door for me. I'll just take off my clothes and dry them a bit. Qianlin anxiously spoke loudly. Father Wang Xing must have also noticed something unusual. He quickly raised his sword. Before leaving, he said to senior sister Xiaolian, Help me with something. You don't need to listen to everything. Just come here and you'll understand. Go ahead, If you need to make a move, just let me know. Subduing a cultivator in the Golden Core realm won't have any impact on me. At this moment, outside the bathroom door, Wang Xing quickly stood by, listening attentively. An angry voice sounded from inside. Shinsuan, glaring at Ling Yi. Who sent you to approach my daughter? He snorted coldly and lifted the young man up. Did you really think I wasn't paying attention to the cultivation world? Maoshan, Lu Yunji suddenly appeared from outside. The sound of the door opening made Shin Suian pause for a moment. He looked at Wang Xing, who had just entered, and coldly asked, Who are you? Wang Xing respectfully introduced himself. Junior disciple Wang Xing, Fei Yu, under the tutelage of Taoist elder. Upon meeting Master Shin, he looked at him and clenched his teeth. It turns out to be you. Tian Lin had mentioned you several times. I also sent people to search for information about you. It seems that all three of your masters are affiliated with the government. So, is this time the special investigation team aiming at my sect? Wang Xing calmly replied. If it weren't for your esteemed self taking action against the cultivators entering minor hell, we wouldn't have come. The senior of the Hidden Earth sect doesn't normally interfere with the world, but the Demon Gate suddenly stirred up trouble, and the most pressing issue for the government is. Before you could finish speaking, he shouted and interrupted, all unnecessary words. Lu Yunji was dropped to the ground. He shifted his target to Wang Xing. I'll capture you first, then tell your master to come meet me and explain. You remained calm and proposed a condition. If you wish to fight, how about this? If I, by chance, manage to defeat the senior with a single move? Then, senior, could you calmly and amicably exchange words with us? He straightened his back and spoke clearly. He cracked his knuckles, looked at Wang Xing, and then said, Don't say you won with one move. As long as you can block 10 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Upon hearing this, his face immediately hardened. Then, I, the junior, have offended. Right after that, Wang Xing shouted loudly. Thinking back, the Fox sister had told him earlier that if he needed help, he should call out. Shin Suian was stunned, but for a moment, he did not move, just staring blankly at him. The sword of Wang Xing swiftly pointed directly at Shin Suian's neck. He stood still, unmoving, and said, My cultivation is too low. I can only seal you for a moment, senior. He looked at the old man's expression and continued, But senior, do you think this sword of mine could actually injure you right now? The old man closed his eyes, accepting the outcome. The hero, having been taught by the young man, admitted defeat. If it's an exchange, then it's an exchange. Although it was said that you borrowed the power of senior sister Xiao Yan to control Uncle Wang, he not only failed to recognize senior sister, but also did not recognize his own master. Even mistaking the previous move for my true strength, the Hidden Earth sect has overestimated themselves, looking down on intelligence gathering. It is clear their level is average. At this moment, Lu Yunji was providing information to his uncle, treating this as the official website of the Alliance. He paused for a moment and then. Or perhaps they feel that by not participating in the struggle, they can simply maintain their own kindness and live a carefree life, Wang Xing thought. But for a power, this was clearly too confident. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This person must be Master Shin Suian, right? He instinctively turned his head. She stepped forward and greeted him. I am the aunt of Xiao Zhiling. Shin Suian stood up. Team leader Zhiling, there's no need to be so polite. Let's get straight to the point, Master Shun. Zhiling won't beat around the bush either. It seems you've already understood part of my intention for coming to you this time. Immediately after that, Zhiling sat down and delved into the two questions that concerned us the most. First, does a threat exist within Abaddon? Second, can the Demon Gate return to its original location? Shin Suian was surprised. I thought you would ask if we could control the cycle of reincarnation. The group of Lundi sat at a separate table. He waved his hand in front of his face, taking in a bit of air. He recounted. The Hidden Earth sect is merely the descendants of the immortal Abaddon from the underworld. What we can do is merely supervise the locations of Abaddon. In Abaddon, there is a vast amount of forbidden wind, which will undoubtedly pose a threat. As for the specifics regarding the secrets of our sect. Hearing this, Zhiling quickly put the cup of water down. She spoke, if the Demon Gate cannot manifest, it will be considered a secret of the hidden sect. But now, the Demon Gate has appeared at Pingdu Mountain, and it has the potential to affect the stability of the social order. Having said that, Zhiling said sternly, Master Shin, will you choose to cooperate with us or stand against us? Qianlin advised her father to share intelligence, as it was the premise of cooperation, unless it involved the Demon Gate. We don't need this meeting, either. Father, if something from the Demon Gate appears, we must also bear the responsibility. Knowing without reporting is not acceptable. Shin Suian began to explain. Abaddon is actually a parallel world to the mortal realm. The Demon Gate is the point of intersection between the two worlds. Once the two worlds touch, Pingdu Mountain becomes the point of termination, and the surrounding area within 1,000 miles will be transformed into a land for disciples. He added, furthermore, within the 18 layers of hell, there are countless vengeful souls and evil demons, and continued speaking. His expression was somewhat complicated. Hundreds of cultivators who had attempted to seize Abaddon 1,000 years ago might not have died completely. Jiling seemed to realize the severity of the situation as well, and she spoke up. Can you explain it in more detail? Shin Sueon added, back then, the primordial energy of heaven and earth was sealed, but to ensure the cycle of reincarnation continued, the immortals left a trace of primordial energy in Abaddon. Therefore, the pitiful ones, unwilling to return to being mere mortals, had the intention of attacking this place, forcibly launching an assault on Abaddon. It can be seen that, at that time, everyone was very confused. The Hidden Earth sect bore the responsibility of protecting Abaddon, and as a result, more than half of them were slaughtered. The ridiculous thing was that they were stopped outside the restriction of the halls, unable to approach the place where the reincarnation stone was kept. Finally, these cultivators were unaware of their whereabouts, and it is possible that they voluntarily fell into the 18 layers of hell, with their vital energy still remaining. He continued, right now, you might be able to understand why we don't want to interact with the cultivation world. Jiling added, back then, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators who stayed. An individual's actions cannot represent the entire sect. Jiling asked curiously, but if Abaddon has a way to make immortals reincarnate, then what has happened to that female immortal now? Shin Sueon fell into deep thought. After a pause, he recalled the devastation, almost as if he had supported the entire underworld. According to Shin Sueon's words, when the Sun Maiden entered Abaddon, the Hidden Earth sect immediately sensed it. After she entered the reincarnation of Abaddon, the immortal light in the hall immediately blazed brightly, continuing for several days. But a few days later, the fairy suddenly let out a long scream, then broke the seal of the 10 halls of Yama, descending once again into the 18th level of hell. Various places within the underworld were thrown into chaos, turning Abaddon into a heap of disorder. The Hidden Earth sect, originally planning to follow the ancient path into Abaddon, intended to make contact with the fairy. But the fairy suddenly unleashed Abaddon, filling the area with celestial light and causing continuous earthquakes around Pingdu Mountain. Then, Shin Sueon and Jiling stood up together and shook hands. It could be understood that he was indeed an ally of Feta now. Shin Sueon continued, I can invite the government and the top experts from major sects into our clan's territory, but decisions in the clan are not solely made by me. I cannot guarantee whether I will be able to convince the others, furthermore. Wait a moment, Jiling interrupted. Does Master Shin need us to do anything to persuade the elders? Just say it out loud here, Lu Yunji said, observing while lowering his voice. Feiyu, what do you think? Wangxing spoke up. Sit and watch. Hearing Wangxing's words, Lu Yunji couldn't help but wonder, aren't you going to make a move? Wangxing replied, the amount of ability is just the amount we have. We just need to follow the organization's orders. Immediately after, Jiling spoke. Feiyu, please allow them to go again. We need to quickly resolve the matter of the Demon Gate. Your master will also gather with you. Wangxing immediately stood up upon hearing this and replied, yes, Martial Ant. Elder Wang's figure instantly followed the order. Immediately after that, he excitedly said to senior sister Mu Guanqian, let's go greet them. She quickly agreed, okay. When everyone greeted each other, Shin Sueon smiled and said to him, today, I have truly learned the profound skills of Master Feiyu. It really is the #1 divine technique of this land, truly living up to its reputation. Shin Sueon amiably added, the little brats who left my house, they do have a bit of your skill. I could have retired a long time ago. Qianlin was confused. The #1 ranking list? Are the juniors really that powerful? Lu Yunji proudly pointed at Mu Guanjuan, the Buyu Xinzi who is currently ranked 21st on the heavenly list. Her cultivation level is also at the Golden Core realm, but even when she was at the Void Pill realm, she was capable of confronting those in the Golden Core realm. Suddenly being praised like that, Mu Guanxian blushed at once. Not at all. The two fathers and sons from the Shun family were struck as if by a thunderclap. Qianlin was startled. Is senior sister really that impressive? Her father couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, a hero is born in a young man. Suddenly, Shin Sueon stepped forward and draped his arm over Wangxing's shoulder. Boy, you're really something. He laughed heartily, not sparing any words of praise. Surpassing even a major realm, a single finger had left me crippled. If it weren't for that finger, I probably wouldn't have directly agreed to cooperate with the investigation team. Wangxing decided to confess the truth, which was actually due to the silver-haired girl sitting with the younger disciple. The beautiful young girl, with intelligence, talent, and the right aura. This stunning silver-white hair belongs to a fox demon who cultivated 1,600 years ago, following the sect leader of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, who was none other than Master Qing Long, Yu Shalinfeng, and the Master of Great Wisdom, Santong Chancher. He glanced at the fox spirit, the aura of each person distinct. The finger movement just now was merely a casual use of the body-fixing technique by this esteemed senior. Wangxing whispered, "I have deceived you, senior. Please don't blame me." Shen Suian forced a smile, his face flushed with veins from anger. "You brat, you've got potential." Immediately after, the elder let out a sigh, looked at him, and did not speak of the matter again. "Later, tell Qianlin to lead you all to the clan hall to take a look. Also, I want to speak with you outside about something else." Wangxing's face was bewildered, and he couldn't help but let out a sound. "Ah." The two quickly went to meet privately. Wangxing spoke up and extended an invitation. "Senior." He slowly lit his cigarette and said to him, "Fei Yu, due to some matters from the past, Qianlin has a strong aversion to cultivation. I hope you can persuade her for me." Shen Suian's face at that moment was extremely serious, completely different from when he met Qianlin. Wangxing continued, addressing the senior. "If senior's sister has made her choice, I think I should respect her decision." He frowned. "Could it be that you want the girl to only live to 60 or 70 years old?" Having said that, you interrupted your senior. "As an adult, you have the right to choose your own way of life." Since childhood, the senior sister has been in a special environment, yet she still did not follow the path of cultivation. Surely, there must be her own reasons. Inside, at that moment, Qianlin was laughing and chatting happily with Mu Guanchuan and Xiaoyan. "Don't stop, keep talking." Moreover, if this knot in her heart isn't undone, even if she practices cultivation, it will likely be an extremely difficult journey. Wangxing respectfully looked at him, saying, "To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate virtue, then cultivate the heart, and only then can one cultivate the law. Perhaps the senior understands this principle better than I do. There is nothing else. I will return first." He didn't wait for him to agree, directly turning around and leaving. Shen Suian stood dumbfounded behind. He chuckled awkwardly, scratched his head, and muttered to himself, "This kid has actually taught me a lesson. I was going to give him a few magical treasures, but why did I have to rush off like that?" Wangxing, of course, heard it. He couldn't help but break into a sweat, his heart screaming, "Hurry up and do it. Is it too late? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Is it still possible to turn back now?" Scene change, everyone quickly gathered and got on the vehicle. Qing Yanzi spoke up, "Wangxing, what should we do later? No need for me to teach you anymore, right? You were startled, or should your master continue teaching you?" He glanced at you and said, "Do I still need to teach you this? How did we deal with the Yingao nation last time? Just do the same this time." Wangxing scratched his head. "The matter of the Hidden Earth sect doesn't have a dark history. We still adhere to reason." Then, he looked at Qianlin, leaned close to Qing Yanzi, and whispered, "Don't say anything in front of senior sister master." The mischievous old man winked and went to borrow the sect's secret treasure from them. It was already a bit difficult. After all, it was reasonable, so he decided to be a bit ruthless. "Go. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for it." Wangxing broke into a sweat. "Yes, master." At that moment, Qianlin's phone suddenly rang. She was also puzzled, not knowing who had sent the message. After checking his phone, Qianlin said, "Qing Yanzi, Taoist, you can rest assured now. Father has temporarily convinced the clan elders. We will discuss the specific details when we get there. Wangxing, don't worry. After all, Uncle Wang is the head of a clan, so temporarily settling those elders won't be a problem." You look out the window. Next, they had to wait for the master and several other elders to step out and admire the rural landscape. Wangxing couldn't help but feel surprised in his heart. However, he never expected that a sect hidden from the world, with a legacy of 1,000 years, would be concealed in such an ordinary rural village. The car gradually moved deeper inside. Wangxing felt that the Hidden Earth sect indeed had its own unique qualities. And just a moment later, the cart carrying everyone, Wangxing, came to a stop. This place is the service center of the Pudu village area. Everyone is standing in front, waiting. Shen Suian stepped forward, welcoming warmly. Apart from Shen Suian, everyone's face looked tense. He smiled brightly as he looked at everyone. Could not help but smile, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Wangxing stepped down and silently assessed them. 6 golden core cultivators, over 10 at the peak of the Void Pill realm. No wonder senior sister mentioned that the Hidden Earth sect was becoming somewhat arrogant. The uniform talents of the younger generation of immortals in cultivation truly have their advantages. Shinsuan had already invited us. Don't stand here anymore. Come in for a cup of tea. Wangxing glanced around and thought to himself. However, with this level of strength, 2 years ago, it might have earned careful treatment from the government. but now, it is completely unable to contend with the Taoist sects anymore. And just like that, everyone quickly moved inside together. The servant then brought in the drinks, all of them hot and steaming. In the room, there were several servants dressed neatly, attending to the guests. Shin Sui-an laughed loudly, apologizing for not being able to give proper attention due to his busy schedule, and asked for the guests' understanding. Qing Yinzi responded, saying, "Your Excellency, please, no need for such politeness. As you wish." After taking a sip of tea, he continued, "Let's get straight to the main topic. Listen to the story of the Demon Gate. We have several elders who have always disagreed with each other. You should hear their opinions first." He turned to look at the old man beside him and said, "Elder, please speak first." The two elders replied, "I believe that cooperating with the government has 3 points of contention." He began rambling. Our Hidden Earth sect is the descendant of the immortals from back then, with this Taoist tradition and that. Wang Xing held the teacup, lost in thought. The time for debate was entrusted to the strongest debater, just as the master would handle it. After a moment, he still hadn't stopped. Hell reincarnation and such, suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. "Wang Xing, don't drink it, it's poisoned." Xiaolian glanced over indifferently. The god-slaying powder, colorless and tasteless, capable of destroying a human's primordial spirit, had claimed the lives of many cultivators back then. Wang Xing transmitted a sound message back. "Big sister, can this medicine counteract it?" She said, "It's not a big deal, and besides, they didn't drink much. Just a little reminder is enough." Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. The entire pot of tea is poisoned? But looking at the people from the Shin family, he guessed that if there was poison, the people on the other side drank more. Perhaps it is not because they poisoned them. Xiaolian was a little annoyed, and she gently scratched her cheek. "It's true. Luckily I followed today. Otherwise, Huan of mine would definitely have gotten into trouble." Wang Xing immediately glanced at the eldest sister. "Can you help with something?" Xiaolian quickly responded. "Given your usual behavior, you're quite obedient. Don't worry." She looked at everyone and said to Wang Xing, "I've locked this place down. Whoever leaves the village will be tracked by me." Over here, Qing Yinzi was speaking. "I know the concerns of the two elders." In fact, the government's intention was that suddenly a loud scream rang out. Wang Xing pretended to fall to the ground, pointing at the rolling teacup, shouting loudly, "This tea is poisoned." Shin Sui-an became confused upon hearing this. He didn't understand what had happened at that moment. "It seems that you are also unaware of anything." Immediately after, he hurriedly stood up. Just as he was about to speak, someone beside him had already become enraged. Qing Yinzi's fury gradually rose, causing the floor tiles to crack under the pressure. He was seething with anger, startling Shin Sui-an. "Master Shin, today my disciple has encountered a problem." Qing Yinzi gritted his teeth and angrily declared, "I will never rest until I'm dead, or the Hidden Earth sect is destroyed." Wang Xing immediately broke out in a sweat, foamed at the mouth, and fell unconscious. Mu Guanxian quickly stepped forward and embraced his body. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect anxiously stepped forward. "Feiyu, what's wrong with you? Immediately seal off the area. Don't let anyone leave." One of them, angrily rolling up his sleeves, shouted, "The Hidden Earth sect wants to cause trouble. They're tired of living." Liu Yinji exerted his internal force to examine and discovered, "This is the ancient poison of the god-destroying powder. Hidden Earth sect, do you intend to keep us all here?" Faced with the anger of everyone, on Qing Yinzi's side, Shinsan lowered his voice. "Masters, this is certainly a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Immediately afterward, he also picked up a cup of tea to examine. He looked at the second master, suspicious. The second master's second uncle spoke up. "Sect master, why do you suspect us of poisoning? How could I do such a despicable thing?" Immediately after, Shin Sui-an gave the order. "Hurry, everyone check if my tea is poisoned. Those who have drunk it, quickly detoxify." Mu Guanxian was worried about you. She looked at the group with a gaze as sharp as a bullet. Then, Wang Xing weakly raised his hand and looked at Mu Guanxuan. He whispered, "Thank you, senior sister, for helping my younger brother with the poison. He's fine now." Wang Xing smiled happily, thinking, "I really can't bear to part from senior sister's embrace, but if I keep acting, it'll be exposed. I'm glad to see you're all right." She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mu Guanxian glared at him angrily, scaring him half to death. "Your acting is too exaggerated, and yet you managed to deceive with such wickedness. Is this really all right?" Qing Yinzi quickly approached Wang Xing. He couldn't help but worry. "Let me see, master." He questioned, asking him, "This poison is extremely sinister, Wang Xing. How did you manage to detect it?" Wang Xing recounted to his master, Senior Xiaolian. Qing Yinzi quickly advanced, deeply thanking Senior for saving his life. Xiaolian calmly responded, "No need for formalities. I couldn't bear to let Mu Guanxuan come to harm." Immediately after, he said to Shinsueon Master Shin, "Tell the people here to stay in place and not move." He turned to report, "Senior Jiakat, Elder Zidan is keeping watch. If Chung notices someone trying to escape, immediately capture them, regardless of whether they're alive or dead." The second elder stepped forward and said, "Taoist elder, could you grant the Hidden Earth sect a little more time?" He confirmed, "If we can't catch the one who poisoned you, I will end my own life, as if I had poisoned all of you." Qing Yinzi's face turned serious as he agreed, "All right, within 20 minutes. Immediately after that, he took out his phone and quickly called Mao Wei from the investigation team. Meng Wei quickly said, "Reinforcements will arrive in the next 2 minutes. If the Taoist elder can break through the encirclement, he should do so immediately. We can blow up the area outside this village in 30 seconds to increase pressure on them." Wang Xing smiled bitterly. "No need for reinforcements, and no need to blow anything up. Temporarily, it's fine." Mu Guanxian blinked and subtly exchanged glances with him. "This is the insurance that the master gave to the mistress, right?" Wang Xing smiled brightly. At that moment, everyone immediately called to report, suspecting that a third force might have secretly poisoned them. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and there were no casualties. The drone was deployed to inspect the surroundings. "Once the situation is discovered, immediately inform us." Xiaolian was fiddling with his phone while speaking. 30 miles southwest, there's a cyber cafe called Feng Yun Nanjing Dan. It seems to be the Yinyang sect, Shu Mountain Sword sect. Last time, Qing Yinzi heard this and became furious, asking, "Have you all allied with the Yinyang sect?" Someone from their side made a sound of contemplation. "How could we know that the Yinyang sect is not made up of good people? Why would we do wrong by aligning ourselves with them?" Shinsueon stepped forward, blocking his family members. "Now is not the time for arguing." He then turned and said, "Uncle 2 and 3, stay inside and check who poisoned the others. In my opinion, the Yinyang sect wants to harm us. We cannot remain silent." Qing Yinzi stepped forward and said, "I will go with you. Those evil cultivators are not easy to deal with." Wang Xing looked outside, deep in thought. The Yinyang sect truly is a lingering evil spirit. If it weren't for senior sister Xiaolian, I fear both we and the Hidden Earth sect would have to stay here. Outside, everyone is announcing. "Everyone, hand over your phones for inspection. Anyone who has contact with the outside is a spy." It was a day full of noise and turbulence for the Hidden Earth sect. In the blink of an eye, the sky had reached noon. However, the spy still hadn't been found. At the same time, a heated argument broke out. "In this day and age, is a man's status so low? I gave birth to your child, took care of your child for you, and yet you treat me like this. I cannot forgive your betrayal of love. Divorce. Is this how you treat our marriage?" The three Wangxing stood dumbfounded. Looking back, they had uncovered several matters. He laughed and explained to Mao Wei that those people had done a few things wrong. She looked over a stack, a wife. "It seems that this era is also quite good." The silhouette of Xiaolian was sorrowful, and she mocked herself. "I once wanted to be a concubine for Daoist Qing. Now I truly look down on myself." But his emotions quickly stabilized. Xiaolian looked at Mu Guanxian, unashamedly asking, "Mu Guanxian, how do you feel when you see this scene?" Mu Guanxian fell silent, her face as red as a GAC fruit. Suddenly, she turned to look at Wangxing and said, "Don't be afraid." At this strange behavior, Wangxing couldn't help but break into a sweat, his inner thoughts crying out, "Senior sister." His face couldn't help but turn pale. What does she mean by this? Asking me to be brave and chase girls in the future? Or will you not kill me? Immediately after that, he changed the subject, glanced at senior sister Xiaolian, and said, "Don't talk about these things anymore. How is the situation with my master?" "Don't worry, rest assured. I'm keeping an eye on things. Those wicked scoundrels won't escape." Suddenly, Xiaolian's gaze froze. She stood still, closed her eyes, and muttered continuously, "It's here, the fight is about to begin." Wangxing looked at her, unable to contain his anxiety. "How's big sister?" You were confused as you looked at Mu Guanxian's expression, your mind inevitably pondering. Although the master had also gone there, if the other party desperately resisted, certainly it will cause no small amount of trouble. Wangxing broke out in a cold sweat. His mind raced continuously. If the Hidden Earth sect and the Yinyang sect had been secretly cooperating all along. Well, speaking of which, his gaze couldn't help but freeze in shock. Xiaolian excitedly shouted, "Wow, the newbie fights so spectacularly." "Seeing you collapse unconscious," she corrected, "it wasn't because the fight was spectacular, but because you're not a master." And so, Xiaolian immediately took on the role of a commentator for the match. She narrated everything she saw in a very clear and coherent manner. According to Xiaolian, after being struck by Qing Yinzi, they were now starting to counterattack. Wangxing looked at Mu Guanxian, his senior sister. Normally, thinking that letting her play those fighting games wasn't good for her mentality. She nodded, MHM, MHM, endlessly. Xiaolian continued his work as a commentator. At this moment, Qing Yanzi had successfully suppressed the enemy faction. She calmly looked over at them, having broken free from the range of spiritual sense. Seeing everyone, each of them was holding their breath. Wangxing, with a dark expression, stared at her. Xiaolian, surprised, asked, "Hey, what's going on with you all?" You anxiously asked, "Elder sister, have we lost track of the enemy's whereabouts?" Xiaolian still calmly recounted, "That's right. There are 2 people who used the Earth Vein Transmigration technique to escape, but your master has caught one of them." And 3 stepped forward respectfully. If it weren't for the senior, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Many thanks for your assistance, senior." Xiaolian coldly replied, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." She disdainfully asked Wangxin, "Do these so-called high-ranking hidden sects always thank people like this?" He awkwardly smiled and answered, "Perhaps they haven't figured out how to thank you yet." Thanks to the joint efforts of the crowd, they quickly captured the elder and the person who had poisoned from the Yin-Yang sect. As previously mentioned, this time, if it weren't for senior sister Xiaolian, the enemy's plan would have succeeded. The interrogation of them was also waiting for the special investigation team to arrive before it would officially begin. But fortunately, this action of the Yin-Yang sect had pushed the Hidden Earth sect closer to the government. During the meeting, everyone was extremely upset. Unexpectedly, even though we had intended to hide in the world and cultivate, trouble came knocking at our door. The second elder spoke up. "Forget it, more than 1,000 years have passed. There are many things that should be revealed now." Another person spoke up. "That's right, what era is it now? Our endurance means nothing." Qing Yanzi sat beside, unable to hold back. Her face darkened. Time quickly passed into the night, and the cold air swept in, causing the dry leaves to rustle. The Wangxing group was walking along the Qianlin Road when one of them spoke up. "Perhaps the matter can be resolved smoothly." "I really don't know how to thank everyone." Wangxing continued, "No need to thank us. There might even be conflicts later." He looked at Qianlin and continued, "Anyway, the main reason we came this time is to borrow a treasure from your side for research." Seeing Qianlin walking ahead, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, you still don't want to pursue the Tao of Immortality?" She hummed in response. Qianlin then turned around, looked at him, and continued, "I feel that my current life is very enjoyable. Furthermore, from now on, there is no need to worry about matters at home. Later, rest assured and become an office worker, a rich family's child, find a trustworthy husband, and have a child." Xiaolian suddenly stepped forward, cutting him off. Although she desired peace, her appearance did not suggest it. Her future would undoubtedly be filled with many dangerous events. Still, it is necessary to be a bit more cautious. Wangxing and Mu Guanxian hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Don't worry. Big sister is just reminding her." In his heart, he secretly speculated. It seems that big brother Xiaolian doesn't quite like senior sisters. Qianlin, upon hearing this, said nothing more. She silently looked at Xiaolian and replied, "All right." At this moment, Fox sister had already turned away, and the scene shifted to the house of the Shin family. Everyone was gathered there at the moment. A familiar voice echoed. "Taoist elder, the treasures related to Abaddon that our ancestors left behind are all here." Shin Suian pointed to the painting on the wall, explaining, "We use this painting to monitor the situation with Abaddon. But these 2 flags, when combined with the secret incantation, can command the ghost soldiers." Xiaolian, intrigued, his eyes bright, asked, "Is the painting of the underworld? Is that a huge water barrier outside?" The person beside Shin Suian happily explained, "Below that waterfall is the entrance to the 18th level of hell. The 18 layers of hell form an inverted tower structure." Suddenly, Xiaolian let out a breath, glancing at the crowd. The man named Shun said, "Go. Can't you see? Or are you pretending to be clueless?" Immediately after that, she looked at the painting and said, "A small black dot has appeared on it, as if something has crawled out of hell." Shinsuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but startle. His demeanor also became more urgent. "It's over." At this point, he was clearly filled with fear. Indeed, there were still evil spirits left alive in hell. "We must go over there quickly." Everyone standing here couldn't help but sweat inwardly. At night on Pingdu Mountain, the forest is dark and mysterious, making anyone who arrives feel a chill down their spine. At the gate leading into the Demon Gate, an urgent voice rang out. "Report, a storm has erupted once again within the Demon Gate, and celestial light near the region has caused a mild earthquake. Helicopters are flying overhead. Everyone in the area, continue to report. A large number of demons have emerged from the 18th layer of hell and are gathering towards the Demon Gate. All members prepare. Those who are not combat personnel, withdraw immediately." Inside the helicopter, Everyone was tense. Qing Yinzi stepped forward and said, Master Shen, the demon's target is perhaps the demon gate. Shen Suian hurriedly stood up. Then I must immediately release the ghost soldiers. Qing Yinzi quickly reassured, no need to hurry. Based on the energy reaction, these demons are only equivalent to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. If the firepower is available, hold off the demon soldiers for now. Mu Guanxian at this moment was still sitting, trembling. The thing she feared most in life was these evil and demonic entities. Wang Xing quickly reassured her, don't be afraid, those are just monsters. Mu Guanxian instinctively nodded, MHM. Qing Yinzi also smiled and said, don't underestimate the strength of Hua Kingdom at present. We'll assess the situation first, then we'll talk. Shen Suian continued, you're right, let's wait here for now. Xiaolian gave her a strong pat on the back, encouraging her. Mu Guanxian, don't be nervous. With so many cultivators in the world, it's not certain that they need you to fight. Qing Yinzi looked over at Mu Guanxian with concern. If it doesn't work, we can stop for a bit. He smiled brightly and continued, you don't need to come to Pingdu Mountain for now. Don't worry, Master can handle it. Wang Xing tried to encourage his senior sister. There's no need to be afraid. Mu Guanchuan tightly shut her eyes and shook her head. Suddenly, that warm hand gently took Mu Guanxian's hand, causing her to be unexpectedly surprised. His face was full of sincerity as he gazed at her, softly comforting. It's here. Immediately afterward, Mu Guanchuan also grasped his hand, and she quickly regained her composure. Mu Guanxian's face was now filled with unwavering determination. Could this perhaps be the power of love? Suddenly, her gaze wavered slightly, as if Mu Guanxian were sensing something. She quickly stood up abruptly. Wang Xing asked worriedly, Senior sister, what's wrong? What's wrong? Mu Guanxian immediately took out his phone and kept typing rapidly on the screen. Then, she quickly showed Wang Xing the content. She is looking for me. She needs someone to help. Wang Xing asked her again in confusion, could it be that immortal woman? Qing Yinzi anxiously spoke up, Mu Guanxian, did the immortal lady say anything specific? Could it be that you called me only to help? Wang Xing immediately responded, Senior sister, the elder seems to be in a rush. Something terrible must have happened. She needs help. As Wang Xing spoke, a massive aura descended from the sky, crashing down upon the small house below. The scene shifts to a simple room. The coat is hung on the wall, looking incredibly plain. Qianlin sits on the floor, appearing very lonely. She bends down, tightly hugging herself. The thoughts kept swirling endlessly in Qianlin's mind as she wondered, Mother, did father really think of coming here? Aunt 3 entered at the same time, speaking in a low voice. Young sect master, it's getting late. Please rest now. You have a weak constitution, so don't stay up too late. Qianlin smiled faintly and politely replied, Thank you, Aunt. My father will wait for news a little longer. At the same time, Qianlin's phone rang rapidly. A message had arrived. She then opened it to take a look, her face blank as she stared at the screen next to the demon gate. Both she and Aunt Ba looked at the light of the phone together, which illuminated the 7 divine faces of Qianlin. Looking at those furious demons, she said to herself, it has begun. On this side, a loud voice shouted, giving the order, fire. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted in front of Abaddon. The commanding voice continued to echo, proceed with fire suppression on the demon gate. At this moment, smoke and flames billowed in the air. The fighter jets had reached their positions, and 2 bombs were dropped. And then, a thunderous explosion erupted, as if a natural disaster had occurred. The ground continued to shake incessantly. The surroundings at that moment could be said to be truly special. Everything seemed to blend together, from the light to the sounds, creating a space full of impression. Some people were standing around, chatting lively, but it still did not diminish the inherent tranquility of this place. Meanwhile, the soft sounds from afar echoed back, adding to the mysterious atmosphere. Amidst the sea of flames, Aunt Ba couldn't help but exclaim, the bomb is truly powerful. Qianlin added, the power of modern weapons can already destroy the ecology of the entire Earth. It seems like this is where it's being put to use. Back with the group of demons, everyone urgently reported, all units, attention. Attention units. The second wave of demons has left the demon gate. Bullets are ineffective against them. Please proceed with conventional bombing. I repeat, please proceed with conventional bombing. Immediately after, a report echoed. Conventional bombing completed, 6th round. The smoke billowed into the sky. Everyone was tallying the results of the explosion. The number of enemy targets eliminated. Type 1, 642. Type 2, 370. Type 3 does not transition scenes at the secret base. Everyone here is part of the temporary frontline command at Pingdu Mountain. One of them spoke up. The standard bomb has been tested once, but the Type 3 target has still not been destroyed. Others were anxious. I propose starting another weapon experiment, a conventional one. The professor spoke up. I oppose it. The nuclear energy is too great. It could accelerate Abaddon into a position where it would face the pressure of the surrounding space. Jiling's face became serious. The latest situation is that the female immortal who escaped in Abaddon has contacted Buyu Xianzi. She is asking for our support. Hearing this, the professor couldn't help but be surprised. What? Number 01 has contacted us. Is there any more news? Jiling shook her head and continued with a simple sentence. Come help me. Her tone somewhat urgent. Right now, we must quickly deal with the demons outside and bring the cultivators into the Yin realm. Her eyes flashed with sharpness as she immediately took a small amount of the seed core to experiment with inside the demon gate. Clear the way, open the path for them. At this moment, the bombs exploded with a deafening roar. The demons behind them grew stronger, and the weapons they drew out became even more powerful. At this moment, Qing Yinzi and his group's helicopter quickly approached the target. Shin Suian unfolded the painting and observed the demons gathering within the demon gate. 90% of the Hua Kingdom government strength had been destroyed. As expected, formidable. At this moment, countless large and small craters caused by bombs appeared before the door of Abaddon. Qing Yinzi was constantly worried. Clearly, the government was hesitant about whether it would trigger a chain reaction, which was why they had controlled the power of the nuclear bomb. Although its destructive range could just about encompass the demons, it might still not be enough to inflict significant damage. Xiaolian asked Xiao Feiyu curiously, why didn't you use this to deal with me back then? Wang Xing scratched his face. After this type of weapon explodes, it will affect the surrounding environment. Moreover, when she had just emerged from seclusion. Wait a moment, he continued. There are several more powerful nuclear warheads waiting nearby. Hearing this, Xiaolian quickly imagined it and couldn't help but shiver. Wang Sheng asked curiously, do you think the hidden weapons and ghostly energy of Abaddon will affect the eldest sister? Xiaolian replied, indeed, it will have an impact. But as long as no strong force is applied, it can still maintain relative stability. Wang Xing instructed, elder sister, in fact, you are the one most capable of helping that immortal lady. In the future, it will still depend on the specific situation. If you can avoid striking, then don't strike. Xiaolian tilted his head back and said indifferently, I know. You chatter more than Daoist Qing. Having said that, she quickly transformed. Since the elder has returned, Xiaolian instructed him, adjust your breath and calm your mind first. If the investigation team comes to you, just assess the situation and make a judgment. At the same time, Wang Xing turned to speak to senior sister Mu Guanchuan. She looked at him gently, responding only briefly before making a decision. The smile on his lips stiffened. Wang Xing looked at her and managed to respond. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, silently lamenting. With such low cultivation, I can only be a manager. But at least it's for my senior sister, so I'll do it anyway. Mu Guanxian then sat quietly, closing her eyes to stabilize her internal energy and calm her breath. Wang Xing looked at her peaceful and incredibly beautiful face, feeling a sense of daze. His face was as red as a GAC fruit, happily lost in thought. Once the matter with the demon gate is settled, I must find an opportunity. Even if I have to drink a little to gather courage, I will confess to senior sister at least once. He silently made a resolution. No matter what, even if senior sister rejected him, it was time for him to take this step. Remembering Mu Guanxian's face, Wang Xing muttered to himself, if this keeps dragging on, it's not the behavior of a man. But then he became endlessly worried. What if senior sister really refuses? Could it be? There's no reason to refuse, right? I just have this feeling that I set the goal a bit too high. About half an hour later, your helicopter landed quickly as well. After arriving at Pingdu Mountain, it didn't take long for everyone to finalize the list of people to go. Abaddon Jiling spoke up. We already know the specifics of the matter. Right now, I am announcing the action staff. Mu Guanxian is on the list. This matter doesn't need to be mentioned. She darkened her face, hypnotizing herself, not fearing that the pure young essence would be effective in counteracting the Yin energy. Master Qing Yinzi naturally also has a name. The two elders of the Hidden Earth sect have comparable strength and are also capable of commanding the ghost soldiers, so, of course, they must go as well. In addition, there was also a battle preparation unit and great elders of the Golden Core realm from various sects. But what was surprising was, among the 20 people, there was not a single name from the Void Pill realm, except for Wang Xing. This caused him to feel deeply hurt. Wang Xing asked in surprise, Senior Xiaolian can't go either? Maoyuer explained, after our thorough consideration, it's better for Senior Xiaolian to avoid any contact with the Yin and ghostly energies as much as possible. Pausing for a moment, Wang Xing hesitated as he looked at Mu Guanxian, but then immediately turned his gaze to his senior sister. She was mustering all her courage, reassuring him. It's fine. Qing Yinzi knew he was worried, so he smiled and said, Wangxing, there's no need to worry about Mu Guanxian. Could it be that my cultivation level is fake? Still can't feel at ease? Master, your disciple can also help with a bit of the work. He patted his disciple's shoulder and laughed heartily. I know you want to help us. When it comes to this, Qing Yinzi's expression suddenly became serious. However, the journey from the Demon Gate to Yin was too long, and this task alone required the consumption of quite a bit of true essence. Moreover, the Yin energy around the Yin pool is denser, and simply resisting the Yin energy requires consuming a large amount of mental energy. He gritted his teeth, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. If he were currently in the Golden Core realm, coupled with a celestial-grade flying sword, the government would definitely take the initiative to invite him to act. If the master cannot even protect his senior sister, then going would only cause more trouble. But right now, their goal is to help the body of that woman, if the other side has already lost their divine consciousness. Thinking of this, Wangxing seemed to lose his composure and said loudly, But master, based on speculation, isn't it possible that the female corpse is beneath the 18th level of hell? Could this be an unconscious cry for help when she could no longer endure? She might have. Seeing his disciple's mood in such turmoil, Qing Yinzi immediately shouted, Wang Sheng. His words seemed to have an effect on Wang Sheng. He quickly fell silent. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, lowering his voice. You have lost your way. If we cannot stop the influence of minor hell on the mortal realm, have you considered how great a disaster this will be? Right now, what you need to do is wait here. This world will not stop just because someone is missing if we are not. Adding one more person, even if it's a child, still won't be allowed. This principle, I've told you how many times already. You are still not at ease, but Master Qing Yinzi spoke up. It's all right. The master has already calculated an omen. It's not dangerous. Then, he turned and walked away, but not forgetting to shout back. Furthermore, we also have external firepower. It wouldn't hurt to use some nuclear bombs to flatten hell, would it? All right, I'll go summon the others. Stay here and don't wander off, got it? A delicate hand reached up and gently grasped his. Mu Guanxian stepped forward as if trying to reassure Wangxing. In the end, his mood finally stabilized. Wangxing quickly spoke loudly, the disciple is here, waiting for Master Kaihon to return. Immediately after that, he handed the sword to Mu Guanxian and said, I've warmed up the ice glass sword for you, sister. You should wear it now. She responded. Xiaolian sat there, yawning intermittently, watching the two of them, reluctant to part. He continued giving Mu Guanxian instructions, including the talismans from Shi Tianzhong and Luyinji. If you run into trouble, use them. Mu Guanxian replied, I understand. Wangxing said, Senior sister, you must not try to act strong. Follow the master. Listen to the master without question. Never take risks on your own. Here, sister, take this immortal-grade flying sword. Suddenly, a figure swiftly darted to his side. Mu Guanxuan tightly held Wangxing in her arms. A trace of warmth and peace unconsciously appeared on her face. Her actions left Wangxing bewildered. His expression softened somewhat. Wangxing's warm hand quickly reached out, and he hugged Mu Guanxian tightly, as if afraid she would disappear. Suddenly, a soft beam of light carrying the aura of Mu Guanxuan appeared. It enveloped Wangxing's body. Each line of memory unfolded like a slow-motion film. The first time he saw her with an image of pure innocence. That gaze, he felt as if he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. Then she remembered the time she leaned on his shoulder, falling asleep comfortably, until the image of them lying together, carefree, on the bed. Time passed, and you and your senior sister practiced together, going through countless battles side by side. Both of them remained like this, peacefully by each other's side through the passing years. The face of Mu Guanxian clearly appeared in his mind. This memory left Wangxing bewildered, staring at her intently. But when he regained consciousness, Mu Guanxian had already quickly left. Wangxing hastily chased after him. Xiaolian calmly looked at the pair of mandarin ducks, deeply attached to each other. He glanced at the helicopter flying above, and the image of Mu Guanxian gently appeared in his mind again. She smiled at him, both bidding farewell and seemingly trying to reassure him. The beauty in Wangxing's heart gradually faded away like that. Xiaolian saw him standing there, lost in thought, and spoke up, Don't look anymore, the cart has already left. Wangxing remained silent for a moment, then spoke, Senior sister. Stop for a moment, he said with a serious expression before continuing. Is there a way for me to break through to the Golden Core realm faster? Xiaolian sighed softly, smiled lightly, and said, There are many. But at least you must have reached the late-stage Golden Core realm by now. Let's talk about this, shall we? Right now, even if you force a breakthrough, it's possible that your cultivation will not improve in the next 10 or more years. Wangxing replied, it's still better than staying here. I have this uneasy feeling here. Right now, I'm about to break through to the late-stage void pill realm. Next, I'll have to ask Big Sister for help. Seeing his stubbornness, Cielian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Crazy. Suddenly, she glanced and thought, going to such lengths, doesn't he want to secure a spot and conveniently take me into the team? Thus, if Mu Guanxian encounters danger, I can step in to save her. Tell me, is there any way to quickly form a golden core with a high success rate and minimal side effects? At this moment, Wangxing spoke up. Master, may I take a little bit of the Nether Spirit Stone? Consider it in advance on my wages. The more, the better. On Wangxing's side, it was still quiet at that moment. Tanks and combat vehicles were lined up ahead. A few hours later, Monk Huijing suddenly arrived, holding a bag in his hand. Feiyu, I came to find you earlier. The investigation team made a mistake. I brought spirit stones over here. He was meditating and, upon seeing the person, couldn't help but feel surprised. Monk Huijing, when did you arrive? Immediately, he stood up and walked over quickly. Monk Huijing handed over the item and said, I have arrived. I have been meditating with the master all this time. So tell me, who is this? Is this for Buyu Xianzi, right? Wangxing did not deny it. Indeed, there was some truth to it. Immediately afterward, he quickly formed a seal and said, Monk Huijing, go to the side first. I'll set up the formation. Wangxing, while circulating his internal energy, asked, does the Buddhist sect have any way to return the demon gate to its original position? The streams of power from him quickly fell to the ground, forming a structure immediately after. Monk Huijing, while observing the formation, replied, I've never heard of it, but this matter was caused by that heavenly immortal. In front of her, we are like mere mortals. What can we do? He said honestly, actually, this feeling is quite ironic. After risking life and death to reach level 30, suddenly a level 30 master falls from the sky, and a bunch of level 56 monsters are preparing to slaughter the newbie village. Cielian beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wangxing glanced over and couldn't help but praise, you're not bad. Even playing the game casually, you can still make breakthroughs. No one else can do that either, Cielian asked in surprise. Is it possible to cultivate like this? What are you playing? An online immortal cultivation game? At this point, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he rambled on without stopping. Amitabha Buddha. Everyone thought the little monk was just playing some confusing game, but in reality, the essence of online games lies in the interaction between people, especially when encountering those types of keyboard heroes. He insults? Let him be. Insult me? I'll just ambush his tower. Team fights? Let them be. My team fights? Let's go jungle, farm the fields. Every time there's an epiphany, a change in mindset, a breakthrough in realm, there will naturally be progress. Cielian and Wangxing were both at a loss for words. She couldn't help but think. Is that also acceptable? She couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Smelly monk, you dare to defame the Buddhist teachings. Monk Huijing replied calmly. Amitabha Buddha, this is precisely a matter of mental state. Wangxing smiled bitterly. I have some insights into cultivation. He spoke in front of the two of them. He closed his eyes and muttered to himself, mental state, huh? Perhaps this will help with the breakthrough in my cultivation. At the same time, a large yin-yang circle appeared. Wangxing's thoughts were still ongoing. The pure yang immortal technique is not a method of exaggerating the cultivation of yang energy, but rather one based on maintaining the symbiotic balance of yin and yang. Your inner strength quickly flowed into the extreme yin-yang, cultivating only your own yang energy, while simultaneously not damaging your own yin energy, maintaining the balance between the two energies within your body. The sword technique was dancing in his mind. Wangxing recited the incantation, neither too soft, nor too rigid, neither too skewed, nor single-sided. Wangxing continued to recite the sword technique in his mind. It could be forceful and domineering like thunder, yet also endless, capable of growing like all living things, forcibly cultivating one's cultivation, which made Wangxing feel a bit exhausted. He breathed heavily. Outside, an immense power shot straight up to the sky. This truly lived up to the two words, immortal ascension, and it was also the cultivation method that the founding patriarch was most proud of. Monk Huijing was stunned. Feiyu was risking his life like this. Is he planning to break through to the core formation stage? Cielian looked at him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She said to Monk Huijing, you guessed correctly. Night fell, and everything returned to its quiet form. This night felt incredibly long for Wangxing. And soon the sky brightened. The blinding sunlight shone directly down on the tent. Wangxing slowly opened his eyes. His body felt slightly tired. The ceiling charms around him had faded. He sat in that position the entire night. At this moment, Wangxing had also broken through to the late-stage void pill realm, but he was still not satisfied and sighed in disappointment. Just a little bit more. Cielian arrived one night, advancing 2 levels in quick succession. Enough. How much faster do you want to go? Aren't you afraid of the backlash? Upon seeing Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Has there been any news? You said everything was normal. Xiaoyan continued. Mu Guanchuan, after entering the Demon Gate, received a message from the female immortal, warning them to be careful on the way. She will do her best to suppress and wait for them to come over. Hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but startle, suppressing it. What are you suppressing? Xiaoyan said nonchalantly. Who knows, maybe it's some demon lord or something. Meng Huaijing interjected, perhaps it's not some demon lord after all. He thought about the appearance of that fairy. To continue, I had previously discussed this matter with a few people on the investigation team. It is highly likely that the female fairy is suppressing herself. Meng Huaijing sternly reminded, slow down, your body will disintegrate. Ciel Yin speculated. If she uses too much immortal power, it is indeed possible that her body, which has been dead for many years, will crumble. Could it be that she needs a new body? Or, upon hearing this, Wang Xing immediately darkened his face. Ciel Yin continued. Perhaps he wants to borrow Mu Guanxian's body. Who knows? Thinking of those eyes and that face, suddenly one day they became unfamiliar. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel angry at himself. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his emotions. Immediately after that, the sword was swiftly summoned by him and flew towards him. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. His back was cold and lonely, and the worry in his eyes could not be hidden. Immediately after, Wang Xing spoke in a low tone and turned to leave. I'm going to practice swordsmanship for a while. Xiaoyan and Meng Huaijing could only remain silent, watching him go. He stood alone in the empty tent, deep in thought. When senior sister was refining the Dan, her foundation was also the pure yang sword technique, but she had stepped onto the path of balancing yin and yang. As a sword cultivator, perhaps the sword intent should indeed align with the condensation of the golden Dan. Then, he slashed out a sword strike with true essence, the heavenly sword of the purple star, combined with the pure young immortal art, all of which were a part of his own path. The key point, the essence of his path, was the fusion of sword intent and the pure yang technique. Thinking of this, Wang Xing seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes became sharp and widened. A sword thrust into the sky, and thousands of sword chi quickly spread out in all directions. Xiaoyan sighed in frustration. Mu Guanchuan is not here, so I am the only one who can watch over you in his stead. Meng Huaijing glanced at Wang Xing, unable to suppress his curiosity. Didn't I just level up? Do I have to wait? Suddenly, right from the start, a breakthrough already. Xiaoyan explained, it's not as easy as that. Right now, he is just preparing for the Dan formation. If there were such a shock to the Golden Dan at this moment, his mind would have already collapsed long ago. As he practiced, he thought to himself, pure yang sword formation, one side inside, two sides outside. Although the sword Dao is a path different from pure yang, it seems that it can't be used alone. Then, how should these two things be merged, and how can they be merged? Thinking of this, he suddenly glanced at something unclear. Did Wang Xing discover something? He looked in the direction of the sun and secretly rejoiced in his heart. That's right. Right after that, he immediately made a hand seal, his mind deeply comprehending the Taiyang Zi Wei. The stars contained different paths, but they were all the paths of the stars. The Ziwei heavenly sword is the sword of Emperor Chang. The light of the Ziwei star is inherent. A powerful beam of light immediately shot through, emitted from the sword wielder of the void pill realm, breaking through at that very moment. Wang Xing's body immediately hovered in the air, with power constantly emanating from his sword. The time he spent practicing passed quickly, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. The sky was filled with twinkling stars. I don't understand why the swords in the box suddenly trembled. Only the swords nearby were affected, continuously shaking violently. The two monks from the sect looked around, and it could be said that they hadn't witnessed such a strange phenomenon in a long time. Meng Huaijing looked on, bewildered. Buddha above, what kind of hacking comprehension is this? Xiaoyan couldn't help but speak up, this brat. Yet she chose the path of Taoist Qing. Why do the memories of the past flood back? A hint of warmth appeared on her face. As soon as he finished his training, everyone returned to the tent. Xiaoyan shouted loudly, Xiao Feiyu, are you really not going into seclusion anymore? You're rushing it. There's no need. Although Master Mother agreed to let me enter the Demon Gate, after all, quite a bit of time has been wasted. We should pack up quickly and see if we can catch up with the masters and senior sisters. He smiled brightly, looking at his friends, and asked, Meng Huaijing, do you really want to go into the Demon Gate with me? Meng Huaijing, full of vigor, said, this little monk is not only responsible for driving the carriage. At crucial moments, it can also provide the service of Buddhist teachings to purify evil spirits. The Buddhist Dharma is effective in suppressing yin energy. This little monk will absolutely not be a burden to everyone. Xiaoyan quickly spoke up to interrupt. Don't worry, Shang. Suddenly, she spoke, causing both of them to startle. She was carrying a bunch of specialized items to ward off evil spirits and continued. The methods of cultivation in Buddhism and Taoism are different. The evil energy will not affect breathing. In Abaddon, the evil energy will be purified by the Buddha light that Monk Huijing has obtained. Everyone, quickly get on the bus, Monk Huijing said. The fragrance of Feiyu is so strong. Even a little monk like me could go experience the land of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He tightened his seatbelt in his heart. Perhaps the vehicle would move very fast. Once everyone had finished preparing, Monk Huijing began to twist the car key. Then, let's stop for a moment, he said loudly. Let's go. And their car quickly drove out of the tent. At this moment, the police radio crackled. The 3 operators at Transshipment Station 1 have established communication with your vehicle. They will continuously provide guidance within Abaddon. Please maintain the information system in the vehicle in normal operational status. The scene shifts, and once again, they are inside their vehicle. Monk Huijing wore a serious expression, while Feiyu sat steadily. We're about to charge in. Wang Xin also spoke up. All right. After entering, Monk Huijing also felt a bit fearful. He muttered, May the Buddha bless me. Wang Xin glanced around, observing him, unable to refrain from saying, Abaddon, it's too quiet. Suddenly, the notification screen rang. Elder Wang, there are currently no anomalies ahead. Taoist Elder requests a conversation. You look at it and say, connected. The screen quickly responded, all right, please wait a moment. As soon as the phone was picked up, Qing Yinzi shouted loudly, have you reached the Golden Core stage yet? What on earth have you done? Did you ask Senior Xiaoyan for help? You didn't even take a breath, continuing to lecture. Desire leads to defeat, impatience causes haste. I have warned you many times, never do something like killing the chicken to get the eggs. Seeing the immediate benefit, what are you doing? Wang Xin painfully spoke up. Master, please allow me to explain. Then he laughed bitterly and said, Master, the thing is like this. On the other end of the line, a powerful voice interrupted. Silence, step aside and let me. Zhang Ziqiang shouted, You brat, what are you in such a hurry for? The most important thing in the Taoist sect is cultivation. Right now, you're stirring up the river. What will you do later? Wang Xin was also enraged. Yesterday, you just reached the Void Pill Realm mid-stage, right? This is beyond the course of your own cultivation life. Do you know that? Another Golden Core Realm cultivator followed up. That's right. When did so many golden pills appear? It's your turn to assist the next person. I'll keep my words brief. Immediately after that, he had to endure a lecture. Wang Xin listened, unable to stop sweating. You were frightened and spoke up. Respected seniors, please listen to me. Qing Yinzi, annoyed, spoke up. Mu Guanchuan, you go talk to him too. Her eyes sparkled as if she were about to cry. Mu Guanxian looked at the intercom and softly said, Junior brother. Hearing her voice, Wang Xin couldn't help but feel a warm sensation rise in his heart. I know you're comforting me, senior sister. After hearing this conversation, the elders were all left dumbfounded. Is that all? Qing Yinzi then lowered his voice to speak to him. Wang Sheng, I know you are anxious about something. I too find some comfort, but if you have made a mistake. My master and Mu Guanxin faced the child. At this moment, their convoy had stopped somewhere in hell. He sighed and instructed his son, don't hurt yourself either. Wang Xing hesitated, Master, over here. He smiled brightly and explained, Master, don't worry, I truly haven't exceeded my potential, I just casually broke through. Xiaolian interjected, everyone relax, it's fine, he's following the extreme sword path. Qing Yinzi was puzzled and asked, Senior, what is the extreme sword path? She roughly explained that it is the pinnacle of the swordsmanship path, using oneself to transform into a sword, becoming something like a sword incarnate. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel frustrated upon hearing this. He had to calm himself down. Why do these words sound so familiar? Stay calm. You can't defeat your senior sister. Stay calm. Don't seek your own death. Qing Yinzi could not hide her joy. Perhaps this is your fate. Wang Xing briefly explained the situation when you made your breakthrough. Then, Wang Xing quickly summarized the process. A moment later, Qing Yinzi hugged his head, laughing joyfully, and said, although my humble sect only has 3 members, when it comes to the number of Golden Core experts, we are not inferior to several major sections. Zhang Ziqiang glanced over and sneered at the sect that had only 3 members. Only the master is following the old path. Seems a bit mediocre, doesn't it? Qing Yinzi laughed loudly, enough to stuff a pomelo into his mouth. He's fine, as long as my disciple is powerful. Wang Xing heard his master praise his disciple like that, and on this side of the line, he couldn't help but force a smile. Mu Guanxian stepped forward, extended her hand, and said, Junior brother. Qing Yinzi hummed in response, then handed her the communicator. Mu Guanxian furrowed her brows. leaned close to the communicator, and uttered 2 words, dangerous. He immediately understood her thoughts upon hearing them and reassured his senior sister, don't worry, if this happens again, I will be more careful. Qing Yanzi said again, all right, Master has wasted her worries, just don't forget the original aspiration to cultivate the Tao. Qing Yanzi was both happy and worried. The 2 disciples, each taking such a strange path, in the future, she really didn't know how to teach them anymore. Hearing this, Wang Xing felt a bit heartbroken. He hesitated. Master. Xiaolian looked towards the door and couldn't help but sigh. Your master is also quite impressive. Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the line sounded. Taoist Elder, the second team has already engaged in battle. Please hurry over to provide support. Wang Xing pondered deeply after hanging up the phone. How did his original wish to cultivate the Tao compare to this? He valued his current ideals more. Grasping the sword, clenching his fist, carefree, eternal life with his master and senior sister. Just like this, thinking about it, his face was filled with determination. Wang Xing wanted to continue on the path of cultivation with everyone when suddenly a occurred, leaving him stunned. In front of them, a striking beam of blue light continuously erupted. Monk Huaijing was startled and exclaimed loudly, did the immortal official just spit it out? This is already the 3rd time. The 3 quickly got off the carriage and approached the immortal official to observe more closely. Wang Xing frowned, unable to delay any longer on the journey. He had to go there immediately. He landed beside her, and Xiaolian anxiously said, Big sister, I'll fly you over there. Please try your best to limit the use of your spiritual power. Xiaolian immediately agreed. All right, after all, I'm an old woman nearing 2,000 years of age. Wang Xing had just stepped forward to support her when another tremor sounded. Compared to before, it was even more terrifying. The immortal's aura surged more violently than ever. The light was like a raging torrent. Wang Xing gritted his teeth, pondering what the great immortal was actually doing. Could it be that this was the process of a heavenly immortal's demise? Wang Xing observed the immortal official while simultaneously calculating in his mind if that great immortal was indeed connected to the tribulation of his senior sister. Perhaps I will not carry out the body snatching of senior sister. It seems that I couldn't hold on any longer, so I called senior sister over to give her some benefits. Suddenly, Xiaolian's gaze shifted slightly. She furrowed her brows and fell silent for a moment. Then, he said to Wang Xing Xiaofiyu, it seems that my demonic nature has been stirred by this environment. It appears I won't be able to help much. Wang Xing anxiously glanced over and asked, can you keep it stable? Xiaolian fell silent and replied, at the moment, I can probably use spiritual power equivalent to the nascent soul stage, but I can't maintain it for long. Moreover, as soon as I make a move, the demonic aura and murderous intent might trigger my demonic nature. At the same time, Monk Huaijing below shouted loudly, Feiyu Taoist Elder is looking for you. He turned to Xiaolian and said, let's go down first. Those demons have probably been dealt with by the nuclear bomb. Furthermore, before heaven leaves, it will certainly not spare the evil demon lord in the underworld. Xiaolian sighed in dejection, agreeing, contact your master first. Immediately after that, he connected to the intercom and asked, Master, how's the situation up ahead? Qing Yanzi quickly replied, there is nothing for now, but the immortal light just now seemed to have pushed the 18th level of hell away. He recounted the situation. Right now, the place where the water of CUC is located has formed a circular mountain, resembling a volcanic crater. According to the elder of the Hidden Earth sect, the 18 layers of hell are structured as an inverted pagoda. That place is the first layer of hell. Wang Xing couldn't help but worry. Master, do we really have to explore the 18th layer of hell? Qing Yanzi said, it hasn't been decided yet, but the remaining consequences in the underworld have been relatively dealt with. Only a few small demons remain. Inform the children 1 hour in advance. You don't need to rush. Take your time to come over. Wang Xing, quickly get on the carriage. Master, we will be there shortly, and now the senior system can temporarily unleash the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. He replied, that's great, but the closer we get, the stronger the killing intent will become. If you can avoid making a move, then don't make a move. All right, I'll go gather with Team 2 first. Also, he told me to remind you not to hurry. Remember to reflect on a few things you've learned along the way. Immediately afterward, he quickly turned off the machine. Qing Yanzi also felt a bit concerned. Wang Xing spoke. How about letting Feiyu and Senior Xiaolian come over together? At that moment, a small hand gently tugged at the hem of Master Qing Yanzi's robe, turning him around. Mu Guanxian handed over the phone with the message. Master, we can do it. Qing Yanzi spoke. Our 2 elder demon warriors have a time limit of 5 minutes before this Topa monster arrives. So, summon them now. The second elder spoke in silence. All right, I will go prepare. Another elder continued. After these monsters burst out of the 18th layer of hell, why do they always want to come to this underworld? Zhang Ziqiang stretched and said, perhaps there's something here that attracts them. Later, if we encounter a powerful figure, don't try to resist. At this point, he couldn't help but feel excited. We just need to defend the underworld and wait for the firepower from the rear to support us. Qing Yanzi quickly instructed his disciple. Mu Guanxian stepped back a bit later. She was determined to respond. If I don't fight, then junior brother must. As the senior sister, I must shoulder the responsibility. Qing Yanzi, after hearing her speak like that, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Such a tiny little demon. He then looked towards the swarm of demons and thought to himself, although I tricked Wang Sheng, perhaps the boy won't be angry, right? After thinking for a moment, he turned to the two elders and said, you can summon the ghost soldiers, but the problem is, how should we command them? The second elder spoke up. Elder Bat gone. Don't worry. After speaking, he immediately took 2 flags and drew a spell on them. In the sky, a line of blue characters appeared. The second elder continued, the demon soldiers all possess intellect. After that, a beam of light quickly appeared. He continued explaining. You can judge the enemy yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, the ghost soldiers appeared. The moment they were summoned, they quickly took up their bows and aimed at the group of demons. A powerful voice rang out. Hold the line, you fall back. Slay the archers, get ready. On this side, the demon soldiers stood before the frame, eagerly drawing their swords. The sharp blades rang out. The leader of the demon soldiers shouted loudly, only evil demons dare to invade the underworld. Kill them all, both their bodies and spirits. He shouted loudly, looking toward the group of demons and commanding his side, fire arrows, charge forward. Right after that, hundreds of demon soldiers charged forward, their momentum fierce, battling the other demons. The scene shifts to the underworld. A car was driving, Bon Bon, with soft music playing from the radio inside. The monk, Huaijing, was excited. Come on, here's a gift for Feiyu, a song to destroy the auspicious. Monk Wangxing leaned his hand on the car door, observing the surroundings, then raised an eyebrow in suspicion. This road is too peaceful, don't you think? I feel like something's off. Stallion sat at the back, catching bits and pieces of the conversation. He asked, what's not trustworthy? His master replied, he's actually quite good. Every time he teaches you, he gets straight to the point. He immediately knew she didn't understand his meaning upon hearing that. He then explained, elder sister, I feel that the message just transmitted by the master wasn't quite right. He said, then Wangxing fell silent, lost in thought. Perhaps his masters had already gone to the underworld long ago. Logically, they should have tried to enter the 10 courts of Yama by now. Doubts continuously arose in his mind as he questioned the odd behavior of his masters. Why had they not mentioned it earlier? Could it be that they still haven't escaped the underworld? Seeing that you didn't say a word, Xielian poked your cheek and teased, missing Mu Guanxian. Huh? I didn't expect you to be such a lovesick little Taoist. You were helpless, thinking, what is going on here? Monk Huaijing, who was driving, didn't forget to comment, Amadba, beauty has also withered away. Romantic relationships in the mortal world are nothing but fate, a karmic bond. She put on a mocking expression again and ordered, don't listen to these Buddhist words anymore. Play some sad love songs or something to help Senior calm his mood. He eagerly responded, all right, wait a moment. The scene shifted to the Qingyanzi Taoist, where the group was engaged in a fierce battle with the demons. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect was commanding from above, loudly announcing the situation. Qingyanzi, there are too many evil Taoist demons. The demon army is about to collapse. Having said that, he also leaped down to join the battle with the others, leaving the group of Qingyanzi Taoists stunned and unable to react. A loud, authoritative, and commanding shout from Qingyanzi Taoist rang out, urging everyone behind him to take action. After issuing the command, he led the group and charged onto the battlefield. The people behind him also followed closely, jumping down to join the battle. Qingyanzi's gaze was resolute, and with a decisive move, she swiftly raised her hand to cast a spell. Immediately, a source of light enveloped the entire ground, and then everything seemed to shatter into pieces. Looking down from above, one could see a source of light gradually taking shape, with the symbol of the Tai Chi diagram enveloping the crowd of people and demons below. Mu Guanxian was not willing to fall behind either. She unleashed a powerful strike, sending the demons soaring from the ground. Taoist Caotrung Qingyanzi and the 2 individuals above flew past her head. He spoke up to remind Mu Guanxian, be mindful of regulating your spiritual energy to maintain your strength. You just need to consolidate the 2 yin-yang energies for us to maintain the yin-yang Haiyuan formation. She responded seriously, Then the 3 of them landed at the center of the battle. The immense pressure forced those nearby to scatter, creating a void right in the middle. Yin Zhong'an and Zhang Ziqiang each placed a hand on Qingyanzi's shoulder in turn. Above, the three of them were surrounded by talismans. The two of them were channeling their power to Qing Yinzi. His hands also formed seals at lightning speed. Then, suddenly, he raised two fingers and shouted loudly towards the group of evil spirits. All that could be seen then was a sudden burst of blinding light. It contained an immense source of power. The demons, when exposed to the light, gradually disintegrated and then vanished completely. Just like that, the stream of light was like a whirlwind, sweeping away all evil and filth. The scene shifts to Wangxing, where the three of them are still sitting in the carriage. The lively sound of a song fills the air. You didn't know how to react to the actions of the two of them, so you said, the ancestral Loa for communication is being used to play music. You two are something else. Monk Huijing, completely unbothered, replied, don't worry, it's just for fun. Xiao Yin, sitting behind, enthusiastically shouted, the farewell song, let's dance, awesome. Wangxing looked at the two of them and forced a smile, thinking, how many sad love songs has elder sister bought during this time? After all, wait until after this matter is resolved. I must take big sister to sing karaoke for 3 days and 3 nights to prevent her from succumbing to the demon path due to her frustration. Xiaoyan didn't pay any attention to him and instead focused on singing along to the music playing in the car. Suddenly, something appeared, catching his attention and causing him to stare wide-eyed. Those are 3 airplanes that just flew across the sky. Wangxing still couldn't believe it and stared at them intently. He muttered, the drone, maybe something happened in the underworld. Immediately, he pressed the button on the vehicle's control panel and contacted the transfer station. Check the status of the transfer station. I am Wangxing. You anxiously asked, what happened in the underworld? Do we have any casualties on our side? The voice from the other side responded, the situation in the underworld is stable, and there have been no losses in our fighting strength. Just now, a top demon broke out of the 18th level of hell, breaking the seal. Taoist Qing Yinzi used the terrain of the underworld to eliminate it. At this stage, we are under no pressure. All we need to do is wait for the bombing squad to reach the underworld, and the battle will be over. Elder Wang, Qing Yinzi, and the Taoist were not worried about anything fragile, so they instructed us not to inform him of any related news. Hearing that nothing dangerous had occurred, Wangxing breathed a sigh of relief and responded, thank you. Later on, if there is anything new, still notify me. Xiao Yin spoke from behind, making his presence known. Tease, just take Mu Guanxian along to fight. Fight, kill, kill. It seems Master still cares about you the most. Monk Huijing, who was driving, also asked, haven't you contacted Qing Yinzi Taoist? Wangxing calmly replied, right now, Master is engaged in a fierce battle with demons and monsters. Don't distract him. He has been worried about this for a long time. After knowing what happened, I can now relax instead. Suddenly, Xiaoyan raised her hand and poked his cheek, interrupting his words. She spoke, suggesting a negotiation. Xiao Feiyu, senior sister, I'd like to discuss something with you. As if he knew what she was thinking, he calmly replied, once we get there, if there's nothing urgent, senior sister can head to the Wheel of Reincarnation Hall. Just be careful to keep your emotions in check, and try not to let them fluctuate too wildly. It can be seen that you have clearly understood her intentions. This made Xiaoyan exclaim, no wonder you were able to persuade Mu Guanxian. You're very adept at understanding the thoughts of women. Wangxing 0D explanation, it's because the eldest sister's thoughts were written all over her face, but the eldest sister. Suddenly, he blushed and asked, elder sister, tell me, what's the best way to confess to senior sister? His words left both people in the carriage dumbfounded. After a brief moment of stillness, Xie Lian clapped his thighs with an air of excitement. So, have you finally made up your mind to take action? I told you, the two of you are in perfect harmony, but dragging it out like this isn't the way. Monk Huijing, although driving, still spoke up to make a suggestion. Surely, there must be a rose. Find a large square, a heart-shaped circle of candles, a bouquet of roses, and shout, I want to take care of her for life. Fairy Feiyu would definitely cry her eyes out. The other two, upon hearing this, showed disdain and shot him a sideways glance, making him break out in cold sweat. She spoke up to dismiss it. It has no practical meaning. For a gentle and reticent child like Mu Guanxian, there is also the possibility of a reverse effect. Wangxing even added that cultivators of the Tao could not be as ordinary as this. Then Xiaoyan turned to ask him, although Mu Guanxian likes you, he only has a vague understanding of matters between men and women. So what do you think? He replied, as long as we understand each other. Upon hearing this, she smiled and said, got it. I'll leave this matter to the senior sister. This, senior sister, you're calling, you can't just say it like that, can you? His face remained unmoved. Thank you, senior sister, but she didn't seem to care to respond. Small matter, small matter. Suddenly, she thought of the scene of the two of them together and muttered, but if they become a couple, Wouldn't I have to see their love scenes every day? Her words left the other two at a loss for how to respond. The scene shifts to the battlefield. The wireless earphones were playing music in Mu Guanqian's ears. The melody was soothing, but her movements were anything but gentle. With every strike, she decisively destroyed a demon. After they took her attack, the demon gradually dissipated into the air. Her face was serious as she observed her surroundings, simultaneously launching techniques to eliminate the remaining demons. Qing Yinzi Taoist spoke to the person next to her. The demons have been held off for the most part. Next, we wait for another round of conventional bombardment, then let the ghost soldiers harvest. We'll rest for a moment. Prepare to enter the 18th level of hell in the 11 Great Halls. But Wang Xing was standing beside, saying, the 18th level of hell keeps being pushed upward. The female corpse is definitely below. Qing Yinzi also raised the question of what exactly is there. The drones flew overhead, passing above Qing Yinzi. He watched them, then spoke. Wait until they land. The plane then dropped bombs from the sky to destroy the remaining evil demons. Qing Yinzi continued, we will know when the time comes. The demon, upon seeing the bomb, was left dumbfounded in astonishment. It was confused, looking for a place to hide, but it was too late. The bombs fell and exploded one by one, each detonating in succession, destroying the demons and evil spirits. Some were blown up by the bombs, while others were burned by the flames and vanished. Qing Yinzi Taoist sternly ordered, 3 people form a team, quickly eradicate the evil spirits and cleanse the battlefield. The scene shifts to the underworld. The group of Qing Yinzi Taoists gathers in front of the massive city gate. The great master looked at the gate, clasped his hands together, and said, a deed of fat. Why hasn't the killing intent of these evil beings completely dissipated? Moreover, it overflowed and gathered on the 18th level of hell. The 18 levels of hell contain many mysteries. Those killing intents might be filling the ruined formation of hell. Qing Yinzi rolled up his sleeves, glanced at the time on his wristwatch, and spoke. Let's discuss, everyone. We'll go back to the city to rest first. After we recover, we'll enter the 18th floor to investigate. I'll go ask around to see if there's anything unusual outside the demon gate. Suddenly, Master noticed his female disciple was looking in a different direction, so he called out, what's wrong, Mu Guanqian? Hearing the senior's call, she turned her head and, with a polite tone, denied it. It's nothing. Mu Guanqian took out her phone and began typing away to explain. She typed that the underworld exploration team, which maintained the balance of yin and yang in the 18 layers of hell, seemed to have been disrupted by something. The yin energy was too dense, and the already weak yang energy began to be pushed out of the 18 layers of hell. It's about to rise. After reading what was on her phone screen, Qing Yinzi muttered in confusion, rise? What's rising? Then, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in horror. A surge of power erupted from the depths of the earth, forming a whirlwind. Yin Jingnan shouted in a questioning tone, is another seal about to be broken? From within the flow of power, a hoarse voice echoed out. Who are you? Who am I? No, who are we? Who are we? Kill them all. Abad in his mind, the primordial energy is ours. The hideous monster slowly crawled out, the frenzied sounds continuing. Yes. Kill them all. No one is allowed to take our primordial essence. No one is allowed. No one is allowed. The Grand Elder of the Sword Sect shouted loudly, these demons. Their strength is equivalent to that of Void Pill Realm cultivators. Could it be that the seal on the 7th floor has been broken? He then turned to Qing Yinzi and said, Qing Yinzi, Taoist, 18 layers of hell, suddenly discovered an unprecedented surge of energy, the aura fluctuating. At the same time, the watch on Qing Yinzi's wrist lit up, and the sound of the watch signaled shocking news, far surpassing the level of the Yuanjing realm. As soon as the words ended, the group around Qing Yinzi was thrown into confusion, exclaiming, what? The source of strange power blasted the earth and rocks, creating a hole through which the demons crawled, forming an incredibly terrifying scene. Qing Yinzi, the Taoist, was the first to regain his composure and hurriedly shouted, warning, it's a great demon. Everyone, be careful. They could only see the source of power transforming into a massive hand, charging toward them. Zhang Ziqiang hurriedly chanted the incantation to summon the talismans. He anxiously asked, Qing Yinzi, Taoist, what should we do now? Should we request nuclear weapons for reinforcement? Seeing the situation gradually become tense, he gritted his teeth, expressing his anger. Immediately after that, he waved his hand, commanding everyone to act. We retreat, lead this thing to the Yellow Springs Road, and blow it up. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Qing Yinzi also charged forward to fight. A small calculation appeared in his mind. Using a nuclear weapon here could easily damage the seal below, allowing the evil demon beneath to escape. It's better to retreat for now. This great demon is likely connected to the expert from the Taoist sect who invaded the landowner's domain years ago. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed from behind, interrupting his thoughts. It seems like you can't go any further. Qing Yanzi turned around to check behind, but unexpectedly, there was no one there. The mysterious figure quickly retreated into the distance, yet was still surrounded by Qing Yanzi's group. He sighed. There are some strange individuals. Then he looked at them, then hesitated. Which one should I eat first? The scene shifts to Pingdu Mountain. The temporary command center at the meeting closely monitors the battle. Qi Lang looked at the mysterious figure and asked, "What's going on? Who is that person?" Scholar Ma also flipped through the documents in search. Based on your analysis, that black Qi is extremely similar to the black Qi that once appeared at Shuyan Temple. It's not the ominous Yin Qi, it is highly likely to be demonic Qi. Another person standing beside him, upon hearing that, clenched his fist to maintain his composure. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's them. It must be them." Shin Suian said angrily, "The masters of the great sects deliberately broke into the landowner's domain, into the 19th level of hell 1,000 years ago, and yet they still haven't all died." The scene shifts to the battle of Qing Yanzi and his group. He and the mysterious figure are engaged in an intense fight. The flow of power from the two individuals radiated with incredible intensity, forming two distinctly opposing forces. And then, an explosion occurred between the two, sending them flying in opposite directions. The Qing Yanzi Taoist landed on the ground, then stepped back a short distance due to inertia. But he immediately returned to a combat stance. After battling the mysterious figure, he concluded that this person was likely a grand cultivator who had turned into a demon, but his strength was at most at the peak of the core formation stage. The group of Qing Yanzi did not give him a chance to rest and relentlessly launched attacks against him. Only the mysterious figure could be seen executing a strange move, causing the space around him to tremble violently. The demons seemed to follow orders as they flocked toward him. The Grandmaster, upon seeing this, quickly shouted, "Taoist Qing Yanzi, this demonic creature is summoning evil spirits. We will hold off the evil spirits first. You quickly kill this demonic creature." From the hole in the ground, a gigantic demon emerged. It used all its strength to escape the narrow mouth of the pit, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to collapse as well. And this scene was also clearly recorded and sent to the temporary command room. The three leaders were tense as they monitored the developments. Qing Yanzi Taoist had bound the neck of the demon, but for them, the real threat was the giant monster behind it. The man wearing glasses made a suggestion. "I propose we nuke it right away." Scholar Ma hurriedly waved his hand to deny the suggestion, saying, "No, the nuclear weapon is very likely to destroy the seal of the underworld below. Who knows how many other vicious demons are hidden down there?" Jiling immediately gave the order, launch the Western missile stationed inside the Ghost Gate, target the gigantic demon, and use an airburst detonation method to destroy the target. At the same time, remind our cultivators before the missile reaches its destination. The missile was quickly adjusted into position. She immediately gave the order, Strategic Missile Shibot 2-1. The missile was activated immediately when her command rang out. Fire. All the rockets simultaneously shot toward the location where the battle was taking place. Meanwhile, on Wangxing's side, the three of them were still on their way to their master. The intercom emitted a notification. Elder Wang from the Netherworld has encountered demonic creatures capable of controlling both evil spirits and giant evil demons in the Golden Core realm. Team leader Ji Ling has issued an order to use Western missiles to assist the Taoist elders. Knowing the current situation on the master's side, he glanced at the person behind and signaled to his senior sister. Xia Lian immediately understood his intention and nodded in response. All they could see was the car moving, and then Bon Bon suddenly slammed on the brakes. Xia Lian immediately kicked open the car door. Wang Xing, as he opened the car door, anxiously thought, "I never expected a giant demon at the Golden Core realm to appear. If the eldest sister can make it in time, she might be able to face it head-on." He summoned the spell, but his mind was still contemplating the premise that it was under the circumstance where his senior sister hadn't considered falling into demonic cultivation. Immediately after, the two of them simultaneously flew into the air. Wang Xing instructed, "Elder sister, fly behind me, don't scatter your spiritual power." Xiaolian carefully held onto him and followed. The two of them flew off, leaving Monk Weijing stranded behind, shouting, "Hey, bullying a monk, don't you know how to fly?" The scene shifts to Qing Yanzi, a Taoist. He is engaged in an incredibly intense battle with the mysterious figure. The Grandmaster is using the power of the Buddhist scriptures to attack him. "When you see my body, you will awaken the Bodhi heart. When you hear my name, you will abandon evil and cultivate goodness. When you hear the teachings, I will gain the power of wisdom." The image of the Tathagata Buddha appeared according to the chanting of his sutra. The light from the Buddha was rapidly destroying the evil demons. He remained focused on his chant, the one who understands my heart. Immediately, his body transformed into a blinding light emanating from the Buddha statue, shining upon the enormous evil demon. Nian Wangxing swung his sword and shouted loudly, "Zhang Ziqiang, come and help the Grandmaster hold back that great demon." Zhang Ziqiang immediately unleashed his power, controlling the talisman to react. And then, a massive weapon created from spiritual energy appeared. The weapon emitted light, flying towards the statue of the Buddha. The Buddha, seeing the suffering of the beings tormented by evil forces, felt compassion. Suddenly, the statue moved, its hand gripping the weapon tightly. The statue slowly opened its eyes, its face gradually changing, first displaying an expression of compassion, then later showing an expression of fury. The benevolent statue has transformed into a wrathful one, using the power of the unmoving king to slay demons and eradicate evil. The giant demon was equally unyielding. It clenched its fist tightly. Then, with a powerful swing, he punched the Buddha statue with incredible speed. The Buddha statue, having taken an unexpected blow from the evil demon, was pushed back a short distance. The very next second, the Buddha statue had to cough up blood from the pain of the strike. This statue was transformed by the Great Master. Now, due to damage, it has completely dissipated. He fell backward and was promptly caught by Mu Guanxian. The Grand Elder immediately stood up in front, ready to fight, while simultaneously shielding the other two. He shouted loudly, "Everyone else, quickly fight those restless souls." But Wangxing and Zhang Ziqiang also charged forward. Zhang Ziqiang excitedly said, "We're going, buy us some more time." Ondeng bravely charged forward, while not forgetting to tease, "If we can handle it, we'll leave right away. If not, remember to come rescue us." Ha ha ha. Then, Zhang Ziqiang laughed heartily with great delight. Ha ha ha, refreshing. But Yin Jingnan had noticed something unusual and, in a panic, shouted out, "Something's wrong." He observed the movements of the gigantic monster and shouted, "Big head, aim for us." At that moment, the monster raised its hand, unleashing a surge of power that sent the two of them flying. Zhang Ziqiang, unable to react in time, was hit by the strike and thrown backward by the force. Yin Zhongyan anxiously watched his figure and shouted loudly, "Zhang Ziqiang." Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed, containing immense power, striking toward the gigantic monster. The Buddha statue has returned, continuing to participate in the battle. It struck a blow towards the monster, drawing the attention of the Zhang Ziqiang monster. After being knocked back, it fell freely. Fortunately, the Grand Elder appeared in time and caught him. He hurriedly called Buyu Xianzi. Only two Taiji diagrams appeared, one above and one below, tightly surrounding the Yin-Yang monster of annihilation. From a distance, it appeared as though two Taiji diagrams were placed on the palms of her hands. After careful preparation, Mu Guanxian executed the move Song Kuan Demon Plate. Then, her two hands, with the Yin-Yang symbol, pressed together. The astonishing thing happened. The gigantic monster seemed to be pushed back by an invisible force from the Taiji diagram. The Grand Elder, who was supporting from behind, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, being able to suppress the great demon Buyu Xianzi is truly impressive. Wangxing still did not relax. On the contrary, he became even more tense. No, the power of the great demon far surpassed that of the Golden Core realm. He could also see the critical condition of Mu Guanxian at the moment. "Xianzi, she can't hold on much longer." Zhiling, in the command room, was observing and anxiously asked, "When will the fire support arrive?" The support staff at the back held the control panel and hurriedly reported, "It will take another 15 minutes." Immediately, she issued the order for the cultivators awaiting commands to gather and prepare to enter the Demon Gate to support Qin Yanzi's group. Scholar Ma also announced that the team leader's second request for nuclear weapons had been approved. The leader of two immediately took action. "We promptly switched the regular warhead to a nuclear one. The authority to trigger the detonation will be handed over shortly." The female member behind received new information and hurriedly reported to the team leader. "One of the missiles fired earlier has shown a deviation. The drone's data has captured some images." Zhiling gave the order, "Switch the video to the large screen." The staff member responded seriously, "Yes." Then she operated the keyboard to display the video for everyone to watch. The moment the screen lit up, it left the authorities here stunned, motionless, and unable to believe the scene unfolding before them, the battle where Mu Guanxian was using two Bagua diagrams to force the monster back. A surge of power suddenly exploded from within the creature's body, replenishing its strength and allowing it to resist her strike. Then, it effortlessly shattered her formation. The creature's actions caused Mu Guanxian to suffer a backlash. She spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed weakly, falling backward. Upon seeing this, Taoist Qin Yanzi was extremely worried about her condition. The situation in Muguanxian right now is very dangerous. There are many evil demons surrounding her, and she is severely injured due to the backlash. In this tense situation, a beam of light suddenly appeared. The beam of light was as fast as a flash of lightning, sweeping through each of the evil demons and slicing them into countless fragments. Wangxing appeared just in time to protect Muguanxian. He pulled her into his embrace and calmly said, "Senior sister, hold on tight to me." Despite her injuries, she still gazed at him intently, then smiled and replied. The huge and grotesque hand of the monster suddenly reached out. Wangxing immediately exerted his internal energy, shielding Muguanxian and narrowly avoiding its attack. The monster's strike was terrifying, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. A beam of light emanated, filling the entire space, dazzling to the eye. The image of Xiaolian appeared. She was in the form of a fox, in a fighting stance. Xiaolian performed the eye-tail technique, and the crescent-shaped symbol on her forehead emitted a red light. Countless rockets in the sky were continuously fired from somewhere. In an instant, Xiaolian leaped up with astonishing speed. Her movements were incredibly swift. Xiaolian bared her sharp teeth in a grin. She extended her claws and charged at the monster. With her mouth wide open, she bit down on the creature in an instant. Her fangs sank into the monster's flesh. Xiaolian quickly toppled the monster, gaining the upper hand beneath it. Thousands of monsters soared up from the mouth of the pit. On Wangxing's side, right behind Xiaolian, everyone was fighting fiercely against the monsters flying out of the pit. Wangxing and Muguanxian simultaneously looked up with astonished expressions. Ahead, Xiaolian was struggling to fight against the gigantic green monster. Behind the two men, one person cast magic to fight against the monsters, while the other raised a shield. The monsters with human-like appearances rushed forward. At this moment, Wangxing spoke up. Muguanxian stood beside him with a serious expression. "If Senior Xiaolian's fur begins to turn red, please, everyone, recite aloud the verses from the Sword Sect's incantations." "But Senior Wangxing, do you know the Qi Feng Huamingyu sword technique of the Sword Sect?" Wangxing immediately glanced at him and replied, "I do." Wangxing continued, raising his hand to his chin, deep in thought. "If the self-sustaining chant has no effect, then what sword technique should I use with all my strength to allow Senior Xiaolian to see through the strange omen of the bright moon?" These two things are the most vivid impressions Daoist Qing left on her. While everyone was struggling to hold their ground against the dust-filled monsters surrounding them, someone, their clothes in tatters, Muguanxian suddenly spoke up. "I'll go help the master. Everyone here, please pay attention to Senior Xiaolian." Qing Yanzi channeled her inner strength, casting her spell to create countless hands that attacked the young disciples. "You thought recklessly. I originally thought I could absorb the spiritual essence of these juniors to restore my mana. I didn't expect that the pure young mana cultivated by this junior could suppress the Yin poison within my body." The junior looked incredibly terrifying. It had a deformed face, its entire body was a dark purple color, and its face was wrinkled and pitch black. It raised its voice to Qing Yanzi. "Junior, this humble Taoist is he, performing a spell to release a beam of light from his hand." Then, Qing Yanzi punched while shouting loudly, "Junior, the master looks at you with a disgusted face. Get lost." His punch was extremely powerful, sending it flying into the sky, creating shockwaves with a blue glow after the strike. Once again, Qing Yanzi charged towards the junior. As he rushed forward, he thought to himself, "Damn it, what kind of cursed descendants are these? I can't afford to get entangled any longer. I'll go back and rest first, then come back to deal with these juniors." The master pushed the young disciple away, sending him flying a great distance. Thousands of arc-shaped vortices appeared in the air after his powerful shove. Suddenly, countless beams of blue light appeared in the sky. These beams were incredibly sharp, piercing through the body of the young disciple. He barely had time to raise his hands, staring blankly. This was the seven-star sword formation, a technique of sword control. Wangxing suddenly appeared to the left of him, holding a sword, his face exuding great dignity. The young junior hovered in the sky, with tens of thousands of rays of light piercing through his body. Qing Yanzi, at this moment, descended to the place where Wangxing was. He raised his voice and called out, "Young Master Wangxing." Hearing this, Wangxing looked over in surprise. He turned around and respectfully greeted his master. Master Qing Yanzi spoke once again, "Do not let Senior Xiaolian be possessed by the demon. We must quickly descend and assist." Wangxing, with a serious expression, handed his sword to his master. He said, "Master, use this purple Qi heavenly sword." Wangxing handed Qing Yanzi his sword, which was emitting a mystical light, with small blue sparks surrounding the blade. He took the sword, smiled faintly, and then spoke, "All right, in front of my disciple, I've already lost face." After finishing his words, Qing Yanzi and Wangxing simultaneously flew away. The master slightly furrowed his brows. He spoke in a firm tone. Although Xu Vai's spiritual power is somewhat depleted at the moment, he has, after all, forged the Yanzi into the heavenly sword. Perhaps he can still make use of it. The image of the monster appeared, looking as if it were in pain. Its face tilted upward toward the front. The lower part seems to be bitten and numb. Xiaolian bared her sharp teeth, chewing on a piece of the monster's flesh. Her entire body was now bathed in nothing but red. She bit off a piece of its flesh, her mouth tilting upwards. Her claws gripped the corpse of the monster. In this moment, Xiaolian looked wild, as if she were simply following her instincts. Shinsuian looked up at the communication screen. His face appeared extremely frantic. The screen displayed an image of Xiaolian struggling to tear apart its prey. On one side was Zhang Ziqiang, his face covered in bruises. He spoke quickly. Fei Yu once told us to use the self-liberation technique quickly. Jiling's eyes widened, her face full of shock, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She said, "Is this the true power of the ancient demon at Chuyin Temple?" The head of the investigation department replied, raising a hand to his chin, deep in thought. "So, should we let Fei Yu stay there day and night to use her shame?" "Shame, Scholar Ma." He cleared his throat, his expression awkward. We'll wait until this matter is over. Think about how to make it up to them." In the overcast sky, Wang Xing, Zhang Ziqiang, and Monk Weijing were channeling their internal energy to cast magic. Their hair stood on end, their robes billowed, and each of them emitted soft rays of light from their entire bodies. Xiaolian now looked incredibly terrifying. His eyes were pitch black, deep and sinister, each pupil glowing red. His sharp, pointed teeth were exposed. He was losing control. Suddenly, her eyes gradually shifted from black back to the white color they had originally been. Her eyes widened, and at last, they returned to their original state. Her face also became less wrinkled, more lively. Wang Xing appeared out of nowhere, jumping in front of Xiaolian. He said, "Big sister. After finishing the fight, you can stop now." Qing Yanzi, worried about his junior disciple, quickly called out to stop him. "Wang Xing, come back quickly." Wang Xing raised his hand, gently stroking the soft, red fur of Xiaolian. He smiled and spoke in a gentle, persuasive tone. He continued to stroke her fur as he spoke. "Elder sister, could it be that you want to go find Daoist Qing? If I could soar to immortality, I would definitely take you to find Daoist Qing." A red light suddenly emanated from beneath his hand. Tiny specks of light enveloped the space. Around Wang Xing's hand, a dazzling red light appeared, enveloping the entire space. In an instant, Xiaolian had reverted to her human form. Her eyes were still tightly shut. She called out his name, her trembling hands reaching out toward Wang Xing. Xiao Fei Yu immediately grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Both of his hands gripped her trembling hand as he said, "I'm here." Wang Xing looked at Xiaolian, his eyes filled with an incredibly serious expression. He confidently affirmed, "Elder sister, don't worry. I will definitely risk my life to cultivate, and soon I will achieve enlightenment and become an immortal." Xiaolian felt dizzy. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, the feeling of nausea overwhelming her. She quickly said, "Give me some mouthwash. That thing is truly disgusting." Wang Xing chuckled lightly, draping Xiaolian's coat over her. Mu Guanqian, holding some scrolls in his hands, happened to arrive at that moment. At this moment, Qing Yanzi also circulated his inner strength and slowly descended to the ground. Zhang Ziqiang suddenly spoke up, "Damn, just this little amount of time. Surely there won't be another Tuan Quang." Wang Xing quickly covered Zhang Ziqiang's mouth with a grimace. "Don't speak like a crow right now. Who could stand this?" Zhang Ziqiang waved his hands and tried to open his mouth. Qing Yanzi smiled gently as he looked towards Wang Xing, Xiaolian, and Mu Guanqian. He spoke, "Although this battle was somewhat arduous, we have now received 2 strong reinforcements. Everyone, quickly recover your strength and prepare to explore the 18th layer of hell." Everyone simultaneously turned to look in his direction. Qing Yanzi held a glowing object in his hand. He glanced over at Wang Xing and said in a gentle voice, "Contact the outside, tell them everything is fine now, and have them send the clear layout of the 18 layers of hell that have been explored." Upon hearing this, the boy immediately complied, saying, "Yes." The sky had now turned a shade of purple-blue, cloudless, with smoke rising from somewhere in the distance, drifting across the horizon. Below, Zhang Ziqiang, Wang Xing, and countless others sat upright, channeling their internal energy. Streams of light emanated, surrounding their bodies. Xiaolian lifted his tired pink eyes and asked, "How long will it take for them to recover their cultivation?" Wang Xing had just responded, while Xiaolian was studying the ring that his master had given him. Next to him, Mu Guanchuan was also looking at the ring with an excited expression, probably for about 2 hours. Xiaolian's eyes widened as if she had just discovered something interesting. She turned towards Wang Xing and looked at him with a smile. a curious expression appearing on her face. Wang Sheng, with an awkward expression, glanced at Xiaolian and thought, "Big sis, what's with that look?" You just recalled the scene where Xiaolian transformed back from a fox into a human. Just now, you thought to yourself, "Big sister won't make me take responsibility, right?" The lining under the skirt was the pure white foxtail of Xiaolian. Wang Sheng thought to himself, although he had just seen her body moments ago. "But I haven't seen anything in detail yet." Xiaolian immediately spoke. "If that is truly the case, what should Daoist Qing do?" Wang Sheng looked up at her, smiling awkwardly. Mu Guanxuan stood beside them, looking at the two with a face full of curiosity. "Do you think you're not the man who already has a senior sister?" He then looked toward the senior sister with her stunning ocean blue eyes. She smiled gently and looked back at him. He thought to himself, "How could I be enchanted by the beauty of the elder sister?" Xiaolian smiled and pointed up at the sky, saying, "Do we need to sneak up and take a stroll around the Yamabuddha Hall? And the reincarnation stone, aren't you curious?" In the sky, countless stones are spaced evenly apart, looking incredibly strange. Wang Sheng closed his eyes, letting out a soft sigh, as if in frustration. He brushed his hand over his robe. Contrary to him, Mu Guanxian grinned widely, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Wang Sheng looked in the direction of Qing Yinzi and the two elders. He spoke up, "Master, two elders." The two elders then laughed and spoke in response to him, "If you want to go, then go. However, there are prohibitions up there, so you probably won't see anything." Qing Yinzi then looked up at him and said, "Wang Sheng, remember not to touch the immortal's belongings carelessly." Wang Sheng laughed joyfully, his hand casting a spell onto the sword behind him. Mu Guanxuan soared into the air, his face full of exhilaration. Wang Sheng then said, "If that's the case, you continue. We'll go a little further and then return. I've said so." Mu Guanxian and the sword of Wang Sheng soared up into the sky. In the small hell, the scene here is somewhat desolate. The ghosts are temporarily gone. Wang Sheng looked ahead and said to senior sister Xiaolian, "The outer circle is the palace of the 10 courts of Yama, and the one in the center is the hall of reincarnation." She quickly spoke, heading straight to the 10th floor. "Be careful, there are restrictions around all of them." She observed and saw that only the main restriction seemed to have a loophole. Wang Sheng quickly complied. And so, the three quickly followed Xiaolian's directions. This 10th hall emitted a chilling aura. In the middle, there was a large plaque with bold lettering. This place exuded the chilling aura of Abaddon. Going deeper, ahead was a large stone plaque covered in inscriptions. Mu Guanxian looked up, and she couldn't help but marvel in awe. So high. Wang Sheng saw Xiaolian walk up to the board and look at something. He felt a bit worried and called out, "Elder sister," she said. "This contains an explanation of the origin of Abaddon. Back then, the heavenly realm was breached, and the immortals scattered. Before leaving, Emperor Ziwei took a shard of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and brought it to Earth." She stared intently and continued, "And that small shard's mouth is the reincarnation stone of minor hell, which was formed from it." At this point, Xiaolian hurriedly said, "I will go in and search for that piece of the immortal tablet." The two quickly followed. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished behind the board. Wang Sheng hesitated and called out after her, "Big sister, wait." Seeing her expression like that, Wang Sheng sighed and let out a light laugh. The eldest sister quickly said, "You want to see if Daoist Qing encounters any mishap, right? It has nothing to do with Daoist Qing." Big sister can no longer hold back. A moment later, Xiaolian shouted loudly, "Immortal stone tablet is blank. This is wrong. There are only 2 names on it." The two quickly arrived to see Mu Guanxian. She is an immortal. Her statement, which had no beginning or end, left both of them wide-eyed. They were momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaolian here is resisting the cold, smiling smugly. Hu Banxian has accepted 2 immortals reincarnated as his junior disciples. Wang Sheng leaped through the air while shouting, "Elder sister." Even an immortal who transmigrates must cultivate gradually, but with this kind of talent, it is certain that senior sister will become an immortal. At this point, he suddenly paused. "Hey, wait, the 2 of you?" Xiaolian smiled brightly. "I didn't expect it. Xiao Feiyu, you are also a celestial being reincarnated." Wang Sheng looked confused. "Is there a mistake? If I were the original celestial being reincarnated, that female immortal would have definitely recognized me." Xiaolian guessed. "What if you're just a lowly soldier holding a spear? Why wouldn't people recognize that you're actually quite ordinary?" He also curiously looked up at the board, and then couldn't help but be startled. Xiaolian spoke. "That's not right. Can't find the previous life. What's going on?" Wang Sheng said indifferently. "Perhaps it's a mistake. Let's check the senior sister's background first. The previous life doesn't matter. Anyway, I must try my best in this life. Let's see if it is possible to become immortal." He says that, but his mind keeps thinking, unable to recall the previous life. Does that mean I don't have a past life? You began to doubt. Could it be that the reason I was able to reincarnate was to borrow the light of minor hell? Xiaolian read aloud. In the east, there was an immortal named Hua Qing, the wood flower of the divine realm of the Eastern Star Domain, a pre-heavenly deity, following the Eastern Extreme Qihua Great Emperor, saving the suffering Heavenly Lord. Her achievements in her previous life once guarded the Eastern Heaven Gate, slaying 76 powerful experts from various star domains who invaded and threatened the heavenly court of the Supreme Sovereign during the 12th battle, before leaving the forbidden land of immortals. Carrying wounds, continuously slaying powerful enemies, ultimately falling due to severe injuries. The immortals lamented, protecting the divine soul, returning to this world. The soul, cultivated for 1,000 years in the reincarnation stone, has now been reborn as Mu Guanxian. Xiaolian was even more excited than her, continuously shaking Mu Guanxian vigorously. The primordial celestial deity, following the Eastern Extreme Grand Emperor, Hua Qing, the immortal maiden, the little novel was full of chatter. How powerful was she in the previous life? Mu Guanxian was just bewildered, murmuring a few indistinct sounds. Whatever is said, Mu Guanxian is still extremely proud, and thus, he patted his chest and declared, I am who I am. Xiaolian couldn't help but wonder, looking at you, can't you see your past life? Xiao Feiyu, could it be that you really don't have a past life? Wangxing appeared indifferent. What's so strange about this? The little landlord hasn't made a move in 1,000 years. Isn't he just an ordinary person, still subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death like everyone else? He let out a light breath and continued, the vast majority of people have no past life, no future life. They only live for the present. Xiaolian smiled brightly upon hearing this and responded, you are quite enlightened. At that moment, Mu Guanxian, holding her phone, was on the verge of tears. She still had words to say to her junior brother, but the phone had run out of battery. Wangxing, as if understanding her feelings, stepped forward. He tightly grasped her hand, looking at her with affection. You whispered gently, senior sister is fine. Regardless of who you were in your past life, you are now Buyu Xianzi, responsible for the beauty of the cultivation world, and the disciple of our master. Pause for a moment. You mentioned that she is the senior sister of Fuang Tang. A feeling of indescribable happiness rose within her heart. Mu Guanxian smiled softly and then gave a faint hum of agreement. Xiaolian at this moment was like a street lamp, a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, a destroyer of atmosphere, an expert at eating dog food. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer and directly shouted, we haven't even officially confirmed our relationship yet, and you're already shoving food into my mouth. Are you planning to fatten me up, big sister? Wangxing chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. Big sister, let's go see the reincarnation stone. After the three of them, Wangxing entered the wheel of reincarnation. It wasn't long before their group finally arrived at Qingyanzi's location. Wangxing called out to his master. He looked at his disciple with warm eyes. Wangxing, you have finally returned. Immediately after, Wangxing quickly lowered himself and landed on the ground, while Xiaolian's gaze swept around. He promptly reported, Master, we just arrived at the Reincarnation Hall and the Reincarnation Institute, took a round, and then he glanced at Mu Guanxian. Hesitating before continuing, we found that the reincarnation stone has shattered. Upon hearing this, all four elders were left dumbfounded. Qingyanzi furrowed his brows and spoke to everyone. We should go take a look as well. At the reincarnation cycle, the stone pillar still stood tall there, its entire surface now cracked. At this moment, the cracks on the stone were becoming more and more numerous. Not only that, in the middle, a huge hole had formed, quite large in size. Qingyanzi, after observing, immediately asked Xiaolian, is this caused by the female corpse? She spoke up. That's right. It's possible that she knows she can't reincarnate, so she acted out of anger in the heat of the moment or paused for a while. She glanced at the 2 billion disciples, as the immortal book only listed 2 names, Xiao Feiyu and Mu Guanxian. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qingyanzi's mouth hung open. Wangxing, are you also a celestial being reincarnated? He looked over at the old fox, who was slyly covering his mouth, barely holding back his laughter, trembling with suppressed amusement. A surge of anger rose within him, and Wangxing silently called out in his heart, Elder sister. Seeing you like this, she poured more fuel on the fire. Compared to Xian, Xiao Feiyu is the one who is truly not simple. Zhang Ziqiang laughed loudly. Well done, Feiyu. Wangxing was also a bit stunned. Feiyu, were you perhaps a divine general of the heavenly court in your previous life? Meng Huaijing continued, very likely a celestial being, with his name recorded in the Lingxiao Palace. The second old master clicked his tongue. Could he possibly be some extraordinarily powerful figure? The thousands of questions from everyone made Wangxing and Mu Guanxian feel so embarrassed that their faces turned bright red. He broke into a sweat, repeatedly denying, "Everyone, perhaps in my past life, I was an insignificant person. Only luck is allowed for reincarnation. Anyway, the immortal books never mentioned anything about my past life or any positions I held." He silently complained, "Big sister, are you playing with me like this?" Tu Kuang couldn't help but wonder, "Fei Yu can't be the reincarnation of Emperor Ziwei, right? Your sword style looks just like the one in the astrology charts." Leading the stars, Qing Yinzi analyzes the horoscope. The sword world is merely a sword technique passed down by Emperor Ziwei to our ancestors. Nothing certain can be deduced from it. Immediately after, he straightened his face. "Everyone, let us not forget, the main objective is not as important as the exploration. From here to the 18th level of hell, the master will break the siege." He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Immediately afterward, everyone mounted their magical tools and flew into the air. In no time, they gradually approached their target location. Zhang Ziqiang cheerfully said loudly, "Mortal beings are afraid of committing evil deeds. After death, they will be thrown into the 19th level of hell and endure suffering. We, on the other hand, move only toward hope. This time, we may survive and return." Xiaolian couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. "These people are so interesting." Wangxing exhaled deeply and said, "Don't be so downcast. The 7th floor here has been empty for a long time. Moreover, there is also the elder from the Hidden Earth sect helping us." The two elders smiled brightly. "That's right. Coming to Abaddon is like coming home. Fellow Taoists, please, there's no need to be so polite." Hearing what he said, Monk Huijing, Zhang Ziqiang, and even Wang Sheng were momentarily stunned, not knowing how to respond. Qing Yinzi spoke up. "You all should leave quickly and think of a way to resolve this matter. Don't make the female immortal wait any longer." Then, he turned to instruct his disciple, Wangxing Mu Guanxian. The two were responsible for covering the rear. Both quickly responded in agreement. "Tu Kuang Tian Lai Gon, Ka Fan Kich Noi Lan, Fei Yu, Ren Ti Kozat Chut, Kan Nua, Tian Nanchi the Ko Fai Lin Inch Orat Nu Kong, Wang Nuat Kung Ko the Dot Fakan Gioya, Wang Shen Nyan Gung Gai Mat, Dai Kai Zhong Nu Kak Nuoi Thoi." There are no memories of the previous life. Moreover, in this life, one's physical constitution is also determined in the mother's womb. Qing Yinzi smiled with great happiness. She had never expected that the soul from Mu Guanxian's previous life, nurtured for 1,000 years within the reincarnation stone, could barely manage to reincarnate. Remember the past. He could not help but feel nostalgic. No wonder, after being born with innate talent, it still took him 16 years of hard work to preserve the girl's life force. Back then, the support from the Taoist Association was often not enough to buy the medicinal herbs. You always have to do some other business to get by. Xiaolian did not spare any mercy and said to him, "I once heard someone from the investigation team mention that the wholesale sale of martial arts secrets in the holy spring water of Wudong Mountain. Is that right?" Hearing this, Qing Yinzi immediately choked and coughed. Wangxing, noticing his master's awkwardness, quickly changed the subject. "Big sister, are you worried?" Suddenly, he glanced at senior sister Mu Guanxian. She was the one brought back by the heavenly court of the immortals, but why did he feel so confused? Through the reincarnation stone, he speculated that perhaps during one of his unlucky moments, he had returned to the age of 17. It was just that on that day, his memories had suddenly awakened. Thinking of this, Wangxing clicked his tongue. "Well, there's no evidence right now, so I'll rely on minor hell to be reborn." He appeared, and you were intently looking at me. Mu Guanxian also turned to look. In her eyes at that moment, only the image of the handsome young man, Antoine, stood before him, and at that moment, he continued to think. If he kept thinking, his Tao heart would likely be disturbed, affecting his cultivation. They held hands, walking forward together. The immortal path was vast, the road ahead slow, with only swords in hand. Wangxing was determined to stop his wandering thoughts and focus solely on the task at hand. While on the road, Qing Yinzi suddenly stopped. He shouted loudly, "Be alert! Everyone, be careful!" The group quickly reacted and stopped. Qing Yinzi then explained, "Something is about to emerge, a beam of purple light resembling two eyes. It is constantly staring in our direction." A familiar voice echoed, "Taoist Elder, this is the next relay station. We will use the device to maintain continuous communication with you and to alert you to any danger." The whole group was startled. Suddenly, they were caught off guard, unable to comprehend, and they spoke. The voice on the other end continued to report, "The 18th level of hell has a special magnetic field, causing the equipment to lose connection. We have not yet found the special passageway as previously mentioned." Qing Yinzi continued to charge forward. The people from the government kept advising, You all need to check for yourselves. If it's not possible, you can find a way down from the outer circle. The second elder spoke. It's okay. I know where that path is. Follow me. He took out the compass and instructed, later, try your best to fly close to the ground. There's a chance that somewhere there might be an undetected restriction. On this side, a soft, fragile hand tugged at Wangxing's sleeve, causing him to turn around and look back. Mu Guanxian was trembling to the point of turning pale. He secretly broke out in a cold sweat, almost forgetting the lifelong nemesis of his senior sister. He smiled gently, holding his senior sister's hand tightly. Or would you, an elder sister, wait outside? Mu Guanxian, though afraid, still firmly refused. Wangxing looked at her with deep affection. Then let's go down together. Xiaolian sighed behind. After a moment of silence, he murmured, I'm getting old, and yet no one is helping me. The young couple, at that moment, blushed deeply. He proudly turned to Xiaolian and said, My senior sister, she's over 765,400 years old. Mu Guanxian once again felt embarrassed, nearly steaming with frustration, while Xiaolian couldn't help but hold back a laugh. Qing Yanzi couldn't help but helplessly complain, as the atmosphere, which had been tense for a while, finally lightened up a little. The two of them seriously went to Wangxing, then immediately started organizing. Yes, very quickly, everyone entered the first layer of hell. As commonly heard, the fire pit and iron hooks are the torture tools of this place. A certain older sister, in the face of such danger, still calmly sat and ate a cake. She looked over at Mu Guanxian and asked, Mu Guanxian, is your mind calm now? Right now, both you and Xiao Feiyu are reincarnated immortals, just in time to maintain balance. Looking at the two leisurely sisters, Wangxing couldn't help but feel helpless, thinking, did they come here just to travel? Zhang Ziqiang glanced around and guessed that this place was probably the first level of the hell of burning heat. Huh, why can't he see the netting all over the ground? The second elder continued, that's right, minor hell may be small, but it is well equipped with various areas, considered a complex of Abaddon immortals. However, Abaddon is a deity of the underworld with a sense of perception, so both you and I must still act cautiously, for disaster may arise from our words. Then, everyone moved closer to the second elder, somewhat puzzled. The main path is here. Are we opening the seal now? Everyone wondered what was sealed beneath. Elder 2 recounted a path that monitored the 18 levels of hell, which could be understood as an elevator for sightseeing. Then, he closed his eyes, sensing the unusually quiet surroundings. Suddenly, the second elder was startled and exclaimed loudly, this is not good. The ghostly spirit is here. I've heard that someone once attempted to break into this place, and I'm not sure whether the setup inside has been damaged or not. Zhang Ziqiang reconsidered. Could it be because of the cultivators who ventured into Abaddon 1,000 years ago? Immediately after, he continued, just go in and you'll know. He opened the path and led the two elders out. Then, he drove a wooden stake into the ground with enough force to crack the earth. After that, he formed a hand seal and recited an incantation. The rope on it immediately began to emit a golden light. Immediately after that, a magic tool of his coiled around the two elders. It was exactly like a long talisman. The door quickly swung open right after the two elders recited the incantation. Inside, it was pitch dark, and golden lotus platforms flew out beneath the dark Abaddon. They appeared truly pure. Xiaolian and Mu Guanxian were a little scared, hiding behind the old man, and spoke up, please, everyone. And so, those lotus platforms carried them around, gliding through the layers. This was the 8th level, the Ice Mountain Hell. After passing through several levels of Abaddon, everyone fell silent. Wangxing looked around and spoke. The 8th floor still has the wailing spirit. It hasn't been cleared yet. Tu Kuang also swept his eyes over. In front of him were restless souls and wild ghosts. He replied, his gaze fixed on the ice peaks in the distance. One of them had a pile of people impaled by sharp ice, still firmly stuck to it, looking incredibly horrifying. Wangxing thought to himself, those fallen ones might be from my sect, desperately trying to break into the domain that the master secretly mentioned. I fear they have already fallen into the demon path by now. His face couldn't help but show a trace of sorrow as he thought about it. Mu Guanxian, terrified, tightly shut his eyes. The second elder had guarded this place along with the family for many years, but upon witnessing these events, he too couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Let's continue going down. In the blink of an eye, everyone had arrived at the 18th floor of the Blade Residence Hell. The scene here was still the same, deathly atmosphere. The second elder said, we are about to reach the 18th floor. There is an exit below. You can go straight to the outside of hell. Suddenly, a loud noise caused everyone present to be stunned. Xiaolian froze and spoke. There are too many corpses below. Amidst the pile of corpses that were stacked like a mountain, Xiaolian could sense that they still had a trace of breath. Sweat poured down Xiaolian's forehead. She warned Mu Guanchuan, don't come down yet. The dry corpse no longer resembled a human form. One could say it was neither human nor demon. Xie Lian used his immortal techniques to show everyone the image deep beneath. Qing Yanzi speculated, these people seemed to be the ones from the Taoist sect who broke into hell that year. Wang Xing observed carefully, and though their aura was faint, it was steady, clearly indicating they were still alive. How should we deal with them? Tu Kuang eagerly cracked his knuckles, unsure whether these people had already turned into demons. Just kill them, one strike and it's done. Wang Xing spoke up to stop him, not aloud. If there are famous seniors in the faction, what should be done? One of the monks among them spoke up. Ba, even ants seek to live. Back then, they were merely trying to survive, nothing more. Wang Xing frowned and retorted, even a prestigious sect has its own rules. If one is willing to harm those around them just to continue living, what else could this be but evil? Qing Yanzi spoke up. This matter should be decided by the elder of the Hidden Earth sect. The second elder said angrily, gritting his teeth, if we don't kill them, we cannot quell the hatred in our hearts. But this is something I can't control either. Use the seal to capture them first, take them outside, and hand them over to the Earth sect and the cultivation world for interrogation and investigation. Wang Xing observed for a moment, then said, the golden core lifespan is 800. Everyone turned to look at him. Xie Lian stepped forward, then turned her head to look at him, saying, Wang Xing, I will seal them first. As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Lian rushed forward, unleashing a surge of power. He looked at Xie Lian, unable to help but think. The golden core lifespan is 800 years, but the people below all charged into Abaddon 1,000 years ago. In terms of cultivation realm, they are probably above golden core. Wang Xing couldn't help but frown when he thought about this. If they find an opportunity to restore their cultivation, the consequences will be severe. The cultivation world is likely to be thrown into chaos because of this. The power of Xie Lian quickly generated a field of orange energy, enveloping a dense area. She broke out in a sweat, turned around, and said, all right, the self-determination seal is ready. I have reinforced the seal. Monks below the formation realm are unable to escape. The group of Qing Yanzi remained alert, forming seals with their hands, their gazes fixed on her. Xie Lian quickly understood. My hair hasn't turned the color of demonic corruption that much yet, has it? Qing Yanzi turned to give instructions to the Grandmaster. Take these seniors up first. The two elders have placed a seal beneath the 18th layer of hell. How should we break it? He said, I have a spell. Please wait a moment. Immediately after that, he took 2 red flags out of his person. He held it tightly in his hand, waved it into the air, and recited the incantation. A stream of aura immediately emanated from it, pure and radiant, soothingly beautiful beyond description. Very quickly, a Bagua formation appeared at the center. A beam of light stretched down from the sky, resembling a beautiful silk ribbon. A door emerged faintly behind the light and slowly opened. Wang Xing was tense, not knowing what lay beneath the 18th level of hell. Was it the sight of female corpses battling some kind of monster, or perhaps the outbreak of female zombies, unable to control their immortal energy, or some other possibility? Zhang Ziqiang wondered, is it stuck? Can this thing really break? These people aren't putting in any effort. Wang Sheng said, perhaps it's because the hell is constantly shaking, and it's affecting this place. Try pulling it out and see. Immediately after, Zhang Ziqiang tied a talisman onto his foot, while Wang Sheng drew the longsword from his back. The two tightly gripped the knot, and together, they pulled with all their strength. 2 streams of internal energy intertwined, blending together, resembling the balance of yin and yang. Finally, the path was opened. Zhang Ziqiang spoke loudly, all right. It really works. Qing Yanzi quickly landed and said, I'll go down first to check it out. Wang Xing looked after him, continuously observing that path. Qing Yanzi was somewhat surprised. Yet there is such a pure aura of primordial energy. Could it be that the immortal realm is beneath us? Suddenly, Mu Guanchuan quickly pulled Wang Xing's sleeve. You wonder, turning around, seeing your sister. She quickly urged, hurry up. Wang Xing thought in a panic. All right, the fairy is reminding us. Immediately, he shouted loudly, shout out, master, causing everyone to be startled. Below, at that depth, Wang Xing used his internal energy and continued to shout, hurry, leave. The Tuan Guang has erupted. Below, a slight tremor quickly occurred. Wang Xing anxiously shouted loudly. Then, together with Mu Guanxian, they charged down. The master suddenly appeared, and a powerful hand pulled both of them back, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Xie Lian shouted angrily, what are you doing, idiot? Are you trying to find death by rushing over there? Mu Guanxian's gaze at this moment also became unusual. She almost screamed, run quickly. At this moment, The immortal light quickly erupted as well. Wang Xing broke out in a sweat, looking toward Qing Yinzi and shouting loudly, "Master!" The explosion was immense. Qing Yinzi and the others were unable to dodge in time and could only stand still, bracing for the impact. Wang Xing, unwilling to accept it, said to senior sister Xiaolian, the master, and the other elders. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Shut up. Right now, whoever can escape, do so." In no time, they had reached the 17th floor. As he spoke, Xiaolian used all his strength to pull the two people and run as fast as he could. Must run faster than the speed of the immortal light. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 16th level of the Fire Mountain Hell. Xiaolian angrily shouted, "Damn it!" At that moment, celestial light continuously shot toward them. She wondered, still not over yet. Quick-witted, Xiaolian grabbed both of them and swiftly leapt out of the range of the celestial light's power. But for some reason, the immortal light shifted direction, and a surge of power was directed toward her. The blue light fiercely surpassed the intense flames, targeting the three individuals. Xiaolian used her tail to protect Wang Xing and Mu Guanxian. Deep inside, she had been struck by a blow. He was startled and shouted, "Big sister." The fragments of immortal light scattered across the sky after attacking Xiaolian. Everything fell silent again. Her foxtail appeared at that moment, and her clothes were completely torn to shreds. Wang Xing anxiously shouted, "Elder sister." She used the last bit of her reason to remind me that my spiritual power had been overused. Ella could no longer control the demonic nature within her and was about to unleash the demonic and immortal light. It would only last for a while, so if it stops, you should all leave quickly and not pay attention to me. If I survive and make it out. Here's the corrected version. At this point, sweat couldn't help but pour down Xiaolian's forehead like a shower. Trying to endure the pain, she weakly uttered the last two words, "Kill me." Mu Guanchuan anxiously supported her shoulder and looked at Wang Xing, saying, "Pure young female immortal." He quickly understood that the female immortal said the pure yang power could help the eldest sister. Hearing this, of course, Wang Xing didn't think much about it. He placed both hands in front of his chest. Xiaolian began to circulate his internal energy, striking while the iron was hot. Wang Xing focused and said, "Elder sister, cooperate with me, and I will suppress the demonic nature for you." In her heart, Xiaolian still struggled. "You are the elder sister. I am Hu Banqian, both lovely and beautiful." After a long while, the place had temporarily calmed down. The immortal light had also stopped spreading. Wang Xing looked around, worried that the fierce wailing spirit of this level had been driven away by the immortal light. He wondered how his masters were doing. Xiaolian stretched comfortably. "I didn't expect Xiao Feiyu. You really can suppress my demonic nature. Why didn't you use this earlier?" Mu Guanxian narrated, "The female immortal said that the pure young power counters all demonic traits. Do you not know about this matter with demonic intent? You think for a moment, then say, as for the meditation master, there's no need to mention it. In the past, I was just a small void pill realm cultivator, and I didn't know if I could be of any help to my senior sister." Mu Guanxian continued to press the phone repeatedly. She seemed to be in great hurry. She frowned, lifted her phone, and the female immortal said, "This outbreak is about to be suppressed by her. But she could collapse at any moment. She needs me to help. Master is temporarily fine." They were just pushed out of the 18th level of hell. Most of them were severely injured, and several times, Xian Guang erupted first, all because the Earth Spirit seal was about to break. Here's the corrected version. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The Earth Spirit seal? One of the three divine seals of heaven, earth, and mankind, used by the immortals of the celestial court to suppress the Earth's original energy, which is to say, the eruption of immortal qi. This recent event was not caused by the female immortal. On the contrary, it was because the female immortal had always been suppressing the Earth Spirit seal that the minor Earth Lord did not arrive, that is, to break through to the mortal realm." Wang Xing couldn't help but feel bewildered. Things like this. "What can we help you with?" Suddenly, Mu Guanxian gently placed a kiss on his lips. Her face turned bright red, and at that moment, Wang Xing was also stunned. The two lips reluctantly parted. The warmth still lingered around him. The air around the two of them was thick with the scent of love. Mu Guanxian smiled gently and said, "I will go." Wang Xing, bewildered, placed his finger on his lips, his face now burning with heat, and asked again, "Senior sister wants to go help the female immortal, right?" A big question silently formed in his mind. What does this mean? Xiaolian stood by, also unable to stop blushing. She interjected into the conversation that female immortal has been calling for you to come over there. It is perhaps related to the immortal body's reincarnation of your kind, but right now, the path to the 18th level of hell has been broken. I will take you there. Xiaolian looked at him and continued. Xiao Feiyu, continue to transfer pure yang energy to me. The next day, Three figures shot up into the sky, and all that could be seen was a blazing red light. At this moment, in a familiar small house, not long ago, when the celestial light erupted at the Earth Seal sect, Qianlin stood before the door of the room, speaking to herself. Lord Abaddon, the reincarnation stone, the Earth Spirit Peak is forbidden. She fixed her face seriously and continued. I saw it. She had seen everything. She stood there for a long while, staring blankly at something in front of her. It emitted a strange purple light. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of her, with a gentle white sleeve, calling, Qianlin. She just looked at the person in front of her, and in her eyes, a longing expression appeared. Qianlin spoke. Is she really my mother? She looked at her and smiled gently, then said, I'm sorry, my dear Qianlin, I am your mother. But it wasn't quite that. As mother and daughter spoke, she gently extended her hand and embraced her in her arms. Then, gently instructing Qianlin to stay strong. If the young local lord breaks into the present world, the Hua kingdom will be filled with wails of despair. Whether you want it or not, you must accept this fate now. 2 streams of tears ran down her cheeks. Qianlin remained silent, saying nothing. She continued, if you want to blame anyone, then blame us for being too merciless. Behind her, countless others also wore white robes, appearing like immortals. Qianlin quickly asked, the doubt in your heart from that year, did father really practice cultivation and hurt mother? Her mother smiled gently. Silly child, how could that be? At this moment, she told her, Qianlin, you should have followed your mother's surname, Meng. We are the strongest sect leader of the Earth Seal sect. Speaking of which, she looked at the little daughter in front of her and continued, the Ming family will always give birth to a daughter in each generation, then silently wait. Once the Ming perobe in the ancestral hall begins to lose its spiritual essence, we will have to use our own soul and spirit to nourish it. At that moment, a purple circular symbol appeared on her forehead. She continued, in this way, the Mingpa robe passed down by a mortal Mingpa can maintain its spiritual essence. But when an event like today's happens, we can also go to suppress the minor hell father and son, so that their descendants, even those far removed from the main family, will want to escape from this excessively cruel fate. As she spoke to this point, it was also the moment when the circular mark on Qianlin's forehead began to glow, a pure light that illuminated the entire dark night. She began to be led by her mother somewhere. The surroundings were incredibly unfamiliar. Qianlin couldn't help but ask curiously, where is this place? She answered, at the deepest part of Abaddon, hanging upside down above, are the 18 layers of hell. Below is the Earth Spirit's cage. You can understand that it seals off all the spiritual energy that has been generated on this planet for the past 1,000 years. Seeing her dazed, the woman helplessly said, all right then, there's still some time left. I'll explain the details of the matter to you. Then, Qianlin's mother waved her hand, and a figure quickly appeared, causing Qianlin to feel a sense of curiosity. Qianlin carefully examined the identity of the person and then asked, is she your mother? She replied, Your Highness, try searching for a method of reincarnation in minor hell. She is reading a cultivation book. The figure seemed familiar. At that moment, she wondered, why are only the 2 of them returning to Huaqing, and who is he? Qianlin couldn't help but feel curious. She stepped closer to read what was written above. Upon reading this, Qianlin was greatly astonished because on the stone slab were the names of Wangxing and his senior sister. Her mother continued, I don't know why the reincarnation stone in minor hell has used up all its reincarnation power. It has only so much, which is why His Highness's comrades have died and can no longer be reincarnated, including herself. Seeing this, she continued, that day, His Highness, in his grief, shattered the reincarnation stone, breaking the seal. The 10 quartz also caused the Earth's spiritual peak seal to be broken. Because of this, the 18 layers of hell were violently swept by the primordial energy, causing them to gradually rise. After the prince discovered this, he immediately used his own body to block the earthly spirit's forbidden barrier. She continued, although His Highness has temporarily suppressed the Earth Spirit seal. But this is not a long-term plan. Once the primordial energy propels the young landowner into the present world, the 3,000 miles surrounding Pingdu Mountain will immediately collapse. At this moment, the face and body of that person gradually cracked and deteriorated, and the negative energy of the landlord would also disrupt the balance of yin and yang on this planet. The casualties were difficult to predict. She showed her the events happening inside the minor hell. We were shocked when the 2 elders summoned the demon soldiers to awaken. At this moment, Baoyi has not fully recovered. This is precisely the time when a person is needed the most. The image of Xiaolian and the Wangxing group appeared. She sighed regretfully and said, if we could have awakened earlier, things wouldn't have reached this point. Qianlin immediately recognized it and was startled. Wangxing, is that you? Qianlin was anxious at this moment. What should I do, mother? What should we do to help them? Calm down, don't be anxious. The Mengpa robe hasn't fully recovered yet. We still need to wait for more than 10 minutes. Then, she took her hand and continued. Come, you go first and greet the ancestors from past generations to the present. You are the luckiest, but also the unluckiest. Let's go. I will guide you right after that. Both of them stood in front of a set of pure white clothes. Qianlin sadly lowered her head and asked her mother, what should I do? Madame Jiang stretched out her arms, looking at her and saying, place your soul into the protective garment. Qianlin's back became unavoidably cold. She quickly understood. Do you need me to die here? She looked at her little daughter, tears continuously streaming down her face. Yes, just like us. Stop for a moment, she continued, but the strength of our souls will transform into a constraint upon you. Later, you will become the master of all of Bao Yi's possessions. Therefore, I will not disappear because of that. The knife in the corner of the wall appeared from nowhere, she continued. This is also the only compensation we can offer. Do it for the descendants. At the same time, Qianlin slowly picked it up, shifting the scene towards Shinsuean. A voice quickly rang out to report, the Qingyanzi Taoist and the others have found the entire rescue team and are immediately returning. They breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Suddenly, her father's phone rang. He couldn't help but wonder, is it Qianlin? He had just made a call when a sad voice immediately rang out. In these past few years, you have said so many hurtful things to me, yet I have never scolded you. Shinsuean was surprised. Qianlin, why are you suddenly saying that? Her father interrupted from this side. Father, you can only go suppress Abaddon, right? He quickly realized the issue and shouted, who told you these things? Don't do anything foolish. That robe is fake. The voice on the other end of the line kept ringing out, Qianlin, Qianlin, don't do it. At that moment, she had already pressed the sharp object to her neck. On the other end of the line, her father kept shouting, Qianlin. But she had already hung up the phone. The voice of her mother rang out. My child, I'm sorry. At least we lived a bit longer, but you haven't had the chance to experience anything. She smiled, tears flowing, and in her mind, she spoke her answer. No, mother. Over the past 25 years, I have lived very happily. She continued, after wearing this robe, you will lose all emotions for a very long time. If not, your soul will not be able to withstand this power. Do you still have any regrets now? The blood on the neck had started to flow. Qianlin thought, if there were any regrets, surely there must have been some in the past. Now, she no longer felt too regretful. She recalled the time when Wang Xing had saved her during the car accident and thought to herself, if I had been more proactive in expressing my feelings back then, maybe that summer would have had a story worth telling. At this moment, on the 18th level of hell, this place was the sword prison hell. Xielian gradually descended. The hungry ghosts, upon seeing her, rushed forward, their mouths wide open toward her. Because of the fast movement, landing also caused quite a bit of vibration. Xielian saw the group of demons and immediately became irritated. She bared her fangs and shouted loudly, Get lost! As soon as the words left her mouth, a thunderous explosion erupted, causing the ground to shake violently. After the explosion from Xielian, there were no more evil spirits around. Wang Xing quickly spoke up. Big sister, you recover quickly. I will suppress the demonic energy for you. Xielian quickly gathered her inner strength. He was transmitting to Xielian while glancing over to observe the group of demons. They moved closer, speaking to one another. Essence blood. Essence blood. This humble Taoist must drink all their essence blood, seize their corpses. Our bodies are about to wither away. By consuming this fox demon, our strength will definitely increase significantly. Xielian was now completely out of her mind, enraged, and ordered the two people, hurry up, help that heavenly immortal stabilize the earth spirit's barrier. Remember that you are an immortal being reincarnated. Certainly, I can do what ordinary people cannot. Immediately after that, she leaped away. Wang Xing shouted loudly, All right, big sister, you must also be careful. Xielian quickly transformed into a fox. Her eyes blazed with intensity as she fiercely stared at the group of demons. Relying on all of you? Do you also want to lay a hand on Xiao Feiyu and Mu Guanqian? Upon finishing his words, Xielian roared fiercely, standing in front of them. Wang Xing, on the side, also charged forward, cutting down demons to clear the path. He turned to Mu Guanqian and said, Senior sister, quickly, use your strength. We're almost there. Hurry up and make a sound. Suddenly, two demons appeared beside him. They charged at him, and Wang Xing couldn't defend himself. The sharp claws were almost upon him. Wang Xing cried out in his heart, It's over. When they attacked simultaneously, fortunately, Mu Guanxian was able to intervene in time. But it seems these two demons are too strong. They simultaneously cooperated, attacking more fiercely, and just like that, the cracks in Mu Guanxian's protective shield gradually became more apparent. In just a moment, she was knocked down. Wang Sheng quickly caught his senior sister. Mu Guanxian felt a wave of pain rush over her. She couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after that, Mu Guanxian fainted. Wang Sheng anxiously shouted, "Senior sister." He silently thought, there are quite a few evil spirits on the 17th and 18th floors, their cultivation surpassing the Golden Core stage. Facing them head-on, even if the two of us work together, we might not be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng quickly picked up his senior sister and ran toward the Immortal's location. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly, "Senior Immortal." But in response, he was met with complete silence. Two faint strands of immortal energy remained, and the space around him was still. A voice answered his call. Wang Sheng couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the female immortal is silent because she is suppressing the Earth Spirit's forbidden wind? Unable to move. Then he looked behind him again, silently calculating. Forget it. Deal with these two demons first, and then figure it out. As soon as the thought ended, he immediately embraced Mu Guanxian and soared far away, leaving the two demons behind. They, of course, would not easily let him go. Very quickly, they leapt into the air, chasing after him. In no time, he had successfully shaken off two of the demons. They looked around, but still could not see anyone. In the sky, at that moment, other demons began to gradually appear. Wang Sheng hid behind a large tree, instructing his senior sister Mu Guanxian, "Don't move recklessly, quickly recover your injuries and use the movement technique to support yourself for a while. We will charge straight into Shurtou Mountain to reinforce the female immortal." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, she sprang to her feet and ran toward him. Wang Sheng was bewildered. His heart also raced irregularly because of the hug. He couldn't help but think, why is senior sister suddenly being so proactive? Immediately after, he quickly stabilized his mind, then leaned closer to her lips, reluctantly saying, "Senior sister, let's go over there to provide support. Is there anything we can do to help the fairy?" Mu Guanxian said nothing, only continuing to hold him tightly. She greedily inhaled the scent of Wang Sheng's body. He didn't say anything else, but a happy smile blossomed on his lips. Immediately after, the two of them returned to the original position of the female fairy, and at this moment, the number of demons had increased even more. It seemed they had gathered earlier to wait for his return. As soon as Wang Sheng arrived, he was surrounded, but at the same time, a powerful beam of light carrying a pure aura shone down upon the faces of the two. A figure with 7 features appeared, and the girl's clear voice asked, "Has anyone arrived?" The clear eyes and the familiar mark on the forehead seem to indicate that this is someone familiar. The scene shifts back to Xiaolian's side. At this moment, she is fighting alone against countless evil spirits surrounding her. They eye her as if she were a delicious prey. All of them break into cunning smiles, continuously encircling Xiaolian. The figure wearing the pure white robe quickly descended. She raised her hand to the sky and chanted a loud incantation. The 4 directions wailing spirit, 8 directions evil souls wreaking havoc in the underworld, cannot be forgiven. As the words ended, she lowered her hand and pointed it straight at the group of demons. A thick aura of celestial energy emanated. The fairy continued, wailing spirit, evil souls, turn to dust. Immediately after, her power transformed into fierce bolts of lightning, striking all around. The spirits were quickly shattered, their bodies flying everywhere. At that moment, Xiaolian was also affected. She stood there in a daze, thrown high into the air. A group of demons was quickly slain, their bodies disintegrating after a snap of the female immortal's fingers. Xiaolian was still in the form of a fox at that time. She saw the demons being torn apart like that, and she couldn't help but keep retreating, then used her nose to sniff around to catch the scent. Then, the female immortal quickly descended in front of Xiaolian. Wang Sheng, worried, thought darkly, right now, elder sister is on the edge, possessed by demonic energy, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Here, he shouted loudly, "Senior, I still hope that you will show mercy to my subordinates." As you predicted, a bit aggressive, baring its fangs and claws, growling loudly at the female immortal. "It seems like she has listened to what you said." A finger was extended, and immediately, a gentle purple light appeared, forming a small circle. She stood before Xiaolian, gently releasing her aura, as if attempting to sway him. Xiaolian's gaze quickly softened at this moment. The female immortal had no ill intentions toward her either. Very quickly, Xiaolian stretched and returned to her human form. Her tail and body were enveloped by the power of the celestial maiden. Perhaps this helped Xiaolian suppress the outbreak of demonic energy. The immortal maiden continued to wave her hand with a very gentle motion, but it was highly effective on Xiaolian. In just a moment, she resolved everything quickly and efficiently. Wang Xing and Mu Guanxian immediately mounted their swords and flew over. She also landed near them. He was extremely surprised and shouted when he saw her face. Senior sister Qianlin said nothing and directly flew straight to the pyramid. Wang Xing happily watched him, saying to Mu Guanchuan, "We will follow her. Perhaps she no longer needs our help." Wang Xing silently thought to himself. Then the immortal pondered, perhaps this senior sister is related to Abaddon, not only able to deal with those vengeful spirits. Even more so, it could gently control Hu Banqian to surpass the immortal realm. This level of strength is undoubtedly at the immortal level. Qianlin had just flown up there when a large explosion occurred. Very quickly, she flew out of the pyramid again. He couldn't help but marvel in his mind. She probably had a 9 out of 10 chance. Wang Xing and Mu Guanxian stood watching with bewildered expressions. He wondered to himself, is it over? Immediately after finishing the task, Qianlin tumbled a few times on the chunk stage. Then, she finally met the person she needed to speak to. This old one is powerless. I still ask your highness to forgive me. Inside the pyramid, which had been exploded, a small ball carrying golden light responded. It's all right, immortal Mach. You have inherited from the Manti anti-clan. You were never meant to walk the path of a celestial warrior, let alone rely on the sound of the soul's celestial garment to draw upon the power of minor hell. Only then can you confront a true immortal. The 3 of them slowly flew upwards, and the voice continued. It doesn't mean that you possess the strength of a true immortal. Hearing these words, Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered, looking over at her with 2 big questions in his mind. The Meng clan? Mengpa. Mu Guanxian and Wang Xing immediately landed afterward. The voice inside resounded again. Huaqing, come here. Apologies, the trouble was caused by my charging down. I still need you to help. Mu Guanxian gently closed his eyes at that moment, as if the voice had just called out to him. He glanced over at Qianlin beside him, and the voice rang out again. I don't know why, but before His Highness entered, the Abaddon Earth Spirit Seal was already in a state of ruin. The immortal maiden simultaneously channeled her internal energy while continuing to transmit her voice, relying solely on the suppression of the 18 layers of hell, yet her primordial energy still did not surge forth. It was not directly related to His Highness. Time is limited. Don't talk about these things anymore. Immediately after, she slowly opened her eyes, looked towards him, and asked, Who are you? Wang Xing fell silent. Senior, we have met before. The immortal maiden spoke. I am asking, who were you in your previous life? Wang Xing replied, perhaps my previous life was not that of an immortal. After that, he asked again. Senior, do you have a way to seal the Earth Spirit Seal? Why did that immortal maiden say it was just a risky trial? Hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but feel curious and asked again to see what would happen. Suddenly, at the same time, a streak of blue light quickly flew straight up to Zhou Zhong. I don't understand how you were shot out, flying so far away at such a fast speed. Wang Xing was surprised, shouting loudly. Senior sister. Mu Guanxian simply turned around, then looked at him, giving a gentle smile, without saying anything. Thus, seeing Mu Guanxian being separated from me, of course, he was unwilling. Wang Xing quickly formed a seal. His sword energy immediately chased after Mu Guanchuan. It swiftly aimed at her waist, quickly wrapping around it with the intent to restrain her. Mu Guanchuan was momentarily stunned. He forcefully pulled her back toward him. At this moment, where the fairy maiden was seated, only Mu Guanxian and Qianlin were standing there. She glared fiercely down, as if wanting to yank his sword energy from her waist. He aggressively used the 7-star sword intent, beginning to channel his meridians, causing Mu Guanchuan to be startled, a wave of pain spreading out. A few streaks of blood inside could not be contained and were spat out by her. Wang Xing finally succeeded in pulling Mu Guanchuan towards him. She understood what he wanted to do. Tears fell like rain, and she stared at him. Wang Xing also remained silent, only looking at her and giving a slight smile. Immediately after, he flew closer to the pyramid, silently thinking to himself, even if a senior sister suddenly appears, I will only use just enough strength, afraid of injuring her, and when I plan against her. Did not hesitate to hurt her. Wang Xing said nothing, suddenly lowering his head, smiling faintly, and spoke, Don't. At this moment, Qianlin's body suddenly reacted. She trembled and raised her hand. I don't understand why Mengpa has lost all her emotions, and now she hesitates as she looks at you, struggling to say, Wang Sheng, please don't. She really wants to rush forward to stop him, but she is held back by her elders, so she can only helplessly watch as Wang Xing approaches the mouth of the Golden Tower. She says to Qianlin, Senior sister, later help me take the master sister outside. The princess down there. It seems that nothing is certain. The golden light below that celestial maiden lit up. She asked in surprise, Do you know what I want to do? Wang Xing jumped down while saying, If you ask senior sister to go there, there can only be 2 possibilities. One option is to temporarily help her restore the cultivation level from her previous life. Judging by the actions of senior sister just now, this option has been ruled out. As soon as he said this, he glared at the two, as if he wanted to borrow someone else's body. In the shortest amount of time, the storm unleashed her heavenly immortal cultivation, activating a new seal. Wangxing stared at her, unafraid to expose their previous encounter. Her brows carried a deathly aura, and it seemed that this body wouldn't allow her to fully unleash her strength. Therefore, she needed someone whose mind was completely relaxed to absorb her immortal soul. But in the end, that person would definitely turn to dust. My cultivation is too low. I don't know if my guess is correct. It seems like you guessed correctly, the princess pondered, flying up, and said, I'm only sure of half. Both of them quickly faced each other at that moment. Wangxing spoke up. I will fully cooperate with you. Only, I don't understand. Why do you keep asking my senior sister to come here? Can't someone else do it instead? She explained in a low voice. At the moment, Mengpa only has a spiritual body if I fail. Does she still need to clean up the mess while others only need a little distraction in their hearts, and that half-hearted hope turns into a joke? This is the responsibility of an immortal like me. I know you can do it like watching, but you don't need to lose your life over this. Just focus on cultivating diligently. Wangxing furrowed his brows and retorted, Then, senior sister, can I lose my life over this? Right now, because I am mortal, I must choose between myself and my senior sister. The princess remained silent, saying nothing, only smiling gently. Then, the cracks on her face gradually began to glow. Consider it as agreeing to your exchange. Now, her soul begins to manifest. The light began to slowly envelop him. Wangxing thought with satisfaction. Thankfully, I didn't confess to senior sister earlier. A faint smile spread across his lips. At least, in the future, senior sister wouldn't be as heartbroken. Above, Qianlin wanted to jump down but was held firmly to the ground by the elders. She helplessly shouted, Don't. The princess began to harmonize within his body. She instructed, Relax your mind, disperse your spiritual power. Do not be greedy for life, do not be afraid of death. Wangxing thought, what is there to be greedy for life or afraid of death? This life is originally given by heaven. Are you not satisfied with it? Thinking about it, compared to the previous life, death was in vain. This time, I can trade my life for my senior sister's. At this moment, the golden light also fiercely erupted. Master, mistress, Wang Xiaoyao's parents, and even the friends who had promised to come to Yingdao to work. Wangxing continuously thought within the beam of light. Well then, if fate is not right, I will have to turn into dust later, with no chance of reincarnation. Could it be heaven? Let me do it again this time. Is it to wait for today? That power is increasingly erupting. You comfort yourself, your eyes gradually closing. At this moment, put a little gold on your face for yourself. Perhaps it's fine. The immortal light is shining brightly across this entire region of minor hell. Mu Guanxian fiercely grasped the sword qi of Wangxing in his hand. Her tears streamed down her beautiful face. He left a message, Senior sister, remember my part along with the immortal pyramid of eternal life. At this moment, everything returned to its original state, as if a volcano were continuously erupting. Twin Quang. After the rain, the sky cleared. Finally, minor hell had been kept in peace. Wangxing, after that mission, also sacrificed himself. In front of his tombstone, he placed many flowers, with incense smoke rising. Monk Huaijing stood before the grave and spoke, a deed of fat. Once lost, it is lost. The only thing left alive is the memory. Lu Yunji could not help but feel heartbroken for his brother. That being said, it must be acknowledged. Pause for a moment, he asked again. What does it mean when the immortal doctor gives roses? Shi Tianzhong, while crying heavily, explained. Don't misunderstand. We must not tarnish the pure reputation of Wangxing. I just feel that Wangxing is a very bright person and surely likes such vibrant colors. Lu Yunji dejectedly continued. Poor Buyu Xianzi, they were about to succeed, but I heard Uncle Wang say. At this moment, Buyu Xianzi's emotions were unstable, silent, and bitter in the place where Fei Yu had sacrificed himself. Actually, what Buyu Xianzi found most unacceptable was probably that, in the end, Fei Yu sealed the Great Spirit Seal on her behalf. Originally, Buyu Xianzi had wanted to commit suicide for the sake of righteousness. At this moment, she was there, silently staring at the iceberg, her eyes revealing a complex expression. On this side, Lianji looked up at the sky and sighed. If I were there instead of Fei Yu on this trip, the world would lose one less heartbroken person. Monk Huaijing stepped forward to comfort. At that moment, the little monk, being thick-skinned, followed. The little monk had not paid attention. Later, Fei Yu truly has the potential to become the pillar of our Hua Kingdom cultivation world, Amitabha. Two people stood, one a ghost, The scene was incredibly somber. Shi Tianzhong cried, even harder upon hearing this. Can you please stop mentioning it? It's so hard for me to accept this heartbreaking truth. Wait for Bu Xianzi, not for your sister-in-law. Adjust your emotions. No matter what, don't let her feel like she won't have any friends in the future. Furthermore, a fairy of her level, like a sister-in-law, would undoubtedly have no shortage of shameless men thinking about her. Here's the corrected version. Upon saying this, he cried while making a firm resolution. In the next 3 years, anyone who dares to pursue my sister-in-law, I will burn him to ashes. Monk Huijing remained silent. You're too domineering. Amitba. At that time, I must bring the little monk Lu Yunji along. Speechless, the two of them. These matters are personal to Bu Xianzi. It cannot be like this. Shi Tianzhong opened his mouth and shouted loudly, I don't care. Right now, I am the widow of Wang Shengno, I mean his younger brother. Must be the one to maintain face for Wang Sheng, not them. They all call me the scoundrel of the cultivation world. Why? I'll show them just how much of a scoundrel I can be. From a distance, Qing Yinzi was being assisted by 2 people as they led him forward. He was sad, his eyes darkened, and he muttered to himself, if I had known you would come to this path, it would have been better if I had taught you less about loyalty, filial piety, and integrity back then. Senior sister, I am heartbroken and desperate because I don't know how to advise her, to make her stay by my side in Abaddon for a few more days. He looked at the place where his son's grave lay, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. If you have a next life, come to the Wudong sect to pay respects to the master. Perhaps by then, I will have become an immortal. At that time, I will pass on to you the true immortal techniques. After saying a few more words, he began to cough incessantly. Sister Van couldn't help but feel worried. Dad, you're still injured? Make sure to rest. Qing Yinzi's face was haggard. He spoke up. It's fine. We should go back to headquarters and investigate first. The ancient cultivators brought back from Abaddon have awakened, and we still need to discuss how to deal with them. The helicopter was already waiting. He did not forget to add the reminder. Hu Banxian has returned to the secluded villa in the mountains. There is no Mu Guanxian. Everyone, don't touch her. This matter can only be discussed between us in the cultivation world. The scene shifts to the place where he had sacrificed himself. At this moment, thick ice and snow covered the area, and the pyramid that had been there before had now turned into a mountain of ice. The remains of Wangxing lay there. Your heartless sword is still here, the shining sword, just like the righteous heart of its master. On the sword, there was still a figure burned black like a piece of coal. No one else but Wangxing. After that battle, he stayed here. Suddenly, a small foot slowly landed on the hilt of the sword. As the princess, she appeared with a petite figure like a little fairy, looking at him in frustration. 3 months had passed, and he still hadn't woken up. How weak could he possibly be? Suddenly, the sword began to glow. But the strange thing here is that the once bright white sword has now turned into a pitch-black, mysterious blade. It was stuck near the place where Wang Xing's corpse was lying, as if it were trying to say something. At that moment, his body was burning black. Suddenly, water poured out, revealing the smooth white flesh inside. The voice echoed in the statue's head. Only with virtue can one be revered as a ruler, overseeing the vastness of the 10,000 realms, where all things possess a spirit. Immediately afterward, the layer of earth and rock cracked open. A familiar gaze widened, and the inner thoughts incessantly questioned. This is a voice that resounded once more. Only by cultivating virtue, gathering the righteous path, and unifying all things can one become an emperor, attain longevity, gain the Tao, and master techniques. The 2 words Tao and law refer only to the technique of longevity. Those within gradually begin to break free. You can guess that these words are the swordsmanship of the Ziwei heavenly sword. You woke up after sleeping for a long time. The layer of black stone had now completely drifted away. Wangxing looked at his limbs, wondering, I'm not dead yet? The princess sat on the sword and spoke. Of course, you are not dead. Wangxing stood up, respectfully thanking her. I am deeply grateful for your highness's life-saving grace. She looked at the sword and continued, if you want to thank someone, thank this sword. Because it has no impurities of spiritual consciousness, it is more suitable for the immortal soul-sending ceremony than you. I will use the shortest amount of time to refine it, using the immortal soul to make it the formation eye, creating the 3 primordial wind immortal formation, with the formation being sealed by the earth spirit wind. Don't worry, she said, continuing, therefore, you don't have to die. This immortal soul of mine does not resist the earthly prohibition of the forbidden command, so it is as if everyone continues to live. He looked down at his abdomen, the meridians shattered, the golden core nearly destroyed. This time, he had indeed sustained serious injuries. Wangxing couldn't escape his thoughts, though the spirit vein had expanded more than 10 times, which could be considered quite a considerable benefit. The prince spoke. The injury on your body was caused by my immortal soul temporarily residing in your body. This place is filled with spiritual energy. In about 1 or 2 months, you will fully recover. Wang Sheng politely lowered his head and thanked her. Fairy, your help is greatly appreciated. You don't need to call me Fairy anymore. Here, her face turned red. My name is Zhao Yun. From now on, you can just call me by my name. After all. Wang Sheng laughed bitterly in his heart and directly called out the name. Yeah, when did our relationship become this close? Moreover, what do you mean by saying it like that? It's very easy for others to misunderstand, you know? Zhao Yun closed his eyes and continued explaining. Since I entered your body, fusion of soul and spirit with you. You and I now share a connection. Then she furrowed her brows, looked at him seriously, and, in the way you all speak, said, in front of me, you have no privacy. The reincarnator, upon hearing this, Wang Sheng couldn't help but startle, staring at her intently. She continued, don't worry, I will keep everything about you a secret. Moreover, I already know who you are. Wang Sheng hurriedly begged. Zhao Yun immortal, please be clear. She calmly replied, I cannot say, I cannot be clear. If in the future you are able to walk further down the path, I will tell you. In the future, you can focus on your cultivation with peace of mind. Even if your mother asks me, I will not reveal your secret. He smirked, thinking to himself, who taught her to speak like this, leaving half of it unsaid? Zhao Yun glanced over and replied, my father taught me. He likes to do this the most, making people feel anxious and uneasy. You didn't expect that she could read your thoughts, he said in distress. She is like this. We cannot communicate. Seeing his reaction, she stood on her tiptoes and flew up. Zhao Yun pointed at his forehead and said, from now on, I will no longer be able to know what is in your mind. She explained, in order to seal the earth spirit Feng, I was forbidden from transforming into a spirit and merging with this sword. Now, I have become the sword spirit of this blade. She arrogantly said, although it is your sword, I am not your sword spirit. Later, if there is a way, I will naturally leave. He smiled bitterly and said, Fairy, there's no need to worry. If you have already become the lifeless sword spirit, then this sword naturally belongs to you. He couldn't help but wonder, what does this immortal lady mean? Does she fear that I will treat her like a servant? She landed, drew the sword, and continued, what is not needed by you is yours. When I collect the spirit of this sword, it will also fulfill its duty as a sword spirit. Furthermore, in the future, if you can help me find the immortal of the heavenly court, I will also do my best to provide benefits for you. She placed the sword back in its sheath, giving a few final instructions. I must focus on healing, and you should think of a way to speak with Hua Qing, who is guarding outside. Before that, she thought you were dead. A cold Dao heart, with a distant future, is not a good thing. Although this place has been sealed off by me, there's no need to worry. At most, in 2,000 years, we can leave. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just thinking about it, he had already collapsed, waiting for 2,000 years. After he left, even his senior sister's child would be able to walk by then. Just thinking about it, he already felt it was unbearable. Wang Sheng quickly pushed the thought aside. Wang Sheng then smiled brightly and said, Fairy Jian, would it be possible for you to transmit your thoughts to me? She spoke up. This place has been sealed by me, except for those with a higher cultivation level than mine. Otherwise, no one can transmit their thoughts. It sounded like a thunderclap in his ears, and he fell helplessly to the ground. He thought, even the Grandmaster couldn't do anything. How could I possibly have a way? At that moment, a beam of light rose from the sky, cutting through the heavens, as if something was being reborn. Wang Xing laughed heartily. 2,000 years, I have finally emerged. A gentle, familiar voice echoed. Junior brother Wang Xing joyfully spoke. Senior sister. Are you here to pick me up, sister? Mu Guanxian, holding the child in her arms, smiled and said, Son, that is your master Wang. His eyes seemed as if they were about to pop out, and the entire world felt as though it were collapsing completely. Wang Xing, startled by the fear, jolted awake. Sweat poured down his body like a shower. His face was dazed as he wiped the sweat with his hand, silently comforting himself. It turns out it was just a dream. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Immediately after, he quickly mobilized his internal energy, silently thinking, although I am trapped in the forbidden area of Earth's Spirit Peak and cannot go outside, the spiritual essence around here is 100 times denser than in the outside world. With just a single thought, each strand of vital energy will rush into my body. To be able to cultivate in this environment is considered a great calamity. If one does not die, there will certainly be great fortune ahead. Wang Sheng's golden pill quickly restored the Dantian, returning it to its normal state. And under the purification of the dense primordial energy, your wounds were quickly healed. Or perhaps, because a great elder had once entered your body, the Si Chi had expanded several times over. The internal energy gradually gathered towards his strength, beginning to flourish. Along with that were the continuous flashes of profound insights arising in his heart. Wangxing exhaled a breath, breaking through first and then comprehending. It was no different than boarding the boat first and then buying a supplementary ticket, experiencing this irresponsible cultivation journey. All he could say was, "Wait a moment." Wangxing grinned wickedly, silently thinking, "Please come a few more times." Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, causing him to wonder. Thunder. Why is there thunder inside my body? Jiaoyun spoke, his internal arts causing him to tightly shut his eyes, sensing a strange aura flowing through his body. Wangxing couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the sword that was constantly glowing. My golden core is already perfected. Are these the tribulation clouds? Why do they appear in my body? Jiaoyun glanced over again and explained, "It's the golden core tribulation, which shows that your golden core has reached perfection, free of impurities." She looked at his naked body and continued, "Recently, you can enter seclusion and comprehend a bit more. Perhaps it would be easy to break through to the late-stage golden core realm," Wangxing thought. Is the immortal maiden not manifesting because she feels that her current attire is inappropriate? But in reality, at this moment, Elder Wang was left with only another pair of Huck brand underwear. He suddenly remembered. "That's right, Fairy. Do you know how my senior sister is doing now?" Jiaoyun replied. "She is guarding outside." Mu Guanxian was deep in thought at this moment. She heartily reached out to touch the cold ice. Jiaoyun inside continued, "Right now, you are less than 100 paces away." Wangxing heard this and couldn't help but feel heartbroken, asking, "Is there any way to tell my senior sister that I am still alive?" Jiaoyun said, "Unless the seal is broken, it cannot be done." He was heartbroken beyond measure, feeling helpless, his thoughts in turmoil. Now, it had become a distance he could not cross. Suddenly, Wang Sheng remembered something. In his head, he shouted, "That's right, Jiaoyun." As if guessing, she immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" Wangxing sat down heavily on the ground and pondered for a moment. Although he didn't know where the tribulation clouds came from, it seemed they could appear suddenly, or perhaps they were merely a manifestation of the primordial energy. He poked sharply at his dantian. Within the primordial energy, there seemed to be a factor that could trigger the heavenly tribulation. But ultimately, what was the condition that triggered it? The completion of the golden core will lead to the heavenly tribulation. Even the highest grade elixir emerging from the furnace will trigger the heavenly tribulation, and a beam of light will descend. He speculated. Is it possible that merely reaching a certain level of quality could lead to calamity? Wangxing closed his eyes, contemplating. But what is purity? Unblemished, without any impurities. He circulated his internal energy, raised his hand high, and drew a line. His thoughts still circled in his mind, tight and firm, yet subtly carrying with them the laws of the stars or his own principles, each carrying its own difference. Van Zhao emerged from the sword. "Don't think too much anymore." She looked at him, stubbornly saying, "This is not something your cultivation level can handle." Outside of Minor Hell, at this moment, beautiful streams of light rose, resembling a scene from the immortal realm. Mu Guanxian was still in that white attire, standing and observing, before exclaiming, "Do." From the iceberg, the shoes of light carried an unstoppable power, radiating continuously. Jiaoyun couldn't help but be startled. The heavenly might vision, could it be that this little brat had comprehended something forbidden and incorrect? He chuckled softly, looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself, "With this kind of movement and noise, it can definitely be felt outside." Jiaoyun could not help but be surprised in her heart, using the golden core realm to activate the heavenly might vision, if she had not witnessed it with her own eyes. "Surely, I will feel that this is an unfounded issue." Immediately afterward, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, perhaps due to overexertion. The last word was spoken, and Wangxing slowly fell to the ground. Jiaoyun could not help but be at a loss for words. She felt that he was too reckless. Wangxing lay on the ground, but still couldn't help but worry about Mu Guanxian. He asked, "Jiaoyun, senior sister, how am I doing right now?" Jiaoyun sat cross-legged on the sword and said, "Right now, I have already fallen asleep in my own reed grass." Suddenly, his face turned mischievous, as if he had seen something truly shocking. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Wangxing asked with some concern, "Fairy Jiaoyun, just now I felt as if there were eyes in the sky staring directly at me." Jiaoyun explained, "That is the heavenly might, or what is called the Great Tao, manifesting. Simply put, when the Tao you comprehend threatens the Great Tao and the stability of the entire universe, it will emit a warning." She looked into the bright, glowing eyes and continued, "This is only the first time, but if you do not repent and exceed 3 times, it will lead to the Great Tao lightning tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation will vary depending on one's cultivation level, but the power of the Great Tao Lightning Tribulation is fixed, capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire galaxy. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but startle. It's over. Using Monk Huijing's way of speaking, the Heavenly Tribulation is based on one's level, adjusting the attack and damage. The Great Tao Lightning Tribulation directly erases the account's data. Then, he casually destroyed the server, seeing you bewildered. Zhao Yun continued, although I don't know what exactly you have comprehended that led to the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation, I wanted to inform you that Huaqing doesn't need to take such risks. Wang Xing turned pale, asking the fairy, do we really have to spend 2,000 years to get out? Zhao Yun glanced over. We can slowly unravel the spiritual energy barrier. You can leave here within 25, but in doing so, you will lose the blessed land for cultivation. Right now, do you really want to do that? You heard this and couldn't help but laugh. The vitality comes from the heavens and earth of this realm. It's not mine either. I socialize, I'm wealthy, and I aim for prosperity just like everyone else. Zhao Yun looked at him and smiled lightly. Your example is indeed quite interesting. Wang Xing began to practice diligently. For him, going from 2,000 years down to 25 was actually already a very good thing. Although he misses his senior sister, he cannot leave right now. All Wang Xing can do is continue his cultivation. Of course, in the search, your thick skin has always been enough. Of course, I will not overlook the teacher beside me, Zhao Yun. She has always been by your side during this time, pointing out several areas for you to refine your swordplay. There are still areas that cannot be adjusted, as I have explained to you in detail. However, after experiencing the heavenly might vision earlier, perhaps senior sister already knows that you are not dead. As long as Mu Guanxian knows, your master, parents, and even your friends will surely find out as well. With the guidance of a heavenly immortal, along with a large amount of pure spiritual energy provided for him to use, he cultivated like this for 2.5 years. Wang Xing's experience had undergone 2 complete transformations. Now, it was enough to be on par with a cultivator of the Heaven Endowment realm. There are 4 realms in the Danning stage, Yuan Ying, Tianfu, Jin Dan, and the Void Pill realm. Therefore, the focus of his cultivation is placed on comprehending the Tao realm, waiting for the opening of Tianfu after the Golden Core realm reaches great perfection. The spirit embryo binds the divine, from which the soul and body of the heavenly palace are in mutual connection, able to exist in the netherworld. Wang Xing sat in meditation, cultivating his techniques while contemplating in this manner. The fragment of your soul at this moment quickly emerged, heading towards Mu Guanxian. A thin source of light gently flowed through the layer of ice. At this moment, his soul could fly through the layer of ice, heading outward, while Mu Guanxian was still sitting there, practicing her cultivation. She had always been waiting for him. Wang Xing descended, and the words of his senior sister appeared in his mind. You look at the girl you have always missed, giving a slight smile, waiting for your disciple. Mu Guanxian still had her eyes closed, but it seemed as if she heard Wang Xing's voice, so she gently smiled and made a soft sound of acknowledgement. 3 years later, Wang Xing's original appearance was finally restored to its former self. At this moment, he was still sitting, deeply focused on cultivating his skills. A powerful aura of immortal energy continuously emanated around him. Furthermore, the lines on his face had become sharper. At this moment, he was silently thinking, is this truly my heavenly abode? And then, Wang Xing gradually opened his eyes, looking ahead. At that moment, Zhao Yun had also undergone some changes. She looked at him and explained, the primordial spirit has left the body, and the heavenly domain already has you. You are one step closer to immortality. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked again, huh? Am I already in the heavenly domain? The short tangerine girl asked again, with me guiding you, and the pure chi of this place, is it really so difficult to enter the heavenly mansion? He was startled, pretending to laugh foolishly. I just feel like I can't sense my true form. Upon saying this, Zhao Yun couldn't help but blush. She shyly continued to explain, you have just entered the Heaven Endowment realm. You must first transform your spiritual sense into spiritual consciousness, then nurture your primordial soul in the celestial mansion. Wait until you reach the peak of the Heaven Endowment realm before you have the opportunity to step into the nascent soul stage. Don't get too cocky. Over the past 3 years, Zhao Yun and he had become quite close, no longer speaking as formally as before. Now, she had relaxed much more, and their conversations had gradually become more comfortable. What she liked the most was sharing with you interesting information about the heavenly realm from back then. Zhao Yun continued to recount, your ancestor was usually careless and reckless. If it weren't for the rules of the heavenly court, there would have been descendants everywhere by now. She continued, of course, the existence of the Tathagata Buddha is real. Back then, my father was assisted by the Buddhist sect. Not only that, the Ziwei Emperor and the Jiuquan Emperor are truly blood brothers. According to Van's drunken narration, their mother was an unparalleled powerhouse of immense strength. She couldn't help but reminisce about the immortal realm, a place filled with powerful figures, perhaps so many that even the heavenly court could not touch them. However, it was true that the heavenly court had once been the strongest force. Immediately after that, Zhao angrily pointed at him and said, "So you should cultivate quickly and reach immortality soon. Thus, when I meet those sisters of mine, they won't laugh at me for making you my sword spirit." Wang Xing was startled and quickly responded with a yes. He laughed happily, thinking that it would be much easier to say the two words sword spirit fairy now. Here, Wang Xing still did not forget to ask the fairy, "So, senior sister, what about me? Has my cultivation level broken through again?" Zhao Yun gently flew up. Recently, she had broken through her realm again and could now separate the heavenly domain at any time. Wang Xing fell silent and pondered at this moment. At first, he had intentionally created a heavenly aura, unsure if his senior sister had received his signal, if she knew that he was still alive. "Why are you still here, not going outside?" Zhao Yun looked up, frowned, and said, "Hua Qing has already left." Elder Wang was once again immediately surprised. "Are you a little disappointed, thinking? Has senior sister gone out? Could something have happened in the cultivation world? Could the master have been attacked by someone?" At this moment, a stream of immortal energy soared into the sky. Wang Xing helplessly comforted himself. "Well, it's fine as long as it's not senior sister going on a blind date or something." The familiar figure in the white robe riding the sword flew up before her. It was Qianlin, still guarding that spot. As soon as she saw Mu Guanxian, she respectfully asked, "Shall this old one take the fairy out?" Immediately afterward, two figures, one in front and one behind, walked together to the gate of Minor Hell. Qianlin, before sending her off, added, "Right now, Minor Hell has no ghost souls from the underworld, and only I, the old immortal, am able to come and go freely." She looked up into the void and instructed Mu Guanxian, "From now on, if you want to return, just stay within Pingdu Mountain, and calling my name will be enough." Not knowing what Mu Guanxian was thinking, she suddenly bit her lip tightly. Then, slowly called out the name Qianlin. These words caused Mengpa to unintentionally, at this moment, be unable to help but feel surprised. Her gaze shifted from confusion to gentleness. It seemed like Qianlin was also pondering something in her heart. Qianlin suddenly turned around and said, "Fairy Hua Qing, perhaps you have noticed that the spiritual energy in Minor Hell has been steadily increasing over the past 3 years. Does the immortal maiden still remember when the Earth Spirit Peak seal was just restored not long ago, and suddenly, Tianwei appeared?" Master Mu Guanchuan still seemed to not understand. She continued to explain, "Tianwei refers to the Great Dao Realm. If a cultivator violates a taboo, they will be accused by the Great Dao Realm within the Forbidden Lands. There are also beings who command the heavenly might. Perhaps someone is going against the heavens." At this point, Qianlin respectfully bowed. Whether it is the heavenly might or the Earth's spiritual forbidden lands slowly lifting the ban, it seems that someone is leading the entire process. This means that the remnants of Prince Jiaoyun's soul have not perished, and those remnants must certainly be entrusted within the body of the righteous warrior Feiyu. Based on this reasoning, Qianlin has deduced that perhaps they're all still alive. Hearing this, Gwen's eyes couldn't help but show surprise. She stared intently at Qianlin. Suddenly, tears from Mu Guanxian's eyes could no longer be held back and flowed down her face. It seemed that the years of waiting had perhaps not been in vain. The scene shifts to a mountain with a picturesque landscape, white clouds drifting gently, and an incredibly vast atmosphere. Here, the statue of Wang Xing is cast standing proudly, facing the sunlight, exuding an immense aura. Qing Yinzi stood gazing at the statue, feeling a pang of sorrow. Thinking back, it had already been 3 years, and as a master, I am incredibly fortunate to have a disciple like you. Lianzi was also saddened, pouring wine and speaking. "Feiyu, after you left, I didn't dare to visit you, afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back my tears. We are friends of the years, companions on the path of the sword. Now, separated by the realms of Yin and Yang, it has been 3 years. Alas, how sorrowful. Everyone here cannot hide their heartbreak." Having finished speaking, Lianzi poured the wine onto the ground and said nothing further. "I offer you a toast, fellow Taoist." Suddenly, from afar, Zhiling saw a familiar figure. She shouted loudly, "Xianzi, Xianzi has gone out." On this side, Mu Guanxian flew on his sword. She quickly knelt down to pay her respects. Master Qing Yinzi immediately helped her up. Mu Guanxian quickly stood up, saying, "I am unable to properly take care of the 2 children. You have suffered for 3 years. I will go through this difficult time with you. Wang Xing definitely doesn't want to see you discouraged. This, however, was completely contrary to his thoughts. Her face at this moment was extremely bright, and her eyes were also somewhat more refined. But Mu Guanchuan still couldn't speak. She cried out the words, "Master," then her hands and feet flailed wildly. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and, frustrated, frowned as she took out her phone and typed furiously. Immediately after that, Mu Guanxian showed Qing Yinzi the content he wanted to convey. Junior brother is not dead. Mengpa said so. Both junior brother and the female immortal are still alive. Later, they will definitely return. Qing Yinzi seemed not to believe her. He sighed in frustration. But he still tried to smile brightly, comforting Mu Guanchuan. We must learn to face reality, avoiding escapism that cannot solve the problem. Can your Dao heart still remain calm? Mu Guanxian glanced, her gaze carrying the might of the celestial and the rising primordial energy of Abaddon. She resolutely said, "The immortal Mengpa has evidence. If the master does not believe it, you can go ask her." Qing Yinzi teared up, speaking loudly, "Mu Guanxian, don't be like this. My heart aches deeply." Sister Van couldn't help it, running over to hug her tightly, crying while saying, "Senior sister, I believe in you. I'm sure senior brother is fine." Mu Guanxian still stubbornly tried to explain, "He really is still alive. Before, it seemed like I could still hear him calling me." He sighed again. "Hey, the more you speak, the less logical it becomes." Seeing a family of three, no one believed that Mu Guanxian would look to the three good brothers of Wang Xing for empathy. Monk Huijing glanced to the side and said, "Amitabha Buddha, Fei Yu is under the protection of the Buddha and surely has been reincarnated into the peaceful realm of the Buddha." Yun Fei felt helpless, and Bu Yu Shenzi said, "That's correct. Fei Yu will forever live in our hearts." Shi Tianzhong cried uncontrollably, saying, "May Fei Yu on our side, the immeasurable heavenly lord, look at them and feel dizzy." She was so frustrated that she crushed the phone. After that, she said nothing more. The scene shifts to the East Seabay, where chaos once reigned. At the Five Deities sect, Xiaoyan was so happy she nearly cried. "Mu Guanxian, you scared the eldest sister to death. It's great just to be able to go outside. It's good to go outside." She tightly embraced her little sister, always loving her dearly, pampering her, and giving gentle instructions. "After knowing that you went outside, I will fly to find you immediately. If you're sad, you must speak up. Don't be like eldest sister falling into the demon path." Mu Guanxian smiled gently and replied, "I know." Xiaoyan looked at the group of Qi and asked, "By the way, what are you all doing here?" She calmly answered, "Preparing to fight with the cherry blossoms." Xiaoyan excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, finally no more arguing. This is more like it. Everyone is a cultivator, so why not fight with techniques if there's an issue? Can't we explain it?" Mu Guanxian also wondered and asked, "Why do we have to fight with the cherry blossoms?" Sister Van sat down and began rambling. "This is something I will tell you, senior sister, and you can pass it on. 3 years ago, the Hua Kingdom sent a delegation of cultivators to visit and conduct exchanges regarding the Yin-Yang sect with Yingdao. But the exchange yielded no results, and a dispute broke out. Then, everything began to accumulate endlessly, and the foreign countries, in order to restrict the development of the Hua Kingdom's power, also began to secretly support the cultivation sects of the Yingdao nation. Although the Hua Kingdom has always been suppressive, the more they endure, the more people feel they are easy to bully. 1 year ago, a major television station of Yingdao Nation took the initiative to interview a newly appointed elder of the Yin-Yang sect. This elder began publicly selecting young individuals of good quality, assisting them in stepping onto the path of cultivation. This action completely challenges the righteous path of the Hua Kingdom, therefore, with the tacit approval of the Hua Kingdom government. That day, more than 10 sects arrived at Yingdao during the live broadcast, killing the person called the elder. He died in a very disgraceful manner, pierced through the chest by a sword. After that, they caused a commotion within the encirclement of Yingdao's expert attacks, and finally left leisurely. This slap was extremely loud, but it also doubled Yingdao's anger towards the cultivation world's great harmony. After that, there were constant provocations from the cultivators of Yingdao Nation, and the Yin-Yang sect continued to gain various support. On the other hand, due to being continuously provoked and irritated by the opponent, Long Hushan launched a biological weapon with a large area of lethal damage. Studied Yingdao for 2.5 years. Don't talk nonsense. But he alone caused nearly half of the cultivation world of Yingdao Nation to fall into disarray. Shi Tianzhong, Mu Guanxian recalled his sly smiling face, and she couldn't help but shudder. Finally, both sides had been slandering each other for 7 to 8 months. The cultivators of Yingdao Nation took the initiative to issue a challenge, and the cultivators of Hua Kingdom happily accepted. This afternoon, The masters of the Hua Kingdom cultivation world were preparing to head to the Central Sea area of the two countries to engage in a group brawl. Scene transition. At this moment, somewhere in the South China Sea, the stage is set for the Hua Kingdom cultivators to meet the Yingdao Nation cultivators for battle. The surprised voice of Xie Lian rang out. It's impossible. Given the situation back then, Xiao Feiyu had no chance of returning alive. She continued in a dazed voice. Moreover, the connection of my soul and his, if he is not dead, perhaps he still should be. She pressed Mu Guanxian's face into her mountainous chest. Tempting Mu Guanxian this time, come live with me in the villa. I am very lonely by myself. Mu Guanxian sulkily handed the phone in front of her. I want to wait for him outside alone. He's there. We also can't use phones. Xiaolian looked at her phone with a sense of heartache. My foolish little sister, she thought to herself. Although Mu Guanxian's heart and mind scene is fine in this aspect, she still has an obsession. Xiaolian guessed that perhaps in Hai's heart, she had already built the image of Xiao Feiyu. Suddenly, a gigantic creature emerged from beneath the water. A hurried voice shouted, Senior, be careful. This is a vicious beast from the sea raised by the evil cultivator Yingdao. Xiaolian's eyes immediately turned red. She looked at the creature and let out a cold snort. The murderous aura and internal energy that radiated from Xiaolian's gaze caused the beast to tremble in fear. Immediately after that, it quickly shrank back and hid in the water. Mu Guanchuan silently stepped forward. Xiaolian, curious, spoke up. Mu Guanchuan, where are you going? She turned around, rolled up her sleeves, and said with a cunning smile, fight. Xiaolian forced a stiff smile and instructed, go, don't let yourself get hurt. Although the opponents were just small fry, within a few minutes, the water's surface was littered with the limbs of the monsters. They had been completely annihilated by Mu Guanchuan. The sea was calm again at this moment. A large seagull soared high above. Below, Xiaolian's large boat was still moving continuously. Xiaolian wore a bikini, sitting in front of the sunbathing area, no different from a vacation. She casually said, I've been preparing for half a month, and the result was finished in an instant. This is the legendary 2-hour charge, 3-minute phone call. She casually placed the coconut in her hand on the table. Xiaolian stretched and continued, there's more. How did you all handle things when Magi dared to come to the doorstep and bully us, and only killed half crippled? If it were the Daoist Qing group, they would have massacred a 300-mile radius, offering blood to the blue sky long ago. Mao Wei sat beside, massaging, and said, currently, the international situation is different. We must establish a peaceful image. Xiaolian took off his glasses, his gaze becoming somber, lost in thought. It's possible to know the situation of Mu Guanxian this time. Going outside isn't a waste. However, Xiaolian roughly speculates that she will probably remain in minor hell from now on, right? Switching the scene to this side, two familiar figures return to the void. Qianlin quickly reported the situation. In the 3 days since the immortal lady left, the spread of the minor hell's spiritual energy has slightly increased. It seems that someone is probing the forbidden area, testing how much of the primal energy shock they can withstand. Gradually increasing, the primal energy spreads little by little. The two of them landed at Wangxing's location. Qianlin continued, this old body still needs to return to observe the spread of the primal energy. Once Abaddon accumulates too much primal energy, they will take action to clear the blockage. If the fairy has any matters, just call out my name directly. Mu Guanxian, after hearing this, happily looked at her, smiled gently, and said, thank you. Qianlin is now Mengpa, bowing low and saying, no need. Mu Guanxian sat on the large block of ice, her hands forming a seal, and she silently said, Junior brother is inside. How could he not hear? No one answered. There was no response at all, but she continued speaking. We are here, waiting for you to come out. Inside, Wang Xing was still focused on practicing his swordsmanship. The voice in her heart still echoed, whether she was 15 or 25, waiting for him to come out. We will never be apart, no matter where we go. She focused and closed her eyes, while he, at that moment, was drenched in sweat. Just like that, then came a segment that wasn't too important. Time hurriedly passed after the Great War at Sea, and 2 more years went by. Mao Yue rushed into the Qingyanzi Taoist temple. The fairy Feiyu had declined to take action this time. But she sent you a letter. Qingyanzi stood up in surprise and said loudly, what? Quickly, show me. He held the letter, trembling as he thought, Mu Guanxian has locked himself in minor hell for several years now. I also want to take this opportunity to let the girl go outside and relieve herself of this letter. It's hers, and it must not be the kind of farewell letter. The content surprised him. Mu Guanxian humorously wrote, the reinforcements are tired. Even the reinforcements need to sleep for a while. I really can't fight anymore. Can you come and call my child? He folded the letter, feeling helpless. Being a master is indeed not as good as being a junior. A foster daughter, after all, must eventually be married off. However, at least he could send this letter. It proves that the girl has already gone outside. In the past, if the girl had felt that guarding in minor hell could be more enjoyable, the one acting as her master could not force her to do anything. At this moment, an additional 15 years after the great battle of the cultivators of Hua Kingdom beneath the 18th layer of minor hell, Wang Sheng, at this moment, did not understand what he was doing. It's just that your entire body is freezing. Suddenly, his gaze opened, and his aura carried a hint of sharpness. Immediately afterward, he stood up and swung his body. The ice around him cracked and scattered everywhere. It seems that, at this moment, you might be brimming with powerful energy. Zhao Yun's voice echoed from within the sword. The timing of your enlightenment this time is perfect. She quickly emerged from the sword and continued. The ban on Earth Spirit Peak has nearly been lifted, but it is still completely prohibited. We can go outside now. Wang Sheng couldn't help but shout in joy. Really? Zhao Yun speculated that perhaps immortal Meng Pa noticed me breaking the Earth Spirit Wind Seal. In recent years, she has been outside helping to unblock the spiritual energy. That is why we now have a way to leave here soon. Zhao Yun repeated to him, I have told you before, the lifeless sword is the core of the three primordial wind immortal formation. She raised her hand to the sword and continued, after it fires the formation disc, the primordial energy has not yet had time to erupt. You need to immediately use it to sever the surrounding immortal essence. Only then can we break out of here in time. Zhao Yun had just finished speaking when he quickly grasped the sword. Wang Sheng pondered deeply, locked in here for exactly 13 years, and I can finally see the sun again. I wonder how my master and my parents are doing. There's also senior sister. Back then, she took the initiative to kiss me. I'll wait until we go outside. I must take responsibility for her, protect each other, and cultivate together. Immediately afterward, a powerful beam of light erupted. Mengpa immediately observed the phenomenon and guessed. 13 years have passed, and the immortal aura is bursting forth once again. Could it be that, suddenly, a surge of sword chi beside her swiftly rushed toward her, startling Mengpa? Mengpa immediately recognized that this was the flying sword that Wang Sheng had left inside the bell years ago. A stream of green light was emanating from it. At that moment, a body slowly began to materialize. The familiar figure gradually appeared before her, carrying a pure aura. Wang Sheng spoke, and though he was already prepared, he was almost knocked back by the wave of primordial energy crashing against his celestial essence. You asked worriedly, but Zhao Yun, with such a large disturbance, won't it cause a shock in minor hell? She replied, no, it won't. However, I've exhausted too much spiritual energy, so I need to return to the immortal sword to rest for now. Other matters are no longer your concern. Leave this place under the protection of the immortal. At the same time, Mengpa quickly appeared, startling Zhao Yun. This humble one greets His Highness, Zhao Yun. Wang Sheng, the righteous youth, exclaimed in surprise, Senior sister. The moment I saw you, I asked, Senior sister, it seems my shimmy isn't here. Do you know where she is? Mengpa quickly pointed out, a few days ago, minor hell was unstable. I was afraid she might get hurt, so I found an excuse to send her away. She is currently waiting in the Hidden Earth sect. The righteous person does not need to worry. Wang Sheng suddenly remembered. That's right. That's right, immortal Zhao Yun once said. Senior sister, as long as you never stop cultivating, in a few hundred years, you will be able to escape from the current state where your soul and spirit are suppressed. Hearing this, it was as if a current of electricity shot through her mind, leaving Mengpa momentarily dazed. However, she did not show her emotions and calmly replied, Thank you for your concern, righteous hero. Mengpa continued, Just point the way. Through this door, the righteous hero can return to the mortal world. Wang Sheng respectfully looked at her, smiling brightly, and said, Senior, take care. If anything happens, let the Hidden Earth sect come to find me. Immediately after, he gazed toward the exit with a sense of nostalgia, thinking, it's been 13 years, and I'm finally out. Immediately after, Wang Sheng flew over on his sword towards this side. The door to minor hell was continuously surging with waves. Everyone, along with Mu Guanxian, stood in formation. Everyone looked tense. Her face and the faces of the elders continuously moved away from the door. Suddenly, a familiar figure that she, Hang, had longed for appeared quickly, just as Wang Sheng smiled and stood before her. Mu Guanxian's heart raced, and as their eyes met, she realized that her heart was both hot and cold. With the reunion, Feng finally understood the bitterness of separation. She covered her mouth, trying to hold back her sobs. The tears couldn't be stopped, streaming down her cheeks. Mu Guanxian quickly soared into the air, leaping upward toward him. They had been apart for only 13 years. Both of them understood clearly the feelings they had for one another. He extended his hand and grasped the soft hand he had secretly longed for. Hesitating, he called out, "Senior sister." Everyone over here panicked and shouted loudly, "Holy crap! The ghostly soul of Elder Wong from Abaddon has emerged. Bring the talismans here to prepare for the exorcism. Don't harm Elder Wong. Stop yelling nonsense. It's alive. This is a living person. Elder Wong is still alive." Everyone quickly joyfully gathered around him. "It really is Fei Yu. He's still alive. Fei Yu, say something. A good person will surely be protected by the heavens, and yet Fei Yu is still alive." Mu Guanxian's hand gently placed on the smooth face of Wangxing. Both of them blushed and looked at each other. The atmosphere around them was incredibly awkward. Mu Guanxian said to herself, "Still alive, still warm." Wangxing tightly grasped her hand, heartbroken, and said, "Senior sister, I have returned." She quickly ran over and embraced him. Wangxing also buried his head in her soft hair. After days of longing, everyone remained silent, secretly rejoicing for them. At this moment, on the phone screen, a voice rang out. "Fei Yu isn't dead?" That could clearly be fake news. The fan photo of Fei Yu is photoshopped, right? How could using one's own sealing of the Earth Spirit's wind to block the Golden Core realm withstand it? Following the news later, isn't that possible? Asked the investigation team. The news has quickly spread to them. This morning seemed to be an unexpected day for everyone. Jiling was startled, shouting loudly, "You were so emotional that you knocked over the glass of water on the table." "What? Fei Yu isn't dead? Are you sure it's him?" Her secretary hesitated before answering. Yes, that's right. The news sent by the Hidden Earth sect has been confirmed." She quickly stabilized her emotions. The Taoist elder was carrying out a mission. The current location was experiencing strong signal interference, so she needed to find an opportunity to report this to him. The secretary responded promptly and clearly. Her heart couldn't help but feel joy. Fei Yu was still alive. That's good. At this moment, at the recording site of the Listening to the Sound of Cultivation program on a certain television station in Hua Kingdom, the man pointed and shouted loudly, "The cultivators of Hua Kingdom have struck again, attacking our cultivator who was on a mission to Saros. This is an extremely shameless act. Your actions are colluding to do wrong by the Saros Empire." The person sat with their legs crossed and casually asked back, "Colluding to do wrong? Do you even know how to use words? Ninja, you came to Saros to cause trouble, only to be met by several of my Shirshu who were there fishing and ended up teaching you a lesson. It turns out to be an acquaintance." At this moment, he was dubbed a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, specializing in verbal battles with Ing Dao, ranked 12th on the local leaderboard. Shi Tianzhong proudly continued, "This also turns into a scheme to harm you all, and you're even colluding to commit misdeeds together?" At this point, Shi Tianzhong's face darkened as he shouted loudly, "A few years ago, we provided you with quite a bit of support. If you claim to be weak, then shouldn't the phrase 'the strong join forces' be more appropriate?" Shi Tianzhong, at this moment, is once again using verbal bullying. Or should I teach you a new idiom? Father and son working together, with the father protecting. Doesn't it sound a lot like colluding to do something wrong? That ninja was so furious that he trembled. Demon head, don't bully people too much. Shi Tianzhong calmly waved his hand, composed. You guys came to our program to roast us. Isn't that a bit too much bullying? As for this matter, originally. Pause for a moment, he took out his phone and stood there in a daze, completely frozen. Shi Tianzhong hurriedly stood up, shouting loudly, "No way." The other two were also startled by his voice. Shi Tianzhong seemed to go crazy, holding up his phone and shouting, "That man has come back. That man has come back. Do you guys know?" Right after that, he hurriedly said, "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. I'm not dealing with this anymore." He shouted loudly, "Director, charge them." The two others still didn't understand what was happening. Scene transition, deep within a certain Hua mask in the northwest of the Hua Kingdom. Qing Yanzi, with a cold, sharp face, was battling a monster. Under his attack, their bodies quickly became riddled with countless holes. At this moment, Qing Yanzi quickly circulated his inner energy to finish it off. Another member of the investigation team shouted loudly, "Stay alert, Master Bat gone, be careful." At the same time, a stream of sword energy quickly struck towards the gigantic monster. It howled in pain, and blood continuously sprayed out. Qing Yanzi was startled, his eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, "How could this sword chi be?" Wangxing and Mu Guanxian quickly arrived here to reunite with their uncle, softly calling out, "Master!" He couldn't help but be startled. Wangxing. After many days of separation, he now struggles to explain, "Master, I truly am not an imposter." Isn't it some kind of heart demon transformation? Qing Yanzi scoffed. "I'm just checking if you have any hidden injuries." After checking once, he couldn't help but be surprised. How strange. I can't see your cultivation level anymore. Wangxing smiled awkwardly and said, Master, right now I am at the peak of the Heaven Endowment realm, fully completed, and half a step into the nascent soul. Hearing this, even someone like me, who is a teacher, couldn't help but feel joyful and surprised. Child. Immediately after, there was a hearty laugh, even more joyful than finding gold, from Qing Yinzi. He proudly said, This time, I truly can no longer teach you any further. Mu Guanxian looked behind him, unable to help but wonder. This sword is so strange. Seeing that it was unusual, Mu Guanxian reached out to touch it. Wangxing immediately noticed, smiled happily, retrieved the sword, and reminded his senior sister not to touch it. Qing Yinzi asked, Wangxing, your lifeless sword is emitting Taoist aura? Wangxing explained that the immortal Jiaoyun was currently in a deep sleep within the sword. The specific situation is like this. After Wangxing explained everything, everyone fell silent for a moment. John was the first to speak. So we understand the situation now, but what will we do next? Wangxing looked around, then slowly replied, We need to act immediately, or it will be too late. Lily frowned, thought for a moment, then said, I agree with Wangxing, but we must make sure that every step is clearly planned. John nodded, then added, That's right, we can't afford to take any risks. Qing Yinzi finally understood, so that's how it was, that's why you were able to survive. You look at the sword and cannot deny it. That's right. Jiaoyun does not like interacting with others. This is something only the three of us know. Suddenly, Qing Yinzi seemed to remember something, causing him to startle. He quickly asked Mu Guanxian, Have you known for a long time that Wangxing is fine? Mu Guanxian pouted and questioned, I already said so, but no one believed me. Qing Yinzi awkwardly smiled and scratched his head, feeling guilty. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Immediately afterward, he took a phone out of his pocket. Qing Yinzi said to his two disciples, This is the latest model of phone. Press the button on top to open the screen. You can go online and take a look. Over the past few years, the outside world has changed quite a bit. And so he quickly showed him how to avoid falling behind. Press it here like this. Wangxing couldn't help but marvel, focusing on learning. You read through a pile of comments. The cultivators of Hua Kingdom engaged in a great battle with the Hidden Earth sect, proposing a Qi meridian formation to seal the primordial Qi within the territory of Hua Kingdom and introducing a new popular cultivation technique. The bloodline limit of the Hua Kingdom allows for cultivation. It is possible to extend the lifespan of vital energy, and the Hua Kingdom is becoming increasingly vibrant, attracting demons and monsters from foreign lands. Reading up to this point, Wangxing darkened his face and mocked himself. As expected, more than 10 years have passed. I have already fallen behind the times. Mu Guanxian covered his mouth and smiled, showing it to him. Heartbroken and reminiscing about Master Wang Feiyu's sacrifice of 15 points. The young and handsome cultivators of the Dao world should learn from Master Wang Feiyu. Feiyu's soul is immortal, and his swordsmanship will forever endure. A discussion on the similarities between today's hero Xiao Feiyu and the legendary hero of mythology, Little Natra, was provoked. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Dying young, a waste. The sword cultivator was dead. Qing Yinzi happily explained, In order for everyone to remember me, the government has spent quite a bit of effort over the past few years. That's right, you replied. Have you called your parents yet? You called. I feel so guilty towards my parents, making them both worried and heartbroken. He continued, The tree wishes to remain still, but the wind never stops. The child wants to nurture, but the parents do not wait. Next, you can rest assured and go home for a while. If anything comes up, it's not your responsibility for now. On this side, Wangxing blushed, sending a voice transmission. Master, is it possible for me to pursue senior sister? Qing Yinzi heard these words and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Right after that, he quickly signaled and said, Junior brother Mu Guanxian, I have something to say to you. Seeing Qing Yinzi's crafty smile, Wangxing blushed, thinking, Master, you were plotting against me. Mu Guanxian was also looking at him at that moment, blushing and sweating. Wangxing's whole body suddenly trembled. He made a firm resolution in his heart. All right then, I'll give it my all. Wangxing immediately hugged the sword tightly and shouted loudly, Senior sister. We in the future. Stop for a moment. The confession turned into, Let's sit down and cultivate together. Mu Guanxian happily replied. As for him, his face was downcast. You beat yourself, Long. You complain about not having the opportunity, yet you don't know how to use it, afraid it might disappear. The car reaches the mountain. There's a path. The words are on the tip of my tongue, but I force myself to change them. Qing Yinzi couldn't help but be curious and asked, going to Wangxing, Have you still been trapped by the sword Dao all these years, or has it not declined? You said everything else was fine, especially that the sword Dao of humanity has reached the sword control realm. Two people listened intently as he spoke. Wangxing continued, however, the interpretation of the heavenly sword's astrology seems to have reached a bottleneck. Perhaps it will require further confrontation with experts to break through. Xing Yinzi continued, right now, we indeed have quite a few powerful enemies, but things are somewhat better within our country. That year, the ancient cultivators emerged from the minor hell. Those who had not committed any killings were all subjected to additional restrictions. He wore a stern expression when mentioning this matter. At present, they were under government supervision, obediently serving as supreme elders at various sections. Wangxing knew this well, and he also suspected that these people were always like ticking time bombs, though the government held the restraints in their hands. Surely the government will not let such a top expert go to waste, right? Xing Yinzi smiled cheerfully, reassuring. It's all right. Once our cultivation levels rise, we won't have to worry about them causing any chaos. You couldn't help but wonder and asked your master again, what you just mentioned. Does it mean there are still powerful enemies abroad? Xing Yinzi sighed deeply. Yes, that's right. Right now, there are troubles around us that need to be resolved urgently. The greatest threat comes from the mythical races. He briefly mentioned the two most famous legendary races. You all have heard of them. Vampire and werewolf. Although they also have a cultivation system, the real strength comes from their bloodline, he pondered, recalling, I once fought against a werewolf. Although victorious, it was somewhat exhausting. Xing Yinzi spoke as she rolled up her sleeves to show them both. In his hand were 3 deep scratches down to the bone. Xing Yinzi told me later that the werewolf was considered a formidable figure. However, recently, the werewolves have been oppressed by the vampires and no longer have any descendants. It has become more difficult to deal with, and Mu Guanxian and Wangxing, seeing the wound on his hand, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Xing Yinzi smiled brightly, dispelling the tense atmosphere. Once my child breaks through to the nascent soul stage, we can challenge them, creating some pressure. There are many experts outside. Their skills are quite fascinating. Go broaden your horizons, and conveniently take your senior sister on a tour of the world. Mu Guanxian quickly blushed, thinking craftily about how to handle this meal situation. Quickly, the plane landed on the ground. Wangxing looked at the surroundings, unable to help but feel dazed. Everyone is here. They have been waiting for a long time to welcome you. The emotion that could not be hidden was reflected in each person's eyes. When Wangxing died, everyone was heartbroken and sorrowful. After hearing the news that he was still alive, they all felt happiness for him. Wangxing looked at his loved one standing before him, unable to hold back his tears. Everyone, I have returned. A small foot hurriedly ran up to Wangxing's feet. Mao Yue greeted, tears falling. Elder Wang, it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. You were startled and spoke up. Mao Yue, it's been a long time. Monk Huijing stepped forward, laughing happily as he said, Ba, I told you Feiyu could not log out so soon. I never expected him to drag it out for 13 years before finally being revived with full vitality. Everyone happily asked, Feiyu, you have to tell us clearly where you've been all these years. Lu Yunji patted his shoulder. Feiyu, what should I do with your memorial statue? Do you need me to help you beat him later? Shin Suian stepped forward to explain. It was a statue made years ago, serving as a tombstone for him. It really should be kicked over. I called and asked the people in the clan to handle it, to dispel the bad luck. A familiar voice shouted loudly, echoing across the area. Where is my Wangxing? Where is Wangxing? Shirtian Zhang flew like the wind, his mouth constantly shouting, Wangxing, I swear I will make you die. Suddenly, his face quickly slammed into something like a shield of glass. Shirtian Zhang rapidly deformed. And right after that, he fell from the sky at a dizzying speed. The ground quickly cracked open. Mu Guanxian fiercely blocked in front of Wangxing. I must protect my junior. Evil must be struck down. I am a good senior sister, super champion. It seems that because he had his face covered, she didn't recognize him. Shirtian Zhang quickly removed the cloth covering his face and spoke, Senior sister, it's me. Shirtian Zhang laughed to the point of tears, pointing at his own face. I am the #1 hardcore fan of Wangxing, the little brother. Everyone here couldn't hold it in. Immediately after, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Wangxing happily threw his arm around Shirtian Zhang's shoulder and said, Let's go, we'll head down first. The sight of their reunion couldn't help but warm the hearts of those watching. Everyone was extremely joyful at this moment. The hero had not died, and the martyr had returned. Everyone gathered in full, and music and songs filled the air. This was a celebratory banquet to welcome Master Feiyu's return. Shirtian Zhang, filled with excitement, leapt into the air and cheered, celebrating the feast. Over here, Mu Guanxian's eyes also lit up, saliva dripping as he secretly got excited about the food. Wang Xing looked at the two of them, feeling bewildered and sweating. He quickly turned to them and said, "It's been many years, everyone has grown a lot." Monk Huijing took a sip of water and replied, 13 years, we've only been cultivating. I don't know about others, but right now, Shi Tianzhong is much more trustworthy. Lu Yunji continued. That's right, his expertise has finally found a place to shine. Hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but feel confused, innocently asking again, specialty in what? Shi Tianzhong hugged a pile of food, interspersing it with curses, arguments, and swearing. Monk Huijing recounts the achievements of our verbal battles with Ing Dao over the past few years. The contribution of Shi Tianzhong is indispensable. Li Yunji continued, that's right. It's thanks to Master Shi's outstanding performance that we were able to gain the absolute upper hand. He smiled smugly and said, this is something I should do. Suddenly, a voice from behind Wang Xing rang out, startling him. Senior brother, Qi Wen, approached and softly said, you're still alive. That's truly great. He looked her over and smiled gently, thinking, the little brat who used to cry back then has now transformed, becoming more like the senior martial uncle. Immediately after that, she mischievously winked at him. Over the years, your senior sister has endured quite a lot for you. Now that you're back, don't disappoint her. Now that you're back, the two of you should have already cultivated to fruition, right? Wang Xing broke into a sweat and replied, I'm doing my best. You couldn't help but think, retracting your previous words. She had become like the master. Suddenly, you seemed to recall something. The gaze revealed a hint of cunning. Wang Xing leaned close to Qi Wen and whispered, you arrived at just the right time. I have a few things I need your help with, senior sister. After hearing this, she couldn't help but blush and said, this is something senior brother can do himself. Why must you ask me to help you with it? Immediately after, she blushed, stammering as she ran towards Mu Guanxian. Say, S.E. senior. Senior, I have something I want to ask you. Wang Xing, who was behind, encouraged his junior sister, hang in there. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached him. This made Wang Xing feel somewhat bewildered. The group of people was also quite large. It turns out it's the Jilin group. She patted his shoulder and said, Wang Xing, it's good that you could come back. Your master and senior sister have been very heartbroken over you. Wang Xing smiled brightly, responding in a way that made his master worry. Jilin quickly asked, there has been no change over the years. Is there any need this time upon your return? All conditions can be stated directly because we don't know how to reward you. Wang Xing was not polite. If that's the case, could Master's wife ask the Research Institute to make a technological sword sheath? The Calamity Box is a bit inconvenient to wear, and if conditions allow, it would be good to make a few more soulless swords for me to keep as a precaution. That's right, and also the popular mobile phones recently, magical tools, talisman inscriptions, try to make it a bit bigger, various kinds of pills, talismans, etc., depending on the situation, just put a few of them in there. The things you're asking for made the people around her break into a sweat. Jiling thought, Wang Xing is currently a cultivator at the peak of the Heaven Endowment realm. The government will definitely do its best to recruit him. The sly voice continued, and next, it might require spending money. Jiling understood him better than anyone else. She knew that he only asked for a few ordinary courtesies that a cultivator in the Heaven Endowment realm would receive to maintain face for the government, yet skillfully declined many positions and responsibilities. Wang Xing had indeed matured quite a bit. She handed over a small card and instructed, this is the pocket money given by the sect mother. It has nothing to do with the government. Simply install it directly into your phone and use it as you wish. Immediately after, she quickly said, it's about time. We have to return now, then hurriedly left. He couldn't stop smiling. Thank you, Master. Goodbye, Master. At that moment, Qi leaned in and whispered, Senior brother, I'm back. He kept the smile on his face and asked, did you hear anything? Sister Van shyly recounted, Senior sister, you clearly understood the steps before the kiss. You know it's something that couples do. But it seems that she didn't quite understand what happened after the kiss. Moreover, it's not like she turned red immediately after being asked, which means she was completely clueless. Wang Xing looked at her with some difficulty, watching her innocently eat, and wondered, where have all the comic books senior sister has been reading over the past few years gone? Qi asked, Senior brother, surely you don't want Wang Xing to cut in quickly, do you? All right, don't think nonsense. Do I look like a beast to you? Suddenly, from afar, a loud voice echoed, startling both of them. Xiao Feiyu. Where is Xiao Feiyu? Xielian happily ran over, shouting loudly, Xiao Feiyu, big sister, I've missed you to death. Wang Xing, overjoyed, thought, good, the great elder who will help complete the teachings for the senior sister has finally appeared. Xielian didn't hesitate to spread her arms wide, shouting, Xiao Feiyu, you've made your big sister miss you to death. Suddenly, Wang Xing was startled, gazing into her eyes. His inner self warned him of something ominous. Looking at that protruding chest, he couldn't help but silently lament in his heart. Big sister, do you want to die? Or do you want me to die? Wangxing blushed, his mind in a mess, about to crash into it. He would either die of embarrassment or be beaten to death by senior sister. Xiaolian quickly shifted his gaze. Boom. A soft explosion sounded. Xiaolian transformed into a childlike form, tightly hugged Wangxing, and bit him fiercely. He cried out in pain, Eldest sister, have you suffered any kind of stimulation? Immediately after that, the little Xiaolian leaped down forcefully to the ground. Hands on her hips, she smiled brightly and said, It really is you, and yet you died so easily. Wangxing smiled foolishly. Heaven does not accept me, the earth does not hold me, I can only return. Mu Guanxian quickly picked her up and continuously rubbed her adorable chin. Xiaolian laughed loudly and said, Mu Guanxian, stop scratching, it's making me itchy. Xiaolian's laughter echoed throughout the area, causing everyone to look over. She couldn't help herself and spoke loudly, it itches so much. Everyone had arrived. The banquet took place in a joyful, festive atmosphere, overflowing with excitement. The party ended after he performed the farewell ritual to bid goodbye to his master, his mistress, and then to the others. He then boarded the plane with his senior sister and eldest sister to head home. Before this, he hadn't forgotten to call his parents. Wangxing cheerfully spoke up. Mom and Dad were moved when they saw it. He smiled brightly, reassuring them. Didn't I come back already? The two elders were so happy that tears fell from their eyes and replied, Because you have returned. The father was also moved, but how could he not be? Why had you been imprisoned for 13 years? The outside world had all believed you were dead. Of course, his parents were heartbroken and desperate. Although his master and friends occasionally visited, they still felt heartbroken. Father Wangxing continued, It's good to go back. Once you return, stay at home for a while and don't run around outside anymore. He turned to speak to the little girl, Wang Xiaoyao. Stop hiding. Come greet your uncle. The little girl stared blankly at the screen. Wangxing thought to himself, This is my sister after she has grown up. As expected, she's my sister, beautiful, agile, with 5 exquisite features. In the future, there will definitely be no shortage of people pursuing him or her. Wangxing felt a bit awkward and greeted the girl. Hello, miss, I am Wangxing. Wang Xiaoyao, meeting the girl for the first time, hesitated and said, It's our first time meeting. I am Wang Xiaoyao. He said happily, These past few years, I've had some complicated matters, and I've missed the years of your growth. I'll make it up to you in the future. Now, this lady here is my senior sister. Xiaolian quickly interrupted from behind. I can also call her sister-in-law. Your mother was surprised when she saw Xiaolian. She asked, You two have grown so quickly. Have you already had a child? Why is it silver hair? Your father happily coaxed. Good girl, Grandpa will go buy a gift for you right now. She was also playful, cooperating with her grandfather. She wanted the newly released games and a lot of ice cream as well. Wangxing couldn't help but feel helpless. She continued to beg for a lot of French fries and Coca-Cola. Her father happily said, Good girl, your grandparents will buy all of it for you. At the same time, in the airspace of Siros to the north of the Hua Kingdom. On the flight, 2 strangers with their identities covered were sitting and browsing through information. Cecil spoke up. So, Daoist Feiyu hasn't died yet? Selly, sitting right next to him, was startled and asked, What? The attendant quickly placed the glass of water on the table. She excitedly continued, It was Daoist Feiyu who brushed against her at that international exchange event back then. He is not dead yet. Look. Just as the words left his mouth, suddenly the glass of water emitted a strange beam of light. Both were startled, silently shouting in their heads, This is bad. But the 2 girls couldn't avoid it. An airplane explosion occurred immediately afterward. The passengers above couldn't escape injury or death. The scene shifts back to Wangxing's house. A question echoed in his mind. May I ask? How can one bridge the gap with a girl aged 10 to 34? His father was currently playing with Xiaolian. His mother was, as usual, extremely close to Mu Guanchuan to the point that it made her blush. Wangxing and his sister stood on the balcony, his inner thoughts screaming, Online waiting is urgent. While waiting, you were trembling so much that sweat poured down. Wang Xiaoyao, how have your results been recently? The girl touched the flower tree in front of her and replied, It's fine. He couldn't help but hit his head, wondering why he had asked such a silly question. Wang Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment, glancing at her brother, while he kept banging his face into the flower bush in front of him. Suddenly, the girl spoke up and asked, What is that? Is your older brother a very powerful cultivator? Wangxing, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, excitedly responded, All right, are you interested in cultivation? The girl said, All right, the physical exercises during recess at school are actually cultivation techniques. I heard that if your physical condition is good, you can even be selected to cultivate immortality. Did you ask your parents if they won't let me cultivate? Strange thoughts from the past few years appeared in Wang Xing's mind. It's more likely that there are many cultivators around Wang Xiaoyao. He looked at his younger sister, silently guessing. At the very least, Master must have considered nurturing Wang Xiaoyao. Why isn't she cultivating? The girl recounted. It's not that they said they wouldn't let the monks come to our house. They once mentioned wanting to take me up the mountain to cultivate. A few years ago, my parents also asked for my opinion, but I gently touched the flower tree. I was afraid that my parents would really become lonely old people, so I didn't go. Seeing his younger sister being so understanding, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken and remain silent. Wang Xing gently rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, I'm sorry, it's all because of the troubles I've had these past few years. Did I just put such great pressure on you? Wang Xiaoyao asked in confusion. Did something happen to you? I only know that it seems like you've become the hero who saves the world. Wang Xing began to close the distance with his younger sister. Why are you making such a big fuss? He looked at the girl, smiling brightly, his hands summoning sword energy. It's okay, I'm back now, and I'll stay by your side more often. Immediately after that, he and his younger sister soared into the sky. Before that, the light of the sword aura spun several times in the air. He soared through the sky on his sword, with his younger sister by his side. The girl, experiencing it for the first time, tightly grasped her brother's hand. Wang Xing made a gesture and said to her, Play with me. Wang Xiyu looked around in confusion. The girl couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, Nice, you're so cool. This can definitely win the championship. I cultivate, I show off. You ask desperately, Oh, what does my cultivation show off? You've been locked up for so long. You're a bit out of touch with society now. Little Wine then began to explain, That's the Immortal Cultivation variety show that's been super popular for the past few years. If you don't understand, it's fine. I'll help tutor you. Suddenly, Little Black Wine glanced at him, but since she was already used to it, she wasn't shy to ask directly, Is your senior sister really my sister-in-law? Our conditions aren't exactly advantageous. How did you manage to pursue someone like that? He broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, Kids these days know too much. At the same time, your father shouted loudly, You two stop playing outside. Come down and eat. The two obedient children quickly responded with a yes, and were imprisoned for 13 years. It was clear that their parents were healthy, and naturally, they were happy, but what made him even happier was that, in such a short time, the distance between himself and Wang Xiaoyao had closed significantly. At this moment, a news bulletin appeared on the television, announcing international news. A passenger plane departing from the capital, Saros, was suspected to have been attacked by terrorists and exploded into pieces. The reason Wang Xiaoyao looked the way she did was simply because she felt a little tense. In reality, her personality was very cheerful, and she even took the initiative to prepare food for him. The television continued to report, The 192 passengers and crew members on the aircraft have been confirmed dead, while the remaining individuals are missing. The three of them looked over and said, In the past few years, the outside world has become more and more chaotic, yet we have become increasingly peaceful. Suddenly, the phone bell of Mu Guanxian rang. Wang Xing immediately knew it was an urgent mission. He couldn't help but be surprised can missions still be sent like this now. Emergency Mission Level S. Those Taoist masters with strength above Level S. If you wish to accept this mission, please press the green button below. The announcement was basically that a group of people had been attacked on a plane, among whom were 3 important national treasures. Currently, no one knows their whereabouts. The mission this time is to retrieve the treasures and rescue the people. Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. National treasure? Mu Guanxian looked over and asked, Did you accept it? Suddenly, Wang Xing's gaze fell upon his family, who were constantly anxious. Immediately after, he clicked on the option to decline the mission. Wang Xing happily raised the 8 and said, Eat, eat. Right now, I have just escaped from danger, and next, I need to cultivate for a few years. Don't bother me with anything. Let them handle it. In the evening, after finishing dinner, he stood alone on the balcony, reading the news on the forum of the Alliance of Righteousness, the soaring Immortal Tao Cultivation Advice Platform. Damn, he couldn't help but marvel. The 13 years of government management over the cultivators have become increasingly refined. Wang Xing was still worried, as Soaring Immortal's specialized department for issuing missions to cultivators occasionally released tasks with malicious intentions. At this point, he darkened his face, grinning wickedly, but with the master in charge, perhaps there won't be any issues like this happening here. Xiaolian shouted loudly, Xiao Feiyu, stop studying, come over here and play cards. Today, your elder sister is going to beat everyone. Wang Xing entered and said, Gambling money isn't good. How about we change to something else? Start demonstrating the betting method. You choose the pill. Wang Xiaoyu then wanted to draw a turtle on Xiaoyan's face, laughing with a wide grin. Fortunately, it was a turtle drawn on the face, not the main character's name written on the leg. Hearing her speak up to this point, the three of them couldn't help but feel confused, especially Wang Sheng. His face darkened, and he was startled. Wang Xing couldn't help but think, "Elder sister, what on earth have you been watching all these 13 years of your wandering life?" A moment later, his father announced, "The room's been cleaned. You all can rest or cultivate." Xiaoyan quickly spoke up, "Uncle, I'll sleep with Wang Xiaoyu." To have them sleep together, Wang Xing grinned slyly. "Thank you, big sister, for your help." Your father couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard Xiaoyan call him uncle. Uncle? With her age, she could probably be the grandmother of my grandmother's grandmother, don't you think? Xiaoyan shook his hand, giving instructions. What I could do, I have already done. The rest depends on you. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Thank you, senior sister, for your wholehearted assistance. If I fail, I will sever my own golden vein. Both of them then laughed mischievously. Wang Xiaoao covered his mouth. No wonder, with this appearance, his older brother is still able to chase after the senior sister. It turns out there is assistance. At night, Wang Sheng placed his sword neatly on the table. Immediately afterward, he secretly glanced over at Mu Guanxian to probe. In his mind, Wang Sheng silently calculated, and at last, the time had come. Today, I must definitely take the first step in the life of an official Taoist couple with senior sister. Immediately after, he quickly sat down beside her. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Wang Xing blushed, leaned closer to Mu Guanxian, and gently said, "Senior sister, your hand just can't help itself. It's starting to inch closer to her soft, smooth hand." Both quickly grasped each other's hands. He slowly said, "We." Suddenly, in the midst of the tense moment, the phone rang, startling both of them. Wang Xing looked at the screen, silently thinking. The master's phone must not be ignored. As soon as he picked up the phone, Qing Yanzi got straight to the point. "Have the two of you read the latest news? It's about the incident with the Saros plane." Wang Xing spoke up, saying he had seen it. "We also received a mission issued by the Soaring Immortals sect." "Master, has something happened?" He remained silent for a long while, then said, "There has been a slight incident, but there's no need for you to take action." Qing Yanzi asked, "Wang Xing, do you remember the female swordswoman from the Gulan Empire who fought against you?" Wang Xing quickly recalled and replied, "I have some impression." Qing Yanzi continued, "Over 100 years ago, quite a few of our national treasures were lost overseas. Among them, 3 items ended up in her clan's possession." "Wait a moment," he continued. "Right now, our two sides are in a family alliance. She intends to return the treasure to us." To avoid being hunted down by enemy forces, they disguised themselves during the journey. Unexpectedly, something still happened on the way around Saros. Right now, the first rescue team has gone to find the sword cultivator and their group. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of treasure was the master they were escorting? It seemed like the government was quite worried about it. Qing Yanzi recounted 3 treasures, originally placed in the Gulan Empire's museum, according to the records: a relic bead, an ancient Taoist scripture, and a scroll of painting. But the most valuable thing here is the ancient Tao scripture. It seems that the record of plagiarism is equivalent to the Immortal Tablet. The 6 immortals followed Immortal Jiaoyun back to Earth. That year, the Cultivation Research Institute continued to study and decipher it. Now, with the emergence of clues, the government, of course, attaches great importance to it. Hearing this, a look of indifference appeared on his face. "Is that so?" Qing Yanzi couldn't help but wonder upon hearing this. "Wang Sheng, it seems like you know something about those immortal tablets." He smiled and said, "That's right. Since Van Tian too had mentioned the matter of Tian Bia to me, one thing that can be certain is, you guessed that in order to clarify the meaning of these 6 immortal tablets, it is not about talent or comprehension, but about the cultivation realm, like Emperor Ziwei." Qing Yanzi quickly understood, so that was the case. The importance of this matter could be lowered by 2 levels. "Tomorrow, make a video explaining it briefly, and I will send it to the Research Institute." Then, he led, and the 2 immediately contacted the first rescue team, saying, "I don't understand what's going on over there. I only heard Qing Yanzi shouting something loudly." He angrily spoke to the 2 people in a hurried tone. "Wang Xing, Mu Guanxian, come here quickly and start the battle." Wang Xing recalled the mystique of that immortal tablet. It was only during one of his conversations with Zhao Yun that he had learned about it. At that time, Wang Xing curiously asked the immortal maiden, "Why is the yin-yang balance of my senior sister so difficult to cultivate?" Zhao Yun quickly explained, 3 of them had once bestowed the original 6 paths upon the heavenly court, and the Tao of yin and yang, the 2 extremes, is one of them. The 6 stone tablets that were brought back from the lunar palace with me are the original 6 paths. She recounted, the 6 immortal tablets are the root cause of all the chaos. That year, it was precisely because my father fully grasped the great Tao that he became driven to madness. Later, Emperor Ziwei sacrificed his life to reclaim the celestial monument, and only a few could glimpse a fraction of its mysterious significance. Perhaps, in the beginning, Emperor Ziwei had foreseen that eventually the heavenly court would be defeated, which is why he brought the celestial monument back together with my body. But those 6 great paths are not extraordinary either. One's own path is the foundation for all efforts in cultivation. Wangxing, at this moment, recalled and couldn't help but ponder. The 6 immortal steels that conceal the great Tao of the universe are truly not something that we, in our present state, can touch. He lifted the sword above his head, still dazed, but little did he know that this distant, unattainable thing would spark an international conflict. Moreover, the master is this angry. Could it be that something truly serious has happened? Before they left, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel anxious. Wangxing, why did something suddenly happen? Wangxing said sincerely. This time, it seems a bit serious. The master clearly showed his anger. The 2 of us also didn't dare ask for leave to stay behind. He said sadly, although I don't want you all to venture into danger, what you're doing right now is meaningful. If I can contribute a little strength to protect the country, it can be considered that my skills have not been learned in vain. Aunt quickly pushed her husband aside, her face flushed with determination as she said, All right, I understand, Mom. Son, don't worry. Anyway, my parents aren't too worried about me. Last time, such a big incident happened and nothing came of it. My son is lucky to be alive. Hearing her words, Wangxing couldn't help but laugh, his mouth agape. He immediately asked, Xiaoyan, elder sister, are you staying here for a few days, or going back to the villa to wait for our news? Xiaoyan calmly ate while speaking. 2 people who want to go fight must definitely bring me along. The 2 of you go ahead, I'll finish my meal and catch up later. It's fine. Wangxing then looked at Mu Guanxian and asked, Senior sister, should I fly you there? She made a sound of agreement. Both of them held hands tightly and stepped forward. He gently said, Let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, both of them shot up into the sky, disappearing from sight. Xiaoyan couldn't help but startle, watching them leave. So fast, this guy's strength is starting to become beyond one's ability to see through. Wang Xiaoyao wondered, Is my brother really that impressive? Xiaoyan spoke while eating. He's average, really. Compared to Daoist Qing back then, he's far from it. You can't really compare them like that. If you go by age, though, he is indeed quite impressive. Right after that, she licked her hand and said, All right, if I don't leave now, I'll lose their trail. Xiaoyan quickly transformed back into her original form. Her body became fuller as well. She turned around, playfully licking her hand to thank them for the hospitality. Once this matter is settled, I will go with Xiao Feiyu to eat and drink for free again. After saying that, she also disappeared into the air. His parents waved their hands, loudly saying, Go ahead, take your time, welcome Wang Xiaoyao. Dumbfounded, it was indeed an immortal. The little girl stared blankly for a moment, then spoke up. Mom, the couple remained silent, waiting for their daughter to continue. The girl's eyes lit up, and her mother said, Look, you dyed your hair silver like elder sisters. Doesn't it look amazing? The scene shifts to Wangxing's perspective. He was walking while talking on the phone, asking Mao Yue, what exactly happened? Why is my master so angry? Mao Yue recounted. Not long ago, more than 600 foreign cultivators ambushed the rescue team sent by our side. The specific situation, I will send you the video. After you watch it, you will understand. In the video, it is you, covered in blood, struggling to hold on. The ground around you is stained with fresh blood. A masked figure stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, Yin Jingnan, an outstanding instructor of the Special Combat Unit of Hua Kingdom, the 62nd ranked Daoist cultivator on the heavenly list. Having said that, he coldly asked, Brother, do you want to die, or do you want to live? Wangxing trembled and said, My whole body is injured, but unfortunately, my legs and spine are not hurt. He reddened his eyes and said resolutely, If you want to fight me, then fight to the death. These insults. Did you think I didn't know what you were planning? At that moment, his eyes were flowing with blood tears. That person laughed loudly. Isn't fighting to the death so easy? You are the only big fish in this arrangement of ours this time. Upon saying this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. The great OWA kingdom truly was developing at an astonishing pace. This was only the first step. He stepped forward and continued. In ancient times, how you kneeled before the allied forces of the 9 nations. Today you must kneel in the same manner. Immediately afterward, the monsters charged forward and tore him apart. He continued, Yin Jingnan, all you have to do is say one word asking for mercy, and you won't have to endure this pain. Is it so difficult for Cat Shi to beg for mercy? We only need a propaganda video to be released to the outside. Wang Xing still did not yield. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "I bow to your mother." Wang Xing's hand trembled with anger at this moment. He gripped the phone tightly in his hand. He glanced over. Mu Guanxian was filled with indignation. As Master had said, her senior sister was exactly as described, and she was also radiating intense killing intent. His gaze was full of readiness. Wang Xing gritted his teeth, each word coming out in a growl. This is the start of the war. At this moment, at the border of Hua Kingdom, snow covered the ground thickly outside. At this moment, two streams of aura, one righteous and one evil, were continuously circling each other. Two girls are fighting relentlessly in the snow. On the purple side, it seems to be the enemy faction. Both of them joined forces and attacked the fruit. Her gaze revealed a hint of malice, as if she too were a formidable opponent. Below, a group of people continued to bombard, forcing the masters to flee in a chaotic manner. The white-haired man with sharp teeth looked at the mess below, laughing loudly. Cultivators of the Hua Kingdom trash? A familiar figure quickly appeared. Wang Sheng bit his lip and swept a long sword strike through the air. The two others were startled when they saw him. It seemed they were quite surprised by this attacking group. Very quickly afterward, both of their names were struck by a tremendous source of power. Even that woman, too, could not withstand the pain and let out a loud scream. Thick fog quickly enveloped everyone, temporarily ensuring their safety. The girl took a glance and immediately guessed that the snow technique was incorrect. It was the intent of the sword, which meant some senior expert had come to assist. Wang Xing rode his sword and flew by, thinking that his senior sister would send reinforcements soon. Before that happened, he closed his eyes. I must do my best to reduce the number of enemies. Wang Xing quickly discovered that there were ring-bearers from Yingdao Nation here, along with medieval European knights. Not only that, there were also muscular men, dressed in camouflage, half-human, half-beast, with green faces and sharp, pointed features. Moreover, the warriors of the tribe wielded long beast-taming spears, with a pair of blood-sucking demons, their hideous appearance accompanied by wings. Jiaoyan quickly appeared as well, assisting Wang Xing in thinking through his thoughts and making a rough calculation. At least more than 10 different opposing forces. Moreover, these people are clearly targeting the Hua Nation. Since that's the case, you said loudly, you all stay here. Only after a long while did someone from our side bring the good news. The report stated that a senior had arrived to help, and the senior, using lightning techniques, had driven back the enemy's vanguard. Immediately, we reformed our formation, counterattacked toward the enemy, and prepared for battle. The attack took place here, surrounded on all sides by mountains, with the surroundings extremely deep and treacherous. Qing Yanzi over here was constantly fighting. A fierce gleam appeared in his eyes. He is fighting alone against some kind of monster. Its fresh blood keeps splattering everywhere. But it seems that its power should not be underestimated. The group of people behind him was all injured. They spoke to each other, then charged forward together to kill the person. Qing Yanzi quickly erected a barrier, protecting those behind him. At this moment, almost none of them had the strength to resist. The giant wolf is holding a sharp object in its hand. It roars loudly for its father. Suddenly, a beam of light swept through, slicing the blood vial in its hand. The beam of light aimed at the wolf's chest, shooting straight toward it. Startled, but too late to react, Qing Yanzi scoffed and said, "Such obvious movements. Do you think I'm blind or what?" But suddenly, he felt something, and it could be confirmed that the werewolf was dead, but there were still many others. At the same time, a vampire appeared in the sky. Qing Yanzi looked at him, unable to avoid calculating. This demon's strength was not bad. If she fought him, she feared she wouldn't be able to focus on protecting the others. He was vigilant. At that moment, he could only barely seal off the gorge and kill him. The heavens shook, and at the same time, a burst of air erupted, causing the werewolves to explode. They were momentarily confused, not understanding the reason. But at that moment, Qing Yanzi suddenly broke into a slight smile. Then, he could no longer hold it in, threw his head back, and laughed loudly, saying, "As long as you all hold your ground, it will be fine." Everyone here couldn't help but feel confused. No one understood why he was laughing so crazily like that. The words were spoken with satisfaction. We have strong reinforcements coming. At that moment, in the sky, Wang Xing's sword rapidly flew toward the vampire in front of him. He did not immediately realize what was happening. The sword was very close to me, causing him to be momentarily stunned. You thrust your sword forward, but the vampire quickly vanished and reappeared behind Wang Xing. But he quickly realized that Wang Xing's gaze was quickly glancing behind. He swiftly swung his sword around his body with great force. The vampire's name at this moment also channeled their internal energy, and a red orb quickly materialized. Wang Xing pointed his long sword towards him, fiercely aiming to strike. On the other side, he simultaneously attacked as well. The two opposing forces collided endlessly, and it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Immediately after that, an explosion resounded, causing the ground and rocks in the area to tremble continuously. Note: appears to be a Chinese character. If you intend it to represent something like thunderous or another word in English, let me know so I can adjust it. Your sword ferociously pierced through the power of that vampire, thrusting straight ahead. Not only that, the sword successfully aimed straight at the vampire's heart, stabbing deeply into him, causing pain as he clenched his teeth tightly. The gaze of the vampire froze at that moment. He stared intently at him. And immediately after that, the sword paths, like a spider's web, quickly spread across the sky. The minions of the vampires and werewolves were also sliced to pieces at that moment. Qing Yinzi observed the situation, and he couldn't help but think, although Wang Xing had been imprisoned for 13 years. But the body was also purified by spiritual energy. Exactly 13 years later, in terms of cultivation, he had reached the peak among the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom. He looked at his disciple now, it seemed. In the past few years, it has not only focused on strengthening its cultivation but has also applied it to the point of brilliance and transformation. Its abilities have reached their peak. The vampire's name at that moment split into three. He began to gather his strength, intending to continue the attack, but Gantu instantly knew that a single demon was simply no match for him. His sword energy quickly thrust towards him, with hundreds of swords soaring through the air continuously. Finally, the sharp sword blade plunged fiercely straight into the head of the vampire. Wang Xing's face remained unchanged, his grip tightening around the sword in his hand, driving it deeper. Fresh blood continued to flow without stopping. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion rang out, and the limbs of the vampire were scattered in all directions. One of his arms had been blown off, fallen, picked up, and then taken away. The commander has died, and the others, of course, quickly fled in a swarm. Wang Xing looked at them with disdain. What kind of bloodsucker are they? In the end, aren't they just fallen demons? But of course, Wang Xing did not spare them. He decided to chase them down and eliminate them completely. The sword energy of Wang Xing quickly pursued them, destroying everything in its path. Wang Xing thought to himself, aren't these little bats just the primordial spirits of the blood-sucking demons? He couldn't help but look up at the sky, deep in thought, what exactly is the inheritance of the blood-sucking demons? Over here, the vampires anxiously spoke to each other. Wu Wang can't be. Wu Wang has failed. Qing Yinzi quickly thought, rushing toward them, and decisively decapitated both of them. Then, Qing Yinzi angrily shouted that Wang Xing no longer needed to live. Wang Xing immediately complied, saying, "Yes, master." As soon as the words left his mouth, he descended toward the werewolf and vampire. The surrounding rocks and earth couldn't help but scatter in all directions. From the sky, a four-armed stone statue with an eye-shaped flower symbol appeared. A faint woman materialized and said, "I will hold back the cultivators of Hua Kingdom. You all run quickly." Wang Xing, at first, felt somewhat dizzy, his body sluggish and confused. You grip the sword tightly, quickly calming yourself and silently thinking. It's another effective attack. A purple figure simultaneously soared directly toward the falling creatures with extreme speed. That annoying blonde, to think he actually wasted the Qinhuang Qi seal that my grandfather left for me. Who exactly is that Eastern cultivator? Why is there no information about him? The person who fell spoke. Lord Wuwang also died at his hands. Your treasure was not wasted. Tin Roy said, after returning to Guwang, I will definitely compensate you. Leave here quickly. Today feels like I have just gone through a nightmare. Wang Sheng, at this moment, his entire body completely frozen, stood motionless beneath. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, startling them. The person's name fell in panic, turning their head back. What's going on? Is it divine punishment? The blonde woman quickly realized what was below. She was startled and shouted loudly. Hurry up, Qin Wang, the eye of the Qi can't trap him. On this side, the thing that was freezing Wang Xing gradually cracked open. He tensed up and, with a forceful push, everything shattered like smoke and mist. Wang Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his thoughts swirling. Just now, I was worried that these demon beasts would take the opportunity to charge at me and vent their anger, but unexpectedly, they turned around and fled. However, the sealing technique wasn't made of spiritual power, but rather some kind of energy, was it? Qing Yinzi quickly arrived beside Wang Xing. Luckily, I arrived just in time, otherwise, today would have truly been troublesome. Mu Guanqian and the other supporting Taoist priests have arrived, so you don't need to worry anymore. Remembering that blonde girl, he couldn't help but feel regret. He lowered his head and said, Master, I'm sorry, I let the key figures escape. Qing Yinzi guessed that it was probably the eye that had been gouged out after the vampiric prince died. You were able to resist it, proving that you had already fought head-on with the vampiric prince. The greatest threat to the Hua Kingdom right now is precisely those vampiric princes. You don't need to feel discouraged. An elder stepped forward, smiling brightly, and marveled. Fei Yu's sword is as powerful as ever. Truly, it makes us old fellows feel embarrassed, being locked up for 13 years. Now, Fei Yu has become a dragon soaring to the heavens. Very impressive, very impressive. Qing Yinzi humbly interrupted. Senior brothers, please do not praise it. The youth can easily lose their spirit. Mu Guanxian stood beside her, unable to contain his frustration, and pinched her hard. Wangxing was in so much pain that tears fell from his eyes, and he awkwardly cried out, Senior sister, please spare me. Qing Yinzi continued speaking. We continue to search once more. If we encounter the enemy, we will eliminate them all and seek justice for our fellow cultivator of the Hua Kingdom, who died at their hands. Then, he quickly instructed, Wangxing, Mu Guanxian, you both go as well, but be sure to pay attention to your safety. The boy spoke up, Master, the rescue team, and the senior Yinjingnan as well. Qing Yinzi recounts, although Wangxing Daoist friend was severely injured, he managed to cling to life. As for the others, wait a moment, Gu Wang said with a pained expression. Apart from the ones we saved, everyone else has been killed. Hearing this, a trace of resentment inevitably appeared on his face. Immediately after, Wangxing entered Mu Guanxian, swiftly riding his sword through the air. Both of them saw a herd of elephants ahead and immediately chased after them relentlessly. Below, a person fell, a group of masked assassins and a werewolf were hiding in the forest. Wangsheng, dressed in black, instructed his senior sister that killing someone would be enough for the disciple. Mu Guanxian quickly hummed in acknowledgement. He sorrowfully thought about reincarnation, being trapped in Abaddon for 13 years. He still used the sword cultivation, earning a name with his sword, without any beginning. The reputation of the sword knows no end. It is to ensure that no one dares to bully. Hua Kingdom is for the family to live without worries. Immediately after, a powerful and fierce stream of sword chi shot out, with hundreds of sword islands heading toward the group of monsters. He resolutely thought and made up his mind. Anyone who dares to bare their fangs at us must be killed. At the same time, the communication device rang. Elder Wang, ahead. You are a small town at the edge of Saros. Just now, your battle with the blood-sucking demons has alerted the Saros army. They requested to speak with Wangxing. Quickly, he agreed to connect with the cultivator of the Hua Kingdom. This place is the territory of the Saros Empire. The voice on the other side rang out, questioning him. This is a declaration of war against the Saros Empire. Please cease your indiscriminate killing of the innocent. The person I killed is not from Saros. You can quickly verify their identity. Wangxing continued. 10 minutes ago, several dozen evil cultivators killed the rescue team of Hua Kingdom. I have infiltrated this city. If you want to help me, then immediately seal off all the gateways to search for the suspicious person. He remained stubborn. You do not have the right to arbitrarily kill people within our country's territory. Please stop causing this turmoil. Tomorrow, if not, we will file a formal protest to Hua Kingdom. Wangsheng, of course, shows no mercy to anyone. You continue. I'm not one to kill recklessly. This is simply revenge. Immediately after, streams of power from the heavens swiftly descended toward the tower. The people in the city witnessed this phenomenon and couldn't help but stir. Looking up at the sky, streams of sword energy continuously shot out, aggressively tearing through the air as they flew towards their target. The vampires were quickly pierced through by the sword energy, and they had no time to react. The name is even more miserable than those rays of light, striking directly, like thunder, capable of severing limbs. On the ground, at that moment, were scattered clothes and the corpses of werewolves. Wangxing coldly sheathed his sword and counted. This was the 26th person. Mu Guanxian looked at his expression, unable to hide her concern. Junior brother Wangxing looked at her and smiled gently. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm not weak enough yet to let a few enemies awaken my demonic heart. Suddenly, at the same time, his phone rang. Wangxing took out his phone to check. He was surprised to see that the caller was his master's wife. Jilin couldn't help but wonder, Wangxing, have you become an immortal? Did you pass the heavenly tribulation and become a true immortal? You need to explain. I still haven't formed my nascent soul. Wangxing forced a smile and replied, it's just a minor spell, something I've comprehended over the past few years. Its power isn't great. Master, where did you see me undergo the tribulation? She let out a breath and continued, you've attracted attention online. Basically, the refined and gentle image of our cultivators has been completely ruined. However, you are defending the dignity of the Hua Kingdom. This accomplishment has already been recorded as a merit for you. However, The successful pursuit of the bloodsucker demon earlier has attracted the attention of the vampiric prince. Gucci, the opponent, has just arrived at the capital of the Saros Empire. An ultimatum was issued for a fair fight with Wangxing and Mu Guanxian. At this moment, while riding his sword and looking down, he surprised Qinhuang by asking, "A blood-sucking demon, a fair fight?" Jiling further explained, "Based on the intelligence we gathered, Gucci is the Qinhuang of this generation of the Vate clan. Among the Qinhuang, the third-ranked strength is known, still a level lower than the ancient Qinhuang who has never shown his face. The blood-sucking demon you killed earlier was of the Marquis rank, slightly weaker than Gucci. Jiling couldn't help but feel worried. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that your performance during the blood-sucking demon slaying earlier was so nonchalant. She continued to instruct, "Right now, I will teach you, and Mu Guanxian will immediately return. I won't say much like this to you all again. Stay there and wait. I will go inform your master and a few other experts to come assist you." Wangxing got straight to the point. "Master, I want to know what the government's stance is. Do I need to win?" She replied, "Yes. But I don't want you to feel too much pressure, whether it's thinking about me personally or ensuring a solid foundation for the cultivation world in the future." Wangxing gazed into the distance and replied, "If the country requires it, then I will go and win a battle, but there is no need for the master to step forward. The time for us to gather is also the time for the opponent's experts to gather. This cannot be delayed. If possible, it is best to force the opponent into a confrontation with me." Jiling replied, "Then go ahead and try. A quick victory is key. Reinforcements will arrive afterward. As for provoking the opponent, as you mentioned, I can have someone give it a shot, but I can't guarantee success." Immediately after, he quickly shut off the device. Wangxing immediately said to Mu Guanxian, "Senior sister, lead me as I try to quickly recover my spiritual power." She happily agreed. "All right." The reverse sword shop helped him ascend and fly upward. Wangxing kept thinking nonstop. After the recovery of vital energy, the Hua Kingdom has never taken any action to oppress foreign cultivators. He remained silent, circulating his inner energy, his mind still constantly calculating. But that didn't mean Hua Kingdom was truly a kind-hearted person, allowing others to bully them at their doorstep without taking any action, standing tall on the blue planet for 5,000 years. Had there been a battle it hadn't gone through? Those titles of mighty nations were quickly earned. Only victory matters, and time will prove who is the strongest master of the Eastern lands, who is the most formidable and illustrious figure of this era. Cultivating the Tao is for immortality, for freedom. Cultivating the arts is to protect the Tao, to safeguard oneself and those around them. If a cultivator is born in the mountains and raised in the mists, then cultivating the Tao with all their heart is not something to be blamed. He closed his eyes, and his inner strength rapidly grew stronger. "But I was born in Hua Kingdom, and I grew up in this land." Wangxing, filled with vigorous spirit, made a firm resolution. "Then I must live with the blood of Hua Kingdom and die with the soul of the Hua Kingdom people. Not only must I fight, but I must also win." In the sky at this moment, a strange figure stood there, as if belonging to someone else's life. He is none other than the vampiric Prince Gucci. Suddenly, his eyes stopped moving, and his brows furrowed, becoming wary. From a distance, two sources of light, like stars, gradually appeared. Wangxing and Mu Guanchuan quickly rode their swords and flew towards them. Both remained extremely calm in the face of their powerful opponents. He turned to remind his senior sister to watch the battle. Mu Guanxian was worried but also blushed slightly. "Although you are not afraid, you must not underestimate your enemy." Wangxing closed his eyes, and his mind immediately called out the name Jiaoyun. She quickly appeared beside him, reassuring, "Don't worry. If we encounter someone above the immortal level, I can still protect you and Huaqing while we escape." Hearing this, his mood relaxed a little. Wangxing gripped the sword tightly and said, "Thank you." The image of the person Qinhuang quickly appeared on his sword. Wangxing furrowed his brows, staring at his opponent. He gathered his internal energy, his eyes turning bloodshot, and two sharp fangs could be seen protruding from his mouth. Just like that, both of them quickly charged forward, rushing toward each other. A fierce battle between two powerful opponents quickly broke out. His sword energy continuously slashed toward the enemy, while claw attacks relentlessly shot out. Wangxing clenched his teeth tightly, saying nothing, only attacking madly. Meanwhile, Vac was both blocking and striking back in a flurry. Mu Guanxian listened to his words, and she did not participate in the battle, simply standing still and observing. But she couldn't help but feel confused. Was this the kind of direct confrontation, throwing stones at stones, that her junior brother was talking about? Where was the immortal sword that flew and dazzled, changing in endless ways, that had been mentioned earlier? Very quickly, Wangxing's sword pierced Vate's chest. At this moment, his hand simultaneously thrust into the center of his chest. Both quickly shot, keeping their distance from one another. Immediately after, he let out a cold hum and circulated his internal energy, a surge of fierce red anger gathering. At that moment, Wang Xing continuously observed the actions of his opponent. He too was on high alert. Looking at him, he let out a faint smile, silently thinking, is this the vampiric prince? The power radiated from his heart, and he couldn't help but calculate. Previously, it was said that the cultivators of Hua Kingdom were able to use lightning magic. I had secretly been on guard for a long time. Right now, it seems like that was just a little trick to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. It appears Vade has underestimated the enemy. Immediately afterward, the thunder Dao of the man struck down simultaneously from all directions towards him, causing Vade to be startled. Wang Xing looked at him smugly, thinking to himself that it was time to end this beast and let it learn its lesson. Thinking of this, his gaze turned cold. This was the third sword intent that Wang Xing had comprehended while being imprisoned in Abaddon. The scene shifts towards the snowy mountains, and the atmosphere here remains incredibly gloomy. Qing Yanzi flew swiftly, simultaneously speaking. How is the current situation of the battle at Feiyu? He couldn't help but worry. Although in a direct confrontation, a cultivator at the Heaven Endowment realm would generally be able to suppress a vampiric prince. Gucci Vate's strength was among the top within the vampiric princes. It was likely that Wang Xing would have to engage in a fierce battle, right? Mao Yue happily announced, Qing Yanzi, Taoist, do not worry. Just now, the satellite captured a series of photos. Hearing this, he was so surprised that he froze, his movements becoming slightly more sluggish. Mao Yue delivered the good news. Elder Wang has used a new divine ability and is gaining the upper hand. Over here, Wang Xing raised his sword high, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. You used the Heavenly Tribulation Sword, gently swinging it. Very quickly, the opponent could no longer hold on. He could not withstand this blow. His body quickly disintegrated into pieces. But in the sky, red remnants appeared, looking extremely eerie. His body fell, carrying an unwillingness to submit to evil. His thoughts, which had just begun, immediately adopted an attitude of confrontation with this king. After waiting for this king to rest, he attempted to sneak attack with a few treacherous moves. He became furious, silently cursing the despicable and shameless Huaxia warrior. Absolutely unforgivable. Then, Vac couldn't help but shout loudly, I want to tear your body apart, grind your bones into dust, and use your blood to nourish the lowest of slaves. At that moment, a multitude of crows suddenly appeared from the sky. Wang Xing fell silent, lifting his sword, his gaze fiercely directed at Vac and his flock of crows. He danced a few moves in the air. At that moment, before him appeared a sword chi in the shape of a thunderstorm net. Suddenly, Wang Xing seemed to realize that he was staring intently at Vate. He was trying to crawl through the defensive net that Wang Xing had set up. The thought crossed his mind. You want to escape? Vate screamed. I will make you pay for this. Just wait. He immediately launched his sword and chased after Wang Xing, determined not to let the enemy escape. He instructed his senior sister Mu Guanxian to wait here for the master and everyone else so they could handle the situation. Mu Guanxian quickly obeyed her, looking at him with a cautious, encouraging gaze. Meanwhile, Mao Yue, while monitoring the camera, was busy reporting. The vampiric prince's assassination team was defeated and has fled. Elder Wang is pursuing him. The satellite team has detected a large number of vampires appearing at the western border. Preliminary estimates suggest there are about 40 of them. Everyone began to worry. We tried to contact Elder Wang, but he didn't bring his phone with him. It might be because the chase was too close. Prompt: English translation of a Xianxia fantasy passage. A character named Mao Yue is giving instructions to contact Biyu Xianzi for help with security personnel, explaining the rapid pursuit of Elder Wang and the vampiric prince. Mao Yue is also concerned about asking the Saros Empire for help and requesting the use of laser weapons to stop the vampiric prince. She expresses some knowledge about Elder Wang's character. Size: 1024 by 768. If it is a matter of determination, he would never give up, even if he knew he would not succeed. Her heart felt extremely uneasy. Elder Wang, check your phone. At this moment, Lot had flown to the vicinity of the western side of Syros. He was frustrated, clenching his teeth. Damn it, why are the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom so difficult to deal with? Just a little more perseverance, wait until I meet my kin, then we can encircle and kill him. Suddenly, a fierce sword chi slashed toward him, severing his wings. He had not yet turned around when his sword strikes continuously traced a formation in the air. At that moment, he was truly exhausted, his vision darkened, and he lost all vitality. Wang Xing showed no mercy, nor did he blink. He swung his blade fiercely, causing fresh blood to splatter. Luo, unwilling to accept, shouted loudly, "You will definitely pay for this." But I haven't finished my sentence yet. His entire body had been scattered everywhere, shattered into pieces. Wangxing silently despised, with such little strength, how could these blood clans have survived the purge by the immortals back then? Even becoming a representative for the hostile forces of this Huaxia. He made up his mind. No matter what, things that could harm others absolutely couldn't be kept. Below, the crowd fell into shock and retreated. Did Lord Xinhuang die just like that? Could it be that he was one of the 6 strongest vampiric princes at this moment? Half an hour later, the announcement sounded again. Wangxing, we have just received information that you recently hunted down a vampiric prince. Currently, a large number of the Blood Clan are gathering at the western border. It is clear that they are here for everyone. What does everyone think? He calmly replied, Master, I still stand by what I said. His face was serious as he continued. Whatever tasks the Hua Kingdom requires of its disciples, I will do my best to fulfill them. Jiling continued. They made a few suggestions. First, you and Xianzi should go back, study the next steps, and then decide how to counterattack. Of course, if Feiyu has any plans that can be implemented, then just present them directly. We will seriously consider your suggestion. Wangxing thought for a moment, then turned to Mu Guanxian. Sister, the strategist, what do you think? She suggested that the interplay of yin and yang creates all things, that the excess of yang cannot fail, and that it is transformed by the softness of yin. These words, Wangxing absolutely could not understand. Jiling explained, what Mu Guanxian means is that we can collaborate with the enemy forces of the Blood Clan to deal with the Blood Clan. This suggestion is very valuable for reference. But what we need to discuss now is how to deal with the Blood Clan gathering to the west. Wangxing sneered and spoke, Master, if that's the case. The disciple also has a method. The group of people fell fiercely and rushed forward, saying, in order to avenge Qin Wang, these hateful cultivators of the Hua Kingdom must be crushed to the bone and turned into powder. They calculated together, waiting for the revenge on Qin Wang to be finished. Then, we will take advantage of the situation to enter Hua Kingdom, turning the entire Hua Kingdom into our hunting ground. First, we need to bring out the Hua Kingdom cultivator who attempted to harm Qin Wang, turn him into the lowest-level blood slave, and massacre his own people in front of him. Wangxing looked at Mu Guanxian, his senior sister. My spiritual power is enough. She asked anxiously. Do we still need to compete with students from other countries? Wangxing glanced over. In fact, think about it. This is bound to end in a battle sooner or later. After all, the cultivation resources on Earth are limited. Right now, the spiritual energy is dense, so we can't see much. But once the spiritual energy returns to normal, all problems will erupt and appear on their own. Instead of waiting until then to start the battle, it would be better to strike now, as it will allow us to gain more resources for future development. The action of flicking your sword just now startled Jiaoyun. She quickly appeared and asked, What's wrong? Wangxing calmly replied, It's fine, just a slip of the hand. I was worried you all might not know the spiritual formation and wouldn't be able to activate it. She glanced at the crowd and asked, Haven't you rested yet, beside the supervisor and the others? Immediately after, she re-entered the sword. Wangxing smiled bitterly. This elder was perhaps expressing concern for both him and his senior sister. Immediately after that, he instructed senior sister Mu Guanxuan, just follow the plan we discussed earlier. You must be careful with your words. Immediately after, he charged straight toward the group of bats alone. His face did not change at all. They were as numerous as ants, each one 5 claws long, terrifying. Wangxing did not hesitate. He mounted his sword and charged forward fiercely. He channeled his internal energy, and a surge of power quickly manifested at the tips of his fingers. Wangxing's momentum was like splitting bamboo as he broke through the encirclement alone. One of the bats screeched loudly. It was he who killed Qin Wang to avenge Qin Wang. Wangxing quickly drew his sword, and a green light immediately appeared around him. At this moment, thunder and lightning had accumulated in abundance. Wangxing sneered and said, Just a few of you. Even depleting my internal energy cannot accomplish that. The power circle was like a vacuum, constantly pulling and falling corpses. Wangxing gathered more internal energy, let out a loud, thunderous shout, and continued to strike. Powerful bolts of lightning struck down in succession, causing many to lose their lives. In the sky, wherever your power swept through, they disintegrated. Wangxing observed and thought to himself, most of the blood demons attacking me are count level, with at most only a few dukes. But they will definitely not rely on their numbers to attack me. I can feel it. You probe, scanning through the group of these vampires, sensing that something is present. Could it be the Qin Wang level creature waiting for an opportunity to strike? Thinking of this, he gave a faint smile. No matter what, Wangxing calculated in his mind, as long as he could lure all those blood clans over here. At this moment, the sky appeared, descending into a blur. That is our victory. Mu Guanxian over here is also using his internal energy, preparing. She extended her hand, lightly channeling a source of power through it. Mu Guanxian fell silent. A ball quickly formed in front of her. The group of people falling was now in a panic. They looked up at the sky and asked each other, "What's going on? Where did this fog come from?" Mu Guanxian began setting up the formation. She chanted loudly in her mind, "The binding marriage curse formation is activated." The great vampire calculated. Once it enters, he feared that none would be able to escape. He spoke, "I have warned you all long ago. You may go anywhere, but there is one place you cannot go, and that is the Great Hua Kingdom. Over 1,000 years ago, we once revealed our ambition towards Great Hua, but at that time, our military strength was several dozen times stronger than it is now." Immediately after that, he circulated his internal energy, and a circle of red light quickly appeared. He continued, "The result was that when we reached the border of the ancient kingdom, only a middle-aged man appeared before us, defeating everyone in the blink of an eye. From then on, our blood clan fell into a state of decline, driven away by those cultivators, retreating to the fields." A fallen person spoke up, "My lord, is there no need to avenge Qin Wang's grudge anymore? Have we lost so many clansmen today?" The old vampire shook his head and said, "Even if I go personally, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to bring them out. Even so, I can no longer go outside from now on, in order to eventually become one of the remaining 5 clans. Go," he calculated carefully. "Their Qin Wang is foolish. They can only be brought out to provide compensation." Here, he suddenly felt a suffocating presence approaching from the darkness. A figure was slowly walking through, carrying a dense aura of hostility. Wangxing was extremely angry. He channeled his internal energy, causing everything around him to rise into the air. The old vampire and the group of people falling felt a little afraid of this aura. He looked at you, silently evaluating. "This person's strength is definitely greater than mine." The old man gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn Hua Kingdom, how many monsters have they finally cultivated?" Finally, he stepped forward and respectfully said, "Honorable Eastern Cultivator, we unintentionally offended you. Everything was decided by Gucci himself. Now, the peace we once thought was calm has fallen into darkness. I deeply regret this." Wangxing remained cautious, looking at the old man. "I have already gone to war with all of you." He smiled gently. "No, that is just an action representing them, not the entire blood clan of ours. Just like right now, aren't we having a very peaceful conversation?" Wangxing spoke, "If that's the case, let us spar a little." He drew out his sword and said that we would only differentiate our strengths, without any intention of deciding life or death. The old vampire spoke up, "Taoist, at present, the blood clan is living peacefully within the confines of their own mansion. There is no reason to declare war on Hua Kingdom. In the past, those who foolishly provoked Hua Kingdom were the prosperous families, and they will surely face the severe punishment of our blood clan." He smiled brightly at him and said, "Please don't be angry first. So, it is the people who live on this planet. We should not be enemies." Wangxing still maintained his decision to fight you. "To me, fighting the Qin Wang generation of the blood clan is too weak, but you are still not bad. Master, I am also on my way. If we continue to delay, it seems we will have no way to proceed." Hearing this, he couldn't help but break into a sweat. This person still has a master. How much of a difference in strength could there be? The old man interrupted, "No, no, no. The term battle is too serious between us. It's just an exchange, a friendly one. Moreover, I will use the resources of our blood clan to show the world your heroic side." Wangxing quickly turned and left. He remained silent for a moment, saying nothing. Then, Wangxing spoke, "That's fine. The time and place are up to you. If you dare to play any tricks, then in the future, I will. To each of your clans, visit them one by one." The words carried an incredibly strong intent to kill. After speaking, he turned around and left without saying anything else. But the figure behind Wangxing quickly disappeared. Zhao Yun appeared and said, "I can sense that the Western Blood Clan has withdrawn." Wangxing then let out a slight sigh of relief, as it seemed that he had been holding himself together with great effort for a long time. He scratched his head, smiling happily, and said to her, "Thank you, Immortal Maiden, for your guidance. Only then was I able to use psychological warfare to scare that old monster. Pretending to be a master is also a skill. If I had known earlier, I would have followed my master to learn acting." Zhao Yun saw him like this, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Pause for a moment, she continued, "That old man is from the ancient Prince Shen blood clan, and in terms of strength, he is equivalent to Hu Banxian, who is with you." Zhao Yun threatened, "Dare you face him alone? Clearly, you're seeking your own death." Wangxing chuckled wryly. It's just that there's no other way. I can only force myself to charge forward. At this moment, he said to Zhao Yun, our formation will last at most 3 days. Wang Xing sat down on the ground and continued, that ancient Prince Shen not opposing us is the biggest trouble for us. Fortunately, she had noticed that he was wary of the Daoist sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to gamble and see if I could scare him. Duvin frowned, looked at him, and said, if you can't scare the opponent, I'm afraid you'll have to fight to the death. You laugh foolishly, but it's fine. Although the chances of winning are small, it's not completely impossible. Right now, it can be considered that the sharp points have been temporarily avoided. As for the battle appointment he mentioned, I will push the time back and wait until I form the nascent soul before fighting. Zhao Yun glanced over and reminded, so, you should quickly raise your strength. So that in the future, I wouldn't be laughed at by my sisters. You forced a smile and changed the subject. We'll go gather with senior sister first. The scene shifts to a military base of Syros, where someone quickly steps forward to report, Officer, we've received information that the blood-sucking demons have withdrawn entirely. The old man glanced over. You've studied deeply about the cultivation world of Hua Kingdom. Do you know who that mysterious expert is? The person quickly reported, he is probably a young sword cultivator, even more astonishing than he was 10 years ago. He is the disciple of some Taoist elder. Oh, that person seems to be the female cultivator, Eastern Heaven Angel. Also a disciple of the Taoist elder. The two of them have been missing for over 10 years. Your image is being displayed on the screen, the other person continued. The cultivators of Hua Kingdom like to hide in remote places. Once they enter closed-door meditation, it could last for years, even decades. Who knows, they might suddenly burst out at any moment. So, whatever you do, don't provoke the cultivation world of Hua Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the captain couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes widening. He yelled so loudly that the cigarette fell from the mouth of the Blood Clan destroyer. Wan Feiyu, what is this name? The soldier, confused, asked, Captain, what do you mean? He fell silent and continued. Regardless of whether the Hua Kingdom wants to cover up this matter or use it for propaganda, intimidation, or consider it from our standpoint, it is only by making the powerful cultivation forces continuously oppose us that they can gain more benefits. Stop for a moment, let alone. We must know how to repay kindness first. The aura of the soldier brother could not help but secretly swallow his saliva. The scene shifts back to the sky. Several beams of light are continuously moving. The Grand Elder spoke. Silent Taoist friend, what is the current situation? Qing Yanzi replied. I just received information that an ancient Qin Wang of the Blood Clan has manifested. The Grand Elder anxiously said, it's so big. Let's speed up. We can't let the two kids stand in front and face those old men, so we have to risk it. But here we are, hiding behind, enjoying the cool breeze. Suddenly, the thing in front of Qing Yanzi startled him, causing him to pause for a moment. In the distance, two familiar beams of light were quickly approaching. Wang Xing shouted loudly, Master, you are also quite surprised. Mu Guanxian looked at Wang Xing, and as soon as everyone saw the two, they became anxious, landing and asking in rapid succession. Is Feiyu injured? Where are those blood-sucking demons? Can the stone statue still get angry? Today, we take a risk with them, Wuliang Celestial Lord. Today, we will kill our way through, uprooting that Dark Council faction or whatever it is, eradicating a tumor for the human race of this world. Qing Yanzi quickly checked his pulse. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Wang Xing, have you fought against the ancient Prince Shen? He replied honestly, we didn't fight directly. At this point, Wang Xing couldn't help but straighten his face, but it was clear that he could sense the man's strength. Let's quickly head back now. You remembered correctly. Has anyone noticed that Senior Xiaoyan stopped for a moment, then corrected himself? Senior Xiaoyan, wasn't it that Senior Xiaoyan left before us? As soon as the two entered the Saros Empire. Right now, I don't know where they've gone. Maybe I should ask the investigation team. He quickly contacted Mao Wei. The signal was sent out promptly, waiting for the other party to accept the invitation. Mao Wei cried, repeating a series of words. Elder Wang, the eldest sister's phone uses the Hua Kingdom network. After entering Saros, we immediately lost contact. Moreover, a few years ago, we downgraded the level of surveillance on her. There is also no locator tool, and just now the team leader scolded me. Then you couldn't help but worry. This elder sister isn't lost, right? No sooner had the thought crossed your mind than a piercing voice of Xiaoyan rang out. Xiao Feiyu, where are you? Come here quickly and see what I've found. This is a huge fortune. You lay flat on the ground, unable to contain your anger, gritting your teeth. You thought, here I am, risking my life with senior sister, and she goes off to claim the treasure in the snowfield. You must share a portion with me later. The night sky here is full of stars. The scenery is incredibly romantic. It's a pity that they have no interest in such things. Xiaoyan stood in front of a block of ice, inside which were two people frozen solid. Wangxing and everyone quickly made their way over. As soon as he arrived, he landed. Xiaoyan angrily shouted, transmitting his voice. Xiao Fei Yu, what are you doing? I told you to come with Mu Guanxian. Why did you bring so many old men along? There are only one or two treasures. He tightly covered his ears and retorted, Big sister, is it really appropriate for you to use the word old like that? Zhao Yun also interjected, so what if I'm a little older? A cultivator like me cannot discuss age. What is called the heart gives rise to the appearance. Whether one is old or not entirely depends on one's mindset. Wangxing couldn't help but feel helpless. Yes, the people who spoke were all right. Xiaoyan was stunned, dazed. Who was this revered person in the heavenly realm of Xiao Fei Yu? Zhao Yun answered, the original is already in the past. Right now, I am just the sword spirit of Fei Yu. Xiaoyan smiled ingratiatingly. So it turns out to be the princess of the heavenly court, of noble character, truly admirable, allowing Xiao Fei Yu to continue living. I am trapped in the lifeless sword, Zhao Yun replied. It's just that he is fortunate, and I am temporarily cultivating. If danger arises, I will manifest myself to assist you. He chuckled helplessly, confused. Short lifespan. The two elders have already taken me as a chatbot. You just landed and immediately spoke. Big sister, oh. Xiaoyan stepped closer, unable to stop himself from praising. Xiao Fei Yu, you're impressive. After some time, go ahead and pull a few more elders into your mind again. She cheerfully continued, maybe in a few years. Can we put our minds into your heavenly mansion and have fun sliding around? Wangxing spoke up. Elder sister, stop joking. What exactly did you discover? Xiaoyan quickly responded. Actually, it's nothing valuable, just a relic, an ancient scripture, a scroll painting, and two ice statues. As she spoke, she pointed at the two people frozen stiff behind her. Everyone immediately recognized the person inside as soon as they saw him. The two of them at that moment were indeed like statues. Qing Yanzi asked her in confusion. Senior Xiaoyan, these two ice statues are Xiaoyan. He hurriedly explained. They were already here. It wasn't me who did it. The Grand Elder observed the ice seal. It seemed to be a spell formed in the blink of an eye, perhaps a secret technique of Golan country. Qing Yanzi said, this movement seems like Seli wants to kill Delay. Wangxing, what do you think about this? Wangxing guessed that there was a high probability that a spy from the Dark Council had infiltrated between the two of them. The other person discovered it, but this is only our speculation. It's better to take them out of the ice and ask if Mu Guanxian has her own conclusions. She quickly took out her phone and started dialing repeatedly on the screen. The general idea she wanted to convey is that the trustworthy person is Delay, because she was once the envoy of Golan country, while Seli was just a bodyguard. Xiaoyan clapped his hands in praise. Mu Guanxian, have you switched to being a detective? She happily said, while waiting for junior brother to emerge from seclusion, I also read a lot of detective genre comics. There were several volumes where the logic and art style were top-notch. Xiaoyan clasped his hands and said, please, Elder, do share. Hearing the conversation between the two women, Qing Yanzi and Wangxing, left one speechless. Wangxing took the master aside and said, Master, I have a good idea. After we listen to everything, could you agree quickly? Is that all right? Immediately after that, he slammed his hand forcefully onto the ice on Delay's side. Very quickly, the ice gradually evaporated and turned into water. Delay's face turned red from being in there too long in the cold. Her whole body was soaked. Mu Guanxian quickly handed the towel over. She was surprised as soon as she saw the person and exclaimed, Taoist Elder. Delay hurriedly said, Taoist Elder, this place might be a trap. It was set up over there. He smiled brightly, reassuring. There's no need to be agitated. The matter has been resolved. Mu Guanxian took her out of the valley. Temporarily leave this place. Immediately after, Mu Guanxian gently wrapped the cloth around her, realizing that he had been a bit hasty. Delay obediently complied. Wangxing looked on and asked, Master, do you want to check if she is lying? Qing Yanzi spoke up, whether it's true or false. Just ask her and you'll know. The two quickly looked towards the other girl, Seli. Immediately after escaping, the sword in her hand thrust fiercely forward towards the front. Qing Yanzi stepped forward, she Seli. Correction. Qing Yanzi stepped forward, she Seli. His words startled her for a moment, causing her to turn towards Taoist Elder Fei Yu. Wangxing pretended not to know anything and asked, Seli, where is Delay? Seli's gaze shifted elsewhere as she replied, she. When the incident happened, I was thrown back by the shockwave from the explosion. Qing Yanzi and Wangxing, after hearing this, silently glanced at each other, exchanging looks. He quickly ordered, capture her. And just like that, invisible threads swiftly bound her body. The scene shifts to this side. After the interrogation, they discovered that Selly was indeed an infiltrator sent by the dark forces into the Sisi family, tasked with continuing to conceal the aftermath of the bomb incident. At that time, they had even arranged for the explosion to occur right in front of her. And everything happened just as the news reported on television. The airplane exploded, and all the passengers on board were in danger. But what was unexpected was that the relic suddenly unleashed its power. Protecting the nearby customers, he safely returned to the ground, while Delay immediately became alert, tearing the protective scroll and sending Selly and 3 magical treasures far away. It was precisely because of this incident that Selly believed the plan had been exposed. She immediately launched an attack, delaying. But luckily, Delay's reaction speed was not slow. Immediately, she activated her protective treasure, Ice Wind. The two of them once again. Finally, the two of them remained in this state indefinitely, until senior sister Xielian got lost and accidentally ran into a scene change within some military base. Qing Yinzi was standing in deep thought. Wang Xing and Mu Guanxuan walked by, and seeing him like this, the boy called out. Master Qing Yinzi said, "Originally, we had no intention of involving ourselves in matters beyond the borders, but unexpectedly, the enemy came to us first. It is said that in times of peace, one must think of times of turmoil. Yet, we remain content in peace, forgetting the origin of cultivation. We cannot stray from the word tranquility." Then he turned around, smiled brightly, and said to them, "All right, let's head back first. The rest will be handled by the investigation team." Both quickly bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Yes." Wang Xing silently worried in thought. The master appeared calm, but from the expression on their face, it was clear that the anger in their heart had not yet subsided. As a disciple, I must share their burden and ease their worries. Suddenly, he let out a shout, startling both of them. Qing Yinzi chuckled slyly and continued, "That's right. After what happened today, Wang Xing, you can be considered internationally famous now. From now on, you need to be more careful when going outside. Are you surprised?" Immediately afterward, a series of information spread across the articles of all social media platforms. The one who controlled the thunder, the ancient vampire-like demon's failed attempt, the eldest son of the god descending to punish the heavens, the executor of the heavenly punishment, the god's son falling, the sword wielder, the princess consort's vow. He couldn't help but frown, silently sighing in distress. "What is this?" Mu Guanxian showed him a series of comments. She couldn't help but feel happy for Wang Xing, clicking her tongue and thinking, "Well, as long as they're happy." He suddenly remembered and asked, "That's right, master. Previously, I had watched a documentary video about the devil-faced man leading an ambush. Senior Yinjunan, who exactly is he?" Qing Yinzi replied, "We have confirmed his identity, the young sect master of the Yin-Yang All Things sect." He recounted the year back then. "We need to sweep the Yin-Yang All Things sect. The practitioners of Yingyao have gradually divided into 2 forces. One is the force that seeks peace and stability, which we support. The other side has joined the Dark Council. The young master of the Western sect is a typical representative. It is said that he even took some Dark Master as his adopted father." Wang Xing was determined. Today's events would definitely make them pay the price. He patted the boy's shoulder and said, "This is only natural. But I have just received information that there is a small matter I need to ask of you." Qing Yinzi quickly said, "Child, quickly go on your trip. Go early and return early. The details of the matter are..." After hearing this, he was both amused and frustrated. "Master, does it really have to be me who goes?" No two said that it's necessary for you to go in my place, and it's also to help you unwind. The scene shifts to the home of Wang Xing's parents. It is now morning. Wang Xiaoyao is standing, lost in thought, on the balcony when suddenly the little girl became startled. "The 3 of you rode your swords and flew back." The little girl was overjoyed. "Is your brother back?" Qing Yinzi couldn't help but wonder. "Wang Xiaoyao, why are you standing on the balcony? Where are mom and dad?" The girl smiled bitterly. Her parents were inside. "But now is not the right time to enter. Your father is suffering, kneeling on the ground, and it's me. Listen to me explain. I have no relationship with him." "No, isn't he Athena's father?" "He's a man," and scolded fiercely. "You are impressive. At this age, you still remember Athena. Isn't this the cartoon we used to watch when we were young? The person with the heavenly horse meteor strike, I don't care. Surely, there is something wrong with him. Your father went into the water to flatter." Yes. "Madam, please don't be angry. Isn't it said that with the increased lifespan, menopause will come later?" Aunt glared at him in annoyance, and he sighed in misery. The lustful energy is terrifying. His mother still had no intention of stopping. She gripped the knife, gritting her teeth, and it seemed that today she was determined to teach him a lesson. Our married life can no longer continue, he spoke helplessly. My dear, listen to me explain. Hearing a loud noise outside, his mother quickly glanced over. Wang Xing opened the door slightly, sticking his head in along with Mu Guanchuan. He happily spoke up. The three of them have returned. She joyfully ran over. Wang Xing, you're finally back. On my bulletin board, it's all about you. His father, excited, asked, Wang Xing, are you really that skilled now? He forced a smile and explained, it's just using a few spells, not really controlling lightning. His mother was incredibly proud, smiling smugly. My son is truly the best. Immediately after that, everyone in the house sat down to chat. His mother and Xiaolian got along very well, while Mu Guanxian quietly sat and listened. Wang Xiaoyao whispered, Big brother, you're so amazing. You killed the vampiric prince, defeated the ancient Qin Wang from 1,000 years ago, and caused such a huge stir in Siro's city. Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. Has this news already spread? The girl said, there is none. It's just 2 pictures of you fighting. The news you saw on your friend Shi Tianzhang's circle. After hearing it, you couldn't help but gape. Your brothers were buzzing in the Monk Huijing chat group, saying that the demonic cultivators from another realm were bullying our Hua kingdom too much. Recently, there haven't been any fun games, so it's better to make an appointment with a few friends and venture into the strange realm for a bit. Yunfei spoke. Feiyu is about to become a nascent soul-stage powerhouse, while our generation can barely form a golden core. Truly a tiger among wolves. Shi Tianzhang cheered. When did you break through? Take it easy. I need to enter closed-door cultivation. You're on another level. Shi Tianzhang quickly wrote to him to praise our magnificent Hua kingdom. The evil cultivators have no home, and foreign realms dare to offend. With a sword to protect, the vampiric prince was beheaded. The ancient prince of the Shin blood clan retreated. Disciple Taoist Elder Feiyu, the Taoist master, continuously slew countless blood clan, raising high the prestige of our Hua kingdom. Lu Yunji looked down on his younger sister, but there was a certain rhythm to her. It was not refined. Deserving of a word or two. You snake. Lianzi also chimed in. How about coming over to see this humble one write a piece of calligraphy? Wang Xing looked at the chat group and couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking to himself, it seems that even though I haven't been here for a few years, they've always been taking care of Wang Xiaoyao on my behalf. With that thought in mind, he immediately unfriended the chatterbox. Wang Xing looked at the little girl, smiled brightly, and advised, when making friends, be careful, especially with bad friends like Shi Tianzhang. Let your brother make friends, that's fine. Friends, except for a fixed immortal cultivation team. Wang Xing messaged everyone. Master, assign me a task. Does anyone want to join? Lu Yunji spoke before the task assigned by the Taoist elder. Unfortunately, I am in seclusion and cannot contribute. Monk Huijing spoke. Amba Buddha. It has been a long time since we last took action. The filth has increased, and Zhu Yinglong and Qiliang are also participating. Shi Tianzhang. Of course, I cannot be absent. Where there is Wang Xing, there will be me. Speak, Wang Xing. What is the content this time? You said my master told you to escort the senior scientists to Yingao Nation for an academic exchange? Shi Tianzhang excitedly said, Oh, a trip to Yingdao. Everyone else understood. The next day, they quickly arrived at the airport. The plane was now ready for takeoff. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel a bit curious. What is everyone planning to do? The Monk Huijing happily said, Amba Buddha, if we ourselves were to go there, it wouldn't be a problem. The important thing is that this time, I'm going with Feiyu. Zhu Yinglong said, That's right. We have also thought it through carefully. Preparation is better. Junior brother Wang, wherever you go, something major is sure to happen. Moreover, this time, Taoist Shi Tianzhang is also accompanying us. He is the common enemy of Yingdao and Yingdao. He is sure to initiate a series of spectacular activities, assassination, ambush, throwing dirty water, and all sorts of other tactics. Shi Tianzhang laughed loudly. Wang Xing, rest assured, we will never drag you down if we encounter any emergency. We still have the ability to escape. You saw this person rambling on and couldn't help but feel a headache. Mu Guanxian spoke up and supported you. Xiaolian excitedly asked, Xiao Feiyu, are you going to blow up Mount Futu this time? Or do you want to deal with the 4 hidden villages? He replied, I'll go there to bathe in the hot springs, enjoy the cherry blossoms, wait for the scientists to finish their work, then return home to live for a while. Shi Tianzhang interrupted, Senior, don't worry. Wang Xing has never caused trouble. It's always trouble that finds him. Wang Xing, with a serious expression, asked, Can you expect a little more from me? Right after that, he seemed to remember something, and his eyes became lively. Wang Xing asked, Shi Tianzhang, do you dare to bet? This time, if something happens, I will fulfill one of your requests. But if things go smoothly, you will all help me introduce Xiaoyao to a suitable cultivation master. Shi Tianzhong smiled cunningly. Wangxing, this is what you said, huh? Everyone was excited and agreed. Each person raised their hand to participate in this bet. Monk Huaijing had not yet finished speaking when everyone began to sway. An announcement rang out. The plane is experiencing air turbulence. There may be some turbulence. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. There is no need to panic. Wangxing couldn't help but lament. Could it be that I really have a knack for causing trouble? A few hours later, at an airport somewhere in Yingyao Nation, the plane landed quickly. Everyone stepped forward and said to him, Daoist Feiyu, the turbulence earlier on the international flight was actually quite normal. He began to explain, because we established the energy channel leading towards the border of the country, the flow of primal energy has resulted in complex and irregular situations. Wangxing's face darkened as he thought to himself, this is troublesome. It turns out the problem is with the Qi channel. He glanced over, looking at the group of people who were covering their mouths and laughing behind him. These people were clearly setting a trap for him to fall into. Wangxing spoke up. What brings you all to Yingdao this time? Are you here to participate in a scientific seminar? He continued. Although we are the ones who understand the most, research the deepest, and have the most achievements with primordial energy, in some areas, foreign scholars have made advancements ahead of us. He continued, our skills are not as good as theirs, so we can only work hard and study. We cannot claim to have achieved something and look down upon the researchers of other nations. Wangxing smiled brightly, continuously engaging in conversation. Let us advance together. This spirit is indeed worthy of praise. Hearing you say that, he excitedly ran over and said, Come on, Feiyu, tell us, are you really the reincarnation of Emperor Ziwei? You were taken aback. Wangxing couldn't help but darken his face, thought for a moment, and then said, Science and technology. Finally, they asked me this question. Mu Guanxian spoke. There was a widespread rumor in the past that both disciples of Qin Yanzi were immortal beings who had reincarnated from the heavenly court. We already know the background of Xianzi. He interrupted, your talent and ability to comprehend swordsmanship, understand the celestial sword, and even control the heavenly tribulation, make us unable to help but speculate like this. Taoyuan transmitted a message to him. You don't need to guess blindly. Don't worry, cultivating the Tao is enough. The answer will await you on the path ahead. You listened to her. Wangxing said with a serious expression, I am not. Wangxing couldn't help but send a voice message. Thank you, Zhaoyun. You think nothing of immortals reincarnating or whatever earthly natives. I am just Wangxing, Taoist named Feiyu, studying under Qin Yanzi. Likes swordsmanship to cultivate the Tao. Immediately after that, he tightly grasped Mu Guanxian's hand. You looked over, and Mu Guanxian smiled happily, saying to himself, Senior sister, don't worry about the past, just focus on the future. Everyone immediately walked out of the airport. Monk Huaijing stepped forward and looked at him. Amida Buddha, Feiyu, does your bet still stand? Wangxing forced a smile. Of course. Before returning to calculate everything, I do not believe in this Taiping Dao. How could it be that someone would randomly ask to fight and kill us? Monk Huaijing said loudly, Congratulations to Feiyu for achieving continuous success. Both statements hit the mark. The group of Yingyao approached, cursing Shiba Gugwa. Get out of Yingyao. Yingyao does not welcome you, Demon Shi Tianzhong. Come and fight me for 800 rounds. Wangxing glared at him. Shi Tianzhong pretended to be indifferent, looking away. How did Monk Huaijing speak? Feiyu, is the bet still on? Wangxing stubbornly said. How can it not count when we're talking about it? He decisively said, because the trouble this guy caused is beyond the scope of betting. You shed your responsibility, we'll get in the car first, and let him handle it himself. Shi Tianzhong shouted loudly. Wangxing, you can't leave me behind. He glanced over and said, Stop wasting words. Hurry up and settle the matter. Shi Tianzhong quickly replied loudly, obeying orders. Immediately after that, he irritably shot a bullet-like glare at the group and said loudly. A few days without speaking, he stuck out his sharp tongue. The group of Yingdao turned pale. Wangxing cracked his knuckles. Had he forgotten what the young master's nickname was? His nickname was the champion of mouth cannons, known for firing big ones. Starting up, Shi Tianzhong quickly drew out a talisman. He formed a seal and circulated his internal energy. Craftily, he attached the talisman to his chest. Shi Tianzhong grinned triumphantly. Immediately after that, he started rapping. Kamba oe konnichiwa, a ba, sula sula, ba kashuka. The drain keeps trying to be on par with the ocean. The ditch keeps trying to be equivalent to the hydroelectric power station. Kamba oe konnichiwa, a ba, sula sula, ba kashuka. Wangxing saw him standing there, lost in thought. This guy has truly found a place to showcase his talents. He looked at Shi Tianzhong. If we're talking about the cultivation world, I'm at the top of the younger generation, But in the realm of online warriors, there's still a gap of 999 keyboard heroes between me and this guy. Immediately after, the others were left dumbfounded by the insults. Wang Xing turned around and said, "Let's go." Shi Tianzhong cheerfully responded, "All right." Shi Tianzhong laughed loudly and shouted to someone, "Quickly go find more reinforcements to come here. The few people you have are not enough for me to shoot. If you want to deal with me, quickly send your troops here." His face was cunning as he continued, "Moreover, my idol rarely comes to Yingyao Nation. This time, I don't want his trip to be too boring." One of them viciously swung a blade towards Wang Xing, shouting loudly, "Leaving Ao." He raised the gun, aiming and preparing to shoot. Shi Tianzhong was startled and looked over. Suddenly, a fierce beam of light shot out, blasting back toward the group of people from Yingyao. Everyone, after witnessing this phenomenon, stood dumbfounded with their mouths agape. They were as if struck by a thunderclap. Looking at the indentation in the ground, the person shouted, "It is the one who controls the heavenly tribulation. He has come to our Yingyao Nation." Wang Xing looked at them with a fierce gaze. The group of people buzzed with excitement. It is him, the villain who just killed the vampiric prince, using heavenly thunder to massacre a major city of Syros. The terrifying name alone had wiped out one of the 6 major clans of the Blood Clan. "No way." The girl in the distance exclaimed, captivated, "So handsome." He turned around and warned Shi Tianzhong, "There won't be a next time. You can't use me to shift your gaze again." Shi Tianzhong smiled brightly, flattering Wang Xing, "Don't worry, I am just borrowing the tiger's power to scare them. Moreover, Yingyao Nation uses the method of worshipping powerful experts. The stronger he becomes, the more domineering he is, and the more they admire him. Who knows, maybe he already has a fanbase now." In the sky at this moment, an airplane was continuously flying toward it. The distance at this moment was very close to the ground, and the green color of the surrounding trees could be seen. A bus quickly arrived, picking up people. Inside were the group of Wang Xing, each engaged in their own task. Some were silent, while others chatted merrily. Mu Guanxian handed the phone over to him and said, "Transfer it." Wang Xing questioned, "It's been transferred. What exactly is being transferred?" The Yingyao newspaper quickly published a report about it. The content read, "The executor of the heavenly tribulation has suddenly manifested, and Yingyao Nation faces an unprecedented danger. Our cultivators must unite. We must unite to confront such a powerful enemy. Do not engage in combat. Do not engage in combat. The top-tier ninjas of the village have sent out news, do not engage in combat." He read the news in confusion, while Shi Tianzhong could not help but excitedly exclaim, "Wang Xing is extraordinary." He felt irritated and quickly grabbed Shi Tianzhong by the collar. Wang Xing's face was filled with bulging veins as he asked me, "Is it that terrifying? Wasn't it you who dragged me into this?" Shi Tianzhong trembled slightly. "Wang Xing, this really has nothing to do with me. I'm surrounded by nothing but insults, all of them are keyboard warriors. From what I can tell, you're still angry." Shi Tianzhong continued, "Use a little bit of logic and think about it. If we really cause trouble over there, how will the Yingyao Nation government deal with us?" Monk Huijing, seeing the tense situation, quickly rushed over to mediate. "Fei Yu, don't worry. With all this noise, the Yingyao Nation will definitely send someone to protect us. Right now, their government is most afraid of the cultivation sects of the 2 countries fighting each other. After all, the last 2 times, the war set their economy back by more than 10 years. While they were arguing passionately, suddenly a loud shout startled him. "Be careful." Everyone reminded the driver ahead. "Someone is about to hit VA. Quickly brake the car." The ninja stood in front, raising his hand to form a seal and chanting an incantation. Suddenly, at the same time, Xiaolian quickly raised his hand. Her movements were incredibly light, yet they sent the man flying far. His face was slammed hard into the side of the carriage, causing it to distort. The driver lost control due to the incident, and the vehicle kept speeding uncontrollably. Everyone inside the car was in a panic, and almost no one dared to sit down. They were all sweating profusely. Immediately after that, Wang Xing said to the driver, "It's fine, keep going. He is a powerful cultivator, so that VA strike can't harm him." Hearing you say that, he also let out a sigh of relief. The engine of the car quickly roared to life. The cart carrying the group of Wang Xing quickly continued on. The evil cultivator remained motionless there. He clasped his hands together, circulating his internal energy. At the same time, Monk Huijing quickly unleashed his move. The phrase, "Adi de fat," rang out, and it was at that moment that the evil cultivator was sent flying far away. Zhu Long couldn't help but feel confused. "Monk Huijing, you have become stronger." "He is humble, Ba. I am truly honored. I have mastered several long-range skills in recent years." Shi Tianzhong sat close by and said, "He ranks 82nd on the world leaderboard." Monk Huijing sighed. Ba, This heretical cultivator is so stubborn. I cannot stand to see him act like this. Why don't we break his legs again? His behavior is really troublesome. Shi Tianzhong encouraged and agreed. Qiliang voiced her objection. It was truly unreasonable. Anyway, we didn't come here to fight. Wang Xing exhaled. Is there an official department in Yingdao that handles cases like this? If so, report it to them. Shi Tianzhong said, there is a branch office for cultivators. And I will contact them. Shi Tianzhong said, their people said they would send someone to handle this matter and also mentioned that they had sent someone to the airport to pick us up, but that person forgot and didn't show up. Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. They sent someone to pick us up and still forgot? Immediately afterward, everyone quickly got off the vehicle below. At that moment, there was a great deal of commotion. Suddenly, Wang Xing saw the evil cultivator who had blocked his path earlier, now following him here. His clothes were torn and tattered, and a terrifying aura of dark energy emanated from his entire body. Mu Guanxian was now ready for battle. Her face couldn't help but grow serious. Monk Huijing and Zhu Yinglong on this side are also ready with their stances. Wang Xing looked towards Mu Guanxian and said, Senior sister, leave it to me. Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy, and a row of sword chi rapidly manifested behind him. At the same time, those streams of sword chi were quickly struck by him, heading toward the evil cultivator. He stood still in place, tears pouring down furiously like a child. The group of Wang Xing couldn't help but be puzzled, thinking, is he crying? He explained to me that he was a senior officer in the Special Agent Division of Yingdao, responsible for handling issues arising from the Hua Kingdom, Your Excellency who controls the heavenly tribulation. Hearing this, Wang Xing and everyone present were all bewildered. Before losing consciousness, he managed to say, Welcome to Yingdao. And so, everyone quickly brought him inside the hotel to rest. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but be surprised. How strange. Monk Huijing also wondered why this Taoist priest Yingdao approached us in such a peculiar way. Zhu Yinglong explained, standing in front of the bus, he wants to look cool. But unfortunately, he was thrown away. After that, he kept trying to prove himself out of anger. Wang Xing continued, let him rest here. Leave a message saying that he can contact us directly once he wakes up. I have checked the injuries. All of it is damage, which can be recovered after resting for 1 to 2 hours. The member of the special investigation team spoke up. We can handle everything here. Your rooms are on the highest floor. Please go up and check in first. Shi Tianzhong ran frantically, shouting, Wonderful. The presidential suite is amazing. The view is stunning. Wonderful. There is also a swimming pool on the balcony. Thanks to Wang Xing, we are staying here. The pool looks pretty good. Why not organize a barbecue party tonight? Xiaolian saw him being so noisy and couldn't help but shout in frustration, Shut up. Mu Guanchuan, upon hearing this, immediately reached for the food, unable to resist his hunger. Immediately afterward, a powerful punch aimed at Shi Tianzhang's head startled him. Xiaolian, after dealing with the person, said, You can go outside. Tonight, we will host a barbecue party on our own. She excitedly said, Let's rest for half an hour first. Then, we will go buy swimsuits and prepare for Yingdao's bathrobe barbecue party. It looks a bit like our Hanfu. We can choose a few beautiful ones, Qiliang excitedly responded. All right. Shi Tianzhong raised his head and spoke to everyone. Let me arrange a beautiful night for you all. What would you like to do? Zhu Yinglong said, I heard there are some unique taverns here. Why don't we go and try a drink? Monk Huijing responded, I heard there is also the largest gaming experience center in the east here. After we finish drinking, let's go and play some more. Shi Tianzhong shouted, Everyone, how boring. There are a few places here with special businesses that have been legalized. Aren't you coming to enjoy them? Don't tell me you don't plan to relax. Immediately after, a slender, soft hand quickly placed itself on Shi Tianzhong's shoulder. Xiaolian coldly asked, What is this so-called special legal business you are talking about? In the evening, everyone quickly settled into their accommodations. The 3 girls pulled each other along to go swimming. Qiliang spoke, Big sister, it is better for us to be a little more modest. She stood up, looked around, and continued, Anyway, this is Yingdao Nation. Although they have outwardly reconciled with us, they still can't compare to our homeland. Over here, Xiaolian transformed and said loudly, What is there to be afraid of? She wore a pink bikini, revealing her graceful curves. Xiaolian arrogantly continued, Is it okay for me to act like this here? Those brats were running around, bumping into things, causing chaos and killing indiscriminately. Mu Guanxian remained silent, not saying anything. Just gently poke my cheek. Xiaolian quickly looked back, and Mu Guanchuan shook his head repeatedly, pointing around. Xiaolian listened obediently but was a little annoyed, saying, All right. I originally came here thinking there would be a fight. It was difficult to wait for Xiao Feiyu to come out, but I wasn't afraid. I truly lost control, and unexpectedly, there was no excitement at all. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's gaze focused, staring intently in one direction. She said nothing, only silently listening to the sounds in the wind. Qiliang noticed that she seemed strange and approached to ask, "Senior, what's wrong?" Mu Guanxian's gaze was dazed. This place is truly chaotic, and there are even people bold enough to openly practice demonic arts, raising demon creatures. Xiaoyan quickly circulated his internal energy, his red eyes scanning the surroundings. She turned to ask Qiliang and Mu Guanxian, "Do you want to go see it?" Right now, the demonic cultivators in the country have been exterminated. Opportunities like this don't come by easily. Both were momentarily stunned, not knowing how to react. Xiaoyan smiled slyly and coaxed, "Conveniently, we can also buy some food to take back." Mu Guanxian immediately agreed when he heard about the meal. Qiliang declined, "I'm not going. I'm afraid I'll slow you two down." The scene shifts to a small restaurant. The atmosphere is incredibly quiet. Inside, the four people were silently eating the food on the table. Zhu Yinglong and Monk Huijing stared intently at Shi Tianzhong. Monk Huijing couldn't help but wonder. This person surely won't remain like this forever, right? Wang Xing spoke up. "Don't worry, the senior will act with restraint. This is probably a type of magic like the tranquil heart determination. At that moment, it was just to lightly punish him. I didn't expect this person's Dao heart to be so weak." Shi Tianzhong spoke. "Wang Xing, what you're saying is a bit too much." When they heard you speak, everyone was surprised and they all started speaking. Shi Tianzhong began to lecture. "Although my cultivation is very low, my Dao heart is like the bright moon in the sky, like the vast white snow. The Dao is such that if my friends long and who ask, my heart remains as pure as ice in the warm jade, needing no praise from others, only leaving the fragrance of good qi throughout heaven and earth." Wang Xing couldn't bear to listen to his nonsense. He covered his mouth. But in the end, all three couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly, amidst the joy, Wang Xing heard Zhao Yun's voice transmission. "A cultivator is raising a morin outside, about 100 miles away, and is using an ancient secret technique. Do you want to go see it?" Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder. "What is that morin?" Zhao Yun resided within the sword, continuing to explain. "A type of weapon that uses the blood and soul of living beings to nourish it. If such a weapon is successfully cultivated, it is possible to injure the immortal body of a true immortal, as I have just inspected, although the method of cultivation is not bad. But I have only just entered the sect. I still cannot hurt you." She said to Wang Xing, "It is inappropriate for us to get involved in this matter. Let the cultivators of this place handle it. Your finger is restless, then fiddles with the chopsticks. You asked the right question. Why are there so many demonic arts spreading in this world?" Zhao Yun fell silent. As for the matter of demonic cultivators, half of the reason lies with the heavenly court, and the other half lies with the cultivators themselves, for they have strayed from the right path of cultivation. In order for the cultivators of this world to understand how to fight battles and kill enemies, we have decided to provide them with a few opponents. She recalled the time when she was still preaching, when the heavenly court managed the three realms, overseeing countless beings, birth, aging, illness, and death. Of course, there were also evil immortals and evil gods. At that time, it was decided to allow Wenxin to release some evil techniques and secretly monitor those who practice these techniques to prevent a great disaster from occurring. The way to cultivate morin, originally named the Blood Transformation Divine Saber, is extremely harmful to the Sea Harmony Heaven nature and is also one of the demonic arts from the dispersed cultivation heavenly realm. Mentioning it immediately brings to mind the white bones piling up around Wang Xing. At this moment, silently gazing at Shi Tianzhong, he thought for a moment, could it be the Blood God Blade? Wang Xing recalled more than 10 years ago, when Shi Tianzhong was hunted down by the Yinyang All Things sect. At that time, there was an evil cultivator who used a strange demonic sword. Could it be the righteous technique that nurtures morin? And yet he was still sitting and eating contentedly, unaware of what had happened? At the same time, Xiaoyan also called Wang Shang, unable to help but wonder, the eldest sister's thoughts. Isn't she having a party with her senior sister on the top floor of the hotel? As soon as he picked up the phone, Xiaoyan immediately said, "Xiao Feiyu, hurry back. I've found a good treasure." Wang Xing couldn't help but be curious. "Big sis, weren't you eating grilled food?" Xiaoyan laughed and recounted, "When I went out to buy coca, I saw a weapon on the way that looked quite impressive. I decided to go back and check it out." Hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but break into a sweat. He was helpless, covering his face with his hand, and said, "Big sister, if that thing has any evil in it, Keep your distance and don't touch it recklessly. Xiaolian saw him and knew immediately with just one glance and happily asked, "Hey, how did you know there was something evil in the restaurant?" Wang Xing thought to himself, "It seems that I not only have the physical constitution I just mentioned, but my mouth really does have a problematic, trouble-causing nature." The scene transitions to a narrow alley. A corpse, covered with a white cloth, lies on the ground, surrounded by fresh blood. The hand of the corpse was noteworthy, thin, bony, unlike that of an ordinary person. A big-bellied, tough man glared at Akimi's supervisor and questioned, "Did I give you the authority to kill this culprit?" The young man lit a cigarette and, while exhaling smoke, said, "He resisted according to the special operation protocol. We have the right to kill him." He exhaled, looked at the corpse, and continued, "Moreover, this is a perverse demon that kills people, having infected over 40 lives. The victims are all lawful citizens of ours." He kept shouting, "That saber, where's the weapon?" "Akimi, don't stay quiet. Ask again. Is the weapon really that important? How did you know it was a saber, even?" Having said that, he glared and asked, "How do you know that the perpetrator has repeatedly used only a single blade to commit the assault?" He silently broke out in a sweat and said loudly, "Officer Akimi, understand that my status is that of a high-ranking official in this country." He began to hesitate, then immediately said, "Tell me where the culprit is. If not, I will temporarily revoke your military rank." Akimi sneered, lifting the cigarette and asking him, "Aren't you going to disguise yourself anymore?" Akimi exhaled a breath, speaking clearly. 6 years, 32 similar incidents. More than 1,600 victims were caused by that saber, right? That saber has disappeared. You can dismiss me from my position now. I no longer need to waste my energy on this matter." He left angrily, not forgetting to shout back, "You will understand how serious tonight's matter is." Akimi looked at the corpse on the ground, unable to help but think how admirable the working environment of the special department of Hua Kingdom was. A masked figure stepped forward and said, "Captain, the camera footage has revealed some clues. It is the one who carries the demon sword." Akimi heard this and immediately reached out to take the data for review. "I don't know what that is." Just by looking at his expression, which was like a lightning strike, one could tell that it was not ordinary. Akimi instructed him, "Go handle something. Delete all the data related to this photo." The person couldn't help but wonder, "When you act like this, Captain, why do we have to fear them? Even if we don't want to cause conflict, it is still reasonable for us to bring back the murder weapon." Akimi spoke up, "For us, this is the best news. It is the cultivator of the Hua Kingdom who can destroy this blood-sucking evil sword. The sky tonight seems restless." At this moment, in the hotel room, everyone quickly returned. The scimitar was trapped by Xiaolian. Wang Xing observed for a while, then spoke up. "This feeling really is just like the year. Does Shi Tianzhang still remember? It was the night Gui Tianxing was captured at the hospital." Shi Tianzhang said weakly and dejectedly, "It seems to be that sword. But wasn't it confiscated by the government for research? Certainly not the same sword. But if that's the case, the Yin-Yang sect still has remnants." Wang Xing took out the data and said that according to intelligence, some organization from the Great Mei Kingdom had assisted in this research. At the very least, they have more than a dozen similar bloodline weapons in their possession. Moreover, right now, this saber has at least devoured the souls of over 1,000 people, barely regaining the original shape of the demonic sword. Mu Guanxian quickly pressed the phone and said, "If we already know these things, then why not go and stop it?" Monk Huijin continued, "This matter is not as simple as it seems. We want to act with righteousness abroad, but there will be many obstacles." Wang Xing looked at it and asked, "How should we deal with this sword?" Zhu Yinglong replied, "Destroy it. This thing has harmed many people, and it continuously emits evil energy." Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Xiaolian angrily said, "Wait, you're so sassy, with your legs kicked up high. I picked this up, so on what grounds do you say it should be destroyed? This sword is powerful, and moreover, the sword and the technique are the same. The sword is better than the demonic sword. It's not about where you use it, is it?" Qiliang stood by, comforting her. "Big sister, calm down, calm down." Wang Xing turned around and gave a wry smile. "Big sister, please sit down. This sword really can't be kept." Xiaolian irritably sat down. "Fine, I'll listen to you. Honestly, I finally found this treasure with so much difficulty." Qiliang let out a relieved sigh. Shi Tianzhang walked over and asked him, "Wang Xing, how is it?" Wang Xing looked at it. Although this sword could not be kept, destroying it like this would also mean losing the trace of over 10 other swords. Wang Xing suddenly had an idea. "Or we can use this sword as bait." At the same time, Wang Sheng's phone rang. Jiling called to her, getting straight to the point. "Fei Yu, did you manage to obtain a demon sword?" Wang Xing couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, deep in thought. This broken phone not only monitors the holder but also forces contact. Once this matter is settled, I will immediately change the person in charge. Wang Xing sincerely handed the phone screen to her to show. That's right, master. The sword is here. Zhiling, on the other side, spoke, immediately destroying it. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel regretful. He sighed and replied, yes. He quickly drew his sword, his original intention being to use the blade as bait. Let's see if we can forge another devil sword. If Mistress has said so, then let's destroy it right away. Thinking of this, he fiercely slashed through the sword. It broke apart on both sides, quickly shattering, with a wave of dark aura emanating from the center. Wang Xing stood firm. Everyone remained silent, watching. Little by little, that thing emanated more and more. Seeing that the sword was showing signs of recovery, Mu Guanchuan stepped forward to assist. The sword, which had been split in two, quickly began to mend, but now it was enveloped by the extreme yin and yang of Mu Guanchuan. She gently lifted it and took it outside. And soon after, the extreme yin and yang, carrying that evil sword, shot out far away. A loud explosion rang out, and the light burst forth like fireworks in the sky. Zhiling breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This is good. We don't need to use this saber for research. It was previously discovered that this type of demonic saber causes disasters in various places, especially in Africa. There are frequent intelligence reports related to it being sent over. Wang Xing immediately spoke up upon hearing this. Master, who currently possesses these demon swords? Zhiling was reading the documents while explaining. The Carrington Weapon Corporation, the loyal force of the Dark Council, is also the provider of technology for the Dark Council. The demon sword is considered the unresolved criminal asset of the Yin-Yang All Things sect, but that matter can be discussed later. Right now, your situation might face some trouble. She continued, although I haven't received any related intelligence yet, there is definitely a connection between this Tanma sword and the Carrington group. Zhu Yinglong couldn't help but wonder, asking again, isn't this in our nation? Monk Huijing said, pressing his palms together. Where there is a military outpost of the Great Mei Empire, there will be the shadow of this organization. The opponent definitely left a way out. Right now, it seems we have locked onto our target. Xielian casually sat and drank his sweet beverage, naming each person who had come into contact with them. We are climbing the tower, and around here, there are 74 cultivators with very weak abilities, all heading towards this hotel. They might have been attracted by the commotion earlier. Zhiling looked at him and continued, right now, moving the professors at such a critical time, we cannot trust the Yingdao Nation government. Remember this, the Carrington Corporation is completely our enemy. She said that what they encountered in the large snowfield earlier was actually a low-level experimental product of their corporation. If they want to take revenge, Feiyu, this matter is for you to handle. Please do not harm the people, but either do not fight, or if you must, make sure to strike them hard. Wang Xing quickly spoke up, understood, there are a few masked individuals secretly climbing in outside. After calling Zhiling, Wang Xing quickly turned off the phone. Inside the house, everyone was still unsettled. Wang Xing spoke up, elder sister, please take care of those elderly people. You couldn't help but worry, saying, you must move them to a safe hotel. The hotel opened by our Walkingdom is the best, Brother Zhou, Sister Hatch. Sure Tianzhang, everyone assist the eldest sister. Zhu Yinglong and Qilian quickly said in unison, got it. Sure Tianzhang dejectedly slapped the pillow and muttered, Wang Xing, I'll sleep here for a while and then join you in action. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled outside. Akimi quickly jumped onto the balcony of Wang Xing's residence. Mu Guanxian was reading a book, but she still noticed and flicked her hand lightly. Immediately, outside, Akimi struggled as her extreme yin-yang energy pressed down on her. She panicked and shouted loudly, everyone, it's me, Akimi Miao. Wang Xing glanced at everyone, and the group silently nodded at each other. Then, he glanced at Mu Guanxian and spoke, senior sister, you still won't look back. While eating the cake, he snapped his fingers lightly again. Immediately, outside, the 8 trigrams quickly dissipated. Akimi went through a moment of panic. He let out a sigh of relief, then neatly placed his shoes in front of the door before entering. As soon as he entered, he immediately brought up the main topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we truly cannot hide it any longer. We have captured the silhouettes of 2 young ladies at the scene of the incident. His eyes were dark circles, like a panda's, and his face showed signs of exhaustion. I just came over to confirm a bit. Is it true that the saber has been destroyed? Wang Xing spoke up to confirm. Just now, when eldest sister went out to buy something, she picked up a demonic sword on the way. I found that sword to be too evil, so I destroyed it. Akimi let out a light sigh of relief. That's good. I will immediately change your hotel to avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict. I apologize for not being able to provide stable and comfortable accommodation for you. Wang Xing smiled brightly and said, Assistant Akimi, isn't your current position a bit awkward? Outside the window, at this moment, a group of people wearing full-body masks was waiting. Leading them was an old man with a beard and hair completely white. Akimi was extremely surprised. He stepped outside and asked the master, Why have you appeared here? He said, Akimi, the next task of discussing with the cultivator from Hua Kingdom is entrusted to us. You have worked hard enough. The rest is no longer needed from you. And at the same time, Wang Xing secretly winked at everyone. Xia Lian did not pay direct attention. Akimi spoke up in objection. No, master. We cannot fight them. Akimi's master spoke up. The matter is no longer something you can control. The work from now on will be taken over by us. Wang Xing, Mu Guanxian, and Monk Huijing will stay behind to observe the situation. He reassured her, Akimi, you don't need to worry. We will not do anything to dishonor this nation, like the people of the Demei Empire are doing. We are forced to give them an answer. Akimi was in a hurry. Master Wang Xing observed quietly, thinking, listening to the tone and lip movements. The current situation didn't seem optimistic. He glanced over at Shirtanzhang, who was fast asleep on the other side, unable to hide his regret, secretly thinking, what a pity, the translator is sleeping like the dead. Otherwise, at least I could know what they are saying. After that, he gave him a hard shove. Now, immediately get out of my way. If we cannot assert our authority here, then we will have no choice but to make a decision. Akimi was quickly subdued by the two men, his mouth bleeding, and his sword was soon pressed to his neck. Wang Xing stepped out, his mind involuntarily thinking, in the past, I regretted not being able to take part in the great battle of the Hua Kingdom's cherry blossoms that year, but unexpectedly, it has now been arranged for me. You boldly asked them directly if they had come to accuse you because of that saber. Wang Xing smirked slyly, calculating. Well then, we must advocate for peace and see what they say first. Immediately, he gathered his internal energy and soared into the air. His voice carried a hint of threat. I hope you all cooperate with us. The cultivators of the Hua Kingdom around him were constantly emitting dark energy. Wang Xing let out a deep sigh and thought, all right, it seems I have no choice but to take action now. Akimi anxiously said aloud, Elder Wang, please restrain yourself. The teacher means no harm. Inside, he silently cried out in distress. This is bad. The teacher isn't accustomed to reading the news or going online and has no idea about Elder Wang's matters. He looked over at Mu Guanxian on this side, who was beginning to channel his inner energy. Akimi knew very well that if the master persisted and tried to make things difficult for the Elder Wang group, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Akimi shouted loudly, Master! Before they could finish their words, a massive wave quickly swept toward them, toward the group of Mu Guanxian, who were setting up the Yin-Yang Tai Chi Grand Primordial Formation. Akimi's master was no exception. He was quickly submerged by the water. The suffocating feeling surged, causing him to instinctively open his mouth. Akimi sat on the ground, looking around. He couldn't help but worry about his master, but there was nothing he could do, as it was clear that they had initiated the battle. Seeing the scene before him, it was shocking, and Wang Xing also felt fear for Mu Guanxian, uttering a single word, hold. At this moment, the group of people was no longer submerged in the water. Tired, their shoes slipping, they slid long distances as if playing on a slide made of ice. Immediately afterward, the group fell freely from the sky like straw. Akimi couldn't help but be startled. He anxiously ran to the balcony and shouted loudly, Master, but no one answered. Fortunately, those people did not fall completely, but were stuck to the wall. The old man was still trembling, yet could not help but feel angry. Wang Xing stepped forward and said, This is just a warning. This time we came to escort the scientist of our country, not to declare war. But if you want to fight, we will follow, even if we have to face reprimand upon our return, Wang Xing said sincerely. Assistant Akimi, there are some things I believe you understand clearly about how events unfolded. Many times, it all lies within the thoughts of certain individuals. At that moment, Zhu Yinglong reported to Fei Yu. The scientists, escorted by us, have entered the elevator. Senior Xiaoyan is on the upper floor, keeping watch. Wang Xing turned his back and walked inside. Good, it's about time we should leave. Senior Sister Monk Huijing, don't stray too far from me. Shi Tianzhang was being carried on Monk Huijing's back. He spoke to him. Fei Yu, it seems like a large number of modernized troops are heading towards us. Wang Xing didn't care much. He quickly slung his sword over his back and followed. From his observation, the Yingyao nation was indeed of the same nature as the Great Mei Empire. Although you did not make things difficult. But it seems like this old man still enjoys fighting. He shouted loudly, Get out of the way, Akimi Mayo. He blocked the path and asked his master, Do we really have to anger Hua Kingdom? He desperately tried to convince his master. Right now, the best option is to avoid conflict, even if it means stopping the army of the Great Mei Empire. They freely trample on our sovereignty. Using the lives of our people for research, it's truly shameful. Well, before he could finish speaking, a sword was aggressively pressed against his throat. Akemi was quickly subdued by the two men, with two swords crossed diagonally in front of his eyes. The old man turned his back and coldly said, Akemi Mayo, you have already been controlled by the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom. The old man threatens you. Don't stop us, or I will exterminate your sect right here. The two swords were then sheathed. Akemi knelt down. He still didn't give up and continued. Master, the young cultivators of the Hua Kingdom are not simple. Their strength far exceeds what we can imagine. Please don't underestimate them. Facing such a disciple, he felt troubled and couldn't help but snort coldly. The old man leapt into the air and said, Akemi Miao, in front of Hua Kingdom. You could no longer lift your head. Help him, and the group of black-clad men quickly and leave. Akemi was helpless, kneeling there, silent and saying nothing. After a long while, he took the phone out of his jacket pocket. Tell yourself, how will things unfold? Is it only in the minds of a few people? The scene shifts to Wangxing's group. The elevator is now slowly moving. Shi Tianzhong still hadn't calmed down, and at this moment, everyone was feeling somewhat tense. Wangxing spoke. I didn't expect that this time, not only did we offend Yingdao Nation, but even the Great Mei Kingdom wants to come after us. It's always been like this, no matter how many years pass. Shi Tianzhong groggily rubbed his eyes. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so sleepy? Wangxing tossed a pill across. Your soul and spirit are overexerted. Take this to replenish. We're about to fight. Shi Tianzhong smiled flatteringly, quickly caught it, and thanked Wangxing, then immediately put it into his mouth. As soon as he took the medicine, his strength was restored, and he stood up. Shi Tianzhong, full of energy, began to boast. Finally, I can work alongside Wangxing. These little brats from Yingdao Nation really understand me. Monk Huaijing spoke this time mainly because Senior Xiao Yan and Buyu Xinzi picked up a demonic sword, which cannot be considered as them actively causing trouble. Don't slip up later. We must make sure our attack is justified, Wangxing continued. That's right. If we want to fight, we still need to have a reason. Mu Guanxian observed him, and she couldn't help but blush. Wangxing continued to speak passionately. Later, the opponent will have no choice but to bow their head and admit their mistake. Still have to be reprimanded by all parties, but must be careful. We absolutely must not harm the people. She silently thought, Junior brother is growing more and more, and I am gradually unable to keep up with him. Upon arriving here, she couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in misery. The majesty of her senior sister had completely vanished. In just a moment, the elevator quickly descended, and the doors gradually opened. The old man also just came down. He blocked the door and said loudly, Honorable cultivators from the Hua Kingdom, please wait here for a moment and cooperate with our work. Shi Tianzhong quickly spoke up and asked, How is your coordination with the work? What is your job? To be a dog for the Great Mei Empire, or to be a bullet shield? He couldn't help but grow angry, looking toward him. Your words, Shi Tianzhong, are just as the rumors say not very pleasant to hear. Even if nothing else is discussed today, there will still be quite a few people settling old scores with you. Of course, Shi Tianzhong refused to give in, arrogantly continuing, Oh, I'm afraid of you all. Immediately after, he turned to Monk Huaijing and said, Just now, they said they wanted to burn your Tianlong temple and also cut off your network connections, destroying your statue display cabinet. The masked individuals were immediately startled and raised their hands in refusal. It's not me. I didn't say it. Don't talk nonsense. Monk Huaijing slowly took the magical artifact from his chest and asked, Do you really think I don't understand Yingao language? Monk Huaijing looked at the enemy, smiled slyly, and continued, All right, I'll accept this match. This thing, when the sacred light surrounds it, is quite enchanting. He had just drawn his weapon when, immediately after, he channeled his internal energy, and a powerful beam of light surrounded Monk Huaijing. The masked group could not help but feel fear, and then spoke. The cultivator of Hua Kingdom here is Yingdao. Stop your dangerous actions. The cultivators of Hua Kingdom, this is your final warning. Shi Tianzhong laughed heartily, speaking loudly as if it were a great moral cause. In reality, he could hardly wait to take action. The group continued speaking, but immediately stopped. No, we will take action. Shi Tianzhong mischievously asked, You tell me, Wangxing, do we really not need to help the monk? Wangxing reassured him, Don't worry, their strength is not enough to touch Monk Huaijing. Immediately after, Monk Huaijing swiftly leapt into the air, rushing forward. The light of Buddha's radiance surrounded him, making him look extraordinarily brilliant at that moment. The ninjas of Ingao could only stand there and watch. They couldn't even recognize the moves of Monk Huijing. He vanished and reappeared around them, with the Buddha's radiance protecting him, rendering them nothing more than mere nails. Immediately after continuously dodging the attacks, Monk Huijing let out a loud, ear-piercing shout, "Amitabha Buddha." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grasped the finger gesture in his hand and delivered a powerful punch straight to the opponent's face, causing the man to spit out blood. Shi Tianzhong commented, "Monk Huijing still prefers this simple, practical style of attack. How boring." Wang Xing continued, "It may seem simple, but every strike of Monk Huijing has already accounted for the opponent's movement patterns. The opponent cannot escape." Shi Tianzhong sneered mockingly. "Can't even deal with a mere monk. Who gave these little cultivators the courage to try and stop us?" Wang Xing continued. "Monk Huijing has already shown restraint. After all, right now in Ingdao Nation, we need to consider the future developments of this situation." Shi Tianzhong added, "However, it cannot be said for certain whether those who were severely injured will be able to cultivate in the future." The old man saw that the situation was not looking good, so he shouted loudly, "Order the use of the formation to kill him." Immediately after, a thick mist of smoke appeared in front of Monk Huijing. Monk Huijing immediately clasped his hands together. A beam of golden light appeared. He slowly ascended, and Tanchi Thursday was already waiting. Monk Huijing spoke, "Namo Amitabha Buddha. If you remain stubborn and refuse to understand, this humble monk can show no mercy." Shi Tianzhong suddenly grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "You bunch of idiots, are you deaf? Our Zen master has already said, your movement technique is nothing but a mere trick from our Hua Kingdom's Taoist arts." Wang Sheng shielded Mu Guanxian and couldn't help but feel bewildered. "Where did you get that loudspeaker from?" Shi Tianzhong on the other side continued shouting loudly, "Hurry up and get lost. Don't stay here and embarrass yourselves any further." After that, Shi Tianzhong held the talisman, turned around, and asked for your opinion. "Wang Xing, I'm also itching to try. Is it possible?" Wang Xing smiled brightly and replied, "It's up to you." At that moment, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The thoughts in his mind were quite strange, as it seemed that the armored troops of the Great Mei Empire had been stopped by the Ingao police. Could it be that there are already internal conflicts within Ingao Nation? Yet these policemen dare to stand in front of the Imperial Army of Daimei, which truly surprises people. Inside the elevator at that moment, Akimi made a phone call to report to the team leader. "This is Akimi Mayo. The events that happened tonight. We absolutely must not allow the cultivators of Hua Kingdom to encounter an attack." Immediately afterward, Akimi quickly folded the phone. He thought to himself, "Those who could call have already called, yet no one can offer assistance. Right now, he can only rely on himself." He comforted those who had undergone the heavenly tribulation earlier, temporarily stabilizing the situation. He slapped himself a few times. He could do it, hold them off, protect his own country, he could do it. Akimi silently made a resolution. Right now, even if the master and the senior brothers were all killed, she must endure and not allow that young cultivator to vent his anger on the entire city. The elevator quickly descended to the first floor, then came to a stop. Akimi silently made a resolution. "No matter what the situation is, I must not collapse." "Understood. Please provide the text you'd like me to check, and I will proceed with the correction as you requested." In the dark night, a familiar voice rang out cheerfully. Following this rhythm, 1, 2, 3, 4, do it with me. Shi Tianzhong excitedly exercised with the group from Ingdao. He said loudly, "The waist must be flexible, the movements must be gentle." "Indeed, it is like that. Bai did a great job." Akimi had just arrived and witnessed the scene, leaving him momentarily stunned. Shi Tianzhong stood in front of the group, all of them bound by talismans. Continuing, he said, "Uncle over there, don't hesitate to shake your charming, healthy beer belly. Go ahead, shake it, healthy. Next, what attacked them were guns and ammunition. The group continued to fire through Shi Tianzhong and Monk Huijing, who stood in the middle of the encirclement. The two of them circulated their internal energy and used their qi to block the blows. Shi Tianzhong's face remained unchanged. He quickly threw the talismans, and the two of them stood within the solid protective circle created by his talismans. Feeling that attacking the two people was not working, those shameless bastards quickly changed their target and shot upwards. Shi Tianzhong, worried, shouted loudly, "Wang Xing! Wang Xing!" At that moment, Wang Xing grabbed his longsword and charged forward. He quickly faced the bullets without a trace of hesitation. At the same time, a terrifying explosion occurred, with smoke and fire billowing everywhere. Monk Huijing excitedly shouted, "This small battle can't harm Feiyu. Let's break through first." Shi Tianzhong laughed loudly. Going straight to the action is still the best. On this side, Mu Guanxian quickly advanced, joining the battle. Her palm strike swept through, and countless people fell. Mu Guanxian angrily thought, to think they would bully my junior brother. I must beat the villain to death. The intercom quickly crackled. Ordinary soldiers are no match for these Hua Kingdom cultivators. Deploy heavy weapons. These Hua Kingdom cultivators are not easy to deal with. Must do whatever it takes to keep them here. From within the clouds, a beam of light, like a star, shone brilliantly. And then, after that beauty, a strong beam of light with extreme destructive force shot out. It was the power of sword energy. The sword seemed to tear through the wind, racing swiftly across the Zhong region. At this moment, the tanks and other vehicles of the army were thrown far away. Not stopping there, the sword energy descended from the sky, seemingly like fireworks. Tonight, it seems that many of Yingdao's people have perished. Streams of sword chi continuously pierced downward. Wangxing seemed like a demon. Holding a sword, he stood tall amidst the smoke and flames. His face was serious, exuding a cold, killing intent as he stared at his opponent. Shi Tianzhong excitedly shouted, "Wangxing is so strong." Monk Huaijing interrupted. "Do you know how to speak? Too arrogant. This move is a hack." Wangxing's eyes were now incredibly eerie, as if he were a demon sent from hell to collect souls. On this night, the stars in the sky shone brightly. Below, flames burned high, billowing smoke everywhere. Just a few minutes later, this place became desolate, with corpses and vehicles scattered everywhere, piled in heaps. Monk Huaijing glanced over and felt a little melancholic. He clasped his hands together in sincerity and said, "Amitabha Buddha, may the benefactors quickly repay all the karmic debts of this life and ascend to the Western Paradise as soon as possible." Shi Tianzhong landed, teasing, "Now they have used the Yingdao broadcast, defining us as evil cultivators." In this situation, the monk still has the good intention to chant scriptures for their salvation. Does he truly regard all living beings as equal? Shi Tianzhong asked further, "Wangxing, we are fighting now. What's next?" Monk Huaijing speculated. This could very well escalate into an international dispute. Wangxing spoke up. "They forged demon swords, and when we discovered it, they sent the military to strike at us. We're not even allowed to retaliate. Everything has to be justified by reason. If they are not used to reasoning, we will train them to get used to it." Mu Guanxian, a sound of agreement. Wangxing continued, "I just contacted the eldest senior sister, and the scientists are preparing to return home tonight. We'll pack up a bit and leave here." Shi Tianzhong smiled brightly and replied, "All right, then I'll go tidy up around. See if there are any spoils to be taken." Zhao Yun emerged from the sword. She shouted loudly, "Wait." Zhao Yun explained, "There is a military stronghold inside that place, and it seems that some evil deeds were carried out there in the past. Right now, things are flying out from inside and heading toward us." Zhao Yun emphasized that there were many strange flying devices. Hearing this, Wangxing couldn't help but be surprised. They've even deployed their secret weapon? Is the Great Mei Empire planning to kill us and silence us? "Did you ask Shi Tianzhong if they need to go to their base to investigate the scene?" he asked, puzzled, and then questioned back, "Investigate what exactly?" Monk Huaijing speculated that Fei Yu wanted to gather 10 pieces of evidence of their crimes to announce. Wangxing stepped forward and said, divided into 2 groups, with Monk Huaijing and Shi Tianzhong continuing to draw the enemy's attention. He looked at Mu Guanxian, then flew up, saying, "Senior sister, for the secret reinforcement, I will strike from the sky and see if I can make a bit of a commotion. Under your guidance, Mu Guanxian will naturally follow absolutely." Just floating in the air, your phone rang again. Jiling couldn't help but feel worried. "Fei Yu, we already know the situation. Next, what do you plan to do? The current situation is still under control." Wangxing, at this moment, made a hand seal, channeled his inner energy into himself, and replied, "We don't consider it as causing trouble. That's fine." Jiling responded, "Of course, it's not considered." She continued, "We have publicly condemned the Great Mei Empire, criticizing them for using their military to deal with 4 Hua Kingdom citizens who were living peacefully." Jiling continued, "Next, we can continue fighting." But as she was speaking, the communication device lost signal due to the bombardment below, causing some interference. All he could hear was a buzzing noise in his ear. Wangxing spoke loudly, "Master, the signal isn't very good today. What are you saying?" Here, he broke into a faint smile and said to himself, "Continue fighting, perhaps that way." Immediately afterward, a huge bolt of lightning struck straight down from the sky. The fighter jets of Yingdao, of course, could not withstand. All were shot down. Shi Tianzhong, as if watching a play, shouted loudly, "What the hell? Wangxing is still not even at the nascent soul stage yet. If he really reaches that realm, isn't it just stepping on my old master's feet?" Monk Huijing replied, Amba Buddha, do not speak like that. Fei Yu holds great respect for the venerable senior experts. Monk Huijing could not help but be surprised, feeling that Fei Yu was currently overpowered, and although not at max level, he had already donned the graduation version of divine gear. Shi Tianzhong added, I agree. This comparison is accurate, no need to adjust. Suddenly, Mu Guanxian stepped forward without saying anything, leaving Shi Tianzhong somewhat dazed. The senior sister didn't think much and directly slapped the enemy's small reconnaissance plane with her hand. At this moment, at the military base of the Great Mei Empire, Wangxing swiftly flew on his sword, getting close to the enemy's stronghold. He looked around, remaining silent, observing for a long time without uttering a word. Zhao Yun couldn't help but feel curious and asked aloud, What are you thinking? Wangxing replied, I am thinking about how far I should go. Right now, we are the ones taking the initiative in attacking, and there is no need to slaughter the enemy, but we must consider the public opinion afterward. Therefore, we must find evidence of the crimes committed by the Great Mei Empire. Although the Carrington Group is backed by the Great Mei Empire, there is no evidence. We will eventually be in a passive position. Zhao Yun couldn't help but wonder, just clearing the Manji, and there's still so much to consider? Does your mind truly deserve the 4 words calm and at ease? Wangxing smiled bitterly. At the moment, after all, it's not ancient times. With over 7 billion people, the relationships are a bit complicated. Wangxing quickly remembered and asked, That's right, Zhao Yun, on Earth, some ethnic groups and species are classified by skin color. How about in the Endless Starry Realm? Are the races also divided in a similar way? Her face was filled with nostalgia as she recounted. It relates to the shifting forces of the Endless Starry Realm. It's a bit complicated. Zhao Yun continued. Before the heavenly court arose, the place where the essence of fate and primal energy was most concentrated had always been held by the Taoist sect since ancient times. But there are also false immortals who do not acknowledge the 3 swords as the proper path, instead cultivating by using the faith of all living beings. It's just that those people have incredibly strong powers, roughly equivalent to a Tai golden immortal. She remembers clearly that when the heavenly realm faced a disaster, a great army of cultivators was wiped out by Emperor Zhui, who single-handedly destroyed them with 1 sword. She continued, When you leave the immortal forbidden land and enter the true 3 realms, you may encounter them. Taiyun narrated, compared to the outside, this place is truly peaceful and serene. She pointed directly at his face while traveling outside. One cannot lack killing intent, for all living souls are vying for resources. If you don't get your emotions under control, I won't let you go out there and throw your life away, let alone take Huaqing with you, understand? Wangxing gave a bitter smile, repeatedly replying, Yes, yes, yes. This child humbly accepts your guidance. Suddenly, at this moment, strange beams of light aggressively shot toward Wangxing. He quickly dodged, avoiding the attack. With a glance, he immediately recognized it as a laser cannon, a high-tech weapon from the Great Moli Empire. The 4 beams missed, and he soared straight into the sky. At the same time, the lightning seemed to be charged with abundant energy. Wangxing glanced and immediately speculated, This strike didn't hit me. Instead, it helped charge the Van Tribulation. Could it be that attacking the Heavenly Tribulation will increase its power? At the same time, he quickly drew the sword from his back. He pointed the sword towards the sky so that it could absorb the lightning striking down. On this side, in the security room of Yingdao, everyone is continuously monitoring him. A secret order has been issued, targeting the objective. Immediately after, the commander shouted loudly, Shoot a fierce red beam of light, firing straight at Wangxing with extreme speed. His face on this side still remained unchanged. Wangxing spoke up. If you refuse to awaken, then don't blame me. As soon as the words were spoken, he fiercely slashed his sword toward the source of the attack. In the sky at this moment, lightning bolts continuously struck down onto the city, and terrifying explosions rang out. Specialized aircraft and fighter jets, as well as humans, all suffered considerable losses. The scene shifts to Wangxing's house. His mother cheerfully says, Wangxiao, have you woken up? The other man appeared on the news while you were sleeping. Your father laughed loudly. Your brother is truly the pride of the Wang family, and now he's even reached the Yingyao nation. Wang Xiao sat on the bed, reading the bulletin. The girl watched the news by herself, silently thinking, Does Bad Master Shi really use such powerful talismans? The monk who plays games with me is that strong. Looking over at Mu Guanxian, she couldn't help but be amazed. Can my future sister-in-law look so beautiful when fighting others? The girl joyfully rolled on the bed, talking to herself. But the coolest still has to be my brother. My cool older brother. Suddenly, Wang Xiao saw a bulletin board. The exceptional person, Han Zhang, in first-person perspective, directly took you to the military base of the Great Mi Empire. On the bulletin board, he made it clear. Hello to all the esteemed viewers who are watching this live stream. I am a disciple of the three great Dao of Longhu Mountain, Shi Tianzhong. We are currently traveling together with Wang Shang, who is Wang Feiyu, Elder Wang, on a journey through the Yingdao nation. When it came to this, his face became somewhat serious. Unfortunately, during the journey, it was discovered that there was a heretical cultivator who had created a demonic energy of great power. My Wangxing destroyed it with a single strike of his blade. Then, we unfortunately encountered the revenge of the Great Mei Empire's army, which is the video trending right now. Shi Tianzhong, his face full of pride, continued. Everyone knows that my Wangxing despises crime, like an enemy. The other side already wanted to kill us. We naturally have to resist. He swaggered, laughed loudly, and then, still wearing armor, asked me, who is Wangxing? The heavenly tribulation is warning for the first time. Wang Xiaoao couldn't help but feel helpless. Daoist Shi Tianzhong is really talkative. Shi Tianzhong continued. Show everyone the results around. This is the result of Wangxing's intervention. Afterward, Wangxing will kill here. Just now, he sent us the sound to broaden our horizons. Monk Huijing spoke, a deed of fat. The Buddha's words spread. Shi Tianzhong continued. I was thinking of having fun by myself, but why not have fun together? People have always lacked evidence to prove that the Great Mei Empire is researching dangerous weapons, but just now, we discovered two identical left-handed weapons here. Today, let us expose the true face of this military base and see what secrets it is hiding. Mu Guanxian snorted coldly. One of them immediately backed away. Shi Tianzhong shouted, as for the Yingdao nation, don't even think about cutting the live stream. We still have a few people free. We wouldn't mind going around in circles. No more words. These ordinary infrastructure designs have nothing worth watching. We will go directly down to the underground via the elevator after the video ends. Wang Xiaoao quickly put the phone down. The girl was extremely disgusted. The graduate student used living people as vessels for research. Reconstructing the living body, the plan to merge human and animal genes. She couldn't help but feel nauseous, her head spinning. Although the research conducted by the Great Mei Empire was indeed wicked, the things that Daoist Han Zhang had recorded were far too disgusting. The girl at this moment fell into deep thought. In order for us to live peaceful lives, have those people and Brother Two always been fighting against the enemy like this? At this moment, on the TV, a voice echoed, do not harm my love. Wang Xiaoyu was in her room when she heard a call, our parents are home. Immediately afterward, he tiredly lay back, relaxing on Mu Guanxian's body. Your father brought up the fruit and asked anxiously, Wang Xing, what's wrong? Are you hurt? He laughed happily, feeling a bit overwhelmed, but it was nothing serious. His mother asked again, Mu Guanxian, were those things on the news caused by you? She quickly let out a sound. Both parents couldn't help but feel sorrowful. 13 years ago, they had sacrificed heroically, and now, after all this time, they had only just returned for a few days. Making so many things like this again. Our Wangxing has really grown up. Both of them glanced over. He was coquettishly lying on Mu Guanxian's lap, secretly thinking to himself. The two of them became angry at the same time, realizing they had changed and learned how to pretend in order to receive benefits. How could one have evil intentions without taking action? They must act quickly. Wang Xiao quickly went out, brother. Why so soon? You've already come back. Wangxing relaxed his body and replied, the task is done. Of course, I had to come back. Seeing the girl hesitating and stammering, he quickly exposed her. If you have something to say, just say it. Wangxing speculated, looking at Wang Xiaoyao's expression. Could it be that after watching the video from yesterday, his evaluation of me has improved? Hearing you say that, the girl's eyes immediately brightened. Then came a series of questions from Wang Xiaoao about Yingdao Nation. She kept rambling on, nonstop. Wangxing lay still, not saying anything. His younger brother pretended to faint to avoid answering the question. Wang Xiaoyao spoke up. Brother, the little girl turned around, looked at her parents, and asked, what's going on? The grandparents were confused, sweating, and silently thought, is this our daughter? Wang Xiaoyao, 13 years old. Mu Guanxian handed over the phone and said, when we act, we don't consider the consequences too much. Wang Xiaoyao thought it through carefully, but those matters had all been considered by their master. This action this time is also the result of the schemes and plans set up by their master, so there probably won't be any major issues. Wangxing spoke. That's right. The mistress said we can continue fighting. At this point, I, the little girl, suddenly felt prepared, but the pain was overwhelming. His mother shouted loudly, Wang Xiaoyao, usually you don't study properly in class, yet you're researching grand matters of the world? He replied, you're only a few years older. Why bother with those things? Why didn't I see you do so well in the political exam? Wang Xiaoyao, feeling wronged, explained, Mom, young people in our era really care about international affairs. Even ammunition has a level of expertise comparable to that of a great deity. Wang Xing spoke up. Wang Xiaoyao's parents were just asking out of convenience. He quickly remembered and added, right, the master and eldest senior sister will come over around afternoon. Let's order food for them. Her father quickly ran off. All right, let's go then. Time passed very quickly. At this moment, in the private residence of Wang Sheng's parents, Qing Yanzi spoke first. Then don't worry about how things will develop next. Wang Sheng, you all did well this time. Wang Xiaoyao, Wang Sheng, and Mu Guanchuan merely nodded, sitting quietly as they listened to his instructions. But be a little gentler with your actions. Don't kill those researchers. They will definitely continue their research. Wang Xing solemnly and swiftly responded, I understand, Master. Jing Yun continued, Wang Sheng, the thunder tribulation you summoned doesn't seem to be ordinary lightning magic. Is there some special method behind it? He smiled bitterly and explained, Master, if I could talk about this, I would have definitely told you if I knew. It must be that I accidentally realized it. Hearing this, her face couldn't help but become very serious. He continued recounting, and when the realization dawned, he immediately encountered Tian Wei Shi, and the scene could no longer be investigated further. At this moment, Qing Yanzi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He remained silent, not saying anything for a long while. Jing Yun continued to listen, recounting everything from the beginning to the end, without speaking a word. Wang Xing will continue to patrol the Heavenly Guard 3 times and will abandon the righteous path. His Highness Zhao Yun said this when he was alive. Suddenly, a loud tremor resonated from within the sword. It seemed that Zhao Yun was displeased. You got slapped, and your head immediately swelled up. Mu Guanxian covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Wang Xiaoyao sat next to him, confused and not understanding what had happened. Qing Yanzi seemed to understand. With that, he pretended to cough once, then continued, if that is the case, then let's temporarily ignore it. Mao Wei, please report the latest situation. She happily stood up quickly, took out her phone, and reported. The modern Meidi kingdom is gathering its army in the waters of Yingdao Nation, pretending to want to start a war with us. Many protests have erupted in Yingdao Nation. The 4 great hidden villages seem to be planning something. Immediately after that, a series of documents appeared. Meng Yue continued. As for the other side, most of the countries have begun to condemn the Great Mei Empire, while the Great Mei Empire has stated that they, too, were deceived by the Carrington Corporation. Wang Xing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Well done, Wang Xiaoyao. You guessed everything right, the little girl said shyly and modestly. They are all great experts in their field, and their analysis is correct. Qing Yanzi eagerly asked, Wang Xing, what are you going to do next? I feel it would be better for you to focus on your cultivation. 2 heavenly tribulations have already served as a warning, enough to make the evildoers around you tremble in fear. From now on, it would be better if you kept a low profile. He recalled that strange laboratory room and couldn't help but feel anxious. Wang Xin also spoke directly, Master, I am concerned that those blood transformation divine swords are scattered everywhere. He asked further, the 2 demon swords recently discovered, sure Tianzhong might have taken them from elder sister and given them to Mao Wei, right? Mao Wei, bewildered, asked back, 2 swords. It's not just a single star. Wang Xing was somewhat stunned. He glanced at Xiaolian, questioning the eldest sister. She felt guilty, broke into a sweat, and avoided his probing gaze. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, Don't look at me. Xiaolian coldly said, It's not with me. I gave it to someone else. You tried to probe. Who did elder sister give that demon sword to? To whom? Xiaolian still did not dare to look directly. He chuckled and said, That. Isn't there a cultivator from Yingdao Nation who's quite pitiful? It's the one named AQ Mayo or something. As soon as the 2 of us understood a bit about weapon refinement, we turned that demonic sword into a soul-devouring blade. Only someone with the sword's essence can fully unleash its power, and then we gave it to him. She calmly reassured him, Don't worry, right now, he can at most unleash the strength of the peak of the Golden Core realm, so he won't cause any major trouble. Wang Xing wondered and asked his master, Does Yingdao Nation have any experts at the peak of the Golden Core realm? Qing Yanzi thought for a moment, then replied, I've never heard of it. Thinking about Akemi going crazy when she successfully cultivates one day, Wang Xing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This trip was turning out to be quite the mess. That guy, if he really wanted to do something, there was a good chance it would end in rivers of blood. Xiaolian smiled nonchalantly. What are you worried about? It only causes them to waste their energy inside. Hurry up and eat. I'm really hungry. Hearing this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Indeed, raising a dog, One cannot expect to kill a tiger. The problem is not big at all. Everyone quickly gathered to eat and drink. Qing Yinzi asked, Wangxing, the pure Yang Star technique has reached the nascent soul realm. Do you wish to pursue the Young God realm? After a brief pause, he cunningly continued, if you can comprehend that realm, it will be very beneficial to your cultivation path. They can also bring considerable benefits to your nascent soul stage. Wangxing ate while listening, and he couldn't help but wonder. The Yang God returning to the mysterious? Qing Yinzi explained that what is called the Yang God returning to the mysterious is to completely refine and assimilate the purest source of Yang energy. He proudly recounted, you still have this pure Yang energy now. In the future, it will save a lot of trouble. Like me, because of your master, I am forced to squeeze out every last bit. Jing Yun sat beside, unable to suppress his frustration. Wangxing's face darkened, and after thinking for a moment, he felt that his master was showing off. But there is no evidence. Mao Wei suddenly said loudly, Elder Wang, we would like to propose promoting your position in the heavenly list to the 8th rank. Is that all right? Wangxing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Huh. Qing Yinzi ate while casually saying, having this isn't bad. The strength of Wangxing, if ranked in the top 3, no one would say anything. Moreover, based on the fact that someone stronger than the Grand Elder rescued him from the 18th level of hell, he picked up food from Mu Guanxian and asked, Grand Elder, were the cultivators who came out of hell back then the ones from that time? Mao Wei added, the investigation team regarding the incident at Chuyin Temple back then had some oversights, which is why the higher-ups decided to establish a special affairs team. She explained it clearly. Mainly responsible for tasks such as the overall management of cultivation realms, preventing cultivators from committing crimes, and promoting cultivation methods to the public. She picked up a piece of green vegetable and continued, recently, the affairs department has been proposing several plans. It is all related to making the most use of the sect's supreme elders to reduce the pressure from the surroundings. She continued, it was at that moment, on the bed, as if about to agree, Elder Wang, you did not emerge from seclusion, causing all those plans to be put on hold. Perhaps the plans with intentions inside are related to those people. They will be somewhat dissatisfied with you. Qing Yinzi both listened to him and observed his expression to gauge his feelings. Immediately after, he casually made a suggestion. This matter does not need to be worried about. Next, Wangxing, just focus on your cultivation. If the water does not encounter any disaster, then release the horse back to the mountain. Wangxing felt enlightened, and he quickly understood the meaning of his master's words. Immediately after that, Wangxing looked at him, smiled softly, and replied, Yes, master, the disciple understands. Right after finishing his meal, he relaxed and lay down, listening to the news reports. Elder Wang stated that after destroying the military base of the Great Mei Empire, he did not stay long. Currently, a series of residents from Yingyao Nation around the military base of the Great Mei Empire had begun staging protests. Upon hearing this, Wangxing quickly switched the channel. His parents silently exchanged glances, communicating through their eyes. Both of them did not say a word, but they silently understood each other's meaning. Wangxing found it interesting and muttered to himself, this series of self-experiences is indeed quite marvelous. The television continued. Although the high-ranking officials of Yingyao Nation condemned the actions of the Great Mei Empire, they remained silent, never mentioning the actions of Elder Wang. Some experts have stated that. This time, Yingyao Nation secretly allied with Hua Kingdom to oppose the Great Mei Empire. This time, suddenly, he looked over at the sliced melon plate placed on the table. Wangxing's father made a dangerous face and said to him, Wangxing, would you like some fruit? In his heart, he quietly guarded against his father's smile. You're not planning to do something bad, are you? His father spoke up. Wangxing, how long can you stay home this time? You know that the primordial energy in the mortal world is not as pure as in the mountains. If it interferes with your cultivation, you should stay home with your parents for these 2 days. Then go up the mountain. His mood also relaxed a little. Wangxing breathed a sigh of relief, so it turns out it was just this. He quickly reassured, Dad, it's fine. Right now, it's the exact moment when you're in a period of stagnation. It is necessary to calm down for a while. I can stay at home for about 2 months. It's been many years, and I should take care of the 2 of you now. After saying that, he mischievously poked his father's belly, teasing him. Wangxing smiled mischievously, but the progress of the current training schedule for the popular cultivation method could only be considered adequate. He scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Got it, as long as you're at ease. Your mother and I can still live to be 1,160 years old and still be considered healthy young adults. Then he quickly placed the melon plate down on the table and picked up the apple. His face couldn't help but turn serious. Father said, Hey Wangxing, Previously, Wang Xiaoyao mentioned wanting to cultivate with you. What do you think about this matter? His eyes brightened, and he asked again, Wang Xiaoyao, do you want to cultivate now? Wang Xing shouted excitedly, followed by a long sermon from him. He helplessly said, calm down a little, Wang Xiaoyao. I want to cultivate with you so you can guide her. Wang Xing sighed with a wry smile. Although the three of you are strong now, I really don't know how to teach anyone cultivation. He instructed, if Wang Xiaoyao wants to cultivate, then from now on, you should help him as much as you can. But there's no need to put too much pressure on it. What I really want is for you and Wang Xiaoyao to spend more time together. Foster the relationship between the two of them. In fact, back then, the two of us wanted to have a child. It is because I think that, if in the future, I can truly become immortal. He handed over the apple and said to him, you will be very lonely if there is no one with you. Wang Xing, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but feel heartbroken, could he? He rubbed his son's head and said, how about this? While waiting for Wang Xiaoyao to take the disciple's oath, you and Mu Guanchuan should bring him along and let him learn the basic cultivation techniques. Once he's skilled enough, let him cultivate alongside his master. He had great trust in Wang Xiaoyao. Right now, it was still young. But what if, as it grew older, it happened to encounter some handsome young man and became indifferent to him? Wang Xing smiled brightly and reassured, Uncle, don't worry. I will take good care of Wang Xiaoyao. As for the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow, I will go and seek it out. Maybe, in the future, the entire population practicing cultivation techniques will be able to continue breaking through to the third stage, and with that, their lifespans could be extended even longer. Mr. Shu Tai lay down on the chair and said, when I was young, I too had that dream of immortality, but people gradually grow up. Right after that, there was another long-winded speech. Wang Xing struggled. Dad, are you okay? Who can get through such a long passage like this? He laughed mischievously. This is your father discussing the matters of life with you. Although I may have spoken too much, you should understand. The boy was at a loss for words, then asked his father, with such a Buddhist approach, do you want to try cultivating Buddhist teachings? He was irritated and slapped the boy. Don't speak nonsense. It could very well work. Wang Xing, persistent, continued, who knows, maybe you could instantly become a Buddha. He glanced at his wife, his entire body suddenly jerking upright. Her gaze toward him seemed to say, get to the point. Immediately afterward, he coughed a few times, taking a deep breath to prepare to speak. Your father smiled broadly and continued, but Wang Xiaoyao is ultimately just a daughter. Sooner or later, she will be married to someone else. In the journey of life, there will always be distances between you. So, the point I'm making here is, his gaze burned with intensity. How are things between you and Mu Guanxian now? Although your mother and I don't have long lives left, we still want to hold our grandchildren. Wang Xing secretly laughed to himself. Well, so this is what they've been waiting for. Then he reached out and took the apple, saying, here, this one. He smiled brightly, using his bare hands to peel the apple, and asked, how did Dad and Mom fall in love back then? He continued, what can you do? From getting acquainted to falling in love, to going to bed and getting married. Isn't that a very natural process? Wang Xing's face turned as red as a GAC fruit, and he asked, is there a specific method between the second and third steps? His number 03 was confused. You are not. Suddenly he remembered, that's right, you went up the mountain to cultivate when you were 17. Immediately after, his father took the phone out of his pocket. Father and son sat together, chanting once more. He blushed, pointing to the third page. The blue symbol in this browser, the 6-digit code, and the 6 items inside were very useful. He laughed heartily and patted his son's shoulder. Keep going. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Between us, there's no need to hide anything. Your mother hid behind, laughing wickedly, and whispered, impressive, your father. Wang Xing quickly went outside. He remained silent for a long time, his face turning red. He thought the content that his father had carefully hidden was a bit too much for a newcomer like him. But, combined with both my past lives, I'm almost 70 years old. How could I watch without understanding these things? Immediately after, he opened the door. His mind was still wandering. The main issue at hand right now was. You look at Mu Guanxian innocently sitting on the bed, her Dao heart wavering. Senior sister doesn't understand. There's no way I can deceive senior sister into doing these bad things, right? His face suddenly heated up. Wang Xing felt as though an electric current was running through his body. Mu Guanxian, innocent as ever, exuded an aura of purity from head to toe. As soon as you looked, it was as if you were struck by the god of love's arrow. Wang Xing couldn't help himself and had to turn away. His mind kept struggling endlessly. This feeling, could it be that the pure yang energy is becoming more abundant, with the yang qi leading to excess? That's right. The master once said that after entering the 4th stage of the nascent soul, the breaking of the new will no longer hinder cultivation. However, Senior sister practices the path of the ordinary, so perhaps she won't need to wait until after the nascent soul stage. Immediately after, he shook his head vigorously, silently telling himself, forget it, I should just wait. It's not like I don't have any masculine charm. Thinking of this, he hesitated and walked to the bed. Senior sister, just continue meditating. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll sleep first. Wang Xing thought to himself, with the passing of long days and months, I will always be able to cultivate and achieve true enlightenment together with senior sister. Mu Guanxian was still sitting there at that moment. As for you, you wrapped the blanket tightly over your face, but Wang Xing vaguely heard a voice coming from outside the room. Your parents are pressing their ears to listen. Your mother asked, why hasn't your husband made a move yet? Honey, didn't you give that long-time treasure to the boy already? Your father smiled brightly. This requires the right atmosphere and opportunity. Don't rush, don't rush. He fell silent, tightly closing his eyes to avoid hearing any more. His mother outside was worried, sighing. Could it be that cultivating immortality had reduced his needs in that regard? Wang Xing quickly sat up. Your father is exhausted. Probably not. Madam, let's go to sleep first. The children know how to handle things themselves. We don't need to exert ourselves like that. He let out a sigh and thought, Mom and Dad have really thought this through. Mu Guanxian suddenly blushed at that moment and looked at him. Wang Xing also looked at her. You feel a little embarrassed and speak up. Senior sister, I've disturbed you. I don't understand why Mu Guanxian took the initiative to sit on her bed, placing his hand on Wang Xing's hand, leaving him in a daze. The warmth intertwined in their palms, transferring to each other. Wang Xing hesitated before speaking, Senior sister. Suddenly, he gathered his courage and placed his hand on her cheek. This face, Wang Xing, how long had he missed and hung while being imprisoned? Mu Guanxian stared at him, unable to stop her face from turning red. The air around them was incredibly intimate. She shut her eyes tightly, her lips full as if waiting for something. Wang Xing was no longer shy. He took the initiative to lean closer to Mu Guanxian's face. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out, shattering the romantic atmosphere. We haven't even completed the wedding ceremony yet, and you're already planning such a grand event. It's hard to avoid it seeming somewhat inappropriate. Wang Xing frowned, shooting a glare. Oh, my prince. What era are we living in now? People don't care about such things anymore. Zhao Yun shouted loudly, impolite. What does a lack of order have to do with any era? Hua Qing is a celestial maiden of the heavenly court. I have a name and a surname in the immortal register. Zhao Yun quickly questioned him. First, there is no marriage certificate. Second, there is no bridal ceremony. Third, there has been no report to the heavenly court. Mu Guanxian blushed, glanced at Zhao Yun, and said, Mu Guanxian is not Hua Qing. Seeing her say that, Zhao Yun was somewhat speechless, not knowing how to respond in that moment. Finally, she compromised. After all, it wasn't appropriate to just leave. I don't care. The two of you can continue on. I'll seal off my external senses, relying on my spiritual perception instead. Wang Xing silently complained in his heart. But there's no air left anymore. Outside, her little fox was angrily thumping the wall relentlessly. Xie Lian gritted his teeth and said, Mu Guanxian is about to succeed. Halfway through, that golden-haired trickster jumped out, and I can barely hold myself back. I want to go seal that sword. Wan Xiaoyao asked in confusion. Sword? What sword? It's okay to talk now, right? Xie Lian briefly explained. The sword has significant background, and inside it, there is an elder. She paused for a moment, then continued. That was the old master just now, interrupting Mu Guanxian's good work. In this day and age, there are so many people having children without getting married. What does she think she's contributing by joining in? The innocent little girl said, I think the sword isn't wrong. Their older brother has already gotten married. Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but wonder, it can't be, can it? Just because others do it this way, does that make it reasonable? Xie Lian sat down on the bed in frustration. You're not wrong. But I can't stand the way they hesitate, their indecisiveness. It's really annoying. Xie Lian cunningly licked his finger, thinking that in order for them to take the next step, as a half-immortal, he had to make use of his racial talent a little. Wang Xiaoyao asked in confusion, what do you mean by racial talent? Xie Lian smiled and said, Wang Xiaoyao, I am a fox demon who has cultivated for 1,000 years. Didn't anyone tell you? The girl shook her head rapidly and said, I don't believe it. Big sister, don't lie to me anymore. Xie Lian quickly transformed herself back into a fox. She said to Wang Xiaoyao, look, Dot. The small fox with 9 tails, incredibly adorable, proudly asked, what do you think? Suddenly, the little girl slammed her hand down on the bed, causing Xie Lian to be startled. Wang Xiaoyao's gaze lingered on her, unable to hide the desire in his eyes. Xie Lian quickly realized and shouted, Wang Xiaoyao, you're plotting against me. The mischievous girl said, Big sister, just wait a moment, just a little bit. The scene shifts, and the whole family is now together, heading out for a meal. Wang Xing thought to himself, although he was not cultivating at the moment, his senior sister could not afford to stay in the mortal world for too long. Therefore, a week later, he would advise her and big sister Xie Yin to return to the mountain to cultivate, while he stayed at home. Continue taking care of the parents with Wang Xiaoyao. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoyao also began attending school and had to gradually say goodbye to his friends. Anyway, during the time we've spent cultivating together, aside from attending classes, you also need to understand the matters of cultivation and prepare for the ceremony of becoming a disciple. Wang Xing was still sitting alone in the room at that moment. You think for yourself, while I have been stuck for the past 13 years. In truth, it is also a stroke of luck to have had a chance after such a short period of time. Couldn't you suppress your cultivation level any longer? The original plan was to wait for the storm in Yingyao Nation to pass, then find a quiet place to break through to the nascent soul stage. Just as he hadn't finished his thoughts, the television suddenly blared, having disappeared for many days. Where exactly is the one who is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Wang Xing almost spilled the cup of water he was drinking. Everywhere on television, there are images of you. The heavenly list rankings have been refreshed, and Lei Jinzi is now in the top 10, shocking. The illegitimate child of the god of the fallen will surpass the old celestial master of the Longhushan sect. The external forces have united to launch a thunderous resistance. I, in my battle armor, suspect that this is aimed at the one who is about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel helpless. It had been 2 months, and still, nothing had settled down. Wang Xiaoyao patted his shoulder. Brother, it's going well. He told himself, thinking back, it was quite ironic. At first, he had considered the heavenly tribulation model to be a pointless skill, but unexpectedly, it had now become an important part of Hua Kingdom's external deterrence. It seems that humility still requires more time. Despite the storm outside not ceasing, he decided to leave and prepare for seclusion to cultivate. This time, Wang Xiaoyao will also leave with me. Of course, my parents would also feel some reluctance, but the night is long and full of dreams. We should still quickly decide on the day to leave. The two brothers quickly mounted their swords and flew up. This time, although they had not yet become immortals, they had already seen hope during their journey through the mortal world. 1 or 2 reasons for the temporary increase in the power of the Hua Kingdom. Nothing will affect his cultivation. Right now, there is only one thing left that worries him. Looking at the little sister behind him, he couldn't help but painfully think, who exactly should I find to be a master for Wang Xiaoyao? Currently, you can also be considered as having influence. Wang Xiaoyao in their eyes is also regarded as a seed for becoming an immortal, and they definitely hope to take Wang Xiaoyao as their disciple. Master, senior sister, there is still no sect or Dao inheritance that has accepted Wang Xiaoyao as their disciple. There is a possibility that both you and the other two will be accepted. Who they choose also represents their master, showing which sect's path they follow. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Wang Xing was calculating the Wudong sect. Gao Senior's skills were enough, but he mentioned that the teachings on the mountain weren't the best, though they could borrow the techniques of Wang Xiaoyao. Maoshan, Lu Yunji affirmed that he would take care of Wang Xiaoyao, but this would greatly affect Wang Xiaoyao's cultivation, as he would have to live together with his fellow disciples. As for the Longhushan sect, there are fire prevention, thief prevention, and Shitian Zhang prevention rooms. Forget it. Wang Xing continued thinking, if there's no other way, we'll have to take Wang Xiaoyao to cultivate the pure young immortal method. Senior sister, haven't you been cultivating for so many years already? Anyway, I still haven't cultivated into a female warrior. He secretly made a vow to himself that if it was just a matter of cultivation techniques, he had a few yang-based immortal methods that could be used for his younger sister's cultivation. Wang Xing and his younger sister continued flying on their swords above the central plains. Suddenly, he asked through voice transmission, Jiaoyun, do you want to take on a disciple? She glanced at him and asked back, what, am I not worthy of being the master of your younger sister? Wang Xing scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. How could I not be worthy? It's just that I didn't expect you to think that way. I'm actually more than happy. Jiaoyun explained, I also need to find 2 disciples for myself with my current appearance. One does not know when it will disappear. Passing it on to future generations is also a good thing. Wang Xing calculated that currently Jiaoyun was a lifeless sword, its sword spirit not knowing when it would be able to break free. In such a situation, it was inevitable that one might have thoughts of passing on their knowledge to future generations. He happily continued. Then, when we get to the villa, I'll have Wang Xiaoyao officially worship you as his master. At that time, are there any principles I should pay attention to? Jiaoyun spoke. There's no need for anything too extravagant. Simplicity will do. Wang Xing was extremely happy. But then, what do I need to do again? What should Wang Xiaoyao wear for the master-disciple ceremony? And what decorations need to be arranged? She said irritably. Isn't it just supposed to be a simple task? Jiao Yun suggested. Find a place with no one around so I can manifest and give her a few more lessons. Wang Xing couldn't help but think. This era probably no longer values any form of propriety. Then why didn't you just make it simple that night? Do you know that after that night, the number of times I've held hands with senior sister has also decreased? Thinking of this, he quickly calmed himself and said, first, the official matters. The other things can wait. Right after that, Xiao Jia was placed into a health checkup machine. Doctors report, your sister's talent is not bad, but there are two shortcomings. The affinity of her body's primordial energy with the Wushu attribute is around 90 points, but the affinity of her body's primordial energy with the Yushu attribute. He listed that only metal, fire, and earth met the requirements, while water and wood both scored 23, with 10 points. Wang Xing interrupted. Can you show me the chart? He replied happily. Of course, I can. Wait a moment. After the payment is done, I will give you the report. Anyway, when selecting a cultivation method, this also needs to be considered. Wang Xing quickly took something out of his bag. The doctor quietly observed. He couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't this the storage artifact that was researched over 10 years ago? Is this how you're being treated now? A person who is the representative of the heavenly tribulation of the Hua Kingdom, the national protector divine beast, and the divine sword, yet you're carrying this shabby storage pouch around with you. Wang Xing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel puzzled. This is quite convenient. The doctor quickly turned around, saying, Isn't this a disgrace to the nation? Go. I'll take you to make a proper artifact for you. Do you still have your battle robe to fight alongside your senior sister? Your sister has finished preparing. Remember to take it with you later. Wang Xing bowed his head and said, Then I must thank Uncle Ma. After putting it on, he couldn't help but silently assess. The material of the clothes was similar to his old set, but the technology had advanced much more. Not only can it block magic attacks, but it can also enhance the speed at which I absorb spiritual energy, reducing the impact of kinetic shock. Wang Xing reconsidered, adding that his body had been tempered by his heavenly tribulation. Using Huaijin's words, he proudly complimented himself. Right now, I have to say, it's quite powerful. The doctor handed over an item and continued. Currently, Feiyu's status is far superior to what it used to be. Even the headquarters has issued an order to ensure you receive the best treatment. Therefore, I won't introduce anything else to you. This is the most remarkable thing of today. He opened it for you to see, then presented it. This is the sword sheath specifically crafted for the Voidless Sword. The cost is enough to equip a series of advanced items. The above request states that we do not need to worry about the budget and to use the best materials to craft the sheath for the Voidless Sword. At this point, the doctor couldn't help but frown. You brat, you've really gained favor from above, huh? Wang Xing could only laugh out loud. He was testing the sword sheath while thinking. Yet, he had given this order to Uncle Ma. It seemed that the higher-ups already knew about Zhao Yun becoming the soulless sword, the sword spirit. Wang Xing drew his sword, and the reason he didn't ask him about this was simply due to some thoughts he had. He looked at the sword in his hand and couldn't help but marvel. One couldn't deny that when one's strength was great, the treatment was indeed much better. He looked at the sword's scabbard and sighed. They truly have good intentions, using so many Hao-Yu spirit jades. It's much more convenient to use this than the sword box. Wang Xing then immediately placed the sword back on his back. The aura he exuded was indeed distinctly different. At that moment, Wang Xiao was also dressed in a brand new outfit. The young girl quickly stepped out. The doctor led the way ahead. He continued, Feiyu, are you really not going to choose more? The pendant of yours and Wang Xiaoyao's earrings are the most advanced products of the researchers, capable of holding up to 7 cubic meters of items. Wang Xing interrupted. That's enough, Uncle Ma. Thank you. The girl spoke up, continuing, I don't need it temporarily, nor do I need to rely on cultivation. I must depend on my own efforts. It's not about the external auxiliary things. The doctor couldn't help but praise the meaning of this enlightenment. No wonder she's the sister of the one who represents the heavenly tribulation. While everyone was talking, suddenly a voice rang out, startling all three of them. Elder Wang, the tall man is coming over, he said, happily speaking to him. Hello, I am the team leader of the Special Affairs team, Qin Yishan. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Both quickly shook hands as if they had already been introduced. Qin Yishan said to him, I happen to be here on business as well. I heard that Elder Wang is also coming, so I decided to wait here for a while, wanting to make acquaintances with a hero like Elder Wang. Wang Xing smiled brightly and humbly said, Leader Qin, you're too kind. He thought to himself, the Special Affairs team, is that the new department that Miao Yu mentioned? Remembering Mao Yue's words, she once said, the task force, the investigation team, and the war preparation team have now merged into a department overseeing the coordination of cultivation work, and although team leader Zhiling has now been promoted to the position of department head. But the task force directly stated that they are here to inspect and oversee the investigation team. Qin Yishan continued, the function of our special task force, along with the investigation team, is to complement each other. Both are dedicated to contributing our efforts for the prosperity of Hua Kingdom. However, Elder Wang, if there are any requests, just come and find me. This is my business card. Wang Xing quickly took the postcard. Leader Qin, if there is an opportunity, we could find a place to talk. Stop for a moment. You can continue speaking, but right now I have something important to do. Please don't blame me, Wang Xing thought. Currently, technology has developed to an extraordinary level. Does this plate have any device to track locations? Qin Yishan spoke. I apologize for my abruptness. Please, Elder Wang, if there are any requests in the future, feel free to ask. You can contact me directly. Wang Xing politely said, thank you. After he left and had not gone far, the man's face revealed a crafty smile. The doctor personally went to see them off. In the blink of an eye, the Wangxing brothers had vanished. Qin Yishan pretended to be serious and said, this Elder Wang truly holds some prejudices against us. This is not a good thing at all. The girl walking behind him said, the team leader, Elder Wang, is relatively close to the captain of the Mao Yu investigation team. In fact, we don't need to exert much effort on him. It's better to take advantage of an easier cultivator. Qin Yishan interrupted her. I don't understand. He is an important figure to us. We, along with the investigation team from before, have always had a cooperative relationship, all for the country, for the people. The two of them walked as he explained. Sometimes, in the cultivation world, it's not just about seniority or cultivation level that gives one more influence. Elder Wang has already stood at the top of the younger generation in the cultivation world, and the weight of his words can be more powerful than that of 10 elder predecessors. Remembering his face, he continued, therefore, I want to gain some favor from him. That way, when we push forward the revolution, we won't be hindered. Wang Xing silently assessed. This team leader seems like a pretty decent guy. But the relationship between him and me, I guess, can only go this far. Half an hour later, they both arrived at his private villa. Wang Xiaoao just arrived and happily said aloud, Elder sister, I'm here. Xiaolian joyfully came out to greet her. Finally, you have returned. Wang Xing had just returned home when he couldn't help but frown and ask, Eldest sister, what's going on? Sister, this is you, he thought to himself. If not for knowing that eldest sister persists in chanting scriptures and reciting Buddha's name for an hour every day to purify her own evil energy, I would truly doubt that she has fallen into depravity. Xiaolian cheerfully spoke. Come see. This is my little treasure from these past few years. Wang Xing looked at her fondly and said, Wang Xiaodao, do you have any requests regarding the cultivation method? She glanced over and replied, just the usual will be fine. Wang Xing coughed a few times, then handed over a piece of paper. Cultivating the Tao is a very serious matter. You read the paper, then evaluate it. You are not suited for the waterwood attribute. Your compatibility with the fire and metal attributes is not bad. Upon saying this, Trat Wangxing looked over at the girl. Wang Xiao sat dejectedly on the spot, muttering, fire and metal. Could it be that I can only walk the path of a female warrior? Wang Xing quickly explained, that's not it. You're not a female warrior. No, it's fine. It's just that for some spells, their effectiveness will be slightly reduced. The girl, tears streaming down her face, said, all right then. Later on, I will also follow the path of sword cultivation, the elegant swordsmanship technique. Are you confused about this? What are you thinking? Zhao Yun has already decided to take Wang Xiaoyao as a disciple. I can't possibly send her to the sword sect again, can I? Zhao Yun quickly spoke up. I can directly teach her the swordsmanship terminology in case the people from the sword sect complain. Having said that, Zhao Yun immediately adopted a defiant tone. I will go to their master and ask a question. Is it possible to cultivate? He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Your Highness, you're being too enthusiastic. Wang Xing felt helpless and thought, if you go argue with Elder Qi Feng, do you think he will respond? If he were still alive, he could personally teach Wang Xiaoyao. Sister Tino, Wang Xing affectionately patted his younger sister's head. All right, I'll teach you the swordsmanship. However, you must take it one step at a time. Besides, he will find an extremely talented person to be your master. You must practice diligently. The girl was excited. Brother is the coolest. Wang Xing instructed. Senior Xiaolian, sorry to trouble you with taking Wang Xiaoyao to bathe and change clothes. First, we will let her pay her respects to the master. Xiaolian asked with interest. Does by sure mean you want to take me as your master? Immediately after that, She laughed loudly. I also want to take on a disciple now. At the same time, Zhao Yun's sword continuously emanated fury, causing Xielian to be startled. She frowned, frightened. It turned out to be this big shot, making an effort to make me happy for a moment. She sighed sadly, holding Wang Xiaoyao's hand. Wang Xiaoyao, elder sister, take me to bathe so I can be clean and fragrant. Immediately after that, his sword was placed neatly on a red pedestal. Wang Xing stood beside it with great dignity. Mu Guanxian called Qing Yinzi to invite him to join the ceremony. Qing Yinzi's face couldn't help but show a hint of happiness. He silently observed from beginning to end. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyao knelt down, holding a cup of tea before the sword. The little girl was extremely sincere, holding her hands together and bowing her head. Then, the cup of tea was placed beneath the tip of the sword. The sword quickly lit up, and finally, Tao Yun appeared. She looked at Wang Xiaoyao gently and said, "Today, I want to take on a disciple." Wang Xiaoyao passed on the mysterious immortal longevity technique as per my command and entrusted the witnesses to observe. On any given day, if someone asks which sect this disciple of mine belongs to, make sure they hear it and believe it. Qing Yinzi spoke. Senior, you can rest assured. Only a senior. If someone outside asks who Wang Xiaoyao's master is, then how should we respond? Zhao Yun explained, I am originally the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, attaining the Tao within the Lotus of Jade at the Jiaoqi. After cultivating for over 100,000 years, he has obtained the fruit of immortality. Wang Xiaoyao, if you have already sworn to be my disciple, you must understand 3 things. These 3 things are closely related. Today, I will make it clear to you, so that you know the path you will take in the future. The little girl lowered her head, obediently. Yes, disciple understands. Tao Yun continued. Firstly, I am currently just a spiritual entity, able to teach you the path of cultivation, but unable to impart cultivation techniques to you. The path of cultivation ahead of you will be fraught with many difficulties. Secondly, currently, the heavenly court is facing a great disaster. After leaving this realm, everyone will become an enemy. If you choose to take me as your master, there may be even fewer paths of retreat in the future. Third, if you have become my disciple, one day, if possible, seek out the Heaven's Palace. Make restoring the Heaven's Palace your personal mission. Do you agree? Wang Xiaoyu lowered his head. The disciple is willing to obey. Tao Yun would be satisfied if it were like this. Today, I will take you as my personal disciple. She placed her hand on Wang Xiaoyao's head and continued. From now on, you must understand the principle of respecting your master and honoring the way. You must respect heaven and earth, respect your parents, respect the 3 pure ones, and respect the gods and immortals of the heavenly court. You must not be unfilial to your master, not argue with elders, not bully the weak, and not slaughter indiscriminately. One must understand benevolence and righteousness, know loyalty and filial piety, and recognize that the growth of all living things is not easy. One must understand that the Great Way is indifferent to all beings. Qing Yinzi silently witnessed. Mu Guanxian couldn't help but feel joy as well. Tao Yun continued, if one day you are able to pluck the fruit of immortality, it will mean that my efforts have not been in vain. Wang Xing looked on and silently thought, is this the Buddhist doctrine's Zhu Huan Ding? Perhaps Zhao Yun is pouring something for Wang Xiaoyao to enhance his comprehension and help him level up. You are satisfied, thinking that it is impossible not to speak like an immortal? It is indeed hard to imagine. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yun quickly retracted her hand. She instructed everyone, first, I will rest for a few days. You all take care of Wang Xiaoyao. Just after speaking, Zhao Yun's soul once again entered the Wangxing sword. Bowing respectfully, he lowered his head and said, understood. Immediately after that, he fell silent and gestured for everyone to go outside. Wangxing quickly went outside. Qing Yinzi spoke up. In the past, we were all worried that Shao 04's talent might not be outstanding. I didn't expect that one's talent could be upgraded. However, the immortal Maiden Jian must have paid quite a price, right? Wangxing said, don't worry. I have prepared the 10 supreme world-defying swords. After the lifeless sword absorbs them, it will be able to quickly help Zhao Yun recover his strength. The old man couldn't help but praise, you've really learned to speak so sweetly. All right, master, I have a meeting I need to attend urgently, so I'll turn off the device now. Wangxing asked again. Master, hasn't your leave request been approved by the mistress yet? He is dejected after being criticized. Then she said something about husband and wife sharing everything, so my holiday had to be extended with overtime again. The 3 of them couldn't help but be speechless after hearing this. Qing Yinzi sighed. If only someone could take on a few of my tasks, I could also rest for a while. Mu Guanxian quickly turned off the device. She looked at him slyly. Absolutely cannot let the master have the opportunity to send me on a mission. Wang Xing raised his finger in praise. Well done, Xielian spoke beside them. The couple truly has a deep spiritual connection. Time quickly shifted to evening. At this moment, the lights in his villa were still on. Wang Xiaoyao was sitting seriously, cultivating her inner energy. The girl seemed to be very interested in cultivating the Tao. Immediately after that, the little girl's eyes slowly opened. Wang Xiaoyao looked around and asked, "Master, where am I?" Wang Xing happily pointed at the sword. "It's in here. How do you feel about it now? How satisfied are you thinking about how many people will scream in shock at the grandeur of this apprenticeship opportunity? The state of the spiritual body is already like this. If a true immortal were to take in a disciple, how many benefits would there be?" Wang Xiaoyao dazedly scratched his head, feeling as though there were so many things in his mind at once, unable to digest them all. Wang Xing comforted, "You sleep first, and then we can study later. I've already helped you clean the room, so let senior sister allow you to sleep." Immediately after that, Mu Guanxian quickly led the girl back to her room. Wang Xing watched the two of them leave, his cunning mind thinking, Wang Xiaoyao is sleeping in his own room. Your face turned bright red, and then I no longer had a place to sleep. Then I'll go find senior sister. Sitting in meditation and cultivating together makes sense, right? Suddenly, something quickly pressed against Wang Xing's cheek, startling him. Xiaoyan was standing there, holding a can of chilled soda. Wang Xing quickly turned to dodge, unable to stop himself from shouting, "It's so cold." She gently opened the can of soda and silently watched him for a while. Xiaoyan spoke, "Xiao Fei, you and that princess of the heavenly court have some issues. She ruined the good thing between you and Mu Guanxian before, and I already felt something was off." She patted Xiaoti's shoulder. "The rules in the heavenly court are many, very many. But she already knew about your affair with Mu Guanchuan and still acted like this. It's really hard to explain." Xiaoyan continued, "This time, it is also because of Wang Xiaoyao that I have put in so much effort." "Surely, it's not that she has any intentions towards you," Wang Xing said with a wry smile. "Senior sister is overthinking it. How could a mortal Jiao Yun look at a mere young cultivator of the heaven endowment realm like you?" She casually took a sip of water. "I just wanted to remind you a little." Immediately after, Xiaoyan angrily yanked Wang Sheng's ear, shouting loudly at him, "If you dare do anything to wrong Mu Guanxian, let's see if I don't tear your ear off." He desperately screamed, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Big sister, how could I ever do anything wrong to senior sister? Please show me some mercy." Xiaoyan's face darkened as he muttered, "I can trust you, but as for the girls around you, each one is even more dangerous than the last. Could it be that you can guarantee there will never be a day when you get drunk and cheat, losing control of yourself?" He let out a tired sigh. "Big sister, what exactly is going on in your head?" Wang Xing tapped her shoulder and replied cheerfully, "Big sister, it might be because of the demon root. So you've been paying a lot of attention to this. In the future, you should play games less." While waiting for Wang Xiaoyao to wake up, she must have gone off to play games again, right? Research has shown that if one stays holed up in a room for too long, it can hinder the development of the mind. Xiaoyan didn't pay any attention and simply turned her face away. "Is that true or not? The games I play are also more about communication." Wang Xing dejectedly said, "Can't really blame her. Back then, neither I nor senior sister were here. These past few years have caused you to suffer losses. I will clean the room for you, eldest sister. Don't stay up too late anymore." She turned around and left, considering that the younger sister had turned and left, viewing it as a sign of conscience on her part, knowing that the elder sister had put in considerable effort into the matter of her younger brother and Mu Guanxian. "All right, you can go now. If you need any help, just let me know. If big sister here can help, she will definitely do so." Suddenly, Xiaoyan seemed to remember something, and she froze in place. Then she shouted loudly, "Damn it, you're the one hiding in the room, turning into an idiot." Wang Xing laughed loudly. "I didn't say that to you." Mu Guanxian was confused. Turning into an idiot? Scene change. At this moment, in Yingyao Nation, the weather here seemed to not be very good today. Inside the house, a bloodied corpse lay on the ground. The girl stared blankly at the person in front of her. On the other side, looking at her, one desires the power to change everything, yet does not wish to change this nation that has fallen beyond salvation. Not only must you offer your soul and fresh blood, but you will also gain such power. Very quickly, the masked army charged at Akimi. "After killing so many officials, what exactly do you want to do? Hurry up and fold your hands and surrender. Considering your past contributions, I might spare your life." The man took off his hat and shouted loudly, "What do you think I want to do to you? Can't you tell?" He was so emaciated that his bones were visible, and he shouted loudly, "This country is doomed. The only option is to destroy everything. Only then can a beautiful and peaceful Yingyao nation be created." Wang Xing, at this moment, had been constantly thinking. The nascent soul crystallized, and the entire body's spiritual consciousness condensed according to its natural talent. Breaking through the golden core, gathering 3 souls, collecting 7 phantoms, and using the bamboo to become immortal as the foundation. Your soul is soaring into the sky. Although your primordial spirit is nearly complete, the Tao you cultivate is the Tao of control, which requires equal emphasis on both the primordial spirit and the physical body. You silently calculate, intending to push the power of the control technique to its extreme. In addition to needing profound magical power and a strong primordial spirit, a powerful body is also necessary to withstand the attacks of your own magical power. Wangxing was sitting in meditation, as if he were in the process of enlightenment. Although he had learned how to use the heavenly tribulation to cultivate his physical body, this method also had its limitations. The Wangxing soul has now returned to its body. Therefore, from now on, I must explore and discover how to continue cultivating my body. Of course, Zhao Yun had also advised me to give up the sword cultivation path and follow the primordial spirit path instead, but I firmly refused. He slowly opened his eyes. After all, if one does not seek, why bother learning the sword? If one does not believe in the Tao, then why cultivate the Tao? Although Zhao Yun knew many cultivation techniques, he had no effective method to cultivate his body. He stood up and stretched. His soul had completed the first stage of fusion and had condensed into the illusionary image of himself. Next, the souls of the people entered the Sea of Qi and began to break through to the nascent soul stage. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside. At the same time, Mu Guanxian also arrived. Wangxing smiled awkwardly and said, "Senior sister. Junior wishes to prepare for a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage nearby. Is it possible to break through in seclusion?" Mu Guanxian quickly said, "I'm in seclusion here to break through. You can also protect the area around me. Did you change your mind? Or should we just forget it? The breakthrough of the nascent soul might cause some commotion. If, by any chance, this place gets destroyed, we won't have a place to stay in the future." She quickly made a suggestion. "Then, let's go to the mountainside, and after that, I will serve as the law enforcement officer for you. Can you agree to that? By then, we can make some arrangements and everything will be fine," Wangxing said happily and continued. "First, let's go downstairs for breakfast. While we're at it, we can think about where exactly we should go into seclusion." As soon as Wang Xiaoyao saw the 2 people coming down, she cheerfully said, "Good morning, big brother." Wangxing quickly sat down and asked the little girl, "Have you cultivated any techniques yet?" Wang Xiaoyao smiled brightly and said, "Master has already taught me. Yesterday, she placed it on my forehead. Immediately, many things appeared in my mind, including cultivation techniques and some magic spells. I could fight with others. Moreover, at each realm, what should I cultivate? Master has already prepared everything for you." Wangxing smiled absent-mindedly. The way of imparting knowledge by immortals was indeed convenient. He patted her head and said, "To be able to obtain this cultivation method for immortality is also a form of destiny for you. But there is one thing you must not forget." The girl obediently responded, "Please tell me, I'm listening." Wangxing glared. "Last night, I already ordered all the textbooks and exercise books for the 9-year compulsory education program for you. Every day, you must dedicate at least 4 hours to study." Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but be startled and flustered. Hearing this, it was like a thunderclap striking his ears. His older brother's mother was so cruel. Xiaolian, at that moment, walked in. She laughed loudly. "Guess what? This big sister here has achieved something." She quickly threw Wangxing far away. The little girl speculated, "Big sister is so happy like this. Could it be that the bomb buried in Yingdao Nation has exploded?" Xiaolian couldn't help but be excited. "Oh, Wang Xiaoyao, how are you so smart?" She coughed once and began to speak. "Below is the international news brief from our station." Xiaolian took over the role and continued. "In Yingdao Nation, last night, a series of demonic killings resulted in the beheading of 172 people. It includes 68 government officials and over 100 hermits." Wang Xiaoyao and Mu Guanchuan focused on listening, as this was after last month, when the serial killings by demons had once again occurred. In one night, they wiped out 3 cities. Wangxing thought, although using this method to deplete the power of the cultivation world in Yingdao Nation sounds despicable and cowardly, Yingdao and Hua Kingdom have a blood feud that spans 100 years. He calculated further. Akimi Mayo also would not casually kill innocent people. Just ignore him. Xiaolian felt proud, triumphant, and asked, "How do you like this move of mine, borrowing a knife to kill?" Wangxing spoke up. "The plan is not bad, but elder sister, it's best if you avoid doing this in the future to prevent losing control." She herself was annoyed and replied, "I know, stop talking so much." She patted Wang Xiaoyao's head. "If you want to go into seclusion, just go ahead, Wang Xiaoyao. Leave the rest to me." "I will definitely not let it starve to death," the little girl said with a dark face. On the basis that it could starve to death, could I ask for a little more food? Xiaolian said firmly. Of course, let my older brother go first, and then I will take you to experience what the bustling mortal world is like. Wangxing couldn't help but feel frightened, secretly shouting, "Oh no, eldest sister, don't lie. Wang Xiao is striving to walk the righteous path, isn't he? Because there are no natural caves near the villa. I can only choose one place on this mountain to enter seclusion." Wangxing sat silently under the shade of a large tree, all alone, in complete tranquility. He closed his eyes, began to comprehend the Tao, and prepared to advance to the next level. In order to protect your safety, Senior Sister has arranged the 6 paths formation around you. The entire grass is covered with formation arrays, and not even a mosquito can get through. Then, outside the battle, within a 300-meter range, the Guardian continued to patrol. Only then did he feel reassured enough to allow you to enter seclusion. Immediately afterward, his soul began to separate from his body, causing his spirit to leave in haste. This time of advancement, not only did I break through to a new realm, but during the breakthrough, there were some dangerous omens that need to be remembered for the Senior Sister and the Master to refer to. His eyes shone brightly. The Tao of the Golden Core manifested, and the spiritual energy swirled. The most difficult step toward becoming a nascent soul. It is about how to perfectly combine the complete primordial spirit with one's own path. At this moment, a large beam of light quickly gathered towards the void spirit controlled by the void reflection True Pure Yang. The mysterious stand formed into the eldest brother, and his body seemed to fly through the air, solidifying into his innate primordial spirit. It would continue to develop, ultimately transforming into the temple of the primordial spirit. A small region of light radiated from his hand. From that moment on, his path of immortal cultivation would take another step forward. At the top of the mountain at this moment, an anomaly occurred because of the boy. Wangxing thought to himself, I wish to pluck the fruit of immortality, not seeking reincarnation. Wang Xiao observed the sky and couldn't help but be surprised. Elder sister, it seems that recently, the vital energy has been flowing toward the place where my brother is in seclusion. My brother has been in seclusion for half a month now. Nothing will happen, right? Xiaolian calmly played the game and said, Come on, Wang Xiao, don't worry anymore. Big sister is experienced. When breaking through to the nascent soul, though it's easy, it can also lead to exhaustion if one isn't careful. But the matter of my elder brother's breakthrough is something that has already occurred. The little girl was still worried. Cultivation was always full of accidents, and it couldn't be said for certain. Xiaolian retorted, What do you mean by accidents? My brother is a man of great fortune, don't worry. He jumped off Earth's spirit peak and wasn't even hanged. It would be hard for him to die in the future. She sat up, took off her glasses, and continued, The so-called great disaster, if one does not die, there must be blessings afterwards. It's not something to be said casually. Xiaolian smiled brightly, looking at the little girl. You just sit here and relax. If you don't want to cultivate, just watch a movie with your big sister. This kind of worry is completely unnecessary. Wang Xiao quickly became happy. I want to watch One Piece. My legendary story has just set sail. Xiaolian joyfully replied, Sure, let's go. Scene transition. At this moment in Maoshan, a giant statue stands, holding up its arms to welcome the sunlight. Lu Yunji is holding something, standing outside. He still doesn't dare enter. His attitude was extremely cautious as he said, Master, this is the restoring golden elixir that I have refined for you. The door inside quickly opened, but no one could be seen. A voice rang out from within the room. Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you all. Still, no one appeared, and a burst of inner strength carried a box into the air. Lu Yunji bowed. Master, what are you saying? If Master has no other matters, I will return to obey the command. The voice from inside spoke. Lu Yunji. Earlier, when I was cultivating and my passion surged, I entered the void and overheard the discussions of the disciples. They said that a cultivator had started to break through to the nascent soul realm. That person was about the same age as my child. Is that true? Lu Yunji spoke. Yes, the disciple has a fairly good relationship with the cultivator who is about to reach the nascent soul realm. It's just that my cultivation is shallow, and I can't be compared to him. He opened the box and continued. This talent, 1,000 years ago, was someone who appeared once every 100 years. You don't need to worry too much. The Yangtze River's waves push the waves before it. This old man is also about to be washed ashore by the waves soon. Then there's no need to worry too much. The cultivation world will be insulted by these outsiders. You go ahead. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunji quickly left. He muttered to himself, Nascent soul. Although there is no need to worry at this moment, the revival of cultivation must reach the nascent soul stage within over 25 years. In fact, caution is still necessary. The old man held the pill in his hand, his eyes narrowing. It seems that the conspiracy cannot be delayed any longer, fellow Taoists. Time passed quickly like that. Wangxing was in seclusion on the 27th day. Mu Guanxian was still there, standing watch on the tree for him. Her face at this moment was relaxed and at ease, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, Qing Yinzi landed beside her, startling her. Master Qing Yinzi spoke. I have already inquired with the Grand Celestial Master of the Longhushan sect. He was also unsure of Wangxing's current situation. According to the records in ancient books, the primordial soul should quickly stabilize after the golden core breaks. In theory, there should be strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Moreover, Wangxing had previously absorbed a large amount of the world's vital energy during his ascension. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so silent like this. He gazed into the distance and continued. Wangxing was the first cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage. In these times, no one can predict what dangers may arise, but the fact that, after so long, he has yet to fully form his nascent soul is indeed rather strange. In the distance, on the mountain where Wangxing was in seclusion, everything remained peaceful, with nothing occurring at all. The place where you sit up high is eerily quiet. Wangxing couldn't help but wonder, silently thinking, strange, it's called breaking the pill to become a man. But isn't the word break referring to a golden pill, where you crack it open and a baby will pop out? He didn't understand why he had this form for a moment, but the streams of power were still surging into his body. Wangxing could clearly feel them. He couldn't help but continue thinking, my golden pill could actually transform directly into a child. Wangxing couldn't help but wonder to himself, could this be the original form of the primordial spirit? He raised both hands to support it. Although he didn't understand what was happening, this little golden core would help him advance to the nascent soul stage. It seemed that this method of breaking the core to form the soul was much better and more accurate for the nascent soul. The place where you sit begins to emit light. Nothing has happened yet, proving that there is absolutely no problem with this approach. Then, just follow the natural course and continue focusing on enlightenment. Another period of time passed. At this point, Wangxing had been in seclusion for the 36th day. Qing Yinzi and Mu Guanxian were still standing in the same spot, observing him from a distance. Below, there were also Wang Xiaoyao and Xiaolian. At this moment, Xiaolian seemed somewhat worried. Should we go over there and take a look? I heard that Taoist Qing has already gone there, and many cultivators are breaking through the nascent soul stage, regardless of whether their original soul merges with their Tao. Wang Xiaoyao was startled. Big sister, don't scare me. Brother won't have any problems. Qing Yinzi pondered. Wangxing had thoroughly comprehended the way of his own path and was walking the sword path. Moreover, before entering seclusion, the innate realm had already been perfected. It was impossible to allow one's Tao to be damaged. He spoke with some concern to Mu Guanxian, but we really cannot wait any longer. At the very least, we must see it. Mu Guanxian, we will break the formation and enter to take a look. Mu Guanxian looked at him. At that moment, she was also worried and spoke up. Is it okay? At that moment, suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared from the sky, causing everyone here to hold their breath. Qing Yinzi glanced over and immediately knew that this was the heavenly tribulation, a violent thunderstorm striking directly down on the mountain where he sat. The sky was nearly dark, and yet he couldn't help but be startled, shouting loudly, "Run quickly." Qing Yinzi warned, if the heavenly tribulation thinks we have come to the market to help Wangxing, it is likely to increase its power by several times. Everyone quickly soared into the air, distancing themselves from the spot where they had been standing. Qing Yinzi turned his head and said to Xiaolian, Senior, will breaking through to the nascent soul stage trigger a heavenly tribulation? She recalled, I have heard that the quality of the golden elixir can reach a certain level. It will trigger the golden core tribulation, but since ancient times, the number of cultivators who have triggered the golden core tribulation can be counted on one hand. The nascent soul tribulation is indeed something that has never been heard of. Hearing her words, Qing Yinzi relaxed his mind a little. He exhaled a breath. He looked over the calculations to overcome the heavenly tribulation, which meant he would be envied by the heavens. Wangxing's nascent soul certainly should not be underestimated. This can also be considered a good thing. Xiaolian hugged Wang Xiaoyao and said happily, the one who represents the heavenly tribulation overcoming the heavenly tribulation. How interesting. Here, I must take a picture to capture this memory. But on this side, the so-called heavenly tribulation is growing larger and larger, its power becoming more and more terrifying. Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. She nestled into Xiaolian's embrace and exclaimed loudly, Big brother. At this moment, Mu Guanxian couldn't help but feel anxious. She raised her eyes toward that direction, her mouth calling out, Junior apprentice brother. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel curious. Wangxing waited. She's dead. Why is Wang Xiaoyao crying like that? Elder sister? She said, "Your brother is dead." She smiled bitterly and retorted, "This has nothing to do with me." At that moment, the place where he was sitting was still billowing with dense smoke from the shockwave of the recent tremor. Around him, a large fire surrounded the spot where Wangxing sat, creating a huge crater in the ground. But strangely, he still sat there, calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. His entire body was enveloped in a soft light of pale blue. Wangxing continued to meditate in silence. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious and immediately landed beside it to observe. However, each of them was taken aback by this scene. Especially Qin Yanzi, he seemed stunned, thinking, this is really Wangxing undergoing the tribulation. This child Wangxing, after coming out of the Dragon Phoenix forbidden area of the Earth Spirit, can no longer be judged by ordinary reasoning. The wind began to blow stronger, and the flames on the ground gradually grew larger. Immediately after, another bolt of lightning swiftly struck down towards him. Rocks and soil continued to fly up, but Wangxing remained unharmed. One blow after another. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. But he still sat there calmly. On this side, someone was casually holding their phone, recording a vlog about the tribulation. Xiaolian, while holding Wang Xiaoao in his arms, chuckled proudly. How dare he not have a heavenly tribulation? This guy is even more arrogant than our Taoist Qing. If I were the heavenly tribulation, I definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. I must crush his arrogant attitude. In the sky, the dark clouds continued to gather, and the system couldn't hold back, cursing. Did he hear my taunt, and is preparing to strike back with a heavy blow? At this moment, on his side, the spherical protective shield quickly disappeared. The connection system couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering, can Xiao Feiyu really handle this? Wangxing slowly opened his eyes and thought, this heavenly tribulation, compared to the one I simulated before, is actually of the same level of power. He began to close his eyes, channeling his inner strength, silently calculating. However, the structure of this calamity of the clouds was somewhat intriguing. Perhaps it could even elevate his heavenly tribulation sword intent. Immediately after that, a bolt of lightning, even larger than the ones before, struck down fiercely from the sky. Everyone couldn't bear to look and covered their faces with their hands. Wang Xiaoyao pressed her face against Xiaolian's chest. The little girl kept tugging at Xiaolian, urging him to look down. The girl, with tears streaming down her face, said, "Elder sister, tell me that my brother is dead." She forced a smile. "This has nothing to do with me." Here, Wangxing was flying up to Taoyuan. At the same time, he quickly transmitted his voice. "Let your brother go through the tribulation as he is. This will be an immense opportunity for you." From Wangxing's dantian, a small sword she emerged. The sword-bearer was a tiny little boy with fair, delicate skin. The boy soared high, along with the extreme yin and yang, shooting straight into the sky. Just like that, the boy kept flying all the way up to the Chung level. Then the boy pressed his hands together. Several rays of power began to shimmer. The large sword soared continuously into the sky right after he recited the incantation. The beam of power soared into the sky, then created a small bolt of lightning. Not far from the ground, that circle kept growing larger and larger. Then, the little boy quickly descended towards Wangxing. He swiftly reached out his hand to catch Wangxing, cradling the orb gently in his palm. Nascent soul stage, Great Perction. The sky quickly brightened. Wangxing looked at the stream of power, feeling a little despondent. To be honest, he stopped for a moment on the ground. At that moment, there were large and small holes everywhere. He asked himself, "Master, she surely won't be angry, right?" Wangxing scratched his head, smiling wryly. For instance, she might accuse him of destroying the environment and demand that he compensate for it or something. After the breakthrough, everyone returned to the villa together. Wangxing rambled on for a while, roughly explaining that the process was like this. Although there are quite a few differences compared to the records in the ancient books, it is true that you have indeed reached the nascent soul stage now. Qin Yanzi couldn't help but be surprised. Not breaking the golden core yet forming one. Could it be the nascent soul? He speculated that it might be due to the innate realm of the child being a complete soul, along with the Tao of his own having some degree of resonance. Therefore, there was no need to break the golden core. The two of them could still resonate like this. On the contrary, can you explain why, after absorbing the primordial energy, after a long period of time, still with no strong reaction, Xiaolian was afraid that Wang Xiaoao might wake up, so he spoke softly. How could it be that simple? It's not Xiao Feiyu. Has Junior eaten some kind of heavenly treasure, like a spiritual root with a history of 100,000 years or something? Wangxing couldn't help but sigh, asking his older sister, "Do you think those things are like carrots growing in the fields?" Mu Guanxian had been silent all this time. Wangxing, surprised, turned to look at her and called out, "Senior sister." It seems that seeing you progress like this, Mu Guanxian also became somewhat anxious. She made up her mind to begin secluding herself and focusing on cultivation today. Wang Xing gave a bitter smile. Sister Wu, hang in there. Xiaoyan interrupted, teasing. Mu Guanxian, you must be wanting to protect the dignity of senior sister, determined to seclude yourself and work hard to catch up with and surpass your junior brother from Qingyanzi. He spoke, and after all, as long as you can break through smoothly, that's good enough. Currently, your cultivation has already surpassed mine, so I no longer need to teach you anything more. Just remember, do not be arrogant, do not be impatient. Do things carefully and never act recklessly. Mu Guanxian and Wang Xing quickly stood up, bowed their heads, and said, We understand, master. He turned around and stretched. If there's nothing else, then I, your master, must get back to work. How long will these days of running around continue? Xiaoyan raised his hand to his mouth and whispered, Little brother, one must learn to let go and decline. Qingyanzi looked at her, smiled wryly, and replied, Yes, Junior will listen. Immediately after that, he leapt forward, leaving only a shadow behind. Wang Xing called out after him, Goodbye, master. You couldn't help but think that perhaps, in the current Hua Kingdom, you were the only one who had reached the nascent soul stage. Your master taught you not to be arrogant, not to rush, and it was also to prevent you from being swayed. Why did Wang Xing suddenly see something that left you in astonishment? A powerful golden aura radiated from Wang Xiaoyao's body. He was sweating and silently thought, How long has it been since I entered seclusion? Wang Xiaoyao has reached the divine gathering realm without any foundation. This speed must be a hack. Taoyan saw his expression and immediately braced himself against the cold, asking fiercely, Do you have something to say? Wang Xing quickly stepped forward. He saw the little girl and asked, Wang Xiaoyao, you drowsily woke up, rubbed your eyes, and curiously asked him, What's wrong, brother? Wang Xing said nothing, only smiled brightly at her, giving a few instructions. Don't rush. In the evening, Wang Xing suddenly remembered, That's right, I need to inform them. He quickly made a phone call to inform his brothers that he had broken through the barrier, told them not to worry, and advised them to continue their closed-door cultivation. Everyone couldn't help but feel joy and congratulated him. Wang Xing continued, Originally, you had become a heavy stone in your heart, but now you can finally let it go and continue your journey. Then, the two sat together, each focusing on their own meditation. It's just you. I really didn't expect it. While I was in seclusion here, someone had already planned to promote me, not holding back at all. Everyone tonight returned to Feiyu's chat group of closest friends and his harem, but Wang Xing did not reply. They discussed among themselves to spread the rumor that Wang Xing had reached the heavenly archrealm so that everyone would praise Wang Xing. Shirtian Zhang excitedly typed, Wang Xing is truly my idol. I must help promote him well. Lu Yunji quickly commented, Monk Huijing is sitting at the gaming shop, typing Amitabha Buddha. Hua Kingdom has produced its first nascent soul, deserving of celebration everywhere. Mao Yue also spoke at this moment. This time, we must make sure it's lively. The next morning, the entire headquarters was in a state of chaos. Has Wang Feiyu successfully broken through? Qin Yishan's secretary spoke up. Yes, it seems like the breakthrough was recent, and the investigation team has already started spreading the news. Should we take any action? He sat quietly, deep in thought, as if calculating something. Then, Qin Yishan quickly gave the order. Make sure to promote Elder Wang vigorously. Seeing her so bewildered, he explained, I know you all want to confront the investigation team, but the intention to go against each other shouldn't be so obvious. We serve the country and work for the benefit of the people. All right, go do your work. And right after that, the secretary said nothing more. She quickly walked to the door and closed it behind her. At the same time, a paper crane flew into Qin Yishan's office from an unknown origin. The voice from within the paper talisman rang out. The world already exists. The matter of the primordial soul cannot wait any longer. Neem Lam, right after reading the letter, tore it apart and muttered to himself, This old thing must have been waiting for too long, right? Returning to his villa, at the very moment when the world outside was in turmoil due to Wang Xing's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, the dual cultivation between a pair of siblings was still ongoing. Both sat facing each other in an incredibly quiet room, cultivating together. Wang Xing felt his body lighten. He quickly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder right after that. I am now a nascent soul expert, entering the void realm. Immediately after, I saw a familiar figure, so I glanced at Wang Xing and thought to myself, that's Wang Xiaoyu sitting in the middle of the lake, cultivating his internal energy. I couldn't help but be stunned and cursed inwardly. Damn it, is Wang Xiaoyao in the middle of a breakthrough to the divine gathering realm? You no longer believe your own eyes. How long has it been since I entered seclusion? This is not the usual speed of cultivation, Wang Xiaoyao's progress is already terrifying. How could the Zhaoyun brand be this unreasonable? You quickly flew over there. At first, I cultivated in the forbidden spiritual domain. It was too fast. I was worried it might leave behind hidden dangers. Wang Xing placed his hand on his hip, observing the little girl. The result after Wang Xiaoyao received the master's gift and his foundation became stronger was not only that he could walk, but it also purified his Dao body, leaving very few impurities. Take a good look. My younger sister guesses that at this rate, in 1 or 2 more months, she will be able to break through to the embryonic soul formation realm. Speaking of which, Wang Xiaoyao's talent is not only excellent, but her looks are also adorable. In 2 years, she will definitely become a great beauty. You can't help but feel worried. Furthermore, most cultivators nowadays no longer follow the rules and regulations, especially regarding celibacy. There will definitely be many people who will pursue her. If by chance I encounter some despicable bastard. At that moment, the foolish older brother's desire to control his younger sister surged. Wang Xing smiled wickedly, making a firm resolution. When the time comes, if anyone touches my sister, even if he's handsome, he will be castrated. Suddenly, a familiar sensation rushed toward him. Wang Xing was startled, contemplating this feeling. You guessed that the senior sister has left seclusion. Mu Guanxian slowly bent his body at this moment, feeling exhausted. The small soul of yours quickly passed through the window, laughing joyfully, and said loudly, "Senior sister, it's me." At the same time, Wang Xing saw Mu Guanxian blushing, gently kissing his own body. Her sweet, delicate lips slowly moved closer to his face. Wang Xing on this side couldn't help but blush, his breath becoming somewhat rapid. She quickly turned her face away. He regretted and thought, "Senior sister, can't you delay the sneak attack for a few more seconds? After all, you should at least let me experience it a little." At this moment, he also quickly gathered his qi, preparing to leave seclusion. Wang Xing slowly opened his eyes. The memories from before were still vivid in his mind. He looked at Mu Guanxian, feeling shy and silently thinking, this appearance of senior sister. It seems that kissing is something couples in love do, but as for what comes after that, I'm not sure how much she knows. You were thinking deviously in your mind, just trying to test it a bit. Wang Xing smiled brightly as he looked at Mu Guanxian and said, "What should we do if you end up pregnant?" Her face couldn't help but turn red. Mu Guanxian was somewhat concerned, continuously touching his own belly. He couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed that it was indeed just like in the movies, where pregnancy only happens after kissing. Afterward, everyone ate dinner together. Xiaolian couldn't help but tease, "This kid's pretty good. I didn't expect that the two of you would be in seclusion for half a year." Wang Xing continued, "I have just broken through to the nascent soul stage and still need to consolidate my cultivation, which is why it took me a little longer." He set out a sumptuous spread of food and continued, "Is there any new news from Hua Kingdom recently?" Xiaolian quickly replied, "Yes, there is. Moreover, everything is related to you. Fortunately, thanks to some of your friends, you have still been dominating the top spots on major websites for the past 6 months. Fei Yu has once again proven himself to be an extraordinary talent, the next Yuan Ying, after the 3 Taoist priests from Sword Sect, Maoshan Sect, and Longhu Mountain. Then, the latest ranking of the Heavenly List Sword Cultivator, Fei Yu, holds steady in the 4th position, surpassing his master. Ti Teep Nua La Taoist Elder I'm Hoi Lang Tiang Nua Nam La Du Suc, EP Qua, Du De He La AP Luke Du Luan. Wang Xing wanted to burst an eye, shouting, "Damn, are these all clickbait headlines? Can I fly over there with my sword and hack their keyboards?" Xiaolian quickly grabbed the phone back. "All right, if you've finished your seclusion, what are your next plans? You're not really going to go over there and hack their keyboards, are you?" Right after that, he quickly took the phone out of his pocket. Wang Xing continued, "This means, in order for something to truly happen, there must be something to do." Wang Xing quickly sent a message to the fixed cultivation team group. "I want to go to the northern region to find the demon sword. Is anyone interested in joining me?" He looked at Mu Guanxian, puzzled. "Senior sister, you said you want to stay at home? You want to spend more time cultivating?" Mu Guanxian made up her mind. "I can't afford to fall too far behind," she said, smiling brightly. Wang Xing continued, "That's fine, senior sister. You can rest assured and cultivate here. Whenever you're free, you can teach Wang Xiaoyao a bit, so he can destroy the blood transformation divine saber and return to you quickly." Immediately after that, Xiaolian and Wang Xiaoyao's faces darkened as they looked at him. Terrified, he quickly corrected his words from "with sister" to "with everyone." Wang Xiaoyao pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, do you want to go deal with those cursed swords?" Wang Sheng explained, "Master said there are still more than 10 swords scattered everywhere. If we leave them be, who knows what trouble they might cause. It's better to handle everything as soon as possible." Xiaolian quickly said to him, "Xiao Fei Yu, can you take my elder sister with you?" I also want to go find some fun. Wang Xiaoyu responded, elder sister absolutely cannot go. That would be betraying brotherly bonds. It will affect the feelings between brother and senior sister. He laughed to the point of tears, praising. Indeed, my beloved little sister, you are so understanding. The second day after Wangxing broke through the seal, the weather was also not bad today. The specialized aircraft quickly landed at your villa. At that moment, everyone was already standing there, waiting. Wangxing reluctantly let go of senior sister Mu Guanchuan's hand. I'm leaving now. You too, take care and come back soon. Wang Xiaoao couldn't help but worry. It's chaotic outside. There are many evil cultivators. Brother, please be careful. Don't eat or drink anything random. Even heroes and brave men fear poison like anyone else. You lovingly patted your little sister's head. The extracurricular materials I gave you, you've read Water Margin already, right? The little girl smiled brightly and replied, I've actually read quite a bit of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Immediately after, he greeted everyone and soared into the air. All right, time to leave. Mu Guanxian smiled lightly. She looked up at Wang Xing, then said, Peace. In an instant, he quickly reached the door of the aircraft. Wang Xing just entered and saw that everyone was already present. He spoke up. Everyone is here. Monk Weijing spoke first. Amitabha Buddha, the last sword squad has finally assembled. Shi Tianzhong quickly leaned in and said, Wangxing, so that you and senior sister can become closer, haven't the four of us reached out to you until we carefully gathered together? Wangxing was confused. For people? Delay quickly stepped forward. Elder Wang, we meet again. Wangxing looked at her, as though the craftsman had passed by a long time ago, and he no longer had any impression. Just after finishing the greeting, Deli rambled on. Elder Wang, last time, it was lucky to have you. Otherwise, I would have died at Celi's hands. I heard that this time everyone plans to search for the blood-refining demon blade, and the clan leader specifically instructed us. You must help everyone. She tightened her grip on Wangxing's hand and continued speaking. Elder Wang, rest assured, I am proficient in 6 languages and the geography of the world, and I also know how to heal using divine light. You will definitely be able to help everyone a lot on this journey. He looked confused. If that's the case, then it will be hard work for you. Lu Yunji stiffly asked, Are you planning something by allowing this foreign girl to join the team above? Monk Weijing replied, Amitabha, we are all accessories to Fei Yu. Whether you call her Black or Daisy, it doesn't matter. We are all freeloaders, so we have no right to criticize anyone. Immediately after, Delay turned to look at the 3 people and smiled brightly. She quickly regained her serious demeanor and said, Sorry to trouble everyone. Please lend me your help. Everyone quickly continued, without causing trouble, to eliminate harm for the people, uphold righteousness, and destroy evil. Every person has a responsibility. And just like that, the specialized aircraft swiftly soared through the sky. However, on the plane, Delay kept sneaking glances at Wangxing. She couldn't help but blush, while he kept smiling foolishly. Yes, intellect. Read the newspaper. Where's our first stop again? Monk Weijing couldn't help but frown, feeling forced to call senior sister here. Shi Tianzhong had the same thought as him. Or should we call senior sister over? Wangxing heard Lu Yunji's question, and he fell silent before speaking, the great grassland of Africa. Hearing this, Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but feel a moment of bewilderment. Then he played a trick by taking out the microphone and singing a song on the plane. And just like that, Shi Tianzhong sang while twisting his body. The green prairie, green was my destiny. The wind blew, and flowers and herbs scattered everywhere. Wangxing watched this scene, unable to find the words, staring in a daze. A hand gently placed on Shi Tianzhong's shoulder, the familiar warmth making him startle. Wangxing smiled slyly, his voice dark as he asked, Do you want to enter the sage mode now? Although I know you're trying to remind me. Monk Weijing spoke up to diffuse the tension. Fei Yu, there's no need to be agitated. Shi Tianzhong the layman is just being kind. Monk Weijing chuckled wryly. That's right. Very soon after, the announcement rang out, Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the target nation, the Abyssal Realm, Wangxing said. I just finished reading the tactical plan proposal sent by the sect master. Let's head over there and hold a small meeting. The group once again discussed their objectives. The Tamadao, which first appeared during a small conflict between 2 tribes. A warrior from a tribe held them captive, seeking help from the locals to assist him in training his swordsmanship. This is the method that the Carrington Corporation has been using for several years. Wangxing took out his phone and opened the image of the demon sword. This demon sword has decapitated hundreds of people, and it is also one of the most powerful demon swords currently in existence. He seriously continued, This is the first battle of this operation. Let's arrange things properly. I'm going to ambush Monk Weijing. Confused, Monk Weijing asked, Wang Xing, you've already reached the nascent soul stage. Are you still going to ambush me? Lu Yunji spoke up and asked. Then what do you think we should do? Should we just randomly unleash a heavenly tribulation from the sky to bomb the place? Shi Tianzhong chuckled wickedly. Isn't that the way it should be? If one's cultivation base is high enough, then one must pursue the transcendence of their realm and make progress. Otherwise, arduous training and breakthroughs will be meaningless. Lu Yunxi quickly took out the talisman. This was a special talisman designed for a scoundrel. Wang Xing continued, our goal tonight is the young male demon sword. Once the mission is complete, we will leave immediately. Therefore, from the very beginning, we must absolutely avoid drawing the opponent's attention. At this moment, the captain quickly announced, Elder Wang, we are approaching the target location, and the airplane door will soon open. Wang Xing stepped forward and continued, even a hawk hunting a rabbit must use all its strength to ensure this operation goes smoothly. Let me handle the ambush. Immediately afterward, he leapt down first, with the sword on his back. Shi Tianzhong and the others followed his gaze and began to analyze. The amount of primordial energy here must be several times lower than that of the ordinary mountain villages in our Hua Kingdom. Those brothers who do not cultivate martial arts are being targeted by nascent soul experts. Just thinking about it makes one feel pity. After a few minutes, a familiar beam of light swiftly flew back from the distance. Wang Xing jumped onto his hands, holding an object, much to the bewilderment of everyone around. Shi Tianzhong stepped forward and asked, Wang Xing, that fast? Did you encounter a master? Wang Xing replied briefly, heading to the next target. You threw the object towards Shi Tianzhong, instructing, hold it firmly. This is a shard of the demonic sword. He couldn't help but feel confused. Is it already done so quickly? Could it be that we came here just for sightseeing this time? In the sky right now, golden lights were continuously shining, resembling the lights of a fair. The sounds rang out, detecting the target. Immediately detecting the target, the group of people quickly raised their guns and moved. The voice rang out again through the intercom. He is a cultivator from Hua Kingdom, Wang Feiyu, the one who holds the heavenly tribulation of Hua Kingdom, the illegitimate child of the fallen god. Wang Xing stood tall, his face dark as he looked at the group, saying, hand over the demon blade, and I will spare your lives. The person inside anxiously shouted, quickly retreat. We don't stand a chance. The one-eyed man spoke calmly. There is no one who cannot be defeated. He is not a god. A soldier inside reported that outside the base, energy fluctuations suddenly appeared, and they were also cultivators from Hua Kingdom. The opponents are 3 people, their identities have been confirmed, and they are all class of dangerous targets. Dust and smoke billowed in the air, and the 3 of them, like demons and monsters, kept advancing without stopping. Looking into the determined eyes of the 3 people, the others couldn't help but feel confused. Did they really come? We need orders. We need the next command. The person hurriedly said, Officer, please hand over the demon sword. He remained stubborn, insisting on giving it to us, to our dignity, the honor of the empire. Don't you need it anymore? The person shouted, this kind of research, which goes against human nature, absolutely cannot represent the honor of our empire. We must think of the young people at the base, for the more than 1,000 lives here. The officer shouted in a confused manner, do we not even have the courage to engage the enemy in battle? As soon as the words were spoken, a shocking explosion echoed through the room. A report quickly followed. The target is descending here at high speed. It was Wang Xing. He quickly drew his sword. Before he could do anything, the other person panicked, raised the gun, but his strength cut through the gun. Wang Xing stood amidst the dust and smoke, gazing at him as if he were a ghost. You look at these people, then gently say, the demon sword is drawn. I will spare your lives. The person was terrified to death, but what's worth mentioning here is that the name Truong Quang, at this moment, also seemed on the verge of crying. Both Don Tan shouted, yes. Very quickly, he grabbed the blade, and at the same time, Wang Xing soared into the sky. In the sky, everyone standing below could only see him as a shooting star. He quickly flew towards the 3 of them. As soon as Shi Tianzhong saw his figure, he cheerfully called out, Wang Xing, Monk Weijing is wondering why we don't just destroy them directly? Wang Xing replied, it's possible, but not necessary. I just warned them. Let's head back to the plane. Next, we'll have to cross the Mediterranean. We can't fly recklessly. Looking at the sky now, the plane is circling over the central area, but it no longer dares to attack anyone. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but feel curious. Wang Xing, how did you warn them? You just tell them. It's only to let them know that our goal is to destroy the demon sword, not to come here to kill people. Lu Yunji spoke. To dare to directly threaten the great Mei Empire, and still have it be effective, Feiyu is truly beyond the norm. Wang Xing continued. The situation here seems simple. Next, it seems complicated. requiring us to put in more effort and energy to handle it. At the same time, Delay also woke up. She yawned, stretching, and asked, "Where is this? Why am I here? Has the action already started?" Elder Wangxing looked at her and said, "We've already left Africa and are currently heading towards the territory of the Bright Council." Delay forced a stiff smile and asked, "Aren't I helping at all?" Monk Huijing interrupted, "No, you've helped a lot already. At the very least, you haven't caused us any extra burden." The other two nodded in agreement. Delay looked like she wanted to cry. Not causing any extra burden is considered help? Wangxing looked at her and said, "Next, we need your help, sisterin. The 5th place is a bit chaotic, making it very easy to hide the demon sword. We don't have enough foreign manpower, so we want to rely on the strength of the Bright Council." Delay quickly followed up, "No problem. Which city is it?" He smiled happily, looking at her. "The capital of crime, Big Land." Delay quickly accepted the task assigned by Big Land. Then, she took out her phone and pressed it repeatedly. At this point, Delay stared at her in confusion, unable to believe that this was already the 5th station. Delay's tears flowed abundantly. She had only closed her eyes for a moment, and Elder Wang had already dealt with the 4 demon swords. As expected, I am just a spirit beast. Whether I exist or not makes no difference. The 3 of them darkened their faces and spoke in unison. "So are we." In the morning at the headquarters of the Special Investigation Team, a voice rang out. "Where is the Feiyu Association now?" The secretary of Jiling spoke up. "As we approach Big Land, the 2 demonic swords there have been identified by us. The Bright Council's forces in that area have also responded to our call, coordinating their actions with the Elder Wang faction." She asked again, "Does the Dark Council have any reactions now?" The girl walking beside her spoke. "They received the notification from Carrington Corporation and are currently assembling experts." The 2 of them continued walking, and the girl spoke again. "Currently, a large number of powerful experts from the Dark Council are heading towards the 7th target, which is the Campi Duchy, where the civil war previously broke out. The enemy has invested a significant amount of effort to create conflicts here, stir up tensions, and incite civil war. Currently, to attract the sect, Elder Wang moved forward, even gathering 3 demon swords there." The 2 quickly arrived at the door of the room. Jiling continued, "Let the Campi Duchy prioritize and do their best to help Feiyu complete the action in their internal war." The secretary asked, "But Chief, do we have to wait until their civil war breaks out and let the Elder Wang Association take advantage of the chaos to act?" Jiling replied, "Your way of thinking is not bad, but it doesn't take the overall situation into account. What the Dark Council and the Carrington Corporation want is chaos, from which they can expand their own strength." Her gaze was dazed in thought before they caused chaos, annihilating one side to stop the remaining enemies. As soon as she entered the room, Jiling continued, "Continue to gather 10 pieces of information, and if you find any of the offspring of the great Qin Wang, report immediately. Although during this period we can only stand by, we must ensure that the Feiyu Association receives information immediately." The secretary quickly obeyed the order. The scene shifts back to his villa. Early in the morning, the loud singing voice had already echoed. The one who was singing loudly and passionately was none other than Xiao Yan. Mu Guanxian and Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but cover their ears. The girl curiously asked, this time, "My brother won't be able to return until half a year later, right?" She couldn't help but feel anxious, her thoughts racing. Out there, people's hearts are treacherous, and my older brother is not the type with a cunning personality. He's very easily taken advantage of. Xiao Yan glanced over and said, "Your brother is not the cunning type. His heart is far more complicated than that. You all have no idea how intense that person's true nature actually is. But it seems that his sincerity is due to the fact that his skin isn't thick enough." She said with absolute certainty, "I am using my life to pay the price." Whenever, you can always sense his thoughts. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel envious. "Sister, you really can feel the thoughts from the bottom of your brother's heart? He must truly be sincere towards you, right? Has he ever thought about cheating?" Xiao Yan continued, "Up until now, there has still been nothing. Anyway, the charm of our Mu Guanxian is unbeatable. Would he dare not be sincere?" Mu Guanxuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, so she covered her face and coughed a few times. She looked at Xiao Yan seriously, then handed over her phone, asking, "If 2 people are in love." Pause for a moment, Mu Guanxian then asked again, "What exactly should be done?" The 2 of them were stunned after hearing this. Wang Xiaoao covered her mouth. The little girl coughed violently a few times out of embarrassment. After that, she happily laughed and said, "Well, it depends on what age you're at." Immediately after that, the girl leaned her ear to Mu Guanxian, whispered a string of principles, and he was enlightened. Xiao Yan, of course, heard everything. She couldn't help but give Wang Xiaoyao a hard knock on the head. How come you're so young but understand so much? Wang Xiao scratched his head, feeling awkward. We've been immersed in social networks since we were young, so we definitely have to be exposed to this kind of information a lot. The teacher also said that it must be accepted properly, not just listened to carelessly, and cannot be ignored or neglected. Mu Guanchuan lovingly teased her, poking Wang Xiaoyao's cheek. Mu Guanchuan's cheeks were also red at this moment. She asked again, "What is the number of Yin?" Wang Xiaoyao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I'm not really sure about this either," Xiaoyan stammered, and I was the same. Xiaoyan cursed the heavens and blamed the earth. Xiao Feiyu, when I need you to explain, you're nowhere to be found. Scene change at the same time, on the other side of the earth, the scene here was no different from Earth. Wang Xing once again used his sword to sever the evil sword. He quickly sheathed his sword, and just as the martial arts session came to an end, he left. The other four couldn't help but darken their faces, playing the scarecrow. Monk Huijing asked, "Which strike is it now?" Shi Tianzhong, confused, didn't want to know. Lu Yunji didn't care to know either, and Delay dared not know. Scene transitions to the 6th target location, somewhere in the Duchy of Kami. Wang Xing spoke up. "I have received information from the investigation team. The next target location hides 3 demonic swords." Shi Tianzhong stood up abruptly, shouting loudly, "Damn it! How can this place be so big? Is it just a few million people or something, and yet the 3 demonic swords of the Carrington group want to massacre this place?" Lu Yunji drew out a talisman and said, "Listening is enough. Why speak nonsense?" The talisman was just affixed to the center of his forehead, and Shi Tianzhong immediately fell silent, standing motionless. Delay smiled wryly. The Taoist priest Shi Tianzhong must be overworking himself. The moonlight shone, and she quickly took out her phone, her face serious as she spoke. "We are currently in the kingdom of Kambai. Due to the corruption and immutability of the old regime, it is on the brink of internal rebellion. People everywhere are protesting continuously. It seems that here, the government and the people are not in agreement." Delay continued, "The Dark Council has assisted another government here through public opinion, inciting the majority of the population against the old regime of the principality. They had once applied for protection from the Bright Council. We also sent support. But the support army we sent was completely wiped out in one night." At this point, Delay couldn't help but sigh. The power of the Dark Council is too vast. "We have completely lost our leadership now," Monk Huijing spoke in surprise. "Amitabha, throughout history, evil has never been able to suppress righteousness." Lu Yunji observed, "The Duke of Kambai's territory is currently gathering many experts from the Dark Council, isn't it?" Wang Xing raised his cup of tea to his lips, continuing, "According to intelligence, the strong members of the Dark Council here are still the Blood Clan. Our movements have already been exposed. On the way, we might encounter an ambush. Moreover, these 3 demonic sabers could very well be bait. We're guessing there will be a fierce battle." Monk Huijing pondered deeply. It seemed that the previously stealthy method of attack was no longer effective. Delay looked confused. "Are we going to hold Elder Wang back?" "Not going," Monk Huijing replied. "We've been chasing for so long already. Won't you regret it if you don't go?" Shi Tianzhong quickly dove in and responded, "If that time really comes, I will protect everyone and leave the others to Feiyu." Lu Yunji. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunji said, "Then what meaning would it have for us to go there?" Delay spoke up. "The henchman recording team," Monk Huijing continued, "when it's time to curse, we cannot let the main forces have to step down onto the battlefield, right? The main person you mentioned who is causing the karma is none other than Tian Chang." Wang Xing drew his sword, the sound ringing clear. "The target and the path have been determined. Now it's time for us to prepare to set out." Delay asked Elder Wang again, "What kind of challenge are we completing? For example, is it about finishing a task within 24 hours, or are there other requirements?" Wang Xing couldn't help but recall the gentle appearance of Mu Guanchuan when she was at his house. She had said that it was originally a small matter, and that handling it quickly would allow him to return and focus on his cultivation with peace of mind. Lu Yunji gathered his internal strength and responded, 13 years of separation between Feiyu and Buyu Xianzi. After leaving seclusion, either one is traveling or in seclusion again. It's about time we should meet now." Another talisman shot straight toward Shi Tianzhong. Everyone at this moment stared blankly in the direction of Delay. Seeing that she had a strange expression, she pouted, tears falling, and said, "Why is the White Horse Prince in my heart actually a Taoist priest? Is it also a Taoist who has a childhood sweetheart bound to him?" The 3 of them were left dumbfounded after hearing it, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Scene change at this moment, everyone was on the sea. Shi Tianzhong asked in confusion, "Isn't the destination only 10 nautical miles away? Why don't we fly over there?" "There is no investigation team coordinating the flight over." Lu Yunji spoke up, "There is no investigation team coordinating." Flying over there will definitely be obstructed. Like this, at least it can get a little closer. Monk Huaijing was in charge of steering the boat. He calmly pointed ahead and said, "But it seems like we've been discovered." Everyone was only a short distance away from the island. The ship was still steadily gliding through the waves. A familiar face stood in the distance, silently watching them. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but feel curious. Who could that be? Delay was so frightened that she froze, stammering. The ancient. I don't understand why Delay is so terrified of him. She broke out in a cold sweat and shouted loudly, "Ancient Prince Shun." Shi Tianzhong did not care, asking contemptuously, "Is this the old Qin Wang? Compared to the previous generation of ours, he lacks much of the grandeur." Monk Huaijing continued, "If you want to compare, it should be with figures like the Grand Elder. After all, they were from the same era." Wang Xing remained silent, not saying anything. Lu Yunji spoke up. "These Blood Clan people rely on sucking blood to strengthen their power. They're already on par with demonic creatures." Delay trembled and asked, "Is it reasonable for everyone to stay calm like this?" Suddenly, as if having discovered something, Wang Xing immediately widened his eyes. He quickly soared into the air, flying straight toward ancient Prince Shun. Very quickly, he landed and stood in front of him. Facing a powerful enemy, his expression remained unchanged. Wang Xing slowly landed and stood face to face with him. The ancient Prince Shun had an ideal height. He also silently looked at you, no longer displaying the fearful demeanor from before. Shi Tianzhong's camera began to operate. It turns out, the thing we saw from afar earlier was not an island. It is none other than ancient Prince Shun, vampire. Shi Tianzhong shouted excitedly, while Wang Xing tried to blow the fake bat away. Lu Yunji was speechless and asked, "You brought this whole thing?" "We have truly become Feiyu's lackey recording crew." Delay quickly glanced toward Wang Xing, and she was momentarily stunned. Delay was startled and exclaimed loudly, "It's bad." There's also a Qin Wang nearby, who was attacked by the Duke. The three of them seemed to have ambushed in advance. They looked extremely cunning. Delay glanced over and immediately knew that our target was us. They must want to capture us to threaten us. Elder Wang Monk Huaijing circulated his internal energy, clasped his hands together, and spoke, "Amitba." Immediately, a surge of internal energy quickly illuminated, forming the shape of a giant Buddha. He said, "Little monk, open the defensive wall." Wang Xing stood tall, staring at ancient Prince Shun. His eyes did not blink once. The ancient Prince Shun spoke, "Cultivator of the Hua Kingdom, revered one, we meet again. I wonder what brings you here." Wang Xing spoke, "We are at the same time." A large hand appeared behind him. With a loud crash, he was struck hard into the sea, water splashing everywhere. Ancient Prince Shun remained silent. The last time in Saros, he had shown respect to this person, truly a waste of emotions. The cultivators of the Hua Kingdom today simply cannot endure. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. He knew it was the language of the Hua Kingdom. The splashes of water hit his face. Wang Xing held his sword and slowly advanced, asking, "Then do you know how to write the character death?" Ancient Prince Shun continued, "I believe there must be some misunderstanding here." At this moment, he silently felt fear in his heart. A wound, how could this happen at the same time? From where ancient Prince Shun stood, a loud noise rang out. He had not yet regained his composure when a sharp iron rod, resembling a large sword, suddenly thrust up from beneath the water. Ancient Prince Shun lost his balance and fell to the ground. It seems that he realized he was no match for you and fled. Wang Xing raised his sword and, remaining silent, looked at the cunning old man, then said loudly, "Want to run?" You used the Z-Wei first sword to strike a stream of sword chi straight into the water. He did not dare look back, and in that instant, he was unable to keep up. Your sword energy is sharp, striking fiercely into his wings. Fresh blood quickly sprayed out, and a wave of pain spread through, causing him to frown. But what was strange was that the blood splattered and formed a net-like shape. Ancient Prince Shun said, "Our Hua Kingdom cultivators still have the ability to reconcile." Wang Xing sneered contemptuously. He raised his finger and waved it at the man. The man gritted his teeth in anger, silently thinking to himself, "It seems this cultivator from Hua Kingdom wants a life-and-death struggle with this king." Upon reaching here, he quickly transformed his appearance, but the prince could not sit idly by and wait for death. He flew up, heading towards Wang Xing, and shouted loudly, "If that's the case, then come." On this side, the group of Monk Huaijing leisurely sat and watched the drama unfold. Monk Huaijing said, "Can anyone feel anything?" Lu Yunji replied, "No, the spiritual energy is completely disrupted, and the spiritual consciousness can't penetrate at all." Shi Tianzhong looked around and continued, "Where are the three blood-sucking demons that ambushed us earlier?" Monk Huaijing looked over and couldn't help but startle. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. A pool of fresh blood from the three individuals continued spilling out from their bodies. Turn into a large blood sphere. Monk Huijing shouted. This is bad. What are they doing? At this moment, Ancient Prince Shen was continuously draining the blood from those people. At this moment, his sword aura continued to relentlessly stab towards him. Ancient Prince Shun was startled, realizing that his calculations had been wrong. He had thought that this cultivator from the Hua Kingdom was just pretending to be impressive. He was a little worried. I didn't expect that true power could actually suppress this king. From afar, a female vampire quickly flew over and shouted loudly. Guang, I lift the blood orb in my hand and offer it as a tribute from my clan to you. Ancient Prince Shun was overjoyed in his heart and said, This is wonderful. Just by absorbing this power, I can temporarily gain supreme, unparalleled strength. This cultivator from Hua Kingdom is left with no path but death. She quickly handed over the blood orb. Ancient Prince Shen immediately took it. Suddenly, Wangxing struck forcefully, and it shattered into pieces. Everything dissolved into the void. His sword energy shot out, forming a perfect circle in the air, its sharp edge fierce and unyielding. Immediately after that, the sword energy quickly flew back toward him. Wangxing's expression was grim, looking as if tonight would be a long night for them. The vampire girl was confused, glancing at Guang. What should we do now? He was so angry that his teeth were grinding. Suddenly, that massive hand swept through fiercely. He decisively tightened his grip around her neck. The female vampire was startled. He roared, shouting loudly, Then you shall sacrifice yourself to this king. She did not expect that. He once again used himself as a sacrificial offering. Reluctantly, no, but he didn't care. A large amount of fresh blood was quickly drained. When she was no longer of any use, he let her body fall freely. After being charged with energy, he seemed to be resurrected. The form of Ancient Prince Shun continued to change at that moment. Wangxing quickly advanced toward him. Ancient Prince Shun's gaze shifted toward him. He bared his long fangs, his eyes blazing as he stared at Wangxiang, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Wangxing focused his inner strength, the sword chi glowing brightly around him. Wangxing, he shouted loudly, beginning to channel the pure yang lightning energy. Wangxing's eyes lit up as he gazed at the vampire, his sword cutting through the crimson sky. Then, he used the technique, suppressing the myriad stars to strike, and the enemy was shattered, continuously screaming. His eyes also emitted bolts of blue lightning. Not giving him a chance to rest for long, Wangxing quickly swung his sword in a slash. He nimbly jumped to the side, dodging this way and that, causing Ancient Prince Shen to become somewhat flustered. Below, everyone could only see a fierce lightning strike appear in the sky. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but marvel and exclaim, This is Wangxing, too overwhelming. Monk Huijing also widened his eyes in surprise, then muttered, A deed of fat. Unfortunately, this little monk lacks culture. A single sentence can travel across the world. Lu Yunji, deep in thought, observed the heavenly tribulation and practiced sword techniques. These things alone were enough to make Feiyu proud to stand above the entire globe, but the real trump card of Feiyu would always be the sword in his hand. The Ancient Prince Shen, at this moment, had been cleaved in two. Monk Huijing continued, Actually, in the heavenly rankings, Feiyu must have deliberately not wanted to claim the top spot, right? With such strength, even the senior heavenly masters would probably not be able to surpass him. Shi Tianzhong replied, We are disciples of Long Hushan, but I seriously feel that my ancestor wouldn't be able to defeat Wangxing. Suddenly, two small pairs of eyes lit up from the monster's mouth. The small but quickly fled. A voice immediately rang out. It's not good. Ancient Prince Shen wants to escape. Wangxing stood still in place, quite calm, raised two fingers forward, and spoke loudly. The one sword of destiny. Immediately afterward, the sword obeyed the command and flew. The bat was quickly pierced. Its body shattered into pieces, creating a loud explosion. The other four continued to act as scarecrows. After finishing the fight, the task resumed. At the Special Investigation Bureau, the intelligence signal rang out. The communication signal with Elder Wang was cut off near the sea region of the Kambai Duchy. A powerful and unstable surge of primordial energy appeared. Confirmed, the Blood Clan of Qin Wang launched a sudden ambush. Elder Wang has connected with the satellite surveillance network. But we can only see unclear images. Jiling furrowed her brow as she listened to this, thinking deeply. Wangxing is the top power of the Hua Kingdom right now, a key component of the threat against the enemy. If this battle fails, the consequences will be unpredictable. It's just that when they are abroad, we cannot. Malaway happily reported, Director, just now the reconnaissance satellite showed that the energy signature of Ancient Prince Shen has disappeared, while Elder Wang's chi flow is still present. He has killed Ancient Prince Shen. Jiling quickly gave the order. Monitor the nearby enemy situation and promptly issue a danger alert to Feiyu. Wei responded with a soft hum, then turned off the device. Jiling couldn't help but think, one of the three great blood clans of Qinhuang was actually killed by Wangxing. Unexpectedly, after Wangxing rose, he directly helped us solve this great concern. I really don't know what else to do to reward and praise him. The scene shifts to a harbor in the Cambay Duchy. Wangxing and his group quickly boarded the ship. Wangxing was sitting on the boat, silently cultivating his inner strength. Delay couldn't help but ask Elder Wang in surprise, "Did you really kill the ancient Prince Shen?" Wangxing spoke up, "That's right. You use voice transmission to command speed as a treasure. Monk Huijing, contact the investigation team and tell them to continue arranging according to the original plan, while also sending people to assist us." Monk Huijing quickly responded, "All right, I'll contact them now." Lu Yunji anxiously approached and asked, "Fei Yu, are you injured?" He closed his eyes and, still transmitting his voice, replied, "No, it's just that I exhausted too much energy. Just stay here and wait for news from the investigation team. I'll recover some of my spiritual energy first." Monk Huijing held the phone for a while, then quickly reported, "Fei Yu, the investigation team has sent 2 trucks for reinforcements. We've now entered the port." Wangxing smiled broadly and said, "Good, let's move out quickly." The truck quickly started rolling. Everyone was at the back of the cart, and the air suddenly grew still. Lu Yunji couldn't help but glance over at Wangxing. He wanted to say something, but kept hesitating. Shi Tianzhong quickly noticed that he was looking at his brother and couldn't help but smirk slyly. Then, Shi Tianzhong shouted loudly, "Wangxing, Li Ji wants to ask if you could teach him a bit of lightning magic and teleportation techniques." Lu Yunji was startled and rushed to cover his mouth. Wangxing quickly agreed, smiling happily as he responded, "All right, let me ask." Lu Yunji awkwardly replied, "Sorry to trouble you." Fei Yu Shi Tianzhong on this side also smiled brightly. "Zhao Yun, the sword technique that manifests from within, requires a strong body. After mastering the profound art of controlling lightning, one will instinctively understand how to wield it." Lu Yunji respectfully lowered his head and said, "So that's how it is." "Thank you, senior." Wangxing smiled brightly and asked her, "By the way, when you were killing the ancient Prince Shen, why didn't you come out to help?" Zhao Yun replied indifferently, "Then, if you are already able to win, why do you need my help?" The car continued to roll forward. Zhao Yun continued, "The road ahead of you is still long. You cannot rely on me." Wangxing smiled brightly and replied, "I'm only seeking results." Zhao Yun continued, "The price to pay is for me to face that vile trial? You go slay those evil creatures, and I feel a bit uneasy about it." Wangxing gave a suggestion. "It's fine, or should I use the flying sword of the sword sect?" Zhao Yun rebutted, "There's no need. I am your sword spirit. I should do what a sword spirit is supposed to do." The other 4 people stared blankly at the 2 of them as they spoke. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel frightened. Their thoughts also turned to the previous sword formation. The senior had not made a move. If she and Fei Yu teamed up to unleash their true power, then won't it kill ancient Prince Shen in the blink of an eye? Zhao Yun continued on this side. "So, cultivate quickly. When the time is ripe, I will take you to the land of immortals to cultivate." Wangxing couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for helping me soar high." He secretly guessed, this senior must be trying to make me seize the opportunity, urging me to improve my strength. Suddenly, the vehicle quickly slammed on the brakes. The person inside couldn't help but stagger. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Over the intercom, a panicked voice echoed, "Everyone, it's bad. We're in trouble." Outside, the sound of gunfire and fighting continued to echo. The civil war of the Cambay Duchy had broken out. Wangxing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be startled, feeling confused. Shortly after, a terrifying figure with a skeletal appearance appeared. A great battle was about to unfold. Outside, the sound of gunfire and ongoing combat resounded incessantly. Thick smoke and flames billowed everywhere, and the scene of devastation was no different from the medieval era. Shi Tianzhong disdainfully said, "Isn't peaceful development good? Why must one keep charging forward like a moth to the flame? But if this kind of situation has already broken out in Yingao Nation, then I would be happy to see it." Wangxing flew high on his sword, observing the situation. He replied, "At the moment, the Yingao Nation is in considerable chaos. It seems that the cultivation world has split into 2 forces, and internal strife is breaking out. I have locked the position of the 6th demon sword. Monk Huijing Shi Tianzhong, the old rules." Wangxing instructed, "We will strike hard from the front, and I will aim from above." Shi Tianzhong quickly took out the talisman, preparing to speak. "All right." Monk Huijing quickly drew his weapon. Wangxing said, "Lu Yunji, you and Miss Delay go help the common people affected by the spread of the flames of war. The people are merely sacrifices to the Dark Council, to those with ulterior motives. We can help them as much as we can." Wang Xing continued. Before leaving, the two of you do not need to go any deeper. Inside this city, there are still quite a few experts from the Dark Council. Our goal is the Demon Sword. After dealing with the Demon Sword, we will move on to the next target. As soon as that bat saw you, it shouted loudly, "It's the one who holds the heavenly tribulation. Block him." You quickly made a hand seal, your gaze resolute as you looked at them. The bats flew past in a storm with the rising wind, lighting up the entire sky. Meng Huaijing and Shi Tianzhang also charged forward. This Dark Council is really disappointing. These bats actually dare to face off against Wang Xing. Meng Huaijing said, "I guess the news that Fei Yu just killed Blood Clan ancient Prince Shen has already spread, scaring them out of their wits. No matter how you look at it, a quick victory is far better than this endless dragging on." There are two people on this side. Wang Xing quickly leapt and flew straight across the large building. You used an extremely fast speed, directing the sword energy straight into the shattered glass door. When the two guards noticed your presence, it was also the moment the sharp sword energy flew past their necks. He coldly looked at the two corpses that had fallen onto the ceiling, which had been cracked with a long fissure from his power. From the crack, a stream of dark energy seeped out. The ceiling gradually began to show more and more cracks. From above, a person with a bone in hand swung the sword down. Wang Xing quickly sensed it. His face darkened as he stood still for a moment. He swiftly drew his sword. The moment the sword left its sheath, it unleashed its power. Wang Xing quickly slashed upward into the sky, aiming directly at the skeleton. "It is not a match for you." The grotesque face was swiftly split in two by the youth. It originally was not its opponent. Very quickly, the skeleton was cracked open and shattered to pieces. Zhao Yun also appeared at that moment, coldly saying, "I didn't expect that they had refined the Blood God sword to such a masterful level." Immediately after, a stream of aura was transferred into the sword. Zhao Yun continued, "If you're going to strike, then end it decisively, eliminate the entire blood transformation divine blade." She continued, "You can't keep going on about these trivial matters. Becoming immortal as soon as possible is the true path." Wang Xing stood before the chaos and spoke, "Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long." After completing the mission, everyone quickly boarded the carriage and continued their journey. At this moment, Mao Wei reported the situation. "Elder Wang, we have already destroyed 8 devil swords, and the mission is more than halfway completed. The remaining 4 swords were hidden all over Europe, and they began to move once they reached the designated location." He calculated that the Carrington group probably wanted to risk everything for a fan. This was fine, at least it could save us some time. At the same time, Mao Wei continued, "Elder Wang, we received information that the Carrington group has deployed 2 large thermonuclear warheads. He intends to lead everyone into a trap, no matter the terrible cost, and wants to annihilate everyone." Meng Huaijing replied to the Carrington armed group, "And yet, you have such a weapon in your hands. Isn't this a joke?" Lu Yunji sighed. "Right now, the urgent task is to figure out a way. Though it's said that pursuing wealth in dangerous circumstances is the way to go, even so, it's hard to avoid risks like this." Shi Tianzhang couldn't help but wonder, looking at him. "Wang Xing, can you carry a nuclear bomb? Or do you have some sort of plan?" Wang Xing smiled lightly. "I don't have a plan, but I do have a way. I've heard that some of the landscapes here are quite beautiful. How about we take a break and relax for a bit?" Time passed quickly, and before long, it was already the second day at the tourist resort on a Ting beach. The group of Wang Xing's people was lying back, basking in the sun, looking incredibly relaxed. Lu Yunji glanced at him and asked, "Fei Yu, what do you think? Are we reasonable here?" Wang Xing replied indifferently, "If the other party wants to dig a hole, then we must stand at the edge of the hole. All the demon swords are under the surveillance of the investigation team. They won't be able to escape." Meng Huaijing followed up, "That's true. Why are we in a hurry? Whether we take action or not is not for us to decide." Shi Tianzhang chimed in, "Everyone, do you think the Carrington Corporation and the Dark Council will go crazy if they find out we're here, sunbathing on the beach like this?" Lin Ji also spoke up, "Not to that extent, but they might end up dropping a few electronic devices." Delay was now relaxing, wearing a bikini. She flaunted her slender figure, causing countless gazes to be drawn in awe. Shi Tianzhang sat up and asked, "Wang Xing, what do you want to do tonight?" He lay with his eyes closed and replied, "Cultivate, enlighten, forge the sword." Shi Tianzhang couldn't help but frown and asked again, "Didn't you say we were going to relax, Wang Xing?" You replied, "Then find a quiet place and sleep peacefully." Shi Tianzhang and the 2 others couldn't help but feel confused upon hearing this. He thought about Wang Xing's life outside of cultivation and his senior sister. It really is boring. The scene shifts to a dark room, where 3 indistinct figures are sitting together at a round table. One of them speaks up. "Currently, we should consider whether the dark camp really needs to exist." The woman replied disdainfully, What does this Viking king mean? Could it be that he's scared of that letter from the Hua Kingdom? Hearing her words, the other person angrily slammed his hand on the table. He angrily said loudly, "The Viking king has never feared strong enemies. He just dislikes those who only know how to stand still and don't know how to move forward. It was just a letter from the Hua Kingdom, stepping on our heads to insult and humiliate us. Yet none of you even know whether such an alliance is necessary to exist." A sharp hand quickly rose, signaling that he needed to stay calm. The person spoke up, "The truth is, we have no one who can defeat the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom blood clan. We have currently suffered heavy losses. This is a lesson." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Don't you all know? Does anyone want to hear how to resolve this matter?" "The familiar mask," he continued. "Don't you want to know the weakness of these Hua Kingdom cultivators?" This person was none other than the young sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. A scene transitions to nighttime at a tall hotel, with bright lights illuminating the surroundings. Wang Sheng is standing outside on the balcony, checking his phone for news. Suddenly, Wang Sheng seemed to have seen something, causing him to be taken aback. He silently thought to himself, "Mom and Dad, Wang Xieyao, and even senior sister, all of them have replied to my messages. Master, there are a few breakthrough stages, so I am currently in seclusion. Everyone is normal, but what exactly is the cause of this vague sense of discomfort?" Zhao Yun appeared at that moment and asked, "What are you worried about? Could it be that these Manji are still struggling with the division of boundaries?" Wang Xing recounts, "Over 100 years ago, the Manji I always spoke of constantly mentioned the decline of the Central Plains dynasty. Then, after many years of struggle, the current prosperity was finally achieved. These are all civilizations on Earth, merely temporary guidance. One cannot equate all the other countries as the same." At this point, Jiling called. "You quickly answer the phone. I don't understand why you called at this hour." Jiling wondered and asked, "Is something wrong with Feiyu?" Wang Xing furrowed his brow and said, "It's not really an urgent matter. It's just that I had an unclear feeling of worry earlier, so I wanted to ask if something happened with the master over there." Jiling was reviewing the file while saying, "Currently, everything is in the normal stage. Everything related to you is normal. Wait a moment, I will gather more intelligence. Then call me back." You couldn't stop thinking, suddenly feeling restless and anxious. Clearly, something had happened. This cannot be ignored. But this time it is surely not an omen of bad things, because it has nothing to do with Master's parents or senior sister. Suddenly, Jiling's phone rang. At the same time, she quickly picked up the call and had just spoken, "Hello." Not knowing what was said on the other end of the line, she saw the girl was so anxious that she stood up. Jiling quickly shouted loudly, causing him to break into a sweat. "Feiyu, something has really happened." He quickly shouted, his mood equally urgent. "Who's there? What happened?" Jiling announced, "In the dead of night, Wang Xing on our side has just received word that the Dark Council has begun slaughtering civilians. Killed a considerable number of the citizens of Hua Kingdom. In just a few short hours, they launched 68 massacres, capturing more than 2,600 hostages. In addition, more than 3,000 people were killed, and 16,000 others were injured." Jiling anxiously said, "This matter involves too much. I have mobilized all cultivators in the late Golden Core realm and above to assist. Everyone should act based on the situation, and if it becomes too dangerous, under no circumstances should anyone be rash. We will discuss further once our main forces arrive." Wang Xing quickly stood up and replied, "I understand, Master." Immediately after, he swiftly hung up the phone. The conversation had just ended when Shitianzhang shouted loudly, "Damn these people! Do they want to threaten us?" Monk Huijing spoke. "It seems the enemy is cornered, trying to force us into a battle and lure us into an ambush." Lu Yunji couldn't help but worry, asking, "Brother Feiyu, what are you planning to do about this?" Wang Xing calculated that the other party's actions could, firstly, provoke the nations on this land, and secondly, affect the government agencies of Hua Kingdom. "Soon, if necessary, I will go and stop them, buying more time." He clenched his fist and moved quickly to the place where the incident had occurred. Perhaps this would be the final battle between our cultivation world and the Dark Council. The helicopter swiftly transported everyone to the mountain. At this moment, it was late at night. In the Kili mountain range, one of the secret locations of the Carlington Corporation, just as Jiling had said, there were many hostages who had been captured and were now being transported down. One of them spoke up, "Are you sure that if we do this, we won't anger the cultivators of Hua Kingdom?" The young master spoke, "Don't worry, the cultivators of Hua Kingdom are managed by the government of Hua Kingdom. All officials come from the overall situation, and the benefits must be considered deeply." The person continued, "They must have realized that we possess very special weapons. How could we allow such valuable fighting forces to go to their deaths?" He couldn't help but sigh. It's truly a pity that they are your enemies. At this moment, on your side, everyone had quickly set out. Mao Wei reported, Elder Wang, we just received a negotiation video sent by the Dark Council. One of them is related to you. I will now forward the video to everyone. Hearing this, Wang Xing quickly took out his phone and turned it on to check. The young master's words were, we have no other choice, so we are forced to resort to such measures. Cultivators have become a great threat to the world's peace. The Hua Kingdom has a saying, those who are not of our race are bound to have a different heart. In their eyes, there is no distinction between light and darkness. We are all of the same race. We are the barbarians. Everyone focused on listening to him speak, lest they continue to act recklessly. We will definitely return to being slaves. Therefore, those who belong to the light faction, can you not consider standing on the same side as us? I hope everyone can be more straightforward. Saying this, he began to threaten. If not, we will continue doing what demonic cultivators do. Right now, the only way to save these hostages is for Wang Xing to abandon his cultivation and then come here to negotiate with us. If he can do it, we will release the innocent people of Hua Kingdom, he continued. Of course, you can also choose to send your strongest cultivators here to attack, but you must believe what I say. As soon as you step outside the borders, we will immediately kill these hostages and detonate the secret weapons. You, the people of the Hua Kingdom, the lives of thousands of citizens are at stake. You should think very carefully. This time, it is you who have gone too far, forcing the Dark Council to unite. Wang Xingtao is confident that you can watch this video. These people are about to die because of you. Why haven't you come here yet? After hearing everything, Vida Osher Tianzhang's anger flared up. Damn it. How are we the ones being forced? It's obvious they are the ones forcing us, those brainless idiots. They think that as long as they capture hostages, we will obediently listen to them? The evil cultivators who did this before have long been chilled to the bone. Delay looked at him and said, Elder Wang, please calm down first. Rushing in like this will not achieve anything. The opponent capturing the hostage is precisely for negotiation. We can agree to some of their conditions. Wang Xing spoke. This is very unlikely to happen. The attitude of our government will be to never bow down before such evil cultivators. Lu Yunji spoke. If the government chooses those officials, it will only make them more arrogant. As soon as the opponent gets a taste of success, they will think they have grasped our weakness. The consequences will be even more severe, with the lives of millions at stake. Wang Xing anxiously said, I must go there. As soon as possible. Monk Huijing called out. You should remind Fei Yu to think carefully before acting. Wang Xing smiled gently and said, I value my life very much. Of course, I will not seek death. In the morning at Jiling's office, the announcement quickly rang out. 6 Taoist priests from Kongdong Dao have arrived at the group space, ready for battle number 28. Currently, 60 cultivators have gathered at the assembly point. Has the first wave of support been sent out? Everyone, report to Director Jiling at this crucial time. The investigation team must be ready to assist our combat team. She spoke up. The forces of the sects continue to assemble. We must focus on forming the strongest formation. The souls and bones of those who sacrificed on the battlefield are still warm. We cannot afford to make another mistake. Another person reported. Director Jiling on their side has made it very clear. If we take action, they will kill the hostages. The other party definitely has satellites monitoring our actions. Do we have any means to deceive them? Jiling frowned and said, Now is not the time to ask questions. If you have suggestions, speak up. If not, cooperate with the investigation team and mobilize everything. The other person quickly interrupted. I suggest splitting into 2 routes, one heading through the border of Saros, and the other heading south. The person next to him also said, the battle strategy has been discussed and finalized. If we change it now, it will waste a lot of time. He shouted loudly, questioning. Then why not choose another rescue option? As of now, we have gathered a team of the 10 strongest cultivators to form the most powerful team. Not only can we bypass the enemy's surveillance, but we also possess extremely fast movement speed. One could still use the power of lightning to destroy those evil cultivators in a single strike. Jiling's office seems lively today. Jiling spoke up. Leader Qin, I agree that we can overlook the document with my signature and go directly to meet the superior to present your solution. If you can convince the superior, you may directly implement your plan. However, I would like to remind Leader Qin of one thing. Jiling fell silent and continued. The stronger the cultivator, the more trustworthy they are. Hearing this, Qin Yishin was slightly startled, and his gaze also softened. He spoke. I understand. I will carefully consider the feasibility of this plan. Jiling responded. All right. I look forward to hearing good news from you. The secretary immediately asked, do we need to submit a report to the higher-ups? Qin Yishin spoke up. Not yet. The stance of Jiling, the deputy minister, is very clear. In fact, whether the senior elders break their oath or not depends on a single statement from the bureau chief. Jieling quickly issued the order. You go inform all departments and have them fully cooperate with the investigation team's efforts. If the investigation team is short of manpower anywhere, immediately send someone over to assist. The secretary quickly responded, yes. Immediately after that, she turned her back and went to carry out her task. Qin Yishan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What exactly is Jieling afraid of? A moment later, the scene shifted to Jieling's office. She is still in the meeting. The most unpredictable thing is the enemy's secret weapon. Does the combat team have any plans yet? The voice on the other end spoke. There are 3 options. But we need to know the location of the nuclear weapon so that experts can approach the vicinity of the nuclear warhead. Another person added, the most effective method is to release dense nanorobots, directly attacking the control area of the nuclear warhead and destroying it. The other person reacted sharply, Director, should we first ask Elder Wang to find a way to buy more time? That's right, if it is possible to prolong the time over there to slaughter the hostages. Then, can we be even more proactive? Jieling was tense. I contacted Feiyu and shared the information with him while also informing him about our arrangements according to everyone's plan. First, determine the location of the nuclear bomb on the other side of the screen, and a quick reply came. Understood. As soon as the meeting ended, Jieling quickly took out her phone to contact Wangxing, but to her surprise, the person who answered the call was not Wangxing. Monk Huijing spoke. Adi de Fat, greetings Jieling, deputy minister. He reports that Feiyu suddenly had an epiphany and is currently breaking through to a higher realm. Director Jieling, do you want to issue the order to fight? Just tell the monk directly. Jieling's expression became serious as he called out to Feiyu. Wake up, I need to speak to him directly. Monk Huijing was startled. He felt a bit embarrassed. This matter, Chief Jieling directly prevented the breakthrough, fearing it would lead to the phenomenon of fire deviation and the resulting madness. She did not make things difficult and sighed before continuing. All right then, where are Lu Yunji and Delay? Both quickly moved towards the screen and spoke up. We're here, Chief Jieling. Is there any task for us? She straightened her face and asked, where's Shi Tianzhang? Only then did the group snap back to their senses. Delay couldn't lie. She broke out in a sweat, stammering. This matter, Monk Huijing honestly replied to the cultivator Zhang. He previously absorbed too much spiritual energy, causing his body to swell up. At this moment, Shi Tianzhang was no different from a giant balloon. Jieling heard this and couldn't help but be speechless. Jieling continued. The person in the mist is Shi Tianzhang, isn't he? He, embarrassed, wearing a hood that concealed his face, spoke up. I told you, it's useless to do that. Jieling seriously asked, Feiyu, when did you run over there? Monk Huijing quickly reported accurately, 16 minutes ago, sir. Delay hesitated and explained the matter. Elder Wang said, only by sending the signed troops can we eliminate the threat of nuclear weapons and rescue more hostages. Therefore, he left us here to draw the enemy's attention, while he used an invisibility talisman to pass through there first. We believe Elder Wang's plan is feasible. Jieling said, everyone just continue pretending, then turn off the machine directly. On this side, she was confused, continuously tapping her hand on the table. Jieling then ordered to assign more people to support Feiyu's actions, drawing the attention of the Dark Council. Furthermore, I will notify the actions of Xianzi and the Taoist Elder. Over here, the announcement quickly rang out. Buyu Xianzi, Xiaoyan, and the younger sister of Taoist Feiyu are arriving at Base 28 and will arrive in half an hour. This side also announced, the Taoist Elder has exited seclusion and will arrive at Base 28 in 45 minutes. Jieling continued, Feiyu's actions are considered to be covert. Until the hostages are successfully rescued, not a single hint can be revealed. The voice on the other end spoke clearly. She couldn't help but worry, rubbing her temples. Why was this child so agitated? She asked herself, how many people can it save on its own? At that moment, Wangxing was still flying when suddenly Taoyin did not appear. He looked at her and said, you're not even sure of yourself, are you? Wangxing replied, nothing can be guaranteed with certainty, but before the other side gathers the hostages captured from various places, this is the final opportunity. He was gliding through the wind while explaining, I sneaked over there, and perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Tao Yun recounted. Back then, the heavenly realm returned to the skies because it secretly opened a path, which allowed the current situation to unfold. You were regarded as a disciple of the Emperor of the Net, so you should learn more about strategy. Remember, if you want to cultivate the Z-Wei heavenly sword, simply practicing during seclusion will not be enough. Wangxing smiled and replied, I am just a cultivator. As long as I cultivate my own path well, I don't wish to be involved in anything else. He frowned and continued, But all I want is to have a clear conscience. No matter what happens, I will take full responsibility for my actions. Tao Yun asked with some worry. What should we do if your whereabouts are exposed? Wang Xing replied. Then just kill your way through. Don't worry, I won't do something like exchanging lives for lives. If it seems unfeasible, I will immediately retreat. Tao Yun was satisfied, so it could not be considered arrogance. She instructed him to circle a bit to the west. The enemy was still maneuvering their troops. The western defense line had a considerable gap. The opponent is within the range of my spiritual sense. Would you like me to investigate a bit? He smiled kindly. Sorry to trouble you, immortal. About half an hour later, on the Oakley Wangxing mountain range, standing high up, they observed as the group gathered the hostages at the foot of the mountain. The people were on the mountain, and their weapon was a box that could fly into the sky. Tao Yun closed his eyes, feeling that the entire mountain had been hollowed out. The internal structure was somewhat complicated, with around 3,000 soldiers. She added, her strength is on par with the demon you killed earlier. There are 4 cultivators. Wang Sheng observed and asked, have you found the location of the 2 nuclear bombs? Tao Yun spoke up. Based on the weapons you described, I have found hundreds of them. Hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Hundreds. Tao Yun drew in the air, illustrating roughly like this, like so. He breathed a sigh of relief. Still lucky, still lucky. From the description, it was probably just a regular warhead. Wang Xing looked into the distance and continued. It seems the enemy has made up their mind to kill me with a nuclear bomb pit. Or perhaps they are setting a trap for the cultivators of Hua Kingdom to come and rescue me. As soon as I appear in the small town, saving people, the other party will definitely not say a word and drop bombs on the town. You kept calculating this strategy. Although it is ruthless enough, the one who came up with it lacks foresight. Little did they know that the detection ability through the spiritual sense of a golden core realm cultivator could reach up to 1,000 miles, and even less did they know that Zhao Yun's spiritual sense could detect even further and with much greater detail. Immediately afterward, he took out a talisman, held it between his hands, and was ready to strike. Wang Xing said to her, Zhao Yun, help me conceal my breath. Zhao Yun quickly hummed in the air. At that moment, the aircraft was constantly flying back and forth around them. Suddenly, it was about to land in a secret basement beneath the forest. As soon as the plane was spotted, the door to that underground chamber immediately opened. It may seem small, but it is big and deep enough for an airplane to pass through, with plenty of space left over. Wang Xing seized the opportunity and quickly flew down afterward. He observed his surroundings and silently thought, sure enough, dogs jump around when they're too anxious. The Carrington Group really spent a lot of money to deal with me. They've truly taken the initiative to create such a large-scale base. His figure quickly flew through the night sky, riding his sword. Wang Xing thought further. Zhao Yun had mentioned that there were also several Emperor-level experts here. Then it is best not to strike the bamboo snake at the moment. He thought to himself, after all, this stealth attack only made sense if the nuclear warhead was destroyed and its whereabouts exposed. He glanced around. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned how to modify a nuclear warhead. Otherwise, when he found the warhead, he could have just detonated it directly, and everything would have been over. Here, you close your eyes and listen carefully to the surroundings. You sense 2 Tan Hoa blood demon swords and an old woman whose true strength is unclear. Move to the observation room. It is the name of the demon face, wanting you to cripple your cultivation. The cultivation is only equivalent to the early stage of the golden core. Wang Xing was calculating the cultivation method, not the Taoist cultivation method. But it's also quite similar to the 8th achievement, as the young master of the Yin-Yang All Things sect. He slowly opened his eyes. His father was everywhere, yet he still couldn't find the shell anywhere. He had to come up with a new plan. Wang Xing slowly thought to himself, the longer he delayed, the greater the chance they would be exposed. The matter of sneaking in here secretly would gradually lose its significance. Immediately after, he spoke behind Zhao Yun. Try to find a place where mortals gather, preferably somewhere to rest. Zhao Yun spoke up, providing instructions. Not far ahead, there is an area for mortals to rest. Moreover, each room is occupied. He calculated that it was currently midnight outside, so it was normal for them to be sleeping. Continue searching. The older you get, the more special the treatment in the single room, which means the higher the status. Zhao Yun began to close her eyes. She focused intently, observing her surroundings. Finally, her gaze landed on a small room. Zhao Yun excitedly exclaimed, found it. Immediately afterward, he followed her instructions. The sharp sword slowly cut a large hole in the ceiling. Wang Xing gently landed. The person inside was still sound asleep. Zhao Yun instructed, place the lifeless sword between his eyebrows. I can probe his memories, resonating his thoughts with yours. Wang Xing closed his eyes, following Zhao Yun's words, relying entirely on her. The old man was still lying on the bed, deeply asleep. Perhaps due to his advanced age, he slept very soundly. Zhao Yun curiously asked, "Did you find any useful information? You said he was one of the people who initiated the Ingdao experiment on humans. It seems like this time he's caught a big fish." Wang Xing looked at the other party. Although he only knew the location of one of the nuclear warheads, he had already figured out their entire plan. Essentially, they were planning to lure him here and eliminate him with a nuclear bomb. "You calculate that if you fail, the dark forces of the Dark Council will step in and find a way to destroy me at the foot of the mountain? Then, they will continue to lie in ambush, using the second nuclear warhead to cause casualties among the Great Harmony cultivators, waiting for the battle to end and placing the blame on Great Harmony, framing us for using special weapons. Taking advantage of this to win, the neutral forces launched a war against the Dao cultivation forces of Great Hoa. He gathered his internal energy, despising these people and thinking of the cultivators as nothing but fools." Zhao Yun asked in surprise, "You're not going to kill him?" Wang Xing replied, "He must have a device on him to monitor his condition. Currently, I can't kill him. Leave a stream of pure yang energy in his body, and later, I can take his life at any time." Immediately after that, he planted something strange, round in shape, in the middle of the old man's forehead. Wang Xing stepped outside. Currently, the location of the nuclear warhead is known, so further delays are not possible. Its existence, even for a little longer, will still pose a threat to everyone, so it must be dealt with secretly. I must destroy it first. He quickly stood, hiding at the corner of the wall to observe the situation. At the same time, Wang Xing happened to run into an acquaintance. He couldn't help but feel surprised inside. Was it him? Wang Xing gripped the sword in his hand, secretly thinking, "This is truly an unexpected gain." The young master spoke. "Have we received the news? Has the target appeared yet? Also, have the cultivators from the Hua Kingdom taken any action?" The detector still hasn't picked up the target signal. As for the Hua Kingdom, it seems they are following our instructions. There is no further action. He kept talking without realizing that Wang Sheng was very close to him. The door to the room opened, and he continued, "If that's the case, give them a reason to act. That thing is probably a heavy weapon. Young master, speak up. It's time to send them a direct greeting." He stood in front of the camera and said loudly, "It's already past time, Wang Xing. I am very disappointed in you. You have abandoned thousands of the people of Hua Kingdom. Is this what is called the righteous path of a cultivator? Is this the Grandao you are pursuing? I have more than 3,000 hostages. I can take my time playing with all of you. Of course, my patience has limits. Everyone over here has already heard. If you do not appear soon, I can increase the number of lucky people each time." "Wang Xing, is the way of the sword you follow as cowardly as you are?" He recounted. "Back then, you broke into the wind well, full of fervor like the wind. Where has that person gone? The one you are now truly disgusts me." At the same time, he ordered, "Notify the drone squad to randomly kill 10 people. Remember to record the image data and send it back later. Also send it out. Move quickly." At the same time, blood had stained the ground red. It was unknown when he had made his move. Wang Xing had just landed when his sword thrust straight into his chest. Fresh blood splattered, and the man stared at him in confusion, stammering, Wang Sheng." The henchman saw him being stabbed and quickly retreated. The young master shouted, "Well done." Very quickly, his sword soared up towards the weapon. It now resembled a brush, constantly drawing a sharp strike that swept around. And in the end, that weapon could not withstand the sharpness of the sword and shattered into pieces. At the same time, the two giants quickly struck toward Wang Xing, but he had already jumped up, dodging their attacks. You quickly retracted your sword energy. Then, Hung fiercely charged toward the two of them. Hundreds of sword tips viciously thrust toward them. The yin-yang symbol on his sword glowed continuously. The sword swept through, and wherever it passed, the earth and stone shattered, followed by a deafening explosion. Immediately after that, he tightly gripped the longsword in his hand. Wang Xing couldn't help but sneer, thinking, using a storage weapon attached to the warhead can block external signals on its own. Thanks to Zhao Yun sealing the magical weapon once again, it made everything easier, reducing half of the danger. Thinking of this, his gaze turned even colder. Wang Xing continued, "Next, you look at the young master kneeling on the ground and say, 'It's time to settle the debt.'" Wang Xing spoke coldly. "The young master of the Yin-Yang All Things sect. His surname is Yin. His name is Yang Ning, and he is the only son of the Yin sect leader. That year, the Yin and Yang of All Things collapsed. You led your subordinates to Ingdao country, fleeing to the western side of the Dark Council. Then, you try to mobilize the power from all sides, creating a threat for the cultivators. Currently, I have successfully convinced a few high-ranking members of the Dark Council to allow them to control the cultivation world. Back then, In the Snow Mountain battle, both the plan for the battle and the hostage capture operation today were all orchestrated by you. At this moment, his demonic mask was also exposed by Wang Xing. The young master of the Yin-Yang clan screamed in fear, "Don't kill me. You can't kill me." He cried out to preserve his life. "Wang Xing, if you kill me, you will definitely regret it. I have all the intelligence you want to know." Before Wang Xing could respond, he struck him with a blow to the forehead. Blood spurted out. Wang Xing watched him collapse and coldly said, "What a pity. I can only kill you once." New grudges, old debts, finally resolved. Wang Xing gently descended. Taoyuan quickly spoke up to warn, "There's a monster heading towards you. Be careful." He replied, "I know. I remember receiving the information about that old white-haired man already." Very quickly, his footsteps moved toward you. She is the one with the longest lifespan and the greatest strength. The Qin Wang family Lina has the bloodline closest to the vampire lineage. The command to control another missile is in her hands. Lina looked at him, her mouth slightly opening to reveal two sharp fangs. Wang Sheng, who at that moment emerged from another door, stared at him with hatred. "You killed Yin Jun in the sky." At this moment, two more individuals appeared. The person with the purple name continued, "Are you still going to kill my grandson?" They looked at him darkly and said, "I know you are very strong, and in the future, you can become even stronger. Therefore," Lina smiled wickedly and continued, "by any means, I must make sure you die here." Both of his hands quickly grasped the sword. Wang Xing snorted coldly. On this side, the purple monster quickly struck as well. He launched an attack. You swiftly raised your sword to block it. The group charged forward all at once. Lina bared her sharp teeth, gazing at Wang Xing with longing. At that moment, he closed his eyes to allow himself to feel the speed at which they were moving. "Your sword begins to move." Wang Xing read aloud. "The astrological sign of the post-Zhong era begins to invoke the order of Yin and Yang, the two opposites, to transform and create life." Lina looked at him. She couldn't help but be startled and said, "This is not good." Wang Xing was still dancing in the air, and at that moment, the thunder was gathering. Immediately afterward, Wang Xing fiercely launched his sword technique toward his opponent. A beam of light rose, and the group of people couldn't help but cover their eyes. Lina's sword couldn't withstand the pressure either, and it quickly cracked. The sword swept through the air, and a loud explosion echoed. At the same time, it pierced through the side of Lei Na, causing her to flinch in shock. Both of them sensed that the situation was off, so they charged forward together. Wang Xing stood tall, stirring things up on his own. The purple-clad man asked in confusion, "Where is he? Why can't I see him anymore?" Immediately afterward, he quickly and fiercely drew his sword and swung it. Wang Xing quickly leapt, standing atop the head of the purple-clad man, and thrust downward. At this moment, Lina quickly launched an attack. However, he immediately dodged. Wang Xing rode his sword and soared into the air, quietly assessing the strength of the three of them. Together, they were still slightly stronger than he was. You calculate that as long as they cannot join forces, the threat won't be significant, but it still needs to be monitored. It's still her. You looked at Lina. She is the most formidable opponent among the four. Lina over here also looked at him, silently calculating. Although it was just a preliminary experiment, this cultivator from the Hua Kingdom was able to withstand our siege. No wonder Yin Jun has always reminded us to regard him as the top target of the Dark Council faction. Immediately afterward, she extended her hand, giving Wang Xing a brief evaluation. She silently made up her mind as the blood on her arm flowed out. Today, no matter what, we also have to make him leave his life here. Daring to infiltrate the Dark Council's inner sanctum, that arm quickly transformed into a weapon. Lina lost an arm. She said loudly, "It must be destroyed, no matter the cost." At this moment, inside that door, a group of people fell, and the ones holding guns were approaching. Surrounding you at this moment, enemies are everywhere. Wang Xing glared, loudly and firmly declaring, "Come at me." At this moment, a source reported that 5 powerful energy sources had appeared in the Oakley mountain range. It has been confirmed that one of them belongs to Elder Wang Fai Su. The remaining 4 people include 2 who are bloodline descendants of ancient Prince Shen, as well as the evil demon Shadow and the Fire Flame Monarch. Jiling spoke up to report the situation regarding the gathering at Base 28. The staff reported quickly. Some of the Taoist priests from the Heaven Endowment Realm, including Buyu Xinzi and Huban Xin Xiaolian, were already present. The Taoist elder will arrive in 3 minutes. The assembly has reached 60%. Jiling spoke up. They set off immediately to provide assistance at the Oakley mountain range. Immediately after, Qin Yishan shouted loudly, "Wait, Jiling." Silently, "Leader Qin, you still do not have the authority to stop my orders." Qin Yishan shouted, According to the regulations, subordinates are fully allowed to annul the orders of their superiors if the order is unreasonable. It takes more than 2 hours to go from base 28 to Okui, and the fastest it can be done is still 2 hours. It will not be of any help in this battle just because a cultivator who does not follow the rules took the lives of other cultivators and thousands of hostages as a gamble. Jiling would not yield either, as the situation is currently at a stalemate. If we can spare a minute, it will add another chance to help Wang Feiyu. Leader Qin, do you want us to just stand by and watch the top expert of Hua Kingdom have his cultivation destroyed by those left-handed cultivators? Qin Yishan argued loudly. This is not a siege. This is the reckless behavior of a cultivator who acts without regard for the consequences. He paid the price for his own unruly actions. Instead of affecting our plan to rescue the hostages, Jiling, seemingly losing her mind, slammed the table in frustration and shouted loudly. Tan Qin Yishan, Wang Feiyu's combat ability is worth the risk we're taking. Qin Yishan shouted, but at the same time, he was also the most favored disciple of the chief's husband, wasn't he? Jiling ordered, cancel Qin Yishan's eligibility to participate in this event. She sat down and continue executing the orders. All cultivators, gather and prepare to move at the fastest speed. Another person reported that the vice minister had intercepted a signal from the Great American Empire sent to Oakley Mountain. The content of the signal was to trigger the delayed nuclear bomb. The exact activation time was 1 minute later. She calculated that the nuclear bomb was provided by the Great American Empire to the Gallington Corporation. There must be a backdoor in the nuclear bomb. Currently, their situation is not favorable. As expected, they have launched the remote bomb, and Jiling couldn't help but worry, tightly gripping Feiyu's hand. Right now, I can only rely on you. Over here, you quickly soar and run away. 3 sides attacked him simultaneously. They considered him a formidable opponent. An explosion quickly occurred, shaking the surrounding area. Wang Xing quickly swept through, effortlessly dodging those attacks. He quickly leaped into the air, simultaneously turning his head to look back. The demon with large wings aggressively shot a flame-carrying dark energy toward him. Wang Xing quickly flew toward the target. At that moment, he launched a sword, shooting straight toward him. The speed of the sword was too fast. He could not block it in time, and was immediately stabbed. Behind, another vampire quickly struck through. Wang Xing waved his hand, and a stream of sword chi shot out. Lina quickly lunged forward, positioning herself in front of him to block his sword strike. Instantly, the sword flew off in another direction. Lina continued charging ahead. Wang Xing couldn't help but snort coldly, his thoughts racing, fully aware that this woman would come to block him. The blade he had just struck with had already eliminated any future troubles. Zhao Yun appeared and said, the small town beneath the mountain. I can feel a sense of fear, perhaps the shell you mentioned earlier. Wang Xing startled and asked again, what? Could it be that the fuse has already been lit? Zhao Yun closed her eyes and sensed. She said, not yet, but it gives me a very bad feeling, as if something is about to happen. Wang Xing sighed in relief. That's good. It seems like the new timer mode has been activated. Upon hearing Zhao Yun recount the events, Wang Xing couldn't help but feel worried. You calculated that there was no time to waste fighting with these people anymore. You had to deal with the warhead immediately. Zhao Yun wondered, if you have no faith in your heart, why do you still want to go? At the same time, he quickly soared straight into the sky. Wang Xing calmly responded to her, saying, I was momentarily impulsive. She kept nagging. If you knew that the current judgment was uncertain, then why still proceed with it? You continued to speak, saying you were impulsive in the moment. He gritted his teeth, his brows knitting together. I can save them. Why shouldn't I go? Zhao Yun asked seriously, how did you save him? Immediately after, he took out a tiny object shaped like a coin and continued, use the magical artifact. The other 4 quickly chased after him, but in front of them, they couldn't see him anywhere. Lina ordered, chase him. Absolutely do not let him escape. A person flew by quickly, announcing, Lord Qin Wang, just now my subordinates received news. The cores in the small town have been activated and will explode in 1 minute. They were all taken aback upon hearing this. What was going on? The detonator was still in my hands, yet the bomb had truly activated by itself, set to explode in less than a minute. It seemed someone was hiding in the shadows, secretly taking action, intending to push us and the cultivators of Hua Kingdom into a cycle of vengeance. However, if that little brat could die here. For us, it is not without benefits. The scene shifts to Wang Xing. Zhao Yun observes that the runes on his necklace are somewhat unstable, and perhaps they will not be of much use. Mortals live an ambiguous life, yet you have the opportunity to pursue the Tao and become an immortal. Which of the two is more important? Wang Xing replied, they are just innocent people, merely unwittingly used as pawns against me. Hurry up. If I can save them, then why not save them? Did Zhao Yun find that truck anywhere? She closed her eyes. I will try and see. Everything around her at that moment was like a slow-motion film playing in her mind. Zhao Yun saw a large container. She pointed to Wangxing over there. He quickly glanced over, sweat pouring out. It's not good. It's too late now. The time until the bullet explodes is 5 seconds. Zhao Yun said, 5 seconds left. It might be too late. Aren't you really afraid of dying here? Only 4 seconds left, Wangxing said calmly, fear lingering, but he would definitely make it in time. Zhao Yun asked again, but if you really die this time, will you regret it? Wangxing frowned and said, of course there is, but I won't turn back out of fear of death. Senior sister, why are you asking such questions? Can't you be a little more positive and optimistic? There are only 3 seconds left. At the second, Lena's group panicked. Run. A nuclear warhead. We're all going to be blown up. In the last second, Zhao Yun answered me, I was just thinking about how you would feel in your heart. One can witness a madman who doesn't care for himself, rushing in to save others, even though he knows he will die. It's truly somewhat interesting. Wangxing reassured. Don't worry, my life is very resilient. Finally, time's up. A huge explosion occurred. Everywhere scattered wildly. Zhao Yun spoke. The heavens and earth are hard to gather. The dust and smoke billowed in all directions, and the members of the investigation team held their breath, sweat pouring continuously from their bodies. But everything was still calm. They were startled and spoke loudly to each other. The small town still has the unexploded warhead. The artifact must have been used by Elder Wang to store the nuclear warhead, preparing to detonate it inside the artifact. Jiling spoke up and gave the order. The combat team is ready to act according to the original plan. The Taoists immediately went to Okili Mountain to offer their support. Elin quickly responded, yes, the order has been sent. She sighed in relief, her thoughts lasting only a few seconds. It is possible to determine the position of the projectile. Just based on judgment, the next move may go smoothly. This young one truly knows how to surprise others. Jiling fell silent, but the danger still persisted. Meanwhile, Wangxing, over here, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The situation was much better now. Zhao Yun said to him at that moment, can you rest assured now? Wangxing smiled brightly and said, thank you, Your Highness, for lending me the magical artifact. It is only thanks to it that I was able to save my life. Otherwise, I would have met my end here. What you're holding in your hand is a ring. There is also an inscription carved above. Zhao Yun explained, my Sankan ring contains many treasures inside, a total of 12 layers. Although only the first layer can be opened for now, it can still store the nuclear warhead and contain its destructive emotions. Wangxing spoke up, yes, thank you for saving my life, immortal maiden. He thought to himself, the first layer of the Sankan ring contains Zhao Yun's clothes and jewelry, with a quantity equal to the entire shopping district combined. He couldn't help but lament inwardly, the nuclear warhead probably won't ruin those garments, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to sell myself. Should I take a gamble? Zhao Yun said, you don't need the debt note, but I have some good news to tell you. Wangxing was surprised. What is it? She explained, the recent impact has affected the second level of the seal. I have conveniently activated the second level of the Song Kuan ring. Your spiritual consciousness can now penetrate into the second level and freely use the treasures within. The second level is used for divination, which is the kind that is prohibited in the underground world. The divination tools that predict the future and cleanse are all priceless treasures. Therefore, you will also use them. But right now, let's not talk about that nonsense anymore. Those demons have discovered that you're not dead, so they've gathered quite a number of humans and demons. You'd better take action quickly, or else those mortals will suffer. In the end, it will be a disadvantage for them. On this side, Lena is desperately preparing for the Pursuer of the Month. You asked Zhao Yun, do you have any suggestions? Zhao Yun suggested, use Immortal Spirit. A few formations can protect these mortals. She continued, but the condition is that you must hold off 4 demons with relatively high cultivation. Wangxing said, it's assigned to you. Zhao Yun instructed, relax your mind. I will temporarily take control of your body. Lena on this side couldn't help but wonder, asking why the warhead capable of destroying the world, which 10 people boasted about, had no effect. The fallen man, terrified, replied, Gu Wang is honored. We don't know about this, either. This answer displeased her. Lena gritted her teeth in anger. At the same time, a beam of light descended from the sky, shining directly down on the city. Lena just looked and immediately recognized that it was the sword technique of Daihoa. On this side, the blood-sucking demons quickly gathered together, but in front of them, a stream of celestial light continuously emanated. One of them spoke up, for those ordinary people, who are all the same, to dare sacrifice themselves. What is the one who came up with this plan thinking? It's impossible to explain the reasoning. The purple name explains, Hua Kingdom cares a lot about their lives. I have already said, don't provoke Hua Kingdom. The two people had just woken up from a deep sleep. They should have seen the waters of the great, mighty river from thousands of years ago. But perhaps the two of you have never seen it before. Around 2,000 years ago, this colossal Eastern Empire collapsed because it had become too old and decayed. At their weakest moment, it was also the time when their people continuously sacrificed themselves, always preserving that flame. The person continued. Now the fire suddenly blazes fiercely again. Lena spoke up. If that's the case, do we still have the possibility of joining forces with them? This is the sacred battle of the Dark Council. Our victory or defeat will determine our survival. She shouted loudly, raising her weapon to the sky. Our enemy right now is just one person. But he was extremely powerful. Wait a moment, she continued. Moreover, the Hua Kingdom will soon send reinforcements. They will likely be hundreds, even thousands of cultivators. Of course, our reinforcements will arrive soon as well. Lena ordered his execution, then prepared to confront the main army of the Hua Kingdom. First, defeat those cultivators lured out of the Hua Kingdom after the great advancement into the cultivation world. Do not give those cultivators any time to consolidate their strength. One can never truly understand how cultivators without limits have brought a life of despair to me. They continued, saying that he was one of the strongest experts in the Hua Kingdom. Only by killing him could one have the ability to destroy the cultivation world. This world does not need any third-party forces outside of the Bright Council and Dark Council. They quickly grabbed their weapons and advanced. Your swords swung fiercely, chopping down, and the bodies fell to the ground like rain. At this moment, Wang Xing is wearing a necklace from Zhao Yun around his neck. He stood tall, staring ahead. Wang Xing spoke up and asked, Zhao Yun, what can you do now? She said the power of the super sword depends on your spiritual power and swordsmanship, but I can help you minimize the wasted spiritual energy. He smiled brightly and asked, what about the others? Zhao Yun continued, you can surrender if you don't want to fight. The lifeless sword can directly help you escape. If your soul is injured and you fall into a coma from heavy wounds, I can directly take over your body. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel satisfied. This doesn't sound bad. You recalled that the demons and knights pose no significant threat to me. I still have to eliminate the enemy's ancient Prince Shen first. You calculate that, at present, they have yet to unite as one clan. Otherwise, it would be even harder to deal with. Zhao Yun instructed. You must remember that the four demons must not be allowed to attack the Great Formation. Otherwise, the formation, made from immortal-grade spirit materials, will quickly collapse. Wang Xing replied. Understood, Zhao Yun. You might not know, but when I was young, I greatly admired the knights and martial arts novels. You swing your sword and keep talking, not realizing that now I've become an immortal cultivator. I can actually experience what it's like to be a knight. Zhao Yun spoke. Since the reconstruction of the Forbidden Demon Domain, I have experienced all of your memories. Yes, do I know or not know? With the power of an immortal cultivator, one could do anything, and only then would they truly be worthy of being called an immortal hero in a land already littered with the corpses of the fallen. Wang Xing spoke first. Let's fight first. We'll summarize everything afterward. He frowned and said, unfortunately, she doesn't have the ability to release lightning. Wang Xing looked up at the sky and continued, otherwise, I could have her contact master and mistress for reinforcements before my laws run out. Zhao Yun said, guess what? Do you think I have the ability to generate electricity? At this moment, in the small hell, everything was still peaceful. Mengpo was sitting in meditation when suddenly she felt an unease and opened her eyes. Wang Xing. Immediately after that, she angrily shouted, monstrous fiend, how dare you insult His Highness Zhao Yun? You truly have no fear of death. On this side, Wang Xing was relentlessly slaughtering the heretical cultivators. In front of him, he couldn't help but think, we've been fighting for so long, the four big fish should be appearing soon. Immediately after, Wang Xing drew his longsword and charged straight toward Qiuzhou. And at the same time, a violent explosion occurred, causing the ground and rocks to be unable to withstand it and explode. Lena couldn't help but exclaim, taking so many with one chopstick. He is still fine. The immortal sword truly lives up to its reputation. Wang Xing smiled with satisfaction. As expected, I thought that I had already exhausted quite a bit of my spiritual power, which is why you appeared to take my head. She looked at him and said fiercely, but today, you must die here. On Jiling's side, a notification quickly came through. The head of the Dark Council is launching a massive attack on Elder Wang. The main forces are those four monsters. The others are attacking toward the formation. Jiling couldn't help but feel a headache. They wanted to attack Fei Yu's team, distracting Fei Yu. Only by capturing the hostages again could they take the initiative or force Fei Yu to submit. She asked, where is the remaining ammunition? Another staff member spoke up. The energy fluctuation is coming from the enemy's base. That warhead has likely been placed into Elder Wong's spatial magic artifact. It must be that Elder Wong took the warhead, which is why his movements were exposed. Another girl reported. The head of the transport aircraft has departed, and it is expected to arrive at the battlefield in 72 minutes. The international flight routes have been opened, and the aircraft escort team has also set off. Another person continued. At the moment, Elder Wong is surrounded by more than 10 experts. How can he possibly hold on for another 72 minutes? Is there no way for the cultivation world to get through to him directly? The old man with silver hair interjected. Currently, the highest cultivation level in the Taoist realm is only the nascent soul, and even true immortals need a period of time to reach that stage. The efforts we are making now, the speed of mobilization, and the speed of reinforcement have all reached their limits. Another report came in. Deputy Minister, the latest 6 satellites have arrived at the Oakley mountain range. The live feed has been updated. The Heavenly Sword system is also ready. Heavenly Tribulation numbers 2 and 3 have been completed. Jiling spoke. Good. Immediately receive the images from the scene. Ready to assist Elder Wong at any time. Over here, the other 4 are still working together to attack you. Wangxing's flying sword sped forward rapidly. Its speed was such that they could not keep up with it. Wangxing fought alone against all 4 of them, which was also considered the act of a formidable enemy. A fierce attack was launched toward him, but he quickly dodged it. Immediately after, Wangxing swiftly leaped behind the vampire's back. He fiercely swung his sword, severing its arm. One hand fell, causing the man to stagger slightly. Lina ran over to help, but it was too late. Over here, Jiling issued the order. Heavenly Tribulation 23 will lock onto the attack target of Feiyu, which is the largest vampire. A voice spoke. The opponent's speed is too fast. Moreover, there are no rules. We cannot lock onto the target with the naked eye. It's very hard to determine. Jiling furrowed her brows. It was indeed difficult. Don't lock the target yourself. Let the system decide the timing of the strike. Provide the system with full information about the target. They hesitated before speaking. This violates some agreements. Jiling assured. If there are any consequences, I will take responsibility. The agreement is made by humans, and anything that happens will be dealt with later. The secretary cheerfully spoke up. Director, an elder of the Hidden Earth sect requests a connection. There is something related to Taoist priest Feiyu Jiling. Jiling responded, accepted. As soon as the phone was picked up, a person in traditional attire quickly bowed to her. Jiling got to the point. Could it be that the people from Abaddon have already revealed themselves? He spoke. That's right. The immortal has fled to the northwest. We will soon reach the base, where the experts who have reached the Tao cultivation realm are gathering. And the person you mentioned here is none other than Mengpa. He continued, requesting Director Jiling to announce in advance so they could prepare to enter Abaddon. Jiling quickly agreed. All right, I will immediately have someone contact the experts in the field. Immediately after, she swiftly commanded, Heavenly Sword, launch. On this side, a beam of golden light quickly shot up into the sky, causing the earth and rocks to continuously explode. Wangsheng immediately looked over, guessing that this must be the Heavenly Sword. That light shot out strongly for a moment, then suddenly went out on the chung stitch. At that moment, the body of the vampire, with its limbs severed, lay sprawled on the ground. At this moment, the purple demon also tilted its head towards the sky, letting out a loud scream of pain. Hundreds of sword energies simultaneously stabbed fiercely into its body. Lina saw the situation before her and felt a bit scared, her thoughts turning darker. Immediately afterward, Lina swung a powerful strike toward Wangxing. But of course, you didn't let her have her way. Wangxing swiftly leaped, dodging the attack, and at the same time, he gathered his internal energy, shifting his target and delivering a powerful slash toward the 2 demons. Both demons were startled at the same time. They screamed in pain. Wangxing's sword struck fiercely against the ground, causing the area to tremble for a while. The demon immediately could no longer bear it. Fresh blood quickly poured out. He raised his hand to the sky and cried out loudly, Lina, save me. Wangxing looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel satisfied, smiling faintly in success. Unexpectedly, from behind him, a sharp red spear pierced through Wangxing's heart. It startled him. Wangxing quickly reacted, turning around and slipping through, maintaining his distance from Lina. But at this moment, a wave of pain surged from his heart, causing Wangxing to unconsciously grit his teeth. Wangxing fell from the sky, his speed extremely fast, causing a great impact on the ground and making it tremble. The demon smugly said, the wielder of the Heavenly Sword has been injured. Now is the time to kill him. The group of people was filled with intense fighting spirit. charging forward and shouting loudly, "Understood." At the same time, hundreds of sword chi, unknown from where, shot toward them at breakneck speed. They were caught off guard for a moment, so the majority of them were hit by the attack. The two leading demons quickly gathered their inner strength, creating a protective circle around themselves. Wang Xing struggled to stand up. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the Scholar Mob battle attire that was prepared for me. Otherwise, no matter how strong the body is, that last blow would be enough to seriously injure me." Wang Xing furrowed his brows as he looked at Lina, and she coldly said, "I only have 2 friends. Did your machine kill them again?" As she spoke, she lifted her dark purple arm. Lina's eyes, filled with a deathly aura, stared at Wang Xing. "I want you to pay for their lives." As soon as she finished speaking, Lina immediately opened her mouth, revealing her sharp, pointed teeth. A truly nauseating scene. She bit down hard on her friend's arm, causing fresh blood to flow. Wang Xing remained silent, his gaze shifting towards her, before he channeled his internal energy to the wound on his chest. Very quickly, the wound healed as if nothing had happened. The bloodstain also vanished. Wang Xing's face became serious at this moment. Wang Xing slowly stepped forward. Beneath his feet, there was still a lot of blood scattered around. From within Lina's wings, a hideous face emerged. The surroundings around her were now a blazing red, the color of blood. Lina fiercely summoned her weapon. Her eyes were now blazing red, seemingly full of indignation. The red veins surged from Lina's eyes. She gritted her teeth, staring at you, ready for a life-or-death battle. Wang Xing stood below, constantly keeping an eye on Lina's movements. Wang Xing observed for a moment, then said to Jiaoyan, "It's finally here. The strongest power of the vampire." She replied, "I will use my spiritual energy to support you." In the sky, Lina was like a god of death. She held her weapon, waiting to take his life. Immediately after, Lina quickly vanished right before their eyes, without leaving a trace. Wang Xing had not yet had time to regain his composure when her scythe swung toward his face. Wang Xing quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Lina was absolutely terrifying in this moment. You were knocked far away, and the ground cracked continuously. Lina looked at Wang Xing and shouted loudly, "Charge! I want you to avenge my friend." Wang Xing charged towards her as well, shouting, "Monsters and demons, your deaths are not worth regretting." Immediately after, the two figures charged at each other in the sky. One could only see 2 streaks of light from their internal energy. The purple demon commanded, "Everyone else, quickly leave this place to avoid being affected." The blue demon couldn't help but be astonished. The disparity was too great. Even we could not intervene in their battle. I had long heard of Lina's ancient power, but I never expected the young cultivator from Hua Kingdom. His very existence makes me tremble even more. Over here, Wang Xing silently calculated. This ancient prince Shen only knew how to strike. Although he didn't gain any advantage from his own move, in terms of strength, she could completely overpower him. He focused his internal energy, using the Ziwei Yi Dao technique, and continued to think. At this moment, the sword technique cannot be effective. The heavenly tribulation only disrupts the rhythm of movement. Since that's the case, I should give up on those things. At the same time, not giving him a chance to finish his thoughts, Lina swiftly delivered a powerful strike. Wang Xing thought to himself, the sword, when divided into 3 realms. The heavenly sword intent draws on the power of heaven and earth as its technique. The earthly sword intent, with the sword as the hand, is nothing but the sword of man. The more formidable the enemy, the more determined I am not to retreat. The more difficulties I face, the further I move forward. The sword in hand is merely the embodiment of the true self that fights. It is precisely the confident divine soul heart of Zhang Ziqiang that allows him to stand firm in this world, fearless of the thunderstrike, the howling wind, and the pouring rain. Live as a human, never retreat before the sky, never retreat before the earth, never retreat before anyone, he said, and as he spoke, he swung his sword, delivering a strike that forced Lina to take several steps back. Immediately after that, Wang Xing delivered a powerful, heaven-defying strike toward her. In the sky, a fierce beam of light quickly struck through. A report came in. Heavenly Sword 2 had locked onto the target. The timing was perfect. Wang Xing quickly seized the opportunity. It was now. Suddenly, a burst of murderous intent surged forward, startling Wang Xing. You looked in the direction of the missile and couldn't help but think, did the Dark Council really drop a warhead on the small town? In the sky, a loud explosion quickly rang out, shaking the entire region. Wang Xing was startled. This is bad. I had overestimated the defensive power of the formation, never imagining that modern weapons could generate such a tremendous impact. If there had been another attack like that just now, I'm afraid the Grand Formation wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zhao Yun spoke up. Don't worry, you've already done your best to protect them. But your cultivation is still too weak. The limit has been reached. Wang Xing remained stubborn. The so-called limits of life were meant to be broken. Lina, at this moment, slowly crawled out from the explosion. Her wings were almost completely burned to ash. She painfully gazed at Wang Xing, filled with hatred. It was as if she wanted to devour him alive. Wang Xing began to speak his final words. What if my strength runs out, Jiaoyun? You gathered your internal force, and more than 10 sword chi surrounded you. Wang Xing continued, if I really fall, then take my body away. The purple demon screamed, block the cultivator with the heavenly sword. Don't let him escape the queen's trap. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two of them charged towards you together. Wang Xing struggled to block the attack. On this side, Lina seemed to go crazy. She screamed loudly, her clothes torn apart. A surge of dark red internal energy quickly manifested, growing stronger and stronger. Lina charged forward fiercely, pushing back the golden light. On this side, Wang Xing was still fighting two demons. He glanced at her, his mind silently wondering, what does she want to do? It was as if something had just occurred to him, and his heart kept screaming internally, this is bad. In the sky at this moment, the heavenly sword was once again falling. Wang Xing speculated that she wanted to destroy the heavenly sword. He quickly pushed the two of them back, silently calculating. I can't let her destroy the heavenly sword, or else it won't be long before I'll be in another situation of 3 against 1 again. By then, don't even mention protecting everyone. Even for yourself, the chances of survival are slim. Lina was gradually pushing back the golden light. She charged forward fiercely, her momentum unstoppable. Jiaoyun said to him, the missiles are coming again. Wang Xing was startled. It seems the Dark Council has figured out my weakness. It's not on my body. Not just over 2,000 hostages. As you have guessed, they will continue to cause trouble for me, constantly draining my spiritual power. The more it traps me here, and when the formation is broken, the hostages will be in danger again. At that time, they will regain control over the hostage, which will affect their moral integrity. But no matter what, it is the best way to control themselves. Thinking of this, he channeled his internal energy, and it seemed that Wang Xing was using all his strength. At the same time, a loud explosion rang out in the sky, shaking the entire region. From the pile of fire, 2 beams of purple light quickly shot out. Wang Xing exerted his internal force, creating a protective shield, but it seemed useless. In the end, you couldn't withstand the powerful attack. Fresh blood quickly gushed out. You wiped the blood away and said to Jiaoyun, fortunately, the people from the Dark Council saw the projectile coming here and, fearing an explosion, they ran away. If we were still surrounded like before. I can't stop that bullet either, Jiaoyun continued. But they will be back here very soon. What are you going to do? The people shouted loudly, quickly leave. We are just ordinary people. There are already so many in the country. If you stay any longer, it will be a loss for Hua Kingdom. Go, Taoist priest. We thank you very much. Quick, go. Elder Wang, you've already done so much for us. These heretical cultivators are truly detestable. I, old man, must go out and risk my life against them. Amid the commotion of the townspeople, Wang Xing shouted loudly, everyone, do not be agitated. Jiaoyun also advised you to leave. Staying here will serve no purpose. She said to wait for you to undergo a transformation, survive the heavenly tribulation, and then come back here to take revenge for them. She looked at Lina, unable to help but ask, you, even if you manage to block this strike, what will you use to protect the formation behind? The immense thing in the sky. Quickly, as he slowly descended to the ground, Wang Xing observed, then said, Jiaoyun, use my body to protect them. I want to try. She really couldn't understand his stubbornness, so for a moment, she stood there, dumbfounded. Finally, she stopped advising him and simply reminded him, forget it, just remember to leave yourself a way out. Immediately after, he concentrated his strength, channeling his internal energy into a powerful stream of air, quickly surrounding Wang Xing. The demon observed the situation, unable to help but wonder, strange, why is there wind? Suddenly, he shouted loudly, this is wrong. This is the primordial energy of that cultivator from the Hua Kingdom. The Hua Kingdom cultivator was absorbing the spiritual energy from all around within a 100-mile radius. Wang Xing immediately extended his hand, and with it, his power surged forth. Behind his body, another Wang Xing appeared, a stronger version. This was the technique of the Yuaning disintegration. Wang Xing's soul ascended to Jiaoyun. Everything that happens next depends on her now. The sword chi of yours was enormous, aimed straight at Lina, piercing towards her. The power caught her off guard. Lina gritted her teeth, trying to block it. Meanwhile, the demon over here shouted loudly, grow larger. Taking advantage of the moment while the Queen of the Blood Clan was holding the cultivators of Hua Kingdom at bay, he killed the Hua Kingdom people in the town. On this side, Jiaoyun quickly entered his body. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, if I had taken over your domain for a short period back then, it wouldn't have come to this point. But this domain consumes so much spiritual energy. How long will it take before I can cultivate it to completion? Zhao Yun clicked his tongue, then drew his longsword and charged forward, leaving without a word. If it must be this way, then I shall follow the will of heaven. She fiercely swung her sword toward the falling group in the sky. The demon's name quickly approached him, sneaking up behind his back, preparing to launch a surprise attack. A vicious strike from behind fiercely struck toward Zhao Yun. At that moment, she also had some difficulty holding on. After all, Wang Xing's body was only that of a human. The demon shouted loudly, commanding, he no longer has the strength. Go ahead and destroy his body. The Blood Clan Queen can claim victory by executing him. At the same time, a powerful source of internal energy rapidly erupted from beneath the ground. The two demons were momentarily stunned. They stood still, observing the situation. But what made them unable to believe was that the Queen of the Blood Clan had been defeated. Since the text collapsed to its knees, Wang Xing's soul also descended. Zhao Yun was frustrated. There was already so little to begin with, and now he was blaming me for not succeeding. Well, what did you say earlier? Wang Xing still did not give up. He stubbornly stood up in the haze of dust. He forced himself to remain standing. Wang Xing took out a small gourd. I can still give it a try. Zhao Yun quickly stopped him. You've already done your best. Don't force yourself any further. He tilted his head back and drank it all. After fighting until now, could he really just abandon those below? To retreat in shame? If that's the case, how could he accept it? How could he possibly accept it? Moreover, as he thought of this, his face could not help but turn serious, pointing his weapon straight up into the sky. I still have my swordsmanship. Lina at this moment had only one wing left. She, along with the two demons, simultaneously walked toward him. Her broken arm quickly grew back to its original length. In an instant, it returned to normal. Lina's expression remained unchanged as she pointed towards Wang Xing and ordered, kill him. After her command, the band of thugs charged forward aggressively towards him, a relentless wave after wave. At this moment, behind Wang Xing, a group of people holding guns quickly took their positions. Not only that, but the group of evil cultivators using dark techniques had also advanced. His face at this moment became more resolute than ever before. He did not show any signs of submission to the enemy's imposing aura. On the contrary, he looked them straight in the eye. Your imposing aura made them somewhat fearful. At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. All the people in the city had gathered together at that moment. Their actions left him speechless and bewildered. Wang Xing was deeply moved, unable to say a word. Among them, a girl with tears in her eyes said, "Thank you for coming to save us. Please go. You cannot defeat so many vampires alone." A young man, who appeared to be scholarly, also spoke up. "Yes, go. Leave now." At that moment, no one was afraid of death anymore, and they all joined in, saying, "If one more person can live, then that would be great. One of us, Old Master, is ready to reincarnate and learn magic to kill all of them." Standing in such a situation, Wang Xing had never felt as powerless as he did at that moment. He gritted his teeth, standing silently, not saying a word. On this side, Lina coldly spoke, "Enough." She quickly raised her hand, concentrating her power. Then, the female vampire extended her hand towards him, and the people screamed, "Everyone, die for me." That being said, they were all just ordinary people. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, everyone was left stunned, waiting for death. Wang Xing quickly leaped forward from behind, silently whispering, "Zhao Yun, help me." His arm extended, and Wang Xing's heart screamed helplessly, "Help me." At the same time, a purple aura swiftly descended from the sky, intercepting Lina's attack. Zhao Yun glanced over here and said, "It's fine now." A familiar small hand gently blocked Lina's bloodthirsty attack. The cold voice of Zhao Yun echoed, "Mengpa doesn't need to release anyone." Mengpa coldly replied, briefly, "As His Highness wishes." Then, she looked at the demons, the undead who refused to heed the teachings, slaughtering living beings, oppressing the heavenly court, and insulting the princess. Deserving of punishment, their souls would scatter, and their spirits would be shattered. At that moment, after Mengpa pronounced the sentence, a stream of purple light immediately struck. At this moment, at the gate of minor hell, powerful auras rapidly poured out. Finally, Qing Yinzi and everyone else had arrived in Wang Xing just in time. Upon seeing them, his body immediately relaxed. He couldn't take it any longer and collapsed. A familiar hand quickly embraced him, causing Wang Xing to startle. It was Mu Guanqian. Xiaoyan anxiously asked, "Xiao Feiyu, how are you?" Big brother Wang Xiaoye was also terrified. "Big brother, are you all right?" Wang Xing's voice was weak. He tried to speak, but soon couldn't hold it in and started coughing violently. Mu Guanqian, seeing Wang Xing in such a state, couldn't help but feel anger rise within her as she glared at the group. Mu Guanxian stood up and briefly said, Wang Xiaoyao asked me to say this to you. This left the little girl bewildered. Xiaolian also rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. These foreign Taoists were truly seeking death on their own. Mu Guanxian fiercely delivered a powerful punch toward Lina. She said nothing, but her gaze was filled with intense anger. Lina struggled to resist. Indeed, a girl's fury was always terrifying. Xiaolian quickly raised his claws, gripping tightly onto her wings. Dare to bully my Xiao Fei Yu. My sister will tear you apart today. As soon as the words were spoken, Lina's wings were effortlessly torn apart by Xiaolian with a single strike. On this side, the demons shouted fiercely, counterattacking. A familiar figure stepped forward. The monsters and evil spirits were unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. This person is the sect leader of Longhushan's sect, an old heavenly master at the nascent soul stage. Elder Qi Long also drew his sword, yet he dared to harm the people of the Hua Kingdom. He is the sect master of the sword sect, Elder Qi Long, nascent soul stage. Over here, the Qianfa leader flew over with the 8 trigrams in hand. He glared fiercely at the group of demons, thinking, our Hua Kingdom is so easy to bully? This is the sect leader of the martial arts, the former law enforcer, a nascent soul stage true immortal. The group was startled, shouting, what kind of magic is this? These damn bastards are too powerful. Hurry and run. No, we can't move. We're Lord Fire Flame and Lord Demon King. Why haven't they come to our aid yet? A fierce hand struck violently toward the purple demon. Qin Yanzi, enraged, gritted his teeth and, with fury, said, dare to bully my disciple? I'll make you pay twice as much. The one who struck was Qin Yanzi at the nascent soul stage. Wang Xing observed the situation and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying, with the assistance of the esteemed Taoist masters, this deadlock can finally be broken. Zhao Yun appeared. I exhausted quite a bit of spiritual energy and need to rest for a few days. Wang Xing spoke. This time, thank you very much. Cultivating the Zhao Yun spiritual body is not easy. This time, Zhao Yun will likely need to rest for several months before being able to recover their vital energy. She closed her eyes, unable to get past what had happened today. From now on, I can only exist within the lifeless sword. I no longer feel unwilling. After saying this, Zhao Yun quickly entered the sword. You remained silent, thinking. After today's battle, perhaps the cultivation world of Hua Kingdom will be able to cultivate in peace for another 15 to 25 years. With the abundant spiritual energy of Hua Kingdom, the strength of the cultivation world will certainly rise again. But by then, it won't even be necessary to consider the foreign battles anymore. Instead, attention will have to shift to the ascension to immortality of Earth itself. Wang Xiaoyao looked at the unconscious youth, unable to hold back his concern. Brother, everyone, step forward. What happened to Elder Wang? Could it be a serious injury? Hurry, get someone here. Elder Wang has fainted. Then, from within the haze of unconsciousness, you hear a voice that causes Wang Xing to open his eyes. Wang Xing listened in silence, then couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who was singing in a trance? Miao Shanyun, the immortal who dances with the wind. The soft green robe flutters, and his body gently soars. Wang Xing could not help but wonder, where is this place? On a large river, far in the distance, there was a man leisurely rowing a boat. Wang Xing observed the man wearing a conical hat, silently thinking to himself, that man. Emperor Ziwei, why don't you slowly raise your face and give me a gentle smile? The Emperor of the Heavenly Star continued. Never would I have thought that there are still people who cultivate Lianzi to overcome the heavenly tribulation. I have never accepted a disciple in my life, and I had believed that the mark of my path would be passed down for 7 generations. Then, he pointed at Wang Xing and said, you are very good. Once your Ziwei heavenly sword reaches perfection, you will naturally find the traces of the Dao seal I left behind, which will be beneficial to your cultivation. Wang Xing hurriedly ran over and shouted, where is the heavenly emperor now? What exactly is the Dao seal? At that moment, he was startled and woke up. He had already fainted for quite a while. Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel anxious. He has finally woken up. How do you feel now? Wang Xing quickly struggled to stand up, saying to the little girl, I. Suddenly, a soft hand quickly touched Wang Xing's face, causing him to startle. She pressed her face closer to him. Wang Xing was startled and spoke up. Senior sister, I'm fine. I've already recovered relatively. Mu Guanxian remained silent, saying nothing, her face still pressed against his, not moving. Wang Xing quickly touched his forehead, thinking for a moment before saying, was I running a high fever just now? But showing concern doesn't necessarily require feeling the temperature of one's forehead. Are there not other types of body language for that? Wang Xing quickly thought of that soft pillow. He wished he could bury his head in Mu Guanxian's lap, lie down, and relax, thinking of this. The feeling of joy quickly surged, causing Wang Xing to break into a dazed smile. At the same time, Qing Yinzi arrived. Seeing this embarrassing scene, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and pretended to cough a few times. The elders, one after another, immediately began coughing continuously. The young couple turned red in the face and hurriedly looked away to avoid further embarrassment. Wang Xing quickly calmed himself and stepped forward to pay his respects to his master and the senior elders. Qing Yinzi spoke. "There is no need for formalities. Let us step aside and speak." The old celestial master then asked with concern, "Is Fei Yu's injury serious?" Wang Xing replied, "It's nothing to worry about, just a bit of exhaustion earlier. Thank you, senior, for your concern." He laughed heartily as he looked at him, hiding his worries, with a hint of playful teasing, more so than Master Fei Yu, who faced those demons alone to protect thousands of mortals. Truly impressive, Qing Yinzi glanced at the senior. "There's no need to praise it." He continued, "Young people have unstable temperaments and are very prone to arrogance." Wang Xing stepped forward, bowed his head, and said, "Master is right. Do you know what the situation is like right now?" The Qianfa leader spoke up. "The battle ended over 4 hours ago. The various Taoist priests have stayed here waiting for you to wake up. The demonic cultivators from the Dark Council have been completely eradicated by us. You can rest assured now." Qing Yinzi helplessly recounted. "The ancient Prince Shun, named Lina, managed to break through a few of our moves, but Senior Xielian left a trace of her soul behind." He couldn't help but wonder, why did Big Sister leave that behind? Wouldn't it be better to just kill her? He continued, "If we are to kill, then we must kill. As Senior Xielian said, we are the victors in this great war. We cannot let our efforts go to waste." Qing Yinzi smiled bitterly. Right now, she is not only collecting the top souls of demonic cultivators, but also leading a team to plunder. At this point, he coughed and corrected himself, "Transfer the assets of the Blood Clan." After hearing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but darken his face. "Big sister, as long as you're happy." Qing Yinzi is arranging Wang Xing, and we plan to split into 3 teams to sweep the foreign demonic cultivators this time. The Western Dark Council's vitality has been severely damaged. Elders, what do you think? Should we take this opportunity to eliminate them completely? Everyone responded, "Let's see what you think." Wang Xing hurriedly replied, "Master, this matter can be decided by you and a few of the senior elders. However, there is one thing I, the disciple, wish to report." Qing Yinzi looked at him and smiled warmly with satisfaction. "Just speak plainly." Wang Xing furrowed his brows. Before the incident occurred, Lady Delay had repeatedly requested assistance from the Bright Council, but they showed no response. "I suggest that this time, we target the Dark Council. Let us not overlook the Bright Council faction." Elder Qi Long continued, "The Bright Council is clearly trying to sit back and profit. They have other motives." Qianfa responded, "But after all, they hold the official title. If we act recklessly, it will severely damage the international image of the Great Hua Kingdom, won't it?" The Grand Taoist Master laughed heartily. "This humble monk has a talisman to conceal my aura and create a false scene. Later, I will share it with everyone. Making it public is obviously not acceptable, but we can make some adjustments and do it quietly." Upon hearing this, the younger generation couldn't help but be startled. The 4 elders quickly whispered among themselves, "What the Heavenly Master said makes sense, but we need to get rid of those who are heavily burdened with sin. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. No need for such formality. Pressing them down is protecting us. Those with sinister intentions should die without mercy. In fact, crippling them is enough. That way, we won't harbor any demonic thoughts. This suggestion is to face evil with indifference. What use is their cultivation?" Wang Xing helplessly thought, "Could the esteemed seniors stop discussing such unpleasant matters in front of me? Don't you care about your image?" After the Taoists discussed, they quickly contacted the investigation team and began to stir up the search for the cultivators who had participated in the grand event earlier. They swiftly divided into 3 groups, each tasked with sweeping through the remnants of the Dark Council's forces. This action is carried out under the name of sword extermination, meaning the sword has been drawn from its sheath, and it will not return until all the demons are eradicated. But what he did not expect was, Senior Sister, after a brief period of hesitation, decided that she wanted to replace this junior brother and seek revenge for the people of Hua Kingdom, abandoning the choice of staying here to care for her junior brother and instead choosing to fight against the Dark Council. After all, this had already become a war within the cultivation world, unrelated to the mortal realm, yet still affecting it. Only by achieving victory in this war can everyone eliminate external worries and enjoy peace for a period of time. Mu Guanxian looked at him and said happily, "Wait for me." Wanxing smiled blissfully, "Okay." In the evening, the air on the mountain was slightly chilly. Everyone had not yet returned home. Wang Xing introduced his sister, Wang Xiaoao. "Do you see? These are the seniors of our Hua kingdom. Suddenly, Wangxing saw an object in front of him, which caused him to be startled. Wangxing silently thought to himself that it was. Wang Xiaoyao said, "Ah, that place. The organization has prepared a combat team to enter and blow up this stronghold." And before that, a few Taoist priests were arguing over this matter. Wang Sheng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be surprised and asked, what were they arguing about? Wang Xiaoyao said, "It seems that when the base exploded, the teleportation coordinates for part of the materials were altered, which is why the scientists without cultivation who stayed in the base were also caught in the explosion." You asked Wang Xiaoyao, "So what do you think about this?" Wang Xiaoyao said, "I think it's very interesting. Cultivators who do evil are considered heretical cultivators. Those who study evil deed, how are they any different from heretical cultivators?" Immediately afterward, a theory page from Wang Xiaoyao caused Wangxing to startle. In his heart, he silently screamed, "Is this really my younger sister, Wang Xiaoyao, 13 years old?" Wangxing rubbed Wang Xiaoyao's head and said, "You're overinterpreting things here. Where did all these grand principles come from? Just focus on your cultivation and stop watching things like the Three Kingdoms." Wang Xiaoyao, still irritated, retorted, "Brother, I've been studying military strategy lately, not watching the Three Kingdoms." Her eyes shone brightly as she continued speaking. "Us two brothers, one in literature and one in martial arts, will later kill our way out of Earth, break through the galaxy, and recreate the glory of the heavenly throne. I've even thought of a name for our team already. What do you think of Brothers of the Gourd?" Saying this, Wangxing couldn't help but flick Wang Xiaoyao's forehead. Immediately after that, Wangxing lovingly patted his younger sister's head and instructed, "Focus on cultivating the Tao. You said, no matter what I want to do in the future. One's cultivation is the foundation. Only with cultivation can one persuade others. You, compared to spending the whole day thinking nonsense and studying military strategies, might as well spend a little time strengthening your Tao foundation and refining your own Tao." Suddenly, just as they were talking, a loud call came from below. Wangxing. Shi Tianzhong sat on top of the carriage, waving his hand continuously. "Wangxing, we've come to pick you up." Wangxing quickly landed on the ground. As soon as Shi Tianzhong saw him, he burst into loud tears. "Wangxing," Monk Huijing said in a deep voice, "but Fei Yu already said his injury is not serious. Why are you crying?" Shi Tianzhong covered his face and sobbed. "You don't understand. I followed Wangxing all the way from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, traveled for so long, and the best chance to show off was missed." At this point, Shi Tianzhong shouted loudly, "I am so frustrated." Lu Yingji quickly threw a talisman, signaling to keep quiet. Fei Yu, in the midst of cultivation, saw a familiar figure approaching. Wangxing glanced over and spoke. "Lady Delay." Delay was deeply apologetic. "I'm sorry. I tried my best, but the leaders of the Bright Council did not accept my suggestion." Wangxing smiled brightly. "You don't need to feel guilty. In the end, the result is still good. It's just that, from now on, the Bright Council is likely to face some trouble." You quickly asked, Wang Xiaoyao. "That's right. The sect leaders are taking action now. Where are those cursed swords? Have they been dealt with?" The little girl recounted that she had been destroyed by Elder Qi Long, and now only one blade remained in Yingyao Nation. Wangxing remembered the person he had encountered in his dream and said, "If that's the case, let's keep it for now so that Yingyao Nation continues to fall into chaos. When the cultivators of Yingyao see the blade as their hope for growth, we will destroy it." While he was thinking, a voice rang out. "Elder Wang, our director has sent a request for contact, saying there is something that requires your opinion." Hearing this, Wangxing suddenly became a bit worried. This delay was also unexpected. He quickly responded, "We've gotten in the car. Go ahead and speak." Immediately after, Wangxing quickly entered to meet Zhiling privately. Zhiling couldn't help but praise him. "Wangxing, you did quite well this time. Thanks to you, we didn't suffer any significant losses." Wangxing smiled happily, looked at her, and replied, "Master, you flatter me." She continued, "This time, I mainly called to ask for your opinion. After all, you are one of the direct parties involved in that nuclear missile warhead explosion, which is linked to the Imperial Army of Demei secretly manipulating this matter. What do you think?" Hearing this, Wangxing couldn't help but fall into a moment of contemplation. This matter. He thought carefully. Previously, after that great battle, he had almost forgotten had died in a nuclear explosion. Suddenly, Wangxing jolted in shock, eyes wide. A nuclear bomb. Holy crap. Wangxing couldn't help but ponder. Why did I forget that there is still a big firecracker here? Inside the military vehicle at that moment, there was no one around, providing the perfect setting for him to easily engage in the exchange. Jiling looked at Wangxing, who was lost in thought, and asked, "Fei Yu, do you have something on your mind?" Fei Yu was startled, then smiled in a dazed manner. "Master, are you talking about the nuclear bomb?" He quickly calmed his thoughts and then said, as for the war, let's forget about it. It would just waste everyone's time cultivating the Tao. Master, handle it however you see fit. Wang Xing thought. Never mind. I'll wait for the masters to return and then tell them about the firecracker and the pendant. Jiling spoke. Peace and development are the principles that we have always adhered to. It will not change in the future. Anyway, apart from the energy channels, the strategic significance is not great. According to the intelligence, the origins remain unidentified, indicating that the cultivation world of Yingdao Nation will seek revenge against the Great Nation. A large number of Yingdao Nation's hidden agents will soon be sent to assassinate Carrington's personnel, related to the real-life human experiment in Yingdao Nation. Immediately after that, Jiling quickly hung up. I'll get to work first. Someone will make arrangements for your return. Wang Xiao sat close by, unable to stop trembling. His master was just too terrifying. The meeting just now wasn't only for you. Everyone else heard it too. Suddenly, without understanding what Shirtan Zhang had thought, he was startled and let out a cry. He asked anonymously again, did Yingdao run over to cause trouble at Carrington Corporation? Is that so? Seeing the unpleasant expressions on Monk Huijing and Lu Yunji's faces, Shirtan Zhang couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong with the two of you? Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Xing looked at him, and he couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Immediately after, Wang Xing handed Shirtan Zhang something in his hand and said, here, a walnut that has been shelled. Wang Xing spoke again, adding, go, it can still be saved. Immediately after that, everyone sat on the plane. Delay was astonished. Elder Wang, right now there's nothing but news about you outside. Wang Xiaoyao spoke, saying we must watch how the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom crazily seek revenge against the evil forces of the faction, which has wiped out dozens of cities. Monk Huijing read aloud, shaking the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation, single-handedly blocking the attack for several hours from the Dark World cultivators. Hua Kingdom angrily intervened. Did Lu Yunji also see the madness of the cultivators of the Hua Kingdom wanting to slaughter all of our cultivators? Shirtan Zhang replied, the feeling of foreign media is just like our own unscrupulous tabloids, sensationalizing headlines for the sake of attention. Wang Xing tiredly lifted his head and said, regarding this threat being so noisy, have the number of casualties been counted yet? The three people, Shirtan Zhang, fell silent when they heard him speak. Shirtan Zhang focused on reading. The large population of the Hua Kingdom has suffered over 2,000 civilian casualties, with about 14,000 foreign nationals, all of them victims of excessive violence. When the Dark Council's forces acted, this data was released by the investigation team half an hour ago. It is likely accurate. Monk Huijing followed up. A deed of fat. These heretical cultivators are without law or morality, and heaven and earth will not forgive them. Fei Yu, please offer your opinion to the senior Taoists. Upon hearing this, he was surprised and asked again, what opinion? The three of them laughed cunningly. Wasn't it minor hell that was resisting? So why not throw those sinners into the 18 layers of hell, making them go through boiling oil vats, forests of blades, and ice mountains, so they could relax? Monk Huijing responded, this idea works. If there are 18 layers of hell, why shouldn't we use them? Shirtan Zhang joins in the fun, and along the way, he can also live stream. Let them know who they can't mess with. Wang Xiaoyao also agreed. Wang Sheng smiled blankly. Good. The evil cultivators who directly took part in the action have been eradicated, so there's no need to worry about that. Moreover, minor hell was left behind by the heavenly court, and the immortal Abaddon doesn't have much of a direct relationship with us. Shirtan Zhang smirked slyly. Wang Sheng, who doesn't know you and the immortal Abaddon have quite a good relationship. If you speak up about this, it will definitely succeed. Wang Xing was finally convinced. He said, I will discuss it with my master first, then ask Leader Shin and the sect leader. The four characters on the other side were excited, constantly clapping their hands together. Scene transition. At this moment, Qing Yanzi is sitting on the airplane. He spoke up, so that's how it is. Then I will inform everyone. He continued, as soon as the guest descends, the demon envoy will immediately bind the souls of those wrongdoers. Shin Suyan spoke up. Our Hidden Earth sect fully supports this. Moreover, Immortal Abaddon has also expressed his stance. Dinin, Vui Long Kung Kap Van Bam Bam Yuan Dike, Twa Se Dike Chinzak Theo Yuka Kwa Ban. How many evil souls there are? Just send them to the 18th level of hell, where they can naturally be absorbed. But the heavenly attire is strict, and the Immortal Abaddon, whoever fulfills their duty, cannot exceed their authority. Right now, Abaddon does not have a judge, and the King of Hell cannot pass judgment on these evil beings. The old heavenly master wondered, we have not yet become immortals. Who could act as a judge? Having said that, Shin Suyan quickly recalled and paused for a moment. Then it is said that the immortal has reincarnated. Huaqing Immortal Maiden is a deity of the heavenly court. She obtained the fruit of eternal life many years ago and is also recorded in the Immortal Heaven book. Logically speaking, only she has the qualifications to intervene in this matter. Abaddon Huangxing, upon hearing this, could not help but be startled and began to ponder. Huh, you're asking my senior sister to go and act as a judge? Huangxing couldn't help but feel a headache listening to Shinson say. Logically speaking, only Immortal Huaqing is qualified to intervene in handling the Abaddon case. After all, His Highness Yun is currently resting. Let's not disturb her, it's better this way. Furthermore, with Fairy Huaqing serving as the judge, we could also act as the judge's secretary or something. If there is something to be done, the secretary handles it. Isn't that right, Secretary Wang? Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but chuckle. If there's something to be done, the secretary does it. And if there's nothing to do, the secretary does nothing. Qing Yanzi spoke. If that's the case, the matter of sentencing should be left to my two disciples. This is also to warn the external forces, to make them stay in their place in the future, not just for the sake of revenge. Shinsuan said happily. Abaddon, there are many ways to interrogate, but when you capture souls, just make sure you don't capture the wrong one. The old heavenly master found it somewhat interesting. Oh, he was eager to hear more clearly. Shinsuan began to explain. Only those with guilt can be banished to the 18 layers of hell. For example, someone like Wang Xiaoyao. Sitting close to him, the little girl cheerfully called out, Brother Huangxing, how does it look? She excitedly asked, Assistant Wang, is there a junior assistant missing? Huangxing firmly rubbed his younger sister's head and said, your cultivation level is too low. Wang Xiaoyu replied dejectedly, all right, but every time someone comes, it's always Big Sister who uses her spiritual power to protect me from being hurt by the minor Hellzine energy. A moment later, the staff announced, ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed safely. You may now disembark. Huangxing said, thank you for your hard work. The other person quickly replied, however, Elder Wang, you need to be careful later. Huangxing was confused and spoke up, huh? You just got off the plane, wondering, what did that guy earlier mean when he said I should be careful? Right after that, everyone quickly moved toward the foot of Huangxing. As soon as they touched the ground, a deafening scream rang out. Everyone here was startled. Huangxing was quickly shoved aside. Another group of crazy fans surged forward, shouting, Elder Wang is back. Huangxing was surrounded by the sound of shouting. Elder Wang, thank you for saving us. Elder Wang, I love you. Elder Wang, you're so handsome. You are the idol of my entire family. He was shaken to the point of dizziness. Wang Sheng dazedly spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. Suddenly, a bold girl stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. Huangxing was confused. The crowd also fell silent for a moment in surprise. Immediately after that, the other girls also charged forward. If I can't kiss, it'll be such a loss. Shi Tianzhong was startled. Oh my god, are women really this crazy nowadays? Monk Huijing followed up. Ba, we must remain vigilant against them. Lun Ji sweated profusely. Whoever wants to compete, I can't guarantee enough. Wang Xiaoyao immediately turned around and asked, where is Sister Delay? Delay, at this moment, also transformed into a female fanatic, running forward and shouting, I also want to kiss Elder Wang. It's already too late if I don't kiss him now. The four of them couldn't help but fall silent, confused. No one understood what was happening. Wang Xiaoyao looked at the senior brothers and then turned to say, don't take pictures. If senior sister sees this, it won't be good if she gets angry. Monk Huijing couldn't help but praise. Wang Xiaoyao really understands things well. Feiyu, having a younger sister like this is worth it. A moment later, Wang Sheng could barely stand. He stammered, these moves are too intense. Wang Xiaoyao stepped forward anxiously. Brother, are you okay? Wang Sheng continued, the matter is settled. The small team searching for the sword can be disbanded now. Does anyone have any plans next? Lu Yunji spoke. Monk Huijing, the reason you returned was to help escort Feiyu, wasn't it? Where do you plan to go next? Monk Huijing replied, Adi de Fat, this humble monk has come here, intending to visit Europe once more to see if I can achieve a bit more progress. Shi Tianzhong, feeling pleased, said, then continue from here. I will leave Wang Xing to me and Lu Yunji to protect. Wang Xiaoyao was happy. That's right. If the pride of the sect, the model of the new era sword cultivator, is ambushed while in a weakened state, it would truly become a huge disgrace. Don't understand, at this moment, Delay. Is there anything on your mind? She lifted her face and looked up at the sky. The face was also somewhat complicated. Delay remained silent, not saying anything further afterwards. Suddenly, while she was lost in thought, her phone rang. The one who called was none other than the clan leader. She quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Dad. On the other end of the line, a loving voice rang out. Oh, sweetheart, my angel. The Hua Kingdom cultivators have begun their suppression against the Bright Council faction. Although our clan is not involved in this matter, we still hope to make a good impression on the Hua Kingdom. What are your thoughts? Delay quickly seized the opportunity. Father and son, do you feel that our relationship with the Hua Kingdom's cultivation world is still insufficient? Or should we proceed with a political marriage? I am willing to sacrifice myself. The father immediately followed with a lecture, specifically stating that he could never marry his precious daughter, Nok, to anyone else. She was startled and quickly turned off the device. Monk Huijing stepped forward, deep in thought. Delay remained calm, thinking of a way to sleep with Elder Wang. The words made Monk Huijing startle. Realizing he had misspoken, Delay screamed in panic. She hurriedly explained, no, not a monk. Please don't misunderstand. I was just thinking about some stories. Yes, the Monk Huijing story. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she asked Delay, I have a few Buddhist scriptures here. Would you like to take a look? He silently sighed in frustration. How could someone like him, a monk with a special certification, always end up involved in matters of romance like this? But since Buyu Xianzi wasn't good at expressing himself, he felt he should still do something, right? Delay, upon hearing this, couldn't help but blush. Instantly, her mood became awkward, transitioning with the change of scene. At this moment, at Wang Xing's villa, everyone is organizing a barbecue. Shi Tianzhong and Wang Xiaoyao are in charge of the cooking. While grilling, Shi Tianzhong turns and asks you, Wang Xing, do you want anything? Wang Xiaoyu is feeling down, having run around all day, really starving. He admires those who can fast. He lies down to relax. It's all fine. It was tense before, but I didn't feel it. Now that I'm relaxed, I realize that consuming spiritual power also makes me feel hungry. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Is Fei Yu here? The arrival of this person could not help but surprise him. The mistress and several elderly gentlemen spoke. Taoist Wang Fei Yu, in the short span of 1 year since breaking the seal, you have made outstanding contributions to the peace around our Hua Kingdom. This time, we have come to visit you. Wang Xing stepped forward. The esteemed guests are overly complimentary. This is something I should do. He smiled and continued, Fei Yu Taoist, you are being too modest. He smiled brightly. In fact, we fully acknowledge your achievements. Cultivators are mostly not interested in fame or fortune, but your contributions to the country and its people, we must grant you the honor you deserve. This time, you have saved thousands of hostages, averted a catastrophic crisis, and inflicted heavy losses on the evil cultivators outside. All of these actions are meritorious and must be rewarded. Xiaolang. Jiling quickly stepped forward, something shining inside him that left him stunned. He continued, Wang Xing, this is the sword medal that the organization has decided to award you. Be sure to keep it safe. Jiling stepped forward and said, this medal is not only an honor in the 3 divisions, the Investigation Division, the Special Affairs Division, and the Combat Preparation Division, but it also holds equivalent authority to medals of this type. In the future, at most, only 6 will be awarded. You are the first to receive one. She smiled brightly and said, I originally thought your master would be the first to have the medal, but unexpectedly, it was you who appeared ahead. Wang Xing honestly replied, then should we give it to my master first? Jiling frowned and said, this is not child's play. This matter, after many meetings and discussions, was finally decided. Wang Xing quickly responded, I understand. Shi Tianzhong saw the expression on Lu Yunji's face. I don't know what he's thinking. Shi Tianzhong quickly spoke up, admiration, not envy. Lu Yunji replied, admiration, yes, but that's because Fei Yu traded his life for it. Could it be that you're envious? Shi Tianzhong replied earnestly. That is the organization's affirmation of Wang Xing. I can only feel proud of Wang Xing. Immediately after awarding the medal, everyone quickly left. Shi Tianzhong said, the goal of my life is to receive the Flower Protection Medal. Lu Yunji responded, if you sacrifice heroically in some event, then a martyr's medal could be awarded to you. Shi Tianzhong was extremely frustrated. Lu Yunji, can you at least show me some respect? At this moment, Wang Xiaoyao was sweeping the house, while Delay was cooking in the kitchen. The scene was incredibly joyful and warm. Shi Tianzhong smiled with his eyes squinted. Come here, keep singing. Let's have more fun. Wang Sheng, you keep thinking, these small things we can handle for you. Wang Sheng spoke up. All right, thanks for all your hard work, everyone. He thought to himself, I never expected that the sword medal would grant me access to the intelligence center of the investigation team. Right after that, he didn't hesitate to go in and take a look. Just in time, Wang Xing smiled smugly, secretly pleased that he had materials he had wanted to see for a long time. The scene shifts back to his own villa, now already morning. You are looking at the list of secret cultivators of the Great Hua Kingdom. Wang Xing thought to himself, never would he have imagined that the number of cultivators in the Hua Kingdom had reached 6.2 million. This is only the number of people in the Divine Gathering realm. However, the cultivation world is being made public and standardized now, with these cultivators. It's also somewhat similar to ordinary people cultivating common techniques, but the cultivators who are truly receiving attention now, although there are only over 600,000 of them, many are senior experts. If the Emperor of the Vi Emperor army knew, there would be several 100,000 cultivators. Is there really hope for a counterattack? Before his train of thought could finish, the door to his room opened quickly. Xiaolian happily said loudly, "The immortal is back. Xiao Feiyu, Wang Xiaoyao, come here quickly. Big sister has brought back many treasures for both of you." The girl quickly replied, "Come here, come here." Xiaolian hugged Wang Xiaoyao's neck and said happily, "Let's go. We'll head upstairs and take our time enjoying it." Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder, what treasure did big sister Xiaolian bring back? Xiaolian smiled slyly. "Xiao Feiyu, you'd better deal with the guest behind us first." Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, looking back, who were the guests? At the same time, a hand gently reached out and stroked his forehead. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel confused. So it was Mu Guanqian. He wondered and asked his senior sister. "Sister, this is her." He let out a sigh of relief. "No fever." Wang Xing smiled happily. It turns out that senior sister is still concerned about her health. Qing Yinzi, at this moment, introduced the seniors. "This is my disciple's home. The 3 Taoist priests may go rest now." The old celestial master, not being polite, smiled brightly. "Sorry for the trouble." Wang Xing couldn't help but be surprised. Master Shitian Zhang, who had just stepped out, was also startled for a moment. Immediately afterward, everyone sat down together. Shitian Zhang quickly brought out the water. The tea had already been prepared, and Shitian Zhang awkwardly raised the cup high, saying, "Master Ancestor, please enjoy the tea." The old celestial master, frustrated, spoke up, "Don't embarrass me here. In the cultivation world, who doesn't know what your virtue is like? Turn your face to the corner." Shitian Zhang smiled wryly. "Everyone, listen obediently to the command now." "Yes, we obey the Grand Master's orders." Wang Xing looked over and couldn't help but feel a surge of interest as he thought to himself. To think that someone could scare Shitian Zhang like this old celestial master must be the oldest fox at Longhu Mountain. Qing Yinzi looked at him anxiously. "Wang Sheng, extend your hand here. Master Vi will check your pulse." Mu Guanqian, sitting beside, watched closely, unable to hide her worry. He frowned and asked, "Young Wang Xing, have you ever released your nascent soul?" Directly stirring your primordial qi, forcibly activating the power of the nascent soul. "You're not denying it, are you?" "Master," Wang Xing smiled bitterly, thinking for a moment. He had originally thought he could keep it hidden, but unexpectedly, his master had discovered it. Qing Yinzi couldn't help but feel guilty upon hearing this. "We arrived too late, making things difficult for you." He spoke up, "This is not the master's fault. It's because I was reckless and underestimated the cultivators of the Dark Council." Immediately after, he suddenly remembered. "That's right, Master. These 3 Taoists have this. I want to show it to all 3 of you." He quickly placed a small talisman in the shape of the Bagua on the table. Immediately after that, the old heavenly master couldn't help but wonder and asked, "What is in here?" Wang Xing calmly said, "The second shell of the Dark Council's side." His words were light, but the 3 elders' faces had turned ashen. Immediately after, the old heavenly master used his power to examine the mechanism inside. He couldn't help but be stunned. "This thing is truly powerful. No wonder I searched for so long and still couldn't find it." It turns out it was taken away by the child early on. Wang Xing asked, "Master Qing Yinzi, how does everyone plan to handle these warheads?" Qing Yinzi said, "We will bring it back to submit to the government. Perhaps they will be able to study the techniques of the Great Mei Kingdom." The Qianfei leader spoke. Speaking of which, the hermits of the Yingdao nation would not feel at ease. Qinglong added, "Rather than that, we should think carefully. How to completely eliminate the remnants of the Dark Council in the Great Mei Kingdom." Qianfei was somewhat hesitant, but the technological power of the Great Mei Kingdom was too overwhelming, making a full-scale war impossible. Qilong interrupted, "But we can't just ignore the enemy. We can't let it go." The old heavenly master laughed heartily. "In these past years, the troubles from foreign lands have always been internal conflicts, and the situation has never been under control. We have always been waiting for an opportunity to break this deadlock, never expecting that Feiyu would be the one to break the seal, wielding a sword to slash through the chaotic demons. It's truly a joyous moment." He wondered, what does this heavenly master mean by this? Qing Yinzi quickly repeated, "Did Master Wangxing not tell you before?" Approximately 4 years ago, the three ancient Prince Shin blood clans appeared, and the Hua kingdom still had not seen any nascent soul cultivators. At that time, many people pessimistically believed that the balance between us and the West had been shattered. The pressure on the government was immense because the cultivation world and the spiritual world could erupt into war at any moment. Qianfa continued, Feiyu, you have killed an ancient Prince Shin at the borders of the Duchy of Gong, and your actions have not only uplifted the spirits of the cultivation world, but also allowed us old bones to breathe a sigh of relief. That year, I had wanted to take the opportunity to destroy the Dark Council, but we had not acted yet. They had already begun slaughtering the hostages, killing everywhere. Truly, they died without remorse. Wang Xing frowned and thought, no wonder the Dark Council is so eager to eliminate me. It turns out I have shattered their illusion of invincibility. It seems the demonic sword is just a trigger after all. The old celestial master continued, during those years, when the pressure was at its peak, I even thought about whether I should seek help from the 15 supreme grand elders of the various clans. But once I began, even more problems would certainly arise. At that time, I had many concerns. Remembering the people of this supreme clan, Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder. He immediately spoke up. I am audacious. Could it be that the 15 grand elders actually have some issue? Qianfa explained, know the person, know their face, but not their heart. If they have entered minor hell, who can prove they do not have malicious intent? Who knows if, back then, during the soul investigation, any of them concealed the truth? Qilong continued, that's right. Originally, most of the cultivation world referred to those supreme elders as ancient criminals. Cultivation in recent years has decreased. The new team leader of the Special Task Force had also suggested multiple times that they go to Ben Din. Aside from the enemy, this matter was indeed somewhat unusual. Qing Yinzi was silent, and the leadership was also somewhat hesitant about this matter. After much consideration, I have finally made my decision. After all, in recent years, there have indeed been some clues proving that those elder lords truly have issues. My wife also once said that Qi Nishan's motives were actually not problematic, but his perspective was somewhat one-sided. For example, this time, when I had just arrived at the base, I received the news that Qi Nishan had already opposed our coming to rescue Feiyu, and at the same time, he had a conflict with my wife. Hearing this, he felt a bit angry. If that's the case, then this clan leader Tan has developed a resentment toward the disciple. Qing Yinzi put his arm around his shoulders and said, you do not need to be involved in this. The external disturbances have been resolved, and the internal demons will destroy themselves. Wait a while longer. When the current cultivators begin to manifest experts from the nascent soul emergence realm, these inner demons will naturally vanish. The old heavenly master smiled brightly and replied, that's right. However, it seems that this important task still has to rely on Feiyu for now. Qing Yinzi humbly replied, the heavenly master praises me too much. This disciple of mine, even I cannot see through him anymore. Qilong recounted, these 15 supreme elders are all ancient beings. That year, although many things like that did not cause any dissatisfaction, there was no desire to interfere in the mortal kingdom's affairs. As for the Hua kingdom now, it also did not evoke any sense of familiarity. Still refusing to understand what era it is? If we let them truly intervene in the matters of the cultivation world, the consequences would be unpredictable. This is something we must absolutely not forget. The Elder Tian Master replied, this is something I have always been concerned about. Qing Yinzi agreed. Indeed. Qianfa continued, there is still one thing that the old Taoist feels. The two children did not understand anything about the matter of the Supreme Elder, but were forced to sit and listen obediently. After a long while, the old Taoist priest spoke up, it's getting late, old Taoist, we should be leaving now. Qing Yinzi also stood up. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will go ahead. Wang Xing respectfully replied, disciple understands. He saw off his master and the senior experts. Xiaolian stood on the tower and shouted down, are those old fools all gone? Come on, everyone gets a share. Come here and take it. Li Yi brought the food over and asked, has Monk Huijing not returned yet? Could it be that he went back to Tianlong Temple first? Shi Tianzhong smiled brightly and replied, why bother about him? With one less person who isn't part of us, won't it just make things a little easier? At this moment, Hu Banxian, elder sister, couldn't help but feel excited, saying loudly, my goodness. Pointing to the room, she introduced, welcome to my treasure vault. Everyone quickly entered, but it seemed that only Shi Tianzhong appeared to be genuinely interested. Xiaolian smugly asked, how is it? Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but be surprised. Elder sister, were you two just fixing it? Xiaolian waved his hand slightly. What does this even count as? Come on, senior sister, take them to broaden their horizons. Wang Xiao, delighted, took Mu Guanqian's hand. Come with me to the third floor. I've already helped you tidy up. Wang Xing followed along with everyone. He said helplessly, let's go up and take a look. As soon as they arrived, all three couldn't help but feel bewildered, especially Shi Tianzhong. He was staring hungrily, drooling with desire. This is Mu Guanxian's room, which is neatly arranged inside, exuding a strong antique style. And next is Wang Xiaoyao's room. This room is decorated in a European style, and this is the sign of the poor. Xiaolian quickly tossed 2 large bags over, saying, here, keep these for the 2 of them. Lu Yunji and Shi Tianzhong opened their eyes, both unable to help but be astonished and stunned. Shi Tianzhong turned around with interest and asked, elder sister, is everything inside for me? Xiaolian angrily replied, no need. Give it back to me. He quickly hugged the bag to his body and replied, I want to. Thank you, elder sister Mu Guanxian. Standing in front of a room, Xiaolian glanced over and couldn't help but be startled. She silently observed, her expression also somewhat puzzled. In front of the room was a red sign with the words Spirit Fox Residence written on it. Mu Guanxian curiously opened it. Xiaolian was startled and shouted, Mu Guanxian, don't open it. The scene shifts to Monk Huaijing. At this moment, he is focused on preaching. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is exactly emptiness. Emptiness is exactly form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness cease and return to suchness. Exe Loi 2 is a script that is neither corresponding nor non-corresponding, neither born nor perishing, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Delay was attending a meditation cultivation course. Soon after, he smiled brightly and asked the female devotee, did you gain any insights? Monk Huaijing couldn't help but groan, chanting scriptures for an entire day. In order to maintain the relationship, I cannot speak out. This poor monk has really pushed himself too hard. Suddenly, there was no wind outside, but a cold aura made him unable to stop himself from sneezing. Monk Huaijing looked outside, unable to help but wonder. What's going on? I always feel like I've forgotten something here. The scene shifts back to Wang Xing's villa. He slammed his hand down on the table in excitement. Big sister, what's all that treasure in your room? He asked, glaring at her. Did you go out planning to loot all the treasures in Europe? Xiaolian broke out in a cold sweat, feeling embarrassed, and explained that it's not just a bit of loot after dealing with the demonic cultivators, is it? More than 100 years ago, how those Western bastards treated me. I'm just treating them the same way now. Furthermore, we helped the West deal with the Dark Council faction, so collecting a small rental fee is not a problem. She snapped her fingers and continued, besides, it's not like I'm the only one hoarding all the treasures. Inside the phone, a series of messages arrived. Senior Xiaolian, truly righteous. Senior Xiaolian is indeed the righteous sect of my Taoist school. If there is an opportunity next time, this humble one is willing to stand side by side with Senior Xiaolian. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel a headache. But how could she steal the treasure like that without telling anyone else? Xiaolian cried again. I know that's wrong, but I just don't want to share the good stuff with others. We won't hand it over, is that okay? With so many treasures, when we leave Earth, we'll have some capital. Wang Xing sighed. The Dark Council isn't like us. To destroy those spoils, there must be a share for the sects as well. Moreover, piling up a huge heap of treasures like that won't be of any use. Or should we use these treasures to go to the ancestral families and exchange them for magical treasures? As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on Xiaolian's head, as if comforting a little puppy. Wang Xing continued, Elder Sister also knows that in the future, the Taoist sect will likely face various fierce battles, where magic treasures will enhance the cultivator's strength. This is the unparalleled majesty of the sect leader. Finally, she had no choice but to compromise, agreeing to follow him, right? Wang Xing looked over at Lu Yunji and Shi Tianzhong. The gazes of the two were filled with anticipation as they looked at him. Wang Xing spoke up, the price of friendship is reduced by 20%. It can't go any lower. Running a business isn't easy for us either. Wang Xing acted as if he had no other choice. In the house, there are children and the elderly, and there must also be food. Xiaolian quickly spoke up. That's right. Not wrong. There are both the young and the old. At this point, her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiaolian immediately became angry and shouted, Die then. What do you mean by young and old? Shi Tianzhong and Lu Yunji said in unison, What's that supposed to mean? Feiyu? Wang Xing, we still have things to do ahead. In their hearts, they screamed, Hurry up and leave, avoid getting hit by innocent blows. On this side, Wang Xing smiled brightly. Big sister, I didn't say anything. Xiaolian stood there angrily. Let this big sister beat you up once. After a while, he lay sprawled on the sofa. Finally, it's over. I'm so exhausted. 3 days later, they arrived at Minor Hell, and it was finally time to rest. As soon as Wang Xing lay down, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but worry. Big sister, come quickly and take a look. My brother's body is burning up. Xiaoyan casually ate an apple. It's fine. This is his nascent soul, currently recovering. Originally, he cultivated a pure yang cultivation method, so this phenomenon is normal. At that moment, a soft hand quickly placed itself on his forehead to assess the situation. Wang Xiaoyao mischievously said, Big sis, it seems like my brother has cooled down. Xiaoyan flashed a sly smile. Don't talk nonsense, you seductive one, keep going. I suddenly remember, this is the reverse reaction of a pure yang cultivation technique. There must be pure yin energy to help balance it out. Hurry up, Mu Guanxian, carry him back to the room. Then do this, and that. Mu Guanxian anxiously picked Wang Xing up. He silently praised. Big sister's support is really top-notch. On this side, Xiaoyan and Wang Xiaoyao couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Mu Guanxuan looked at their expressions and quickly understood what was going on. Mu Guanxian's face immediately turned as red as a GAC fruit, and she felt as though she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Wang Xing couldn't help but silently lament, another failure. He remained silent, continuing to ponder. But it's fine, there's still a long road ahead one day. Senior sister and I will eventually attain true fruition in our cultivation. The sky quickly turned to morning at Wang Xing's villa. At that moment, the atmosphere was incredibly peaceful. He was still deeply asleep on the bed, but his clothes were no longer on his body. Wang Xing finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes as sunlight streamed into the room. Immediately after, he sat up and stretched. After a long sleep, his primordial spirit was full, and it seemed he had recovered quite a bit. However, he quickly looked down at his naked body. Wang Xing couldn't help but think, the battle this time. The Qi seems to have expanded a bit more, and the sword intent of the heavenly stems and the sword intent of the 16 have almost reached perfection. Not too bad. But in the dreamscape that day, Emperor Ziwei told me to find the other silver Dao he had hidden. What could it be? Could it be that the Emperor used a different method to leave behind the silver Dao? It's just that my current cultivation level is too shallow, and I still don't understand his methods. Seeing that you had just woken up and were lost in thought like this, Mu Guanxuan called out softly, Junior brother. Upon waking up, he immediately saw Mu Guanxuan Wang Xing and couldn't help but be startled, exclaiming, Senior sister. Immediately after that, he looked to the left, looked to the right, and surveyed his surroundings. Wang Xing couldn't help but be puzzled. Why are you sleeping in my room? The young man thought he had been carried back to his own room. Immediately after that, he quickly calmed himself and asked, What about that, senior sister? How long have you been sleeping? Mu Guanxian looked at him, calmly raising her hand to reply, 5 days. Suddenly, Mu Guanxian glanced over his body, and she couldn't help but blush, while Wang Xing also suddenly remembered. Your body, for some unknown reason, was completely naked, without a single stitch of clothing. At that moment, a glint of cunning appeared in his eyes. Wang Xing immediately stood up, causing Mu Guanxian to be startled. She screamed loudly, then hid behind the screen. Wang Xing silently yelled in his heart, Why is my senior sister so adorable? Qing Yanzi heard the noise in the room and spoke up. If you're awake, then stop resting. You said you needed 3 days, but you've slept for 5. Hurry up and pack, we're going to Minor Hell. He was startled and replied loudly, Yes, master. And so he quickly changed his clothes, and his hair was neatly styled by Mu Guanxian. At that moment, the two of them were no different from a loving couple. She performed this action with great tenderness. Wang Xing, when taken care of by Mu Guanxian like this, couldn't help but smile with happiness. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, he casually said, Senior sister, let's get married. When these words were spoken, Mu Guanxian was startled and stopped the action he was performing. His face was completely red at that moment, silently thinking, I'm so embarrassed I could die. How did blood suddenly rush to my brain and make me say that? This reaction from senior sister is because I was too careless, without any formalities, right? Or is it that she has never thought of this way? Immediately afterward, his face turned as red as a GAC fruit. Not seeing Mu Guanxian respond, Wang Xing secretly glanced behind. She did not refuse, only gently hugged him tightly from behind, softly saying, Wait. Both their faces turned red. Wang Xing secretly rejoiced and pressed his senior sister with questions. You didn't refuse, so that means you agree. Mu Guanxian immediately closed her eyes. What was she anticipating? At the same time, Wang Xing turned around, and the heads of both collided violently. She quickly took out her phone and kept tapping the screen. Mu Guanxian sincerely said, Wait until you clarify whether you are Hua Qing or Mu Guanxian. whether you are an immortal from the heavenly realm or a cultivator from Earth, or until you accept that you are Huaqing reincarnated, the immortal from the heavenly realm reincarnated. When the time comes, we will inform the parents of the world to invite the master to witness. Moreover, as Wang Xing read to this point, he couldn't help but ask further out of curiosity. And then what happened? Mu Guanxian tapped the screen again, her words causing Wang Xing to be momentarily stunned. Swearing to live and die together until our hair turns gray, perhaps she has also developed feelings for him. Wang Xing could not help but feel happy, his eyes looking at her filled with love. Mu Guanxuan, at this moment, furrowed her brows, although she still thought that these things were merely superficial. Master and disciple are like father and son, and isn't the relationship between senior sister and junior brother already close? Why must it become that of husband and wife? Wang Xing couldn't help but speak up. Senior sister, I have a question for you. He thought to himself, there's no other way. I'll just go big. He looked at her and said seriously, if the master takes on another disciple, and it's a junior brother, then what will our relationship be? And the next example, if the master accepts another female disciple, then she will be our junior sister. In that case, we... With that, Mu Guanxian anxiously placed a strong hand on his shoulder, full of anger. She was brimming with killing intent as she looked at Wang Xing and uttered two words, get married. He was overjoyed, having succeeded. Wang Xing approached her and gently said, Senior sister, once you have accepted that you are the reincarnation of Huaqing, and there are no more burdens in your heart, we will marry. He tightly embraced Mu Guanxian in his arms, willing to wait for her. After all, the path of immortal cultivation is long, and the Tao of eternal life is full of promise. We will never be separated from each other in the future. She smiled happily with a sound. Morning in someone's room. It seems that the owner of this house is still sleeping. The person in question was none other than Qin Yishan. He was awakened by a strange sound. A mysterious figure, whose face could not be seen clearly, spoke up. Team Leader Tan, at a time like this, you're not going to do anything? I really thought that old men like us couldn't make it, so you could just deceive us at will? Qin Yishan quickly sat up and said, First of all, I have my limits. He fastened his shirt button and continued. Secondly, I am not your subordinate. We are just cooperating with each other. And immediately after that, Qin Yishan slowly got off the third bed. You should not have come here. This is a rule we set beforehand. Hearing him speak, the old man curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Rules? Captain Tan, now that you have a position, are you starting to look down on us old men? He gathered his inner strength and spoke coldly. You must understand, as long as you rely on this incarnation, I could crush you to death right here. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of murderous intent viciously coiled around Qin Yishan's neck. He remained calm and said, I promised. Surely, it will be done. All you need to do is wait patiently. He was impatient before you told us to wait. To say that the barbarian and demon lands could exert pressure on the immortal cultivation realm, causing the current imperial court to invite us out of seclusion. But right now, those barbaric demonic cultivators have long been eradicated by a sword cultivator named Wang Feiyu. You still tell us to wait. How much longer are we supposed to wait? Qin Yishan continued, the demonic cultivator beyond the realm cannot withstand a single strike. This is also beyond my expectations, but you don't need to worry. I have already prepared a comprehensive plan. He quickly inhaled the smoke. Qin Yishan continued, the promise I made to you, I will definitely fulfill. But I hope that the promises you made to me, you will also carry them out perfectly, without fail. The other person spoke. Qin Yishan, do you really think we can't escape from the current predicament? Rest assured, we are not interested in your ideals or your path to becoming an official. What we need is merely a portion of your prestige. That year, the Longhu Mountain Celestial Master placed a restriction on us. I want the current Celestial Master to personally lift this restriction, so that the immortal cultivation realm today will kneel before us, respectfully calling us ancestor. I give you 3 more years, the final 3 years. As soon as the words were spoken, his figure quickly vanished. At this moment, Qin Yishan sat alone in the empty room. He couldn't help but feel exhausted, tilting his head back and letting out a deep sigh. At the same time, a knock on the door sounded from outside. Qin Yishan lazily spoke. Secretary, open the door. The secretary entered and said, Team leader, here is the information you requested. He nonchalantly replied, leave it on the table. The secretary, with concern, asked, Team leader, you don't look well. Is there something wrong with your health? Qin Yishan rubbed his temple and responded, no, it's just that the pressure has been too much lately. She gently asked, do you need me to help you relax a bit? His face couldn't help but show a sly expression. Glancing at her, he then turned his attention to the secretary, who quickly got to work outside. The bird continued to chirp incessantly. Qin Yishan screamed, pain, 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 pain. "9 young lady, slow down a bit. My waist is about to be crushed under your steps." She reported to the team leader of the investigation team, saying that the live broadcast at Minor Hell was about to begin. It is said that they want Captain Fei Yu and Buyu Xianzi to temporarily act as judges. What should we do now? Qin Yishan didn't care, just letting it be. What mattered now was gaining the support of the Hidden Earth sect. Tian couldn't help but wonder, but the sect leader of the Hidden Earth sect is very cunning. Focusing all his energy on him will likely be a waste. Qin Yishan explained, Shin Suian is a businessman. As long as there is enough profit, he will come seeking us himself. Hidden Earth sect is an important part of the plan. Without their support, the difficulty of advancing the transformation will also increase. Immediately after, he changed the subject, 9 miles down there a bit. She asked, "Where is that?" Qin Yishan replied, "It's the place where you often go." "That's right. This is too much." Scene change. At this moment in Minor Hell, familiar figures quickly flew towards it. Over here, at 10 courts of Yama, on the 5th level, everyone quickly descended. Wangxing felt a bit nostalgic. He never expected to have come this far. At this moment, in the court of Yama Hall, the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Zone Director Qing Yinzi spoke. Fairy Huaqing enters the palace. Still standing on this side, Shin Suian maintained his position as a technical advisor. Wangxing quickly opened the door. Mu Guanchuan had been waiting outside for a long time. At this moment, she wore a cloak that covered her chest, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wangxing couldn't help but be captivated, entranced. He thought, how can my senior sister be this beautiful? Qing Yinzi angrily shouted, "Aren't you coming? Do you want me to shout again? Is the assistant of Immortal Huaqing coming in as well?" He was startled. Yes, I'm coming right now." As soon as she sat down, he shouted loudly again, "Where is the Huaqing fairy, who is representing the position of the judge of the underworld today?" Qing Yinzi had just finished speaking when a streak of purple light appeared from above. Mu Guanxian raised his hand, and a brush appeared. Qing Yinzi raised his voice. "Lord Judge, we are in position. The judgment brush has also arrived. Southern Ghost Officer, why are you not escorting the criminal yet?" Below, the 4 people quickly advanced and answered in unison. First was the Qian Fa leader. He channeled his internal energy into the jar in his hand. Immediately afterward, a dense stream of purple poisonous gas emerged from the vial. Very quickly, the demons lay sprawled on the ground. The words continued, "Following the rule of Abaddon, do not question the general during their lifetime. After death, they become vengeful spirits in the underworld, punishing demons and awaiting judgment." Wangxing thought for a moment, and Elder Shin Suian said, "As long as the senior sister holds the judgment pin, she will soon be able to understand what happens next and know what to do. But specifically, how exactly should it be handled? Others do not know." Seeing you so worried, Mu Guanxian glanced over and gave a confident wink. Immediately after that, the composed woman held the judge's brush in her hand and began to write. As the writing descended, a powerful aura immediately surrounded Mu Guanxian Wangxing, who was sitting beside her. She thought to herself, "Very good. Senior sister is responsible for the writing and approval, and I am in charge of the judgment and assignment of duties. This division of labor is perfect." Then he spoke. "Demon, the allure of beauty is involved in the plundering of the people of Hua Kingdom. Having killed nearly 1,000 people, he was slain by the elder of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, the immortal master of the true path. In your lifetime, you have committed heinous crimes, and your body, after being destroyed, will turn to dust. However, as a warning to other demonic cultivators, before your soul dissipates into smoke and descends into hell, you will endure 3 years of excruciating torture." After that, he looked toward Mu Guanxian, the esteemed elder, and, if deemed appropriate, "May you please approve the punishment." Mu Guanxian hummed in acknowledgement, then immediately took up her brush and circled the point of Zhong Mili. Shortly after, she was exiled, condemned to remain in the dark prison for punishment forever. Below, aggressive hands grabbed her, pulling her down. Mailuk could not help but scream in pain. Immediately after that, Qing Yinzi shouted again, leading in the next criminal. During the trial process, they both coordinated with each other extremely smoothly. On this side, the judgment of punishment is still ongoing. Many fallen demons have been cast down. Mu Guanxian was approving the documents while glancing over at Wang Sheng, who was lost in his thoughts. The image of the innocent young man from years ago quickly appeared in her mind. At that time, Wangxing innocently ascended the mountain to seek a master and pay his respects to his senior sister. Junior's name is Wangxing. Please guide me in the future, senior sister. When she cooks delicious food for him, he happily eats and never forgets to thank his senior sister. Again, remembering 13 years ago, Wangxing deliberately sacrificed himself, rushing into danger in place of his senior sister. I'm sorry. When you escaped from Minor Hell, Mu Guanxian still couldn't forget that image. He happily said, "Senior sister, I'm back. Just now, you proposed to her with great sincerity. Senior sister, let's get married." The two of them exchanged glances, silently looking at each other. The scent of love lingered in the air around them. The AI was also silent, not speaking, but they could all see the sincerity in each other's eyes. Qing Yinzi covered her mouth and reminded, "We are working. Can you be a little more serious?" Over 10 hours later. At this moment, Qing Yinzi once again began summoning the criminal into the court. Blood Clan ancient prince Shen Lina, her clothes tattered, followed by 2 guards preventing her escape. Wang Xing shouted loudly, "Demon, step out." Lina, the leader of the Blood Clan, is the mastermind behind the plundering of the people of Hua Kingdom, responsible for the deaths of countless beings. Such heinous crimes cannot be forgiven. Lina's hands were tightly bound. She screamed loudly, "Wang Xing, you can kill me directly." Immediately after that, she was forcefully pushed down on both sides by the 2 guards, kneeling. Wang Xing spoke up, "To kill you, we must first wait until you have been punished. Below is the 18th level of hell. Entering it means a fate worse than death." He coldly looked at her and said, "In fact, death might be a liberation for you." Lina screamed, "Is this your way of showing respect to a powerhouse? You and I, no matter what, have once been rivals. Even if I fail now, don't I deserve to die with respect?" Mu Guanxian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel amused and let out a burst of laughter. The loud sound shattered the solemn atmosphere. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze toward Mu Guanxuan. She quickly sat up straight, adjusted her emotions, and grew serious. Wang Xing then asked, "In your eyes, are the powerful beings you speak of just like you and me? You are also someone who has lived since ancient times. You must have once felt the aura of a true powerhouse, right? I'm currently nothing more than a nascent soul cultivator. You still can't defeat me. Don't you feel ashamed? And yet you call yourself a strong expert. Moreover, you and I are not just opponents, but enemies. When dealing with enemies, I have never been stingy with any means to warn the rebellious remnants of the Blood Clan. You will remain here, enduring 35 tortures, with each year bringing a new level of hell. After 35 years, you will be allowed to have your soul scattered and your spirit destroyed." As soon as you finish speaking, the light from hell burst forth, enveloping her. Lina screamed in panic. She refuses to accept it. "Wang Xing, you have no right to do this." Lina screamed frantically. "Let Satang judge me. I will only accept the judgment of Demon Satang or Hades." Her figure was quickly sucked into hell, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. The path was now eerily quiet. Everyone was satisfied with this outcome for her. Wang Xing sat down and let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, it's over." Qing Yinzi continued, "In the first 2 hours, the judgment was passed and directly sent to the entire nation. The countries will likely be able to threaten those heretical cultivators with ill intentions toward the Great Harmony. The next period of time, we can also focus on our cultivation with peace of mind." Wang Xing quickly stood up. "Master, if everything here is done, I would like to visit the Hall of Reincarnation and pay my respects to Immortal Mengpa." Qing Yinzi quickly granted permission. "Go ahead, you were saved this time thanks in part to Immortal Mengpo's power. You should express your gratitude." Immediately after that, he quickly leapt into the air, shooting outward. Not sure what Wang Xing was thinking, but his expression seemed somewhat serious. Quickly, Wang Xing arrived at the Hall of Reincarnation. This was the residence of Mengpa. "Do you mind flying directly inside?" Then, he quickly landed in front of the celestial tablet. The crack was still there, the hole still present. Everything seemed as if it had just happened yesterday, only the person had changed. He looked up at the shining immortal stone tablet. Wang Xing called out loudly, "Senior." Zhao Yun quickly revealed herself as well. Qianlin, although she would gradually control the power of the immortal inheritance, would still face many hidden dangers. Perhaps, after she recovers, her personality will undergo a huge change, or perhaps she will transform into the spirit of minor hell. But this is something you cannot help with. Wang Xing painfully recalled that day. In a critical situation, the senior sister sacrificed herself, summoning Mengpa to stabilize minor hell once again. She has always wanted to find an ordinary person to marry and live a simple, happy life. He clenched his fist, but in the end, it transformed into the physical form of an immortal, sealed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But this is her choice. I can only hope that she will find her true self again soon. Being able to use my immortal power at will is still far away from me. Currently, I still have 2 major hurdles to overcome before becoming an immortal, shedding my mortal body and surviving the tribulation. Once I become an immortal, if there's anything I can do to help my senior, I will do my best to assist." Zhao Yun couldn't help but glance over and replied, "It would be great if you could think that way." On this side, Everything you say, Mengpa can hear. She feels somewhat touched and silently says, Wang Xing. After paying respects to Mengpa, the matters in Minor Hell were also concluded. Wang Xing quickly departed. He and Mu Guanxian soared through the air on their swords. He turned to look at her and said, Senior sister. We fly slowly, taking our time to enjoy the scenery. Mu Guanxian looked at him, unable to stop herself from smiling brightly, letting out a soft You are happy thinking from holding hands to embraces. Your understanding of your senior sister has become extremely good now, although you haven't yet tried things unsuitable for children. But there's no need to hurry. He stared at Mu Guanxian. After all, what he desired now is what his senior sister wanted, not what he himself wanted. Suddenly, he couldn't help but ask his senior sister, around when will you break through to the nascent soul stage? Mu Guanxuan was also taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at him and said, I don't know. Wang Xing quickly guessed and asked, did you encounter a knot? Mu Guanxian nodded softly, her face filled with sorrow, writing characters on his hand. Some time ago, I kept forcing myself to comprehend, but later on, my progress became incredibly slow. I don't know if it's because my comprehension is insufficient or if my cultivation speed is far behind, but Wang Xing quickly comforted her. I have already activated Hack 35 in Abaddon. If my cultivation doesn't progress, I definitely won't be as good as senior sister. All right then, after we return, let's discuss the Dao a bit and see if we can offer some inspiration to you, senior sister. Mu Guanxian didn't quite understand his meaning at first, and she asked in confusion, what do you mean? Wang Xing explained, it's just that understanding each other's path of cultivation also has the foundation of the pure young celestial principles. I also have two meanings, and perhaps the intent of the sword will be of help. Mu Guanxian quickly understood, and she smiled happily and nodded in agreement. When the two of them arrived at the villa, the sky had already brightened. The two figures swiftly rushed inside. Both of them landed on the second floor together. It seemed as though everyone was tired. You haven't had a chance to rest yet, and Mu Guanxian quickly pulled forcefully. Immediately after, both of them entered the room and shut the door tightly. She quickly sat upright and said, in regard to the Dao, Mu Guanxian has made a firm resolution to protect the dignity of the senior sister. This senior sister will risk it all. Wang Xing immediately thereafter. He quickly informed the situation of Mu Guanxian to the fixed immortal cultivation group. Everyone buzzed and discussed strategies to help her break through to the immortal realm. Shi Tianzhong couldn't help but laugh. Because of them, there will come a day when I will have to think of a way to help senior sister, the strongest among them, break through. At this moment, after Mu Guanxian finished reading everyone's messages, she quickly responded. Mu Guanxian briefly said a few words. Sink in. Junior brother cannot escape on his own. Then, she shyly withdrew and corrected it. Immersed in cultivation, unable to break free. In reality, before she retracted the message, everyone had already seen it. Wang Sheng smiled helplessly, looking at his senior sister. At this moment, Tai Mu Guanxian felt embarrassed to the point of blushing. At the same time, in another chat group, Shi Tianzhong asked curiously about the whereabouts of the girl Delay. Meng Huaijing recounted that after he had enlightened her, Delay became enlightened and no longer disturbed Wang Xing. Shi Tianzhong teased him because he hadn't seen him that day. Meng Huaijing sacrificed himself for Liu Yunji, instructing him to check the items that Xie Lian had sent over. Meng Huaijing, of course, did not refuse. The scene shifts to the sect of Shi Tianzhong. I don't understand why, as soon as morning came, you were kneeling like that? In his hand, he held a token. Its material was gold. He stared blankly at the object in his hand for a long time, lost in thought. Shi Tianzhong gritted his teeth, pondering. Not long ago, he had been a remarkable young talent in the cultivation world. Even though he couldn't catch up to Wang Sheng and his senior sister, he couldn't afford to fall too far behind them. But the master is about to enter seclusion, so it's truly difficult to ask him for guidance. If I want to break through, I can only seek out the Grand Master. Immediately after that, the old celestial master walked out and spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Shi Tianzhong, did you come to find me for something? Shi Tianzhong was somewhat confused, hesitating as he said, Master, my master is in seclusion, and I want you to speak here. He quickly understood and burst into laughter. Master knows that you are on good terms with Fei Yu and Xianzi. Don't you feel that you're too different from them, that you feel anxious and deeply troubled in your heart? Shi Tianzhong excitedly said, There are not many friends or disciples, just a few of them. Currently, Lian Ji and I have been left far behind by the three of them. I always competed with Lian Ji, always feeling that as long as I could maintain the same level as Lian Ji, it would be enough. But when Wang Xing needed assistance, I realized that I was just a chicken, unable to help with anything. Master, do you know? That day, when we were chasing after Wangxing's place, in fact, we could have arrived there 2 hours earlier. But no one knew how to face him, so they kept hiding in the car, not daring to fly over there. I begged the Grandmaster for guidance. I practice cultivation, and I do not hope to surpass Wangxing, but at the very least, when encountering a powerful enemy, Wangxing would allow me to assist him. Support him. Don't hide behind like a fool. Hearing this, he quickly responded. If you have used the Celestial Master's order to make a request to the sect, everyone at Longhu Mountain will do their utmost to assist you. In the past 3 years, you have been in seclusion by my side. I will guide you in cultivation and help you develop your potential. He spread his hand out. Give me your phone. Shi Tianzhong quickly obeyed, following the Grandmaster's command. Immediately after that, he decisively crushed his phone, turning it into pieces in an instant. This startled Shi Tianzhong. Of course, he had never expected this. Don't keep him waiting long. He dragged Shi Tianzhong across the ground, swishing loudly. Now, it's time to begin cultivation. The young man couldn't help but feel regretful, silently crying. More than 600 of my 3D Piglet movies. Scene shifts to Wangxing's villa. He feels bored, lying down and yawning repeatedly. Immediately after, Wangxing took out his phone and began fiddling with the messages from the fixed immortal cultivation team. Monk Huijing couldn't help but wonder, that guy Shi Tianzhong hasn't been seen for a whole month. What on earth is he doing? Wangxing replied, didn't he say he was in closed-door meditation? Monk Huijing was surprised. Seclusion? Impossible, I have known him for so many years. The longest retreat has never lasted more than 2 days. Lu Yunji also added, his normal life is very chaotic, and his Dao heart is not pure. It's possible that he has been possessed by demonic energy. Wangxing felt a bit worried. I'll have Mao Wei ask about it. You quickly sent a message. Mao Wei, are you free right now? Could you help me find out where Shi Tianzhong is? She replied promptly. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. According to what Wangxing managed to find out, there are currently 2 sources of information. One is that Shi Tianzhong was caught distributing pornographic films and has been placed under house arrest. The other is that he was taken by the Grandmaster for seclusion to cultivate. After hearing this, everyone felt that the second reason was the most plausible. Wangxing couldn't help but feel happy for his friend, being directly taught by the Grandmaster. The next time Shi Tianzhong reveals himself, he will surely shake the world. Monk Huijing replied, he will become stronger, and added a teasing remark. Lu Yunji followed up, if that's the case, I'll retreat and cultivate in seclusion. Monk Huijing wondered, by the way, has Bu Xianzi broken through his bottleneck yet? Having said that, he turned to look at Mu Guanxian, who was still fully focused at that moment. Her face couldn't help but become serious. Mu Guanxian, at this moment, couldn't help but break into a sweat. Seeing her in such distress, Wangxing also felt uncomfortable in his heart. Wangxing said, when the knot ahead is untied, another will follow. Monk Huijing comforted him with a few words, then also entered seclusion to cultivate. At that moment, Wangxing quickly got up from the chair, his movements light as he feared disturbing her. But Mu Guanxian also quickly stopped her seclusion. She looked dejected, as if she were about to cry. Wangxing gently patted her head, comforting her. Senior sister, cultivation should be done in moderation, with a sense of balance. There's no need to force yourself too urgently. Mu Guanxian immediately became happy again. She took the apple and happily took a bite. Monk Huijing on this side let out a sigh of relief. Amitabha Buddha, I almost let it slip. He guessed to himself, probably shouldn't think about anything, right? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Finally, you've gone out for a walk. Staying in that illusionary environment all the time isn't very good for you. He recalled that once there were 2 young monks who ran outside to go online, but their master caught them and scolded them. They then asked why senior brother Monk Huijing was not punished. Amitabha, you should also consider the management of our temple and shrine. When you're in your room, just say you're in closed-door meditation and go online. Monk Huijing spoke. It's a small matter, but master, your relative is the venerable abbot. Please don't address him as sir. Will you always be like this? If others hear it, they'll think I'm the one controlling Tianlong Temple. Venerable abbot looked at Monk Huijing seriously and asked, can we confirm it this time? Monk Huijing replied, yes, Fei Yu. No matter how great the difficulties he faces, he will quietly develop in a way that benefits him. This is precisely the manifestation of luck added to a person. Moreover, the momentum is already there, and the person himself is quite decent. Tagging along with him is the right choice. He pondered and said, but sometimes, great fortune is not always a good thing. 100,000 years ago, the 7 deities in the heavenly court rebelled, attacking and counterattacking the heavenly court. However, by some twist of fate, the heavenly court's final fortune was exhausted. This world awaits Fei Yu to leave this forbidden land of the immortals. At that moment, the fortune of the heavenly court will collide with him. At that time, there will only be two paths before him: being cursed by one's own luck, falling into a mortal calamity, or accepting the great fortune of the heavenly court from there soaring straight into the sky. Monk Huijing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then, Monk Huijing calmly said, "If it is truly like this, then we must make this day come sooner." Monk Huijing spoke, "Master, how about a game? I'll lead the team to top the chicken." An elder panicked, "No, no, please pay attention to the consequences." Monk Huijing helplessly replied, "All right then, I'll go back to my room and play instead." He was about to leave when suddenly a loud noise stopped Venerable Abbot in his tracks. Monk Huijing shouted loudly from this side, "Damn, why did it suddenly break through?" He looked on, unable to help but feel perplexed. Why was I so foolish to take on a disciple like this back then? In the evening at Wang Xing's villa, the atmosphere here was extremely tranquil. You called Qing Yinzi, asking if Master and Senior Sister are currently in a stagnant state, and if there is anything you can do to help. He said, "Currently, there are only two paths to help my Senior Sister smoothly break through to the nascent soul stage. First of all, advise the girl to suppress her cultivation level until she has accumulated enough for the breakthrough, using time in exchange for safety." Wang Xing spoke up, "Master, I'm afraid Senior Sister wants to break through as soon as possible, which is why she constantly forces herself to cultivate." He continued, "Then there is only the second path left, to let Mu Guanxian clash with cultivators who specialize in the art of balancing yin and yang. Perhaps I can give her a bit of spiritual energy, allowing her to quickly accumulate more insights." Wang Xing focused his internal energy on a small 8 trigrams compass, and the sword in his hand materialized. Wang Xing smiled happily. "Master, do you think I am capable?" Qing Yinzi replied, "I will ask you. Some have it, some do not, and some have not yet, but that does not mean it is impossible." "What is the explanation?" Wang Xing heard it and felt his head spin. He was confused and let out a sound of surprise. Qing Yinzi laughed heartily. "Back then, I told you to read more books. Did you really take my words to heart?" Wang Xing felt ashamed. "Master," Qing Yinzi continued, "wait for your Senior Sister. Once she comes out of seclusion, you should take her out for a stroll. Traveling through the world and taking in the beautiful scenery of the Northern Thousand Mountains may aid in her experience of heaven and earth and help her understand the path on her own." Wang Xing quickly obeyed. "Yes, the disciple understands." Qing Yinzi continued, "The Tai Chi Yinyang Wudong sect must have experts in this field." After talking to the old man, he quickly placed the sword on the ground and sat up straight. "You think to yourself that you must seize the opportunity to cultivate and break through, to make your strength higher and stronger, ensuring that when your Senior Sister is breaking through to the nascent soul stage and encounters any danger, you can be by her side to lend a helping hand." Suddenly, at the same time, a voice sounded. Xiaofei Yu Xiaolian leaned close to his ear and asked, "Not going to sleep? What are you still doing here?" Wang Xing blushed, having just made a video call with his master. "You covered your nose and turned to ask the Senior Sister, that thing? Have you figured out a solution yet?" Xiaolian mischievously said, "So that's the enlightenment for Mu Guanxian, huh?" Wang Xing helplessly repeated, "It's the cultivation of the primordial infant." Xiaolian glanced over. "Ah, you're worried she'll break the pill and become the primordial infant?" Wang Xing recalled how his Senior Sister formed her Dan back then, with dangers looming at every turn. The yin and yang energies were extremely difficult to balance, and it was almost a situation where there was a 90% chance of death and only a 10% chance of survival. "You are suffering from a headache, thinking that reaching the Yuaning stage now is several times more dangerous than before." Xiaolian shook his head. "There's nothing I can do. The path of Mu Guanxian is something I can't understand. Anyway, if it cannot be protected, then let Mu Guanxian change to a new cultivation path. Besides, Mu Guanxian is the reincarnation of the Huaqing fairy, and it's possible that she will send Lu Tai, the golden immortal, in the future." Hearing this, he indeed became a little thoughtful, looking into the mirror as he pondered. Inside, Mu Guanchuan was still focused on her breakthrough. Wang Xing gazed at her intently, as if he feared she might disappear. Immediately afterward, Mu Guanxian slowly opened his eyes. Wang Xing entered at the same time she stepped out. The two gazes met. Mu Guanchuan, embarrassed, blushed. Wang Xing spoke up, "Senior Sister Wang Xiaoyao. Recently, I might have started practicing sword control techniques. I want to take the little one for a walk around the sword sect. Would you like to join us?" Actually, Wang Xiaoyao also really wanted to spend more time with you, but since you've been in seclusion every day, she couldn't find an opportunity. Here is the corrected version. At this point, he thought to himself, using this reason to get his Senior Sister to go out for a walk for a while would definitely work. Then, Mu Guanchuan quickly agreed happily. Wang Xing couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Sure enough, the scene shifted towards Lu Yunji. He walked while thinking it had been almost 9 months since he lost contact with Shi Tianzhong. In the 9 months without him, it was somewhat difficult to adapt to the whispers in my ear. Apart from him, the situation is temporarily unclear. As for Fei Yu, Xianzi, and Monk Weijing, their cultivation levels have all made significant progress. Lu Yunji thought of this, and his face couldn't help but show a trace of sorrow. He thought, his mind stopping within a small scope, filled with the existence of monstrous levels. Perhaps he had already become the one at the bottom. He stood before the familiar place again and said loudly, "Master, this is the elixir the sect leader specially concocted for you." At that moment, the medicine box in his hand suddenly flew up on its own. The door was unoccupied yet could swing wide open. A voice from inside came out, "Lu Yunji." Suddenly, not knowing what thoughts were running through his mind, Lu Yunji fell silent and said nothing. Suddenly, he spoke loudly, "Master, recently I have encountered many difficulties in my cultivation. I do not know if there is any way to speed up my progress a little." The person inside came out at this moment and said, "How can cultivation be rushed?" Lu Yunji continued, "I am ignorant. Please forgive me, Master." The old man smiled brightly. "All right, considering that you often come to visit this old man and show great respect, let this be a reward for you." He threw the item over and said, "Inside this jade tablet is a secret technique, one that I obtained when I went out to train many years ago. If you think you can use it, then try practicing on your own, but remember, do not brag about this technique. It is not the Maoshan sect's method." Lu Yunji bowed his head. "Yes, Master. The disciple understands. The disciple will never forget your great kindness." The scene shifts to Shu Mountain Sword Sect, where a towering stone pillar stands tall, reaching into the sky. Above the towering cliff, there stood a massive, ancient-style building. Wang Xing spoke, "How is it? The scenery of Shu Mountain Sword Sect is magnificent, isn't it?" Wang Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Big brother, why did we suddenly come to the sword sect?" Wang Xing replied, "Didn't you want to learn the sword control technique? The sword control technique is the lost secret of the sword sect, and to learn it, one must have the sect's permission. Your brother also learned it here due to a fortunate coincidence many years ago." The girl was excited. "What exactly happened with that fortunate coincidence? Senior sister, please tell me about it." Hearing this, Mu Guanqian suddenly blushed. She glanced over at Wang Xing, who also secretly glanced over to see what her expression was like. Mu Guanqian began to tell, "The sword sect's Sword 72 has countless swordsmanship geniuses breaking through the barriers. But all failed. The junior disciple with the 7-star sword intent and the Liang Yi sword intent just passed through the trial, slaying generals and striking wherever they encountered. Finally, in the Battle of the Spirit, Lin stood before Elder Qi Feng of the Shu Mountain Swords sect. The two sides clashed with swords and blades, and the junior disciple, with the skill of the Purple Star One sword, earned the recognition of Elder Qi Feng." Wang Xiao heard this and couldn't help but admire, her eyes sparkling. Wang Xing sighed bitterly. "It's not that simple, as expected. When telling a story, there's always some embellishment." Wang Xiaoyao asked, "How did you manage to get through the formation when so many others couldn't?" Wang Xing smiled blankly, probably due to luck, and also because of the guidance of his master. "You channel your internal energy into this top-grade flying sword, a gift from Senior Tran Lin of Swords 72 years ago. This time, you are also being brought to meet Senior Tran Lin to pay your respects and become their disciple." Wang Xiaoyao excitedly exclaimed, "Senior, could the sword spirit possibly gift me a sword like that?" Wang Xing smiled brightly. "Are you daydreaming?" The girl lost her enthusiasm and glanced at him. Wang Xing heard a sound from afar. Since his recent advancement, his hearing had become sharper. Wang Xing instructed the elders of the sword sect, "They'll be here soon. Pay attention to your image." Immediately after that, the elders descended. Wang Xing stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the elders. The elder of the sword sect happily exclaimed, Fei Yu, I've been waiting for you to arrive." Wang Xing spoke up again, "Greetings, Taoist priest." Fai Luyan Lianzi ran up to him and whispered, "When are we preparing for the banquet? Do you need the sword sect's help with the arrangements? You and Xianzi, the fairy, are both models of the future immortal path. This wedding cannot be done hastily." Wang Xing smiled and said, No. This time, I came because I have long admired my junior martial sister and wanted to learn the sword control technique of the sword sect." Lianzi looked at the little girl, Wang Shiyao, playful with a bright, fearless face. Lianzi laughed heartily. "So, this is how it is? Just give us a call. There's no need for you to come all the way here in person," Wang Xing said. "Bring Wang Xiao over. Let him broaden his horizons a bit, and while we're at it, let him taste the divine phoenix tea from Great Sword Mountain." Lianzi laughed loudly and happily said, Come, please come in." Inside, at this moment, the disciples of the sword master were practicing their sword auras together. Everyone stood still, but the sword chi continued to soar into the sky, twisting and turning. Upon seeing the guests arrive, everyone quickly stood in a straight line. Lianzi was excited. Feiyu, you're the elder. Go back home and don't just clap. Step forward and give them some guidance. Wangxing hesitated. Guidance. Think about it. These disciples aren't very strong. The sword technique of the heavenly sword is not easy to perform, and you can't show off your skills in front of the experts. Using the sword sect swordsmanship from before would be fine. He fell silent for a moment, observing. Wangxing glanced over. Immediately after that, he handed the sword to Wang Xiaoyao, helping him hold it for a moment. The little girl hesitated and said, Brother, you're just teaching swordsmanship. Aren't you going to use the sword? Wangxing, empty-handed, stepped forward. Just watch, and you'll understand. Wangxing immediately took a deep breath and said, I have embarrassed myself. You gathered your inner strength, and a beautiful green sword quickly appeared. Lianzi and the sword sect couldn't help but feel confused. Oh, so it was actually the heavenly tribulation sword intent. Wangxing thought for a moment, using the excuse that Wang Xiaoyao was learning swordsmanship to take his senior sister out for a walk, to relax her mind. He teased her along with Wang Xiaoyao to make her happy, performing sword techniques and deliberately using the heavenly tribulation sword intent. I hope it will bring a breakthrough of inspiration for cultivation to senior sister. Immediately after that, he leapt into the air, dancing through the sky like a true dancer. Lianzi was excited. Although it was just a basic sword technique, the profound simplicity of each move contained the ultimate truth of the sword Dao, truly extraordinary, truly magnificent. At this moment, Wangxing tightly gripped the sword, his hand forming a seal, and his inner strength radiated powerfully. After finishing, everyone excitedly shouted, Very good, very good. Elder Feiyu, your swordsmanship cultivation is truly extraordinary. Lianzi spoke. The elders, after watching Feiyu's performance, were filled with emotion. If interested, anyone can come up to the stage to exchange opinions. Wangxing thought to himself, recalling that in the beginning, it was the elders with their own sword intent. He refined his sword intent, allowing his 7-star sword intent to reach perfection. Thinking of this, his face couldn't help but turn as dark as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, a footstep quickly moved forward toward Feiyu. Qinglong spoke, Let's have a little exchange. He smiled wryly in his heart. Elder Qinglong was his master's senior, yet he ignored his image and rubbed up against him as if resisting. Wangxing silently looked over at Mu Guanqian, but with senior sister standing nearby, it was also good to sense the nascent soul stage. Immediately afterward, both of them advanced forward, preparing. Qinglong quickly leapt into the air, his face serious. Wangxing also raised his sword. He swiftly dodged the strike, and a massive explosion erupted, followed by a blinding light that illuminated the sky. Two experts confronted each other. Wangxing wielded the heavenly sword of the purple star, while Qinglong unleashed the move Qifeng transforms the sun and moon. Both fought one another. But it felt as if these two swords were perfectly harmonized, creating a stunningly beautiful picture. Lianzi and the sword sect stared blankly at the battle. Both could not help but gape in astonishment. Wang Xiaoyao cheerfully shouted, Brother, you're amazing. Mu Guanqian was incredibly proud. Junior brother wields the sword much more beautifully than he sits in meditation. I never expected that junior brother has progressed to this level. I must also break through quickly. On this side, everyone was buzzing with questions as to why Elder Feiyu and Elder Qinglong were only dueling with swords and not using the sword control technique. That's right. Aren't they both masters of swordsmanship? I thought I would be amazed. Wangxing thought. It seems that Elder Qinglong has also noticed that the sword sect places too much emphasis on swordsmanship terminology, neglecting other aspects of the sword techniques. After all, the sword sect's terminology is just a supportive method, aiming to comprehend the true way of the sword. One must tightly grasp the sword, comprehend the sword, and then merge the Tao into the body. Qinglong couldn't help but praise. Impressive, impressive. In about 3 years, who in the world of sword cultivators could possibly match Feiyu's sword? Wangxing quickly responded. Senior, you have already shown me mercy. Qinglong laughed heartily, filled with excitement. In the days to come, I will enter seclusion. Unless something major happens, don't disturb me. Then he quickly walked away, but his mind kept racing. Suddenly, the sword of Elder Qinglong emitted a sound. Looking at his broken sword, Qinglong couldn't help but sigh. Feiyu hasn't used his full strength yet? Truly impressive. With the level of the Ziwei Tianjin, Feiyu is probably far beyond the Taoist elder now. Wangxing said loudly, Senior, I want to pass on the swordsmanship to my younger sister. Qinglong replied, The transmission is correct. Wang Xiaoyao is a disciple of the immortal, capable of cultivating the techniques of the sword sect, and this is also the immortal's acknowledgement of our sword sect. After that, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Time quickly passed into the evening. At this moment, at Great Sword Mountain, Wang Xiaoyao blankly asked, "This is?" Yanzi explained, "This place is the sword tomb of the sword sect." Wang Xing said, "Wang Xiaoyao, do you know who the owner of these swords is?" The girl replied, "I don't know, sir." He explained, 100 years ago, Yingyao nation attempted to invade Hua Kingdom. At that time, our cultivators, with the natural energy of heaven and earth still not recovered, could only rely on distant and abstract theories of cultivation. The sword sect's teachings were passed down by a few of the previous generations. The younger generation could wield swords and rush down the mountain, resisting the invasion of Yingyao. In the end, only these few broken swords returned to their homeland. Do you remember when you asked me why the Taoist immortals hate Yingyao nation so much? He poured the wine onto the ground and continued, because many Taoists born in that era carried grudges that can never be erased. Currently, it can no longer be said that revenge has been achieved, but it has, in part, returned some of the oppression and humiliation from that time to Yingyao nation. Everyone couldn't help but feel sorrowful and sigh. Wang Xing continued, "This is all I can do for the fallen seniors." 4 figures stood on the peak of the mountain, each carrying their own thoughts. Wang Xing spoke, "Let's go." He looked at Wang Xiaoyao and smiled. "I will lead everyone to meet the senior." The spiritual formation in the crack of the mountain stone was triggered, and a powerful aura surged out, causing the injured and everyone to quickly rush to the entrance. He explained, "This is the sword 72 formation." And at that moment, the sword behind his back also reacted. Wang Xing turned around and said, "Jiaoyun, you're awake." Lianzi couldn't help but wonder and asked Feiyu, "Who are you talking to?" From within the sword, Jiaoyun quickly materialized. Lianzi was bewildered. "Is this the immortal?" Jiaoyun spoke, "Go inside and take a look. There seems to be the aura of an enemy." Wang Xing said, "We can't enter. This is the trial ground of the sword sect, and it is protected by a formation." Jiaoyun was so nonchalant. Breaking this formation would be no problem. He was stunned. This was the most important blessed land of the sword sect. How could he just break their formation and still get away with it? Jiaoyun said, "Taoist Chief Feng, I've just remembered whose aura this is." Hearing her words, Wang Xing couldn't help but feel curious. He turned to ask, "Whose?" Jiaoyun narrated that he was a divine general under Emperor Ziwei, much like a trusted right hand. Normally, he served in the northern region in the position of the Northern Star. He occupied the position of Tianquan and assumed the role of the literary star Tsang in the heavenly court. Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder, why would the lord of the literary star, who governs the literary fortune, leave behind this Tao inheritance? Lianzi continued, "That's right." Jiaoyun asked again, "Does the civil official position represent weak cultivation?" She explained, when the heavenly court was flourishing, only those with slightly lower cultivation were made heavenly generals. Take that to receive military achievements. True experts are the brains of the heavenly court's literary officials. Hua Qing, back then, was also a civil official. The true nature of the heavenly court lies in the fact that the ordinary officials rarely reveal themselves, neither showing their mountains nor their waters. The assistant to the patriarch, who governs the order of the 3 realms, refers to someone who hides their talents. Wang Xing smiled awkwardly, so that was the case. "I've learned something new." Lianzi exhaled a breath, not knowing whether the sect master was still seated in meditation. He glanced at Jiaoyun and said, "I beg your pardon, senior. May I ask?" Here, Lianzi performed a bow and asked, "Is it possible to break the great formation here?" Jiaoyun asked, "Isn't this the blessed land of your sect? Why would you want to destroy it?" Lianzi sighed. Everyone knew that 15 years ago, the minor hell underwent a terrifying upheaval, which ultimately brought forth 15 ancient cultivators. These 15 ancient cultivators, their strength at least at the nascent soul emergence realm, but among these 15 supreme elders, there is not a single person from my sword sect. Although the grand elders are restricted by the angel's seal, if they were to break the seal once again and merge with the sect, the position of my sword sect in the cultivation world would undoubtedly be suppressed. We once wanted to invite Elder Jinling from Sword 72 to relieve the pressure caused by the 15 supreme elders. Jiaoyun asked, "Jinling?" Wang Xing explained, "Elder Jinling is the sword spirit of the boy sword from Taoist Qingfeng, which was left here by Taoist Qingfeng." Lianzi spoke up. Although Senior Lin Lao agreed to deploy, Lin cannot break the Great Formation on his own. The Great Formation was set up by Taoist Qingfeng, the founding master of Sword Sect, many years ago. Even a group of nascent soul heaven endowment realm cultivators cannot destroy it. Therefore, I wonder if it would be possible for the senior to break the formation? Jiaoyun listened and calmly said, "Of course, it's fine." Lianzi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. That's great. Please wait while I call the sect leader and the elders to come straight here. Immediately afterward, from a distance, the group from the sword sect quickly approached. Qinglong and the old sword sect were now all smiles, each waiting for this moment. Qinglong had just entered and immediately said, Sword Spirit Fairy, at the top and bottom of Sword Sect, we implore you to help us break the Grand Formation and release the Spirit Elder Formation. Zhao Yun blinked and replied to Fei Yu. Agreed, I certainly won't refuse. Yu anxiously asked, Senior, are you really able to break the formation with that method? Won't it trigger a backlash from the sword formation? Qilong replied, Earlier, I sent someone into the formation to consult Senior Jinling. He will be inside assisting us in suppressing the sword formation. Hearing this, he felt a lot less worried. Wang Xing quickly leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had jumped high up. Everyone below looked up, their eyes following him. Then he drew his long sword, preparing to take action. Without waiting long, he gripped the sword and struck fiercely against the rock wall, causing a loud explosion. Not stopping there, a rainbow of internal energy formed into a sword aura from his hand, quickly extending into another strike, aiming at the machine's gap, creating a large crack. Zhao Yun transferred the sword chi into the rock wall. Then, what did he do next? Zhao Yun spoke. Use your strongest sword cultivator power at this moment to activate the grand formation here. Then just detonate the sword chi inside, and that'll be enough. Wang Xing was surprised. Is it that simple? It feels like blowing up a mountain, doesn't it? Zhao Yun continued. The key point is to calculate the context, the situation, and the fundamental nodes. He quickly reached out to stroke the sword's blade, and then Wang Xing always obeyed her. He thought to himself, I am a sword cultivator. There are things I don't understand, and I don't dare speak much or ask too many questions. I just need to act. Immediately after, he quickly gathered his internal energy and performed a few moves in the air. No one had time to see what he did, but at that moment, a massive beam of light quickly emerged. The old sword sect couldn't help but exclaim, how profound is the sword Dao? It was no surprise that in the past, Fei Yu was able to single-handedly defeat the entire Western Dark Council in a matter of moments. Cracks quickly appeared on the cliffside, and beams of light began to emerge. Lianzi was momentarily stunned. He was startled and silently observed the situation. Lianzi thought to himself, it seems that the sword formation has sensed Fei Yu's sword intent and has started to move. Senior Lin, it's up to you now. Right at the crack, a longsword protruded, stabbing directly toward Wang Xing. You couldn't help but pray for some luck. The light from the metal object shone directly into Wang Xing's face. Immediately after, he quickly used the purple star sword to counterattack. Your sword fiercely struck straight ahead. The golden sword quickly shattered into pieces. Qinglong couldn't help but be amazed. This realm, this swordsmanship, this cultivation level were truly astonishing. Meanwhile, over here, Wang Xiaoyao and Mu Guanchuan were also left in awe. The water stain on the mountain gradually became clearer, eventually forming a vast network. The mountain quickly shattered, and a stream of sword energy shot out from within. Jianzong Jinling had finally been released. He looked at the boy and smiled brightly. Kid, long time no see. At this moment, behind the mountain of the sword sect, the scenery here has become tranquil. Jianzong Jinling bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness, for coming to aid this old man. The matter of the small sword still requires your assistance in its dismantling. The small sword, Zhao Yun, replied, it's no trouble. Everyone in the sword sect, upon seeing him, immediately lowered their heads and did not dare raise their faces. Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder, this senior seems to be the star of One Ku from back then, the one who, while traveling the mortal realm, nurtured the family sword spirit. Why is he so respectful towards her? Zhao Yun calmly replied, do you think everyone is like you, with no rules at all? He shamelessly replied, I didn't go too hard. It's already not bad. Zhao Yun was enraged. It seems that I must keep a closer eye on you if watching is by your side. I'm afraid I have already fallen into your tiger's mouth. Otherwise, I fear you will use your secret technique to attract bees, which might cause trouble for the other female cultivators. Wang Xing quickly panicked. No, I just misspoke. Immediately after, causing Wang Xing to unintentionally shift his attention away from the spot where Jianzong Jinling stood. A fierce beam of light struck the mountain with great force. Zhao Yun muttered in confusion, my aura is here. He wouldn't dare speak recklessly. Right after that, the sword behind his back kept shining incessantly. The Wang Xing group glanced over, and Qinglong respectfully nodded once. Wang Xing, along with Mu Guanqian and Wan Xiaoyao, quickly arrived and stood in front of the gate of the Jinling sword sect. He looked at the boy and said, Kid, it's only been less than 25 days since we parted, and you're already not the same. Hurry up and tell me, what have you been through? Wang Xing immediately responded respectfully, Senior, that can be discussed later. I have a question I would like to ask. Senior, are you proficient in the Tao of Yin and Yang? He exclaimed in surprise. He continued, Yin and Yang? Indeed, there are two sword techniques here, the Yin-Yang true path. Wang Xing was overjoyed. That's great then. What level is the swordsmanship at? He replied, of course, it's at level 8. In the sword techniques that you obtained last time, but did not go to check them. Everyone quickly moved to sword 72, the 8th floor. Wang Xing said, Senior, the grand formation has been destroyed. How should I address you now? He only answers as an anonymous. You can just call me like this. He couldn't help but feel curious and asked, Junior, may I ask, what difficulty have you encountered in the Tao of Yin and Yang? Wang Xing replied, it's my senior sister. You told me that she was cultivating, encountering a bottleneck, and wanting to break through to the nascent soul stage, but the danger was too great. He quickly said, Senior sister, you should demonstrate your own way, so that this old man can see what level of cultivation the young lady has reached. Wang Xing rejoiced, all right, senior sister. I'll be the shield. You hurry and use all your strength on me, so the senior can watch from the side. Mu Guanxian is a bit tense. Violence with the family doesn't seem too good, does it? You quickly rolled up your sleeves, seeming eager to take a beating. Wang Xing said, Senior sister, trust me, just go all out. Mu Guanxian was also infused with the fiery spirit at that moment. She uttered a soft then quickly nodded her head. Immediately after that, her hand was raised, and her legs began to steady, taking a stance. Mu Guanxian quickly set up a formation around her, a massive surge of internal energy encircling them. This was the Yin-Yang dual Qi Yuan formation. He blocked the attack while contemplating the balance of Yin and Yang, the Tao of his senior sister, which could not be underestimated. Although she was currently only at the late stage, Heaven Endowment Realm, 2 levels lower than him in cultivation, such feats of surpassing one's limits were as simple as a daily routine for his senior sister. The man could not lose face in front of the woman he loved. Thinking of this, he also channeled his internal energy, preparing to counter the next move. The two extreme Yin and Yang of Mu Guanxian gradually separated into 2 powerful sources of inner strength. The 2 circles then separated, forming droplets. Wang Xing stood at a distance, observing, and saw that she was almost done. He silently muttered, it's time. Mu Guanxian remained completely indifferent on this side. She closed her eyes and struck. The 2 extremes of Yin and Yang had now transformed into 2 massive fists. Wang Xing took a blow he could not withstand and was sent flying far away. Jianzong Jinling and Jiaoyun quickly channeled their internal energy to protect their bodies. This attack echoed throughout the mountains and forests, sweeping forward with great force, creating a loud sound. Immediately afterward, she exhaled a breath and slowly opened her eyes. Mu Guanxian looked at him, unable to hide her worry, and ran over. Wang Xing smiled brightly. I'm fine. Senior sister's strength is truly impressive. In return, Mu Guanxian received praise. She couldn't help but feel happy. Wang Xing asked, Senior, can you see anything? Jianzong Jinling said. Yin and Yang continue to complement each other without stopping. You have already controlled the 2 forces of Yin and Yang to this extent. Wang Xing continued. If senior sister can stop, what can the heavenly tribulation do to her? He replied, if I step into the primordial immortal realm, I fear I could sweep through those of the same realm. Jianzong Jinling continued, your innate swordsmanship has left this old man utterly astonished. Yet your senior sister is such an extraordinary talent. Wang Xing said, my senior sister is the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor from the heavenly realm. He couldn't help but be startled. What? Little sword. How rude, how rude. Wang Xiaoyao quickly stepped forward and asked, brother, your arms are shaking. Are you all right? He pretended as if nothing had happened, shrugged his shoulders, straightened up, and said, what's there to talk about? In fact, your hand is really trembling. I will never say that senior sister's small loving punch is incredibly powerful. Immediately after, Wang Xing asked, does the senior from the Sword Spirit sect have any suggestions? At this moment, after learning about Mu Guanxuan's background, he said, I do not dare to give random pointers. Immediately, he reached for a large cauldron in the distance. It seemed to resemble an 8 trigrams Sword Spirit formation. The sect silently moved it past him. Inside the furnace, a bright flame was burning fiercely. 2 volumes of military tactics appeared before Mu Guanxian. Let your senior sister comprehend these 2 sword techniques. She was a little hesitant. Looking at Wang Xing stepping forward and comforting her, he reassured her, it's fine. Last time I passed this trial here, according to the rules of Sword 72, I'll be able to see all of this. Hearing you say that, she was filled with motivation once again. Wang Xing laughed loudly. "Senior sister, please calm down a little." Immediately after, she politely approached the sword sect, bowed respectfully, then hugged the two secret manuals in her arms and scurried away. The sword spirit formation sect looked at him and sighed. "Boy, stop pretending. Your senior sister has already left." Wang Xing did not hide anything. Indeed, nothing could escape the eyes of the senior. At this moment, he finally spoke up. "These 2 punches from senior sister are enough to cause serious injury. A nascent soul cultivator would be caught off guard." He quickly circulated his internal energy and brought over a few wooden chairs. Then, he directly sat down and said, "Cultivation is ultimately a personal matter. Although you desperately want to help your senior sister overcome this trial of on, in the end, it still depends on herself." Jianzhong Jinling glanced at him and said, "If you really want to help her, just let her cultivate at her own pace, following the natural flow. This way, success will come more easily." Wang Xing was silent. "I understand this principle, but in reality, senior sister has a bit of a competitive nature." Speaking of which, he couldn't help but feel troubled and let out a long sigh. Wang Xing thought. Her thoughts were usually very simple, merely wanting her cultivation to catch up with his, to enter the spiritual formation, to make the sect rise, and to pursue the Tao for eternal freedom. Everyone's path to the Tao is different, so why should there be a need to compare and compete? Wang Xing replied, "Senior is absolutely right." He channeled his internal energy into his hand, emitting beams of blue light. "You assessed the wounds on your hand. Although they were just superficial injuries at that time, you still tried your best to endure the force of those 2 punches. If I were to spread my cultivation power everywhere, losing the protective grand array here, there's a chance we would suffer some losses." Suddenly, the sword spirit of the formation spoke up. "Brat, since you're asking so leisurely, have you ever heard of anything related to Qi luck?" Wang Xing spoke. "The Qi fortune is excessively vague and obscure." He continued, "For an ordinary cultivator, it is indeed vague and obscure, but for a true Taoist cultivator, Qi fortune is a complex issue, unavoidable and difficult to escape. I have pursued the Sword Master for many years, and it is said that the Sword Master has discussed this matter with the Immortals several times." He remembered that back then, when the Immortal Emperor had just met with an accident, the Heavenly Court was immediately surrounded and attacked by the powerful experts from the various star realms. One of the main reasons was that during the peak of the Heavenly Court's power, it had seized the orthodox Great Tao and obtained the luck of heaven and earth. He asked in confusion, "Then, since the Heavenly Court was attacked, the luck must have dissipated, right?" Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Not at all." Jianzhong Jinling continued, "This matter, the blame lies here. Back then, the immortals of the Heavenly Court also couldn't figure it out. But they, having stayed in this world for thousands of years, indeed received the protection of luck. Those severely wounded, on the brink of death, could always rely on a thin thread of life to revive. The Emperor of Destiny even broke through several realms. You are right. If this place were not the immortal Forbidden Realm, the immortals would not have hurriedly left." Wang Xing smiled happily. "Senior? Last time, I didn't hear you talk about these things. I've been staying here for so long, yet you laugh so joyfully. Back then, your cultivation was too shallow, and you didn't know much. Speaking of these things to you would only affect your Tao heart." At this point, he glanced over, unlike now. The celestial aura still continued to ascend to the Taoist sect's heights, while you had already condensed a significant portion of your fate's aura. "Unfortunately, I am merely a sword, without the power of official aura techniques, nor the energy of official aura, unable to assist you much." Then, he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, but there was no need for him to worry too much, as his fate was strong enough. As long as you stay by senior sister, you should be able to draw her luck. Who knows, she might turn misfortune into fortune. Wang Xing remembered the message from Monk Huijing and thought to himself, "I feel like someone has said this before." Wang Xing couldn't help but wonder, "May I ask, Senior, what exactly is Qi Yun?" He said, "For immortals, the meaning of fate and fortune is different in each realm. At this moment, the luck and fortune surrounding you can be considered a rare opportunity, and the fate and fortune on your person will unconsciously be drawn into the major influences of the world's grand fate. If you can withstand this portion of fortune, you will gain many benefits." The Sword Spirit Formation sect set up to this point, and he glared. "But if you can't bear it?" Wang Xing, seeing him so serious, was momentarily stunned and asked again, "What will happen?" The Sword Spirit sect's expression darkened, staring at him. The death was very tragic. When Wang Xing heard this, his face couldn't help but change drastically. 7 days later, Wang Xiaoyao also learned the mental cultivation methods for sword control from Wang Xing. Meanwhile, Mu Guanxian was about to finish comprehending and confirming the 2 sword techniques. You, due to fighting with Jianzhong Jinling, have also made considerable progress in your own Liangyi sword intent. After completing his cultivation, Jianzhong Jinling sat quietly in the center of his cave abode. The three people approached him and, with their hands clasped, said, "Senior, we apologize for the disturbance. Today we will leave," Jianzhong Jinling said softly, speaking to them. "This brat, and this immortal maiden as well, I have something to say." He said, "The way of cultivating the balance of yin and yang has always been extremely rare since ancient times, simply because this path is too profound, deep, difficult to understand, and mysterious. If this path is blocked, do not force it. It must be known, every great path leads to immortality." Jianzhong Jinling reminded, "Remember this cultivation path, do not be too greedy, and never set goals that are too high. Step by step, comprehend. At the crucial moment, there must be a sacrifice in order to succeed." Wang Sheng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be astonished. He thought to himself, a trade-off. Wang Sheng was even more in awe of him, then bowed his head respectfully and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." At that moment, Jianzhong Jinling added, "If everyone is to leave, then a farewell gift is a must." As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual orb appeared in his hand. Wang Sheng stared blankly as the spirit pearl flew toward him. Wang Xiaoao immediately shouted as soon as he saw it, "Brother, can I keep this?" He recalled the moment when the little girl saw the spiritual sword in Mu Guanchuan's hand and was just as excited as she was now. Wang Xing couldn't help but rub his forehead and said, "Take it. When it's a gift from an elder, it cannot be refused." Wang Xiao happily walked up to Jianzhong Jinling. She respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior." Suddenly, he seemed to see something in the little girl and tightened his brow. Then Jianzhong Jinling said, "Although the matter of fate is dangerous, don't worry too much about it. Great fortune is a good thing, but not having it is not necessarily bad. The most important thing is the guiding intention of oneself." Wang Xing frowned, pondering deeply, his mind focused on the path of cultivation. After leaving the cave dwelling of Jianzhong, Jinling was also in the late afternoon. Wang Xing and Mu Guanchuan rode their swords, flying back to the sect. He suddenly turned to ask, "Mu Guanxian, senior sister, was this a big harvest?" She thought to herself, having gained quite a few good things from the two sword techniques, and nodded with a smile. It's great that Wang Xing said that. It's better to go out and take a walk than to lock myself up at home." Next, we return to Wudong Mountain. Master has already contacted a few senior practitioners skilled in the Tai Chi technique. They have agreed to exchange and spar with us. Mu Guanxian, upon hearing this, quickly took out his phone to check. Then she pouted, reading the message that had just been sent. As for herself, as long as she understood, there was no need to ask anyone else. Then, Mu Guanchuan tightened his grip on Wang Xing's hand even more. He smiled and advised, "Rubbing against each other, confirming each other, is beneficial for both sides. Senior sister wants to break through to the nascent soul stage. She needs to accumulate a lot to grasp more." Mu Guanchuan replied, "I'm listening, junior brother." Wang Xing saw her attitude and immediately became very fond of her. He thought to himself, "Senior sister is just too well-behaved." Drawing the sword from his back, Wang Xing glowed, causing him to turn his head and look back. It turns out that Zhao Yun had come out. She asked in surprise, "Wang Xing, what's wrong? Does Jianzhong Jinling currently lack cultivation methods?" He replied, "Yes." Zhao Yun blamed herself. "It was my negligence. Jianzhong Jinling has lost the memories of her past life, so of course, she has also lost the insights from her past life. If I had paid attention to these things earlier, she wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now." Mu Guanxian here still frowned, writing characters. "This path was chosen by me back then, so I will continue to walk it on my own." Zhao Yun's face darkened as he said, "If the accumulated experience of those who came before, it could allow her to achieve twice the results with half the effort and be more confident in overcoming challenges. Why is it unnecessary?" Wang Xing quickly said, "Senior sister Zhao Yun just doesn't want to trouble others. Do you have the cultivation method for balancing the yin and yang paths?" Zhao Yun replied, "I have never cultivated this path, but during the Great War back then, there was a master who was well-versed in this way. I know where the legacy he left behind is." He heard that and looked at Zhao Yun in confusion, asking, "Where?" She raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Wang Xing followed the direction Zhao Yun pointed to with his gaze. The place they saw was the moon, quietly lying in the high sky, she said. "Over there," Qing Yanzi exclaimed in surprise. He widened his eyes and asked, "To Lunar Palace?" Wang Xing's expression grew serious as he looked at the communication screen and replied, "Master." Beside him was Mu Guanxian, who was also staring at the screen. Immortal Van Zhao Tian Tu said, "Within the Lunar Palace, there is a complete path of inheritance, and the Heavenly Court has left behind numerous cultivation techniques that balance the Tao of Yin and Yang." Qing Yanzi, on the other side of the screen, hesitated and spoke in an awkward tone, "This matter." Wang Xing's face remained expressionless, his brows furrowed slightly. He thought, "It seems like I'm making things difficult for my master. Perhaps he's afraid of us going up there. What will happen?" He answered him immediately. His face looked up towards the sky as he began to channel his internal energy. "Master, I have just calculated. The moon is approximately 3 million kilometers away from Earth on average. With my cultivation, it's enough to take senior sister there." Qing Yanzi spoke in reply. "I, as your master, do not need to worry about that." What Master Vi was worried about was the future consequences of this matter. One hand was placed behind his back, while the other carefully held the communication device. The face of Qing Yanzi suddenly became serious. He furrowed his brows as he stared at the screen and said, "Everyone knows that the Lunar Palace is an important place in the Heavenly Court, a blessed land for cultivation, but it is also known that it has not been opened." He said with a frown, recalling the current scene. The government controls most of the cultivation resources, choking the lifeblood of the Dao sects if the Lunar Palace is opened. The absolute Daoist sects will call out together, eager to explore, and everyone will have a share. By that time, the strength of the Daoist sects from the various Daoist heirs will expand, and it is feared that it will cause no small trouble. An image of a fierce negotiation unfolded. Both sides argued loudly. Wang Xing's face showed a slight frown. He sighed. Why are there still so many things like this here? Qing Yanzi closed her eyes, shook her head in frustration, and spoke. "If the news of the Lunar Palace spreads outside, other cultivators will definitely blame you. Continuously using the Heavenly Palace's divine tract for cultivation like this will easily lead to conflicts between cultivators and the government." In an instant, he opened his eyes again, furrowing his brows and looking ahead with great seriousness. The cultivation world at present may seem stable, but in reality, there were hidden instabilities. The voice on the other end continued. Wang Xing, Mu Guanxian, and Wan Xiaoao all listened attentively to their master. "Of course, this is a great opportunity for you all, something granted by the heavens. If you must go, then go ahead." At that moment, his face softened. He smiled faintly and continued to remind. "It is just necessary to do it in secret, preferably sneaking up there quietly." Wang Xing happily turned to look at Mu Guanxian, who was also smiling brightly. He said, "Then our master will tell senior sister on the outside that, in order to break through to the nascent soul stage, it's simple to just go into seclusion and sneak away, as long as it doesn't attract attention from others." Suddenly, the sword in the shape of Wang Xing's yin-yang master emitted a beam of warm golden light. At this moment, you have noticed the light emitted from the sword. Wang Xing looked toward the dazzling golden beam. Seeing this, Qing Yanzi asked with a curious look, "Wang Xing, what's wrong?" Mu Guanxian, standing beside him, was also very surprised and widened his eyes, looking at his junior brother with a puzzled expression. Wang Xing thought of a palace located 1,000 miles away from Earth, on the moon. He smiled and said, "Master, according to what Zhaoyan said, the Lunar Palace is not a blessing left for the Taoist sect, but rather a retreat that the immortals prepared for themselves. Within it are the Taoist teachings of the Heavenly Court's powerful experts, as well as the immortal beings of the Heavenly Court who left them for themselves." Qing Yanzi replied with a serious expression, "So that's how it is. If we are truly abandoned by the sects, waiting for the immortals to return is indeed not appropriate. However, this matter cannot be explained to the Taoist successors." Wang Xiaoyao, Mu Guanxuan, and Wang Sheng all sighed helplessly. Qing Yanzi, on the other end of the line, was no exception. "Do you think this matter is easy to handle at all?" Suddenly, the little girl Xielian grabbed Wang Xing's sleeve and pulled to call him. Wang Xiaoyao looked at him with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. The girl said, "Big brother, may I say a few words?" Wang Xing shrugged arrogantly, lifted his face high, and replied, "Just speak. Our family doesn't control words. It's just strictly controlling the issue of early romance." At this moment, Wang Xiaoyao looked up at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Wang Xiaoyao looked at him and spoke. "The current situation is that the Lunar Palace can only be opened by your master. You and senior sister entering cultivation will make the Dao sect feel that it is unfair." Qing Yanzi spoke, continuously praising, "The little girl is not wrong. Wang Xiaoyao is indeed clever." Wang Xiaoyao smiled gently, and the little girl continued, "The fundamental contradiction in this issue lies in whether the dependent relationship between the Dao sect and the Heavenly Court can be acknowledged and accepted by both sides. But the current Daoist sect does not feel like it belongs to the Heavenly Court. If they demand to share the treasures, it would be completely unreasonable." However, that girl, with a proud expression, raised both hands toward Mu Guanxian. "We cannot forget senior sister. Apart from being Buyu Xianzi, there is another identity that she holds," and she looked at Wang Xiaoyao with a calm expression. Wang Xing's face grew serious, and for a moment, he slightly furrowed his brow, as if he had just heard something of great importance. Qing Yinzi also raised his eyebrows, his green eyes directed downward, looking extremely calm after hearing Wang Xiao speak. The image of Mu Guanxin in a light blue silk dress appeared, looking extremely beautiful and proud. At this moment, Mu Guanxin tilted her head with a confused expression, as if thinking, "Who am I? Where is this?" Wang Xing immediately agreed. That's right. Another identity of senior sister is indeed crucial at this moment. Qing Yinzi also smiled and said, Wang Xiao is indeed smart. It's a pity you've already joined a sect. If not, I will definitely be both brother and senior brother and junior sister. Wang Xiao blushed and replied, I just thought of it just now. The master on the other side of the screen smiled faintly and said, Lunar Palace, it's better if the people around you don't know. You should also do your best, but don't touch the treasures left by the immortals, as long as this matter doesn't get exposed. In fact, it won't immediately cause any problems. At that moment, Jiao Yun suddenly spoke up. Why must we be sneaky? Just go to the Lunar Palace openly and with integrity. What can those Taoists do? Wang Xing then raised his eyes to look at the fairy. She continued, there are still many treasures I can control. This person is currently my sword master. Entering the Lunar Palace will definitely bring some benefits. Wang Xing looked at her with a troubled expression. Jiao Yun continued speaking and laughing with a face that was extremely terrifying in its threat. As for the others who wanted to seize the Lunar Palace, she told them to try it themselves. All three of them looked at her sinister expression and secretly thought, could it be that Master Jiao Yun has prepared some sort of test that can't be passed at the Lunar Palace? Under the starry night sky, everyone fell silent in the face of Jiao Yun's threat. Qing Yinzi clasped his hands and said, Fairy, do not hastily blame the heart of a person. This is how it is. One cannot criticize anything either, as the heirs of the Tao see themselves as the successors of the heavenly court. If they all become immortals in the future, it is likely inevitable that they will find a way to enter the Lunar Palace. She calmly replied, if they have a way to enter the Lunar Palace, then I will not stop them. The Tao inheritance of this world is indeed left behind by the heavenly court's immortals, but it is merely a small part of the heavenly court's legacy. Jiao Yun then continued, if the heirs enter the Lunar Palace and receive the blessings of the heavenly court, they will also have to face the great disasters that the immortals of the heavenly court must confront. Upon hearing this, he fell into a bit of contemplation. She reminded him, before confirming the whereabouts of the immortals of the heavenly court, I will not open the Lunar Palace to any heirs. With that, Jiao Yun turned around and flew towards Mu Guanxian. Hua Qing is a true deity of the heavenly realm, coming to the Lunar Palace to cultivate in a legitimate and just manner. What could be more reasonable? She paused for a moment, then cast a warning glance. If anyone wants to stir trouble or cause problems, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Xing interjected, all right, Jiao Yun. If anyone tries to stop my senior sister from cultivating, they will be my mortal enemy. We, of course, will not fear trouble, but if it can be avoided, then it should be. It would be better to focus on cultivation. Jiao Yun looked at him and fell silent, not knowing what else to say. Then, she flew back to her sword, leaving behind this story. Senior sister, you all just go ahead and do what you need to, don't worry about what others think. Qing Yinzi continued through the screen. In short, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Later, I will talk to your master, but perhaps her thoughts are the same as mine. Wang Xing turned around and instructed, Wang Xiao, you still need to talk to senior sister Xiao Yan. Wang Xiao, you must keep this secret. The little girl replied, I will definitely keep the secret. Qing Yinzi, after careful consideration, then said, in that case, the number of people who know about this must be limited to 6. The 7th person must not know. He then seriously instructed Wang Xing's group, after arriving at the Lunar Palace, remember to act carefully and think things through. Qing Yinzi smiled and added, do not rush to seek achievements in cultivation, and do not focus solely on the cultivation techniques. The most important thing is to understand it for yourself. The disciple replied, I understand, master. The next morning, Xiaolian reproached, Wang Xing Xiaofeiyu, do you have no conscience? Have you finally decided to abandon your big sister? He gave a wry smile and replied, Big sister, am I not doing this for my senior sister? She pouted and said, no need to worry. Wait until the two of them leave, then I will use the formation to surround the house. Xiaolian irritably continued, why bother with those leftover paths for the two of them? Which of them dares to point fingers? These two senior sisters will dismantle their mountain gate. She seemed to think of something, then smiled slyly and said to Wang Xing. However, Xiaolian patted his shoulder and continued, please make sure to decide carefully and keep your mouth shut. Don't bring back any treasures that are below the grade of post-heavenly spiritual treasures. It would be too embarrassing. Wang Xing thought to himself, elder sister, Has your conscience been tainted over the years? Why don't you just sell the post-heaven spirit treasure of the superiority immortal treasure as soon as you mention it? After finishing her words, Xiaolian happily pushed him aside. All right, Mu Guanchuan, Wang Xiaoyao, let's go outside and restock. She placed her hand on her waist and said, this time, I don't know how long you two will be gone. Everything must be properly prepared. Wang Xiaoyao curiously asked, Big sister, are we going out to shop? What are we buying? Xiaolian replied, food, toys, clothes. Still need to buy more than 10 power banks to serve as backup power for Mu Guanxian's phone. Mu Guanxian replied, okay. At the closed-door seminar of the Moon Palace, Wangxing said, esteemed audience, today, I will tell you about what you need to prepare when going into seclusion at the Lunar Palace. It is a detailed plan, a team of 5 large-scale technicians, or just a perfect ingredient for a rabbit stew. Then Wangxing concluded, not only do these things mean nothing to cultivators. Then he glanced at Mu Guanxian and said loudly, the third one depends on the situation. Wangxing immediately slammed the photograph onto the table. Of course, what we need first is the information about humans flying to the moon. For example, the United States Lunar Exploration Plan, as well as several lunar missions from the Hua Kingdom, are all materials we need to go through. You casually tossed them aside and continued. Of course, these things don't offer much benefit to us. Wangxing spoke of his plan, so I have set up 3 steps. The first step, quietly depart. The second step, fly straight to the moon. The third step, try to avoid facing. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiayan kicked him, causing him to fall flat on the ground. She continued his sentence for him. It's as simple as that. Have you learned yet? If you have, the next step is to fly to the moon with us. Speaking of the moon, in the ancient culture of the Hua Kingdom, the moon plays a very important role. For example, the moon goddess, who gathers spiritual herbs, the clear sky of the Jade Sea, and the heart of the night, is the story of Ho-Yi shooting down the sun. Chang'e releases the moon, opening up a series of myths in the world. But in reality, the moon was nothing special. After the gods from the heavenly realm arrived here, they opened up countless grand and small stories on the moon. In the future, the heavenly court counterattacked, leaving the forbidden land of the immortals. The small immortal world was abandoned, becoming the treasure vault of the Lunar Palace. In reality, during the golden age of the heavenly court, the Lunar Palace truly existed on the moon itself. Things like Chang'e flying to the Moon Palace really happened at the center of the universe, the homeland of the immortals, the immortal spirit realm. In the system of the 3 realms, under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, the sun and the moon are the 2 most important celestial stars in the sky, representing yin and yang, life and death. The deity governing the moon star is named Tai-Yin Xingjun, with profound cultivation, difficult to measure, and an extraordinarily beautiful appearance, known as the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms. It is the incarnation of yin and the power of yin and yang, holding a position in the heavenly realm second only to the Queen Mother. After the heavenly court encountered disaster, the immortals remained in the mortal world. Legends of the Moon Palace were passed down among the people. Coincidentally, the sun and the moon of the earth correspond to the solar system. The tie-in is the reason why stories such as Kwafu, Truck Knot, Thuan Na, Buon Noyet, Note Song, and Fat K have been passed down to this day. Zhao Yun's voice echoed. Therefore, the Lunar Palace is the place where the weak power inheritance is passed down. You should act carefully. She warned. If you dare to laugh and giggle, I won't spare you, understand? Wangxing replied, I understand, but there's something I don't get. Did the Lunar Emperor survive the heavenly court's catastrophe? He silently cried in his heart. So the Lunar Palace doesn't have a rabbit. Doesn't that mean senior sister will miss a meal? Jiayan said, I don't know. But back then, when the heavenly realm was surrounded on all sides, many immortals managed to escape the siege, only to be hunted down by those powerful beings. Only a few people who are protected by the Emperor of the Purple Forbidden are able to reach this world. We are eager to counterattack because we fear that something unforeseen may happen to them. Wangxing listened while taking notes. Understood. Then I will change the plan to go to the moon. Then, he proudly held up the paper. First, no trouble for the country. Second, no wasting of the organization's resources. Third, no controversy. Fourth, no stirring up trouble. In summary, quietly ascending to the moon, no trouble at all. At night, the group had all gathered on the rooftop. Wangxing instructed his elder sister, we're leaving now. Please keep an eye on Wang Xiaoyu during this time. Xiaolian didn't pay any attention. Go quickly, and remember to bring back the local specialties for your senior sister. Wangxing heard this and smiled, saying, if that's the case. We are setting off. As soon as the words were spoken, both immediately mounted their swords and flew swiftly into the sky. Xiaolian sighed and said to the little girl Wang Xiaoyao, Your older brother and sister-in-law have run away, leaving the two of us to depend on each other. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes immediately lit up. Hee. Finally, no one is controlling us anymore, eldest sister. Next, the elder sister commanding her to hold her waist said, "First, wait for me to activate the formation, so no one finds out that the two of them are missing. Wang Xiaoyao, have you grown up yet?" The little girl scratched her head. Not yet. Xiaoyan turned around, raised an eyebrow, and continued, "Is that so? Elder sister, could you take me out to play? Or should we stay at home, sing songs, and play games?" Then, she smiled and added, "That's right, cultivation cannot regress. This is a major matter. Your brother also asked me to keep an eye on your cultural studies, and I have agreed." Wang Xiaoyu pouted. "You've changed." Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, then raised her head to look at the two of them as they left. She silently said, "Xiao Feiyu, remember to help elder sister investigate whether Daoist Qing is in the palace or not. If it is possible to find the things left by Daoist Qing, it will be easier for me, the eldest sister, to find him later." They quickly flew to the final layer of clouds. After both of them passed through the atmosphere and into outer space, Wang Xing looked at Mu Guanxian and hesitated before saying, "Senior sister, let me carry you while flying." She looked at Wang Xing and gently nodded, and together they soared. He couldn't help but respond happily, "All right." He tightly grasped Mu Guanxian's hand and pulled her along. Under the vast sky of 1,000 sparkling stars, Wang Xing led her as they flew straight to the moon. In Jiling's office, she suddenly asked, "Qing Yanzi, are you about to set off, standing before Feiyu and Xianzi?" He stroked his mouth and replied with a smile, "By now, they should have probably reached outer space. There's no need to worry. Wang Xing's current cultivation and spiritual power are more than enough to fly to the moon." Jiling put down her pen. What she was concerned about was not the two of them. They were going into seclusion. In an emergency, one less option would be available. She stood up and said, "The leader of the Special Forces team has been very active recently. I really can't figure out what he's trying to do. But I always feel that he will definitely cause a lot of trouble." Qing Yanzi wondered, "Isn't eliminating Shinishan enough?" Jiling glanced at him. "This is not something that can be resolved in just a sentence or two. He's only one level below you, and you do not have the authority to directly dismiss him." She hesitated and said, "Moreover, he is the leader of the Special Envoy team, with an impressive track record and very strong personal abilities. Furthermore, he has support from higher-ups. I cannot, because he has a one-sided view on certain issues, or because of disagreements, completely deny him." He heard that, and immediately flattered. Correction, he heard that, and was immediately flattered. Yes. Director Jiling would never use his subordinates for his own interests, but his wife. Others would not place as much importance on the issue as you do. Then, Qing Yanzi slightly squinted his eyes and said, "I don't think Shinishan is much of a gentleman, either." Jiling looked at him and said, "Let's remain motionless for now and observe what he intends to do. If he truly has ulterior motives, sooner or later it will be exposed. The three factions of the First Academy, no matter how diligent we are merely tools for the officials to control the cultivation world. It doesn't affect the decision-making process. You can rest assured about this." Jiling had just finished speaking when he placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Then, he reminded her, "You should sleep first, and try not to use too much elixir to restore your spirit." Qing Yanzi sighed and reproached, "If you keep working overtime every day, when will our second child ever arrive?" Hearing this, Jiling became extremely angry. She darkened her face and said, "If you want to have children, then ask the Taoist priest to have children and marry someone else." Jingyun Taoist elder, haven't you always been waiting for me? You don't need to wait until I'm buried. I will testify for both of you right now. He couldn't help but feel confused and explained, "Don't. You're starting to bring up the matter of me and Jingyun again. We're innocent." Qing Yanzi quickly squeezed her shoulders, soothing her. "All right, stop talking about these things. We will live for a very long time, so go to sleep first. I have almost finished taking care of things here. I will come back to find you later." Then, he stood beside the bed, looking at Jiling for a while, intending to leave only when she had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the door was opened, and Mengyue poked her head in from outside, asking, "Taoist elder, should I turn off the light?" Qing Yanzi turned his face towards her and softly replied, "Sorry to trouble you." Mengyue, after hearing this, immediately reached out and pressed the switch. The entire room plunged into darkness in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Although they met frequently, the opportunities to be alone together had become too few. Qing Yanzi subconsciously furrowed his brow. "Shinishan, you'd better not do anything excessive." At the same time, at the location of the two people, Wangsheng, the distance between them and the moon had significantly shortened. Currently, We are maintaining a speed of 10 kilometers per second. The spiritual power within me is still at 80%, so I won't run out of energy. We haven't reached the moon yet. Maintain this speed. It will take 6 to 7 hours to reach the point located between Earth and the moon. After that, we will begin to slow down, although it won't matter if the speed is not reduced. But the United States and the Hua Kingdom have placed many satellites to observe the moon. If we continue like this, it will be very easy for our movements to be exposed. Elder Wang's mind is currently working at full capacity. Wangxing stumbled, the reminder from Mu Guanxian ringing in his ears as she flew in circles around him. Senior sister, stop playing around. He smiled and said, Senior sister. After arriving at the lunar palace and finding a useful cultivation method, you should immediately enter meditation and not think about when you will break through. Wait for the right time. The breakthrough will happen naturally. Wangxing continued, I was thinking about what will happen after we ascend to immortality and reach the Forbidden Land. If you become too impatient with the matter of cultivation, then I will only be able to protect you here on Earth. Mu Guanxian turned her head, calmly looking at him, and replied, Don't wait. Hearing that, he reassured her. Haste makes waste. Don't be afraid of being slow. We can take our time, just little by little. Mu Guanxian gently nodded, seeming to agree quite a bit with his opinion. So, without waiting for Wangxing to react, she immediately pulled him and accelerated their flight toward the moon palace. Wangxing cried silently in his heart. His senior sister was indeed very gentle, but there were times when she was very stubborn. Once she became fixated on something, not even 9 people like him could change her mind. Wangxing and Mu Guanxian controlled their swords and flew close to the moon. He then announced, Senior sister. We're almost at the moon. She replied, Then, the two of them continued to control their flying swords around the moon, searching for a flat spot to land. Wangxing observed beneath his feet and raised a question. Although we have reached the moon, the lifeless sword still shows no signs of movement. I also don't know where the entrance to the lunar palace is. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground, as if trying to test something. The sudden sound echoed, and along with his strange actions, it caught Mu Guanxian's attention, making her observe curiously. He paid no attention to her and continued to act according to his own thoughts, raising his hand to cast a spell. Taking the position where they stand as the center, their spiritual sense radiates outward from there to scout the surroundings. Mu Guanxian continued to gaze at him with a look of admiration and awe, as expected of a junior disciple. Is he scouting the surroundings to check for any danger? Bold in action, yet careful in approach. He's truly learned well. Not paying attention to the gaze filled with admiration from his senior sister, Wangxing smiled wickedly and thought, there must be the flag of the United States around recently, right? There are still a few barrels of paint in my magical item. I'll directly paint it red when I see the flag. A long time later, due to waiting too long, Mu Guanxian didn't even realize when he had dozed off while leaning on his hand. On Wangxing's side, he still smugly thought, although lacking in strength, he could only reach the moon. But the heavens still don't give me a chance, huh? All right, you've made up your mind to carry out the plan, so be it. First, cut off the power. I will plant the red flags across all the major planets in the solar system. The Wuling sword suddenly lit up, emitting a soft sound as it trembled. It flew around the sky in a circle before shooting off in one direction, and at the same time, Zhao Yun's voice rang out, Disguise, follow me. Wangxing immediately turned around and called to the person behind, Senior sister, let's go. Then, the two of them flew on their swords, following the Wuling sword curiously. While controlling his sword, he couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that flying on a sword on the moon would consume only 1/10 of the spiritual power compared to flying on Earth. Moreover, the moon is also filled with abundant spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the legendary cinnamon tree cannot be seen. 2 people, 1 sword, quickly flew over a vast, desolate land on the moon. Suddenly, the lifeless sword stopped and pointed straight down to the ground below. Seeing this, the two of them also halted and observed. Duvin said briefly, the announcement has arrived. She was serious, guiding. The only entrance is here, and the maximum amount of spiritual power will be transmitted into the lifeless sword. He heard that and replied, all right. It was only when Yun suddenly appeared that her whole body was enveloped in golden light. Her body floated above the two Wangxing. With both hands, she performed a spell, concentrating on the orb in front of her chest. After gathering enough energy, she released her power straight toward the wall ahead. The sheer amount of energy was enough to crack and shatter the wall. Wangxing continued to channel his strength into the lifeless sword, while thinking, Zhao Yun is using the lifeless energy to absorb my magical power, and moreover, the speed is very fast. It seems that in order to open the lunar palace, even knowing how to the prohibition, a large amount of spiritual or magical power would still be required. Suddenly, from within the void, a massive gate gradually began to materialize, becoming clearer and clearer. The source of power gathered once again into his hands. He observed it inside. The primordial energy is so pure, it helps replenish the spiritual power I had previously exhausted. As Du Van was still performing the technique, her brows furrowed slightly. She signaled to the two people behind her, "Come closer to me." Her gaze suddenly changed, and her pupils turned into two different colors, as if reflecting the vastness of the universe. Her entire body gradually moved closer to the gate. The source of power followed suit and entered her body. The bodies of Wangxing and Mu Guanxian grew heavier as they approached the gate. The sword in their hands became heavier as well, pressing straight down into the ground. They were astonished, exclaiming in their hearts, "This is Tian Oi. Could it be the prohibition left behind by the immortals from before?" Du Van, her eyes still tightly shut, continuously performed incantations, causing the energy orb to gradually grow larger. Suddenly, her eyes slowly opened, as if the gateway to the galaxy had swung wide, welcoming the unfamiliar traveler into its fold. Facing the concerned gazes of the two people, Du Van spoke slowly. And then, the woman stood in front of the gate that had been opened, calmly saying, "The restriction has been lifted." Wangxing turned to look at Mu Guanxian and called out, "Senior sister, let's go." She nodded in agreement. MHM. The two of them held hands and walked toward the gate that was being opened. The gate seemed to sense something, and the beam of light radiating from it grew brighter and brighter. Mu Guanxian was blinded by the stream of light and had to cover his eyes with his hand. After gradually getting used to the blinding light, she slowly opened her eyes to take a look. The scene before her caused her to freeze, exclaiming in awe, "So beautiful!" In front of them was the majestic sight of a city wall. The road beneath their feet also emitted a light that made the scenery even more dazzling. Even Wangxing was startled in surprise. "This is the Heavenly Palace." He looked up at the sign above the gate and muttered, "It says Little Fairyland Realm." The two of them, riding their swords, passed by the towering buildings, puzzled. Is this really just the Little Fairyland Realm? The space around the Little Fairyland Realm gradually became clear through the mist. Here, laurel trees appeared, enveloped in a strange light. Mu Guanxian suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Over there." Wangxing, upon hearing this, also looked in the direction she pointed and widened his eyes in astonishment. "A gigantic tree envelopes the vast expanse," he sighed, then wondered, "It's so huge. This tree must be the legendary laurel tree of the Lunar Palace, right?" As he observed, he noticed a house placed on one of the branches, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, there are people living even on the branches?" Two people flew around on their swords to survey the entire tree. Wangxing couldn't hide his admiration for it, though his disciple had already thought that the Little Fairyland Realm would be enormous. "But I really didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. I wonder how many immortals it would take to fill this place." Suddenly, Zhao Yun flew in from behind, and upon hearing his words, replied, "Over 800,000. She also explained in more detail. "This is the highest level, and also the place where celestial soldiers and generals cultivate. The palaces on the laurel trees are for the female immortals to cultivate. There are over 200,000 female immortals who have stayed here." Wangxing listened intently. When he heard that staggering number, he couldn't help but ask again, "More than 800,000 immortals?" Du Van slowly replied, she said, "To be more precise, there are over 200,000 soaring immortals, more than 500,000 in the primordial immortal realm, over 80,000 true immortals, approximately 6,200 heavenly immortals, 397 Tai golden immortals, 61 Tai golden immortals, and 9 Deluo golden immortals. That is the largest force we can assemble for the counterattack. Even the immortal maidens, who are usually not inclined to engage in battles, are also considered." He seriously listened to the 10 pieces of information, then asked, "How many immortals were there in the heavenly court during its prosperous era?" She recalled and replied, "It seems that the heavenly soldiers are directly commanded by the old heavenly court, about 60 million. If we include the army of the 4 great emperors, it should be around 80 million. He was struck as if by a bolt of lightning upon hearing this. Still a failure? Mu Guanxian here continued counting his fingers. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. She recalled the scene of the failed battle between the two sides, when thousands of alien races simultaneously launched an attack on them. They gathered an army 3 times larger than the heavenly court. At that time, her father turned to dust, the morale of the heavenly court was severely damaged, and there were many traitors who cooperated with the alien powerhouses, both inside and outside, because her father had angered the 3 swords of the heavenly court. Many immortals suffered from the calamity of the 5 declines of heaven and man. The strength has greatly diminished, and the aberrant beings have also flooded to the heavenly gate of the heavenly court. But even so, when these alien races arrived at the 4 heavenly gates, the heavenly court still had more than 90% of its forces left. If we do not break through the siege, our end will be extremely difficult. After saying that, she turned around, looked in a direction, and said, "Otherwise, what does heaven rely on to rule the 3 realms and command all the races? Do you know how vast the territory of the infinite void is?" He still answered calmly, "Don't know if the brain capacity is insufficient." His eyes spun in circles, feeling dizzy from the overwhelming amount of information, and he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Indeed, my previous life was too shallow. The current effort in cultivation within the heavenly court is nothing compared to being a bulletproof shield." Mu Guanxian, who was beside him, couldn't help but secretly chuckle. Wang Xing suddenly became serious again and said, "That's right. I remember that the ancestor Lu Xin once said that only a few thousand immortals were able to reach Earth back then." Zhao Yun was also more serious than her, replying, "Apart from the celestial soldiers and the female immortals serving in the immortal palaces, the immortals famous in the immortal books number nearly a few thousand." Upon hearing that, you imagine yourself trembling in the encirclement of those mutants, a little chick fighting, like a group beating on a single one. As you think, it was because Zhao Yun and the others helped that year that the Earth was able to cultivate a large number of immortals. But if it were now, going out recklessly would be like offering one's head on a silver platter, wouldn't it? Mu Guanxian saw him stunned and shook him repeatedly. Junior brother Wang Xing was shaken awake, and in confusion, asked, What's going on, senior sister?" Seeing Zhao Yun silent, he turned and asked Zhao Yun, "What's wrong?" She looked at the magnificent, grand palace in front of her, then turned back and extended an invitation to the 2 people, "Come to my palace and sit for a while." The 2 of them, following Princess Van's invitation, looked toward the palace. The closer they got, the more the beauty of the palace increased. Wang Xing eagerly gazed at the magnificent palace. If it's convenient, then it's fine. The palace of Zhao Yun seemed to be more luxurious than the other palaces. Mu Guanxian beside him couldn't help but smile awkwardly at his actions. The 2 people stood dumbfounded when they heard Zhao Yun speak. Then, she said, "You and Huaqing are searching for the Yin-Yang cultivation method. I will go to the Fu Ling Lake to see if it can help me in my cultivation." Seeing no response, she thought the 2 had not heard clearly, so she repeated, "You and Huaqing are searching for the Yin-Yang cultivation method. I will go to the Fu Ling Lake to see if it can help me in my cultivation." After saying that, without waiting for the 2 to react, she flew off, leaving them behind. Wang Xing gritted his teeth as he watched her figure disappear. "Zhao Yun, is she deliberately trying to provoke me?" Then, the 2 of them chased after Zhao Yun toward her palace. Along the way, they passed a large river. Both landed on the nearby bridge. A small boat stood still, despite being battered by the waves and blown by the wind. A sound rang out, guiding the 2 people, Huaqing and Mu Guanxian, to sit in the small wooden boat. Seeing her hesitate and take no action, he encouraged, "Go ahead, senior sister." After being encouraged by him, she gathered all her courage and carefully stepped down from the small boat. Du Van, who was standing beside her, also spoke up to remind her, "The path to revealing your true form, along with the cultivation method that aligns with your Tao, will naturally appear. Whether or not you can seize it depends on your fate." Mu Guanxian, after hearing this, was filled with enthusiasm. He raised his hand and made a gesture of determination, replying, Then she slowly sat down on the boat and relaxed her body, beginning to meditate. A diagram of the 8 trigrams of yin and yang appeared on the boat where she was sitting. Wang Xing stood on the shore, attentively observing, his face showing clear signs of worry. He thought to himself, having traveled over 100,000 miles from Earth to the moon, if senior sister doesn't obtain the immortal technique related to the yin-yang arts, it would be a wasted trip, but it's just a small matter. But it is not good at all to affect senior sister's state of mind. Thinking this, he immediately cast the spiritual sense detection technique to assist her, hoping that this place could truly help his senior sister break through. However, as soon as the move was cast, it was immediately blocked, leaving him stunned. Was his spiritual sense being rebounded? Du Van, beside him, noticed his rashness and was somewhat angry. "This is the territory of the immortals. Do you think your little spiritual sense can extend very far?" Wang Xing quickly smiled awkwardly, explaining, "I was just worried about senior sister." Suddenly, as if sensing something unusual from Mu Guanxian, he quickly turned to look. The columns of light from beneath the water suddenly surged up, then shot straight into the sky, surrounding the spot where she was sitting. The mysterious tokens were surrounded by columns of light, encircling her. Mu Guanxian extended her hand, and a token immediately fell into her palm. The source of power dissipated from there, forming a stream of light that encircled her body. And then, suddenly, it charged forward, heading straight for her forehead, and then traveled through the meridians all over her body. Seeing Wangxing still observing attentively, along with the worry that could not be concealed, Duvin comforted, "Don't worry, this place is called Hu Immortal Forest. Within the lake is your spiritual energy." He looked at Mu Guanqian, still calmly meditating amidst the pillars of strength. In his ears, he could hear the voice of Jiaoyun. "If it is discovered that your senior sister shows signs of being possessed by the fire of cultivation, the fox spirit will promptly pull her out of the Dao realm illusion." Even though she said that and ensured the safety of Mu Guanchuan, he still felt no sense of relief. Wangxing stood still like a statue, then hurriedly looked for a way to divert his attention. "If you wish to search for the method, you can also enter here. There is still a usable boat over there." But Wangxing did not hesitate for a moment and immediately declined. "I'm in no rush." His gaze still observed Mu Guanxian. His voice slowly echoed, "Just don't affect senior sister."